Liu Nian, an ordinary university student, found herself inexplicably plunged into an expanse of pure white, a mysterious realm where she encountered an individual who claimed to be a frozen vampire trapped for 50 years. Relying on someone who had been ensnared for half a century to guide her out, Liu Nian deemed it foolish to place her trust in such a character. She repeatedly reminded herself that her struggle within this bizarre vampire world was not due to the presence of a figure resembling her idol, nor was it because of the inexplicable companion by her side. It was solely the harsh reality that she, indeed, could not return. Chapter 1. The Snowfield, Where Am I? As she groggily opened her eyes, she was greeted by a blinding expanse of white. Liu Nian, happy birthday. Voices uncontrollably echoing within her mind. Who was speaking? Look, Liu Nian, isn't that your favorite senior? The white scenery intertwined with the disembodied voices, causing her head to throb painfully. Where on earth was she? Liu Nian, what's wrong? What's happening to me? Liu Nian, with a sudden ringing in her ears, she gasped for breath, her tightly clenched hands feeling strangely soft. Upon raising her hand, she discovered crystalline snowflakes blooming in her palm. Was this snow? Unsteadily, she rose to her feet, the only sound accompanying her being her own heavy breathing. As she brushed the snowflakes from her body, the unfamiliar and peculiar surroundings caused her to overlook the fact that the snow, which ought to have melted against her warm body, remained stunningly beautiful. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, she should have been shivering in the cold, yet she felt as if she were impervious to the chill, moving forward as if nothing affected her. That a brightness, more dazzling than the snowfield itself, flashed before her eyes. Liu Nian shielded her gaze, blinking and looking elsewhere. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. The pure white snowfield was blinding, obscuring even the clarity of the color white. Water. Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to her resonated, leaving Liu Nian uncertain whether to feel elated or fearful. She recalled that she should have been on her way to school, yet for reasons unknown, she had fallen into this vast white expanse and was now hearing a human voice for the first. Is anyone there? Liu Nian clasped her hands over her chest, her discomfort causing her to blink rapidly. Water. The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, rendering it impossible to discern its gender. The sound seemed to be nearby, yet no one was in sight. Liu Nian took a step forward, only to trip over an unseen object, falling to the ground. Just as she was about to register the pain, she sensed something beneath her. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the pure white snow was concealing a person. Struggling to her feet, she hastily backed away. The figure was half buried in snow, with only delicate collarbones and one side of a pallid face exposed, revealing that it was a man. Fear paralyzed her, rendering her motionless as she trembled on the ground. The man lifted a hand, causing some of the snow to slide off, revealing his entire arm. Liu Nian's heart wrestled with the dilemma of whether to save him. How could she even do that? Perhaps by getting closer she could assist him. Liu Nian cautiously crawled toward the man. His cracked and purplish lips moved, as if he were trying to speak. Snow! What? Liu Nian failed to catch his words. It seemed he was uttering something about snow, prompting her to lean in closer. Gently brushing the snow from his face, she revealed an exquisitely sculpted visage. His eyelashes were long and thick, trembling as they conveyed the helplessness of their owner, while his sunken eye sockets bore a hint of bluish-purple. His delicate features slightly eased her wariness, and to hear his voice, she nearly pressed her ear against his lips. I said, blood. The sudden outburst startled Liu Nian, and before she could react, everything spun around her. She felt a sharp pain in her neck, and before she knew it, she was lying on the ground, the weakly speaking figure now on top of her. Fear enveloped her entirely. Liu Nian's wide eyes searched for clarity in front of her, but all she witnessed was the void of the sky resembling the snowfield itself. Ah, let go of me! Liu Nian screamed, her hands pinned down, unable to move. The man possessed an astonishing strength, rendering her struggles laughable. Let go of me. Liu Nian's gaze turned vacant, and in her daze, the man seemed to rise, her last memory before losing consciousness being the beguiling red glimmer in his eyes, and his low, raspy voice. Ugh, disgusting. Chapter 2, 50 Years. Let go of me. Liu Nian jolted awake, letting out a loud cry. Her memories lingered in the paralyzing fear. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found the source of her terror seated beside her. The man wore a blue suit, sitting with his legs crossed, one hand propping up his head. His cheeks, no longer sunken as before, appeared much fuller. Upon noticing Liu Nian awake, his pale red eyes scrutinized her lying on the ground. "What is your name?" Liu Nian remained silent, suddenly bolting to her feet, only to be mercilessly yanked back. "Speak, or shall I make you die once more?" He grasped Liu Nian by her collar and tossed her to the ground. Although it didn't hurt, it frightened her significantly. "My name is Liu Nian. How did you get here?" Grail stood nearby, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. "I don't know." Liu Nian hugged her knees, resting her head on them while warily eyeing the man's pant leg. "I was walking to school with my classmates when suddenly I experienced a ringing in my ears, my vision blurred, and then I found myself here. I'll give you one more chance." His expression revealed his disbelief. This place was a snowfield, not a place one could stumble into while dazed. "I truly don't know. I've been walking for so long, I can't find a way out." Seeing his disbelief, Liu Nian grew frantic, fearing he might devour her if he became displeased. Tears streamed down her face, falling onto the pristine snowflakes, which remained unchanged. He glanced at Liu Nian's attire, his brow furrowing. What sort of clothing was she wearing? Coming here dressed like that takes quite the audacity. Only then did Liu Nian remember her thin clothing. She rubbed her arms vigorously, only to be struck by astonishment. She felt no cold. "Why am I not cold? Get up, we're leaving." He showed no surprise at her lack of fear of the cold. "Where to?" Liu Nian cautiously inquired, bracing herself on the ground to rise. "Out." His deep voice was far from pleasant, instead piercing her eardrums painfully. "Am I accompanying you?" Liu Nian asked hesitantly, recalling how he had nearly killed her moments ago. "Otherwise, do you wish to stay here alone?" He turned back to look at her, as if she were a fool. "But you just—" How could she dare to accompany him after what had just transpired? "What do you think I am?" Liu Nian was unwilling to respond to such a nonsensical question. How could she possibly know what he was? All she knew was that he bit people. "Do you know how long I've been trapped here?" He was also imprisoned, Liu Nian thought, observing the disdainful expression on his face. Did he take pride in that? 50 years. "I'm so hungry. What's wrong with eating something? I didn't actually kill you." 50 years. Liu Nian felt her intelligence being thoroughly insulted. "That if you keep talking nonsense, I will genuinely kill you." The man frowned, clearly displeased. He had made himself perfectly clear, yet she still appeared confused. How could this woman be so annoying? How could it possibly be 50? Liu Nian stared in shock at the man before her, who looked to be in his 20s, his large, almond-shaped eyes flashing with impatience. He certainly did not resemble someone nearing 50. Liu Nian pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, she had just been drained of blood, yet amidst the boundless expanse of snow, she felt no chill. "If you don't get up soon, I shall leave on my own." The man's impatient voice interrupted Liu Nian's reverie. "I cannot leave. My sudden appearance here must have a reason. Perhaps time has become disordered. If I remain here, I am certain I will return." Liu Nian's voice trembled, yet her gaze remained resolute as she knelt in place, embodying a stubbornness that suggested she would not be moved. The man chuckled, crossing his arms and regarding Liu Nian with mockery. "How long do you think you can stay? You are human, are you not? Can you endure here like I can for 50 years? You will inevitably starve." A wave of panic washed over Liu Nian, and she clenched her fists in silence. He spoke the truth, yet despite this, Liu Nian was reluctant to leave. Observing her defiance, the man cursed under his breath, stepped forward, and grasped Liu Nian by the collar, dragging her along despite her futile struggles. After a prolonged struggle, Liu Nian conceded. "Let go of me. I can walk by myself." The man released her grip, and Liu Nian tumbled directly onto the snow. Chapter 3. He is of the bloodline. Liu Nian rose, brushing the snow from her attire, and, with great reluctance, followed the man who kept a distance of 2 steps ahead. She considered increasing the space between them, but every attempt to distance herself resulted in him closing the gap and threatening her again, forcing her to maintain a meter between them. "Your name?" After what felt like an eternity of walking, Liu Nian's wariness towards the man had lessened somewhat. Since they would be traversing together for an indeterminate period, she resolved to inquire about his name. The man suddenly halted, fixing his gaze upon her, rendering Liu Nian momentarily speechless as her mind raced at what's wrong. Is asking for a name forbidden? What should I say? Is he going to devour me? Liu Nian instinctively raised her hands into a defensive posture, akin to a boxer preparing to strike. Jelly. The man assessed the tense Liu Nian from head to toe, spoke in a flat tone, and resumed his forward pace. Liu Nian exhaled, her heart uncoiling as she followed suit. Why was a mere name so intimidating? Jelly. What a peculiar name. I've been curious since earlier. Are you a bloodsucker, a vampire? I consume blood, but I am not a vampire. I belong to the Blood Clan. The two continued their journey, exchanging this dialogue in a casual manner. Liu Nian rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was he joking? Wasn't that precisely a vampire? Then why haven't you killed me? No sooner had she uttered the question than regret washed over her. What a foolish inquiry to make. There is no one else here but you. If I don't keep you, what will I eat when I'm hungry? Jelly smirked at Liu Nian, his gaze reminiscent of one admiring a delectable feast. So, I have become his reserve food supply. A jolt of fear surged through Liu Nian, causing her to instinctively shift away. Where exactly is this place? After what felt like an eternity of walking, Liu Nian had lost the initial defiance that had fueled her, now weary and famished, her steps faltering. The snowfield. Jelly offered a curt reply, seemingly indifferent to her queries. Could I not discern that myself? He only spouts nonsense. At this point, Liu Nian chose to ignore him and continued trudging forward, her annoyance palpable. Do you not find this place peculiar? After a brief silence, Liu Nian could no longer contain herself. The oppressive quiet, punctuated only by their footsteps in the snow, gnawed at her nerves. Jelly seemed to be searching for a direction, responding to Liu Nian's inquiry while scanning the surroundings. What's strange about it? There's snow, yet it's not cold. As Jelly turned to survey the area, Liu Nian followed suit, but all she could see was an endless expanse of snow beneath a solitary pale sun. What else was there to observe? Only you find it warm, Jelly remarked, as if he had discovered the correct path, quickening his pace. Liu Nian hurried to keep up with him, matching her stride to his. But you don't feel cold either. Jelly halted abruptly, turning to scrutinize Liu Nian, who barely managed to stop in time to avoid colliding with him. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Liu Nian halted, warily regarding Jelly, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Are you warm? Jelly peered at Liu Nian's head, narrowing his eyes and grinning like a mischievous child. I'm not warm, Liu Nian replied, bewildered, following Jelly's gaze to her own head, thinking, my heavens, this vampire must be simple-minded, spouting nonsense. Then let us continue walking. Jelly spoke with a hint of laughter, reminiscent of a mischievous youth. Liu Nian matched Jelly's pace, internally repeating, simple-minded vampire. After a lengthy contemplation, she pouted in dismay, realizing perhaps she was the one being foolish for accepting the notion of a vampire. Yet, within this desolate snowfield, where only the two of them existed, only Jelly was aware that a fiery red flame had been ignited atop Liu Nian's head moments ago. Chapter 4. Teasing the sister-in-law. How much longer do we have to walk? Liu Nian slumped her shoulders, unsteady on her feet, as if she might collapse at any moment. Trusting that a vampire trapped here for 50 years could lead her out, I felt not the cold, but rather that I had been frozen into a state of mental numbness. At this moment, Liu Nian could only rely on her inner monologue to maintain her spirit. Almost there. Why did she have to ask again? It was truly irritating. Gulai frowned, clearly uncomfortable. His previously lightened gaze darkened once more, and in his eyes, Liu Nian had transformed into a mere blood bag on the move. Why are you trapped here? Despite her discomfort, Liu Nian managed to strike up a conversation. Gulai impatiently raked his fingers through his hair. Because I teased my sister-in-law. Liu Nian froze on the spot, taken aback by such a bizarre reason. Did I detect a hint of pride in his tone? She hurried a few steps to catch up with Gulai, eager to pry further. This was the kind of juicy gossip that could sustain her for at least 2 hours. We've arrived. Gulai's words extinguished Liu Nian's curiosity like a bucket of cold water. She looked around, her spirits lifting momentarily, but the snowy expanse remained unchanged. There was not even a hole in sight. Where are we? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought I hadn't moved at all. Everything looks the same. It's nothing but snow. Liu Nian held her tongue, knowing she couldn't overpower the person before her. Ignoring her, Gulai raised his hand, and flames erupted around them. Liu Nian instinctively clutched his arm. It's on fire. I can see that. Gulai raised an eyebrow and, with a push, sent Liu Nian into the flames. In the midst of her shock, he too stepped into the fire. Meanwhile, a figure within the Light King Palace sensed Gulai's return. The Light King Bo Hung set down his teacup and gazed thoughtfully towards Luo Lin's direction. My brother, you have indeed returned. In a dim alley, when Gulai awoke, Liu Nian was peeking out from behind a wall, glancing furtively outside. What are you doing? The sound of his voice startled him, raspy like a saw cutting wood. Liu Nian screamed and clutched her heart. Are you trying to scare me to death? No, you have a different fate awaiting you. Ye Li stood, dusting himself off as he surveyed the alley. You didn't run away. Liu Nian's face was flushed from the cold, her body shivering despite a broad grin. I was worried about you. You fainted. That's a joke. I did run, but when I saw those long-eared, green-skinned creatures outside, I came back. Who knows what those monsters are? Gulai rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced, and he would never admit that he had fainted from exhaustion. Is it safe outside? Liu Nian noticed Gulai striding out and quickly followed, contemplating whether to inform him about the peculiar beings outside. You're safe with me. Seeing tears freeze in Liu Nian's eyes, Gulai removed his coat and draped it over her reddened skin. All right. Though he was a bit domineering, he was reliable. She tightened the coat around her, thinking that a vampire should be more formidable than those green monsters. Casting a glance at the man ahead, Liu Nian felt an uneasy premonition as Gulai's eyes transformed into a mesmerizing red and his complexion turned unusually pale. Exiting the alley, they found themselves in what resembled a marketplace, filled with vendors calling out to buyers, women in Western dresses, and the green-skinned, pointed-eared creature she had seen earlier. The scene that had once appeared hellish now seemed remarkably harmonious. In this quaint, old-world European setting, her attire felt utterly out of place. Liu Nian rubbed her hands together, exhaling warm breath to warm herself. The weather here was clearly that of early spring, and though it was not cold in the snow, stepping out had left her shivering. Where on earth are we? Luo Linjun. Chapter 5. The prince's palace following Gulai. The passers-by gazed at them with wide eyes, astonished. Some even whispered amongst themselves. Upon overhearing, Liu Nian cautiously distanced herself. Indeed, he must have committed some grave sin to be imprisoned. Thus, she scrutinized Gulai from behind, noting his thick brows, striking eyes, and pointed ears, all while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. One might mistake him for a tourist. However, wasn't the concept of vampires Western? His features were distinctly Eastern. Lost in her musings, they arrived at their final destination, the prince's palace. The magnificent castle before her was a sight Liu Nian had rarely seen, even on television. Not going in, Gulai frowned, looking back at Liu Nian, who had stopped at the entrance, seemingly contemplating escape. At this point, running away was no longer an option. Gulai fought against the overwhelming hunger gnawing at him, turning back to call out to the dazed Liu Nian. If you want to guard the door, I can arrange that for you. Liu Nian snapped her jaw shut and hurried to Gulai's side. Do you live here? I do. As Liu Nian caught up, Gulai turned away, ignoring her. Unaware of Gulai's struggle, Liu Nian eagerly approached him. So you're wealthy. You seem quite impoverished. Gulai continued to pivot, making sure Liu Nian fell out of his sight. Liu Nian, annoyed by Gulai's dismissive attitude, huffed. Liu Nian, one tea hold it against you. Your Highness. An elderly man suddenly appeared, bowing respectfully, awaiting the first command upon Gulai's return. Seeing an unfamiliar person address Gulai as Your Highness, Liu Nian curiously peered around him to observe the elder. His attire was immaculate, devoid of wrinkles, and he wore white gloves, standing with a dignified air that betrayed no hint of servility. Gulai exchanged a few words with the elder, but as Liu Nian leaned in to listen, two maids suddenly appeared before her. What do you want? Liu Nian defensively crossed her arms. Please follow us. We have prepared a room for you. The maid smiled, though Liu Nian found them rather frightening. Can I stay with him? Liu Nian pointed at Gulai behind the two maids. Though Gulai had nearly taken her life before, he felt safer than these sudden strangers. After all, he had not harmed her since. It is Prince Gulai's command. Please come with us for a hot bath to ward off the chill. and then change into clean clothes. Their words swayed Liu Nian, and upon closer inspection, she noticed that both maids were quite beautiful. Just as she was about to agree, she caught a glimpse of the red pupils of one maid flashing by. Fear surged within her, and she dashed forward, clutching Gu Lai's leg tightly. "I can't go with you. She has red eyes." The maids appeared flustered, repeatedly apologizing. Gu Lai glanced at the healing scar on Liu Nian's neck, his expression strained, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "If you don't become my meal, you'll be uncomfortable." "What?" Liu Nian was momentarily bewildered. Gu Lai's hands caressed her fair neck, his eyes a radiant red, concealing an unfathomable abyss. Before she could resist, Liu Nian had already fulfilled her role as his reserve food supply. Clutching her neck, Liu Nian sat on the bed, looking aggrieved as she internally berated Gu Lai for being so greedy, having drained her twice in such a short span. "Enough. Just sleep." Gu Lai crossed his arms at the door, having returned to his previous state. His eyes were black once more. "Oh!" Realizing that struggling was futile, Liu Nian prepared to sleep. After a long day, she was indeed exhausted. "What are you doing? I told you to sleep, not to gouge out your eyeballs." Gu Lai uncrossed his arms, staring at Liu Nian in confusion. Liu Nian, unable to contain her frustration, shouted, "You're the one gouging out eyeballs. These are contact lenses. This foolish vampire. One day, I shall have my revenge." Chapter 6. I definitely can't do that after taking a bath. Liu Nian lay on the large bed, reflecting on the events of the day. She found it utterly bewildering that she could so readily accept such absurd experiences. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dampening her pillow. In this space devoid of security, she dared not make a sound as she wept silently, biting her lip and curling her body on the bed. When she finally stirred awake, it was already noon the next day. Ignoring the unsettling feeling of waking up in an unfamiliar place, she found the food here to be quite delightful. Steak, red wine, pasta, and cream rolls. Regardless of whether her stomach approved of such a hearty breakfast, she certainly did. Liu Nian indulged in the delicious spread before her, completely oblivious to the increasingly impatient voice beside her. "What are you thinking?" After Greg had asked Liu Nian 3 times without receiving a response, he could no longer contain his frustration and shouted. Startled, Liu Nian nearly choked on her food. "I wasn't thinking about anything. And what about your answer?" "What answer?" "I'm asking where you came from." Greg, having exhausted his patience, tapped the table twice, prompting his servant to clear away the food amidst Liu Nian's incredulous gaze. "What are you doing?" Liu Nian swallowed her last bite reluctantly, staring longingly at the retreating figure of the servant. "I haven't finished yet. Answer my question. Are you from another dimension?" Greg forcefully turned Liu Nian's face towards him, having reached his limit of forbearance. Unable to comprehend Greg's words, Liu Nian merely responded with vague affirmations. Isoposizo. Although she had no idea what he meant by another dimension, she realized that explaining the truth would be a cumbersome task, so she opted to remain silent. "You opened the door to another dimension yourself?" Greg was perplexed by how this woman had arrived, as she clearly lacked the prowess to traverse the snowy plains on her own. "I don't know. I have no idea how I ended up here." Liu Nian spoke honestly, feeling just as bewildered herself. "Do you want to go back?" Greg, no longer concerned with how Liu Nian had arrived, decided to get straight to the point, seeing her as a foolish yet useful tool. "Of course I want to." Liu Nian perked up at the prospect of returning home. Now that was a quick response. Greg leaned back in his chair, maintaining an air of superiority. "Can you help me return?" Liu Nian leaned forward eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Of course, but you must do me a favor first." Greg's expression turned serious, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "As long as it doesn't involve risking my life, I'm in." Liu Nian, in her innocence, failed to grasp the implications of Greg's demeanor. At that moment, she would have been willing to assist him with anything. After a moment of silence, Greg pondered and remarked, "You are quite unattractive. I wonder if you can truly be of help to me." "What does my appearance have to do with anything?" Liu Nian retorted, suddenly realizing something. She quickly recoiled, crossing her arms defensively. "If this involves something inappropriate, then I definitely can't do that." Greg was taken aback by Liu Nian's naive thoughts. "Sell yourself? With your looks deteriorating day by day. Why would I want you to do that? Your eyes are swollen. Your lips are chapped. Have you been engaging in self-harm? I've warned you not to poke your eyes out. Liu Nian felt a strong urge to slap Greg, exasperated by his ignorance. I told you those are contact lenses. You foolish vampire. Just shut up, would you? Suddenly, Greg swayed slightly, his brow furrowing as he called for Stivo. I'm leaving. If you need anything, consult Stivo. Where are you going? Liu Nian stood up from her chair, contemplating whether to follow him, but he vanished too quickly, leaving her alone with Stivo in the vast living room. Fine, I know you're a vampire and can teleport, whatever. Chapter 7. Speaking ill, Liu Nian reclined on a small lounge chair in the flower room, gazing at the flowers in the garden swaying in the breeze, fiddling with the ring adorning her finger. It had been 3 days, and she still hadn't seen a trace of Greg. Only the butler, Stivo, remained by her side. Do you like that ring, miss? Huh? Lost in thought, Liu Nian was suddenly startled by Stivo's question. Oh, this was a birthday gift from my childhood friend. She held the ring up to the sunlight, its surface gleaming white and devoid of any intricate designs. This ring was the only tangible connection to her world, gifted to her 5 days ago, coinciding with her arrival in this realm. Just moments ago, she had been laughing and attending school. Now, she found herself in an unfamiliar land, beset by a conceited and loathsome vampire. The more she pondered, the more her expression twisted with resentment. Observing the shift in Liu Nian's demeanor, Stivo understood that she must have been reminded of the prince. After sipping some juice and glancing at the garden outside, Liu Nian mused that these past 3 days had been rather monotonous. Through Stivo, she had gained a preliminary understanding of this world, known as a tenacious, where blood clans, which clans, beast clans, human clans, and snow clans coexisted. The snow clan was an external race, while the human clan was the lowest tier in this world. This thought further deepened Liu Nian's gloom. She was now at the bottom of the food chain, while that arrogant Greg was a prince of the Blood Clan, not to mention a 285-year-old ancient being. When she inquired about why Greg was imprisoned in the snowy plains, Stivo replied he was unaware, and Liu Nian felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. Taking another sip of juice, Liu Nian reclined comfortably in her chair, thinking of that foolish vampire, undoubtedly guilty of some grave sin. By the way, Liu Nian set her juice down and turned to Stivo. What has Greg been doing all day? He is hardly around. Stivo leaned slightly forward, addressing Liu Nian's query. The prince has remained in the palace and has not ventured outside. Not gone outside? Liu Nian sprang up from her seat, gripping the armrests as she turned to look at Stivo. He has not left, Stivo confirmed calmly. Then why has he left me here? Liu Nian's eyes widened in confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be planning something grand to send me home? Noticing Liu Nian's agitation, Stivo replied, Miss Liu Nian, you must have been startled. The prince simply wished for you to have some rest. That's ridiculous. Him? That fool. Liu Nian sprang up from her lounge chair, about to unleash her frustrations on Stivo, but then recalled that Stivo was his butler while she was merely an outsider. Her raised hands slowly lowered, and she forced a smile. What I mean is, the prince is quite a decent person. I understand, Miss Liu Nian, Stivo said as he refilled her juice and straightened up with a smile. No, you don't understand. Please do not report me. Liu Nian's heart raced, though her exterior remained composed. I'll just use the restroom. Please wait for me here, Mr. Butler. Hastily retreating, Liu Nian thought to herself that she must be cautious in the future, for this butler was undoubtedly in league with that foolish vampire, and she could not speak ill of him in Stivo's presence. Good afternoon, Miss Liu Nian. As she encountered a maid, Liu Nian called out to her, her mind preoccupied with plans to convince the butler to change his allegiance, completely forgetting the route to the restroom. In this castle, Greg was the only one who required attending. The rest were mere servants. Liu Nian could not fathom the purpose of so many rooms. After inquiring about the restroom's location, she confidently proceeded, only to find herself standing before a large red door, lost in contemplation. Where is this? Liu Nian cautiously stepped closer. The vivid red of the door clashed with the castle's pristine white facade, and the heat seeping from its cracks stung her face. It was only then that she realized she had arrived at this door. Liu Nian shook her head and patted her cheeks to keep herself alert. That door must not be opened, as if she were watching a horror film in vain. Turning away, she decided to leave, convinced that nothing of interest lay beyond that door. Chapter 8. Impressive Physique Inside the Red Door. The formidable Jelly nearly opened it to enlighten Liu Nian on what constituted genuine intrigue upon hearing her remark. Before Jelly could recover from this unexpected disadvantage, the door suddenly creaked open slightly. What was this mist? Perplexed, Jelly wondered how she managed to enter. Liu Nian cautiously slipped through the door, enveloped in thick fog that obscured her vision. A sound echoed, a splash, as if she had stepped into water. Narrowing her eyes, she crouched down to inspect closely, only to discover that the water was red. What was this? Curiosity piqued. She contemplated what lay behind the door. A sudden voice startled Liu Nian. Emerging from a mist, Jelly's already imposing figure appeared even more surreal. Seeing Liu Nian fall to the ground in fright, Jelly's lips curled into a wicked smile. Still not leaving? Do you wish to become part of this crimson water? Oh! Liu Nian screamed, hastily retreating. In her panic, she ran without direction until she encountered the maid she had asked for directions earlier, who guided her back to the conservatory. It seems you have encountered the prince, Butler.It remarked, handing Liu Nian a towel to wipe her cold sweat. He had anticipated her dramatic return, mouth agape in shock, indicating she had indeed met Prince Jelly. Gasping, Liu Nian collapsed onto the familiar chaise lounge, nodding and shaking her head in disbelief, wide-eyed as she looked at Siwote. How did you know? Your pallor suggests a significant fright, he replied. Liu Nian patted her chest, admitting, I was indeed startled. Fear not. The prince has no intention of drawing your blood, he reassured her, producing a tissue to suggest she wiped the blood from her nose. It dawned on Liu Nian that she had been so flustered she had bled. Drawing blood? What are you talking about? Liu Nian tossed the towel aside, stating seriously, surely you are not serving him out of necessity? This question took Butler Siwote by surprise, leaving him perplexed as he failed to grasp the rationale behind her inquiry. I do not comprehend what you mean. Liu Nian stammered several times before articulating, who would bathe naked in a pool of blood? At the very least, one should wear undergarments. Her earnest expression genuinely astonished Butler Siwote. He had not expected this young girl to be so earnest over such matters. Doesn't he feel discomfort? Isn't that rather perverse? Seeing that Butler Siwote remained unfazed, Liu Nian continued. He brazenly emerged with that wicked expression. I fled before even hearing what he said. Pointing to herself, she added shyly, I am still an innocent maiden. I do not share that view, Butler Siwote finally interjected. Innocent maiden or not, you must awaken to reality. Surely, he will not hold me accountable. Liu Nian fidgeted, her cheeks flushed, her bashful demeanor nearly breaking Butler Siwote's composure. Years of experience had allowed him to maintain his composure, but this little girl had managed to pierce through. I have someone I admire, she declared, lost in her fantasies. Sensing Liu Nian's distraction, Butler Siwote quickly reassured her. You need not worry. He truly will not. Actually, Jelly is quite handsome, Liu Nian mused, recalling the image she had just seen, raising her hands to illustrate something, and those abs. Her fingers descended slowly, but abruptly halted as her gaze fixed ahead. Swallowing hard, Liu Nian fell silent, picking up the tissue again to dab her nose while glancing at Butler Siwote. Wow, Jelly has quite an impressive physique, she remarked. Sensing trouble brewing, Butler Siwote felt a sense of foreboding, as he could already sense Prince Jelly nearby. Before Liu Nian could finish her thought, Butler Siwote swiftly covered her mouth. You must be tired. Allow me to escort you back to rest. Humph, I see she's quite lively, no need for rest. Jelly remarked, clad in an undergarment and draped in a leather coat, standing at the door of the conservatory. Chapter 9. The scent of bone. Upon seeing Jelly by the door, Liu Nian immediately fell silent, tightly closing her mouth and feigning muteness. Butler Siwote bowed slightly to Jelly, silently exiting as he had foreseen this scenario. Within the conservatory, Jelly and Liu Nian exchanged glances, both wide-eyed yet unyielding. Jelly entered and took a seat beside Liu Nian. What is the matter? Have you nothing to say upon seeing me? We could continue our earlier discussion. Liu Nian promptly knelt before him, eagerly patting his leg. I was praising you, complimenting your handsomeness. Jelly observed Liu Nian's servile demeanor, and gradually his mood lightened, urging her to return to her seat. Your eyes no longer appear swollen. You do not look as unappealing as before. Jelly noted Liu Nian's appearance. She seemed to have improved over the days. Liu Nian stealthily glanced at Jelly, noticing his complexion had markedly improved, no longer pale as when he first returned, nor devoid of color when he questioned her the following day. You too. Your complexion has brightened considerably. Liu Nian chuckled, appearing carefree. Disappointed? Wishing for my demise? Jelly raised an eyebrow, observing Liu Nian's flustered gestures. No, I was merely concerned about you, she admitted, though reluctant to confess her genuine worry. How commendable, Jelly remarked, leaning back in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian felt speechless. Commendable? It was your blood that revived you from your torpor in the snow. If anyone deserves commendation, it is you. Liu Nian waved her hand dismissively at the mist forming around her. Look at this. I'm so furious I could steam. Realizing something was amiss, Liu Nian glanced around. Why has it suddenly become foggy? She instinctively looked at Jelly, who seemed to have opened his eyes, gazing back at her. Furrowing her brow, she pondered the peculiar atmosphere. I understand my charm is significant, but I cannot accept an interspecies romance. It is the scent of bone, Jelly replied, caressing the stone pendant that hung from his neck. Addressing Liu Nian's inquiry. Liu Nian finally noticed the circular stone hanging from Jelly's chest, emanating warmth. Is it not heavy? She asked, pointing at the sizable stone, which was nearly the size of her fist. Liu Nian, I possess no heart, Jelly stated, his expression melancholic, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, the surrounding fog concealed his transformation from Liu Nian's view. A sudden heart-to-heart? Liu Nian was at a loss for words. The blood kin do not possess hearts and do not perish. They merely grow weaker until they fall into slumber. Jelly's voice had lost its previous raspiness, resonating with a low, alluring timbre that struck Liu Nian's eardrums. So we were discussing health concerns. Liu Nian sighed in relief. But I am different, Jelly continued, locking eyes with Liu Nian. I am a hybrid. My mother is a beast-kin, a flame eagle. Liu Nian, unaware of his unique lineage as a hybrid oviparous creature, wondered if she should sing him a song about being different. I have no heart, and I will die. Jelly remained engrossed in his narrative, oblivious to Liu Nian's inner turmoil. Liu Nian bit her lip, uncertain how to respond to such a grave topic. Wait a moment, she thought. Jelly had been nourishing her well, and he previously mentioned an important task he wished to entrust to her. Did he intend to extract her heart for his own sustenance? Noticing Liu Nian's bewildered expression, Jelly continued, Thus, I must sustain myself with my mother's bone scent. The strength of the flame eagle from the beast-kin ensures I do not perish too swiftly. Liu Nian ceased her wild imaginings, trembling as she inquired, Your mother? Indeed. Jelly sighed. This stone was crafted from my mother's ashes. Liu Nian stood there, utterly speechless, grappling with the sheer madness of it all. Are you afraid? Good's expression in the mist was obscure, concealing his true thoughts. Liu Nian, was at a loss for words, feeling a profound disparity between the notions of this world and her own. Chapter 10. Heart to Heart. Within the flower room, the scent of bones lingered, and Liu Nian found herself nearly suffocated by it. My mother chose to incinerate herself for my survival. Outside the flower room, the blossoms of the Zijing flower bloomed, and a sudden chill in the air evoked memories of the solitude of the snowfields. After a moment of silence, Gulair remarked that we had gained yet another reason to fight. We? I questioned. Yes, we, he replied, rising from his seat, evidently signaling the end of this topic. Tomorrow, I shall train you to become like the denizens of a Telecide Dalu. The abrupt conclusion of the discussion left Liu Nian feeling increasingly anxious. She sensed a profound sadness in Ed's gaze, as if he harbored an untouchable sorrow and a deep-seated animosity. Oh, I understand now. Rather than bombarding it with a myriad of questions, as was her wont, Liu Nian chose to remain silent and allow him to depart. If you are too foolish, I might just devour you, they jested, aware of Liu Nian's cautious demeanor. You have plenty of food here. Why single me out? Liu Nian's expression brightened at his words, raising her voice in response. Pouting, she felt quite aggrieved, recalling an instance when she had stumbled upon the quarters of S blood slaves. with a treatment appeared far superior to her own. Targeting you? With such wretched blood as yours, my restraint in not retching is quite commendable, Liu retorted, rolling his eyes and mimicking a gagging motion. Liu Nian huffed in annoyance. Well, I'm truly grateful for that. Rising from her chair with crossed arms, she adopted a defiant posture. You're welcome, and do not even think about betraying me, or I shall consume you, he warned, gesturing dramatically as if to slice her throat. Liu Nian stomped her foot in frustration. That little temper of mine, but I cannot best you, so I shall endure. Just as Liu intended to leave, he turned back, recalling something. Do not rub your eyes again. Liu Nian, already irritated, became even more incensed at his words. I have told you, they are contact lenses. Inexperienced, short-sighted fool of a vampire. Is this jest never-ending? Regardless of what it is, I do not wish for you to be blind, Liu replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he exited the garden. Behind him, Liu Nian flailed her arms restlessly. I truly apologize. Seeing you daily makes me want to blind myself. Watching Li's retreating figure, Liu Nian felt a tumult of anger and sorrow. He had suddenly revealed his wound to her, then brandished his fangs, leaving her to wonder what his intentions truly were. That morning, Liu Nian was roused by Liu for posture training. I am genuinely curious, she declared, standing upright under the glaring sun for an hour. Curious about what? Liu paced beside her, wielding a ruler like a stern instructor. Aren't you vampires supposed to avoid daylight? Liu Nian exclaimed, I wish to know how you stand beside me under this blazing sun while wielding that ruler. Shouldn't you be cowering indoors? I am a third-generation blood prince, with the blood of my forebears coursing through my veins. Thus, I fear not the sunlight, Liu explained patiently. In truth, he found the posture training unnecessary. He had yet to recover fully and preferred to seek amusement rather than languish in a blood pool, yearning for sleep. Such poetic musings. Yet it merely echoes the sentiments of a grandson, Liu Nian muttered under her breath, her expression betraying her reluctance. As a grandson, my hearing is exceptionally keen, Liu replied, his face stoic as he lightly tapped her ear with the ruler in reprisal. Liu Nian bit her lip, striving to steady her breath, realizing that this bizarre selection process felt akin to a prelude to a royal audience, even within the vampire realm. Chapter 11. Quarreling. After practicing her posture, Liu Nian began to grasp her identity in this world. What is your name? Liu Nian. Place of birth? The bakery on Guangming Street in Luolin. I am the baker's daughter. Seated on small chairs, and Liu Nian resembled a police officer interrogating a suspect. How did you come to meet me? I was on vacation with my parents, then fell into a witch's trap in the Snow Tribe, fortuitously encountering Mr. De, who rescued me. Liu Nian answered with pride, nearly proclaiming, Ah, sir, I am indeed a law-abiding citizen. And how shall you repay me? The sudden query nearly short-circuited Liu Nian's brain. That was not in the script. She exclaimed, glaring at Liu for his trickery. Can you not improvise? Liu, ruler in hand, silently threatened her. By becoming a reserve food. Liu Nian forced a smile, rolling her eyes. Is that acceptable? Very well, he replied, seemingly unfazed and in good spirits. I did not expect you to appear foolish, yet possess a commendable memory. Foolish? Where's my 40-meter cleaver? Liu Nian retorted, rolling up her sleeves. As dinner approached, Liu Nian sat at the table, devouring her food. Liu chuckled, you eat so quickly. Are you hoping to fatten yourself up for my dinner? Liu Nian nearly choked at his words. He had a penchant for intimidating others while they were eating. Wiping her mouth, she straightened her posture, knowing she must bow to the circumstances. Liu Nian exaggeratedly used her knife and fork, smiling at Liu across the table as she chewed dramatically, her entire demeanor imploring, Is this satisfactory? Liu smirked, competing with me? He set his book aside and crossed his arms, watching her intently. If you cannot finish your meal properly, I shall place you among my blood slaves, where you will drink a cup daily. Look at that wretched little face. Does this truly embody the dignity of a noble vampire? Liu Nian bit into her steak in frustration, suddenly realizing that Liu had never shared a meal with her. She glanced at him, tears welling in her eyes, wondering if he truly intended to fatten her for blood. Despite her thoughts, she could not resist the delectable steak and forked another piece. Unbeknownst to Liu Nian, Gulate merely regarded her with disdain as she ate to the point of tears. He must have lost his mind to consider her the perfect candidate for his scheme. Shaking his head in disapproval, he remarked, "Tomorrow, we shall visit the Guangwang Palace. It is time for you to serve your purpose." Tomorrow? Liu Nian swallowed a mouthful of fruit wine, utterly satisfied. "Could you not finish your food before speaking?" Gulate nearly rose to punch her, exasperated at having taught her table manners for so many days. "You were the one who spoke to me first," Liu Nian protested, indignant that so many rules governed their meal, especially when he was a vampire who did not need to eat. "I did not demand an immediate response." My apologies then," Liu Nian retorted, stuffing her mouth with meat as she spoke. "Maybe you ought to keep your mouth shut." They glared at one another, neither willing to yield. "I am utterly exasperated with this man," Liu Nian fumed. Nearby, Sitae could sense their thoughts and sighed, realizing they occasionally shared a certain camaraderie. Chapter 12. Arrival at Guangwang Palace. Today marked their journey to AI Likes. Liu Nian felt nauseous in the carriage. "Yes, you read correctly. This is indeed a carriage. When shall we arrive?" "This carriage is swaying so much that I can scarcely remember who you are." Liu Nian clutched the window ledge tightly. "Without this support, I fear I might be thrown out." "We are almost there," replied Jelly, seated comfortably beside Liu Nian, who appeared pale, nauseous, and dizzy, while Jelly remained as steady as a mountain. Alikizi is a collective term, akin to a province. The Guangwang Dian, where Liu Nian and the others are headed, is located at the innermost part of Alikizi, comparable to a city. They had already been traveling for a day, and Liu Nian, pleading, learned that there was still a day left. The journey was arduous, with the carriage jolting incessantly, causing headaches. "Aren't you a member of the Blood Clan? Shouldn't you be able to teleport? Can we teleport there?" Liu Nian inquired. "I cannot teleport. We merely travel quickly." Just as Liu Nian was about to say more, Jelly, irritated, struck him unconscious with a swift blow. Jelly closed his eyes, savoring the surrounding sounds. The world fell silent. When Liu Nian awoke again, it was already midday the following day. Jelly mocked Liu Nian for sleeping so long, likening him to a pig. Liu Nian retorted, insisting it was Jelly's excessive force that caused his state. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Nian had grown weary of the world. "What are you doing?" Jelly, having rested with his eyes closed, noticed an unusual quietness and opened his eyes to find Liu Nian staring blankly, no longer clutching the window ledge. Liu Nian clasped his hands before his chest, closed his eyes, and murmured a Michuofo. Seeing Liu Nian on the brink of madness, Jelly glanced outside. They were almost there, already in the town. Liu Nian suddenly opened his eyes, nearly leaning out of the window. At last they were arriving. Looking out, he noticed the resemblance to Luolin, a classic European style, bustling with various people. After roughly 20 more minutes, they finally reached the Guangwang Dian of Alikizi. Upon disembarking, Liu Nian marveled at its grandeur. Far surpassing Jelly's princely palace, the entire castle shimmering with gold. The main hall of the Guangwang Dian had 6 grand pillars, each adorned with different totems. And beneath each pillar was a chair. The chair, resembling the totem of light, was slightly elevated, presumably signifying the position of the current Blood King in Guangwang. As Jelly led Liu Nian towards the central pillar, a man dressed similarly to Sitae will emerge from a side door. "Prince Jelly, your welcome party will commence at 7 this evening. You have arrived quite early. The Guangwang and other princes are yet to arrive." The man's demeanor differed from Sitae was, exuding an air of authority while being courteous and elder-like towards Jelly. "Long time no see, Kia," Jelly remarked, appearing pleased. Liu Nian noticed Jelly's smile emerging, yet he stifled it. "It is an honor to see you again, Prince Jelly," Kia replied, standing straight with his hands clasped before him. "See me again? You didn't think you would never see me again, did you?" Jelly retorted, not even glancing at him, his words laced with sharpness, as if reproaching the man before him. "Of course not, Prince Jelly. I have always awaited your return." Jelly, still astonished by the palace's opulence, pulled Liu Nian, who was rendered speechless, closer to him. "I shall wait in the inner hall. Will you stop me?" "Of course not, Prince Jelly. Please follow me." Kia's gaze fell upon Liu Nian, offering a polite nod. Chapter 13. We seem to have met before. The inner hall of the Guangwangdian was considerably smaller than the outer area. 6 chairs were arranged in the center, adorned with similar totems, yet they appeared more inviting, akin to sofas at home. Jelly seated Liu Nian on the sofa closest to the totem of light, while Kia stepped out to inform the Guangwang and other princes of their arrival, leaving only Jelly and Liu Nian in the inner hall. Wow, how many square meters is this? Wealthy people are indeed extravagant, Liu Nian exclaimed, reveling in the golden splendor of the palace now that it was just Jelly and herself. Do refrain from displaying such naivete. Jelly leaned back on the sofa, grinning mischievously at Liu Nian. You know why we are here, right? Ido, Liu Nian replied, pouting as she sat beside Jelly. After settling down, she glanced at Jelly, shifting uneasily. What are you all right? Why do you ask? Jelly reclined against the sofa, eyes closed, hands resting on the back, legs crossed, exuding an air of superiority as he lazily responded to Liu Nian's inquiry. Your complexion is quite poor. Since disembarking, Liu Nian had noticed Jelly's pale face and the effort he put into concealing his heavy breaths. Jelly opened his eyes to glance at Liu Nian before shutting them again, adopting a more comfortable posture. It's none of your concern. Just focus on your own matters. All right, I understand, Liu Nian acknowledged as Jelly closed his eyes. She raised her arm, mimicking a strike towards Jelly, growing increasingly animated with her gestures. Jelly was aware of Liu Nian's playful antics, but allowed her to continue. If you fail, I will end you. Hearing this, Liu Nian became even more spirited, mouthing words silently. Do you have a persecution complex? Always threatening to kill me. You gluttonous vampire. At that moment, a maid entered with a platter of fruit desserts. As Liu Nian, exhausted from her antics, indulged in the delectable fruits, a gentleman with a warm smile and refined demeanor entered. Jelly, long time no see. The man exuded gentlemanly charm, his voice clear and melodious, unlike Jelly's deep tone. Indeed, long time no see, Jelly acknowledged without opening his eyes, gesturing slightly. The newcomer, undeterred by Jelly's demeanor, seated himself beside them. Aren't you going to introduce this lady beside you? He inquired. Don't you want to ask how I've been? Jelly huffed, sulking like a petulant young master. Liu Nian, caught between the two, cautiously chewed her orange, leaning forward in an effort to evade the man's gaze. What's your name? Noticing Jelly's disinterest, the man straightforwardly posed the question. Liu Nian remained silent, savoring her fruit, entirely oblivious to the inquiry directed at her. The lady who is so fond of the fruit. Please answer my question. His tone shifted slightly, now carrying a hint of authority. Liu Nian turned, her face adorned with a cheerful smile, and mumbled indistinctly me. Upon recognizing Liu Nian's face, the man appeared momentarily taken aback. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from her, yet he struggled to recall from where. To his astonishment, it was she. What are you doing here? Liu Nian, captivated by the man's beauty, was surprised by his question. Have we met before? She inquired, shifting slightly, her heart fluttering at the sight of such a handsome man. His long eyelashes resembled delicate brushes, and his lively eyes seemed to draw Liu Nian in. Oh, those green pupils. They don't remember? Liu Nian snapped back to reality, not due to Jelly pinching her, but rather from her own bewilderment. We should not have met before, she replied, having meticulously searched her memory for any instance of such a striking man, aside from her own idol. The man gazed at Liu Nian intently for several seconds, just as she was about to finish the strawberries on her plate. He nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps I have mistaken you for someone else, replacing his expression with a warm smile. He continued, I am Lai Winda, Jelly's cousin. What is your name? Chapter 14. Jelly's cousin Liu Nian curiously glanced back, finding Jelly still in the same position, utterly motionless. I am Liu Nian. She introduced herself politely, extending her hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yes, I am aware, came the reply. Lai Winda had sent over some strawberries for Liu Nian, to which she quickly expressed her gratitude. Liu Nian felt a bit perplexed. Aware of what? Aware that my name is Liu Nian, or that I am pleased to meet you. Lai Winda straightened his posture and sipped from the red tea on the table, observing, my brother has indeed found an intriguing human. Jelly smiled faintly, crediting it to his older brother's influence. Today, Lai Winda's absence raised doubts about whether it was a wise decision. As Lai Winda continued to savor his tea, he seemed to anticipate the unfolding events with keen interest. Liu Nian bent down to grab another strawberry, immersing herself in the delightful fruit, indifferent to the conversation between the two vampires. What is wrong with him? Jelly hesitated before finally asking. As you know, he has ventured into the secret realm forest again. Lai Winda pronounced the words with emphasis, casting a glance at Liu Nian's reaction. However, Liu Nian appeared completely oblivious, as if she had never heard of it, showing no sign of concern. Why does he keep going there? The lady is no longer present, and he cannot find the divine tree. Jelly furrowed his brow, finally sitting upright, abandoning his previous relaxed posture. Who knows? Perhaps he is searching for someone familiar. Lai Winda's words were laden with meaning, which Jelly discerned but chose not to probe further. Meanwhile, Liu Nian savored the strawberries as if she had never tasted them before. They were large and delectable, utterly addictive. Suddenly, a flash caught her eye, revealing a sharply defined face before her. What a lovely little sister. Hello, I am Ji Dan, Jelly's cousin. The newcomer had high cheekbones and a gentle smile, with a voice that resonated clearly. Liu Nian was startled, her head buzzing as she took a moment to respond to Ji Dan's inquiry. I am Liu Nian, a friend of Jelly. Liu Nian tilted her head back, waving her left hand in an attempt to grasp Jelly's clothing. Ji Dan tilted her head, glancing past Liu Nian to the Nauri-covered Jelly, who was observing them with crossed arms. Wow, brother, you are back. Ji Dan did not step back. Instead, she leaned in closer, asking, Did you find the dark ring? No, I did not, Jelly replied nonchalantly, ignoring Liu Nian, who was inching backward. Liu Nian internally screamed for Ji Dan to distance herself, fearing she could not withstand the pressure any longer. She gripped the edge of the sofa, supporting herself to prevent toppling over. Why did you return so suddenly? Ji Dan turned back to survey Liu Nian, whose face was flushed from strain, unable to suppress her mischievous nature. Because of her, Jelly pointed directly at Liu Nian. The sudden attention made Liu Nian lean forward, perplexed by Jelly's words. She exchanged glances with Ji Dan, whose gaze made her heart race. Her? Ji Dan elongated her tone, finally standing upright. That would require her to perish first. A crackling sound echoed as purple lightning coiled around Liu Nian. Unable to withstand it, she collapsed against the back of the sofa, the purple glow surrounding her. As she raised her hand, she even noticed the lightning dancing upon her. Ah! Liu Nian shrieked, lunging towards Jelly as the sound of crackling lightning resonated around her. Jelly instinctively opened his arms to catch Liu Nian as she fell into his embrace. It's all right, he reassured her, patting her trembling back repeatedly. It's all right? What do you mean by that? No one warned me that my life would be at stake here. Liu Nian buried her head in Jelly's chest, her hands flailing as she attempted to shake off the remnants of the lightning. Ji Dan's bright laughter cut through the crackling noise, making Liu Nian feel as though it were the laughter of a devil. Gradually calmed by Jelly's soothing presence, Liu Nian began to realize. Why does it seem like it doesn't hurt anymore? Cautiously, she glanced around, noticing that the purple lightning had vanished. Ji Dan was now seated on the farthest sofa, subdued by flames, occupying a position marked with a lightning totem. Chapter 15. Immunity, enough, Jelly. He knows how to restrain himself. Lai Winda glared at the still defiant Ji Dan, his eyes lacking their previous warmth. Ji Dan recognized that her two brothers were protecting Liu Nian, and if she continued to act out, she would be the one at a disadvantage, so she begrudgingly fell silent. Had I known she was immune, I would have simply silenced her, Jelly remarked as he extinguished the flames and pulled Liu Nian, who was still draped over him, upright. You need not fear such things. Need not fear? I just got struck by lightning, Liu Nian exclaimed, anxiously inspecting her body, worried she might have singed some part of herself. It seems she is still unaware, Ji Dan observed, reclining as if enjoying the spectacle. Liu Nian turned to Lai Winda, who still wore that ever-present smile, looking utterly bewildered. Should I know something? She asked, her expression resembling that of a bewildered squirrel. There exist humans who possess complete immunity to the three major races' abilities, and you are one of them. At Lai Winda's revelation, Liu Nian remained in a state of confusion, glancing between Jelly and Liu Nian. I am, indeed. Therefore, Jelly's flames, my telekinesis, and Jidan's lightning have no effect on you. I am that impressive? Liu Nian clearly only registered the fact that none of those abilities affected her. Instantly, she stood tall, glaring at Jelly. Why didn't you tell me? She crossed her arms, attempting to adopt a commanding demeanor. Did I not mention it? You seemed unfazed by the cold in the snowfield, Jelly replied, avoiding eye contact. But you also felt warm, didn't you? Liu Nian countered. Within a 3-meter radius of you, of course, he would feel warm, Jidan interjected, huffing. Liu Nian's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. She turned to Liu Nian, indignantly stating, I wondered why you didn't just eliminate me back then. I thought you feared I would flee, but it turns out you couldn't leave me. Liu Nian gleefully swayed in front of Jelly, relishing her newfound power. I saved your life, so you should treat me better. She playfully nudged Jelly's leg. Why are you sitting there with your arms crossed? Jelly retorted, maintaining his nonchalant posture. What are you flailing about for? I could easily dispose of you without using any abilities. Have you forgotten what it feels like to be food? Liu Nian's demeanor shifted instantly, her previous bravado evaporating. She instinctively touched her neck, deflated like a punctured balloon as she sank back down. How could she have forgotten that this foolish vampire had both hands and feet and was not disabled? Suddenly, Liu Nian recalled what Jidan had mentioned about a ring. What is this ring? Why would it provoke an attack on me? You need not concern yourself with that. Jelly leaned toward the door, and Liu Nian, understanding someone was arriving, turned to look as well. A man and woman entered, the lady elegantly linking her arm with the gentleman's. The woman's radiant smile captivated Liu Nian, awakening her infatuated nature. What an extraordinary beauty! Who are they? Liu Nian whispered to Jelly, her eyes fixated on the lady. A friend of my brother and my sister-in-law, Jelly replied. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Liu Nian's eyes widened even further. Jelly gently pushed her chin up, advising, Close your mouth. Liu Nian gazed dreamily at the woman, swallowing hard. Trust me, this is not your fault. Eventually, Liu Nian tore her gaze away from the enchanting lady, her eyes narrowing into slits, thinking, with a sister-in-law like that, I too would like to tease her. When the pair settled into the most prominent position adorned with the radiant totem, Liu Nian continued to smirk at Jelly, giving him a thumbs up. Totally worth it. You look utterly repulsive. Jelly took the half-eaten strawberry from Liu Nian's hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Now, eat your strawberries. Liu Nian savored the strawberry, her gaze drifting towards the legendary elder brother's friend standing nearby. She nudged Guli with her elbow, remarking on the trend of dyeing hair, noting that his silver locks were quite appealing. His name was AIC, a member of the Shui tribe, and he looked the part. The lady elegantly occupied the position that befitted the current Blood King and Light King. With her hands gracefully folded on her lap, her golden gown accentuated her noble status. Guli has returned. Bohung misses you dearly, she said. Chapter 16. My male god elder brother misses me. What about sister-in-law? Does she miss me too? Guli raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk. Liu Nian, however, felt a pang of disdain upon witnessing Guli's indulgent demeanor towards elder brother's woman. TSK. The world has truly declined. The woman smiled gently, and Liu Nian felt as if she were basking in a spring breeze, exclaiming, Wow, she is so beautiful. Unbeknownst to her, the words slipped out. This caught the woman's attention, who then noticed Liu Nian beside Guli. Guli has brought a female companion, she observed. I am Liu Nian. Liu Nian introduced herself eagerly before Guli could speak, proudly identifying herself as Guli's friend. She straightened her posture, wishing to present herself more appropriately before the goddess. No stuttering this time. Guli shook his head, unable to suppress a teasing remark about Liu Nian's sycophantic demeanor. Familiarity breeds comfort, yet Liu Nian was oblivious to Guli's teasing, focusing solely on the prospect of conversing with the enchanting sister. Just as she engaged in playful banter with Guli, a familiar voice pierced through the air, causing Liu Nian to turn abruptly. The moment she laid eyes on the newcomer, she was momentarily stunned. It was a face that remained clear in her nearsighted world, with gentle contours that differed from the ruggedness of other men, its smooth lines captivating her gaze. Though not exquisitely crafted, The features drew attention, and the thin lips were shaped as Liu Nian had dreamt of countless times. She stared intently at the newcomer, her admiration transcending mere infatuation, as she forgot to breathe. "Luoya, why did you arrive first?" The cold yet alluring voice momentarily stilled Liu Nian's breath. This figure emanated an air of aloofness, with long fingers and a slender waist, strikingly resembling her male idol. The woman named Luoya stood and approached the light king Bo-hong. "It has been a while since I last saw my brothers. I came early." Luoya linked her arm with Bo-hang's, smiling like a love-struck maiden, both bashful and affectionate. Liu Nian found the scene overwhelmingly blinding and, in her panic, quietly shrank into the sofa. The light king settled into his seat, and Luoya took a small chair beside him. Once seated, she eagerly introduced Liu Nian, whom she had just met, to Bo-hong. Liu Nian, feeling dejected, kept her head down. Luoya, surprised, inquired what's wrong. "Is Miss Liu Nian afraid of Bo-hong?" Liu Nian regained her composure, offering an awkward smile, explaining that she was merely captivated by the handsome figures around her. Suddenly, Gully handed Liu Nian another strawberry, chiding, "Your eyes are ill. Stop staring." Liu Nian perked up, playfully bantering back, her eyes occasionally darting toward the light king Bo-hong, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her beloved. The entire inner hall was devoid of occupants, save for the time totems on the chairs across from them. "Where's Lai Wenda?" Bo-hong rested his elbow on the arm of the chair, his fingers pressed against his forehead as he scanned the room, his calm demeanor not revealing Lai Wenda's absence. "Lai Wenda has gone to the secret forest," Lai Wenda replied with a smile. Bo-hong nodded, turning his attention to Guli. "Have you found the ring?" As Bo-hang's gaze fell upon Liu Nian, she instinctively lowered her head, feeling insecure. Guli noticed Liu Nian's unease and quietly observed the dynamic between them, stating, "Don't pretend. Whether I can find it or not is something they don't know." "Nor do you." The hall fell silent, with even the sound of breathing seemingly absent, yet the tension was palpable. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Luoya attempted to lighten it, but was interrupted by Bo-hang's cold remark, "That is your own doing." His voice turned sharp as he straightened, glaring at Guli. "You are heartless." In contrast to Bo-hang's sternness, Guli maintained a relaxed demeanor, responding with sarcastic retorts, escalating the tension further. Liu Nian, feeling the mounting pressure, found it difficult to swallow the strawberry she had stealthily popped into her mouth. Chapter 17. Stay we, the Blood Tribe, are truly fortunate, immune to humans' preciousness. We have two among us. In this tense atmosphere, Ji Dan, unafraid, shattered the silence with his penetrating voice. Upon hearing this, Luoya's smile faltered momentarily before returning, even brighter than before. "Are you also an immune human?" she asked, her excitement palpable as she bounded down to Liu Nian, taking her hand. "I didn't expect you to be like me." Guli and Lai Wenda exchanged glances, while Ji Dan made a peace sign, undeterred by the brothers' fierce glares. "You see, I am surrounded by men. Few of the maids can converse with me, and I am utterly lonely here, with a beautiful woman engaging her in conversation." Liu Nian felt compelled to respond, despite her discomfort. "Haha, really? I just arrived and am still getting used to it. Where do you come from?" Luoya's eyes sparkled with curiosity, yet Liu Nian sensed an underlying emotion in her gaze. Recalling the words she had agreed upon with Guli, Liu Nian responded, "I am the daughter of a small bakery in Luolin. While visiting the Shui tribe, my parents went missing, and I fell into the snowfield due to a magic array, fortuitously encountering Mr. Guli, who brought me back." "Oh my goodness," Luoya exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "You must have been terrified." Faced with Luoya's exaggerated reaction, Liu Nian felt increasingly flustered. "Of course, I was especially scared." Luoya nodded toward Guli. "Don't be deceived by Guli's peculiar appearance. He is actually a pure-hearted and kind person." "Is that so?" Liu Nian replied, while internally scoffing at the notion of such a foolish vampire being pure-hearted and kind, as if no evil existed in the world. Luoya grasped Liu Nian's hand, chattering away, blissfully oblivious to the 5 imposing men present. As their conversation grew animated, Luoya clasped her hands in a pleading gesture. "Bo-hong, could you let Guli stay for a while? I truly adore this girl." Luoya gazed at Bo Hong with anticipation. He first glanced at her, then at Liu Nian. Liu Nian, with her head bowed, avoided his gaze. Bo Hong opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately relented. Since Luoya likes this girl so much, let Gully stay here for a bit. Once Lai Wonder returns from the secret forest, we can gather again before you all head back. As Liu Nian felt Bo Hong's eyes upon her, she instinctively lowered her head, the indifferent gaze sending a chill through her, reminiscent of the man she remembered. Gully feigned contemplation, aware that their relationship was not one of brotherly affection. That would trouble elder brother. The brothers then resumed their conversation in the inner hall, while Liu Nian accompanied Luoya on a tour. Enthusiastically, Luoya introduced Liu Nian to the various rooms within the Light King's palace, showing her the aviary, study, and dining room. Look at this canary. It is my favorite bird. I have no other hobbies. I simply adore birds. Luoya excitedly shared, oblivious to whether Liu Nian was truly listening. This is where Bo Hong usually spends time. Luoya had yet to introduce herself when Liu Nian was struck speechless. The expansive study occupied an entire floor, taking up the third level of the Guangwangdian. After meandering around the study a couple of times, led Liu Nian to the dining hall. This is where I dine, she said, guiding Liu Nian on a brief tour of the space. The dining hall featured a solitary table, surrounded by opulent decor, with a chandelier crafted in the likeness of a woman draped in pearls. Liu Nian was astonished by such a design. As they discussed the dining area, enthusiasm grew, sharing tales of how Bo Hong indulged her, how a lord in the Guangwangdian ensured she had such a grand dining hall. Liu Nian, uninterested in this display of affection, while preoccupied with the matters entrusted to her by Golai, encouraged her to show her more of the palace. Chapter 18. The study with thoughts of her planned endeavors with Golai, Liu Nian could hardly conceal her anxiousness. Upon arriving at Guangwangdian, she needed to locate a black room that concealed what she sought. Golai's words echoed in her mind, yet as she followed Gao around, she saw no sign of such a room, for everything dazzled with golden brilliance. Liu Nian and Ouyar wandered into the backyard, where she was surprised to find expansive patches of Zijinghua. Gently caressing the blossoming flowers, Liu Nian mused aloud. Do vampires truly favor Zijinghua? What are you saying? Luoya leaned in, almost brushing her face against Liu Nian's. Taken aback, Liu Nian awkwardly replied, I was just wondering if these are Zijinghua. With a smile, Luoya plucked a flower and offered it to Liu Nian. Yes, this is a cherished flower of Bo Hong. He often comes here to sit. Liu Nian nodded, but refrained from accepting the flower, her thoughts drifting to the Gula in Golai's garden. Noticing Liu Nian's distraction, Luoya tugged her arm, urging her to return indoors. It's chilly outside. Let's go back, she said, skipping along like an excited child. Liu Nian gazed at the flawless face before her, feeling none of the initial awe, only a pang of bitterness. It was evident that in another realm, he was still paired with a radiant beauty, and the thought of them holding hands stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Upon returning to the inner hall, they found only Luna remaining, who appeared ready to leave. Where has everyone gone? Luoya inquired. Why is it so empty? Lawana paused, responding. Bo Hong went to attend to clan matters, and AC accompanied him. Jidan has already run off to play. As for Golai, a glance at Liu Nian followed. He said the Lean had matters to attend to and left early. Liu Nian widened her eyes in feigned surprise. What about me? It seemed that, as per the original plan, she had indeed been abandoned here. That foolish vampire truly had no hesitation in leaving her behind. Then Liu Nian, you shall stay here. Wait for Golai to finish with Lin before he comes to fetch you, Liao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she lifted her skirt to exit. He has just returned and must be swamped with tasks. It may take him a while to come for you. I shall arrange for you to have a most comfortable room. Liu Nian, would you like to explore with Luanda? Faced with the exuberant, Liu Nian felt it inappropriate to decline, smiling and agreeing before watching Mao vanish from her sight. Miss Liu Nian, is there anywhere you wish to go? Asked the gentlemanly Luanda. Liu Nian shook her head, having already explored much with Liao, feeling there was little left. However, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Luanda knew the location of the black room. This Guangwangdian is so resplendent. Is there no area of a different hue? Luanda considered for a moment. Of course there is. A flicker of joy ignited within Liu Nian. He truly knew. This was it. Liu guided Liu Nian to the study, which indeed differed from the rest of Guangwangdian. The black bookshelves loomed somberly, and the black desks and chairs stood in stark contrast to the golden surroundings. Liu Nian stood beside the large bookshelf, tracing its smooth surface and nodding vigorously. Indeed, this place did not dazzle. Miss Liu Nian, feel free to explore the study. I have some books I wish to peruse, indicated toward the inner depths of the room, signaling his intent to depart. Liu Nian thought that perhaps while Lavenda was away, she could seek out her objective and consented to his suggestion to wander. The study was vast, divided into over 40 sections. Liu Nian intended to venture further inside, but unexpectedly found herself unable to exit. Searching through the bookshelves, she wondered why such a magnificent study had to resemble a maze. Suddenly, she spotted the history section, and curiosity compelled her to linger there, eager to discover the tales of this continent. Chapter 19. An awkward dinner. Liu Nian began perusing a tome detailing the history of the Blood Clan. She settled down, engrossed in a moderately thick book. It detailed the year 200 of the original century, chronicling the romance between the Blood King and the Goddess of Dawn. Liu Nian bit her fingers, captivated, murmuring to herself, "Goodness, their ancestor actually married a goddess. How impressive." She then read about the year 275, noting the Blood King had taken another woman of the same clan. Liu Nian scoffed indignantly. What? He has a second wife? Not wishing to dwell on the misdeeds of this scoundrel, she flipped through several pages. The words divine tree caught her eye. Typically, such a tree would possess immense power, perhaps even enabling her return home. It turned out that the divine tree was the incarnation of the earth goddess who created this continent. The more she read, the more enthralled she became, imagining herself kneeling before the divine tree, praying to return to her original world. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and the familiar, infuriating face of her childhood friend appeared before her. Liu Nian? Luoya's voice pulled Liu Nian back from her daydream. With a radiant smile, she raised her hands in prayer above her head. Seeing Liu Nian in such a state, Luoya couldn't help but chuckle. What have you seen? Embarrassed, Liu Nian lowered her hands and showed Luoya the book, explaining, "I was just bored and sat down to read." Luoya took the book from Liu Nian's hands and glanced at the cover. "I called you 3 times, and you didn't respond. So, you were absorbed in this dull history book." Liu Nian stood, brushing off her pants. "Well, out of boredom, did you come to fetch me because the room is ready?" It was then that Yar remembered her purpose for seeking Liu Nian. She had come to invite her to dinner. "Of course, it's time for dinner now. I used to dine alone in the restaurant, but now that you are here, I am truly delighted." Luoya linked her arm with Liu Nian's, cheerfully leading her back to the dining hall they had previously visited. At that moment, Liu Nian found herself awkwardly seated at the right side of the dining table, recalling that it was only supposed to be her. Clenching the napkin in her hands, she murmured anxiously. The room was occupied not only by and Liu Nian, but also by Bo Hong, Lawanda, and AC. Jidan had been playing all day and had long since vanished, while Lawanda remained to await his brother. Since arriving here, Liu Nian had consistently dined alone with Go Lai's steward, Si Taewa, who had never once been willing to join her at the table. Now, dining among so many, especially with someone resembling the person she harbored feelings for, left Liu Nian feeling flustered. For some reason, Li's expression also seemed off. Liu Nian shot her a glance, silently conveying her discomfort. Realizing Liu Nian's unease, Lia picked up her knife and fork, playfully chiding Bo Hong. "I understand your desire to accompany me for a meal. Yet with Liu Nian's arrival, your presence feels somewhat out of place." Liu Nian pursed her lips in silence, acutely aware of the gazes directed towards her. "It seems we have been remiss in our considerations, as she is a guest brought by Go Lai, and we wish to ensure her comfort." Lai Window was the first to rise, bowing slightly. "Bo Hong, with the princess present, I need not worry. Shall we step outside?" Bo Hong remained focused on the food before him, stating, "We shall not eat. C must have his meal." He then stood and gently pressed C back down as he attempted to rise. "You may dine with them." The dining table transitioned from 5 to 3. Yet C seemed unperturbed, consuming his meal in solitude without uttering a word. Following Bo Heng's departure, Luo appeared quite despondent, prompting Liu Nian to muster the courage to finish her meal. Chapter 20. Dream Liu Nian and Bo Heng meandered through the garden, admiring the blossoms. Noticing Bo Heng's distracted demeanor since Liu Nian's stay, Liu Nian assumed he was concerned for her safety and offered reassurance. "You need not fret. She is a guest brought by Go Lai, and Luo would not dare to act against her." Bo Heng shook his head. "I'm not worried about that." "Then what troubles you?" Bo Heng gazed at a fallen bauhinia flower at his feet, remaining silent despite Liu Nian's inquiries. After a rather indigestible meal, Luo escorted Liu Nian to her room, situated on the second floor and conveniently close to Luo and Bo Heng's quarters, allowing for easy visits. Liu Nian returned to his chamber in the side hall. After conversing with Luo, Liu Nian lay exhausted upon her bed, reluctant to move. Their dialogue felt more like Luo's one-sided monologue, to which Liu Nian offered occasional affirmations, much to Luo's delight. After washing up, she lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events, gradually drifting into slumber. In her dreams, her childhood friend expressed concern over her late awakening, and her idol confessed his love for her. In this dreamscape, everything felt profoundly genuine. You have only 7 days. Fail to complete your task, and not only will you be unable to return, but you shall meet your end in my hands, becoming my dinner. Suddenly, Go Lai's chilling words and his crimson eyes pierced Liu Nian's consciousness, prompting her to struggle awake. Realizing dawn had broken, startled and drenched in sweat, she bathed and prepared herself. Upon reaching the door, a maid had already laid out food. Today, Luo would visit the leader of the Wu clan in Aalazi, departing early as Liu Nian had yet to awaken. Gazing out at the bright sun, Liu Nian recognized that she had indeed risen well past noon. Why such haste? After finishing her meal in her room, she patted her satisfied belly and approached the window, where she could see the garden below and the figure of Bo Heng amidst the bauhinia blossoms. He stood there, fixated on a blooming flower, regardless of his thoughts. Bo Heng's gaze was solely on that flower, while Liu Nian's attention was entirely upon him. Time seemed to freeze, and reality felt intertwined. She recalled how he, too, enjoyed standing by the paths of their campus, lost in contemplation of the nearby blossoms, while she cherished watching him from a distance in the classroom. As Eric's journey to Aalazi necessitated passing through Bolgia, Luo would not return for at least 10 days. It appeared that the Light King would not pay her much heed, granting her a semblance of freedom within Go Lai's stipulated time frame. Daily, Liu Nian searched the Light King's palace for the black door Go Lai had mentioned, exploring every corner, yet the palace's unified golden decor revealed no trace of it. She had subtly inquired with the maids, careful not to raise suspicion, but they offered no useful information. Today, Liu Nian had spent the entire morning in the study. Initially filled with enthusiasm to peruse a historical tome, eager to uncover the location of the divine tree. However, the text recounted how, in the year 700, the guardians of the divine tree had severed its branches, inciting its wrath and banishing them from the secret forest, permitting only a select few to enter. This revelation extinguished her hopes entirely. Liu Nian pondered whether there might be architectural plans or legends concerning the Black Door. Yet, as noon approached, she had uncovered nothing. The human maid, Tofu, had been left with Liu Nian by Luo during her trip to Aalazi, serving as her close companion. Tofu informed Liu Nian that it was time to dine with the Light King, as he had persistently invited her to join him since discovering her watching from above. Chapter 21. The allure of the Azure Lake, though it was termed an invitation to dine together, Liu Nian found herself the sole occupant at the table. While Bo Heng silently observed her, akin to Go Lai supervising her table manners, Liu Nian gazed upon the face that mirrored her previous world, her heart a tumult of emotions. Each of Bo Heng's movements stirred her soul, yet her feelings were rooted in the past. As a guest, it is my duty to treat you thus. There is no need for discomfort. Perhaps sensing Liu Nian's unease, Bo Heng took a measured sip of tea. Liu Nian discreetly raised her eyes, unable to suppress a mental remark at the sight of a vampire drinking tea. "It is nothing," I feel quite at ease. She wiped her mouth and straightened her posture, resembling a student being interviewed by a teacher. Does Gulai not frequent certain places? Boheng toyed with his fingers, inquiring about the purpose of this meal. I have no particular places I frequent. I enjoy soaking at home, Liu Nian replied, her eyes darting about. For several days, the Light King had invited her to lunch, probing her with countless questions regarding Gulai, subtly attempting to ascertain his current activities, mood, and health. Liu Nian mused that he must be quite the chilly exterior masking a warm heart. His evident concern for Gulai suggested a solid brotherly bond. Having finished her meal, Liu Nian contemplated how to extricate herself from the situation. Are you satiated? Boheng noted her cessation of eating, having exhausted his inquiries. He offered her an exit, providing her a reason to leave. Yes. Liu Nian set down her fork and picked up a napkin to dab her mouth. Gulai would not wish to know what you and I discussed during our meals. Liu Nian met Boheng's gaze, which brimmed with an underlying threat. Understood. I shall not disclose anything to anyone. She averted her eyes, unable to maintain contact with his penetrating stare. Her heart raced as Boheng's gaze bore into her like the scorching sun, searing every inch of her skin. I shall take my leave. Liu Nian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Dining beside someone resembling her idol was exhilarating yet overwhelming under such scrutiny. She cast a fleeting glance at Boheng before hastily exiting the dining room. His icy gaze remained fixed upon her until she had crossed the threshold. Upon returning to her chamber, Liu Nian reflected on Boheng's words during their meal. The two brothers, one overtly threatening and the other employing veiled intimidation, bore an uncanny resemblance. She caressed the bauhinia flower she had plucked in the garden, the very one Boheng had gazed upon intently. A pang of regret struck her. She should not have severed it, allowing it to flourish in the garden instead. Liu Nian tenderly traced the petals, as if cherishing a precious treasure. What do you regret? Luo Ya's voice echoed from the doorway, startling Liu Nian, who wondered how she had returned so swiftly. It is no wonder that I did not see Tuo Fei when I left the restaurant earlier. He must have gone to fetch Luo Ya. Have you missed me these past few days? Luo Ya stepped forward, linking her arm with Liu Nian's, her gaze fixed intently on a blossoming bauhinia flower. Of course, I have. Liu Nian naturally accepted Luo Ya's embrace, her smile providing a sense of comfort, as she was the first person to treat her with such warmth in this unfamiliar world. I had initially intended to visit Sila T's lady, but due to the long journey, the lady was concerned about my fatigue, so I went to Boer Jia to wait for me instead, and thus I returned quickly. Luo Ya pulled Liu Nian down to sit, and the two of them nestled closely together, resembling inseparable sisters. Sila T's lady is truly a kind-hearted person. Liu Nian felt somewhat uneasy as she tugged at her hands, which Luo Ya had firmly grasped. Why did it feel as if Luo Ya's grip was so strong? And you? Luo Ya sensed Liu Nian's reluctance and loosened her hold slightly, playfully tapping Liu Nian's nose. Me? Liu Nian felt increasingly awkward. Although Luo Ya's warmth and gentleness were comforting, this overly intimate behavior left her at a loss. How have you fared without my company? I have merely strolled about and visited the study to read some books. Is that all? Luo Ya's expression darkened, yet her smile remained elegant and somewhat dangerous. Liu Nian sensed something amiss and glanced at Tuo Fei, who was standing upright beside Luo Ya. She realized that what she had initially thought was Tuo Fei's gentleness was, in fact, Luo Ya's watchful eye. I heard that Boheng dines with you every afternoon. What do you talk about? Luo Ya glanced at Tuo Fei, who remarked that she could not attend to you, fearing you would feel uncomfortable. Liu Nian felt her body stiffen. She realized that this seemingly effortless friendship was fragile. Luo, you might have misunderstood something. It was merely because I'm a friend of Gulai that the Light King invited me to dine. Is that so? Luo Ya's smile held a chilling edge. Boheng is rather dull. I hope he does not irritate you. Not at all. Liu Nian initially thought this might clear up the misunderstanding, but seeing Luo Ya's insincere smile made her feel that the only source of warmth in this place had already vanished. Luo Ya stood up and fiddled with the flowers she had been eyeing for a while. Flowers that belong in the garden, once picked and placed in an alien setting, will wither. Clenching the flower tightly in her palm, Luo crushed the petals forcefully until they were torn and deformed. I only thought it looked beautiful, Liu Nian murmured, feeling powerless to refute. Therefore, some things cannot be regretted. Liu Nian fell silent, and Luo no longer wished to linger. I came to find you as soon as I returned. Bo Hong must be wanting to see me, so I shall take my leave now. Tossing the flower onto the table, Luo departed with Tuo Fei. After Luo left, Liu Nian sought solace on the rooftop of the Light King's palace, where she could behold the entire view of the palace. It was already the 6th day, and the 7-day deadline was approaching, yet she had not discovered any clues regarding the Black Room. Gazing down from the highest platform of the Light Palace, the expanse below shimmered in golden hues, devoid of any shadow of black. Just as Liu Nian was about to give in to despair, a voice from behind caused her to stiffen. "What are you doing here?" It was the voice of the Light King, Bo Hong. "I am merely admiring the scenery." She instantly corrected her posture, standing straight as if caught slacking by an instructor. "Aren't you cold?" Bo Hong seemed unfazed by her reaction, while Liu Nian bit her lip, her expression one of utmost embarrassment. "Not at all." Liu Nian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to conceal her reddened cheeks. "I indulged a bit too much at dinner, so I came here to digest it. Now that I feel better, I shall take my leave. If you're not cold, then stay a while longer." Bo Hong approached Liu Nian, closing the distance between them to less than half a meter. Liu Nian was at a loss for words, remaining silent as she fiddled with the patterns on her dress. Bo Hong draped his coat over Liu Nian's shoulders, saying, "It is cold, so stay a bit longer." "Very well." Strangely, as Bo Hong placed his coat on Liu Nian, she lifted her gaze to meet his aloof expression inexplicably drawing her closer. Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, Luo's smile surfaced in her mind. Liu Nian subtly stepped back, awaiting Bo Hong to speak. He must have intended to inquire further about Gulai, which was why he had kept her there. Yet from the orange-red twilight to the starry night, the Light King remained silent, perhaps due to the warmth of Bo Hong's coat. Liu Nian found herself lingering with him from dusk until midnight in the spring air. Bauhinia flowers. Liu Nian broke the peaceful silence. The garden of Gulai was filled with Bauhinia flowers. Bo Hong must have heard her, for Liu Nian noticed a faint smile grace his lips. It was the first time she had seen him smile. "Luo must have brought you here before, right?" A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Bo Hong's hair, illuminating his profile even more clearly in Liu Nian's sight. "Yes, this place is truly beautiful." Liu Nian unconsciously raised her hand, yearning to touch his cheek. "You're truly lovely here." Bo Hong seemed to catch the undertone of Liu Nian's words, glancing back from the multitude of stars. "How so?" Those light blue eyes resembled the allure of lake waters, enticing Liu Nian to leap recklessly. Liu Nian swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the golden glimmer surrounding them, radiating warmth. Yet, not everything is golden. The bookshelves in the study are black. Bo Hong's unexpected mention of the study startled Liu Nian, who followed his lead in response. Indeed, the bookshelves and desks are all black. Suddenly, an idea struck Liu Nian, and she stared blankly at the Light King, who was also gazing at her, his icy blue eyes reflecting her silhouette. "Go back and rest well. I wish to see the beautiful places you mentioned again." "Very well." Liu Nian nodded, turning to leave the rooftop, hastening toward the study. In the 22nd chapter, Night Performances, as Liu Nian descended the stairs, she spotted A.I.C. standing at the stairwell, engaged in conversation with Luoya. Upon seeing her, Luoya hurriedly approached, lifting her skirt. "There you are. I've been searching for you for quite some time." Luoya took Liu Nian's hand, her gaze shifting from Bo Hong's coat back to Liu Nian's face. "Why have you lingered for so long? It is quite cold outside." "Is it? I find it rather pleasant." Faced with Luoya's sudden warmth, Liu Nian frowned, feeling disoriented. "Luoya forced might." Removing the coat Liu Nian wore and handing it to A.I.C. "Since my dear friend has finally come down, you should go upstairs to find your friend instead of blocking the way here." Her words were laced with shyness and reproach, causing Liu Nian to shudder involuntarily. Luoya grasped Liu Nian's hand. "Today has been such a misfortune. Not only could I not find you, but I also lost my beloved jade bracelet." "Is it the one you wear every day?" Liu Nian recalled that indeed, Luoya wore a jade bracelet daily. Yes, where do you think it could be? As Luo pondered aloud, she gradually slowed her pace, and Liu Nian unconsciously mirrored her. Liu Nian noticed that Tuo Fei was not by Luo's side. As expected, after mentioning the bracelet, it was not long before Tuo Fei came running, breathless. Princess Luoya, we found a bracelet. Liu Nian felt a sense of foreboding. It could not be the bracelet seen in her own room, could it? Apparently, it was spotted on the western side of the Light Palace. Oh my goodness! Luoya exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian's heart, which had initially calmed, began to race again due to Luoya's outburst. Luoya turned to grasp Liu Nian's hand. Her expression a mixture of urgency and sorrow. Let us hasten our search. Liu Nian, let us go together. No, I do not wish to go. Liu Nian coldly declined, discerning that the intentions of the two were far from benign. Luoya, overwhelmed with desperation, burst into tears, admitting, I know my previous actions may have hurt you. It is because I love him dearly. Wiping her tears, Luoya presented herself as utterly aggrieved. Thus, I have been searching for you to offer my apologies. Faced with Luoya's vivid performance, Liu Nian felt a flicker of empathy. It was indeed her fault. She harbored unique feelings for Bohong. Regardless of whether it was due to his resemblance to the version of him from her former world, she could not deny her emotions. Very well, I shall accompany you. Liu Nian acquiesced to Luoya's request, who smiled and wiped away her tears, leading Liu Nian to the west side of the Guangwangdian. Unbeknownst to Liu Nian, this area was a detention center for serious offenders. The place was brilliantly illuminated, even more so than the main hall of the Guangwangdian. Walking alone in this brightly lit space, Liu Nian felt no darkness, yet a chill crept down her spine for reasons unknown. She casually seated herself upon a tree stump. Noticing the stark contrast to the Guangwangdian, despite the bright lights, an air of desolation enveloped the surroundings. Liu Nian observed several doors leading underground. Not long after her arrival, she lost sight of Luoya and the others, suspecting that Luoya had intentionally left her alone in this place. Rising to retrace her steps, Liu Nian contemplated her current predicament, unsure of what to say. Such childish pranks were beneath her previous world-esque standards. A breeze rustled the leaves, sending a shiver through her arms. Just a few steps further, she heard an odd laughter. Liu Nian stood frozen, too afraid to move. The laughter grew louder, and she furrowed her brow, listening intently. As she listened, a laugh escaped her lips. What a peculiar sound of mirth. It was utterly amusing. Crouching down, Liu Nian laughed heartily. It was hard to discern that this was indeed laughter. Who would laugh in such a manner? The more she laughed, the funnier it became, and she joined in the laughter wholeheartedly. But before long, the wind began to stir once again. Dust swirled around Liu Nian, and before she could react, she inhaled a considerable amount. Sitting on the ground, she repeatedly spat out the dust. As the wind rose to form a whirlwind, Liu Nian should have been lifted off her feet, yet she remained firmly seated, unperturbed, spitting out the dust while attempting to stand. She wondered if she had misjudged Luoya. Was this a performance? A puppet approached Liu Nian slowly, and finding its pace exasperating, she hastened to reach it first. The puppet raised its hand and struck Liu Nian, both remaining silent for a few seconds. Liu Nian shook the puppet's arm. Is this all? With a sudden tug, she yanked the puppet's arm down, hurriedly trying to reattach it. Just then, a man, like the wind, swooped in from the shadows, snatching the arm from her grasp while comforting the puppet and reassembling its limb. Liu Nian was taken aback. She had assumed Luoya would clear the area for her. Liwenda appeared beside Liu Nian in an instant, his expression grave, as if confronting an adversary. At that moment, purple lightning encircled Liu Nian, its brilliance surpassing the lights below without leaving a single gap. Liu Nian noticed Ji Dan perched on a nearby street lamp, in stark contrast to Liwenda's worried frown. He laughed unabashedly. Thus, as Liu Nian pondered whether the street lamp, given Grail less weight, would topple, three unfamiliar figures emerged before her. Among them was the eldest brother, wholly focused on repairing puppets. What was happening? Liu Nian whispered to Liwenda, "Is this not a captivating performance?" Liwenda allowed Ji Dan to handle the three kneeling figures. Checking Liu Nian, who remained unharmed, before smiling and stating, "The show is over. It is time to return to sleep." He then led Liu Nian away, who turned back repeatedly, discontent. "I have not seen enough." Bo Hong observed everything from the rooftop on the west side of the Guangwangdian, while Luo Ya, beside him, sipped her tea nonchalantly, adorned with a translucent jade bracelet. "She is Grail's guest. I have warned you not to harm her." Watching Liwenda escort Liu Nian back to the main hall, Bo Hong averted his gaze. With Liwenda present, he could sense any unrest within the Guangwangdian. But what could he accomplish? Luo Ya remarqued, "Had es betrink, had dissatisfaction." Those inept fools, I freed them only for them to make such a mess. Why not eliminate her if they could not succeed with their powers? Impatiently placing her cup down, the clink of porcelain resonated sharply. Luo Ya rose to leave, and Bo Hong did not acknowledge her. Tomorrow Grail would arrive, and Liu Nian's utility would diminish. That night, Liu Nian found herself unable to visit the study. Instead, she resolved to rise early and make her way there. As she stealthily opened the door, she found Grail standing at the threshold. "When did you arrive?" Liu Nian cautiously glanced around, seeing no one, and intended to pull Grail into the room. However, Grail remained unmoved, standing confidently as he conversed with her. "I heard Luo Ya has not treated you well, yet my elder brother is quite fond of you." Leaning against the wall, Grail crossed his arms, fixing his gaze on Liu Nian. "You all misunderstand." Liu Nian waved her hand, attempting to explain. "I am not concerned with that. I am only interested in whether you have completed the task I entrusted to you. I have not located it, but I may have an idea of where the Black Room is." "May?" Grail raised his voice, stepping closer to Liu Nian. "Liu Nian, I wish to kill you, and no one can save you." Grail stood up, pinning Liu Nian against the wall. "Therefore, do not betray me with unnecessary antics." "I understand." Liu Nian stood quietly, her head lowered, her voice barely audible. Grail lifted her chin, but Liu Nian kept her eyes downcast, saying nothing. "Truly, you have a talent for getting into such a predicament. Do you find swollen eyes attractive?" "I'm sorry." Liu Nian fought back tears, sniffling. "Stop crying, it's unattractive." Grail released her chin, clearly displeased by her appearance. Liu Nian responded sullenly. Observing Liu Nian, who would usually argue even when scared, Grail felt a profound discomfort in her silence. "Do as you wish." With that, Grail departed from Liu Nian's sight. Liu Nian wiped away the tears streaming down her face, blinking her reddened eyes. What had Grail been doing today? The pungent scent of chili overwhelmed her, nearly suffocating her. Shaking her head to regain her composure, she fanned her eyes and glanced in the direction Grail had left, adding, "It's truly spicy." By the time Liu Nian reached the study, the lingering scent of chili still clung to her nose. Seizing the opportunity, she rummaged through the drawers one by one. The Black Room must refer to the study. That black door should be one of the drawers or cabinets. Having finished searching a portion, Liu Nian began to sweat. How could this place be so vast? She searched diligently, unaware of Luo Ya's approaching footsteps. Chapter 23. Call me a pig today in the outer hall. Grail, Guangwang, AI, see Liwenda, and Ji Dan gathered together for a discussion. Has Liwenda not returned yet? Bolheng inquired. There have been sightings of the Beast Clan near the Shuezu. They may be planning to cross Koluo Li and strike at Olai Site. Liwenda has gone to investigate, which is why he is absent. Liwenda reported based on recent intelligence from his subordinates. The border has been tumultuous lately. The newly appointed Beast King harbors great ambitions. Icy, standing Bizide Guangwing, reported the latest news. Bo Hong emitted a faint acknowledgement, devoid of any significant reaction. Previously, when Gulai Gu ventured into the snowy expanse to search for the ring, they had taken advantage of Luo Lin's momentary vulnerability to launch an attack. Moreover, an organization dedicated to the extermination of the blood race had now emerged. Jidan remarked that the racial wars of Atlas had persisted since the year 400 of the original century, with the once peaceful and unassuming beast race inexplicably embarking on a rampant campaign of aggression. At that time, the highest elder of the Witch Clan had prophesied that a force of destruction would ensnare the mind, while darkness vanished amidst the tempest. When the dawn no longer rekindled hope, flames would consume the earth, ushering in calamity. After extensive deliberations in the outer hall, Bo Hong remained inscrutable, as if untouched by the proceedings. Just as Lai Wanda was about to speak, the distant sound of an explosion seized everyone's attention. Ji Dan and Lai Wanda hastened to investigate, while the servants of the Light King's palace congregated, readying themselves for battle. The uproar outside was instigated by the beast race, who had infiltrated Irakis, unleashing chaos. Ji Dan engaged in combat, while Lai Wanda returned to report the situation. The group then proceeded to the city to confront the invasion of the beast race. Meanwhile, Liu Nian encountered Liu Oya in the study. "My dear Liu Nian, what are you searching for?" Liu Oya appeared gracefully before Liu Nian, exuding an air of control over the situation. Liu Nian was taken aback by Liu Oya's sudden appearance and, in a fluster, could only muster an excuse about seeking the history book he had previously seen. "Is that so?" Liu Oya nonchalantly extracted a book from his shelf, inquiring if he sought history within the geography section. Liu Nian awkwardly withdrew his hand from the cabinet, expressing a desire to explore the intriguing locales of Atlas. Wishing to play? Liu Oya closed the door to the geography section, offering her assistance. When Gulai and the others returned after quelling the uprising, they found Liu Oya sprawled in the outer hall, her body stained with blood. After escorting her to a room for treatment, they discovered Gulai had vanished. "Where's Gulai gone?" As Ji Dan stepped out of Liu Oya's room, he noticed Gulai's absence. Bo Hong, upon hearing this, remained silent, casting a glance toward the study before retracting his gaze. The scent of blood is quite potent. It seems not solely Liu Oya's. Ji Dan wrinkled his nose, sensing a similar odor emanating from the third floor. At that moment, Lai Wanda had also begun to suspect something amiss. The scent appears to be growing stronger. Ji Dan sniffed intently, resembling a working hound on the scent. The mingling aromas of fire and blood assaulted their senses. Bo Hong beheld Gulai approaching, enveloped in flames, cradling Liu Nian in his arms. Liu Nian was marred with injuries, resembling a figure drenched in blood, as if on the verge of death. At this moment, the flames emanating from Gulai could not be concealed, revealing his wrath. "Brother, you are here." Gulai's icy demeanor was palpable, questioning whether he could not even safeguard the life of a guest. It could be the work of the infiltrating beast race, Ji Dan explained, as the tension escalated, with him being the first to speak amidst the charged atmosphere. "Does this mean those of us remaining in the Light King's palace are mere decorations?" The flames scorching the corridor. Liu Oya has also been injured. Lai Wanda quickly interjected, stepping back and shielding Ji Dan with his hand. Having witnessed the intensifying flames engulfing Gulai. "Forget it. Since brother and sister-in-law do not welcome us, we shall take our leave." At this, Gulai's expression reflected in Bo Heng's eyes, the fury within reminiscent of something familiar. Gulai swiftly vanished from sight, leaving behind the charred remains of his wrath upon the marble floor. At the doorway, only Lai Wanda and Ji Dan remained, exchanging glances, while Bo Hong turned and retreated into the room, leaving behind a faint remark instructing them to tidy up the area. In the carriage returning to Luo Lin, Liu Nian had already tended to his wounds. Though unconscious, his life was no longer in peril. The journey back took just over a day, and soon they arrived in Luo Lin town. When Liu Nian awoke 2 days later, the first figure he discerned was the steward Swat. "You are awake?" Liu Nian replied, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in Gulai's princely chamber. "Where's Gulai?" "Prince Gulai is resting. Miss Liu Nian has just awakened. I shall prepare something for you to eat." As Liu Nian relaxed, a sudden thought struck him. What about Liu Oya? What has happened to Princess Liu Oya? The steward, about to exit, was puzzled by Liu Nian's sudden inquiry regarding Liu Oya. "When we were in the study, where was Gulai? I must convey good news to him." Liu Nian's mind raced, attempting to piece together the events, feeling that every detail was crucial yet could be omitted. Ultimately unable to articulate his thoughts, Liu Nian hastily flung back the covers and dashed outside, with Swat offering no resistance. Liu Nian knew Gulai was behind the grand crimson door, shrouded in mist as before. Hesitating, he pondered what if Gulai were not clothed. "Gulai?" Tentatively calling his name, he received no response. As he ventured further, he stumbled upon the pool that had previously startled him, its waters now crystal clear. Continuing onward, Liu Nian beheld Gu Lai lying upon the bed, his eyes closed, brow furrowed in distress, appearing tormented. Liu Nian hurried to the bedside, repeatedly calling Gu Lai's name. Gu Lai? Gu Lai? Gu Lai's complexion was pale, his breath shallow, unresponsive to Liu Nian's pleas. When Swat returned from arranging Liu Nian's dinner, he found Liu Nian weeping profusely, draped over Gu Lai, his bandaged arm torn open, blood seeping anew. "Ah, Mr. Swat," Liu Nian cried, her voice hoarse as she shouted upon seeing the steward. "What is the matter, Miss Liu Nian?" Swat, confronted with Liu Nian's hysteria, remained calm. "Gu Lai seems to be dying. What should I do?" Liu Nian sobbed, tears streaming down her face, mingled with snot. "The prince is merely resting. Nothing will happen as you fear, Miss Liu Nian. I am truly worried. If he dies, how will I return? Do you think the Light King will allow me to go back?" Swat gently lifted Liu Nian from Gu Lai's side, realizing her primary concern was her own return. Liu Nian extended her right hand toward Gu Lai's mouth, grasping Swat's hand with her left. Look, he refuses to drink even the blood." Swat continued to soothe Liu Nian, assuring her that the prince would not perish. Once Liu Nian calmed, Swat instructed a maid to fetch bandaging supplies. Liu Nian sat quietly by the bed, occasionally nudging her injured arm against Gu Lai's lips. Swat informed Liu Nian that both she and Gu Lai had been unconscious for 2 days. Gu Lai's rapid decline in health was due to his use of abilities. Only the Light King was aware that Gu Lai had lost his heart. In order to conceal this fact, he had been compelled to use his abilities during the upheaval. Naturally, Swat omitted the details of Liu Nian's injury and Gu Lai's near loss of control. Reluctant to leave Gu Lai's chamber, Liu Nian was permitted to stay. As evening descended, while Liu Nian dozed peacefully at the table, a furious roar jolted her awake. "Who smeared pig's blood on my face and wiped snot all over me?" Gu Lai, awakened by an acrid scent, could no longer endure the stench and sat up, horrified to see the glimmering liquid upon himself in the light. Liu Nian, incensed, ground her teeth. "What? Pig's blood? How dare you call me a pig?" Suppressing the urge to crush the stone that could prolong Gu Lai's life, Liu Nian continually reassured herself that he was a patient, nearing death, and she must yield to him. However, Gu Lai showed no gratitude. Upon noticing Liu Nian seated nearby, he directly addressed her. "Did you smear pig's blood on my face?" Liu Nian retorted angrily. "Not only do I want to smear pig's blood on your face, but I also wish to turn your head into that of a pig." After Jelly finished washing up, Liu Nian still sat on Jelly's bed, visibly fuming. "Get down," Jelly said, crossing his arms and looking at Liu Nian, who stubbornly remained on his bed, feeling quite exhausted by the situation. "What kind of ancestor have I brought back?" "No way. Pigs love your bed," Liu Nian sulked, deliberately making her nose resemble that of a pig. "Do you want to die?" Jelly erupted, raising his hand in a gesture of aggression. "Come on, eat me then. You always talk about wanting to eat me," Liu Nian boldly replied, unabashedly kneeling on Jelly's bed and leaning her head towards his hand, which was suspended in the air. Chapter 24. Just pull it out. Liu Nian was being obstinate on Jelly's bed, and Jelly, with a resigned sigh, said, "Stop messing around. I just woke up and need a rest." Jelly's complexion had improved, though it still bore a sickly pallor. Liu Nian smiled mysteriously. "Without me, what would you do?" After contemplating for a moment, Jelly's expression shifted. "You found it?" "Of course," Liu Nian replied, her nose held high with pride. "Impossible. I cannot be unaware of its proximity." Jelly's chest heaved dramatically, clearly agitated by the topic. "Well, it's a long story," Liu Nian said with a sly grin. At that moment, Luoya entered the room and led Liu Nian to a black cabinet. Luoya expressed her apologies for her past actions, admitting that her love had clouded her judgment. Aware of what Liu Nian was searching for, she offered her assistance. Liu Nian pondered this. After all, Luoya was the first person in this world to greet her with warmth and a smile. Moreover, it was indeed inappropriate to have collected flowers from Luoya's husband and spent so long on the rooftop with him. Liu Nian felt she should be the one apologizing. "Then you just believed her, foolishly allowing yourself to be manipulated?" Jelly scoffed dismissively. "Could you refrain from interrupting me?" Liu Nian continued, reminiscing about the moment. At that time, Luoya opened a cabinet door and produced a box adorned with radiant red and glowing totems, suddenly flooding the study with blinding light. Liu Nian was taken aback, and Luoya explained that it was the power of the Light King Bo, and due to their unique immune constitution, they were not affected. Liu Nian nodded and took the box from Luoya's hands. However, before she could move, she found herself in a pitch-black place. The box suddenly vanished from her grasp, leaving her bewildered. She stumbled forward, the darkness reminiscent of the helplessness and fear she had felt on an endless snowy plain. Suddenly, a flash of fire darted towards her, and Liu Nian was caught off guard, her breath halting as the flames scorched her. Startled, she retreated, feeling a metallic sensation against her leg, followed by the relentless friction of a blade. "Oh dear, my thigh itches." Liu Nian dismissed the seemingly threatening mechanism that posed no real danger to her. The sound of roaring flames filled her mind. Despite not causing pain, the noise was quite bothersome. Suddenly, gentle light enveloped her, as if restoring her scattered consciousness. The flames vanished, and the metallic blade was nowhere to be found. In the darkness, a light beckoned Liu Nian, invigorating her to pursue its direction. She followed the light for a considerable time before spotting a glimmering red crystal. For reasons unknown, the moment she grasped the crystal, her hand burned fiercely despite her supposed immunity, yet she clung tightly to it. After placing the red crystal into the box that Jelly insisted she carry, she emerged from the darkness back into the study. Luoya informed her that her sudden disappearance likely meant she had entered the luminous totem box, a mechanism cursed by the witch clan. Luoya warned that Bo would sense the disturbance in the box and would soon arrive, urging her to leave quickly. However, as she stepped outside, an attack ensued, and during the struggle, the box was shattered. Upon hearing this, Jelly clenched his fists as if realizing something, his gaze towards Liu Nian laden with inscrutable implications. "Rest assured, even though it burned my hand, I still held on tightly," Liu Nian boasted, her tone further complicating Jelly's emotions. "However, I truly couldn't fend them off. Just as they were about to seize it, Luoya told me to swallow it, so I did, and then I fainted." Although Liu Nian recounted this lightly, Jelly, having witnessed her bloodied state, understood the underlying fear and despair masked by her nonchalance. She must have been in excruciating pain. Liu Nian awaited Jelly's response, but he merely stared at her, silent for a while. "You needn't feel sorry for me. The crystal is quite small and not very sharp," Liu Nian remarked, attempting to lighten the mood as Jelly remained despondent. Jelly, realizing Liu Nian's intentions, let his hands fall in resignation. "I've observed you for quite some time and have concluded that you are indeed a fool. Are you unwell? I can simply pull it out for you. It can still be used after a wipe." Liu Nian fidgeted on the bed, nervously biting her finger, uncertain if it would indeed be usable. "Pull it out? Do you even know what that is?" Jelly replied helplessly, "That is my heart." Liu Nian, feeling embarrassed, shifted off the bed. "How would I know your heart looks like this?" She unwittingly touched her own abdomen. "So, does that mean there's another heart beating inside me now?" Jelly, unwilling to engage further, lay back on the bed, resting his forehead on his palm with a sigh. "I truly can pull it out. My digestive system is quite robust," Liu Nian cautiously asserted from the edge of the bed. "Get out. I did this for you. For the last time, get out. You pig." Liu Nian stormed out of Jelly's room, feeling unappreciated. Back in her own room, she collapsed onto the bed, reflecting on the events of the past half-month and feeling utterly drained. "I've endured beatings for him. How can he not be grateful?" Liu Nian gazed into the mirror, inspecting her wounds, planning to let Jelly fully appreciate what it meant to be taken advantage of. To her surprise, the injuries beneath her bandages had vanished. "Wow, do the medicines in this world work this well?" She patted her once bloodied arm, now smooth and fair. In the hall of the Light King, Bo left the bed where Luoya had lain, preparing to return to his chamber. Just then, Luoya awakened. "Are you really leaving just like that? How do you know Jelly's heart is with me?" Bo retorted. "I was injured. I am your wife. And is this all you care about?" Luoya threw off the covers and stood beside Bo. "AC has informed you." Bo thought to himself, aware of AC's affections for her. "So what?" Luoya raised her chin defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. Why do you wish to kill her? Bo Hong shifted the topic, sensing Luoya's reluctance to discuss the previous matter. You don't know? This is all because of you. If you had treated her with the same indifference as you do me, she wouldn't be suffering like this. I did not treat her differently, Bo Hong countered. Did you not? I was unaware that my husband had become so romantic, sharing lunches with others daily. Draping coats over someone on the rooftop and letting the cold wind blow, Luoya remarked sarcastically as she circled Bo Hong. If I hadn't paid closer attention, I might have forgotten who my husband is. You know my intentions. Bo Hong frowned, uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Why then must you question me? Luoya's demeanor was hysterical, a stark departure from her usual elegant self. By consuming Grelly's heart, her own would merge with his, leading to her demise should Grelly reclaim it. Luoya clenched her fists as if grasping Liu Nian's heart. What harm lies in fulfilling my desires while also catering to yours? Luoya's madness rendered Bo Hong unable to meet her gaze. He had indeed exploited Liu Nian to return Grelly's heart, a fact he could not contest. Yet he refused to acknowledge that Luoya loved him. You do not love me. You merely wish to eliminate any existence that mirrors your own uniqueness. With that, Bo Hong stepped out, leaving Luoya alone in the room. In recent days, Grelly had been particularly kind to Liu Nian, though he did not explicitly state it. His actions were enough to reveal the truth. Initially, Liu Nian believed Grelly was retaliating for her attempts to extract his heart, but as days passed, his unwavering attentiveness left her bewildered. What do these people mean? Upon waking, Liu Nian found herself surrounded by individuals who either appeared incomprehensible or lacked a human semblance, various races from the continent of Atlas. Grelly spoke of it nonchalantly. Liu Nian nodded, perplexed by Grelly's peculiar behavior. In the hall, she observed beings with green tongues and pointed ears, those with blue eyes and wings, and others as pale as ice, with hair as white as snow, all jostling in the grand foyer. What purpose do they serve? Liu Nian's mind was rife with questions, fearing she was to be set up for a blind date. Aiming to ensure you do not miss out, I wish for you to experience the world, Grelly proclaimed as he donned the role of a biology teacher, introducing Liu Nian to the diverse inhabitants of the Atlas continent. Let's not dwell on that. Liu Nian gazed at the two long tables laden with an array of dishes in the dining room, all unique in their offerings, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. What is the reason for this extravagant breakfast? To ensure you savor every bite, Grelly replied, placing the final dish on the table, signaling that Liu Nian could indulge. With trepidation, she cast a wary glance at Grelly and began to eat, her expression one of distress. In the ensuing days, Liu Nian was treated like royalty, often teasing Grelly that his favorable treatment stemmed from his heart residing with her. Whenever this topic arose, Grelly would deftly sidestep it, and it seemed his health deteriorated day by day, limiting the places he could accompany her to. Liu Nian felt a deep sense of alarm, but concealed it, fearing it would shatter any remaining hope Grelly had. Day by day, she consumed bananas and honey, yearning for the appearance of the small crystal that symbolized life. Of course, Liu Nian overlooked the possibility that the crystal might never manifest, at least not in such a manner. In the study of the King of Light, Liu Nian had glimpsed a map of Atlas, which depicted cities encircling the enchanted forest, embodying the Earth Goddess, deepening her desire to explore it. Why are you alone today? Liu Nian looked around, searching for Grelly. Prince Grelly is resting. Today, I shall accompany you on a stroll. Do you not enjoy moving swiftly? Sir Stever extended his arm for Liu Nian to grasp. The streets were not bustling, appearing somewhat desolate compared to her initial arrival. As Stever guided Liu Nian, she experienced the thrill of instantaneous movement, witnessing the world blur past her. Upon reaching the enchanted forest, Stever set her down, and Liu Nian was filled with delight at the sight of the forest, turning to embrace him tightly. How did you know I wished to come here? Stever smiled, offering no answer. Only a select few humans can enter this realm. Miss Liu Nian may give it a try. As she ventured into the woods, the trees towered impossibly high, several times the size of ordinary trees, creating a truly celestial atmosphere. To her astonishment, Liu Nian found no hindrance as she traversed deeper into the forest. When she turned back, however, Stever had vanished from sight. Just as fear began to creep in, A melodious voice seemed to beckon her, compelling her to delve deeper into the forest. Time slipped away, and Liu Nian lost her sense of direction. "Who are you?" A male voice drifted from behind her, like autumn leaves rustling in the breeze. Gradually, she turned, her eyes meeting the incredulous yet joyful expression of a man. "Hello. I'm lost. Could you guide me back?" Liu Nian gazed at him, feeling an uncanny familiarity. The man rushed forward, enveloping Liu Nian in a warm embrace. Momentarily stunned, she attempted to push him away. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Anger tinged her voice, but as he sensed her struggle, he released her. "I've finally found you," he said, placing his hands on her shoulders, his smile radiating warmth. Liu Nian furrowed her brow, pondering for a long time. Are the people in this world so forward? She recalled the overly familiar Liu Nian and suddenly understood. "Wow, you resemble someone I know, named Liu Nian." The man's face displayed confusion. "You do not remember me? I am Liu Nian's brother." He smiled again, hopeful that this girl would recognize him. Liu Nian's brother? Liu Nian's memory flickered, recalling something she had heard from them. Can blood kin enter the enchanted forest? I am the son of the former guardian of the forest, thus I can breach the barrier. The light in Liu Nian's eyes dimmed. This girl truly did not remember him. Liu Nian extended her hand in introduction. "Hello, I am Liu Nian." Though Liu Nian felt a tinge of disappointment, he remained convinced he had not mistaken her. She was indeed the girl from his past. He took her hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Liu Nian." Liu Nian led Liu Nian to a small lake within the forest, beside which stood a quaint wooden cabin. Liu Nian marveled at the breathtaking scenery, realizing what it meant to be in a paradise, a place of ethereal beauty that lifted her spirits. Liu Nian invited her to Kalayur, but Liu Nian declined. "I have important matters to attend to in Luolin. Could you take me back?" "Luolin?" Liu Nian pondered for a moment. "That is Grelly's territory. What business do you have there?" "I currently reside there." Liu Nian said nothing further and agreed to escort Liu Nian out. Upon exiting the forest, Liu Nian did not follow her, and Stever awaited her as before. "Aren't you worried I would get lost? The sun has already set." Liu Nian exclaimed joyfully as she rushed back to Stever's side. "Miss Liu Nian will not lose her way. You certainly have faith in me." Liu Nian took a sip from the water Stever offered before continuing. "By the way, I encountered Liu Nian in the enchanted forest. I invited him to join us, but he mentioned he had important matters and did not come." Stever calmly acknowledged this, and they continued to explore the streets for a while longer. The night in Luolin was even more desolate than the morning. Stever informed her that many bloodkin who had not received the blessing of the goddess of dawn could not survive under the sun, so they tended to emerge at night, prompting people to stay indoors to avoid encounters. "Let us return then." Liu Nian felt a twinge of fear as pain began to throb in her neck. On her way back, Liu Nian spotted a shop that had yet to close, where a crystal caught her eye. To console Golai, she purchased the small red crystal as a gift for him. "Miss Liu Nian, allow me to deliver this sentiment to Prince Golai," said Stever, as he took the crystal and prevented Liu Nian from ascending the stairs to find Golai. "What is the matter?" Liu Nian inquired, a hint of surprise rendering her smile stiff. "The prince is resting, Miss Liu Nian. It would be best not to disturb him." Stever's explanation was flawless, leaving Liu Nian with no further objections. She requested Stever to convey her efforts in retrieving the crystal. In the following days, Stever remained by Liu Nian's side, reminiscent of the early days of her arrival, where days passed without a glimpse of Golai. Liu Nian found this perplexing. However, with Stever's insistence on her not meeting Golai, she felt powerless. What troubled her further was that her health was perfectly fine, yet the small red crystal, which should have manifested by now, remained elusive. Moreover, Golai had been summoning blood slaves with increasing frequency. The thoughts she had neglected began to occupy her mind daily, instilling a profound sense of unease. Prince Golai, Stever stood at the door, having taken away a blood slave who had just served Golai and collapsed. "The scent of bone incense is nearly dissipated. Your time is running short." Golai, reclining on the bed, lazily opened his eyes. "I understand," he said after a moment of silence, as if resolutely making a decision. "Bring her to me." Stever led Liu Nian to Golai's chamber, waiting at the door as she entered alone. The smoke in Gulai's room was not as dense as before, intensifying Liu Nian's ominous premonition. Ye. She hurried to his bedside, where he sat, pale and with an unfamiliar demeanor, reminiscent of the frigid Gulai she had encountered in the snowfields. What is wrong? This is rather frightening. Liu Nian attempted to smile, contemplating that perhaps she was being overly sensitive. How have you been these past few days? Gulai asked, furrowing his brow and coughing weakly. Of course, I have been quite happy, Liu Nian replied, her tears brimming as she observed Gulai's condition. Thinking that mentioning his brother might bring him joy, she continued, I must tell you that we ventured to the edge of the secret realm forest. And do you remember the words I spoke to you in the snowfields? Gulai interrupted, pressing his hand against his forehead. What words? Liu Nian's eyes reddened, the suffocating atmosphere indicating that her unsettling premonition was about to manifest. You have another way to die. Gulai raised his gaze to Liu Nian, his deep crimson eyes radiating coldness and strangeness. You were deceiving me all along, weren't you? You never intended for me to return. Liu Nian choked back her words, involuntarily retreating. Yes. Gulai's expression remained devoid of emotion. It is precisely because I possess immunity that I was chosen to steal your heart. So, my other way to die is now? Yes. Before Liu Nian's tears could cascade down her cheeks, Gulai's hand pierced through her heart. In the moment of her demise, Liu Nian beheld Gulai's icy gaze, a look she had encountered once before in the snowfields, the same gaze he had when he thrust her into the fire circle. Now, she witnessed it once more, this time as he brought her to her end. Liu Nian pondered why such a blend of pity and bloodlust resided in Gulai's eyes. Yet, before she could discern an answer, her thoughts ceased. Her expression frozen in disbelief, her body fell heavily to the ground, plunging Liu Nian's world into darkness. Meanwhile, Gulai's face darkened, mirroring the gloom surrounding them. Chapter 26. Where the sky over Luo Lin was awash in crimson, with the fiery eagle barely visible among the clouds. Luo you savor her red tea, her spirits lifted by the distant scarlet sky. Bo Hong sat on the rooftop, gazing at the horizon with eyes as calm as still water, devoid of any emotion. Lai Winda, in Kaluo Li, remained unaware of the unusual sky, dutifully preparing his beloved brother's favorite coffee. Lai Windy donned his battle garb, guarding Kaluo Li and the witch clan Olex behind it, his thoughts lingering on the one he had reunited with in the secret realm forest. Amidst the sparks of racial conflict, before they ignited into flames, hope's light was faint and distant. The fiery glow on the horizon seemed to herald the onset of war. Or perhaps it was the signal for battle. In recent days, the Blood Clan had experienced numerous upheavals. The Beast Clan's invasion, Luo Lin's betrayal, Prince Golai's alliance with the Beast King to assault Ali Kusi, and Kaluo Li's defense of the Witch Clan, which left them unable to provide support. A significant portion of the Witch Clan's population was dispatched to the battlefield, with their spells allowing some Blood Clan members, who could not appear in daylight, to temporarily bask in the sun. The benevolent beasts revealed their claws, and cracks formed in the bonds of brotherhood. The human clan trembled in fear, while the Snow Clan joined the fray. Yet, amidst the raging flames of war, the Light King remained indifferent, seemingly detached from worldly affairs. Gulai regained his heart, restoring his immortality and the power of Crimson Flames. Accompanied by Luo Lin's subordinates, he ventured into the Beast Clan territory, Cheong Jierue Ku, to confer with the Beast Clan leader, Pa Wa, regarding the assault on the Blood Clan and the Witch Clan. While having the assistance of Prince Golai was undoubtedly advantageous, the Beast King pondered, but why are you doing this? The young Beast King, his hands folded and rubbing against one another, bore a friendly expression, though his keen eyes belied a lack of naivety. He scrutinized Golai. Your relationship with the Light King is well known. Relationship? There is no relationship between us, Golai replied, tapping the table rhythmically. The Beast King noted Golai's restless gestures and smiled wryly. However, it is said that you spent 50 years in the snowfields to help the Light King find the Dark Ring. This matter was common knowledge, and he was eager to hear Golai's response, particularly if the ring had been located. To help him? To assist the one who extracted my heart and left me to fend for myself in the snow? Golai's eyes brimmed with malice. The Beast King realized further inquiries would only lead to futility and refrained from pressing the issue. Let's not dwell on this. Do you have any plans? The Beast King summoned a map of the Atlas continent, placing it before them. Gulai unfurled the map. I can control Liu Nian and directly threaten Ali Kusi. My brother will undoubtedly refrain from intervening, ensuring that Ji Dan will come to our aid. The Beast King clapped his hands, praising. Having an ally who understands the enemy is indeed a cause for celebration. With Liu Nian pressing upon Ali Kusi, panic spread among its people. In a matter of days, many fled to Ji Dan's territory seeking refuge, while others attempted to enter the secret realm forest. In the outer hall of the Light King's palace, several individuals deliberated gravely. Gulai is encroaching upon Ali Kusi's borders, Bo Hung asserted. Now is not the time for brotherly ties. Ji Dan's furious gaze seemed to breathe fire. He could not fathom Gulai's betrayal. I shall take warriors to guard Ali Kusi's borders. Ji Dan, accompanied by warriors from Bo Erjia, advanced to Ali Kusi's borders to confront Gulai and the Beast Clan's forces. Due to a portion of the vampires being unable to emerge in sunlight, Ji Dan notified the Witch Clan's matron, dispatching a large contingent of witch soldiers to assist Ali Kusi. However, all of this lay within Gulai's expectations. Ji Dan would certainly bring some witches to offer support, thus diminishing the protection of the Witch Clan. He dispatched a team to infiltrate the Witch Clan's territory, targeting their internal structure, which would strain the Witch Clan's support across various battlefields. Meanwhile, Lai Wendy and Lai Winda, guarding Kaluo Li, dealt with a portion of the Beast Clan's invasion. Upon hearing news of the Witch Clan under attack, they resolved that Lai Winda would assist the Witch Clan's territory, leaving Lai Wendy to safeguard Kaluo Li. Just as the Beast Clan rampaged through the Witch Clan, Gulai ordered a retreat, leaving the Beast King perplexed and inquiring of Gulai. The Wu tribe serves as their assurance for daytime combat, as well as a means to suppress our existence. This is a golden opportunity to annihilate the Wu tribe. Why should we retreat now? Glare responded to him. Lai Winda, with his meticulous mind, would surely anticipate our plan to infiltrate the Wu tribe's offensive. At that time, only Lai Wendy would remain to defend Kaluo Li. Although Lai Wendy is formidable, we can incite the Shui tribe to join the fray due to their grievances with the Blood tribe over the ice crystals. Faced with the onslaught of two races, he would undoubtedly struggle to endure. The Beast King clapped and laughed heartily, exclaiming that no one could match the foresight of the Light King's younger brother. Glaire's gaze was piercing, filled with menace as he looked at the Beast King. Regardless of the circumstances, my brother must not be harmed. This is a condition of our negotiation. War is ruthless. Your brother's fate is beyond our control, the Beast King replied nonchalantly, twisting his wrist. Glaire's expression darkened, hinting at the release of his powers. In wartime, merely surviving is already a blessing, is it not? Flames flickered before them as the Beast King smiled, his eyes glinting with calculation. Now, I shall negotiate with the Shui tribe, while you suppress Ji Dan and Liu Nian. With that, Glare vanished from sight. 3 days later, Glare arrived in Ao Dun. Yet the Shui tribe king was reluctant to engage in the conflict, prioritizing the safety of his people. Safety? How secure were you on the snowy plains? Yet due to my grandfather's selfishness, did you not still end up in Atlas? Glare sat at the lower seat, unperturbed despite being alone. You dare speak here? Our courtesy has reached its limit. You should return swiftly, for we do not wish to partake in your war. Glare rose and walked toward the exit. Very well, although the ice crystals have been returned to you. Do not forget that the goddess of dawn fell into slumber because of your ice crystals. The entire Atlas continent bears a grudge over this. That was the fault of your Blood King. Indeed, and I have come today to seek justice for you. Observing the Shui tribe king's expression soften, Glare continued to incite him. You know that the current Light King is as cold as ice, unpredictable in temperament, and is a direct descendant of both the goddess of dawn and the Blood King. Should he one day confront you for the sake of his grandmother, would the Shui tribe not find themselves in peril? If you assist me, both I and the Beast tribe will support you throughout the Atlas continent, and you will no longer need to scrape by at the edge of Atlas. The Shui king, unable to refute Glare's words, conceded that he would consider the proposal. The next day, Li was besieged by a joint assault from the Beast and Shui tribes. Glare believed victory was assured. However, he was taken aback by how rapidly Lai Wendy had grown in strength, now capable of countering the attacks from both tribes. Thus, Glare resolved to meet his brother in person. "What brings you here?" Lai Wendy asked, gazing at Glare with a complex expression. He had been an excellent brother, enduring ridicule for being a descendant of humanity, even as Lai Wendy had to ignore him under the pressure from their blood tribe mother. Only Glare had treated him like a true brother, unconcerned with others' opinions. Yet now, since the Light King had ascended to the Blood Throne, Glare had changed. "I came to see my dear brother," Glare stated calmly, lacking any hostile energy, which allowed Lai Wendy to relax. "Must you not relent, Brother Glare?" Lai Wendy stepped closer, visibly anxious. "Relent? To me, it is you who must struggle," Glare replied, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the secret forest, his finger pointing in that direction. Lai Wendy's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the conditions under which Glare sought him out. "Liu Nian from the secret forest, do you recall her? What have you done to her?" Lai Wendy's dark pupils turned crimson, a gust of wind swirling around him. "Nothing as of yet. It depends on what you are willing to do for her," Glare said before vanishing from Lai Wendy's sight. Glare returned to Luo Lin, his expression grim as he surveyed the freshly turned earth of the garden. "I did not expect to find a use for you." He placed the freshly picked flowers atop it, leaving without a backward glance. Although visiting the secret forest was not Glare's intention, Liu Nian's revelation to Stivo about encountering Lai Wendy there had indeed exposed Lai Wendy's vulnerability. He was unaware of the story between Liu Nian and Lai Wendy, but he knew of Lai Wendy's obsession with the girl from the secret forest. The war had reached a stalemate. For some reason, Li displayed a clear trend of defeat. Lai Wendy had to remain vigilant against the Beast tribe's sudden incursions into the Wu tribe's territory, leaving him no time to spare. The Blood tribe was in a weakened position, and the most powerful Light King, who could change the tide of battle, remained indifferent. In the midst of the dark struggle, dawn broke. The Beast tribe retreated to Cheong Jierue, Ku, while the Shui tribe returned to Ao, Erdan. This was due to the announcement made by the guardian of the goddess of dawn, Ilekasi, to the leaders of all tribes, proclaiming to the entire continent, "The goddess of dawn, who had slumbered for 4 centuries, has awakened." Chapter 27. The awakening of the goddess of dawn, Liu Nian awoke groggily. Her eyes met with an oppressive darkness, uncertain if she had truly opened them. She moved her hands slowly, covering her chest, relieved to find her heart still beating. As she shifted her body, she sensed something soft beneath her. Upon investigating, she felt something long and slender, with a hint of bone and flesh. To her shock, she discovered 5 fingers. There was indeed a person beneath her. "Ah!" Liu Nian screamed, realizing she was likely in a coffin. The person below her showed no response, yet she could distinctly feel warmth emanating from them. "Tell me you are not dead, please," Liu Nian shouted desperately, pounding on the coffin lid. But no matter how much she cried or struggled, the person beneath remained silent. After some time, Liu Nian felt her energy wane. It was indeed a stretch for 2 people to occupy this confined space, and her shouting had depleted the oxygen within the coffin, leaving her gasping for breath and on the brink of despair. She found herself grateful to that foolish vampire for burying her, allowing her to rest alongside another. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside, prompting Liu Nian to struggle once more. "Is anyone there? I'm still alive." Her voice had become hoarse, yet she summoned all her strength to shout. The lid of the coffin was suddenly thrust open, a flood of light pouring in, forcing Liu Nian to shut her eyes. It felt as though a gust of wind whirled past, stirring up dust from unknown origins. Liu Nian's body sank heavily against the coffin's base. Once her eyes adjusted to the light, she sat up and peered beneath her, finding no trace of a person, only a ring lying quietly within. As she reached for it, another person intercepted her, lifting her out of the coffin. A voice whispered in her ear, "Daughter of the Earth Goddess, the goddess of dawn has awakened." Upon hearing these words, the gathered crowd erupted in fervent cheers, expressing gratitude for the divine salvation bestowed upon them. As Liu Nian's eyes finally acclimated to the brightness, she beheld a magnificent palace, beneath which countless subjects bowed in reverence. My goddess, thank you for descending upon Atlas once more. I, Exian, represent the Wu tribe and shall forever protect you. Liu Nian was gently placed upon a chair, feeling an unexpected warmth emanating from it, as though it had basked in sunlight for ages. Complying with the moment, Liu Nian sat upon the throne, gazing down upon the multitude below, seemingly composed, yet internally engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. What is this situation? Have I narrowly escaped death and traversed into another realm? Where am I exactly? As everything settled, the man who introduced himself as Exian placed his hand before Liu Nian. She surmised he intended to escort her away and thus obediently placed her hand upon his, allowing him to lead her. Liu Nian cast a glance back at the coffin from which she had emerged, lying quietly in place, reminiscent of its former occupant. She was certain that while inside, there had distinctly been another person beneath her. Are you well, my goddess? With all matters settled, Liu Nian found herself seated upon an ornate chair adorned with golden patterns. Before her, Exian knelt on one knee, presenting her with a cup of red tea. Yes, I am well, Liu Nian replied, cautiously sipping the tea, taking one careful sip after another. It was not that she was not eager or thirsty. Rather, she feared revealing her true self. My goddess, you have been in slumber for 325 years. I shall promptly inform you of the events that transpired during your absence, the man stated, rising to his feet, hands respectfully clasped before him. Ah, I have indeed slept for quite a while, Liu Nian responded, feeling compelled to follow his lead. The cup of tea was nearly empty, yet she continued to sip, one mouthful after another. 325 years of slumber? Liu Nian felt a cold sweat forming. Had she truly awakened within the coffin of an ancient being? How old are you? Liu Nian coughed twice, summoning the courage to pose the question. Internally, she fervently prayed that he was merely an ignorant youth from a witch clan, unacquainted with the goddess of dawn. 20 years old. 20 years. That is splendid. It barely constitutes a fraction of the time spent sleeping. Exian gazed at the goddess before him, his profound eyes revealing depths only he comprehended. Currently, the realm is embroiled in severe conflict, and we require your divine intervention to restore peace. Severe conflict? Liu Nian trembled as she set down her cup of tea, filled with trepidation at the thought of being compelled to offer prayers to the heavens. Indeed, the Blood Clan is engaged in internal strife, with various factions embroiled in discord. What can I do? Liu Nian gazed hopefully at Exian, wishing to avoid hearing terms she dreaded. Exian half-kneeled, taking Liu Nian's hand in his, solemnly declaring, You must offer a sacrifice to the heavens. You truly wish for me to make a sacrifice? Liu Nian abruptly stood, lifting her skirts and performing a curtsy. I beg your pardon. I am not the goddess of dawn. You have mistaken me for someone else. With that, she boldly turned to leave. Yikin interjected her, stating, I am the guardian of the goddess of dawn. I shall never err in my recognition. No, Liu Nian replied, a feigned smile plastered on her face, her expression as rigid as if sculpted. You have genuinely mistaken me. Exian placed his hand upon Liu Nian's shoulder, bending slightly to meet her gaze. You are. Even Liu Nian, typically slow to grasp concepts, understood the implications of Exian's words. Regardless of her identity, he asserted, I declare you to be so. But I do not wish to offer a sacrifice. Liu Nian protested, forcing a smile and squinting her eyes in an attempt to conjure tears, even pinching her thigh beneath her skirts. Then do not make a sacrifice, Exian remarked casually. There is another method. Assert your divine authority and subdue them. Liu Nian, having failed to produce tears, ceased her futile attempts. How am I to subdue them? Accepting her role, Liu Nian straightened her back and raised her arms, striking a goddess-like pose. Exian furrowed his brow, pondering deeply, and after several contemplative sighs and shifts in posture, he finally said, simply remaining alive will suffice. Liu Nian was taken aback. Was this guardian of the goddess truly selecting the most foolish individuals for such roles? After Exian departed, Liu Nian reclined upon the soft bed, removing a ring from her finger to examine it closely, recalling the scene she had witnessed upon opening the coffin. where she had distinctly seen a ring identical to her own. On the battlefield of Alakisi, howling winds stirred up clouds of dust, gradually forming the silhouette of a figure. The combatants ceased their fighting, and Jelly furrowed his brow at the apparition emerging from the dust. This was the sorcery of Exen, the guardian beside the goddess of dawn. The goddess of dawn has awakened. Beast King.Oh, I command you in the name of the goddess to proceed at once to pay your respects. Oh, astonished, turned to Jelly, who was equally taken aback. The long-dormant goddess had suddenly awakened. Under the weight of divine authority, the Beast King had no choice but to comply, and Pa transformed from his wolf form into that of a man, bowing to Exian's apparition. As the dust settled, those present were left in a state of deep contemplation. On the battlefield of Keluoli, Snow Clan King Qianxian, the goddess of dawn has awakened. You are commanded to proceed at once to pay your respects. Qianxian accepted the command. Within the Hall of Light, Bo-hung gazed down from the terrace, his thoughts drifting back to recent events. Under the dual pressure from Jelly and the Beast King, the defense of Alakisi had fallen to him, transforming Lowland into a battlefield. Each day, Bo-hung reviewed the reports of the ongoing conflicts. To claim his heart remained untroubled would be false. Yet he refrained from joining the fray or even offering counsel. Brother, Jidan's dark eyes were filled with a deadly determination as he approached Bo-hung. In that moment, Bo-hung sensed that Jidan had shed his playful demeanor and the carefree identity of a prince, now standing before him as a warrior ready to face death. He approached with resolute steps, intent on persuading his seemingly impotent brother to join the battle. Only by doing so could Lowland be safeguarded and Alakisi spared from the ravages of war. The Beast Clan had advanced, leaving Lowland battered and bruised. How long must he guard the defenses of Alakisi? Brother, you are the king of the Blood Clan. Jidan's eyes brimmed with hope. Do you wish to witness the devastation wrought during Cadence rule? Where has your courage gone? For Jelly, you could face the battlefield. Why can you not rise for me? Bo-hung's indifference began to waver. Jidan, filled with urgency, knelt before him, pleading, if you refuse to support the battle any longer, I may well lose my life on the battlefield. I harbor no grievances, but I wish to remind you that not only Jelly, but I am also your brother. Those leading the fight against this war across the lands are also your kin. With that, Jidan departed the hall without a backward glance, leaving behind a profound silence and an air of desolation. Reflecting on this, Bo-hung's previously calm blue eyes began to ripple with emotion. He set down his teacup, resolved to venture onto the battlefield. Suddenly, Exian's apparition emerged within the teacup, halting his steps and drawing his gaze back. The Blood Clan King Bo-hung, I am at your command. With that, the teacup fell silent, and Bo-hung raised his head. The goddess of dawn, that was their new reality. Chapter 28. I am now a grandmother. I am their matriarch. In the grand hall, Liu Nian excitedly hopped up from her seat, her skirts held high. After a few steps, she noticed Exen gesturing for her to return, prompting her to bounce back to her chair. What does it matter? It is just the two of us now. Having just heard Exian succinctly outline the current situation and the relationships involved, Liu Nian was particularly intrigued by one revelation. She was now the grandmother of those foolish vampires. The moment her lineage was mentioned, she felt a surge of confidence. Though she was uncertain how to embody a goddess, she certainly knew how to portray a grandmother, having watched countless soap operas during prime time. In her excitement, Liu Nian momentarily forgot about Exian's presence. My goddess, you must always maintain your divine demeanor, Exian remarked, standing nonchalantly, as if he were a flea jumping about. Liu Nian, taken aback, wondered if this was truly how he envisioned her. A beautiful maiden? Yet you're not. Insisting on rehearsing for tomorrow's meeting with all seriousness, Liu Nian retorted, rising to mimic Exian's stance. Is this how you appear serious? Not to you. They all recognize you. You must wear a headscarf and scout the area ahead of time. Exian countered, refusing to yield. Liu Nian settled back into her chair, not wanting to reveal her apprehensions, which she believed were shared by others. She waved her hand dismissively and urged, please continue. You probably won't heed anything I say now, will you? Isin took a bite of the cake that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. I see you're quite eager to meet your grandson. You look rather pleased. Isin had indeed seen through Liu Nian's subtle thoughts. At this moment, Liu Nian had completely tuned out Isin's words. Her mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to torment Geely. Humph, that little rascal Geely. Just wait and see how I deal with you. She needed to ponder how to cherish her beloved grandson. Yet, when faced with the moment, Liu Nian felt her hands tremble. In the temple of the goddess of dawn, she found herself seated in the very spot where her coffin had once been placed. Below her sat the kings of the various clans of Atlas. The cold and aloof king of the Snow Clan, Qianxian, with his snow-white hair, exuded an air of purity as if untouched by the muck of the world. However, Liu Nian couldn't shake the feeling that he bore some semblance of foolishness. Could it be an instinctive recognition among kin? The indifferent and frosty king of the Blood Clan. Bo Hung sat closest to the goddess of dawn, his closed eyes filling Liu Nian with dread. A glance to her left revealed the Beast Clan king, Pavo, whose aura was filled with hostility, yet he sat there with a veneer of politeness, truly a refined scoundrel. His handsome and gentle features turned cold and unsettling when he smiled. The elegant matriarch of the Witch Clan, Mrs. Slanty, occupied the farthest seat from Liu Nian. Observing her closely from behind a veil, Liu Nian noted that Mrs. Slanty appeared to be in her 40s, her deep crimson attire reflecting an aristocratic grace. Thankfully, she had thought to wear a veil yesterday, otherwise, her true identity would have been exposed. Below the grand hall stood Ji Dan, Lai Wendy, and Lai Wenda, each wearing expressions that hinted at their thoughts. Ji Dan seemed to have come to a realization and turned to speak to Lai Wenda, only to be interrupted. I know what you want to say. Ji Dan grew excited, nearly blurting out that the figure seated above was none other than Liu Nian. Just watch, Lai Wenda interjected in time. In the grand hall, Isin stood beside Liu Nian, announcing that the goddess of dawn had awakened and all the clan kings were to pay their respects. My beloved goddess of dawn, your awakening is our greatest hope. The Beast King rose and bowed, his piercing gaze fixated on Liu Nian. Is that so? Thank you for your concern, Pavo. Liu Nian raised her hand slightly, a gesture meticulously taught to her by Isin yesterday. Your sudden awakening truly brings great delight. To Liu Nian's surprise, Pavo did not return to his seat, but continued to engage in conversation. His unwavering stare and unabashed skepticism were unmistakable. The timing was indeed fortuitous. Liu Nian remained silent, gripping her gloved hands tightly, feeling as though she were being coerced. Noticing her silence, Pavo grew bolder, hinting at a desire to confront her. Are you trying to hide your appearance from everyone, hence the veil? I, too, believe the moment is ripe, Mrs. Slanty chimed in. All of us of the Witch Clan eagerly anticipate your awakening. Thank you, Mrs. Slanty, Liu Nian thought to herself, grateful for the support. The Blood Clan also looks forward to your awakening, Bo Hung added coolly, his expression inscrutable. Liu Nian nodded stiffly, fearful that they might uncover her secret. With both Mrs. Slanty and the Light King defending her, Pavo deemed it was not the right moment to press further and return to his seat. The goddess of dawn demands that you cease the war immediately. Once the pleasantries had concluded, Isin shifted the discussion to the main topic of the summons. Ah yes, war evokes feelings of anger and sorrow. Liu Nian quickly recited the lines she had memorized the previous day, asserting that the noble descendants of the Beast Clan should not be misled into brutal warfare, and that the grudges of the Blood Clan should not extend to other races. Liu Nian had modeled her delivery after a queen from a television drama. Cease the war. This is my command as the goddess of dawn. Otherwise, I shall bring penalties upon the world. Just as Liu Nian felt a surge of satisfaction, believing she had performed well, a cold laugh sent shivers down her spine. Oh, the noble beasts, the goddess truly knows how to speak. Pavo stood and strode toward the center of the hall. I can't help but feel that aside from your words, you bear no resemblance to the goddess. What blasphemous words are you uttering, Pavo? Mrs. Slanty interjected angrily, attempting to stop him. Yet Pavo remained resolute in his defiance. Liu Nian, feeling utterly stunned, turned her pleading gaze toward Isin, who responded with a comforting smile. Remembering her conversation with Isin from yesterday, Liu Nian silently repeated to herself, I am supreme, and unrivaled. Nonsense! How dare you be so audacious before me? Liu Nian mustered her courage and shouted, but in her nervousness, she mistakenly said nonsense instead of blasphemy. What a predicament! Liu Nian avoided looking at anyone and turned her gaze to Yi Sin instead. The crowd murmured, "Oh, our dear goddess seems to have slipped." Before anyone could react, Pavo transformed into a giant wolf and charged toward Liu Nian. The force of the massive wolf caused the hall to tremble. Yi Sin cautiously cast a spell, ensuring that the falling debris would not strike Liu Nian. Lai Wendy attempted to rush to Liu Nian's defense, but Lai Winda restrained him, whispering, "If you go up now, it will only confirm that Liu Nian is not the true goddess of dawn." A thunderous roar echoed in the ears of the onlookers, causing some of the weaker servants to bleed from their ears as a massive fireball soared toward Liu Nian. However, when the smoke cleared, Liu Nian remained poised in midair. The wall behind her reduced to dust. The veil still adorned her face, and Liu Nian marveled at the quality of her clothes and veil. Slowly rising to her feet, she masked the tremors in her legs, having maintained her seat despite the chair's destruction. Provocatively rubbing her ears, Liu Nian laughed. "What are you doing? Afraid of scaring me? Speak louder." At that moment, Liu Nian completely disregarded the exalted image of the goddess, behaving like a raucous street thug. In her ears, that thunderous wolf howl seemed no louder than a simple fart. She could hardly contain her laughter. Despite its grand size, it produced nothing more than a trivial noise, though the fireball had indeed startled her. Pavo, astonished, reverted to his original form, baffled as to why his attack had failed to harm her. Could she truly be the goddess of dawn? Reluctantly, Pavo prepared for another attack, but the clan leaders had already stepped in front of Liu Nian. Liu Nian descended from her elevated position, standing before Pavo. "In your youthful ignorance, I shall grant you this one reprieve. Should you act with such recklessness again, I will bring judgment upon you and your kin." Liu Nian spoke fluidly, and even Yi Sin, standing by, couldn't help but nod in admiration. These words were not ones he had taught her. Perhaps Liu Nian's portrayal was so convincing, or perhaps the fact that she had withstood his attack had instilled a sense of caution in him. Pavo knelt, saying, "Dear goddess, I was misguided." The farce came to an end, and as Liu Nian exited the grand hall, the ceiling collapsed behind her. "My goddess, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed." Yi Sin rushed to her side after dismissing everyone. Liu Nian shot Yi Sin a glance, exclaiming, "Wonderful? My home is gone." Squatting among the rubble, Liu Nian idly sifted through the stones while Yi Sin went off to find a new residence. After a short while, Yi Sin returned. "My dear goddess, I have found a new place for you." "Oh, my beloved Yi Sin, I think we can dispense with the pretense in our conversations. Now that our cards are on the table, let us drop the facade, shall we?" Chapter 29. Flower viewing Liu Nian gazed upon the resplendent hall of the Light King, aglow with golden brilliance. Liu Nian tugged at the corners of her mouth, incredulously pointing at the three grand characters that read Guang Wang Dian. "Is this truly the place you claim to have arranged for us?" "Indeed," Xin replied, handing over her numerous bags to the maidservants who had come to greet them. "You have nothing to bring? This is all my luggage." Liu Nian shook her head. "I am indifferent to your belongings." Pulling Xin aside, she whispered, "I believe we could find a different place to stay." "No, my goddess, your noble identity deserves no less than Guang Wang Dian. It would be an affront to you," Xin exclaimed, clearly indignant, treating Liu Nian with the utmost reverence. Observing this, Liu Nian couldn't help but applaud, realizing that to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. "That's not what I meant. I've already shared my grievances with the Blood Clan. How can you expect me to reside here?" Xin removed Liu Nian's hand from her own, shaking it off. "Because you are noble." With Xin steadfast in her decision to stay, Liu Nian resigned herself to her fate, thinking, "Well, I must indeed be quite noble." In the inner hall, Liu Nian occupied the seat of Bo Hong, while Bo Hong, Lai Wendy, Lai Winda, and Ji Dan sat below in succession. Liu Nian found herself utterly bored, rolling her eyes. The veil before her was different from yesterday's. Adhering to her steadfast belief in remaining undetected, proposed reinforcing the veil to prevent any external force from damaging it. Thus, Liu Nian was bestowed with an upgraded veil that rendered her completely blind. Although EXIN suggested revealing her eyes, this was no television drama. A mere blemish could lead to her discovery. These vampires were far too astute. Clearing her throat, Liu Nian feigned authority, stating, "Henceforth, you need not come daily to greet me. I prefer solitude." Dan suddenly burst into laughter, startling Liu Nian into wide-eyed astonishment. "What are you laughing at?" Liu Nian pondered, realizing she now embodied the role of their matriarch, a symbol of authority. Dan, what is the cause of your laughter?" Liu Nian pounded her hand on the armrest, wincing in pain, but grateful that the veil concealed her expression. "Is it not simply joy at seeing our matriarch?" Dan remarked, sensing the weight of several brothers' glares, quickly quieting down. Liu Nian understood that Dan's laughter was not without reason. Surely, it was not an easy feat to evoke such mirth. "I wish to return to my chamber. Has Lian not prepared it yet?" EXIN was about to check, but was halted by Liu Nian. Among this host of vampires, she felt utterly devoid of confidence without EXIN by her side. Just then, Luoya entered. "Grandmother, your room is ready. Would you like to rest?" Luoya's voice was still as gentle and melodious as before, and Liu Nian could vividly imagine her beaming smile. "Yes, very well." Liu Nian rose, signaling EXIN to support her arm. EXIN promptly slapped Liu Nian's hand away, producing a sharp sound that nearly provoked Dan to laugh again. Liu Nian's cheeks flushed with pain, yet she had to suppress her outburst. EXIN adjusted her clothing, as if nothing had transpired. In her desire to conceal her identity, Liu Nian had specifically requested to reside in a more secluded area. Following Liu through a labyrinth of corridors, they finally arrived at her resting place. After dismissing Luoya, Liu Nian swiftly removed her veil. "Why did you strike me earlier?" EXIN feigned an expression of grievance. "I am uncertain where you acquired such bad habits. I am not crippled. Why must you rely on me?" Liu Nian was left speechless, realizing that the palace's ladies were indeed quite unpredictable. The Beast King had returned to the pristine realm of Rake, where the servants stood nervously awaiting his summons. Adjusting his collar, the Beast King inquired about his recent servant. "Where is Grell?" "Prince Grell has already departed. He instructed us to inform you that everything proceeds as planned." The Beast King, with a scowl that concealed simmering rage, thought to himself, if not for his remaining usefulness, I would slay them all. Within Guangwangdian, Liu Nian gazed at the bright sun outside, sighing. This truly is a world devoid of phones and games. No matter the time, it is unbearably dull. Having sat idly in her room for an entire afternoon, she was relieved that the goddess of dawn did not require dew. Otherwise, she would surely starve. EXIN stood behind Liu Nian, having already brought her plate after plate of sunflower seeds. EXIN, also holding a handful of seeds. "Munch while teasing, you have quite the appetite." Liu Nian looked down from the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, seeing nothing but barren land. Luoya certainly found her a splendid location. Perfectly aligning with her request, it was isolated and desolate. Unaware of how many sunflower seeds she had consumed or how many sighs she had released, EXIN finally could no longer bear it. "My goddess, if you are truly bored, might you allow me to accompany you for a stroll?" "A stroll? Where shall we go?" Liu Nian perked up, her ears perking with interest. EXIN observed her from behind, wishing to reach out and touch. Liu Nian possessed an unexpected charm. Guangwangdian is vast. There must be places you wish to explore. "Very well then, let us go." Liu Nian spat out the last sunflower seed shell, stood up, dusted her hands, and proceeded onward. EXIN led Liu Nian to the garden on the southern side of Guangwangdian, introducing her to the various flowers. Nian anticipated that Liu Nian would be delighted, yet EXIN sensed her lingering gloom. "What is the matter? Is this place not beautiful?" Liu Nian shook her head. Setting aside the presence of flowers everywhere, surrounding both the main hall and the side halls, it seemed as if the entire world was a garden. Liu Nian waved her veil in front of her. "Look, no matter how lovely, can I see anything? Being able to glimpse my own feet is already a blessing." Liu Nian bent down to rub her legs, feeling somewhat fatigued. EXIN, feeling wronged, retorted, "Was it not you who insisted on wearing the veil?" "Oh, you dare to argue with me?" Just as they began playfully bickering, a voice froze Liu Nian in place. Goddess of Dawn? Liu Nian turned to discern who it was. But unfortunately, she could not see. The voice did not belong to Bo Hong and seemed too playful to be Ji Dan. Could be Lai Wenda? What brings you here? Liu Nian, unsure of the voice's direction, stood still. Because I knew you would be here, the voice replied, laced with laughter, as Liu Nian slowly adjusted her orientation to face him. What a peculiar situation. It feels as though someone is teasing me. Indeed, the flowers here are quite lovely, which is why I came to admire them. Liu Nian straightened, attempting to embody the dignified presence of a matriarch. The flowers are beautiful, but can you, my goddess, actually see them? The figure stepped closer, narrowing the space between them. A splendid retort. Liu Nian found herself at a loss for words. Flowers need not solely be seen by the eyes. One can also perceive them with the heart. Liu Nian feigned calmness. Oh, that was a timeless phrase, truly remarkable. Just as you exist, not only before my eyes, but also within my heart. Is that not so? The figure had approached Liu Nian, and she could now faintly discern his polished shoes. Oh dear, does Lai Wenda possess such audacity? Is it customary to flirt with one's matriarch? Liu Nian felt that if she did not escape soon, Lai Wenda would surely give her a heart attack. Xin, I believe it is time for us to return. No one answered. Liu Nian called again. Xin? A sense of foreboding washed over her as she heard no response from Xin. Lady Xin has already departed. It seems you truly cannot see. A hearty laugh echoed in Liu Nian's ears. It did not seem to be Lai Wenda. Just as Liu Nian prepared to speak, a gust of wind swept by, whisking away her veil. In that fleeting moment, Liu Nian thought, wow, this is just like the dramatic encounters between the protagonists in a television series. However, when it came to her, the person before her unveiled her identity, mercilessly accusing her of desecrating the goddess. Soon, a great guillotine would appear above her head. It's over. Will I be able to resurrect this time? If I can revive, could it not be inside a coffin? As the veil fell to the ground, a gentle breeze swept through, and everything felt so beautiful. Before Liu Nian was not Lai Wenda, but his brother Lai Wen. So this is what the goddess looks like. Lai Wen tilted his head and smiled, resembling my girl from the secret forest. Lai Wen's laughter reached the depths of his eyes, reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing the heart. How absurd. In this context, can such a scene even exist? Liu Nian picked up the veil and turned to leave. I do not comprehend your words, but being so disrespectful to grandmother is not befitting of a blood prince. Upholding one's character is indeed the safest approach. Despite Liu Nian's repeated protests, Lai Wen persisted closely behind her, refusing to depart. Chapter 30. The Duties of the Dawn Goddess amidst the winding paths. Liu Nian found herself lost. Staring at her toes for quite some time, she finally conceded to the persistent follower behind her. Knowing I cannot see, yet failing to help me find my way back, I have already bumped into several walls. Hearing Liu Nian's mildly irate reprimand, Lai Wen's smile only grew brighter. But grandmother always tells me not to follow you. Lai Wen shrugged, his expression one of helplessness, as if to say he wished to assist, yet was unable. At this moment, you are indeed obedient. Hurry and point the way. Liu Nian gripped her handkerchief tightly, fearing she might impulsively strike him. Why not simply remove the veil? Even if I did, how would I know where this place is? Liu Nian would never remove it. What if others saw her? Lai Wen stepped forward, grasping Liu Nian's sleeve and guiding her onward. Why would this veil? Lai Wen led Liu Nian back, traversing through various doorways. Because I do not wish to see you. It is too ugly and a painful sight. Liu Nian did not want to speak the truth, even though she realized she had already revealed herself. But wearing it serves no purpose. Lai Wen found it amusing, his eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. How does it serve no purpose? This white veil is quite thick and covers well. Liu Nian tugged at the veil atop her head, feeling its substantial texture. Amidst their bickering, Lai Wen had already led Liu Nian back to the side chamber, where Xin awaited her return. Goddess, you have returned. Xin, nearly dozing off at the doorway, nodded off and hazily noticed their arrival. Oh, how could you still have the audacity to speak to her when you fled in silence? Why did you not bid her farewell? Did you see me? Were you waiting for me? I thought you left the garden without a word, thinking you could not see me. Liu Nian spoke in anger, abruptly removing her veil and purposefully bumping into Exin, causing him to stumble. Exin was bewildered. Clearly, it was Prince Laiwen who had signaled him to return first to speak with the goddess. Before he could explain, Liu Nian had already slammed the door shut. Exin finally grasped the situation and turned back with a resigned smile, asking, "What is this? Have you sold me out for glory?" Laiwen's crescent-eyed smile held a hint of mischief. "My sincere apologies, Lord Exin. I see you are quite pleased with yourself. You, little rascal, are very cunning." Exin mimicked Liu Nian's prior demeanor, attempting to open the door, only to discover it was locked. "Is it awkward?" Laiwen inquired. "Are you not leaving yet?" Exin crossed his arms, adopting an imposing stance. "Because I believe she still has something to say to me." Laiwen pointed with his chin toward the door. Just as he finished speaking, Liu Nian opened the door and peeked out. "The matter of my appearance today must not be disclosed to anyone. It is grandmother's command. And beware of my retribution," Liu Nian declared fiercely before slamming the door shut once more. Regardless of the happenings outside, Liu Nian anxiously lay in bed, tossing and turning. This is destined to be a sleepless night, she thought. Hew. Next door, Exin sat up in bed, gazing at the darkened sky, lost in contemplation. What kind of goddess snores? The decor of the Light King's palace appears splendid. How can it be so poorly soundproofed? After much deliberation, Exin approached Liu Nian's door, attempting to rouse her. "Goddess?" Exin cautiously called out, only to be met with Liu Nian's louder snoring. "Dawn Goddess?" Exin shouted again, straining his voice. Alas, no effect. Exin resigned himself to endure. This is destined to be a sleepless night, he thought. As the sun illuminated the earth, Liu Nian groggily awoke from her slumber. She had anticipated a restless night, yet surprisingly, she had slept quite well. Glancing around, she noticed Exin was absent, a stark contrast to previous mornings when he was always the first figure she saw upon waking. "Yiqin?" Liu Nian curiously opened the door, finding him standing at the entrance with large dark circles under his eyes, swaying slightly. "Why do you not come in?" Liu Nian reached out to touch Exin's forehead, finding it cool to the touch. "You locked the door." Exin yawned again. His hands trembled as he held the tray. "I had locked the door before as well." Liu Nian moved aside, allowing Exin to enter. Exin placed the food on the table, continuing to yawn. "This is the Light King's palace, not the Dawn Goddess's palace. I do not possess a key." Liu Nian, observing Exin's dark circles, found it amusing, unable to contain her laughter. "This is the first time I have seen such severe dark circles after just one night. Surely you did not engage in sleepwalking fights?" "Familiarity breeds comfort. I believe in the days to come, I shall often find myself in such a state." Exin, unable to voice his thoughts, sat in the chair, nodding vigorously. "By the way, the Light King visited earlier. Since you were sleeping, he left. He mentioned he would return at noon." Upon hearing this, Liu Nian felt as though struck by lightning. "It's over. Laiwen must have informed them that I am not the Dawn Goddess. What should I do?" Liu Nian touched her neck, as if a guillotine were already suspended above her. The sound of the midday execution echoed in her ears. Liu Nian sat up with Exin, shaking his arm frantically, urging him to devise a plan. Exin, in a state of surrender, complied. Soon after, hearing Exin's steady breathing, Liu Nian raised her eyes. In such a crucial moment, he had fallen asleep. She had thought he was contemplating a strategy, yet he was merely resting. Resisting the impulse to slap him, Liu Nian erupted in anger. "I am about to be imprisoned and face dire consequences, and you still have the leisure to sleep here." Startled, Exin nearly toppled from his chair. Wiping his mouth, the two began to strategize. "If all else fails, you may expose me. After all, I am the deceiver." Liu Nian despondently rested her head on the table, wincing in pain. "As the personal guardian of the Dawn Goddess, my transgression for mistaking her is hardly trivial." Exin mimicked Liu Nian's posture, resting his head on the table. "I am the guardian of the Dawn Goddess. I know her appearance better than anyone." "Really? That is truly wonderful." As she spoke, Liu Nian's expression rolled her eyes, dripping with sarcasm. Exin paid no heed to the irony in her words. "As long as I declare you the Dawn Goddess, you are indeed so." Exin closed his eyes, finding the position too comfortable, feeling himself on the verge of slumber. Yet how do I explain that I look just like Liu Nian, whom they know? Fajing, Yiqing. Watching his eyelids flutter, Liu Nian too felt as though she were being lulled into sleep, drowsiness overtaking her. As their conversation dwindled, their voices softened until they could no longer discern their words, both slipping into slumber. Thus, when Bo Hong entered, he discovered them resting their heads on the table, arms dangling beneath, sleeping soundly in their chairs. Bo Hong approached and gently tapped the table, rousing the two individuals from their slumber. Liu Nian abruptly lifted her head, instinctively searching for her veil, only to find her neck stiff and immobile. Xin found herself in a similar predicament. The two resembled twins, their necks rigid as they wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Bo Hong coolly remarked, "Since grandmother has returned, may I suggest you attend to matters in the study? All the affairs you accumulated at the Goddess of Dawn's temple have been transferred there." Standing behind Liu Nian, Bo Hong's presence led her to delude herself into believing he had not seen her face. She nudged Xin, who had just risen, and urged her to bring the veil. Xin shuffled over like a crab and retrieved the veil for Liu Nian. Once adorned with the veil, Liu Nian felt her stiffness diminish significantly. She tilted her head slightly, pondering, what matters? What is there for me to address? Chapter 31. What are the odds? Attempting to exchange a glance with the Xin, Liu Nian realized she was currently in a semi-blind state, rendering it impossible. Bo Hong explained the situation to Liu Nian, who displayed little interest, dismissing him with, "I'll go when I have time. You may leave now." Shortly after, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and Liu Nian cautiously inquired, "Has he left?" "Yes," Xin replied. "You scared me. I thought he had come to question us." Liu Nian tore off her veil, only to find Xin had already succumbed to sleep at the table once more. She kicked him awake and tugged at his ear, insisting he return to his room for rest. Upon returning from Liu Nian's quarters to the study, Bo Hong immediately spotted the sycophantic Lai Wendy at the desk. Upon seeing Bo Hong, Lai Wendy leaped up in excitement. Did she agree? Bo Hong chuckled, ruffling Lai Wendy's hair. "I have conveyed your message. The rest is up to you." It turned out that Lai Wendy, noticing Liu Nian's daily boredom, concocted a role for her concerning the duties of the Goddess of Dawn. Bo Hong's endorsement was far more persuasive than Lai Wendy's own words, and after much pleading, he finally acquiesced to help. With her goal accomplished, Lai Wendy bid farewell to Bo Hong, eagerly setting about organizing Liu Nian's desk, determined to arrange it splendidly. As night fell, Xin finally regained her energy. Liu Nian inquired about the duties of the Goddess of Dawn. Xin, resting her chin in silence for a few seconds, replied, "To protect the subjects." Liu Nian was taken aback, contemplating whether she should scold him. "Is that truly within my capabilities? This child must be genuinely foolish. Perhaps I should flee." Regardless of Liu Nian's inner turmoil, Xin was keen on instructing her. "Our first task is to learn the incantations." Liu Nian, wearing a sullen expression, clearly reluctant to comply, responded, "What incantations?" "The abilities of the Goddess of Dawn include blessings." Liu Nian scoffed. "Isn't that rather redundant? May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and your life as enduring as the southern mountains. May you find harmony and happiness." How's that sound? Is that sufficient, or should I add more? "The blessings of the Goddess of Dawn enable the Blood Clan, who cannot appear during the day, to gain the ability to emerge in daylight." Xin looked at Liu Nian with an expression that suggested disbelief. "But I lack that power," Liu Nian protested, shaking her head as if to indicate her inability. "We must pretend to possess it. We can find various means to avoid it, but we must know the incantations." Xin insisted earnestly, showing no sign of jest. "Very well," Liu Nian relented. "What is the incantation? May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and your life as enduring as the southern mountains." After dinner, Xin expressed a desire to take a stroll in the garden, but Liu Nian was reluctant, having already been discovered once there. What if this time it's not Lai Wendy, but Bo Hong? Liu Nian thought, lying in bed as her eyelids grew heavier and heavier until she succumbed to sleep. Observing Liu Nian's slumber, Xin dashed off to the garden. Upon awakening, Liu Nian rolled comfortably in bed, and, as she sat up abruptly, she froze at the sight of Lai Wendy, who was smiling at her. Why did you enter grandmother's room without permission? Liu Nian feigned anger, frantically searching for her veil to conceal her face. Amused, Lai Wendy noted that since she already knew Liu Nian's appearance, the veil was unnecessary. Ignoring Lai Wendy, Liu Nian thought, without it, I lack the confidence to claim I am their grandmother. What brings you here? Liu Nian asked, hastily donning her veil. To see my forest girl, Lai Wendy replied, drawing closer to Liu Nian. This morning, she had meticulously styled her hair, which Liu Nian, veiled, likely could not see. Lai Wendy touched her hair, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Liu Nian thought, it's over. This person will never believe I am her grandmother. Should I silence her? Though the veil obscured her features, normally Lai Wendy was always smiling, speaking in a manner that suggested playfulness, and perhaps that could be the key to winning her over. As Liu Nian was lost in thought, Exine entered from outside. The scene revealed Liu Nian kneeling thoughtfully on the bed while Lai Wendy gazed at her with unabashed affection. Exine cleared her throat, saying the goddess of dawn. She needn't pretend. He won't listen. Liu Nian interrupted. No need to continue. Exine nodded and approached the bed, examining Liu Nian's current posture. Oh, so you're now begging for mercy? Liu Nian glanced at her own kneeling position, hands clasped over her chest in a posture reminiscent of prayer. She looked gravely at Exine, unconcerned whether he could see through the veil. Is it that obvious? I thought it was rather discreet. Liu Nian plopped down like a deflated balloon. I know you well enough to see through it. You likely want tea catch on. Exine joked, taking a seat next to Lai Wendy. Liu Nian leaned closer to Exine, whispering, what are the odds of us taking him down? Given how obvious you are in front of him, the likelihood is quite slim. A sneak attack might hold some potential. Liu Nian covered her mouth with her hand for added secrecy. Exine raised her thumb, stating, if you can whisper in my ear while he's nearby. He definitely won't hear it. Liu Nian quickly pulled back, sweeping her veil aside to confirm that the individual before her was indeed Lai Wendy. Listening to Liu Nian and Exine's banter, Lai Wendy chuckled, I believe the chances of winning me over are far greater. Winning you over? How so? Liu Nian and Exine asked in unison. Through seduction. Liu Nian gasped, tossing the veil aside. Are you serious, my friend? What kind of preference is that? Exine also silently concurred, pondering, aside from Bo Hong, are all vampires blind? Liu Nian apruruchit yikin. Lifting her face and adopting a tone reminiscent of a television shopping host as she addressed Lai Wendy. You truly possess an eye for beauty. Look at his delicate skin. Bright eyes and healthy teeth, definitely a good catch. As she spoke, she gestured towards the respective features. Exine removed Liu Nian's hand from her face, exasperated. With your level of intellect, you can bid farewell to the title of goddess. The atmosphere shifted, and the playful banter dissipated as the three sat seriously together. Why didn't you expose me? Liu Nian asked Lai Wendy. Because you're my forest girl, Lai Wendy replied, leaning closer to Liu Nian, seemingly oblivious to Exine's presence. Is it merely because we met in the forest? Liu Nian was perplexed, wondering if she possessed some charm that could inspire love at first sight. I don't know why you've forgotten. Lai Wendy grasped Liu Nian's hand, but you will recall. We have met more than once. Liu Nian stiffly withdrew her hand. Then will you help us deceive your kin? Ekpachting like vendito hesitat. Liu Nian was taken aback when she answered without a moment's thought. Yes. The three then deliberated on whether to proceed to the study the following day, and Lai Wendy expressed her agreement. It is indeed likely to raise suspicion if one does not go, especially considering it is brother Bo Hong who has brought this matter to light. It must be of great significance. Yikin similet silently, finding amusement in not exposing such trivial tricks. Using the excuse of the late hour, she suggested that Lai Wendy take his leave, while Liu Nian retained Exine to continue their discussion. Should we place our trust in him? Liu Nian's countenance grew solemn, his hand thoughtfully stroking his chin. Certainly. Yikin fervently nodded. Herr gesturis ekagerated. However, he is of the Blood Clan. He may be attempting to extract information from us. Liu Nian shook his head, dismissing Exine's words. How could that be? Exine widened her eyes, craning her neck forward. One may know a face, but not the heart. especially true with a vampire, and this Liu Nian insists he has met me. I have lived for 21 years without any lapses in memory. So how could I not recall? Liu Nian continued to ramble on, while Xin appeared oblivious, engaging in peculiar actions. What on earth are you doing? Have you suddenly fallen ill or ingested the wrong medicine? Liu Nian slapped the table, frustrated by Xin's lack of focus, which severely impacted the quality of their conversation. He is reminding you. I am behind you. Liu Nian's voice drifted from behind Liu Nian, soft yet clear. Oh, reminding me. Liu Nian turned abruptly, discovering Liu Nian grinning cheerfully outside the floor-to-ceiling window, waving at her. I thought you had already departed. Liu Nian stood, slapping the table, causing Xin's arms resting on it to bounce. Chapter 32. The Pink Envelope. I came to inform you of this. Liu Nian gestured to the side, stating that Brother Bo Hung had made arrangements, and he was residing next door. Ha ha, splendid. Liu Nian waved back at Liu Nian, urging him to return. As Liu Nian vanished behind the window, Liu Nian finally exhaled and turned to Xin, inquiring if he had overheard. The hearing of Blood Clan members is 7 times that of ordinary humans. Xin coolly retorted, unperturbed. Liu Nian's face paled, petrified into stillness. You need not wear such an expression. It is not a major issue. You shall not perish. Xin stood up, preparing to retire for the night. Thank you for your comfort, Liu Nian said, her large eyes glistening with gratitude. I did not comfort you. I was comforting him. Liu Nian, perplexed, asked why, but Xin merely left Liu Nian's room with a mysterious smile. Back in her own chamber, Xin lay on her bed, murmuring to herself. What else could it be? I fear the sound of 7-fold snoring may smother him. She rolled over and retrieved the sound-dampening flower from beside her bed, applying its pollen near her ears. Fortunately, she had spotted the sound-dampening flower in the garden yesterday. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to sleep that night. The next day, after breakfast, Liu Nian, fully equipped, accompanied Liu Nian and Xin to the study in the main hall. Why do you appear to have slept poorly? Liu Nian expressed concern, observing the slightly fatigued Liu Nian. Liu Nian shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose, reassuring her that it was not a significant problem. He would not die. Liu Nian then glanced at Xin, who appeared quite refreshed. You seem to have rested well. Xin, seemingly deaf to her remarks, continued forward. Liu Nian asked again, but Xin remained unresponsive. Yiqin, Liu Nian called out, and finally, Xin turned back, puzzled as to why she had been summoned. What is wrong with your ears? Have you lost your hearing overnight? Liu Nian stood on tiptoe to examine Xin's ears, noticing a yellowish powdery substance. Liu Nian disdainfully patted Xin's shoulder, urging him to wash up, as his ears were muddied. Alas, I applied too much sound-dampening flower pollen, Xin replied, clearing his ears as he walked. Upon entering the study, Liu Nian paused momentarily by the bookshelf that once housed the Heart of Grey. Grey rebelled, forced into a facade of peace due to the sudden awakening of the Goddess of Dawn. No matter the perspective, Liu Nian could not perceive Grey as unprincipled. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap. Regaining her composure, she halted in the makeshift office that Liu Nian had arranged for her to handle affairs. Even with her veil, Liu Nian could feel the golden glimmer, reminiscent of the palace itself. Truly, this is a grand gesture. In this dim study, I stand out the most. Liu Nian eagerly seated herself, noticing an abundance of letters on the table. Liu Nian informed her that the requests for assistance from the Goddess of Dawn were inscribed within these envelopes, which Xin would review and select before delivering them to the goddess. Liu Nian nodded, gazing at the towering stack of envelopes. Is this the outcome of your scrutiny? Liu Nian gestured towards the height of the envelopes, astonished by the sheer quantity. Xin, appearing guilty, nodded. After all, these are the people's needs. And, as the Goddess of Dawn, such matters cannot be dismissed. Liu Nian, skeptical, extracted one of the envelopes and scrutinized its contents for a while before handing it to Liu Nian. Please take a look first. I have matters to discuss with Xin. Liu Nian's expression grew serious as she turned to Xin, whose countenance betrayed unease. I shall inquire once more. Are you certain this is your meticulous selection? Liu Nian's hand rhythmically tapped the table, exuding a menacing aura. I am certain, Exin replied, tilting his head in a frown. Liu Nian huffed coldly. Lai Wendy, please read the content. A friendly Mr. Vol from the poultry farm writes. Lai Wendy cleared his throat, adopting the stance of a reader. Were his requests. Liu Nian's gaze bore into the uneasy Exin. The poultry farm has suffered greatly due to this war. Numerous fowl have been frightened away or even fled their homes. They hope the goddess of dawn can bless them and help recover their lost chickens. Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Lai Wendy. Now, Mr. Exin, can you summarize the content you painstakingly selected in just 2 words? What is it? Catch chickens. Liu Nian, clad in a poultry farm sponsor uniform, stood with a pitchfork in hand, eyeing Lai Wendy and Exin, who were similarly attired. Honestly, I feel our outfits resemble those of fish pond contractors rather than poultry farmers. Liu Nian showcased her large boots to them. You look good in anything, Lai Wendy chuckled, attempting to pat Liu Nian's head, but she shot him a glare, thinking, you want to touch my head? First, help me catch the chickens. How must we go? Can't we pretend we didn't TC this? Liu Nian lowered her head, visibly reluctant. The envelope bears a special enchantment. Once opened, Mr. Vol will be aware. Lai Wendy quickly signaled to Exin, who remained unfazed and responded immediately. How cunning. What absurd premise. Liu Nian was skeptical, yet Exin assured her that all the envelopes were identical. Very well then. Glancing at the seemingly endless poultry farm, exuding the scent of fowl, Liu Nian sighed deeply. Let us begin. The process of catching the chickens proved arduous. Exin needed to rest with every movement, and each break led to a prolonged restroom visit lasting an hour, rendering him utterly unhelpful. Liu Nian and Lai Wendy managed to corner and catch 3 of the escaped chickens. Don't all Blood Clan members possess superhuman abilities? What is yours? Liu Nian rested on a stone bench brought by the farm owner, declaring, Wind, that is my ability. Wind? What good is wind? It cannot catch chickens. Liu Nian was adamant about her stance on this chicken-catching endeavor. With that, Liu Nian strode forward with renewed vigor, targeting the next goal. Don't just stand there, Lai Wendy. Block that one. By the time Exin returned from yet another restroom visit, Liu Nian and Lai Wendy had already captured all the chickens. You finally decided to return. Huh? Liu Nian collapsed onto the ground, kicking her feet in Exin's direction. Liu Nian, clutching a large white chicken gifted by Mr. Vol, declared that she must thank the goddess of dawn for her assistance. Her eyes seemed to emit flames. I thought you were going to commit to the restroom for life. If that happens, I shall certainly bless you. Liu Nian's exasperated expression evidently did not elicit any sense of guilt from Exin. Exin made a face at Liu Nian, and the 3 of them laughed and waited together for the car that would take them back. How embarrassing. Liu Nian slumped over the table, feeling rather glum. What is wrong? We completed the task, didn't we? It's all good. Yiqin, savoring a dessert just brought by the maid, seemed quite content. Liu Nian ignored Exin and turned her face away. Heaven knows how rich the expression on Luo Lin's face was when she saw her getting off the car, clutching the large white chicken. As the illustrious goddess of dawn, even if it was a pretense, she still deserved some dignity, right? To make matters worse, Bo Hong was also present. The large white chicken squawked at that moment. What are you squawking about? Startled by the sound, Liu Nian shot up from the table, exclaiming, It's all your fault. You've utterly embarrassed me. That chicken is truly detestable. Exin pretended to grab it, declaring that it would be the main course for dinner. Don't touch it. It was given to me. No chicken in the world is to be harmed. Liu Nian quickly blocked Exin's hand. Glancing at the towering stack of envelopes, Liu Nian stood up, scrutinizing one before putting it down and picking up another. What are you doing? Seeing her antics, Lai Wendy couldn't help but chuckle. She hadn't changed a bit. She continued to search for an envelope containing a task that could be completed while seated. Before long, Liu Nian held up a pink envelope, feeling confident that its exquisite appearance suggested it was penned by an elegant lady. Carefully, she opened it to read its contents. Well, whether it's elegant or not, I can't say, but it's definitely written by a girl, Liu Nian remarked, licking her lips, amused. Chapter 33, Playing House. What does it say? Lai Wendy asked with great curiosity. Dear Goddess of Dawn, Your awakening makes me feel that my prayers directed at the secret forest have not been in vain. I greatly admire His Highness the Light King. Although he already has a queen, I do not mind. I hope you can bless my love for His Highness. After reading, Liu Nian was at a loss for how to react. She is quite a charming girl, Lei Wendy remarked, taking the letter from Liu Nian. Charming or not, does the goddess of dawn really have such a mundane task? At this rate, I might as well deliver takeout. Is that what a goddess ought to do? Liu Nian slumped back in her chair, disheartened by the mountain of envelopes. But isn't this quite good? You can fulfill your wish without moving. Yiqing, with cream smeared all over her face, licked her lips. How should I bless her? As my guardian, you really can speak so lightly without considering the burden. Liu Nian threw an envelope at Exin. Didn't you learn this yesterday? Just recite a couple of spells. It's that simple. Exin caught it effortlessly. But as she was about to open it, Liu Nian shouted in protest. Ahem. Liu Nian cleared her throat, recalling what she had learned yesterday. In the name of the goddess of dawn, I bless the girl whose name I have forgotten. Liu Nian signaled to Lei Wendy. Claire Feudman. Lei Wendy whispered the name for Liu Nian. Blessings upon Claire Feudman. What you desire shall be born from my blessing. Continue. Yiqing nodded, urging Liu Nian to go on. I forgot the next part. That is all for now. Liu Nian thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anything more. Just as she picked up the next envelope, she suddenly felt something was amiss. How did she know I helped her? I never went. Liu Nian sat up straight, sensing that things were not so simple. She hadn't even heard my blessing. She can sense it. Exin popped another cake in her mouth, attempting to fill it to avoid answering Liu Nian's next question. Sense it? Liu Nian seemed to grasp something with the Exin's ambiguous response. You can't be serious about wanting me to go before her to bless her, can you? Do I have to say such melodramatic lines in front of everyone? Do her parents know about her feelings for the Light King? Liu Nian's eyes widened, as if she were already lost in her own fantasy. Why are you so agitated? Exin waved her hand dismissively. It won't happen. This is the end of it. Let us look at the next envelope. Who has any feelings for me? Just after Exin finished speaking, Bo Hung's calm voice inquired from the doorway. After exchanging greetings, Lei Wendy playfully showed Bo Hung the pink envelope in hand. Brother, your charm has reached the level where the goddess of dawn needs your help for blessings. What is this? Did you feel the blessing and come to express gratitude? Lei Wendy chuckled, teasing his brother. While Lei Wendy was chatting with Bo Hung, Liu Nian was desperately trying to diminish her presence, searching for the position of her veil. What are you doing? Just as Liu Nian adjusted her veil, Bo Hung's vague figure appeared before her. Caught by Bo Hung, Liu Nian stammered, fulfilling my duties. Then let us go. Bo Hung gestured toward the door. Where to? Liu Nian squatted on the ground, confused, seeking help from Lei Wendy. To find a little girl who admires me. Bo Hung turned with a hint of a smile. Exin stayed behind to look after the white chicken, so she didn't come along. Now, Liu Nian and Lei Wendy sat on a bench in the square, gazing at the two distant figures. Touching her veil, Liu Nian felt a mix of emotions. I didn't expect the blessings to be so effective. I should have done it for myself too. What did you say? Lei Wendy leaned closer to Liu Nian, wanting to know her murmurs. I said, thinking about how that girl rushed over to kiss me earlier is quite amusing. Liu Nian pointed at her veil. Look, it's all wet. Lei Wendy touched it. Indeed, it was quite damp. Who would have thought it was from a mere 7-year-old girl? It seemed she had a great time. Swatting away Lei Wendy's hand that was about to pull off her veil, Liu Nian gazed at the two indistinct figures in the distance. Although their expressions were hidden, their laughter could not be concealed, and one could feel how happy Bo Hung was at that moment. Actually, Bo Hung wasn't always like this. He used to be aloof and distant, disliking political affairs. After saying this, Lei Wendy handed Liu Nian a small cake. You haven't eaten much besides breakfast. You must be starving. Liu Nian thanked him, still curious about Bo Hung's story, urging Lei Wendy to tell her. Bo Hung used to be a rather indifferent person, but he was never cold, as if devoid of emotion. Too much had happened, transforming both Bo Hung and Greg into strangers. Can you tell me what happened? Liu Nian noticed Lei Wendy's voice gradually lowered, sensing it would not be an uplifting tale. If I tell you, what isn't it for me? Lei Wendy teased, leaning his face closer to peer beneath the veil at Liu Nian. Goddess, A distant call interrupted their conversation, and Liu Nian waved, indicating she had heard the girl's call. "Goddess, could you assist me with something?" The little girl's sweet and melodious voice rang clear. Liu Nian and Lei Wendy approached the girl, only to discover she wished to play house. "Haha, is this game a universal childhood pastime?" Liu Nian couldn't help but scoff. "I'll be the wife of His Highness the Light King, and we'll be the parents, and you, dear goddess, will be our daughter, while Lord Lei Wendy can be our son." The little girl earnestly assigned roles to each person. I wonder how the girl's parents would react to her innocent declarations. Liu Nian, complying, sat down obediently. Lei Wendy, not wanting to conform, asked, "Can I be your son-in-law instead?" Secretly bribing the girl with a small candy, she gleefully accepted. Thus Lei Wendy successfully assumed the role of son-in-law. "So, what shall our daughter do now?" "I can hear your laughter." Liu Nian pondered. "I will cook. But since His Highness and I are inseparable in our love, my daughter and son-in-law should go by the ingredients." The little girl tugged at Liu Nian and Lei Wendy's clothes, her eyes sparkling with desire for sweets. Lots and lots of sweets. Well, running errands for candy felt not far removed from delivering takeout. The illustrious goddess of dawn indeed found herself in a rather pitiful predicament. After bidding farewell to the little girl and returning to the Guangwangdian, night had already fallen. Liu Nian sighed once more at her veil. As she departed, the little girl clung to her, weeping incessantly, her runny nose smearing Liu Nian's veil. Putting on her veil, Liu Nian decided to visit the rooftop, and Xin accompanied her. They encountered few people along the way, allowing Liu Nian to breathe a sigh of relief. Temporarily removing her veil and instructing Xin to guard the entrance, Liu Nian once again gazed at the scenery from the rooftop. This time, however, the view was imbued with the allure of night. She had no particular purpose in mind, merely appreciating the beauty. Unconsciously, she touched her coat. The cold wind penetrated her coat ruthlessly, a stark contrast to the earlier warmth. Recalling Lei Wendy's words, Liu Nian felt a pang of heartache. It turned out he was not as indifferent as she had thought. Having witnessed his gentle smile, she wondered if his hearty laughter was equally enchanting. Liu Nian murmured to herself on the rooftop, as the evening breeze gently caressed her, carrying her whispers into the night. After a while, though the night breeze was no longer biting, the thick darkness made her weary, prompting her to descend. Upon seeing her alone, the Xin expressed mild surprise, but said nothing. "Tomorrow, we won't have to deal with those peculiar matters again, will we? I feel as though they regard me not as a goddess, but as a character from a cartoon." Liu Nian complained to Xin. "What is Doraemon?" "Yikin inwided perpleat." Liu Nian, unsure how to explain, opted to leave it be, simply stating it's something quite impressive while just knowing it exists is enough. "Whereas Lei Wendy? He usually clings to my heels." Liu Nian glanced around, indeed finding no sign of Lei Wendy. "Lei Wendy has gone to the garden we visited." Xin suppressed a laugh, recalling Lei Wendy's secretive inquiries about ensuring a good sleep. Xin felt immense satisfaction. Finally, someone could empathize with her plight. "What is he doing there? Is he going to admire the flowers again? You all truly have a fondness for flowers." Liu Nian questioned. "What else would he do?" "Of course, he is searching for the sound-absorbing flower to save his life." Chapter 34. The rooftop after a day filled with toil and commotion. Liu Nian's snoring would likely reach new heights. Fortunately, she had asked Lei Wendy to bring her a few flowers. Liu Nian sought to escape the fear of being ensnared in bizarre goddess duties. She resolutely refused to rise until noon. Had it not been for the gnawing hunger, she would have continued to feign sleep. Thus, am I unable to escape this fate? Clutching the large white chicken she had acquired yesterday, Liu Nian indulged in a childlike demeanor on her chair. "There is not a single legitimate request on this table. I absolutely refuse to open another." Liu Nian closed her eyes, wishing to avoid reality. "Really?" Lei Wendy exchanged a knowing glance with the Xin, signaling her to coax Liu Nian. "Indeed. Very well then. If the goddess's idol in this continent lacks her blessings, the Beast King can run rampant, leading to the outbreak of war." As the Xin spoke, she even appeared on the verge of tears. All right, I'll open it." Liu Nian firmly grasped the large white chicken, which clucked in protest, and hastily leaped from her lap. Lei Wendy leaned forward, inquisitively asking, "What is the matter?" Liu Nian, exasperated, tossed aside the envelope. Searching for lost cattle, presiding over weddings, acting as the granddaughter of a senile old lady, and even cleaning up after cats. The duties of the goddess of dawn seemed like a cruel joke. Casting a glance back at the tightly shut door to the rooftop, the veil in her hand fluttered gently in the wind. She had visited the rooftop for 5 consecutive days, and the secluded room could not reveal the sea of flowers, nor could it erase the memories of the silent figures within that floral expanse. The lonely rooftop had long lost its initial warmth and sunlight. Liu Nian knew she came to the rooftop each night waiting for someone, yet that person never arrived. Torn between concealing her true identity and the longing for them to discover it, her emotions were in turmoil. Just as she was about to don her veil and return, she caught a glimpse of a white garment fluttering in her peripheral vision. In her haste, the scarf slipped from her grasp, carried away by the evening breeze. Facing away from Bo-hong, Liu Nian's heart raced, fearing the worst. Today is unusually quiet, no incessant chatter. Bo-hong, sensing Liu Nian's anxiety, refrained from approaching, instead standing silently behind her. Is that so? I am preparing to leave. Liu Nian covered her face with her hands, wishing to close her eyes and dash away. As she began to move, a familiar coat was draped over her shoulders, restoring the warmth she had felt earlier. Let us linger a bit longer. The chill can wait. Bo-hong turned Liu Nian around, allowing her to face the breathtaking view outside the rooftop once more. Once again, silence enveloped them. Liu Nian glanced at Bo-hong, whose icy blue eyes gazed into the dark night, reflecting not just indifference, but also solitude and sorrow. Why wear a veil? Bo-hong inquired. To prevent you from realizing that I am not the goddess of dawn. Liu Nian replied candidly. You are not from our continent, are you? Bo-hong turned his head. Liu Nian lowered her hand from her face, once more ensnared by the depths of his pale blue eyes, unable to escape. Still preoccupied with the false identity given by Gulai, she contemplated whether to continue the charade, as Bo-hong spoke again. Everyone on this continent, regardless of their race, knows our blood clan can identify individuals by the scent of their blood. Wearing a veil is superfluous. In that instant, Liu Nian understood thus. The Daejidan had laughed so heartily made sense. Regret coursed through her veins. Why not just tell me directly? It would have spared me from stumbling around like a blind person. Liu Nian muttered, aware that even her whispers could be heard. I see you've been quite busy lately. Bo-hong broached the topic again. Liu Nian slammed her hand against the edge of the rooftop, her frustration boiling over. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. What bizarre rules? Ones that must be executed once opened. Compared to blessings, I have done plenty of physical labor. You truly are naive, believing everything you hear. Bo-hong raised his hand, scattering tiny lights into the night, resembling miniature fireworks. What does this mean? Liu Nian perked up, recognizing the significance of his words. The letters of the goddess of dawn are filtered by the guardians before being presented for her review. Mr. Xin must also open them to see the contents. Bo-hong seemed to revel in the moment, as people in the distance, drawn by the twinkling lights on the rooftop, peered out curiously. Liu Nian suddenly realized there was no actual magic in the letters. It was all a ruse. Lai Wendy and Xin had conspired against her, and she would have her revenge. Infuriated, her face flushed with indignation. Bo-hing's smile blossomed. Liu Nian was taken aback. The mere exchange of glances sent her heart racing uncontrollably. That smile was enough to keep her tossing and turning at night. Only when Bo-hong remarked that it was late and time to return did Liu Nian regain her senses. Upon exiting the rooftop, she noticed Xin dozing off at the side. Liu Nian approached and seized his ear. How dare you nap on guard duty? And to conspire with Lai Wendy to trick me. Liu Nian stood on tiptoe, shouting in Xin's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was only worried about you being distressed over your false identity as the goddess of dawn. I just wanted to make you happy. Xin carefully shielded his ear, wincing in pain. Happy? You all seem quite merry. Where's Lai Wendy? Bring him to me. Liu Nian released Xin's ear, placing her hands on her hips, hurriedly descending the stairs, as if she were ready to devour Lai Wendy upon encountering him. Lai Wendy has returned to his room. Perhaps we should also retreat to ours lest we encounter others. You still haven't donned your veil. Eason subtly probed at Liu Nian's concerns, attempting to divert her attention. Unexpectedly, Liu Nian's anger intensified, and she turned to firmly grasp Eason's ear, declaring that this revelation only infuriated her further. With renewed force, Liu Nian twisted Eason's ear, causing tears to well up in Eason's eyes. Why didn't you inform me that bloodsuckers can discern identities merely by the scent of blood? You made me appear a fool, she exclaimed. You should have mentioned your desire to wear a veil, and I would have understood you were trying to evade the bloodsuckers. Eason retorted, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge his own fault. Do you dare to retort? Liu Nian twisted Eason's ear once more. Do you wish to part with it? Please, let go. My head feels as though it might detach. We shall discuss this further upon our return. Eason grimaced in pain, yet was mindful of his surroundings, fearing that should anyone witness this, his reputation would be tarnished. As they traversed the path homeward, a distance of at least 5 meters lay between Eason and Liu Nian, who feared an unkind gesture from Liu Nian could lead to an attack. By the way, I have something to share. Eason seized what he deemed an opportune moment, inching closer to Liu Nian. What is it? Liu Nian retorted irritably. Is there anything else you've been withholding from me? Not that. But I will be supervising the reconstruction of the goddess of Dawn's temple the day after tomorrow. Thus, I cannot remain by your side. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian felt a twinge of fear. This was indeed the lair of vampires, and without her sole protector, she would no longer be safe, but rather a mere dessert after a meal. Is it not possible for you to refrain from going? Liu Nian's tone softened as she clutched Eason's arm, pleading, You are meant to protect me, not the temple. I have already failed in my duty, have I not? Eason pouted. Liu Nian fell silent, rendered speechless. So you intend to abandon me? What am I to do now that I am exposed? She lamented, despite the reality of her exposure already being evident. As their conversation continued, they arrived at their destination. Eason opened the door, ushering the distracted Liu Nian inside. Chapter 35. The tour Bo Hong returned to his quarters, where Luoya was seated, sipping tea and engrossed in a book. You're back so soon. I thought you would indulge in some sweet moments, she remarked. Bo Hong remained silent, beginning to change his attire. Luoya, feeling dismissed, grew even more agitated. Today, Tuafu mentioned he saw the goddess of dawn on the rooftop, lingering for quite some time before returning. Bo Hong continued to ignore Luoya's pointed remarks. Can you guess whom Tuafu said she resembled? Bo Hong fastened the last button of his shirt, finally appearing intrigued. Who? Liu Nian, the girl who should have perished. Luoya replied through clenched teeth. Indeed, it is Liu Nian, that remarkably resilient girl. Eason had already departed to oversee the work, leaving behind a substantial piece of paper for Liu Nian, who stood at the entrance, her face a mask of worry as she awaited Bo Hong. The reason for her presence there began 2 nights prior. Rewinding to that night, Liu Nian had entered the room, preoccupied with thoughts of how to survive in this vampire castle, when Eason delivered another bombshell. What? Liu Nian spat out her drink. I am to survey the Atlas continent? She slammed her cup onto the table, hoping against hope that she had misheard. Eason wiped his face, disdainfully drying the water Liu Nian had splashed upon him. Why are you so agitated? Liu Nian shouted. How can I not be? I am a mere impostor. One grand gathering could spell doom for the goddess of Dawn's temple. And if I am discovered, it will be my end. Fear not. The Light King will accompany you. Eason reassured her, a cryptic smile gracing his face, believing Liu Nian would be overjoyed. Liu Nian rubbed her forehead in frustration. No, I would prefer Lei Wendy to escort me. Lei Wendy cannot come. Did you not notice his absence this afternoon? Eason pointed out. Liu Nian, realizing the implication, pondered. Where could Lei Wendy have gone? He visited earlier today, Eason explained. Liu Nian was puzzled by Lei Wendy's involvement, recalling he had returned to Kalori. Yet he has returned. Eason continued. Do not interrupt. He Bo Hong and Lei Wendy briefly conferred in the study, after which Lei Wendy informed me he could no longer accompany you and suggested I find someone reliable to protect you. Liu Nian furrowed her brow. Why is Bo Hong the one to accompany me? Eason took a sip of water and elaborated. That was because I would be absent, and Lei Wendy would also not be present. Bo Hong volunteered to ensure your safety. Hearing that Bo Hong had taken the initiative stirred something within Liu Nian. Eason smiled. You need not worry. It is merely a powerful bloodsucker accompanying you. Liu Nian feigned a punch at Isin. I'm already anxious enough. You need not exacerbate my fears. She shooed Isin away. You should return to rest. You have supervision duties tomorrow. I shall not attend. Isin stretched lazily. Tomorrow I will train you all day on how to recite spells. Liu Nian, in a panic, grasped Isin's arm. Could you at least prepare me mentally? What precisely does a blessing entail? The blessing of the goddess of dawn is essentially a potent incantation. Blessings typically pertain to the future of the clan and peace across the realm. Isin mused before continuing. Such blessings take time to manifest and are quite abstract. As long as you recite the incantation correctly and Bo Hung casts a few glimmers beside you, no one will suspect a thing. Liu Nian chuckled awkwardly. Bo Hung's abilities can be utilized in such a manner. Recognizing Liu Nian's potential insomnia, Isin approached her, gently guiding her to bed. Tucking her in with the care of a mother narrating a bedtime story to a reluctant child. Thus, we shall have an intensive lesson tomorrow. Memorizing the blessings for world peace, health, and prosperity. Is that not excessive? Liu Nian buried her face in the blankets, revealing only a single, not overly large eye. Approximately 3,000 characters. Isin replied without a second thought. Liu Nian abruptly shut her eyes and turned her head, causing Isin to exclaim in delight. How swiftly you have fallen asleep. Yet Liu Nian had not drifted into slumber. She was merely stunned. 3,000 characters? I have never managed to memorize even 3 lines of the memorial on the expedition. And you expect me to recite 3,000 characters? She prayed that the sun would rise late the following day and that the 3,000 characters would be filled with punctuation marks. Isin had returned to his own quarters. After his departure, Liu Nian hid her face behind her pillow, rolling around her bed 2 or 3 times before finally managing to fall asleep. Lei Wendy sat in the carriage bound for Qiangjierik, contemplating the task entrusted to him by his brothers earlier that day. In the study, the 3 engaged in a tense discussion. With the war ceased and Grelly missing, we suspect he is recuperating with the Beast Clan, preparing for another assault on Roland. Lei Wendy shared his speculation. Bo Hung appeared somewhat distracted, yet recalled the words spoken to him by Ji Dan, compelling him to focus. However, Lei Wendy hesitated. As long as the goddess of dawn remained, the Atlas continent had known no war. Although Liu Nian was but a facade, her reputation was well known, and they dared not act recklessly. There is no room for hesitation. Lei Wendy interrupted. Grelly is likely acutely aware of Liu Nian's true identity. Should he seek to unmask the goddess of dawn, Liu Nian's exposure would be inevitable, and chaos would ensue. Lei Wendy felt troubled. Despite his reluctance to leave Liu Nian's side, he could not idly watch another war unfold. What am I to do? He asked. Lei Wendy, you must quietly investigate Grelly's whereabouts within the Beast Clan. Only you hold the power to subdue him. If he can be persuaded to return, that would be ideal. If not, we hope you can bring him back to the Blood Clan, so we may devise a strategy. As he spoke, Lei Wendy retrieved a sharp fong from within his garment. This fong belonged to the former Beast Clan leader. Should it pierce Grelly's skin, he will be rendered immobile. Bo Hung observed the sharp fangs in Lai's hand. Though reluctant, he acquiesced. What about Liu Nian? Lao Wenda appeared somewhat flustered, as Yixin Shansung had informed him of his intention to supervise. While Nian had received invitations for inspection from the tribal leaders. If Nian failed to attend, Buka and the Beast King would grow suspicious. Alone, Liu Nian would undoubtedly be in danger from the Beast King. The tension surrounding Nian's clenched fists remained tight. The trio fell into silence. It was a period of heightened anxiety among the tribes, each individual bound to their own responsibilities. Who could accompany Nian? I shall go, declared Bo Hung. Though Lina did not voice any objections, it was clear that he disapproved, for it was unwise for Boon to leave a. Rest assured, Bo Hung replied, releasing his tightly clenched fists. Yixin Shansheng remains in I Li Su. In the past, he was indifferent to worldly matters, but now, to protect him, he will stand by us. Thus, Liu Nian was arranged to deliver blessings to each tribe, accompanied by Gongwang, Bo. Once aboard the carriage, Liu Nian unfolded a small note and began murmuring to it. Bo Hung, in a separate carriage, soon heard her faint sobs. Liu Nian clutched the note while crying, lamenting the absurdity of it all. After toiling for so long yesterday, her mind was still a blank slate. It's all A's fault. She tossed the note aside, fully convinced of her blame. Closing her eyes, she decided to disregard everything and simply sleep. In chapter 36, titled The First Sister of Yixin sipped water, having taught for the entire morning. How could she not master such a brief incantation consisting of merely 3 sentences? Liu Nian leapt back onto the bed, pouting. I've memorized it to the point of my scalp tingling. I'm already nearsighted, and now I feel utterly blind. Liu Nian, do you wish to be exposed in front of everyone and sent back to the coffin? Yixin threatened, tapping the table with a small stick to frighten her. Come here and recite the blessing for good health. Understood, Liu Nian replied with irritation, barely restraining a shout. At that moment, without any announcement, Luoya and Tofu barged into Liu Nian's room. Liu Nian had no time to find a veil and stood there exposed before Da. Unexpectedly, my grandmother resembles one of my friends quite a lot, Luoya remarked, taking a seat without invitation and gesturing for Yixin to pour her tea. Ignoring her, Yixin remained silent, prompting Luoya to speak up. Does my grandmother not welcome me? Pouring herself a cup of tea, continued. I came to see you, yet your subordinates lack discernment, forcing me to serve myself. How could I not welcome you? As for the lack of discernment, my subordinates may indeed lack it, but yours surely have plenty, responding, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement. Though Liao felt anger swelling within her, she concealed it. The effort she had made over the past few days to curry favor with her grandmother had been thwarted in disguise, making her the subject of ridicule. After taking a sip of tea, Liao smiled. I recently exchanged letters with Mrs. Ng, who earnestly invites you to visit their territory. I had no choice but to seek your grandmother's opinion. Setting down her cup, fixed her gaze on Nan, exuding pressure. I believe it is time for the goddess's blessings to be bestowed upon the various tribes, and I assume you would not refuse such a request? Of course not, Liu Nian replied, staring directly at Luoya without fear. Your grandmother will embark on the journey tomorrow, with my first stop being at Mrs. complying with my dear great-granddaughter's wishes. Luoya, feeling somewhat outmaneuvered, smiled slightly. Then I shall inform Mrs. Ng of your intent to visit. No need. By the time your message arrives, I shall be nearly there. After all, we travel by carriage. Can a letter arrive that swiftly? With a slight bow, Liu raised her head proudly and exited. Just wait, Liu Nian. I have already sent word to Mrs. Ulunta. After being exposed by the leader of the witch tribe, I wonder if you can survive. It truly piques one's interest. On her way back to her room, encountered Tung and his companions exiting the study, their expressions grave as if they had just discussed something serious. Both exchanged glances, but she feigned ignorance and walked straight past him. Bo Heng called out to her, Did you seek her out? Lai Wen-de and Lai Wen-da, not wishing to intrude, prepared for their own affairs with What is wrong with checking on a friend? Are you afraid? Luoya halted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I warned you yesterday not to provoke her again, Bo Heng replied, his voice tinged with anger. Luoya scoffed and turned back, meeting Bo Heng's gaze defiantly. Warn me? What leverage do you have? Your secrets lie within my grasp. If you wish to spare your brother from despair, do not provoke me. Taking a few steps, she added, By the way, I heard Yixin cannot accompany him, which makes sense since he is a guardian. The true goddess of dawn remains in the temple. How could he leave? I wonder if Liu Nian can withstand this. With that, Luoya turned away. You were right, Bo Heng. Even beings of significance must meet their end. After a bumpy journey, the carriage ride became smoother and Liu Nian felt less queasy. Having just eaten, she rested and contemplated the prowess of those around her. Why was this world so underdeveloped despite their abilities? Once everything was ready, Liu Nian approached the carriage, lowering her hand shielding against the sun, preparing to board. Due to her constant complaints about the carriage's discomforts, Bo Heng opted to sit beside her. Indeed, the moment Heng was present, Nian transformed into a demure young lady. As she grasped the wooden panel, she saw Heng sitting still and gazing at her intently. What was this? Wasn't he supposed to be the courteous gentleman extending his hand to his sister? Suddenly, she recalled how, upon arriving at Ali Kusu with Gule, he had remained steadfast in the carriage, while the butler had assisted her in boarding. Shaking off the memories, Lin adopted a stubborn demeanor, determined to climb aboard without assistance. Time ticked by, and Lin remained in her position, one hand grasping the door, her legs straining against the wooden frame. The sun beat down mercilessly upon her. Surely. 5 minutes had passed. Her clothes were drenched in sweat. Was this immovable figure blind? Finally, she resolved to ascend unaided. With a final push of her hands and legs, a neigh of a horse pierced the air. As she fell to the ground, she watched the carriage depart without a second glance. What on earth? Did I just kick the horse? At last, aboard the carriage, Lin's emotions were tumultuous. How could she bear the title of the goddess of dawn while adorned in these bandages? Rubbing her sore arm, she looked at Bolfeng with a sense of grievance, contemplating whether it was wise to pursue this path, even as she was the esteemed first sister of the Fu continent. Hardly, Bolfeng retorted mercilessly. With a smile on your face and a head full of bandages, your disguise is laughable. As they traveled, the route to visit Mrs. Linter necessitated passing the domain of Radon. This region was the nearest to the Time Tower and adjacent to the Witch Tribe, historically the residence of the Blood King, making it a crucial territory for the Blood Tribe. It seemed Bo Jiao was not as close to Ili Kusu as Luolian was. Sitting in the carriage, the journey was smooth, offering a pleasant view outside. This place lacked the ruggedness and desolation found at the border between Luolian and Kusu. The gentle path and verdant hills lifted one's spirits. It is often said that the color green is beneficial for the eyes, yet no one mentions its hypnotic qualities. Liu Nian, with her eyes closed, swayed gently to the rhythm of the carriage, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. Observing Liu Nian's swaying form, Bolfeng wore a smile that radiated brighter than the sun itself. As the carriage jolted, Liu Nian's body threatened to topple to the ground. Bolfeng swiftly supported her, resting her head upon his lap. On the gentle path, a few mischievous pebbles might lie in wait, but the soft light enveloping them posed no threat to the peacefully sleeping girl. Chapter 37. Children are like weather vanes feeling slightly damp on her cheeks. Liu Nian gradually opened her eyes. She found herself lying flat, her perspective askew, her lips moist, and before her stood a strikingly handsome face, dark in hue. Wiping her mouth with her hand, Liu Nian realized the gravity of her situation, abruptly sitting up and straining her back in the process. She cautiously glanced at Bolfeng's trousers, now stained with her drool, lamenting the potential countdown of her life that might follow. However, one must always strive against adversity. I never had this issue while sleeping before. Perhaps it is simply too comfortable. Bolfeng paid no heed to Liu Nian's sheepish grin and promptly exited the carriage, leaving her to grapple with the chaos of the wind. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of thunder echoed, and as Liu Nian stepped out, she was perplexed to witness the previously clear skies transform into a tempest of lightning and thunder. She tugged at Bolfeng's sleeve in search of refuge. What is happening? Is the heavens angry? I apologize. I am sorry. I should not have drooled in my sleep. Liu Nian clinked Bolfeng's sleeve. Her gaze lifted skyward in silent prayer. Bolfeng cast a glance at Liu Nian, who was nearly pulling his sleeve apart, silently critiquing that in comparison to her drool. He preferred her snoring to be somewhat quieter. Indeed, he found the thunder to be rather melodious at that moment. Laughter and joy from children reached Liu Nian's ears, and as she peered past Bolfeng, she discovered Ji Dan playing with a group of children. "Wow, Prince Ji Dan is truly amazing," exclaimed a child clad in red. Appearing no older than 5 or 6, his words somewhat garbled. Among my brothers, I am the strongest," Ji Dan boasted, shaking his head in pride. "Look at him, such a braggart," Liu Nian scoffed, dismissing him with a click of her tongue. "Zizi loves rainy days, and today is her birthday. So we wanted to gift her a rainy day," said another child slightly older, around 7 or 8. Liu Nian was taken aback by this statement. Suddenly, she realized how mundane it was in their era to gift roses or luxury items. Look at what these children, merely 7 or 8 years old, are giving their beloved sister. A rainy day. Is this something just anyone could manage? However, as Liu Nian counted the children present, she noted that all 3 were boys. Where, then, was Zizi? Have I damaged my brain? Why do I not see any girls? Liu Nian inquired of Bo Hong. He offered no response and instead walked toward Jidan. We have arrived, Jidan announced to the children, urging them to head home. As he was about to summon the winds and rain, watching the children scampering home, chattering about the impending rain for Zizi, Jidan finally had a moment to welcome Liu Nian. Curiosity consumed Liu Nian, and she seized Jidan to inquire about Zizi. As the heavy rain descended with sudden ferocity, Liu Nian stood frozen, wishing the sound of raindrops striking the earth would drown out what she had just heard. Zizi has just passed away, Jidan stated, neither too heavy nor too light in tone. Entering Jidan's royal palace, Liu Nian surveyed her surroundings, noting the simplicity of the place. Compared to other royal abodes, this resembled a larger villa. I must say, you are quite humble, Liu Nian awkwardly complimented Jidan. Jidan sprawled lazily on the sofa, exclaiming, I see no reason to mimic brother Bo Heng's splendid palace. Why dazzle when it only hurts the eyes? A maid stood beside Liu Nian, smiling patiently as she awaited to escort her to her room. I have prepared a room for you. Although Bo Erjia is not as far from Al-Icite as when you arrived, it is still quite a journey. You should rest for the night before you depart. Liu Nian could not have wished for anything better. With the rain pouring outside, she was confined to her room. Suddenly, 3 children burst into Liu Nian's line of sight, followed closely by Greer, whose boisterous steps drew laughter and play from the children. To her surprise, Jidan was quite the child magnet. Reflecting on her limited interactions with Jidan, Liu Nian recalled their first meeting when she thought him unreasonable and reckless. Subsequent encounters revealed his genuine nature. He spoke his mind and laughed freely, embodying a spirit of liberty. It was astonishing to discover today that he had such an affinity for children. Liu Nian called for a raincoat from a maid, donned it, and prepared to join in their play. Just as she approached the door, the weather cleared, and she glared at Jidan, her expression one of frustration. You are playing with me, aren't you? This must be deliberate. Jidan shrugged innocently, asserting that rain must eventually cease. Besides, grandmother, you are so formidable. My rain cannot reach you, so why wear a raincoat? Such blatant mockery. Liu Nian's lips curled into a smile. Very well, my dear great-grandson. She exaggeratedly removed the raincoat, emphasizing her claim with precise enunciation of the term great-grandson. Are you the goddess of dawn? A little boy tugged at Jidan's sleeve, peering cautiously at Liu Nian. Liu Nian crouched down, beckoning the boy closer. After a moment of hesitation, he approached. Yes, I'm the goddess of dawn. What is your name? Do you seek my help? I am Hua Hua. I wish to ask you, my Zizi sister has gone to heaven today. Could you please send a message for me? Asking her to be my sister again in the next life? Liu Nian momentarily froze, softly replying, Sure, she has already entrusted me with that request. I believe Zizi would be delighted to have you as her brother. I have a wish too. Another chubby child shyly stepped beside Liu Nian. I admire Prince Jidan. May I have him as my brother? I want a Prince Jidan treats us so well. I wish him eternal happiness. The youngest child spoke with a stutter. Very well, very well. Liu Nian had not anticipated being asked to bless Jidan. However, I have a request of my own. Kelioli is so beautiful. Would you take me to explore? Absolutely. The 3 children eagerly grasped Liu Nian's hands. We will take you to Wuyo Spring to find the windsong bird. Jidan stood by, shaking his head in exasperation, feeling somewhat sidelined. Turning back, he flashed a playful grin at Bo Hong, who was observing from the second floor, mouthing, Shall we join? Liu Nian contemplated for a moment, then nodded in realization. So this is Wuyo Spring? Wuyo Spring lay at the very center of the plaza, its waters so clear they seemed almost non-existent. Liu Nian dipped her hand into the spring, the smooth texture akin to silk. Why is it called Wuyo Spring? She inquired of the chubby boy. The boy extended his plump hand to gesture, because it brings peace of mind to those troubled. Is it truly magical? Have you tasted it? Does it work? Liu Nian cupped the spring water and brought it to her lips. I have not tasted it, but Zizi has. Only those destined for heaven may drink from Wuyo Spring. This is your blessing, goddess. What nonsense. Drinking it guarantees entrance to heaven? That must be toxic. Liu Nian silently gestured to Bo Hong behind her, mouthing, Am I poison? Bo Hong gently shook his head, and Liu Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Onward to the next destination. After spending a night in Bo-Erjia, Liu Nian and her companions set out for Al-Icite, her sense of anticipation growing palpable. Throughout this journey, he exerted tremendous effort to avoid a repeat of the embarrassing incident from before. Heaven knows the lengths he went to in order to resist the pull of slumber. Yet the carriage swayed languidly like a cradle, making it utterly impossible to remain awake. How much longer until we arrive? Just one more village to pass through, the driver replied hastily, not daring to slacken his pace. My goodness, we must traverse yet another village. One wonders how the locals are aware of our arrival. They have lined the streets to welcome us, showering us with flowers. If one were unaware, they might assume a great general was returning victorious. Casting a sidelong glance at the driver, who was intently focused on guiding the horses, Liu Nian leaned conspiratorially towards Bo Hong. We are nearly at Al-Icite. When we meet Madame Solani of the Witch Clan, you know what to do, correct? What must I do? Help me conceal my true identity. To be frank, I cannot remember all those blessings. Those who could discern the truth would naturally see through it. I cannot assist you, Bo Hong replied coldly, leaving Liu Nian feeling unsettled. The excitement she initially felt had gradually cooled amidst the icy demeanor they had shared over the past few days. The Witch Clan is the closest to the divine, second only to humankind in their reverence for the gods. Upon learning of Liu Nian's impending visit, every member of the Witch Clan turned their gaze heavenward in prayer along the path of welcome. Chapter 38. An incomprehensible tongue Madame Solani stood at the end of the road, accompanied by her daughter, Luan, in anticipation of the arrival of the goddess of dawn. The Witch Clan adorned themselves in their most ceremonial garments, typically reserved for rituals and blessings. Liu Nian and Bo Hong's carriage made its way through the throng of people, who bowed their heads and murmured incantations. Liu Nian felt a headache brewing from the incessant chanting and shook herself awake before alighting from the carriage. "O goddess of dawn, we earnestly await your arrival," Madame Solani exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Liu Nian's hand, while Luan followed obediently behind, her demeanor demure and quiet. Madame Solani casually brushed her fingers over the ring on Liu Nian's hand, her smile impeccably charming, revealing no flaws. Liu Nian shot a nervous glance at Bo Hong, who walked beside her. This grand spectacle was far more intimidating than the towns and villages they had passed on their journey. If her true identity were to be exposed here, it could spell her doom. With a professionally feigned smile, Liu Nian took her place at the center of the main hall, while Bo Hong occupied the secondary position to her left. From their seating arrangement, it was evident that the position of a Light King was esteemed even among the high-ranking matrons of the Witch Clan. Suddenly, the light to her right was obscured by Luan, who stood beside her, positioned as the left of Madame Solani. Liu Nian discreetly shifted her gaze towards Bo Hong. Had she known, she would have worn a veil. The contrast was striking, and she could not help but glance at Luan again, feeling a sense of secret delight. A beauty stood right beside her. Luan was a quintessential beauty, petite yet exuding an aura of cold elegance. From Liu Nian's vantage point, she noticed 3 small moles on Luan's face, arranged in a triangular formation across her chin and left cheek. Liu Nian marveled inwardly indeed. The moles on beautiful women often possess distinct shapes. The arrival of the goddess of dawn is a profound honor for our clan. Let us humbly listen to the blessings bestowed by her presence. A suddenly raised voice jolted Liu Nian from a reverie, prompting her to instinctively wipe the corner of her mouth to check for drool. After Madame Solani finished speaking, she knelt upon the ground, and the assembled clansfolk followed suit in reverent kneeling. Liu Nian realized that the most critical moment had arrived. Dear members of the Witch Clan, I bless you in the name of the goddess of dawn. Having delivered the customary portion of her address, Liu Nian inhaled deeply. The subsequent incantation was in a language she had never encountered before. Mastering it required her to tap into every ounce of her linguistic talent, testing Exion's patience to its limits. Aura, Alga. Upon completing the blessing, a radiant light illuminated the hall. The Witch Clan members pressed their bodies against the ground with increased fervor, as if this gesture could adequately convey their devotion, and echoed Liu Nian's words, aura, alga. Upon hearing them utter those words, Liu Nian exhaled in relief. It resembled the act of saying amen after a prayer. In this world, one must proclaim aura, alga following a supplication. To be candid, when she first heard Exian mention it, she had laughed for quite some time. Even Exian's typically good nature had been slightly vexed. Mocking the beliefs of others is improper, especially when one is merely pretending to embody those beliefs themselves. After the simple yet solemn ceremony concluded, Madame Salanti guided Liu Nian to a subterranean chamber filled with an array of peculiar objects. Madame Liu Nian, upon hearing this address, Liu Nian felt a cold sweat break out, wishing to protest, but Madame Salanti did not afford her the opportunity. Do not worry, aside from me. No one here knows your true identity. Madame Salanti gestured for Liu Nian to choose a seat, settling herself across from Liu Nian. Liu Nian reluctantly took a seat. Naturally, with Bo Hong kept outside, there were only the two of them in this room. Who else could possibly know? I brought you here to present you with something, Madame Salanti revealed, producing a wooden box adorned with patterns of the Ming Sheng flower. Liu Nian recognized this flower from her time playing with Bo Jia and the children. Upon opening the box, she discovered a beaded bracelet, a colorful array of beads strung together, appearing both simple and exquisite. Why are you giving me this? Liu Nian hesitated to keep the bracelet on her wrist, opting to return it to the box. Madame Salanti intervened, gently fastening the bracelet onto Liu Nian's wrist. As a symbol of salvation, you will come to understand in due time. A symbol of salvation? Liu Nian could not grasp the meaning behind Madame Salanti's words. After a moment of resistance, she accepted the offering. This bracelet, along with your ring, must always be with you. Ideally, do not remove them under any circumstances. Madame Salanti said with a smile as she tucked the box away. Upon hearing the mention of a ring, Liu Nian felt a surge of sensitivity. She recalled seeing a ring identical to hers within the coffin of the goddess of dawn. Is there something peculiar about my ring? Liu Nian asked with keen curiosity. Perhaps it was the ring that had brought her to this place. This ring was given to me by a dear friend. He is just an ordinary person. Does this ring truly possess some extraordinary power? Liu Nian voiced her long-held question, which had troubled her for some time. Indeed, it does, Madame Salanti replied, resting her hands on her knees. After the creation by the earth goddess, 4 rings were left behind: dawn, eternal darkness, salvation, and destruction, each representing the dawn and night of time, as well as the benevolence and malevolence of humanity. As she spoke, Madame Salanti took Liu Nian's hand, caressing the ring she wore. The 4 rings were identical, save for the distinct aura each exuded. Only those of the Witch clan could discern their differences, and the one upon Liu Nian's finger represented salvation. What are the other 3 rings? Liu Nian inquired tentatively, recalling Bo Hong and the others discussing the rings. The Dawn Ring is in the possession of the Earth Goddess's daughter, the Goddess of Dawn. However, its current whereabouts remain unknown. Liu Nian understood Madame Salanti's implication. If the Goddess of Dawn still existed, there would be no need for her to impersonate her. For the Goddess of Dawn may have already vanished, along with the ring now lost to time. Liu Nian recalled the ring she had seen in the coffin must indeed be the Dawn Ring. She resolved to inform Exian upon her return. The Ring of Destruction had always symbolized terror, yet the Beast Clan was known for its loyalty and kindness. Thus, the Earth Goddess entrusted the ring to the Beast Clan for safekeeping. Perhaps due to the overwhelming aura of destruction, the Beast Clan gradually grew savage, prompting the Goddess of Dawn to send a guardian to steal back the ring, which now resides within the Tower of Time. Liu Nian recalled the previous assault and the scene of the Beast King transforming, which seemed utterly incongruous with loyalty and kindness. Was there not a fear that those within the Time Tower could also turn malevolent? There was no need for concern, for the Time Tower was the most potent manifestation of divine presence within the Atlas continent, even more so than the Misty Forest. Why could destruction not have been placed within the Time Tower from the outset? Liu Nian, like an inquisitive child, incessantly questioned Madame Salanti. The Time Tower did not exist back then. It was established when the Goddess of Dawn departed from the Blood Clan, Madame Salanti patiently explained. Liu Nian nodded, somewhat comprehending, as she listened to Madame Salanti's subsequent words. The Dark Ring had always been safeguarded by the Blood Clan's king. But the first-generation Blood King had gone missing for a time, during which the ring mysteriously vanished. Rumors suggested it was lost in the snowfield. Yet the vast expanse made the chances of finding it exceedingly slim. Liu Nian recalled that Bo Hong and the others had used the pretext of sending Jelly to search for the ring as an excuse to trap him in the snowfield. It seemed rather unfortunate that the first Blood King had lost the ring, burdening his descendants with such a predicament. How could the ring be with her childhood friend? And why would it be given to her? Liu Nian posed yet another question, as she remained perplexed by the riddle surrounding the ring. Madame Salanti smiled gently, explaining that the ring had always been in the care of the Witch Clan, and it still was. Still was? Liu Nian fidgeted nervously, recalling that Madame Salanti had just claimed it was the Ring of Salvation. Madame Salanti stood and rummaged through a bookshelf until she finally found the book she sought. The words inscribed within incomprehensible to Liu Nian. Turning to a particular page, Madame Salanti pointed to a phrase, indicating to Liu Nian that this was the location of the Salvation Ring. I cannot understand. Liu Nian shook her head, feeling as though she was being pushed toward the brink of folly. I cannot understand either. Madame Salanti returned the book to its place. What is this? You cannot comprehend it either? This phrase was left by our ancestors after divining and hiding the Salvation Ring. For generations, no one has discerned its meaning. Madame Salanti elucidated. Liu Nian felt a headache coming on, as if everyone in this place were toying with her. She had assumed that possessing the Salvation Ring would grant her insight into its significance. Yet it appeared that she was as lost as the rest. Chapter 39. The Witch Clan.'s Saintess is indeed alluring. On the way back, Liu Nian took out the bracelet to show Bo Hong. That eccentric woman insisted I wear it. What do you think? Bo Hong glanced at the bracelet adorned with colorful beads, having seen it before, recognizing that it possessed only one ability. Uncertain of how this ability might benefit Liu Nian, he countered her question. Do you not trust her? The education I received since childhood has taught me to reject superstitions. Liu Nian fiddled with the bracelet, pouting with disbelief. Just wear it. Even if we cannot be trusted, the people of the Witch Clan can be believed. Upon hearing Bo Heng's words, Liu Nian obediently ceased her tugging at the bracelet. However, you are quite impressive. I was worried that after reciting the blessing incantation, there would be no effect and they would doubt me. With your shimmering baff enhancement, I might just start believing I possess divine power. Liu Nian chattered away with Bo Hong, exchanging playful banter. Bo Hong maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly uninterested in the topic. I thought Madame Salanti sought you out for your education. It appears I was mistaken. Educate me? What do you mean? Liu Nian did not grasp the underlying implication in Bo Heng's words. Your blessing today was half a shot in the dark, was it not? Bo Hong stated plainly, cutting through the pretense. Liu Nian halted in her tracks, eyes wide, incredulous as she gazed at Bo Hong. How did you know? Bo Hong said nothing further, continuing his stride, while Liu Nian trailed behind, incessantly explaining. I had it right until the end. I simply forgot in the heat of the moment. My mind went blank. Liu Nian followed Bo Hong, rambling on, nearly jumping into the Yellow River to prove her innocence. Bo Hong remained unresponsive, leaving Liu Nian feeling quite dejected, almost losing sleep that night. Tomorrow marks your coming-of-age ceremony. It will be 3 or 4 years before you inherit my position. Madame Salanti reclined on her bed, swaying a sweet fruit wine in her hand, evidently in high spirits. After tomorrow, you must prepare to marry Keilu. Madame Salanti's tone was gentle, yet brooked no dissent. The girl before her stood frozen, mechanically repeating, all right. It was clear that her obedient acquiescence was anticipated by Madame Salanti. Her child was undeniably the most obedient and exceptional of the Witch Clan. As a member of the Witch Clan, it is your destined choice to marry Keilu, the youngest and most promising of our clan, bearing the fate of our people. Mother does this for you. Do you understand? Inine remained utterly still. Had it not been for the subtle rise and fall of her chest, Liu Nian might have mistaken her for a life-size doll. Liu Nian pressed herself against the corner, striving to diminish her presence. She was not eavesdropping. She had merely risen in the middle of the night to use the restroom, and upon returning, found herself unable to sleep, wandering aimlessly until she overheard someone speaking and approached to inquire for directions, only to overhear the conversation between Nian and Madame Solani. Liu Nian tiptoed back, uncertain if she would find her way back tonight. Goddess of Dawn, what are you doing out so late? A chilling voice, unlike Bo Hang's indifference, enveloped Liu Nian in an eerie sensation. Nian suddenly appeared behind Liu Nian, causing her to straighten her back in fright, stretching her arms, admitting to feeling restless and unable to sleep. It would be wise to rest early, as tomorrow you are to witness the Witch Clan's coming-of-age ceremony. The calm, unruffled voice further blurred the line between reality and illusion. Was this truly a living person or merely a puppet on strings? Yes, I shall return to rest shortly. Despite saying this, Liu Nian remained rooted in place, unwilling to depart. Allow me to escort you back. Nian appeared to perceive Liu Nian's awkwardness, proactively offering to guide her home. I was waiting for you to say that. Nian walked ahead of Liu Nian, lapsing into silence. An atmosphere of silence that Liu Nian was not adept at navigating, compelling her to seek a topic. What is your name? Nian. A beautiful name. Does it mean Belle? Liu Nian tilted her head to glance at Nian before quickly turning away. The sound of music from the mountains, Nian signifies the Witch Clan's dominion over all. At that moment, they arrived at Liu Nian's quarters, where Nian paused to look at her, explaining that Nian represents our clan's essence, while Nian embodies the meaning of crushing all opposition. Liu Nian offered an awkward smile. Evidently, Madame Solani holds you in high regard. Nian bowed to Liu Nian before turning and vanishing into the night. Liu Nian lingered at the doorway, reflecting on Nian's gaze, unable to shake the moment from her mind. If Bo Hang's ice-blue eyes held only indifference and coldness, Nian's pitch-black depths were filled with an abyss, seemingly rejecting all, including herself. As Nian made her way back, she sensed a slight disturbance nearby and halted, vigilant. Who goes there? Emerging from the thick darkness was a figure clad in fiery red, a sinister smile gracing their face as they regarded Nian. The rumored saintess of the Witch Clan is indeed captivating. The crisp wind dispersed the mists, and Liu Nian felt as if she had returned to a bygone era. Liu Nian, how is your paper coming along? A tall boy gently bumped into her as she walked to school. It was her childhood friend, the very one who had caused her so much trouble, still sporting that infuriating demeanor. By the way, we have a distant relative visiting today, someone named Yingling? I can't quite recall. How could this insufferable brat have such a poor memory? Nevertheless, she is a stunning beauty. I distinctly remember a petal-shaped birthmark on her right shoulder. Truly a beauty with alluring shoulders. Indeed, like brothers, both are mere lechers. In the void, Liu Nian beheld a shimmering vista, akin to gazing upon the surface of a tranquil lake, while the sounds that resonated in her ears echoed like the ripples upon that very lake, vast and indistinct. Today is not your birthday. She has even brought you a gift. Liu Nian discerned characters reflected in the lake, followed by a delicate box, intricately etched with the insignia of Ming Shenghua. Liu Nian graciously accepted it, expressing her gratitude. Your distant relative has also brought me a birthday gift. Here you go, she said, when suddenly an overwhelming sensation of suffocation engulfed her. Liu Nian abruptly opened her eyes to a clear sky, the sun hanging high above. No matter how she tried to recall the dream she had just experienced, the details eluded her, particularly what her childhood friend had held in her hands. She had anticipated waking to find a maidservant attending to her breakfast. Instead, she was greeted by Yinling. Yinling stood by the bedside, her brows lowered. Upon noticing Liu Nian's awakening, she offered a bow and silently proceeded to prepare clothing and breakfast. Liu Nian had never quite grown accustomed to having a maid, and with Yinling's presence, her discomfort only amplified. Chapter 40. I shall warm your feet. What age must one reach for a coming-of-age ceremony? Yinling assisted Liu Nian in donning the garments of the Wu clan. Liu Nian, feeling embarrassed, ventured a question. 21, Yinling replied. I heard yesterday that you are also participating in the coming-of-age ceremony. It appeared that Yinling had just reached adulthood. Indeed, she confirmed. As Liu Nian finished dressing and seated herself to don her headpiece, she inquired, Are you nervous? Not at all. Yinling replied with an air of calm. as she adorned Liu Nian. Although Liu Nian initially wished to engage in conversation, Yinling's tendency to stifle dialogue left her at a loss. When Liu Nian finally emerged into the hall, yawning, she found Baron Hung and Madame Te already deep in conversation. Lady Goddess of Dawn, did you sleep well? Upon Liu Nian's arrival, Madame Te promptly stood to greet her. Quite well, Liu Nian replied, her interest waning as she observed the bustling crowd below. Madame Te's performance was indeed commendable. Had it not been for yesterday's revelations, Liu Nian might have genuinely believed in her unwavering faith regarding Liu Nian's divinity. Preparations for the coming-of-age ceremony continued, and Liu Nian's eyelids began to grow heavy. Despite her self-admonitions to remain awake, the allure of slumber proved irresistible. Suddenly, as she lowered her head, she found herself enveloped in an unexpectedly frigid embrace, causing her to shiver and jolt back to alertness. Baron Hung steadied her shoulder, his voice melodious like a serene spring. Do not doze off again. You nearly fell. All right, Liu Nian replied, her cheeks flushed as she awkwardly returned to her seat, while Baron Hung appeared entirely unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Madame Te had just summoned someone to assist Liu Nian with her makeup when she noticed Liu Nian's flushed cheeks and presumed that Yinling had neglected her. Oh, it seems you are already half done with your makeup. Liu Nian touched her burning cheeks, offering an embarrassed smile. No, what should I do? Come on. The witch applying the makeup meticulously painted Liu Nian's face, and upon glancing in the mirror, Liu Nian exclaimed, Isn't this akin to the painted faces of Native Americans on television? Why isn't he being painted? She pointed at Baron Hung, her expression one of grievance, lamenting that her already unattractive visage had transformed into that of a bandit leader. The makeup is infused with witchcraft. If the light sovereign were to wear it, she would be cursed, came the response. Liu Nian instantly straightened in her seat, fear gripping her as she cast a sidelong glance at Baron Hung, filled with despair. Yet Baron Hung did not spare her a glance. Liu Nian felt on the verge of tears, contemplating her fate. Alas, I am destined for ruin. Who have I angered to be drained of blood, burned by fire, and struck by lightning? And now a curse? What is there left to struggle against? Death will be preferable. As these thoughts consumed her, a foreboding aura enveloped her, causing the gathered members of the Wu clan to hold their breath. Fearing they had inadvertently displeased the Goddess of Dawn, they fervently prayed for her wrath to subside. Suddenly, Baron Hung presented Liu Nian with his sacrificial candy. Yet she did not accept it, remaining rigid in her seat. Is this how you hastily offer sacrifices? Do you even burn paper for the deceased here? Liu Nian retorted with irritation. Baron Hung appeared resigned. You possess an immunity. Apart from spatial arrays, nothing else can affect you. Understanding dawned upon Liu Nian, and she accepted the candy, her smile blooming like a flower. This was the first gift from Baron Hung that she could not consume, and she intended to preserve it. A cacophony of murmurs reached her ears, and Liu Nian wondered if she was hearing prayers. It turned out that the clansmen below had observed the previously gloomy Goddess of Dawn smiling, and they believed their prayers had borne fruit, offering thanks for her blessings. The coming-of-age ceremony commenced. Following several dances that Liu Nian could not comprehend, she finally, under Madame Te's discreet prompting, declared the initiation of the ceremony. A few young girls and boys arose, adorned with matching headpieces and garments, their faces painted in unison. Were it not for Yinling's commanding presence, Liu Nian would scarcely have recognized her. With the presence of the Goddess of Dawn, our clan shall surely thrive, Madame Te proclaimed. And the assembled clansmen erupted in joyous celebration. Liu Nian rose, feigning grandeur, her smile artificial as she waved her hand before resuming her seat, resembling a leader delivering a speech of gratitude. Next, Madame Te sprinkled water from a peach branch over several young ones, who then began to dance. Liu Nian grew somewhat exasperated, recalling Yinling's earlier remark that Yin represented their clan, whereas she believed it should be the dance. Each performer moved with grace and joy. As the ceremony concluded, Liu Nian thought that perhaps she could finally enjoy some peace. Today was not only a celebration of the young clan members reaching adulthood, but also the day of her daughter's engagement to the promising Keilu of the Wu clan. The The crowd erupted into cheers and shrieks. Liu Nian's excitement momentarily quelled her desire to slip away. She glanced at Ling, expecting to see a beaming face. It found her still gazing downward impassive. Liu Nian recalled that other than their shared glance, as Ling had escorted her home last night, she always seemed to fix her gaze on the ground, quietly serene. As these thoughts swirled, whether it was Liu Nian's fervent gaze or Ling's prior awareness, their eyes met, and Liu Nian startled, instinctively reaching for Baron Heng's hand, only to freeze in place. It was the first time she perceived emotion in Ling's eyes, a reluctant, mournful gaze that suggested a painful compromise. Our beloved goddess of dawn, may you bestow your blessings upon them. Our clan will be eternally grateful, echoed Madame Celante's words in Liu Nian's ears. Baron Heng grasped her left hand, silently imparting courage. Liu Nian regained her composure and glanced at Ling, still the same obedient demeanor, as if her earlier perceptions were mere illusions. Liu Nian hesitated. This was not a blessing she could genuinely offer, especially since they were already aware of her false identity as the goddess of dawn. Why did they persist in calling upon her for blessings? Noticing Liu Nian's lack of response, Madame Celante prepared to call upon her once more. At that moment, Liu Nian summoned her courage, declaring, "I do not support this marriage. I ask that Madame Celante reconsider." Upon uttering these words, regret washed over her, who had granted her the audacity to disregard the matriarch of the Wu clan in such a public gathering. The atmosphere grew tense, and Baron Heng stepped before Liu Nian, attempting to diffuse the situation. Yesterday, my grandmother bestowed blessings upon the Wu clan. Today, she has officiated the coming-of-age ceremony. She must be weary. I shall escort her home now. Liu Nian descended the steps, stating, "I am a bit fatigued. I shall rest for a while." Madame Celante had no choice but to agree with a smile, yet her gaze towards Yin was devoid of any warmth, exuding a chilling indifference. Liu Nian and Bo Heng returned to the room prepared by Madame Celante. As Bo Heng attempted to leave, Liu Nian clung tightly to his sleeve, refusing to let him go, and in a moment of desperation, she clung to his leg. "Please stay with me. This Wu tribe is terrifying, and no one seems normal," Liu Nian implored, her voice trembling with suppressed tears as she grasped Bo Heng's leg. Bo Heng furrowed his brow, clearly at a loss. For in his 200 years of life, no one had ever resorted to such tactics to plead with him. "Stand up," he said helplessly, pulling at Liu Nian's hand to lift her. "If you don't agree, I won't stand up," she insisted, still clinging to his leg. "Then maintain this position. It will warm my cold feet," Bo Heng retorted, no longer pulling her up, allowing her to cling to him. "What? Warm feet? It's sweltering hot. If you want to hold on, just say so. But why do I sense a third presence?" Liu Nian, with a foreboding feeling, slowly turned her head and indeed found Yin quietly observing them. Instantly, Liu Nian stood up, her embarrassment evident on her flushed face. "I came to thank the goddess," Yin said, bowing slightly to Liu Nian. "Thank me?" Liu Nian stood there, her face reddening with shyness. Yes, Yin's meaning was clear. Liu Nian recognized that Yin did not wish to marry that person and had helped her reject the proposal, for which she was grateful. "This is for you." Liu Nian received a delicate pair of earrings. "I present this as a token of gratitude for your assistance." Yin bowed again and slowly retreated. Liu Nian, playing with the earrings in her hands, boasted to Bo Heng, "Look, since coming to the Wu tribe, I've received bracelets and earrings, one gift after another. Perhaps we should just stay here. Not afraid anymore." Bo Heng stood up to leave, and though Liu Nian initially intended to say she was unafraid, the thought of Bo Heng actually making her stay for another couple of days caused her to reconsider. It was not worth the risk, and her heart could hardly bear the fright. After a moment, Liu Nian plopped back down on the ground, grinning as she embraced Bo Heng's leg. "The door is closed. Let me warm your feet." Chapter 41. Dark history. Perhaps Liu Nian's earlier antics had borne fruit, for the next morning, Bo Heng bid farewell to Madame Celante, citing the frequent communications from the Snow clan as his reason for an early departure. On the road, Liu Nian seemed to have forgotten the earlier embarrassment and, unsurprisingly, fell asleep. The journey was smooth and short, and after passing through several small towns, They finally exited the territory of the Wu tribe, arriving at the crucial route to the Snow Clan.Oh. Sensing the carriage had come to a halt, Liu Nian slowly awakened, her perspective still tilted. Embarrassed, she sat up. "I hope I didn't drool on you," she murmured, discreetly wiping her mouth. "Not at all. It is my honor to have the Dawn Goddess resting on my leg." A stranger's voice replied from beside her. Liu Nian turned to see it was the coachman. "What are you doing here?" "Lord Wang said my horse was moving too swiftly, and you were not sleeping soundly. So he took the reins, and I came to provide you a pillow." The coachman chuckled, his reasoning leaving Liu Nian with no grounds for dispute. "Humph, your excuse is rather good," Liu Nian retorted, feigning annoyance as she stepped down from the carriage. "Are you trying to collapse the carriage?" Bo Hong stood below, watching as Liu Nian descended with increasingly heavy footsteps. He understood why she was upset, but pretended to be oblivious. Indeed, Lai Winda stood silently to the side, feeling overlooked. Afternoon tea was prepared in the Prince's Hall to welcome Liu Nian and Bo Hong after their long journey. Observing Liu Nian, who still seemed a bit upset, and Bo Hong, who had no intention of speaking, Lai Winda felt pressured and thought it best to betray his brother. At that moment, Liu Nian noticed a small pink ribbon tied to a deer head on a decorative cabinet against the wall, finding the taste rather peculiar. "Why is there a little pink cover on the deer antlers?" Liu Nian couldn't help but ask. Lai Winda smiled, feeling delightfully mischievous. "That is a memento. Would you like to hear the story?" He was eager to share his brother's hidden past. Curiosity bubbled within Liu Nian, and although she remained silent, her body leaned closer to Lai Winda, her eagerness evident. Lai Winda's eyes sparkled like a doe's, and he continued. When Lai Windy was young, he lived in the secret forest with only his mother, so he never understood gender concepts. As a result, young Lai Windy adored wearing little dresses and sporting small headbands. Liu Nian's mouth formed a na shape, stunned by this sensational revelation. Lai Winda anticipated her reaction and continued. When Lai Windy was brought back to Oh, he cried several times about having to wear pants. "I thought I had a sister all along." Liu Nian clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. "This will keep me entertained for quite some time." Although Lai Winda felt a twinge of guilt for sharing his dear brother's past, the joy of sharing secrets quickly overwhelmed him. To commemorate this dark history, I kept a little pink ribbon he used to wear and placed it on the deer antlers. "Ha ha ha!" Liu Nian laughed uncontrollably. "You are quite the collector." Lai Winda's smile faltered, feeling as though he had betrayed even himself. To restore his gentle image, Lai Winda prepared to strike again against his brother. "Do you see the two teeth on that tiger head over there? Those belong to Lai Windy." Lai Winda pointed to the tiger head beside the deer. Liu Nian, no longer content to observe from afar, approached the tiger head for a closer inspection. "Oh, how interesting. You even collect your brother's lost teeth. That is also a memento." Lai Winda raised his voice slightly. "Those were the first teeth Lai Windy lost after being brought back and trying to eat as a blood clan. He was so excited to tell his mother in the secret forest, but due to the scent of blood, the forest rejected him, and he broke his teeth trying to get in. Afterward, he refused to eat for quite some time. Ha, breaking his teeth. That takes some courage." Liu Nian wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. "Continue, I can handle it. There's not much more." Lai Windy grew up quickly and didn't do many foolish things afterward. Lai Winda omitted the truth, as the items on that wall reflected his little collections of Lai Windy's past. Liu Nian pouted skeptically. "You can't tell me that tray over there belongs to the Golden Bull's head." "Oh, that's not a memento of Lai Windy. It's a keepsake from his first crush," Lai Winda said, taking the tray down and placing it in Liu Nian's hands. "A keepsake from a first crush is a tray?" Liu Nian asked, puzzled. "Because her first crush was holding that tray when my father acknowledged Lai Windy's existence, granting him the respect he deserved." The atmosphere suddenly shifted, and Liu Nian returned to her seat, her gaze wandering as she quietly sipped her tea. "But what about Lai Windy? I thought he would be here in Oh." Liu Nian had wanted to ask earlier, but had temporarily forgotten due to the allure of the dark history. "Missing my brother? Do you like him?" Lai Winda sought to play matchmaker for his brother. Bo Hong placed his teacup back on the table, the crisp sound drawing both their attention. "Take her back to her room. We have matters to discuss." In the study, the atmosphere grew heavy. Lai Winda was astonished, for Bo Hung never sought him out for discussions. He resembled the aloof deities of Shengdi and Lai Si, capable of saving humanity, yet indifferent to their plight. Suddenly descending to the mortal realm, he rendered Lai Winda profoundly uncomfortable. However, given the severity of the racial war, Liu Nian, a false goddess of dawn, lacked any deterrent effect. It was high time to deliberate a strategy. Has it been no news since Lai Winda went to Qiong Jiereich? Bo Hung inquired. There has been a response. During these days in Qiong Jiereich, there have been sightings of Golai, yet we are unable to track him down. Lai Winda presented a letter from Lai Winda to Bo Hung, expressing suspicion that Golai had purposely leaked information while not actually being within the Beast Clan. After pondering for a moment, Bo Hung remarked, "In 4 days, we will pass through the Snow Clan to reach the Beast Clan's Qiong Jiereich. If we fail to uncover Golai's whereabouts by then, Liu Nian's identity will inevitably be exposed. However, avoiding the Beast Clan would only lead us to be manipulated." Lai Winda settled down, intertwining his fingers. The Beast Clan will undoubtedly intervene. The guardian of the goddess of dawn, Lord EXN, is also on our side. As long as he acknowledges it, there will be no evidence to prove Liu Nian is not the goddess of dawn. At this moment, Bo Hung found himself at a loss, forced to stubbornly deny the truth. "I will inform Lord EXN to prepare, but if the war escalates uncontrollably, we may have to seek assistance from the one in the Time Tower." Lai Winda meticulously planned for the worst-case scenario. Without the assistance of the Fei Air clan, we cannot access the Time Tower. Bo Hung's brow furrowed deeply, his expression unyielding. Upon returning to his room after discussions, Bo Hung found Liu Nian peacefully asleep at the table. "Get up." Bo Hung yanked Liu Nian by the collar, unceremoniously lifting him. Liu Nian, startled, began to swat at Bo Hung's arm, exclaiming, "I'm awake. Let go of me." Only then did Bo Hung release Liu Nian. "Why are you in my room?" Liu Nian responded, perplexed. "You told me to wait here for you. You had something important to discuss." Bo Hung recalled that indeed there was such a matter. Liu Nian, sensing he had remembered, continued to press. "You were gone all afternoon. Am I not allowed to be tired?" Ignoring Liu Nian's complaints, Bo Hung sat down. "The Snow Clan has an unfriendly history with the Goddess of Dawn. You must remember not to slip up." Liu Nian did not respond, gazing at Bo Hung with a mischievous smile. "You used to speak as if you wished to convey your message in a single word. Today, you have so much to say, and all of it is nonsense." Liu Nian leaned closer to Bo Hung. "Are you hoping for a little more time alone with me?" Peering toward the door, which was closed, he urged continue. Bo Hung raised a finger to gently prod Liu Nian's head, questioning, "When did you become so audacious?" In the 42nd chapter, The Adhesive Plaster, Liu Nian pondered, recalling that it must have been during their time with the Wu clan when Bo Hung had caught him as he nearly fell asleep. That embrace, though cold, was imbued with tenderness, causing Liu Nian to involuntarily sink into it. Previously, shyness had prevented him from approaching his idol, yet having faced life and death, he lamented the waste of his existence without considering his own well-being. Bo Hung pushed Liu Nian back gently. Liu Nian returned to his original position, the lingering coolness on his forehead feeling like a tickle in his heart. Observing Liu Nian's newfound compliance, Bo Hung continued. "The goddess of dawn fell into slumber due to the ice crystals of the Snow Clan. These ice crystals are holy relics, possessing the power to slay gods. At that time, the goddess of dawn merely suffered a superficial wound from the ice crystals and fell into slumber as her strength waned." Bo Hung gazed at Liu Nian, who had succumbed to slumber while he spoke, feeling a headache coming on. "Perhaps it would be better to discuss it tomorrow." Lifting Liu Nian, Bo Hung paused momentarily, suddenly doubting his identity as a member of the Blood Clan, wondering why he felt such a heaviness. He summoned the maid guarding the door to guide him to Liu Nian's room. TSK, a solitary man and woman sharing a room. What a setting for imagination you have prepared. Lai Winda had already prepared breakfast, a carriage, and provisions for the journey, waiting for an extended period without seeing Liu Nian and Bo Hung emerge. Upon questioning the maid, he learned that Bo Hung had taken residence in Liu Nian's quarters. Without a moment's hesitation, Lai Winda swiftly arrived at Liu Nian's door, the fastest he had moved in half a year. Upon opening the door, He discovered Bo Heng comfortably lying on the bed, while Liu Nian clung to Bo Heng's hand on the floor, drooling. Shouldn't they be lying together? At the very least, the woman should be on the bed while the man is on the floor. How has this arrangement reversed? Inadvertently. Bo Heng casually fabricated an excuse. The floor is cold. I fear the chill. Liu seized the dazed Liu Nian, still unable to fully open his eyes, and thought to himself, "Oh, you fear the cold? Aren't you the embodiment of cold itself?" What happened? Liu Nian managed to straighten up, bewildered. "It's time to rise, thanks to you." I've witnessed Bo Heng's reluctance to leave his bed. Finally steady on his feet, Liu Nian protested, "I was sleeping soundly. How did I end up on the floor?" This girl seemed to have conjured an illusion from the cold. "No, you were always on the floor." As the two moved away, Bo Heng got out of bed to stretch, muttering to himself, "No, she was on the bed." When Bo Heng descended after finishing the breakfast Liu had prepared, Liu Nian had already awakened to the realization of what had transpired. "I apologize. I have a habit of clutching my plush toys while I sleep, refusing to let go." "I have borne witness to that," Bo Heng replied as he swiftly boarded the carriage. Liu watched the unfolding drama, contemplating what to commemorate this incident with. Perhaps the bed? Liu Nian pondered, undeterred. "I truly had a hazy sense of being on the bed. It was so soft." Bo Heng offered no acknowledgement. Appearing to rest with his eyes closed, "The carpet is soft. It was merely an illusion." Liu Nian pouted, maintaining her stance until they bade farewell to Liu and set off toward the Snow Clan. TCH, lacking in gentlemanly grace. Upon arriving at the Snow Clan, Liu Nian was brimming with energy, clinging to Bo Heng, embodying the spirit of a dogged plaster. As they exited Chieluali, Bo Heng informed her of the Snow Clan's possession of weapons capable of threatening the divine beings. Since she now bore the identity of the goddess of dawn, she must exercise utmost caution. "They won't harm you," Bo Heng reassured, pulling Liu Nian down. He harbored deep suspicions that Liu Nian was retaliating for having to sleep on the floor. "Then I must be cautious too, as the goddess of dawn. If I encounter something fatal, wouldn't my exposure be disastrous?" Liu Nian tightened her grip. "Then I shall remove a leg." Bo Heng nearly gasped for breath, conceding slightly, "No, I already took one off earlier." Liu Nian refused to relent, determined to pursue her advantage. Bo Heng stifled the urge to forcibly detach Liu Nian, pondering whether this arrangement meant she would sleep with him tonight as well. Liu Nian rested her head on Bo Heng's shoulder, contemplating, "You're right. What if they attempt to assassinate me in bed?" Unable to contain himself, Bo Heng effortlessly lifted Liu Nian off him. Liu Nian felt somewhat defeated. "I finally found a pretext to take advantage, and yet it has failed." The onlooking Snow Clan citizens, who had been standing by with smiles for an extended period, finally gained a sense of presence thanks to Bo Heng. "Dear Goddess of Dawn," the Snow Clan King Qianxian bowed and gently kissed Liu Nian's hand. Liu Nian returned the gesture with a polite smile. Continuing to wear the goddess-like smile, she delivered the blessings meant for the Snow Clan, half improvised and half rehearsed. And after standing excitedly, she prepared to return to her room with Bo Heng, only to be informed that a welcome party had been arranged for the Goddess of Dawn. Truly, it was a testament to the saying that life is full of surprises. The dwelling of the Shiwazu lies at the very edge of the Atlas continent, a place where the climate closely resembles that of the snow plains. Once, the Shiwazu were not denizens of the Atlas. They were displaced when the energy sustaining the ice crystals of the snow plains abruptly vanished, leaving the snow plains on the brink of collapse. Consequently, the Shiwazu migrated from their fractured homeland to Atlas, seeking refuge. Later, when the ice crystals were discovered by the Blood Clan, the Shiwazu were incensed and participated in the rebellion against the Second Blood King. Ultimately, the Blood Clan returned the ice crystals, allowing the Shiwazu to quell their fury and live peacefully at the fringes of Atlas, a region they named Alduin. Gazing out at the vast, desolate expanse, Liu Nian felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. The Shiwazu, like herself, had been forcibly uprooted from their homeland, left to navigate a life of subjugation and survival at the edges of existence. Perhaps moved by this shared plight, Liu Nian suddenly lifted her cup and drank heartily. Initially, she had thought the welcoming feast dreary, but the dawn goddess transformed, her demeanor brightening significantly. The clansfolk raised their cups in unison, downing their drinks. In no time, Liu Nian was already on familiar terms with the Shiuezu king Qianxian. "Fear not, for my prejudice against you stems from my own wounds inflicted by the ice crystals. To harbor such bias would be truly petty." Liu Nian slammed the bottle onto the table, her elbows resting upon its surface, her wrists swaying slightly. "It is indeed an honor for my people that the dawn goddess understands us so well." The Shiuezu king, having indulged a bit too much, felt the warmth of intoxication flush his cheeks. The two clinked their cups repeatedly, reveling in their libations, and seeing the dawn goddess so approachable. The Shiuezu also cast aside their reservations, breaking into song and dance. Chapter 43. Call me Sister Honor. We are the same, from this day forth. You shall be my brother. Call me sister, and I shall see to it that all is well. Liu Nian, thoroughly inebriated, had truly begun to see herself as the elder sibling. "Thank you for your kindness, dawn goddess. I shall drink to this." The Shiuezu king, a young man in the prime of his life, had already regarded Liu Nian as a brother as they continued their toasts. "Can you not speak properly? You still manage to weave so many superfluous words. It seems you have yet to drink your fill." Liu Nian slammed her palm on the table, her courteous demeanor toward the Shiuezu king now irksome. The Shiuezu king glanced at the numerous empty bottles before him. "I have already consumed quite a lot." He picked up the nearest bottle to pour. "Sister, look, it is empty. Is that all you can handle?" Liu Nian wobbled to her feet, one foot planted firmly on the table, startling the Shiuezu, who hastily set down their cups and knelt, unsure of what had provoked the goddess. Liu Nian raised her cup. "Do not hide beneath the table. Lift your cups. Those who respect me, Liu Nian, or rather, the dawn goddess, drink to my memory." With that, she tilted her head back and drained her drink, prompting the Shiuezu to follow suit, leaving not a drop behind. Satisfied, Liu Nian chuckled and resumed her banter with Qianxian. "For that sisterly call, just now, I shall drink." Liu Nian brought her cup to her lips, noticing the wine shimmer. Squinting closely into the cup, she suddenly laughed, pulling the Shiuezu king by the arm and bringing the cup close to his face. "Look, brother, there are tiny figures in this cup." The Shiuezu king peered in and exclaimed, "Sister, who is this?" "They resemble the Light King." "Do they?" Liu Nian leaned in for another look. "Then this cup is mine to keep. I shall hide it." She tucked it into her bosom, declaring, "This is your brother-in-law." Suddenly, an arm reached down from above, snatching Liu Nian's cup away. "Enough drinking. Come with me." Bohong had just stepped out briefly to relay a message to Lai Wendy, informing him that they had arrived at the Shiuezu and urging him to hasten the search for Golai. Upon returning, he found Liu Nian with one foot on the table, loudly proclaiming, clearly quite inebriated. Qianxian caught hold of Bohong, who was about to whisk Liu Nian away. "Who are you? Why take my sister away?" He then turned to Liu Nian. "Sister, who is he? Do you not see? The tiny figures in the cup." Liu Nian pointed at the cup Bohong held. "Oh, so he is the brother-in-law," she exclaimed, wiping her hands on her clothing before attempting to shake Bohong's hand. However, her exaggerated motion caused Qianxian to stumble and fall to the ground, retching. Liu Nian waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. This is not your brother-in-law. You are drunk. This is my grandson, your nephew." Before she could finish, Bohong roughly pulled her away, forcing her to sober up. What transpired was that Liu Nian, having been dragged out by Bohong to catch a breath of fresh air, finally regained her senses, while Qianxian, still reeling from his earlier bout, insisted on finding his sister. Liu Nian observed the scene and envied Qianxian, who was being carried away from this stifling place, recalling a song that poignantly expressed, "I long to escape, but cannot, left to endure my own anguish." Was there any explanation for this? Bohong, having overheard, finally fell at ease to reprimand Liu Nian. Liu Nian quietly gathered the books strewn on the ground, lifting them up. "What can I explain? It is quite normal for us Northeasterners to be unable to contain our enthusiasm. It is well known among our people. There must be something toxic in this wine." Liu Nian hastily offered as an excuse. Bohong rubbed his temples again. "I believe you are the one with poison." Liu Nian dared not speak, holding the books obediently. Are you not afraid of exposing your identity? Bo Hung scolded Liu Nian once more. Liu Nian remained silent, thinking it wiser not to say too much. How could she salvage the situation? Bo Hung rose from his chair and approached Liu Nian, squatting down to lift her chin. Now, propose a solution. Liu Nian, her eyes darting nervously, cautiously asked, is there a notion of possession by spirits here? The following day, Liu Nian, sporting dark circles under her eyes, approached the front hall with trepidation to meet Qian Xian. Did you sleep well, esteemed dawn goddess? As soon as she entered the hall, Qian Xian stood from his seat, scratching his head in confusion. Liu Nian chuckled. I slept quite well. How about you? Qian Xian glanced at Bo Hung, who appeared unfazed and exaggeratedly nodded. I am well, too. The palpable awkwardness between them seemed almost capable of penetrating the very walls of Aoduan, their dark circles reminiscent of someone who had been thoroughly trampled. In truth, apart from Bo Hung, who remained calm, the others present were cautiously on edge, fearful of any further mishaps. Yesterday, Liu Nian had just begun to speak when Qian Xian, in a sudden motion, raised his hand as if to cover her mouth. Yet, upon realizing that such an act would be disrespectful to the goddess of dawn, he hesitated and merely gestured in front of her, attempting to halt her impending words. Liu Nian, understanding the cue, promptly closed her mouth. What transpired yesterday? Qian Xian nervously rubbed his hands together, for he could not recall anything at all. The Snow Tribe had retired early and risen late, and their memories were severely dulled. Noticing Bo Hung sipping tea and nodding subtly, Qian Xian became increasingly animated in his denial of the existence of a welcoming banquet. Liu Nian's heart swelled with applause, even contemplating awarding Qian Xian for his efforts. Seated at the head of the table, Liu Nian thought that Qian Xian's survival instinct could indeed serve as a textbook example. If he continued his rambling, she would find no need to utter the words she had prepared the previous night. I arrive at the Snow Tribe filled with blessings. Yet your lack of hospitality has left this goddess rather disheartened. Liu Nian sighed, joining Qian Xian in his performance. Qian Xian's execution was commendable. They simply erased the notion of the welcoming banquet from memory. The Snow Tribe's king had already extended significant efforts to host them. Bo Hung set down his teacup, glancing at the carriage prepared outside, accepting the pretense and joining in their charade. The goddess would forgive him. They were to proceed to the Beast Tribe's Cheongjiereich. Very well, Liu Nian finally exhaled in relief. Am I the one refusing to forgive? It is you who have disregarded us. Upon hearing their intent to depart, Qian Xian too breathed a sigh of relief. The previous night, Bo Hung had pressured Qian Xian in his quarters, and the latter, barely roused from intoxication, had his head bowed to the floor. Qian Xian lamented to his subordinates, swearing that he would rather face the sun than cast another glance at the Light King. After gathering the necessary items for their journey, Liu Nian and Bo Hung boarded the carriage, embarking on their path to Cheongjiereich. Chapter 44. Undercurrent surge. As Liu Nian gazed at the scenery along the way, she marveled at how swiftly they had arrived at the final destination, which was also the most perilous battle. The Beast Tribe's Cheongjiereich was the largest territory on the entire Atlas continent. The Beast Tribe was populous and comprised various distinct races. Greer's mother was a flame eagle of the Beast Tribe, while Jidan's mother was a thunder deer. The Beast Tribe king was a fire wolf. Soon, Liu Nian and her companions reached the border of the Beast Tribe. Two centaur-like guards stood watch, and upon seeing Liu Nian and her entourage, they did not display the reverence one would expect for the goddess of dawn. Please wait. We shall notify the Beast Tribe king, they stated. Bo Hung remained unperturbed, while Liu Nian wore a puzzled expression. Do you not know who I am? Liu Nian proclaimed from her position in the carriage, attempting to assert her divine status. However, the guards stood still, offering no response. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if they had turned to stone. What is the meaning of this? Liu Nian questioned, tugging at Bo Hung's sleeve. Wherever I go, I am revered and respected. Why do they disregard me so? In response to Liu Nian's inquiry, Bo Hung gently pried her grip from his sleeve, advising her to maintain her composure. Do not speak. The Beast Tribe's ears are sharper than ours, he warned darkly, recalling Liu Nian's reckless behavior at the Snow Tribe. Thus, He felt it prudent to keep certain thoughts unvoiced. Bohang's pale blue eyes were fixed on her, and at that moment, Liu Nian sensed not the calm waters of tranquility, but rather the foreboding turbulence of an impending storm. She offered a conciliatory smile, understanding that Bohang was recalling her bold declarations at the Snow Tribe. In truth, Bohang was concerned that their forthcoming visit to the Beast Tribe would not proceed smoothly. During their journey, while Liu Nian slumbered, a message had arrived from the Blood Tribe, indicating that Lai Wendy still had not located Greer. Every possible location had been searched, yet he seemed to have vanished without a trace. If Greer was not in Cheongjiereich, then where could he possibly be? Bohang surveyed the ominous skies above the Beast Tribe, foreseeing that this journey would be anything but tranquil. 3 hours later, they finally entered the Beast Tribe. Liu Nian could not help but wonder if they had dispatched a sloth to inform the Beast King. The Beast King awaited them at the entrance, assisting the nearly nauseated Liu Nian from the carriage with a warm welcome. "We are honored by the arrival of the Goddess of Dawn. Our hospitality has been lacking. Please forgive us." Liu Nian was astonished by the Beast King's dramatic transformation. She had anticipated a mockery, perhaps even a confrontation to ascertain her divine identity. She had expected to be prompted to bestow blessings immediately, but to her surprise, they were led to a lounge for rest instead. The sun was setting. Liu Nian glanced outside and indeed saw that dusk was approaching. "Let's postpone the blessings until tomorrow. For tonight, please allow us to rest," the Beast King smiled. Not even taking a seat, he summoned a few maidens to attend to Liu Nian and Bohang, and under the pretense of preparing for the welcoming banquet, he departed from their sight early. Liu Nian found this arrangement quite favorable, relieved from the burden of delivering blessings in the dead of night. However, Bohang held a different perspective. Although he had never interacted closely with the Beast King from their prior encounters, he discerned that the Beast King was a man of masked smiles, yet ruthless beneath the surface, not one to willingly lower himself in submission. There was a clear plot unfolding. Was the Beast King simply inept to concealment, or did he possess unwavering confidence? "Ashu!" Liu Nian suddenly sneezed, scrunching her nose in discomfort. "Goddess, are you unwell?" One of the maidens inquired with concern. "I am fine, just a sudden tickle in my nose," Liu Nian replied, glancing around in confusion. How could she possibly detect that scent? After spending some time in the Grand Hall, the dense night had quietly enveloped them, accompanied by an oppressive silence. No matter what Liu Nian said, Bohang seemed to be impervious to her words, ignoring her entirely. "In that case, I might as well return to my room." The maiden guided Liu Nian to the chamber prepared by the Beast King. As they walked, Liu Nian sneezed once more, increasingly unable to control herself. "Is this place near the kitchen?" She wondered aloud, her sneezes bringing tears to her eyes. "No, this is where the Beast King's pets reside," the maiden gently informed her. Liu Nian barely registered the content of her words, instead focusing on the maiden's demeanor. Why was it that everyone else treated her with such indifference, while this maiden was so attentive? "The Beast King's pet?" Liu Nian asked casually. "Yes," the maiden replied, just as a roar echoed behind them. "Prompten bohenkto instinctively shield Liu Nian. Do not worry, my lord. Without the Beast King's command, it will not emerge." Liu Nian, sniffling, nodded and leaned closer to Bohang, whispering, "That pet must enjoy spicy food. The overwhelming scent of chili is choking me." Bohang remained vigilant, urging Liu Nian to stay alert. Liu Nian, undeterred, felt an odd familiarity with the scent. In the dead of night, Bohang stealthily entered Liu Nian's chamber, observing her serene expression as she slept before departing once more. "Brother Bohang," Lai Wendy had been waiting for a long time, having heard that Liu Nian had arrived at the Beast Tribe, eager to protect her. He bore the burden of safeguarding his kin and could not afford to divert his attention. "Have we found any trace of Greer?" Bohang inquired anxiously. "There is news," Lai Wendy replied, glancing towards the direction of Alikes. "In the Light King's palace, messages from Ruoya have come through." Bohang fell into silence, uncertain whether to trust Ruoya's words. After much contemplation, as Lai Wendy sought his opinion, Bohang remained troubled by the thought of Liu Nian alone in the Beast King's palace. "You should go and check on Alikes." Bohang was about to leave when he was stopped by Lai Wendy. "I will wait here for you both to return," Lai Wendy said, feeling uneasy about Liu Nian. Having come this close, he did not wish to distance himself from her any further. Bolheng assured Lai Zinda, asserting that Liu Nian was safe and that Ji Dan was no match for Gulai. Should Gulai gain control over AI likes and harm Ji Dan, the situation would spiral out of control. All right, Lai Windy conceded, turning to vanish into the night. Bolheng did not linger either, hastily making his way towards the Beast King Palace. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from that direction, prompting Bolheng to quicken his pace. Just as he was about to reach the Beast King Palace, a familiar voice halted him. Brother, it has been a long time. Inside the palace, Pawa opened the door to Liu Nian's room but did not rush in. He knew that Bolheng must have left some of his abilities behind, and entering would surely exhaust him. Miss Liu Nian, since that is the case, I might as well call you out from outside. Liu Nian remained unresponsive, and the Beast King, lacking patience, clenched a wooden sphere embossed with a design in his hand. A pained cry escaped Liu Nian's lips as she awakened from her dreams. Her body racked with pain. Struggling to rise, she gasped for air and turned to see Pa was standing at the door, wearing a peculiar smile. You had better come out obediently, or else. The Beast King tightened his grip on the sphere once more. A jolt of electricity coursed through her body, causing Liu Nian to tumble from the bed. What have you done to me? Liu Nian looked unbelievingly at the Beast King at the door. The Beast King, unwilling to elaborate, insisted that she come out as Lord Guangwang was waiting for her. He added as he turned, should you emerge, I cannot guarantee that I won't electrocute you. Meanwhile, Bolheng was engaged in a fierce battle with Gulai. The Beast King will harm Liu Nian. Bolheng created a luminous barrier to deflect Gulai's attack, asserting that she is your friend. My friend? Gulai seemed to be struck at a sensitive point, unleashing an even more ruthless attack. I personally extracted her heart. Bolheng's expression darkened. In the night, his eyes appeared even more profound. In less than a moment, he had Gulai pinned to the ground, the searing light pressing down heavily, making it difficult for Gulai to breathe, yet his gaze shimmered with a strange light. Are you going to kill me, brother? Gulai propped his head up, staring directly into Bolheng's eyes. I have never contemplated killing you. Bolheng bent. The struggle against Gulai proving to be quite taxing. Is that so? Gulai closed his eyes, relaxing his body on the ground, asking why the extraction of my heart was so merciless then. Bolheng wished to explain, but ultimately remained silent. Do you know how cold a snowfield is, brother? Gulai murmured, absently rotating a tattered ring in his hand. If you are willing to return to the Blood Clan, I can pretend that nothing ever happened. Bolheng's expression bore traces of anguish, clearly suppressing something. Gulai scoffed, I too wish to return to a time when Luo Lin was still here. Chapter 45, Another Bolheng. Bolheng lowered his hand slightly, allowing the oppressive light on Gulai to relent just a bit. Brother, kill me, just as you did our father. Gulai's words clung to Bolheng like a nightmare, and he seemed to see a thick black fog morphing into a demon, lunging at him. The ice-blue hue in Bolheng's eyes shattered instantly, as unwelcome memories surged to the forefront of his mind, causing him to clutch his head and struggle to stand. Gulai remained with his eyes closed, lying on the ground in a state of ease, gripping a ring identical to the one Liu Nian wore, albeit this one was shattered. In the darkness, an unseen fog enveloped Bolheng's heart. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness weighed heavily upon him, as voices echoed incessantly in his ears. Do you wish to slay everything? That was the cold, ruthless voice of a devil, and it was also Bolheng's own voice. Bolheng gasped, his unsupported body collapsing to the ground. Liu Nian curled up in the corner of the sofa, trembling, tears flowing freely due to the pain. She yearned for Bolheng to rescue her. When she finally saw him again, it was Gulai carrying his body into the hall. Gulai did not spare Liu Nian a glance, carelessly tossing Bolheng onto the nearest sofa. The first step is complete. Now is time for my dear brother's performance. The Beast King threw the wooden sphere to Gulai, who caught it effortlessly. Liu Nian, disregarding the actions of Gulai and the Beast King, trembled as she crawled toward Bolheng. Bolheng? Liu Nian shook his body gently, asking how he was. She looked up at Gulai, her eyes filled with rage. Is once not enough? This is your brother. Gulai finally turned his gaze to Liu Nian, his dark red eyes infinitely deep. so you should die a more thorough death. Gulai ruthlessly struck at Liu Nian's vulnerable point, questioning why she would want to relive this agony. Liu Nian and Bo Hong were confined together in a room. Liu Nian gazed at the faint light filtering through the door, tears no longer flowing. She carefully sought out Bo Hong's position and gently adjusted his body. Bo Hong, please wake up. Liu Nian softly shook him, but there were no signs of awakening. Increasing her efforts yielded no results. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Liu Nian thought perhaps Bo Hong would awaken by tomorrow. Thus, she carefully lay down, embracing him, and succumbed to sleep. My light will rise again tomorrow. Yet, Liu Nian remained unaware that her light had already sunk into a deeper abyss. In the study, Gulai and the Beast King were engaging in a small celebration while discussing their upcoming plans. Gulai toyed with the shattered ring in his hand, the destruction ring, which he had always believed to be in the Tower of Time, only to discover it was with you. Gazing at the ring in Gulai's possession, Pawa couldn't help but recall the enduring history of the Beast Clan. Since its inception, the Beast Clan had been known for its hospitality and kindness, never discriminating against those who were not of their kin. This was why the Beast Clan was bestowed with the title of the most virtuous clan. Yet, it was precisely because of such nature that the people entrusted the destruction ring to their care. However, the Beast Clan's goodness became insignificant in the face of destruction. The Beast King grew irritable, while the populace became enraged, leading to internal strife. One day, the ring suddenly vanished. Yet, the clan members did not revert to their previous benevolence. Instead, they became even more frantic. The only thing that could alleviate this restlessness was the outbreak of war. This was merely a part of the story. The Beast King raised his cup, signaling Gulai to toast. Controlling Lord Guangwang is already the limit. To fully unleash the ring's power, the other half must be found. Ambition glinted in the Beast King's eyes, his expression betraying no concealment. The other half of the ring lies with your other brother. The Beast King downed his drink in one gulp. The other brother refers to the missing third Blood King, Gai Dunwang. In the room, Liu Nian awoke before Bo Hong. The dawn had not fully broken, but it was enough to give Liu Nian a sense of reassurance. She gently shook Bo Hong once more, hoping for him to awaken. Bo Hong did not disappoint her. He slowly opened his eyes, albeit his ice-blue gaze now appeared murky, almost gray. Liu Nian took a startled step back. Bo Hong. The unfamiliar Bo Hong came to his senses, drawing closer to Liu Nian and enveloping her in his embrace. Today's blood seems rather stale. Liu Nian's vision turned dark, and she felt a sharp pain in her neck, though she did not wish to resist. Believing Bo Hong merely sought to replenish his energy, the increasingly unsatisfied sucking compelled her to cry out, Bo Hong? Liu Nian, expending his last ounce of strength, called out to Bo Hong. A flicker of clarity crossed Bo Hong's muddled gaze before it was once again shrouded by thick smoke. He exhaled, glancing at the unconscious woman in his arms, and without hesitation, he cast Liu Nian onto the bed. Gulai and the Beast King sat in the living room, sipping tea as they awaited the emergence of the renewed Bo Hong. You're back, brother. The heavy footsteps on the stairs indicated that the individual had awakened. Bo Hong settled onto the sofa, inquiring if the food upstairs had been prepared. Gulai nodded and asked, Is it not to your taste? With a loud crack, the teacup in Gulai's hand shattered. If you dare present such poor food to me again, I will kill you. Bo Hong's gaze bore into Gulai's less than pleasant expression, a warning evident in his dim eyes. The Beast King smirked, remaining silent as he anticipated the unfolding events. Why am I not in the Guangwang Dian? Bo Hong surveyed the surroundings, seemingly unfamiliar with the place. Is this fellow capable of going out for leisure? Gulai wiped his hand with a napkin. I came with the Goddess of Dawn. The Goddess of Dawn? Bo Hong frowned. Did she not perish? She is in slumber, having just awakened not long ago. Yili replete. And where is she? I am quite eager to see what your grandmother has become, or how your grandmother will react upon meeting me. Bo Hong broke into a grin, exuding a boldness that starkly contrasted his former self. Gulai calmly poured another cup of tea. You have already met her. Yet you claim you do not wish for such food. Bo Hong appeared even more astonished, pointing repeatedly upstairs. You say she is the Goddess of Dawn? Indeed, this is a universally acknowledged truth. The Beast King interjected, taking Gu Lai's place in answering. Bo Hung nodded with intrigue, noticing the Beast King, who had previously seemed merely a spectator. "Who are you?" Called upon, Pa smiled. "Your good friend." "Bo Hang's good friend?" "Yes, your good friend." Bo Hang's playful demeanor vanished, his eyes now brimming with menace as a blade of light materialized beside the Beast King's neck. This friend truly lacks understanding. Bo Hang is Bo Hung, and I'm I. The Beast King recoiled, a crimson line etched upon his neck by the sudden appearance of the light blade. Then, "Who are you?" "Me?" Bo Hang's gaze turned icy. "I'm the true Guang Wang of Atlas." "Oh, the true Guang Wang." The light blade dissipated, and the Beast King relaxed against the sofa, the words resonating with an air of intrigue. Bo Hung rose, appearing beside the Beast King, gripping his collar. "Listen well. I am Bai." Releasing the Beast King's collar, he slumped onto the sofa, still wearing a smile. Twisting his wrist, Bai addressed Gu Lai. "I have no desire to linger where that fellow's friend resides. I wish to return to the Guang Wang Dian." Gu Lai nodded in agreement, and within the span of a teacup, the carriage outside was ready. Bai closed his eyes, pondering the expressions they would bear upon seeing him. Chapter 46. By the carriage swayed, exacerbating Liu Nian's discomfort. He slightly opened his eyes, realizing he was seated within the carriage, unaware of their destination. In but an instant, Liu Nian succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Gu Lai glanced back at Liu Nian's carriage. "Have you perhaps drunk too much?" "He remains unconscious." Bai shot a glance at Gu Lai. "If you are reluctant to part, do not offer him to me." Gu Lai frowned, attempting to explain, but Bai was immersed in the anticipation of reuniting with his brothers. Upon reaching the Guang Wang Dian, Lai Winda, Jidan, and Xin were engaged in discussions regarding strategies for resistance. Suddenly, Lai Winda halted, fixating his gaze upon the entrance of the Guang Wang Dian. Xin sensed something amiss and set his raised hand upon the table. "What is happening, brother?" "Zidan questionet." "Mr. Xin, what troubles you?" Lai Winda regained his composure. "Nothing, merely sensing Bo Hang's return." Indeed, shortly thereafter, Gu Lai boldly entered through the main door. "Ye Li." Jidan was the first to express surprise. "You? What is the matter? Are you so overjoyed to see your brother?" Gu Lai shrugged, glancing at those present. "You speak nonsense." Jidan scolded, conjuring violet lightning that shot towards Gu Lai. Gu Lai evaded Jidan's strike, swiftly appearing before him. "I have returned to make amends. I was wrong. Where you choose to confine me is entirely your decision." His indifferent tone halted Jidan's aggression, leaving him at a loss. "What are you doing? Fighting in front of your brother is not the behavior of a good child." Bai arrived fashionably late, and the expressions of those present varied greatly: surprise, confusion, anger, and concern. Lai Windy disregarded the unfamiliar and dangerous aura emanating from Bai, swiftly exiting the grand hall, followed by Yexen. "Bo Hung, what has transpired?" Lai Windy positioned himself before Jidan, blocking his wary stance, instinctively aware that the true danger lay not with Gu Lai, but with the unfamiliar Bo Hung before him. Bai chuckled softly, noting how well Bo Hung had concealed himself, as aside from Gu Lai, no one seemed aware of this persona's existence. "It appears no one recognizes me. I am Bai, and I am also your brother." "Bai?" Jidan retracted the violet lightning surrounding him, evidently shaken. Before Bai could respond, Lai Windy rushed in, cradling Liu Nian in his arms. Casting a furious glance at Bai, he hurriedly ascended the stairs, heading towards Liu Nian's former room. Jidan leaned closer to Lai Winda, whispering, "Why does this scene seem familiar?" This is not the time for such remarks. Jidan suddenly recalled a similar occurrence with Gu Lai before. Just then, Xin entered and stood beside Bai, unperturbed by his presence. What is happening? How could Liu Nian be weak to the point of fainting? Casting a glance at Bai's lips, he struggled to contain his words, realizing they held little merit. "Our dear Guang Wang is simply famished," Gu Lai responded to the assembly. "It seems our beloved goddess of dawn must be sacrificed." Bai radiated a brilliant light, fully aware that those before him were not mere trifles. Xin recognized that the priority was to rescue Liu Nian. Thus he chose to disregard Bai, who seemed eager for a confrontation. Bai understood that should a fight ensue between them, the Guang Wang Dian itself would be at risk, since this individual posed no threat to him. He deemed it acceptable to let matters be. Liu Wendy gestured for Ji Dan to leave, but Ji Dan refused, prompting Liu Wendy to frown, displaying signs of anger, ultimately leading Ji Dan to depart in frustration. Liu Wendy remained in the grand hall, seeking to comprehend what had transpired with Bo Hong. Gulai casually occupied a sofa, unperturbed by any consequences. Meanwhile, Bai sought out the one individual he most desired to see, Luo Ya. Luo Ya? Bai entered, observing Luo Ya's ornate attire and the room's decor. A smile gracing his lips. It seems you have indeed succeeded. Luo Ya, recognizing the distinct aura of the visitor, understood that this was not Bo Hong, but Bai. Startled, Luo Ya rose abruptly, discarding the flower in her hand, too frightened to speak. Why do you not speak? Bai swiftly approached Luo Ya. Gripping her chin, Luo Ya refrained from crying out in pain, knowing this individual was a true demon, entirely different from Bo Hong. With his other hand, Bai repeatedly caressed Luo Ya's neck. What a pity it would be to break such a beautiful neck. Finally finding her voice, Luo Ya trembled. I did not mean to. Please allow me to explain the events of that year. Her eyes brimmed not only with fear, but also with tears of despair. Yet I have no desire to linger with you for even a second. Your blood, which is immune to the body, is truly as nauseating as ever. I wonder how Bo Hong endures this acrid scent after marrying you. Bai Song released his grip on Luo Ya's hand, crossing his arms as he observed Luo Ya finally able to breathe. I shall spare your life, yet do not expect me to grant you any respite. You are well aware that I am no benevolent saint, but rather a vengeful demon. Upon uttering these words, he commanded the servants outside to cast Luo Ya into the chamber of the blood slaves. The servants hesitated for a mere moment, but ultimately complied with Bai's directive. Gili subsequently approached Bai, ignoring Luo Ya's cries for help, and stated directly, now that you have returned, what are your intentions? Bai wrinkled his nose and stepped out of the room, instructing, first, thoroughly cleanse this chamber. And then, Gili inquired, the Wu clan has received our generosity for many years. It is time they repay us. Bai moved closer to Gili and asked, is the current matriarch of the Wu clan obedient? Gili understood Bai's implication and replied, I already have an excellent candidate for the clan leader. Who? Inwan, the daughter of the current matriarch. Bai scoffed, that is no different than saying nothing at all. When the Wu clan leader passes, will it not be her daughter who inherits? We need someone from our ranks. Inwan is my ally. Bai became slightly concerned about the aura emanating from the adjacent room. You may handle the Wu clan. I still have my reservations about that individual. I shall go investigate. Following the aura, he arrived at Liu Nian's chamber and indeed found EXIN attending to Liu Nian. Liu Wendy has already sought you out. EXIN remarked upon seeing Bai. Bai stood at the doorway, stating, I have come to find you. You are the guardian of the Dawn Goddess? Bai concluded from a scene before him, realizing that the only entity on this continent with such a powerful aura could only be the guardian of the Dawn Goddess. You are another persona of Bo Hong. EXIN did not answer Bai's question directly, but confidently articulated Bai's identity. You grasped the situation rather quickly. Bai attempted to step closer, but discovered he could not approach due to a subtle formation on the ground. Xin Genli struck Liu Nian's forehead, sensing that Liu Nian's breath had stabilized, and finally felt at ease, gazing directly at Bai. I am of the Wu clan, and I can see clearly. See what? Bai furrowed his brow. You are also a lost soul, controlled by an irresistible force, engulfed in fear, torment, and struggle. EXIN calmly articulated this truth. Bai snorted derisively. That is merely the sort of platitude anyone could utter. Since you can see, then tell me, can you discern whether either of us could truly consume the other? EXIN observed him for a long while and replied, neither of you possesses a hearty appetite. How could one possibly devour the other? Bai remained skeptical of EXIN's vague words. I see you are also struggling, trying to maintain control over this enigmatic woman impersonating the Dawn Goddess. That must be quite a headache for you. Liu Wendy found Ji Dan at the edge of the secret forest, where Ji Dan sat, seemingly lost in thought. Now is not the time for childish pouting, Liu Wendy said as he settled beside Ji Dan. Ji Dan faced the forest, praying as he often did when feeling down. What is wrong with Bohong? Why is it like this? Lai Wendy also gazed at the dense forest, as if it were the benevolent earth goddess before him. After you all departed, I inquired with Gili. Jidan turned to face Lai Wendy. What did you ask him? Could he possibly tell you the truth? Jidan was skeptical. Is there anyone who understands the situation better than him? Lai Wendy replied nonchalantly. Humph. Jidan turned his head away in a sulk, refusing to speak further. That by his Bohang's second persona. Second persona? Jidan found it hard to believe Lai Wendy's assertion, as well as Gili's words. Why have I never heard of this before? Though Jidan was doubtful, Lai Wendy was convinced that Gili had not lied regarding this matter. I haven't either. Bohong likely wishes to keep it a secret, perhaps even from us. Then how can we make him disappear quickly? I do not know. Gili said that by emerged during their time of flight. Lai Wendy reflected on the questions he had asked today. Gili had answered without hesitation, without ambiguity or pause for thought. This indicated that everything was under his control. Bai was undoubtedly a creation of Gili, and since Gili possessed the power to control Bohong, he could potentially eliminate Bohong as well. Moreover, having already uncovered Liu Nian's identity, he could easily remove her by intimidating Atlas. But why would Gili choose to act in such a manner? Chapter 47. Imlan, when Gili found Bai again. Bai was indulging in a lavish feast. Reclining on the sofa, his muscular chest exposed, his eyes glimmering with a sanguine hue. He gazed at Gili with a smile that bordered on mocking. Gili frowned, clearly uncomfortable with the aura permeating the room. What are you doing here? Gili questioned with a furrowed brow, though his expression quickly returned to one of indifference. I am hungry. Let's converse, Gili said, preparing to leave. Bai straightened himself on the sofa, placing a hand on his thigh. You're different now. Gili halted in his tracks. Bai scrutinized Gili's figure from head to toe, noting that the rebellious nature he once displayed during their escapades had seemingly vanished without a trace. Gili turned his head slightly. I have matured. In just over 50 years? Bai clearly did not believe in such a sudden transformation. He rested his finger on his chin, recalling the last time he had seen Gili, racing desperately towards Luo Lin. It seemed that woman was indeed the catalyst for this change. Did you not claim to be the true Light King? Then you should be doing what a Light King ought to do. Gili evaded Bai's inquiry. Bai chose not to press the matter further, for he already possessed his own answers. Rising to his feet, he walked towards the door. What do you intend to do? Gili awaited Bai's exit, casting a glance at Luo Ya, cowering in the corner, clearly terrified. Ace had gone missing during the war, and now no one could tend to this pitiful yet detestable woman. Gili approached Bai, who was now some distance ahead. What can you do? Realize your ambitions, of course. Bai chuckled softly. When you learn of the purpose behind the emergence of this fractured persona, you will find my ambitions to be utterly laughable. Inlan sat upon the throne, and the individuals present displayed expressions of dissatisfaction. Saintess, even if you are the daughter of Madame Sealant, you have no right to sit in this position and control us. Indeed, the rules of our Wu clan cannot be altered by you alone. The voices of the elders echoed with skepticism in Inlan's ears, yet she remained unperturbed, seated upon the throne with an expression devoid of emotion. My grandmother once prophesied that the daughter of Lai Gu would wield great power, and that divine retribution would follow. We vehemently oppose you taking control of Madame Sealant's position at this time. The term daughter of Lai Gu refers to women of the Wu clan who are 25 years old. Inlan furrowed her brow, murmuring, grandmother's prophecy. These 4 words felt like an invisible hand constricting Inlan's entire existence. The cacophony in the hall gradually faded from her ears. Everything coalesced into a singular phrase. It is you. Mother, I cannot do it. Cannot do it. How can you not? Madame Sealant set aside her spellbook, her voice laced with authority. You are my daughter, and you must fulfill my every demand. But spatial displacement is advanced sorcery. Silence. Madame Sealant's eyes widened as she glared at Inlan with a fierce intensity, her tone filled with disbelief. It is you. Madame Sealant paced frantically around the room, repeatedly uttering, It is you. How could I allow you to ruin the Wu clan I have painstakingly cultivated for so long? Her voice trembled as she bit her fingers in distress. Mother, I do not understand. Inlan's small frame appeared even more fragile in the vast emptiness of the room. Then what can you do? What can you comprehend? Madame Lance's emotions flared, her eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of madness. Shortly thereafter, Madame Lance crouched down to meet Luan's gaze, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied red. I wish for you to become the most formidable member of the Wu clan. I desire for you to be the instrument of our clan's resurgence. Madame Lance's words echoed like an incantation, causing the innocent light in Luan's eyes to gradually fade with each syllable. Madame Lance gazed intently at Lang, her voice laced with a beguiling tone. Lang, heed my words. You are the daughter of Madame Lance, and you must shoulder the monumental task of revitalizing our clan. Cradling Lan's face, she seemed particularly pleased with the vacant expression in her daughter's eyes. You cannot defy my commands. When I instruct you, you must comply. Your only response to me must be yes. Do you understand? This is my love for you. Love? Lang was filled with curiosity at the notion. Indeed, my daughter. Would you like to learn this sorcery? Yes. Emerging from her recollections, the tumultuous uproar in the Wu clan's grand hall still reverberated. With a sudden strike upon her seat, Lang quelled the cacophony within the hall. With Madame Lance missing, as the saintess of the Wu clan, it was imperative for her to assume the responsibility of its revival. Nevertheless, the elders remained opposed to Lang taking on the mantle of clan leader. We shall journey to AI-likes, requesting the goddess of dawn to preside over the Wu clan. We absolutely do not consent to your immediate succession. Saintess, our disagreement lies not with your succession itself, but rather with your current state of immaturity. Once you reach adulthood, we shall not interfere with your claim to the leadership of the Wu clan. Listening to their objections, Lang understood that their resistance stemmed from her grandmother's final prophecy. She raised her hand, beckoning forth an individual who had remained in the shadows. Surely, you all recognize this person. Kia emerged from the side hall at a deliberate pace. What is the butler of the Blood Clan doing here? The Wu clan is convening an important assembly. Mr. Kia, kindly withdraw. There is no need to withdraw. Seated at the head of the hall, Lang looked down upon the assembly, asserting, we are allies, thus there is nothing to conceal. Mr. Kia represents not only the Blood Clan stance, but also the perspective of the Goddess of Dawn. The expressions of those in attendance varied, each harboring a foreboding sense of dread. I, William Kia, come as a representative of the Blood Clan and the Goddess of Dawn to participate in the succession ceremony of the Wu clan. Kia's voice resonated within the now silent hall. He cannot succeed. One elder rose in agitation, trembling fingers pointing accusingly at Lang. This woman will bring ruin to the Wu clan. Such disrespect. Lang crushed a bead from her attire, and the elder instantly spat blood. His eyes stained crimson as he succumbed to the pain, collapsing to the ground. To show disrespect before the envoy of the Goddess of Dawn leads to such a fate. Lang's voice rang out, powerful and resolute, as she grasped the scepter that symbolized the leadership of the Wu clan. The coronation ceremony will be held in 2 days. During this period, all dissenters shall have their eyes gouged out and tongues severed to instill fear in our clan. With that, Lang turned and departed from the hall without a backward glance. The elders gathered in hushed deliberation, some with vacant stares, others with clarity, while some exhibited fear and weakness. Everyone in the Wu clan knew that despite her youth, Lang was the most formidable sorceress, nurtured by Madame Lance. After the assembly adjourned, Lang ensured Kia's accommodations were arranged before confronting the nightmare she had never escaped. Mother, is this comfort worth waiting for? Lang stood at the threshold of the basement, in the very spot where Madame Lance once stood, exuding an elegance reminiscent of her mother. The view here was illuminating. Her former self appeared so diminutive in her mother's eyes, fragile as the mother now confined below, easily crushable at any moment. Chapter 48. Confrontation. Lang. Do you realize your transgressions? Madame Lance stood gracefully at the only illuminated entrance of the basement, light cascading over her like a divine aura. Mother, it is so dark here. It instills fear within me. The small voice of Lang was barely audible, akin to a silver needle falling in the vast emptiness of the basement. Address me as Madame Lance. As the saintess, you should not feel fear. Madame Solani cast a fleeting glance around the basement. If you had mastered the incantation to summon fire, you would not be frightened by the darkness. Nor would you disgrace me at the clan assembly. Madame Solani spoke with a calm demeanor, clearly satisfied that Yin Lang had vanquished the beasts placed alongside her. What was it like to be with them? She inquired. They were feral, attempting to harm me. Yin Lang answered obediently. So you killed them? Madame Solani's voice was tinged with doubt, causing Yin Lang to question her actions. Madame Solani, did I err? At just 7 years old, Yin Lang, slender yet resolute, held her back straight. She looked up at Madame Solani, who stood 10 meters above her, her dark eyes merging with the shadows, illuminated only by the faint light behind her. No. Madame Solani pressed a mechanism in the wall, revealing a series of steps. Yin Lang did not move, knowing she could not leave yet. As she pressed the mechanism like Madame Solani, the stairs appeared, and she descended step by step, unconsciously mimicking her mother's movements. It felt as though she had to adopt this stride and posture to traverse the staircase. What is your purpose in imprisoning me here? Madame Solani's verbal constraints were lifted, yet she remained unable to utter the incantation to free herself. Yin Lang remained silent until she had fully descended the staircase. When Madame Solani approached, she noticed the bloodstains on the ground were not solely from the filthy beasts. Reciting an incantation, Madame Solani ignited a flame at her fingertips, illuminating the dark and bloody space. You are injured. Madame Solani gently touched the wound on Yin Lang's arm. Yin Lang gazed at her bloodied arm, devoid of any expression. Am I troubling you by being injured? She asked. Madame Solani smiled softly. No. As her hand traced the bloodstain, she watched the wound gradually heal. I should teach you how to heal yourself. Crouching down, she added, if you do not learn, you will remain trapped here, and it would pain your mother. Pain? Indeed. So become stronger for your mother. I have grown stronger, mother. Yin Lang stepped down from the stairs, approaching her mother, who bore her own share of wounds. You are unworthy to call me mother. You have been unworthy since the moment of your birth. Madame Solani's voice was a furious roar, devoid of her former grace. Yin Lang disregarded her mother's wrath, lost in her own memories. Gazing into Madame Solani's hollow eyes, she reached out, wanting to caress her mother's face, but hesitated. Utilizing sorcery to heal the wounds inflicted upon Madame Solani in her desperate bid to escape, she said, You are injured. It is of no concern to you. Madame Solani gritted her teeth, forcing the words from her lips. Such knowledge brings me pain. Yin Lang recited her line as if in a play. Madame Solani fell silent, the scene feeling eerily familiar. Mother, I have been here for 751 days. Sparks ignited from her fingertips, flinging towards the wall. Do you see? Each time I enter, I mark my presence. Each time I awaken, I etch a trace. Madame Solani remained silent. Yin Lang turned to her, recalling that her mother could no longer see. Leaning closer to Madame Solani's ear, she whispered, Your beautiful eyes, I mourn their loss for you. Madame Solani roared in anger, yet Yin Lang had already ascended the stairs, preparing to leave. Mother, do you remember what you used to say every time you departed? The echoes of my mother's words resonate in my ears, each time she departs. I long to see you alive. Mother, I yearn to witness your vitality. Lady Solani, whose vision has been obscured, possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to sound. She heard the stone door close and the breath that does not belong to humanity. As I stepped out, I immediately saw Kuya standing straight at the entrance. You should not be here. This is a secret shared only between my mother and me. A glimmer of malice flickered in my eyes. I have come to take care of you under the command of the King of Light. Rest assured, I will attend to you meticulously. Kaya remained unperturbed, maintaining a gentle tone, the quintessential demeanor of a gentleman. It is mere surveillance, no need for sweet words. I brushed past Kuya and departed. Kuya gazed at my retreating figure, standing silently for a long while. When Liu Nian awoke once more, Exen had vanished, replaced by the weary visage of Greer. Greer sat beside Liu Nian's bed, his steady breathing indicating he had likely fallen into a deep slumber. Liu Nian dare not move, blinking as she pondered how to extricate herself. Do not even think about escaping, you cannot. It was Greer's voice. Liu Nian glared fiercely at him. But Greer did not open his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to ask him why all this had transpired. Bo-hung, how did it come to this? Greer opened his eyes, no longer resembling Bo-hung. Liu Nian could only sit on the bed and scream, powerless to do anything else. It was your doing, wasn't it? Why did you act this way? I seek revenge. Revenge against this heartless brother. Liu Nian and Greer locked eyes, one filled with disbelief, the other with a cruel mockery. Outside the window, dusk had fallen. Greer had been gone for quite some time, yet Liu Nian remained motionless on the bed. This was no longer her original room. She was uncertain of her current location in the Hall of the Light King. Since awakening in the morning, she had only seen Greer. Where had everyone else gone? After a moment's hesitation, Liu Nian resolved to venture outside. Walking along the corridor, she peered out. This must be the residence of the blood slaves. The scent of blood was unmistakable. Passing through door after door, Liu Nian halted in her tracks. The unfamiliar Bo-hung stood afar, watching her with an enigmatic smile. Goddess of Dawn? Bai appraised Liu Nian. Liu Nian did not respond, rooted in place, unsure of how to proceed. Do not be so reserved. Bai approached Liu Nian, drawing nearer. You claim to possess some charm, yet my dear brother implores me not to harm you. Liu Nian raised her gaze to meet Bai's eyes. He bore the same stature and features as Bo-hung, but his ice-blue eyes were tinged with a grayish hue. An aura of coldness enveloped him, suffused with the stench of blood. Where has everyone gone? Liu Nian croaked out. Who? Bai feigned ignorance. Lai Wenda and the others. Bai bypassed Liu Nian, continuing forward, seemingly uninterested in her plight. Wait. Liu Nian called out to Bai, who halted and turned around. You have yet to answer my question. Where have they gone? Oh, I forgot. Bai furrowed his brow in thought, ultimately stating they are still alive. That is all that matters. Bai vanished from Liu Nian's sight, and she leaned against the wall, squatting down as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Liu Nian began to reminisce about her past life. What had she done wrong? She had always lived with kindness, so why was she the one to endure this? Why was she the one to suffer? The night had fully descended. Liu Nian remained squatting, realizing only after attempting to stand that her legs had grown numb. There was nothing left to contemplate in her mind. Slowly rising, the tingling sensation in her legs rendered her unable to move her feet. Back in her room, Liu Nian spent the entire night awake, unable to comprehend why Greer harbored such animosity toward his brother, why Bo-hung had transformed into this, and why she was now all alone. Have I erred? When I aided Greer in reclaiming his heart, was that a mistake? Liu Nian murmured this question to herself throughout the night. It was not until dawn broke that hunger, having gone a day without food, jolted her back to reality. Liu Nian thought, and thus she began to slowly move, preparing to seek sustenance. A soft gasp, half in pain and half in tenderness, froze Liu Nian in place. The door on the left side of the corridor stood ajar, and Liu Nian remained still, even holding her breath in trepidation. Chapter 49. The Maid. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold your breath like that? No sooner had the words been spoken than Bai appeared before Liu Nian in an instant, fresh blood still staining his lips. Liu Nian lowered her head, unable to meet Bai's gaze. I did not intend to interrupt you. I merely felt hungry and wanted to find something to eat. Bai observed Liu Nian's lowered head and casually glanced at her neck, finding a human in the territory of the Blood Clan. Gurgle. Liu Nian's stomach growled at that moment. Bai chuckled, and Liu Nian glanced up in response to the sound. The face that had been marred by the scent of blood softened with this smile, the blood on his lips taking on a shade of cherry pink. Liu Nian recalled the boy from her previous world. She had never approached him, always observing from a distance. She had never sought to understand him, not even a word. She had never gazed upon him so closely, nor touched him. Bai smiled, about to say something, when he noticed Liu Nian gazing at him as if enchanted. Bai remained still, even allowing his smile to broaden, curious to see what Liu Nian would do next. Liu Nian, entranced, slowly raised her right hand, brushing the corner of Bai's mouth, wiping away the blood. Perhaps due to Bai's icy skin, she returned to her senses. Her gaze darted in panic. I did not mean to. Bai frowned. Your scent is still irritatingly foul, reeking terribly. Liu Nian sniffed lightly, convinced there was no such odor. Are you very hungry? The previously ignored stomach once again clamored for attention. eager to inform its owner of its dire state. Liu Nian nodded. Come with me. With that, Bai strode forward, uninterested in whether she followed. What will you eat if you do not come? Do you wish to consume the food inside? Liu Nian glanced at the slightly ajar door, gritting her teeth as she followed behind. Do not move, Liu Nian. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. In the dining hall, Liu Nian devoured her meal ravenously, while Bai began counting his fingers one by one, articulating each word. When I return, I must see the complete goddess of dawn. That is my final warning. Bai raised his second finger. Liu Nian, an ordinary human inadvertently caught in this, merely needs a name from the goddess of dawn. It need not be her, right? Bai raised his third finger. She is still of use to me, so I will keep her for now. After counting 4 fingers, Bai nodded in satisfaction. What on earth are you talking about? Liu Nian was nearing the brink of madness. Bai was indeed different, more deranged than other vampires, inexplicably so. These are the words my dear brothers have spoken to me. Can you guess who said which? Liu Nian swallowed her last bite, set down her cutlery, and lifted her gaze to Bai. Perhaps it was the fulfillment of hunger that brought her spirit back, as Bai's gaze met Liu Nian's eyes, reminiscent of Greer from before. That fearless glint. What charm do you possess that my dear brothers would go to such lengths to protect you? I simply consider them my friends. The two locked eyes, neither yielding. Bai scrutinized Liu Nian, increasingly puzzled. This woman may have a decent figure, but lacks beauty, and her demeanor is utterly dismal. How could she inspire such protectiveness for my brothers? The meal had been consumed thoroughly. Bai glanced at the dining table, pondering, I wonder if you are prepared. Liu Nian was bewildered. What are you talking about? Bai sneered, if you wish to eat, you must work. Bai pointed at the maid standing opposite him, like her. Liu Nian stood directly beside the maid, realizing her resolve to emulate her. Merely standing there was insufficient. Bai waved his hand, and Liu Nian saw the long-absent Tuafu hastening towards them. Rumor had it that he was also human. She thought it best to accompany him. Without hesitation, Liu Nian followed Tuafu outside. Tuafu led her to change clothes, appearing particularly haggard at that moment. Are you all right? Liu Nian inquired. Tuafu rolled his eyes, clearly disdainful of her concern. Look at your disheveled state. You still worry about my well-being? Liu Nian felt a headache coming on. That insufferable vampire must be doing this on purpose. Why had so many maids chosen to provoke her through Tuafu? Why have you ceased serving Princess Leia? The awkward atmosphere left Liu Nian uncomfortable, compelling her to seek conversation. Yet unexpectedly, Tuafu grew increasingly impatient. You should be well aware of Princess Leia's plight. Are you not the one who urged the Light King to confine her to the blood slave chamber? Liu Nian felt wronged. If I had such power to command the Light King, I certainly would not be here changing clothes with you. As she spoke, Liu Nian stepped out of the room, pondering Tuafu's words. Leia had been imprisoned. She was the wife of Bo Hong, after all. Even if he was no longer Bo Hong, there was no justification for such actions. Leia was locked away. What are the others? It had been days since she last saw Jelly. What was his true intent? Following the assigned head maid, Huisi, Liu Nian became acquainted with the terrors of a grand estate. The head maid was an exceedingly amiable vampire. Liu Nian had anticipated a fate akin to the protagonist in a television drama, suffering under the scrutiny of a matron and the exclusion of other maids, burdened with menial tasks. Surprisingly, aside from the usual chores, she encountered none of that. Liu Nian, it is time to clean this room. The head maid guided Liu Nian to Jelly's chamber. Liu Nian had seen the head maid several times before, as she was often in attendance when Bo Hong appeared. Along si de I. Moreover, when Liu Nian visited the Light King's palace as the goddess of dawn, it was the head maid who delivered food, which was then handed to her by Exin. Reflecting on this, Liu Nian wondered where Exin had gone and where AIC was now. Have you come back to your senses, Liu Nian? The head maid waved her hand in front of Liu Nian. You will be responsible for cleaning this room. Liu Nian examined the space closely and discovered a familiar object, a red crystal that she had gifted Jelly. Is this Jelly's room? The head maid's smile faltered as she feigned sternness, admonishing Liu Nian, be mindful of your status. This is Prince Jelly's chamber. Liu Nian felt quite troubled. May I clean another room instead? Prince Jelly does not favor me. I might provoke his ire. I cannot assist you with that. This is a direct order from the Light King. Besides, it is quite simple to avoid upsetting Prince Jelly. How so? Do not disturb any items. Clean the room swiftly, leaving no trace of your presence for Prince Jelly to sense. The head maid smiled as she concluded, preparing to leave. Are we going together? The Light King instructed that you clean alone. With that, she closed the door, leaving Liu Nian's pleas unvoiced. Liu Nian sighed, ready to commence her task. The room was so vast. How could she possibly clean it quickly? Though dissatisfied, she had no choice but to comply. Liu Nian deliberately avoided the crystal, yet ultimately found herself standing before it. Thinking back to her days with Luo Lin, she no longer agonized over why Jelly had become this way. They each harbored secrets, making complete transparency impossible, and their relationship was not of that nature. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she reflected on her past belief that they were all friends, that even if she could not return, she could consider this place her second home. Indeed, the naive are destined for betrayal. Innocence does not suit survival. What are you doing standing there? Liu Nian turned to find Jelly watching her from the doorway. Noticing the tears on her face, Jelly frowned, asking again, "What are you doing here?" With her head bowed and a respectful posture, Liu Nian replied, "I am cleaning your room, Prince Jelly." Jelly exhaled sharply. "You need not clean here. You may leave." "Yes, Prince Jelly." Liu Nian turned to exit, and Jelly made no move to stop her, merely frowning at the doorway. I stood some distance away, able to observe Jelly's room, watching the scene unfold with a shake of his head. There is nothing entertaining about this, truly disappointing. The head maid stood beside him, listening intently. "My lord, there is news from the Beast clan. Prince Lewin has arrived at Qianjirk." "Very well, I understand." I appeared distracted, lacking energy. This body grows hungrier by the day. I truly wonder how Bo Hong endures it. I turned to the head maid. "It must be time for lunch." The head maid nodded and withdrew, instructing the other maids to prepare a meal for the Light King in the blood slave chamber. The woman in Bai's arms had already lost all color, yet he remained indifferent, his thoughts lingering on Liu Nian, feeling a mix of annoyance and excitement. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, an odd sensation had stirred within him. He could not discern if this feeling originated from Bo Hong or was a result of his own encounter with Liu Nian. The more he pondered, the more excited his blood became. Bai released the lifeless woman from his embrace, deciding that observing Liu Nian closely would yield better results. Chapter 50. The Merciless Taskmaster. That day, after cleaning Jelly's room, Liu Nian returned to the maid's resting area, awaiting the head maid's arrival. As if aware that Liu Nian had completed her task, the head maid soon appeared. "What shall I do next?" Liu Nian inquired. The head maid raised an eyebrow. "If only the other children under my command were as diligent as you." Liu Nian smiled sheepishly. "After all, I am without purpose and utterly useless." The head maid fell silent for a moment, approaching Liu Nian to adjust her attire. "You have much to offer. Do not give up on yourself so easily." "What else can I do besides cleaning?" The head maid smiled knowingly. "Well, that would still entail cleaning." When Liu Nian stood at the door of Bai's room, watching him seated on the sofa, smiling at her, she was not surprised. Regardless of the head maid's kindness, she was undoubtedly in league with that insufferable vampire. "I have come to clean your room, my lord." "Then get to work. If you perform well, you may have lunch once the room is clean." Bai casually tossed items from the table about. Liu Nian cursed him inwardly. That odious vampire, such a nuisance. "Once I, Liu Nian, rise again, I shall make you clean my rooms daily, denying you food." As Liu Nian diligently cleaned the room, Bai's gaze remained fixed on her, unabashedly scrutinizing her every move. With gritted teeth, Liu Nian wiped the windows, scrubbed the floors, made the bed, and arranged the furniture. Throughout this time, Bai not only stared but continuously offered critiques. "The windows are cleaned thus. It seems lunch will lack a dish of meat." He hurled a tomato at the window, forcing Liu Nian to clean it again. Just as she finished tidying the floor, Bai spilled tea leaves onto it. "Are you related to the dust on the floor? Why is it not spotless? Use the soup from your lunch to clean the floor. The bed is made like this. Who do you expect to sleep here? I have mentioned before that your scent is quite unpleasant. It clings to the sheets. Change the bedding, and you shall lose another dish from your lunch." Liu Nian gritted her teeth, laboring under Bai's relentless criticisms. Ultimately, her lunch was reduced to a mere plate of vegetables. In her room, Liu Nian bit into a piece of spinach, envisioning that she was biting by himself. How can one be so detestable, clearly possessing a certain appearance, yet lacking even a hint of noble grace? The anguished cries of Liu Nian echoed throughout the blood servants' pavilion. It baffled me how this light king could live so comfortably. Did he not have work to attend to? Is he not required to manage clan affairs? In exasperation, Liu Nian picked up a spinach leaf only to toss it aside again. If subjected to such nitpicking daily, she would inevitably transform into a green giant. Her stomach grumbled once more, and Liu Nian gritted her teeth, continuing to consume various vegetables. Regardless of the circumstances, filling her belly was paramount. On this day, Liu Nian did not receive the merciless summons from vampires.It. Instead, she enjoyed a smooth breakfast and tended to the blood servants of the Light King in the pavilion. The headmaid informed Liu Nian that the Light King had ventured out early that morning, yet she was still required to prepare his meals for the day. As Liu Nian perused the list, preparing the blood servants for Bai, she noted that many names had already been crossed out. She could only steel herself against the grim implications of those deletions. Holding the identification tag, Liu Nian found a room of the blood servant she was to attend. Upon opening the door, she discovered several individuals within. Upon seeing Liu Nian, they shrank back, hoping their names would not be called. Mr. Lanze. One among them trembled at the sound of his name. Typically, he would not feel fear. The Light King rarely dined, and thus his turn came infrequently. Moreover, the Light King was averse to excessive contact, and pain was usually minimal. However, recent events had taken a dark turn. His cohabiting blood servants returned in a pitiful state. Some had succumbed to blood loss, while others bore marks of severe abuse. Now it was Lange's turn, and fear flooded his heart. Liu Nian recognized the terror in his eyes, yet felt powerless to assist him. She too had endured by feasting, and the recollection alone stirred dread within her. If she simply complied, perhaps nothing dire would occur. Leading Mr. Lange from his room, Liu Nian could offer him little more than this reassurance. Her understanding of Bai was superficial at best. All she could provide was comfort to Lange. He nodded, his complexion pale and drawn. Liu Nian then feigned a stomach ache to hand Mr. Lange over to the other maids, sneaking away to seek out Lai Wendy and Xin. Arriving at the pavilion where Lai Wendy once resided, Liu Nian boldly entered, donning her maid uniform and holding a teacup as if to serve tea to someone. To be cautious, she eavesdropped at the door for some time, only entering once she felt assured there was no immediate danger. However, after searching the entire pavilion, she found no familiar faces. Indeed, apart from the cleaning servants, it appeared entirely deserted. Clutching her teacup, she felt more conspicuous than ever. Quickly exiting the pavilion, Liu Nian gazed at the grand hall of the Light King, where she had been relentlessly commanded by Bai. She had traversed much of the palace, yet had not encountered Lai, Wendy, or the others. Perhaps, Liu Nian pondered, they had been deceived into the Western Pavilion. Were they imprisoned there? Surely, even Bai could not overpower them all. As dusk approached, and Bai's return seemed imminent, Liu Nian resigned herself to wait in the blood servants' pavilion. Just as she was about to drift into slumber alongside Mr. Lange, the ruckus of footsteps filled the air. Bai strode through the door, radiating an unsettling aura. Mr. Lange quaked in fear, yet could only remain rooted in place, praying the goddess of dawn would spare him from excessive bloodshed. Bai bore several fresh wounds, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Liu Nian could not discern whether he was gazing at Mr. Lange or her, yet she understood that any sudden movement would surely lead to her demise. Bai advanced steadily, and as he brushed past Liu Nian, a chill coursed through her body. What could have transpired during his brief absence to render him thus? A cry of pain escaped Mr. Lange, yet Liu Nian remained frozen, paralyzed by fear. It was not until she saw Geely appear at the doorway and heard something crash to the ground behind her that she finally exhaled in relief. The headmaid had recognized something amiss upon Bai's arrival at the blood servants' pavilion and sought out Geely. Upon learning that Bai had been attacked, Geely rushed to the scene. "Brother, what has happened?" As Geely entered the pavilion, he immediately noted Liu Nian, frozen and perilously close to Bai. He swiftly positioned himself between them, urging Liu Nian to assist in carrying Mr. Lange away for treatment. Bai, shrouded in blood, turned to face Geely, his gray eyes betraying a lack of clarity. "Jidan, my dear brother, you truly wish for my demise," Bai remarked, shedding his garments, revealing a robust physique marred by wounds, which were healing at an alarming rate due to his recent feast. Geely surveyed the serpentine scars that marred Bai's body. "These are lash marks." Bai's eyes still glinted with residual menace as he regarded Geely, as if attempting to discern whether he was friend or foe. "Lash marks?" Bai pondered, then nodded. "Indeed, lash marks, stained with the blood of the Beast clan." He twisted his neck, discomfort evident. "I had thought he would search for a way to resurrect our late uncle. Yet it appears he intends to eliminate me to prevent future troubles. Truly, my brother is remarkable. Why did you venture out today?" "I heard you intended to visit Luo Lin," Geely inquired, sensing that Bai's mood had stabilized. Bai chose a spot to sit, gazing around the now barren room. Having only Geely and himself remaining, he was still ravenous, longing for sustenance, causing Geely's words to reach him as mere murmurs. "Bai, I am asking you why you went to Luo Lin today." At last, Geely's voice pierced Bai's thoughts. Bai glared at Geely, a murderous intent surfacing as he unleashed a burst of light. With a resounding crash, the door of the pavilion shattered. "I have told you before, call me brother." Fixing Geely with an intense stare, Bai gradually calmed himself, exhaling deeply as clarity returned to his gaze. Chapter 51. The underlying currents, the silence between them was ultimately broken by Bai, driven by curiosity regarding how an utterly unremarkable human could capture the favor of all his brothers. "I conducted a little investigation into this extraordinary child, born in Luo Lin and credited as your first savior. Your efforts to locate her parents have yielded no results. So I plan to see for myself and ensure this innocent girl returns home. Wouldn't you agree?" Observing the fleeting fracture in Geely's expression, Bai felt he had found a chink in his brother's armor. Yet, why did he sense that this little girl might never return home? "Why must you fixate on Liu Nian?" Geely lowered his voice, adopting a conciliatory tone. "When the time is right, she can be discarded. There's no need for excessive entanglement." Bai shook his head, disapproving of Geely's perspective. "That is not the case. My ambitions differ from yours. In the current situation, maintaining control over Liu Nian is my key to success. Do you not desire the entirety of the Atlas continent for yourself? Do you not wish to solidify your position as the Light King, compelling us all to submit?" Geely's excitement was palpable. This goal did not necessitate her, did it? If she is unnecessary, then why wait for the opportune moment? Bai countered Geely's assertion. Just as Geely was about to reply, he was interrupted by Bai once more. "Atlas Dalu, the location of the Light Monarch. Are you certain this is my objective?" Bai's disdainful tone suggests that this is merely a means to fulfill your own desires. "Is it not?" Geely could not refute this and pondered for a moment, then queried, "What is your purpose? Were you not the one who once proclaimed your intent to become the sole deity of Atlas, regardless of the cost?" "Of course, that is indeed me," I replied nonchalantly. "For the realization of my ultimate goal, the very essence of my existence, was to be the one true god of the entire Atlas continent. If that is the case, how can you assert that this is for me, that you begrudgingly accept all of this?" In response to Geely's inquiry, Bai reclined on the sofa, covering his eyes with his arm, stating, "I have said before, if you comprehend the significance of my existence, you would recognize how utterly absurd my ambitions are." Geely understood that Bai was urging him to leave. He did not wish to prolong this conversation. "Take your time to heal." Geely turned and exited, reminding himself that regardless of circumstances, my purpose will remain unchanged. Bai watched Geely's retreating figure, murmuring, "So shall I?" Liu Nian emerged from the blood servant's chamber after escorting Mr. Lanja for treatment, only to hear a tremendous crash from a distance. It appeared as though the door of the blood servant's chamber had shattered. She was unaware of the confrontation between Geely and Bai, but she knew that returning to her room was no longer an option. Sitting on the rooftop of the main hall, Liu Nian reminisced about her earlier visits, recalling the serendipitous encounters with Bo Hong. A smile crept upon her face as she thought of the moments spent with Bo Hong on the rooftop. It felt as if this place were a sanctuary of tranquility, where anyone could unwind and enjoy the gentle caress of the breeze, engaging in heartfelt conversations and amicable interactions. The scenery here remained unchanged from her first visit, now only a reflection of her experiences and emotions. It is just as I remember from my last visit. Indeed, Bo Hung is a rather monotonous individual. Liu Nian turned to find by standing at the entrance, having changed into a different outfit, though still appearing somewhat haggard. Do you also cherish this place? I inquired of Liu Nian. At that moment, Liu Nian felt as though the sanctuary of the rooftop had been activated, and the person before her was no longer the malevolent entity occupying Bo Hang's body. She gazed once more at the view beneath the rooftop and nodded, expressing her fondness. Why is that? I approached Liu Nian, standing beside her as they both observed the light monarch's palace in the night. Because it is serene and beautiful, radiating a golden glow whether in the morning or evening, Liu Nian answered innocently. I scoffed, dismissing the scenery. So you're just like that fool, drawn to the unchanging. As he spoke, Bai offered Liu Nian the coat draped over his shoulders. Liu Nian hesitated, but accepted it. The image of Bai overlapping with that of the previous Bo Hung, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Is it cold? Bai asked. Liu Nian held her breath, as if she had already heard those familiar words. If it is not cold, stay a while longer. If it is cold, then stay a while longer. This time, the voice lacked Bo Hang's icy tone, infused instead with an air of dominance. Liu Nian recalled the scent of blood and wounds that accompanied Bai's return. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Did something happen to you today? Bai lifted his shirt, revealing a robust abdomen, unmarred by any scars, completely healed. What do you think? Do you suspect anything has occurred? Liu Nian lowered her gaze, prompting Bai to burst into laughter. It was merely a jest for my brother. I shall not take it to heart. Liu Nian was tempted to inquire whether it was Ji Dan's doing. Ji Dan, you're familiar with him, are you not? Bai anticipated her question and responded preemptively. Liu Nian nodded. He is merely a willful child, who, after acting impulsively, will regret it. Regret what? Bai conjured a sphere of light into the sky, illuminating it momentarily. Is it not beautiful? I rather enjoy this. Regret for attacking you. Liu Nian thought only to defend Ji Dan, oblivious to Bai's disinterest in discussing the matter further. Bai continued to send several more spheres of light into the heavens before turning back to answer her. He would not be able to kill me under any circumstances, and he does not genuinely wish to do so. You can be quite gentle at times. I was taken aback by Liu Nian's statement. You are truly a superficial and hypocritical woman. This remark struck Liu Nian like a bolt from the blue. What does that mean? I compliment him on his gentleness, and he calls me hypocritical? Then why do you consistently target me, this hypocritical woman? Liu Nian began to feel indignant. What do you mean by that? Bai rested his hands on the table, repeatedly tossing light spheres into the air. It means, why are you always so eager to command me? Mentioning my name in nearly every sentence, and belittling me at least once in 5? What do you think is the reason for that? Because I am curious. Upon mentioning this, Bai's eyes sparkled with renewed interest, illuminating with a hint of excitement. Do you know where I went? Liu Nian indicated her lack of knowledge. I intended to visit Luo Lin to seek your parents. Bai observed Liu Nian's expression. Upon mention of her parents, she clearly appeared flustered. I wanted to ascertain the identity of the daughter endowed with such extraordinary powers, capable of becoming the goddess of dawn, deeply entangled with the Blood Clan, yet thriving effortlessly amidst it all. I'm not an ordinary person, am I? My immunity is quite rare, is it not? Liu Nian offered a nervous explanation, attempting to bestow upon herself an air of uniqueness. It is indeed rare. Our Blood Clan is fortunate to have two. Liu Nian pouted, opting for silence as she yearned to escape this place. Her identity was inconsequential. Even if her disguise were discovered, it would not pose a significant threat. However, Bai's curiosity instilled a sense of dread within her. Bai regarded her with the gaze of a predator, akin to a lion that has found its prey, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. I am, in truth, an ordinary person. Ordinary? Bai's lips curled into a sardonic smile. For an ordinary person would never have the chance to stand beside me. Why must you be so fixated on me? That cannot be my problem. Have you ever considered why I am compelled to be entangled with you? I truly cannot fathom what charm I possess. Liu Nian felt a surge of panic as Bai continued to craft reasons to counter her words. You possess no charm, and you should not dwell on that aspect. Bai surveyed Liu Nian with a dismissive glance, belittling her self-importance. Is it because I maintain a good relationship with your brothers? Liu Nian gazed firmly into Bai's eyes, unwavering. You always refer to them as your brothers, and although you feign anger towards Jelly, you have never harmed him. Your obsession with having him call you brother, and your ire when he does not, is quite evident, is it not? I finally found her observation intriguing, nodding as he continued to ask, and so, therefore, your peculiar attachment to your brothers, which can only be described as an extreme brother complex, leads you to despise my closeness with them. Chapter 52, Bai's Confession. This statement echoed within Liu Nian's mind, yet she dared not voice it. What if this perverse vampire sought to target her further upon discovering his secret? What if he aimed to end her life? She had already fallen victim to Jelly once. She could not afford to be ensnared by their blood clan again. Bai observed Liu Nian's wide-eyed silence, prompting him to inquire, and what comes next? Are you unable to conceive of a response? Or are you merely scolding me with your eyes? Thus, you fear that I am a wicked woman who would harm the affections of your brothers, prompting your antagonism towards me. Liu Nian articulated a rationale that even she found hard to believe. You are partially correct. Liu Nian stared in astonishment at Bai, astonished that he would actually entertain such a notion. My interest in you stems from my relationship with my brothers, as well as my own reasons. Bai gradually closed the distance between them, acutely aware of the peculiar feelings intensifying with his proximity to Liu Nian. Liu Nian rolled her eyes inwardly. Had the earlier reason for him, seeking her, been mere pretense? Was it not still rooted in his own motives? Upon seeing you, I experienced an inexplicable sensation. Bai candidly confessed. Having reached a conclusion, he spoke without reservation. Liu Nian was left with a head full of questions, utterly bewildered by the situation. Is this insufferable vampire playing out a tyrant CEO falls in love with me scenario? Liu Nian felt somewhat anxious, lowering her head in confusion. Observing the troubled expression on Liu Nian's face, as if she were about to receive a confession, Bai directly slapped her forehead with his palm, affirming his certainty. Liu Nian clutched her head, the pain momentarily making her forget that the person before her was someone she could not provoke, and thus she glared fiercely at Bai. It was likely hostility, the hostility of someone who had taken her brother. Bai shrugged, clearly satisfied with his conclusion. Liu Nian was utterly speechless, both due to her own overthinking and the peculiar thought process of this insufferable vampire. I did not take your brother, Liu Nian retorted. Bai teased further, cautioning her to mind her words, as he was the sort who would become irate if his brother didn't call him big brother. I did not take your brother, Liu Nian reiterated, though this time her voice was considerably softer than before. Bai nodded, pleased with Liu Nian's more respectful demeanor. I harbor not only animosity towards you, but also a greater curiosity. Bai turned his face towards the outside, sensing someone's gaze fixated upon him from the palace visible from the terrace. He smirked, realizing that even his adorable brother was now keeping an eye on him. He was curious as to why Jili could push her into the spotlight and then turn around to tell him not to touch her, and why his adorable brothers were willing to do things they would typically resist for her. Liu Nian pondered the meaning behind Bai's words. Could it be that he had coerced Wendy into doing something? Indeed, their disappearance had something to do with her. What had they done? Where had he imprisoned them? Bai regarded Liu Nian's excited demeanor without anger at her disrespectful address. Now that you know, what will you do? You are powerless. Bai wished to sever any verbal connection with Liu Nian, thus seizing the moment before she could retort. He vanished before her eyes in an instant. Liu Nian did not abandon her search for Wendy. She continued to enjoy the breeze on the terrace before returning to her room to sleep. In her dreams, she found herself in the world she longed to return to. What's wrong? Liu Nian lay on the school lawn with her childhood friend, sharing her ice cream with him, the bright sky momentarily blinding her. Her worries felt overwhelming, contemplating how to spend her money each day. Her friend took the ice cream she offered, but did not immediately eat it as he usually would. Are you sure you're not a bit unwell? Liu Nian adjusted to the brightness of the sky, raising her hand to sketch the shapes of passing clouds. I'm serious. How do we become so wealthy? Her friend sat up on the grass, declaring, "Women who love me are merely enamored with my wealth and not with me as a person. If you spent money on treating your mind, you could certainly go broke." Liu Nian successfully imagined a cloud resembling her idol, her spirits lifting. Oomph. Her friend reclined again, finally putting the ice cream in his mouth. "You only eat it now that it's melting." Liu Nian took one last bite, glancing at her glum friend. "Come on, why have you been avoiding me lately? I haven't been able to eat. My sense of smell seems altered. What does that have to do with ignoring me?" "It does, because I find others increasingly fragrant, while you're growing more fishy." In the morning, Liu Nian awoke, dark circles under her eyes indicating a restless night. Gazing out at the sunlight, she contemplated whether she had dreamt of something specific, unsure if her sleep had been restful or not, always forgetting the content of her dreams. After preparing herself and eating the meager breakfast of vegetables left by Bai, she resentfully imagined the vegetables as him. "If I cannot defeat you, I will bite you." As she ate, her grievances grew. The days of feasting on lavish meals felt so far away. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly. "My big white chicken." Liu Nian disregarded her meal, dashing towards the villa where she had previously stayed. She did not pause even when she saw the headmaid. The headmaid coughed from the dust Liu Nian kicked up as she rushed past, wondering where she was in such a hurry. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Liu Nian searched around the front and back of the house, calling out like a chicken to attract her big white chicken's attention. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Liu Nian felt a bit disheartened. Why couldn't she find it? "What are you doing?" A strange woman's voice startled Liu Nian. The newcomer wore extravagant attire. A long blue dress adorned with bellflower patterns, her jet black hair gleaming in the sunlight. "Fairy." Upon seeing the woman before her, Liu Nian's mind was flooded with that one word, magnified infinitely. "Fairy," she exclaimed, unable to contain herself. "What did you call me?" The woman, referred to as a fairy, appeared perplexed by the term. "Fairy," Liu Nian repeated. "What does that mean?" The fairy frowned slightly, her melancholic expression captivating Liu Nian. Regaining her composure, Liu Nian wiped away the drool that nearly escaped, explaining that it was meant to denote her beauty. The woman proudly lifted her chin, seemingly pleased with the compliment. She scanned Liu Nian from head to toe, her gaze lingering on Liu Nian's ring for a moment. "I am Isimur." Liu Nian noted the confident yet mischievous smile at the corner of the fairy's lips, as if to say, "Yes, it's me. You should be afraid and run." Liu Nian, feeling somewhat lost, extended her hand. "Hello, I am Liu Nian." Isimur was astonished. It was rare to encounter someone who was not frightened upon hearing her name. Not wishing to linger on trivialities, she got straight to the point. "Why are you wearing that ring?" Isimur pointed to the ring on Liu Nian's hand. Liu Nian hesitated to answer. Why was she inquiring about this ring? Twirling it on her finger, she replied, "It was given to me by a good friend." "Your good friend?" Isimur twirled her finger, and suddenly Liu Nian was lifted into the air, spinning slowly. Dazed, she heard Isimur say, "I haven't heard of her having a friend like you." Isimur scrutinized Liu Nian thoroughly, finding nothing unusual. After releasing her, Isimur leaned closer to Liu Nian's ear, whispering, "Your ring carries the essence of a friend of mine. I have come to find her." Isimur's voice was as beautiful as her appearance. Yet Liu Nian felt a shiver run down her spine. "Once I locate her, if I discover you stole this, I will not spare you. And you will learn how fearsome my name can be." Liu Nian blinked, and in the next moment, the figure before her vanished. Liu Nian was baffled. What was so terrifying about Isimur? It was merely a name. Dusting herself off, Liu Nian mused that perhaps someone who looked like a fairy might have something wrong with their head, and leaving early to seek treatment would be wise. After searching fruitlessly a few more times, she finally gave up, considering her role as a maid and the labor involved, deciding not to linger any longer. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Startled, Liu Nian thought she heard the sound of her big white chicken, prompting her to call out again, "Big white chicken." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Following the sound carefully, she finally found the big white chicken in the corner. Liu Nian leaped forward but ended up with a mouthful of dust. Spitting out the grass, she turned to confront the culprit that eluded her grasp. "After all my searching, is this how you treat me?" The big white chicken strutted away haughtily, occasionally clucking as if mocking her. "Just wait." Liu Nian stood up, determined to catch the big white chicken. Thus began a comical battle between girl and chicken. After hearing the servant's account, Bai was perplexed. Today, Liu Nian had not come to work, and when he sent someone to find her, they returned with the news that she was chasing chickens. What an intriguing affair this is. One must certainly go and witness it for themselves, lest they miss out. While traversing halfway, I espied Galia, who seemed to be in pursuit of Liu Nian. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously inquired, "Looking for Liu Nian? To catch a chicken?" They nodded in tacit agreement and proceeded together to the grand finale venue where Liu Nian was attempting to capture the chicken. Chapter 53. The Chicken Chase. "Stop right there." Liu Nian bellowed furiously, chasing after the large white chicken. "Do you think she can catch it this time?" Bai and Galia stood side by side, gesturing towards Liu Nian and the chicken. Galia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I doubt it." "What do you think, brother?" "I concur," Bai replied decisively, not needing to think twice. The two stood not far away, exchanging remarks and occasionally lamenting the near misses. She was so close just now. Galia clicked his tongue in disappointment. Indeed, her shout was quite unnecessary. Agreement was reached as the brothers bumped fists, validating each other's sentiments. Amidst Liu Nian's fervent pursuit of the chicken, the two conversed in light-hearted banter, creating a scene of remarkable harmony. Liu Nian was solely focused on the large white chicken, entirely oblivious to the fact that she had become the subject of prolonged observation. "It seems to be heading our way," Galia noted as the chicken made a sharp turn, nearly causing Liu Nian to stumble. "Perhaps lend her a hand. Otherwise, I might not be able to direct her today," Bai remarked, shaking his head at the clumsiness of Liu Nian and her association with her brothers. "Roast chicken?" Galia smirked, raising his hand in readiness. "Agreed." Bai stepped back to afford Galia ample opportunity. The large white chicken frolicked ahead, blissfully unaware that it was on the brink of becoming a delicacy. Liu Nian, in hot pursuit, remained oblivious to the mischievous expressions of the two men ahead. Suddenly, the large white chicken halted, and Liu Nian leaped to embrace it. Just as she was about to utter a word of protest, a sudden flame ignited on her face, leaving her stunned in place, and the chicken tumbled to the ground. As the fire dissipated, Liu Nian gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Murder?" Bai feigned nonchalance, gazing skyward while pointing at Galia, indicating that he bore no responsibility, claiming it was all Galia's doing. Galia innocently waved his hand, stating, "It was an accident that nearly incinerated me." Liu Nian's expression turned cold, having concluded that these two brothers were indeed conspiring against her. "I see you two noticed my presence and decided to turn up the heat, all in the name of brotherly affection." Liu Nian crossed her arms, having completely forgotten that these two were not to be trusted. "Cluck, cluck, cluck," the large white chicken called out appropriately. "Stop that," the three chorused in unison, causing the chicken to retract its neck and continue wandering about. Upon returning to the room, Liu Nian diligently cleaned, remaining true to her obligations. Meanwhile, Bai sat idly on the sofa, unabashedly watching Liu Nian with a grin, even placing aside the book he was fond of. Through the reflection in the window, Liu Nian observed her disheveled appearance, her clothes marred by grass. "That detestable, foul vampire denying me the chance to wash up and change clothes, and brazenly mocking me." She thought to herself. "Do you have any further commands?" Liu Nian asked with a sarcastic tone directed at Bai. "I think you look rather splendid in your current state. The earthy scent perfectly masks your fishy odor," Bai remarked, nodding as if quite pleased with Liu Nian's appearance. "Then I shall roll in dirt every day to ensure your delight," Liu Nian retorted, vigorously mopping the floor. Bai contemplated for a moment and replied, "You make a valid point. However, if you don't roll in dirt daily, I shall personally ensure you do." Bai's expression turned menacing, causing Liu Nian to hastily discard the mop and kneel. "I was wrong." Liu Nian quickly admitted her folly, realizing she should not have let her tongue get the better of her. Not a chance. Bai dismissed her apology without hesitation, refusing to entertain the option of remorse. Liu Nian hurriedly approached him, offering to massage his legs and shoulders. "I excel at shoulder massages," she claimed. "I find you quite fishy." "I can massage your legs with great strength," she insisted. "I still find you fishy." "I shall brew you tea, and my technique is impeccable." "I still find you fishy." Can we refrain from mentioning fishy? Liu Nian exclaimed, throwing her hands up in frustration. Of course, Bai cheerfully agreed. Then you shall roll in dirt every day. I shall remain fishy. Liu Nian forced a smile and picked up the mop once more, inwardly cursing both Bai and Goliath. I'm quite curious. Bai sipped his tea. Do you wish to such an extent to eat meat that you would catch a chicken for yourself? Liu Nian rolled her eyes in a place where Bai could not see, pondering how he was always so curious. May I inquire how old you are? She thought, but replied smoothly, that is a large white chicken I raised. It is my pet. How do you care for it? By mere thought? Bai scoffed. What do you mean? Liu Nian straightened up, resting the mop at her feet. Have you ever fed it? Given it water? Provided it with warmth? Bai's barrage of questions left Liu Nian speechless and sparked her curiosity. Indeed, how had this large white chicken survived thus far? As Liu Nian sank into self-doubt, Bai's mood soared to new heights. Just as he relished this feeling, a sudden pain struck his mind, causing him to gasp. Surrounding objects were swept to the ground as Bai curled up, falling from the sofa. The head maid, witnessing the commotion, swiftly opened her palm, which emitted a shimmering green glow. What troubles you, Lord Guangwang? She asked, attempting to alleviate Bai's suffering while trying to rouse him. Bai gasped. Golden patterns began to spread across his body, shimmering as if they were about to burst forth. Liu Nian, at a loss, could think only of seeking Goliath. She sprinted to Goliath's room, but found it empty. After a moment of contemplation, she remembered that she had never seen Goliath eat. Perhaps he was currently dining. Liu Nian hurried to the blood servant's annex, repeatedly calling out Goliath's name. Goliath, where are you? Are you here? Hearing no response. Just as Liu Nian contemplated giving up, she heard a faint, weak laugh that resembled Luoya's voice. Following the sound, she entered a blood servant's room she had never visited before. Upon pushing the door open, she beheld Luoya, disheveled and crouched on the floor. Hee. Who are you looking for? Luoya peered at Liu Nian with one eye, her body curled up like a small ball. Liu Nian took a moment to regain her composure. The typically beautiful Luoya appeared unkempt, covered in bloodstains, her eyes glazed with despair, and her face marred with bruises. Clearly self-inflicted. Luoya, what has happened to you? Liu Nian stepped forward hesitantly, her voice trembling. Ah, only now do you remember me. Is it too late? Luoya finally relaxed her posture, no longer clutching herself so tightly. Liu Nian crouched down, attempting to assist Luoya to her feet. Get up. Luoya rejected Liu Nian's kindness, roaring for her to go away. I will not let this be my fate. I shall wait for IC to return, and then Bai will meet his end. I will reclaim my position as the queen of Atala-Si. Luoya shouted, her eyes unfocused as she clung to a hollow hope for survival. Liu Nian stared in shock at the deranged Luoya, bewildered by what had transpired. This is his true nature. Luoya raised her gaze to Liu Nian, continuing, he will turn you into this as well. Bai is a devil. If you defy him, you cannot escape. Luoya rambled on. By the way, would you like me to enlighten you? Liu Nian fled towards the main hall, her mind consumed by the conversation she had just had with Luoya. Chapter 54. The Mad Bai. Upon reaching Bai's room, Goliath was already inside, along with the frenzied Bai and numerous injured servants sprawled across the floor. Head maid, how are you? Liu Nian hurriedly rushed towards the head maid lying nearby. The head maid coughed up a mouthful of blood, pushing Liu Nian away, urging her to leave quickly. You must leave at once. Staying here will only bring you harm. I am a blood clan with healing abilities. I will not perish. At that moment, Bai heard the commotion and ceased his struggle with Jelly. Turning his gaze in their direction, Liu Nian felt a piercing gaze as well, and upon glancing back, she was met with a sight of utter shock. Bai's face and body were adorned with golden patterns, his eyes gleaming with a golden light, rendering pupils and sclera invisible. Blood seeped from certain areas where the patterns had emerged, yet Bai seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing undeterred towards Liu Nian. Jelly rushed to obstruct him, prompting Bai to halt his advance. Bai was now in a state of rage. Stay composed, Bai. Jelly exerted every effort to restrain Bai's rampage without causing him harm. Yet his attempts proved futile. How could this be? Overwhelmed with fear, yet summoning her strength, Liu Nian grasped the head maid's hand, helping her to rise. Only when they had completely exited Bai's line of sight could Liu Nian finally catch her breath and inquire about Bai's condition. "I do not know," the head maid replied. "I only know that Lord Guangwang is in immense pain. I attempted to heal him, but he fiercely resisted. Shortly after you left, Prince Jelly arrived and instructed us to retreat. However, at that moment, Lord Guangwang suddenly attacked us and we were caught off guard, falling to the ground. You must tend to your own injuries," Liu Nian said, preparing to return. The head maid grasped Liu Nian's arm. "What good will it do for you to return? You are human. You will die. There are many maids still inside. I must rescue them. Besides, I possess an immune constitution, and Jelly is inside as well. I will not be harmed." With that, Liu Nian shook off the head maid's hand and turned back towards Bai's chamber. At that moment, Bai appeared to be frozen, standing still. Jelly, seeing Liu Nian enter, gestured for her to remain still to avoid provoking Bai. Nodding, Liu Nian cautiously moved, but the acute hearing of the Blood Clan allowed Bai to swiftly turn and spot her attempting to approach a maid. A twisted smile curled at the corners of Bai's mouth, sending a wave of terror through Liu Nian. In an instant, Jelly positioned himself in front of Liu Nian, while Bai stood before Jelly. The two faced off, beads of sweat soaking Liu Nian's clothing. Having already been running in search of Jelly, the immense pressure before her made Liu Nian feel as if she were on the brink of dehydration. As her breath grew heavier, the two before her remained unmoved, and her uncontrollable gasps prompted a shift in their standoff. Bai conjured a sphere of light, aiming to strike Jelly from behind. Given the distance, Jelly had no choice but to turn and shield Liu Nian. Yet, due to the blinding brilliance, Liu Nian sensed Bai's intention and instinctively pushed Jelly aside to prevent harm. Jelly stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his footing to support Liu Nian. However, the massive sphere of light surged towards him, forcing him to raise flames in defense and retreat several steps. When Jelly's vision cleared, he saw Liu Nian collapsing from weakness, and Bai caught her. Jelly sighed, realizing he could not intervene any longer. Bai sank his teeth into Liu Nian's neck, the piercing pain jolting her back to consciousness. She knew she could not allow this to continue, or she would perish. Driven by sheer will, Liu Nian pushed Bai away with all her strength. Her singular thought was survival. She had not yet discovered a way back, nor had she bid farewell to Lai Winda, or Jidan. She could not succumb once more. Glancing at Jelly, who appeared pale and was bleeding from his sleeve, she realized he had sustained significant injuries. Surely the head maid would be able to heal him swiftly. Why had she pushed Jelly away? It was foolish of her, as he was within 3 meters and could have immunized her from harm. As her thoughts circled, Liu Nian found her mind sharpening rather than drifting. An invisible force seemed to bolster her, and with a mighty shove, she propelled Bai away. Liu Nian's vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground, while Bai, having tasted blood, also succumbed to unconsciousness. Jelly composed himself momentarily and ordered that Liu Nian be taken outside for treatment. In slumber, Liu Nian dreamed of Roya's words. She spoke of Bai as a persona that had existed since the sisters encountered Bo Hung and Jelly. Roya sat on the ground, her tattered clothes in stark contrast to her bright eyes as she reminisced. The sisters were once two wanderers, relying on each other for survival, aiding Bo Hung and Jelly during their flight. At that time, Bo Hung was as cold as ice, indifferent to her affections. Liu Nian attempted to walk away, expressing her desire to find Jelly. "Ha!" Roya chuckled lightly. "What does finding Jelly matter? Without understanding the origin of Bai, how can you eradicate the root of this affliction?" Roya approached Liu Nian. "Is it not a recurring cycle, leaving others battered and bruised?" Liu Nian fell silent, and Roya recognized this as a signal for her to continue. "One day, I noticed a change in his gaze. It was no longer just icy aloofness or guarded detachment, but rather a glint of murderous savagery and self-righteousness." Roya's expression brightened suddenly, as if she had discovered something wondrous. It was then that Jelly revealed to us that Bai was Bo Hang's other persona. Roya closed her eyes, allowing memories to wash over her. Another persona, such an intriguing concept. I began to pay closer attention to Bo Hang's every move. The shackles binding Roya prevented her from advancing, forcing her to remain stationary as she spoke. Bai's other persona would appear from time to time. Bohun could not control him. Bai harbored an ambition to become the sole deity of Atlas, merciless towards everyone but Jelly. It was as if he held a special affection for Jelly. Anyone who dared to approach would meet their demise. Roya suddenly fell silent, prompting Liu Nian to inquire. And then, Roya smiled mysteriously. Then Bai would emerge during our discussions with Jelly about critical matters, or when they were pursued, devising his plans or exterminating enemies. Those who defied him would cease to exist in his world. Liu Nian no longer wished to listen, asserting, "What you speak of is the past. The Bai I have encountered is not like that." Roya, with fervor, spread her arms wide, revealing her own existence as evidence. "Do you not see the living example before you? Yet you remain lost in your dreams? At least the Bai I encountered, while still self-righteous." Liu Nian recalled Bai's previous demeanor, their heartfelt exchanges on the rooftop, recognizing that he was now a Bai intent on protecting his brother. And he had never indiscriminately harmed the innocent. Having spoken her piece, Liu Nian disregarded Roya's mocking laughter and rushed out the door. Once again, Liu Nian opened her eyes amidst confusion, finding the gentle head maid seated by her bedside. The nurse, her previously deep green eyes, now glowing red, scrutinized Liu Nian without reservation. Liu Nian was startled and inquired, "Headmaid, what is wrong?" The headmaid snapped back to reality, hurriedly apologizing. "My apologies, Liu Nian. I've been attending to you all day without eating, and seeing your injuries made me feel faint." She promptly rose. "I will fetch tofu to care for you. I must go eat something first." Liu Nian nodded as the headmaid exited. Chapter 55. The stranger Tofu entered to inform Liu Nian that she had been in a coma for an entire day. Although the headmaid had taken care of her and other wounds were healing, the blood she had lost could not be replenished. Only the Wu clan possessed the means to restore it. During these days of convalescence, Liu Nian returned to the place where she had once resided with the goddess of dawn. This time, Dabaiji exhibited an unusual display of welcome. Refraining from running or jumping, always at her beck and call, Liu Nian would stroke Dabaiji daily, eagerly awaiting the full spectrum of breakfast, lunch, and dinner, living in a manner more leisurely than before. Tofu no longer cast her disapproving glances, and their coexistence had grown harmonious. Today, Liu Nian sat in a small rocking chair, cradling Dabaiji, leading a tranquil life, yet she spotted Bai. After a few days apart, he had recovered remarkably well. Bai wore a cynical smile upon his face. As Liu Nian gazed into Bai's eyes, her expression of surprise gradually solidified. This Bai was different from the one she had known. The gray in his eyes was denser, as if shrouded in mist. He spoke with a teasing yet concerned tone, yet Liu Nian felt an icy chill pierce through her. "My dear brother, you never allow me to come here. It turns out it was because you were here all along. I thought you had gone somewhere. Perhaps enjoying the life of a master instead of a servant?" Liu Nian wished to articulate her thoughts, but the words remained lodged in her throat, instinctively fearing that speaking them might provoke the man before her. The coldness in Bai's gaze fixated on Liu Nian, causing Dabaiji to escape her embrace, eager to flee from Bai's sight. In the midst of this silence, Tofu returned with Liu Nian's lunch. Upon seeing Bai, he was startled and dropped the bowl to the floor. "You are here." Bai had sensed Tofu's approach long before, and upon hearing the shattering of the porcelain, he turned. A single, terse remark from Bai constricted Tofu's throat as if gripped by an unseen force. Tofu's gaze darted towards Liu Nian, his eyes pleading for help. "Liu Nian," she called out, only to feel her breath catch as Bai tightened his grip around her neck. "Although my brother wishes to keep you, it does not mean that I cannot eliminate you. My name is not one to be spoken lightly." Liu Nian hastily nodded, finally granted a moment to breathe. Bai then turned his attention back to Tofu, asking, "Will you come with me, or shall I drag you along?" As Liu Nian emerged from that suffocating sensation, she realized Tofu had already been taken away by Bai. No longer able to remain in her comfortable state, she hurried to find Jelly, desperate to understand what had transpired. "Jelly!" Upon entering Jelly's chamber, Liu Nian called out, causing Jelly to pause and close the book he had been reading. "What brings you here?" he inquired, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Liu Nian stepped closer, her urgency palpable. "What has happened to Bai? He has changed. What occurred?" Jelly's arms crossed over his chest, his expression one of feigned ignorance. Did you not witness it yourself? Why do you ask about something you already know? Is it because of that incident? What happened that day? Liu Nian's anxiety escalated, her hands nervously intertwining. Why are you in such a rush? What difference does it make if you know? Jelly displayed little interest in continuing the conversation, returning to his book with unwavering focus. Liu Nian found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, knowing would change little. However, she had already formed a notion in her mind that she yearned to validate. Is it because of tofu? Liu Nian queried. Jelly offered no response, not even a glance in her direction. Every time I brew tea, tofu assists me. I thought she had grown fond of me. It was merely to sabotage by St. Wasn't it? You are aware of this now, so you should return. Your presence is of no help beyond your silence. Jelly observed Liu Nian's despondent demeanor and sighed softly. It is merely that Loya seeks to avenge by having tofu tamper with things. Liu Nian, what bonds of affection compel me to protect you so? Jelly opened the book he had just set down. Just remain as the nominal goddess of dawn. Liu Nian said nothing further and turned to leave Jelly's room, only to encounter by returning at the door. He cast a glance at Liu Nian, said nothing, and walked past her. The once curious glimmer in his eyes now completely extinguished. If Bai had previously shown a hint of Bei Heng's essence, he was now entirely transformed into someone unrecognizable. Liu Nian gritted her teeth, vowing, I will not yield. Even if I am nothing, I shall rescue my friend in my own way. She treaded carefully, fearful of being seen by any servants who might report her to Bai and Jelly. Upon reaching the Blood Slave Annex, after 2 weeks, the entrance stood restored. Guided by memory, Liu Nian stealthily sought out the room where Luoya was confined. The door was locked, and she could not open it. Just as she contemplated abandoning her quest for today, a man in formal attire caught her eye at the end of the hallway, staring directly at her. His features were sharply defined, and even from a distance, Liu Nian could discern his pitch-black eyes, devoid of any impurities, as if lacking a soul. He possessed a high nose and thin lips, projecting an intimidating presence. Liu Nian mused that this man was a stranger, dressed so formally, perhaps a guest. Yet, it struck her that a guest would not venture to the Blood Slave Annex lost in thought. A massive shadow enveloped Liu Nian, revealing that the man had approached her without her realizing. Standing before her, he towered at least 2 meters tall, akin to an imposing wall. He gazed down at Liu Nian, silent, sending chills down her spine. What a dreadful day this has turned out to be. Is he intent on scaring me to death? With the morning's terrifying gaze from Bai, and now this man's unsettling silence, she felt utterly unfortunate, pondering the need to consult an almanac before stepping outside. What is your name? His voice resonated like the echoes of an abyss, and Liu Nian feared she might have provoked someone akin to a mafia boss. Liu Nian, she replied, compelled to speak her name truthfully. She had initially intended to assert her authority as the goddess of dawn, but for reasons unknown, the lies simply would not pass her lips. Who bestowed that ring upon you? The ring? Liu Nian recalled that the beautiful woman she had encountered 2 weeks prior had posed the same question. Her eyes widened, and she summoned her bravado, declaring, This is the Dawn Ring. I am the goddess of dawn, and I command you not to disclose what you have seen of me, or I shall impose punishment. The man remained silent, his expression unchanged as he listened to Liu Nian's outburst without so much as a frown. Dawn, I am Samuel Zeal. Where is your mother? Liu Nian's heart sank at the sound of his voice and tone. This was a familiar inquiry. Yet she struggled to recall any familial ties or acquaintances related to the goddess of dawn. My mother. The man noticed Liu Nian's alarm, but chose not to press further, shifting the topic instead. You are wearing something undesirable on your ear. Liu Nian instinctively touched her ear. The ornament was a gift from Lan, yet it had become a tool of her torment. She had not removed it since the Beast Clan. Despite having expressed to Bai and Jelly her intention to never flee or disobey again, requesting their assistance in removing it, none had obliged. Removing it would be for the best. Liu Nian awkwardly shook her head. I cannot take it off. The man said nothing but reached out to gently touch Liu Nian's earlobe, expecting him to forcibly remove the ornament. Liu Nian sought to warn him of the impending electric shock, but before she could utter a word, he had already withdrawn his hand. Oh, he merely wished to touch it, Liu Nian thought, realizing she had overreacted. Just as Liu Nian was about to inquire of the unfamiliar man whether he was a guest or perhaps lost and in need of assistance, she noticed a sudden clarity before her eyes. The man had vanished without a trace. The door nearby creaked open, and to Liu Nian's astonishment, she discovered it ajar. With no time to linger, she glanced around but saw no one and swiftly entered the room. Luoya? The moment she stepped inside, Liu Nian spotted Luoya seated on the bed, gazing thoughtfully out the window. Luoya had already heard the door open and initially assumed it was Bai, only to find it was Liu Nian instead. Chapter 56. The Uncontrollable Truth. Luoya smirked sarcastically. What brings you here? Her attire was as splendid as before, in stark contrast to their last meeting 2 weeks prior, when she had looked utterly worn out. Though her complexion was pale, she remained clean and beautiful. You are aware of Bai's situation, right? Liu Nian ventured directly into the matter at hand. Luoya nodded. Of course, I am the mastermind behind it all. Observing Liu Nian's bewildered expression, Luoya felt a surge of delight and began recounting the events that led to this moment. Even before Greer instigated the war, I recognized that Bo Hong was not someone to rely upon. He's a coward. Luoya's eyes were filled with disappointment, akin to desiring exquisite jewels only to find a pile of cheap plastic. Thus, I devised a plan involving Bai. Luoya continued, carefully monitoring Liu Nian's reactions. I had previously informed you that Bai is not as he appears. He is, in truth, a soulless demon, relentless in achieving his goals. To him, everyone is merely a tool, devoid of life. Taking a sip of the cool tea beside the bed, Luoya pressed on to bring Bai back. I sought the assistance of his most trusted ally, AIC. Speaking of AIC, I cannot help but feel a tinge of pride. He has a deep affection for me. Thus, I sent AIC to seek out the Shuangsheng herb, and he hurried off without delay. However, what I did not anticipate was Luoya's gaze turned fierce as she fixed her eyes on Liu Nian. Your appearance as a false goddess quelled the war. Sever my connection with AIC. The Shuangsheng herb is notoriously elusive, and AIC promised he would not return until he found it. As I pondered how to explain AIC's disappearance, Bo Hong brought you, this counterfeit goddess, back to the Guangwangdian without inquiring further about AIC. I thought I could relax my concerns, but who would have guessed that after venturing out once, Bo Hong did not return, and Bai did. Then your aim has been achieved, Liu Nian echoed. Bai has returned as you wished. As I wished, Luoya exclaimed. I desire to awaken by myself, not have him appear on his own. Her voice rose as if struck at a tender spot. What difference does it make? In any case, your goal has been realized, has it not? I have stated before that Bai is an entity that disregards life, treating everyone as mere instruments. Once I awaken him, he will forgive my previous actions in aiding Bo Hong to suppress him, sparing my life instead of seeking revenge and tormenting me. Luoya's voice grew louder, as if venting her frustrations towards Liu Nian would somehow relieve her inner turmoil. You helped Bo Hong suppress Bai? Liu Nian could scarcely believe it. Liu Nian stood stiffly before Luoya, who was now comfortably recounting all that had transpired. Indeed, the last time I was suppressed by Bo Hong, I aided him using the Shuangsheng herb, and that was 55 years ago. For Bai, those years have been a torment, and upon his return, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against me. So you harmed him? Harmed him? He is the one who has harmed me. That beast is the one inflicting harm. Luoya's emotions were in turmoil, eliciting pity from Liu Nian as she beheld the once beautiful, lofty Luoya now in such a frenzied state. Bai has occupied Bo Hong's body for an extended period. What have you been doing? You have accomplished nothing. Luoya descended from the bed and confronted Liu Nian. But I can bring Bo Hong back. Luoya smiled, a glimmer of a young woman encountering her beloved. Before regaining her composure and speaking in a calm tone, 3 weeks ago, AIC quietly returned, delivering the Shuangsheng herb to me. I instructed him to wait until the matter concluded, until I had brought Bo Hong back before he could return. He agreed, and thus I entrusted the herb to Tuo Fu, instructing him to manipulate Bai's tea. Luoya walked back to the bed, reclining as she continued. Bai had previously come into contact with the Shuang Sheng herb, which has a faint fishy odor, yet as long as you are by his side, he will not detect the tampering in his refreshments. As Luo fidgeted with her fingers, deep in thought, she lamented. What I did not anticipate was that Bai would not revert to Bohong. Luo's emotional state fluctuated wildly, nearing madness. Liu Nian, aware of the entirety of the situation, returned to the small courtyard. Even as Luo mocked Liu Nian's ineptitude from behind, Liu Nian did not turn back. Embracing the large white chicken, Liu Nian finally comprehended why Bai had lost control that day. It was due to the Shuang Sheng herb. Bohong attempted to seize control of the body, and the conflict between their two personas led to an energy imbalance. Liu Nian lay in bed, repeatedly shifting positions yet unable to find sleep. As Luo had mentioned, the Shuang Sheng herb could forcibly alter personalities. So why was Bai still the dominant force within Boheng's body? What gone awry? The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, and Liu Nian gazed vacantly at the moon above, eventually succumbing to slumber. The following day, Liu Nian awoke groggily in the afternoon, dark circles under her eyes. Since resuming her role as goddess, her devoted assistant, Laura, had been tidying up in the room and kindly drew back the curtains for her. Laura, did you hear anything unusual last night? As Laura arranged the meal on the table, she replied, Sound? I did not hear anything strange, but I distinctly felt I heard someone singing. Liu Nian frowned, her eyes still closed, as if she had not yet fully awakened. Laura poured tea into a cup and stood beside the bed, waiting for Liu Nian to rise. If anything occurred last night, it was that the Wu clan's Lady Yin Liao arrived at Guangwangdian. Lady Yin Liao? Liu Nian sat up, puzzled. Why has she come here? Is it related to Bai? Is he still not fully recovered? Noticing Liu Nian's gloomy demeanor as she ate breakfast, Laura stepped closer to inquire. Goddess, is the food unpalatable? Liu Nian shook her head, tears welling in her eyes for reasons unknown, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. As she continued to eat, thoughts of Bai and Bohong flooded her mind, and before long, tears streamed down her cheeks. When Laura approached and embraced Liu Nian, she realized she was indeed crying. Goddess, I'm sorry. It is Laura's fault. You have been wronged. Laura gently patted Liu Nian's back, offering comfort. Realizing she had been crying, Liu Nian clutched Laura's arm tightly and broke down in tears, releasing all the grievances she had endured in this foreign world. Laura repeatedly comforted Liu Nian, providing her with a sense of safety in this unfamiliar realm. Time passed slowly, the room filled only with Laura's soft reassurances and Liu Nian's muffled sobs. When Liu Nian finally calmed down, dusk was approaching. Goddess, are you feeling any better? Liu Nian shyly nodded. Seeing Liu Nian respond, Laura continued. You have not eaten all day. The food on the table has gone cold. Shall I fetch you some hot dinner? Liu Nian rested against Laura's chest, muttering. You go ahead. All right, Goddess, I shall bring you something delicious. After a while, Laura returned. Goddess, what would you like to eat? You could tell Laura, and she'll bring it back for you. Anything with meat will do. I enjoy eating meat. Liu Nian's voice had improved considerably, the nasal tone less pronounced. All right, Laura is on her way. After a while, Laura suggested, Goddess, why not join me for a stroll? It's good for the heart. Liu Nian, puzzled by Laura's persistence, thought she could simply go without further ado. I want to be joining you. Just hurry along and return. All right, Laura's going now. Yet time passed, and Laura still remained. What is wrong? Why aren't you leaving? Laura wished to go, but she tugged at her arm, saying, You must let go first. Liu Nian finally realized, chuckling awkwardly, and released her grip. You could have mentioned it sooner. Once Laura departed, Liu Nian was left alone in the room. Chapter 57. In male form. Liu Nian approached the wardrobe, opening it to retrieve the clothes she had donned on the rooftop that fateful night. After dinner, Laura stayed beside Liu Nian. Typically, at this hour, Liu Nian would insistently persuade Laura to accompany her outside for a stroll, but today, an unusual silence filled the air, causing Laura to worry. Goddess, are you all right? You seem rather low-spirited. Laura expressed concern, handing Liu Nian a cup of tea, which she accepted. What is there to worry about? Liu Nian smiled at Laura, perhaps perceiving her smile as a relief, though Laura saw it as forced. How about I accompany you for a brief walk? Laura suggested. Liu Nian, her head nodding halfway in refusal, suddenly paused. All right, let us go for a walk. Laura closely followed Liu Nian, glancing around as if guarding against unseen threats. What are you so jumpy about? Liu Nian inquired. This is not being jumpy. Laura is here to protect you. Laura pouted defensively, yet remained vigilant. Is there truly anything in the Guangwangdian that could threaten me? Liu Nian scoffed, secretly wondering if anyone in this place could pose a threat to her. Sighing, Laura continued scanning the surroundings before leaning closer to Liu Nian's ear. It's Prince Jelly who requested Laura to protect you. He fears that the Guangwang may not favor you. Liu Nian chuckled dismissively, feeling let down by what she perceived as a trivial secret. After a brief stroll, she declared, let us head back. Liu Nian waved her hand. Boredom etched on her face. As they returned, Laura remained alert, scanning the area for anything that might startle Liu Nian. Liu Nian shook her head, pondering how this seemingly bright girl could be so naive. A little foolishness is beneficial. At least it brings joy. Back in the room, Liu Nian told Laura to return, insisting she need not serve her any longer. Laura nodded, but was halted by Liu Nian's sudden inquiry. What happened to your sleeve? Liu Nian noticed a significant tear in Laura's attire, just as she turned. Laura raised her arm to check. It's nothing, goddess. I'll just change into something else. Liu Nian grabbed Laura, preventing her from leaving. Come here. With newfound interest, Liu Nian approached the wardrobe. Your figure is quite appealing. Laura, delicate and petite, possessed a slim figure, though perhaps a bit too slender. Her physique, shaped by hard work, bore more defined muscle lines than Liu Nian's. Liu Nian rummaged through the wardrobe, picking up garments, discarding those that didn't please her. I have many outfits I yearn to wear, but lack the courage. Perfect timing for you to try them on. I'd rather not, Laura replied awkwardly, feeling put on the spot. Here, just wear this. Liu Nian presented a light purple dress. Change into this and show me. Laura hesitated, clearly reluctant. I'll go back to my room and change first. Liu Nian refused to let her leave, insisting, there's no need for that. Just change here. Laura resisted more vigorously, nearly fleeing the scene. I can change quickly. As Laura continued to evade, Liu Nian, in a moment of impulsive action, pushed her, suddenly wide-eyed. You don't have. During the scuffle, Liu Nian accidentally touched Laura's chest. Initially perceiving Laura as merely flat, she was taken aback to realize that there was nothing at all. You don't have? Liu Nian exclaimed, her hand still resting on Laura's chest. Laura calmly nodded. No, Laura is a boy. A thunderbolt struck Liu Nian's mind. Those 4 words echoed in her thoughts. Despite Laura's petite stature and gentle demeanor, how could she be a boy? Liu Nian found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that all her perceptions were inverted? Were all the males she assumed to be male actually female, and vice versa? Impossible, Liu Nian rebuted, though she hadn't seen any evidence to the contrary. Oblivious to Liu Nian's mental turmoil, Laura gently removed Liu Nian's hand from her chest. Laura, being a boy, intended to change clothes, and she was ready to do so. However, Liu Nian remained lost in thought, deaf to Laura's words. The name Laura sounded so feminine. There was no way it was a misunderstanding. It must be a deliberate ruse orchestrated by Jelly, she reasoned, wondering why he would use Laura to mislead her. Liu Nian stepped back, circling in contemplation, while Laura watched her intently. Liu Nian pondered whether Jelly had disguised a boy as a girl to gain her trust, allowing him to learn all her secrets and potentially control her. Goddess, what's wrong? You've been spinning in circles. If you truly wish, Laura can change here as well. Liu Nian's expression shifted to one of realization as she pointed at Laura, speechless with indignation. Observing this, Laura hastily began to unbutton her attire. Liu Nian panicked, covering her eyes and turning away. What are you doing? Goddess, you seem upset. I'll change now. Please don't be angry. Laura assumed Liu Nian was upset because she had yet to change into the dress Liu Nian had prepared for her. Am I angry because you want to change? Liu Nian kept her eyes shut, her ears perked, attentively listening to Laura's every move. Isn't that so? Laura blinked innocently, looking pitiful, but Liu Nian was not swayed by such tactics. Hearing no sound of Laura changing, Liu Nian cautiously lowered her hand. Indeed, Laura had yet to disrobe, which emboldened Liu Nian to confront her. You are a boy, yet you masquerade as a girl to deceive me. Naturally, I am angry. This accusation only made Laura more distressed. Laura isn't pretending. She protested, her voice quivering as if she might cry. Laura has never claimed to be a girl. Liu Nian contemplated this fact and realized it was true. You never claimed it, but your actions clearly indicated you are a girl. Liu Nian argued. Why else would you wear a maid's outfit? That is a dress meant for girls. She pointed at Laura's attire, clearly a long skirt. Inadvertently. Laura retorted, stepping back and demonstrating the practicality of her clothing. Liu Nian pondered for a moment and remarked, You hop about every day as if you were a girl. Is it forbidden for boys to skip around? Laura paused, feigning contemplation. Well, saying that makes it seem like I'm being gender biased. But one cannot simply declare that someone looks like a girl. That would be quite impolite. Liu Nian's anger dissipated, and he felt as if he had chastised himself. I apologize. I have been a bit sensitive lately. It's nothing, Laura replied with a strained smile. She had always been adorably cute growing up. It was only natural for the goddess to misunderstand her. Liu Nian's heart ached at the sight of her, filled with regret, repeating to himself, It's my fault. My fault, my fault. The atmosphere grew awkward, and just as Liu Nian was about to say something to mend the moment, Laura expressed her desire to return and rest. Liu Nian quickly acquiesced, eager to dispel the uncomfortable tension. Laura left with a look of feigned grievance, but her expression swiftly turned cold, losing its innocent charm and replaced with determination. She cast a final glance at the brightly lit room before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 58. The banquet. Gray was in his study, not even lifting his head as he inquired, Speak. I just woke up this afternoon and haven't eaten much. Suddenly, Laura halted her narration, hesitating as memories of Liu Nian's tears flooded her mind. What do you mean by suddenly? Gray raised his head, tossing aside the piece of parchment he held. What happened to her? Laura resolved to tell Gray the truth. For some reason, the goddess suddenly began to cry and did not eat until dusk before falling asleep. Gray remained silent for a long time. Perhaps he understood the reason behind Liu Nian's tears. He waved his hand, signaling Laura to leave. Your Highness, my identity as a male has been exposed. Laura half kneeled, bowing her head in apology. Gray rubbed his eyes, asking, What did you say? I have concealed it quite well. Laura awaited punishment from Gray, but he merely instructed her to take care of herself before allowing her to depart. Laura disappeared from Gray's sight. Gray found himself ensnared in his own thoughts. She cried. How many times had Liu Nian wept? The first time, in the snowy wilderness, she appeared lost and fragile. The second time, on her first night at the princess palace, she seemed unfamiliar and hopeless. The third time, in the corridor, she looked wronged and helpless. Liu Nian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, astonished that Laura was actually a boy. They had interacted like sisters these past few days. Surely she hadn't acted inappropriately? Reflecting on Laura's comforting words earlier that day, Liu Nian's cheeks flushed. It was strange. She had never been this close to any other boy besides her childhood friend. Now that she thought about it, Laura bore a slight resemblance to her childhood friend, yet her friend was a sturdy boy while Laura was gentle. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Liu Nian drifted back into slumber. Just before falling asleep, she suddenly recalled Laura's words. It was Gray who had sent him to protect her. I sat in the corner of Gray's room, waiting for his return. You're back? What clever scheme do you have this time? Gray was not surprised to see Bai. Initially, Bai was not the same as he had been 55 years ago. Perhaps the destruction ring had forcibly manifested by S persona, allowing remnants of Boheng's influence to linger. Now, Bai had transformed into the true self Gray once knew. I have prepared a grand birthday banquet for you, just in time to announce that you are the rightful king of the Ilex. Are you not? Bai's loud laughter pierced the air, causing the nearby maid to flinch. Suddenly, Bai appeared before Gray, a luminous aura encircling Gray's neck, close enough to sever it. Gray remained still, a smile gracing his face. What's wrong? Has my little brother erred in some way? Bai's gaze shifted to Gray's neck, a position he had previously shattered. I am well aware of that. Gray took a step forward, allowing the aura to pierce his neck. You do not understand. You have grown mischievous and have your own schemes now. You may arrange matters as you see fit. Bai retracted the light and settled back onto the sofa, observing the audacious young man before him. He recalled their first meeting when Gray had glared at him without a hint of fear. Gray remained silent. Any word spoken now would only provoke Bai further, causing him to suffer. Bai was a person who absolutely would not tolerate betrayal or disobedience. His extreme need for control confirmed that the old Bai had indeed returned. I shall not betray you. I have merely matured and wish to contribute in my own way. That is best, my dear brother. Bai listened to Gray's insincere words, letting out a sarcastic laugh. By the way, I wonder who has been singing in the dead of night. I couldn't find her. You should handle it. Gray acknowledged the request, and Bai vanished from the room. The next day, Liu Nian awoke to find Laura smiling as she prepared breakfast, creating an awkward atmosphere. However, Laura seemed unfazed by the previous day's events, continuing to serve Liu Nian as usual. Upon entering the grand hall, which was normally spacious, it felt slightly crowded due to the gathering of various peoples. Liu Nian sat in her chair, disinterested, observing the diverse crowd below. What is the purpose of this gathering? Liu Nian subtly shifted closer to Laura. This morning, Laura had insisted on dressing her up before dragging a groggy Liu Nian to the main hall. Laura shielded her face with one hand and bent down to explain, Prince Gray has organized a banquet for the Light King, inviting people from all tribes and the bloodline aristocracy. Liu Nian wanted to ask Laura for clarity. She was merely inquiring about the reason for it all. Today is the birthday of the Light King. Birthday? Liu Nian reflected that today was May 6th, which also happened to be her beloved's birthday. Scanning the crowd, Liu Nian felt that something was amiss. She beckoned Laura closer. Why haven't I seen anyone from the Snow Tribe? Laura instinctively glanced around the hall. Does the goddess not know? The Snow Tribe is at war with us. What? Liu Nian's head snapped up, nearly straining her neck. Why? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Laura was uncertain, only aware that relations between Kalori and Alton had become tense, and Prince Lewinda had returned to Kalori to prepare for war. Liu Nian's mind raced, struggling to understand why a conflict had erupted with the Snow Tribe. Reflecting on her experiences with them, Liu Nian was convinced that something was amiss. The Snow Tribe was known for their hospitality and kindness. They would not instigate an enemy without reason. It must be Gray's scheming. I am here, and yet they wish to go to war? Liu Nian straightened her posture, reminding herself that, as the goddess of dawn, she was quite renowned. Liu Nian remained skeptical that the Snow Tribe would initiate conflict. Laura, however, was unaware of this. She only knew of the long-standing grievances between the Snow Tribe and the bloodline. Laura shot Liu Nian a meaningful glance. Knowing that Prince Lewinda had already gone to Kalori to prepare for battle, Liu Nian pondered why Lewinda would agree to go to war. Although she couldn't comprehend it fully, she was at least relieved to have learned about one person's whereabouts. This was the happiest news Liu Nian had received in days. Just as Liu Nian was about to inquire further, the crowd began to stir, and she turned to see Gray entering. Clad in formal black attire, Gray radiated the proud aura of a bloodline prince, with the current leader of the witch tribe, Yin Lian, following closely behind. Yin Ling did not resemble the vibrant envoys and nobles of other clans, appearing instead like a delicate flower set upon a throne, adorned in a flowing black gown that exuded an aura of coldness, as if she were attending a funeral. The news of Yin Ling's ascension as the leader of the Wu clan had spread across the continent of Itlah, and Liu Nian had heard it from the headmaid. She pondered the fate of Madame Sealand. It seemed implausible that someone so robust could suddenly fall ill and abdicate. Liu Nian absently touched the earrings adorning her ears. Yin Ling had chosen to align herself with Golai, and under her leadership, the Wu clan appeared to be firmly in Golai's grasp. Feeling Liu Nian's gaze, Yin Ling approached her. Yin Ling, I pay my respects to the goddess of dawn. Liu Nian remained silent, clearly uninterested in engaging her. Undeterred, Yin Ling stood by Liu Nian's side, holding a wine glass, observing the mingling guests with a demeanor reminiscent of her previous encounters with Madame Sealand, quiet and still, as if merely breathing. Liu Nian could not resist casting a cautious glance at Yin Ling, meticulously scrutinizing her expression. As expected, the delicate features remained serene and undisturbed. though her eyes sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of distant stars. Liu Nian found herself reluctant to delve into the meaning behind those stars. She lacked both the energy and the courage. I had hoped to see Mr. Exan, but as the guardian of the goddess of dawn, he is not by your side. Not long after Liu Nian diverted her gaze, Yinling spoke up. Liu Nian's intuition suggested that Yinling must possess some knowledge. She surely knew the whereabouts of Exin. In Liu Nian's perception, Yinling had always been exceptionally obedient, akin to a lifeless doll without commands. Once under the ownership of Madame C. Land, and now under Golai. Chapter 59. The song Liu Nian introspected on her understanding of Yinling's character. She concluded that if there were no ulterior motives, Yinling would not have approached her or initiated conversation. What do you want? The inquiry was simple. Yet Yinling seemed to harbor no other intentions. You know something? Liu Nian asserted firmly. Yinling shifted her gaze from the festivities to Liu Nian, her eyes wide with surprise as if scorched by the intensity of Liu Nian's fervent stare. It was astonishing to realize that a person's gaze could possess such aggression. You must know, even if you have no other purpose, you certainly know where Exin has gone. Yinling, regaining her composure from Liu Nian's fervent gaze, asked, Why are you so certain? Just tell me where Exin is, Liu Nian insisted, rising from her seat, disregarding the scrutinizing looks from those below. Golai furrowed his brow and approached Liu Nian. Yinling smiled, a gesture that left Liu Nian utterly astonished, though she felt she had witnessed Yinling's smile before. The memory was hazy. This smile was unlike that of Bohang's cold allure, Bai's wicked charm, Golai's arrogance, or Liwenda's gentleness. Liu Nian found herself at a loss for how to interpret this unexpected expression, as if encountering a person speaking for the first time, a dancer executing their inaugural performance, or an individual smiling for the very first time, stiff and eerie. I truly do not know where Senior Exin is. Just as Liu Nian was about to press further with her inquiries, Golai arrived. What is going on? Golai inquired, stiffly bowing to Liu Nian. Her serious demeanor silenced the murmurs around them, as the mere mention of the goddess of dawn commanded respect, even in the absence of her divine power. Liu Nian understood that if she wished to inquire about Exin, she could not let Golai be privy to her intentions, so she said nothing and walked outside. As she exited, she spotted Bai entering from outside. Liu Nian thought it fitting that he would make a grand entrance at his own banquet. Bai walked forward without a hint of acknowledgement towards Liu Nian. Only when he took his place at the elevated seat did he contemplate their brief encounter. Liu Nian, why does meeting her always evoke such a peculiar sensation? Upon noticing Bai's arrival, someone hurriedly approached him, raising a glass. Your Highness, I represent the Beast Clan in congratulating you on your birthday. Bai merely cast a fleeting glance, and the glass shattered in response. The individual gaped in disbelief at the remnants of the cup in their hand. Bai's fingers drummed leisurely on the armrest of the chair. He need not personally intervene to prevent anyone from being a nuisance in his presence. As the person attempted to voice a retort, Bai shot them a piercing glare, silencing their words before they could escape their lips. Standing, Bai surveyed the gathering beneath him. Golai, anticipating Bai's intent, subtly turned away and sipped his drink, a smirk playing on his lips. Bai, the more brazen you are, the better. Bai's gaze swept across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Yinling, as if he noticed her somber attire was at odds with the celebratory occasion. However, he chose not to pursue the matter further. From this moment forth, I shall be the king of Eryx, and I shall also claim the title of king of It. The audacious proclamation stirred a flurry of discourse among the guests, signaling an impending declaration of war against the various clans. Yet, with the Wu clan's matron aligned with Golai and the Beast clan engaged in covert dealings with him, none would dare initiate hostilities against the Blood clan in response to Bai's bold statement. Bai observed the shifting expressions of those present, from shock to anger to resignation, fully aware of the extent of their emotions. This outcome was likely what Golai desired. Having announced his intentions, Bai was ready to depart, leaving the remaining affairs to Golai. The moment Bai took his first step, silence enveloped the hall, all eyes fixated on the transformed Light King as he descended the steps. With each footfall, the previously muted sounds resonated clearly in the hushed chamber. Only once by exited the room did the guests collectively exhale, having felt as though a deadly noose had tightened around their necks. Bai required no words. His actions alone communicated the expectation of obedience and silence in his presence. Once Liu Nian emerged from the banquet hall, she was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, alternating between sorrow and joy. Laura, perplexed, inquired, "Goddess, what troubles you?" Liu Nian shook her head. "It's nothing. I merely feel a bit strange." While she was delighted to have learned of Lai Wenda's news, her encounter with Ling stirred memories of inexplicable, casting a shadow of foreboding over her thoughts. And then there was Bai. The fleeting glance they had exchanged lingered in her mind. Liu Nian couldn't shake the feeling that although Bai's gaze lacked the previous mockery, it still bore an odd intensity. Upon returning to her chamber, she cradled the large white chicken, repeatedly stroking its firm yet soft feathers. "By the way, Laura," Liu Nian recalled, "I've been hearing a woman's song each night lately." "What is it, goddess?" Laura asked, pouring tea and offering it to Liu Nian. Liu Nian shook her head, signaling her disinterest in the tea. "I meant to ask, have you heard any singing during the night?" Laura obediently stood by, echoing Liu Nian's inquiry. "Singing? I've never heard any song." Liu Nian found this perplexing. "That's strange. I thought it was the music for the banquet you were preparing." Laura, eager to offer a shoulder rub, was rebuffed by Liu Nian, who insisted that Laura stand still. Laura, bewildered by Liu Nian's insistence, questioned whether the goddess was experiencing auditory hallucinations. How could she report to Prince Gulai that the goddess was losing her mind? "But where is the singing?" Liu Nian, upon becoming serious, lamented that her late-night singing had deprived her of sleep, resulting in dark circles under her eyes that seemed poised to touch the ground. Laura pondered the notion that perhaps Liu Nian's recent lack of snoring indicated she had not slept at all. Yet, she herself had not heard any songs. They certainly did not engage in such nocturnal melodies. Laura observed Liu Nian's expression, which did not suggest deceit, but she distinctly remembered hearing eerie songs these past few nights. Upon her first encounter with the haunting melody, Liu Nian had initially thought she had traversed into a horror film. She had whimsically assumed it was merely a peculiar indulgence of the Blood Clan's feasts. Internally, she scoffed, questioning whether such a grim tune was intended for some spectral blessing. Realizing that this situation could not persist, Liu Nian resolved to uncover the source of the haunting song. Otherwise, she would be deprived of sleep each night. Setting down the large white chicken, Liu Nian decided to engage Laura in a serious discussion, inquiring if there existed a song only humans could hear, one that the Blood Clan could not perceive. Laura, sweating at the question, concluded that Liu Nian must be experiencing some form of delusion and deemed it necessary to report this to Prince Greeley for prompt treatment. As they conversed, Liu Nian began to doubt her own senses, initially desiring companionship for sleep, but considering that her close attendant, Laura, was male and a vampire, she worried about the potential danger. Thus, when night fell, Liu Nian found herself clutching the reluctant white chicken for courage. As the witching hour approached, Liu Nian once again heard the sinister sound. Summoning her resolve, she slipped out of bed, and with a large white chicken clutched tightly, she dashed to the door. Fortuitously, the moon shone brightly, and Laura had neglected to extinguish the lights. Laura resided in the same quarters as Xin, just a few steps away. Liu Nian hurried over, banging frantically on the door, calling out for her to open up. "What is it, my lady?" Laura, still groggy and barely awake, stood at the threshold. "Listen." Liu Nian shook Laura's form, straining to prop open her eyelids in an attempt to rouse her. "What am I listening for?" Despite Liu Nian's efforts, Laura appeared sluggish and unresponsive. "The song. The eerie, haunting song. Can you not hear it?" Liu Nian exclaimed, describing the melody that was devoid of lyrics. "Melody échouing à repeatedly." Laura strained to open her eyes and listened intently, yet could discern nothing. "There is truly nothing, my lady. Our hearing as members of the Blood Clan surpasses yours. If you could hear it, we would have heard it first, but this time, I assure you, I have heard nothing." Laura, wishing to return to her slumber, contemplated suggesting she could sleep in Liu Nian's room. However, Liu Nian, anticipating her thoughts, pulled Laura outside, insisting, "You are my protector. Be alert. I must uncover the source of this sound." After some deliberation, Liu Nian decided it best for Laura to accompany her, as she felt utterly incapable of confronting the source alone. Aren't vampires supposed to be lively at night? Why are you sleeping? Come with me to find the sound. Laura reluctantly agreed, albeit with a reminder that while they consumed blood, they were not mere vampires, but members of the Blood Clan. Liu Nian felt she had heard this phrase before, but dismissed it, urging Laura to hurry. Enough with the chatter. Let's move. As they traversed a short distance without incident, Laura intended to speak, but discovered Liu Nian had vanished. Immediately, Laura's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance, aware that Liu Nian could not have slipped away unnoticed. This left only the unsettling possibility that someone had abducted her. Laura swiftly began searching the surroundings. Given the various attendees at the Light King.'s banquet, one had to remain cautious. However, if someone had taken Liu Nian without her noticing, it could only be a formidable adversary. After a fruitless search, Laura hastened to report to Prince Gorili. Meanwhile, Liu Nian, frantically seeking Laura, found herself in a forest, clutching the now-missing white chicken. Just moments ago, she had been holding Laura's hand, and now she stood alone. The woods enveloped her, and she feared she might never return. Laura? She called cautiously, recognizing from experience that she had entered an alternate realm akin to the snowfield. After much contemplation, Liu Nian decided to take a step forward, the sound of crunching leaves underfoot reverberating in her ears. The towering trees obscured her view of the sky, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. Wow, these trees are enormous, she marveled, circling one of the trunks, which appeared wide enough to require 5 people to encircle. Is anyone there? Liu Nian's heart raced with conflicting emotions. She yearned for a response, while simultaneously wishing to be alone. Calling out softly again, she was met with a rustling sound in the tranquil woods. What were wild beasts? The thought invaded her mind. Gazing at the massive tree, she pondered how she might ascend such a giant. What if the creatures lurking nearby were equally colossal? Despite her trepidation, Liu Nian cautiously advanced. Suddenly, she heard the haunting melody she had encountered in the Light King.'s palace. She strained to discern its source, following it for a while until it abruptly ceased. Just as confusion set in, Bai appeared before her. What are you doing here? His haughty tone matched his arrogant demeanor. Yet Liu Nian felt a surge of joy. Regardless of his expression, she had finally found someone. Rolling her eyes, she smiled brightly and said, I have no idea how I ended up here. I just followed the song. Bai frowned slightly, revealing that he too had followed the song and found himself in this realm. Without uttering another word, he surveyed their surroundings and continued forward, prompting Liu Nian to hasten her pace in order to keep up with him. At that moment, Bai detected soft yet heavy footsteps emanating from the forest. He glanced at the massive tree trunk and effortlessly leapt to its branches. Liu Nian stood frozen, uncertain of what to say, ultimately remaining silent. Bai listened intently. The footsteps suggested the presence of a giant beast. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Bai's eyes, the crimson glow reflecting his eagerness. Liu Nian, feeling fatigued, leaned against the tree, mistaking Bai's stillness as a cue for rest. She gazed up at him, but the shadows cast by his feeding obscured her view of his expression. After a while, she relaxed, leaning against the trunk to rest. Suddenly, the ground trembled, jolting Liu Nian awake as her body involuntarily propelled upward. She scrambled to her feet, calling out Bai, in a voice trembling with fear. However, Bai, having spotted the colossal creature, was oblivious to her cries. In a flash, he positioned himself before the beast, a radiant light illuminating the depths of the forest. Liu Nian struggled to steady herself amidst the tremors, which felt akin to a frenzied dance. A droplet of moisture fell onto Liu Nian's face. As she reached up to touch it, she froze, collapsing to the ground. The vivid crimson blood upon Liu Nian's hands was incredibly glaring. After a brief moment of stunned silence, it felt as though a rain of red was falling from the sky. Shrinking her shoulders, Liu Nian slowly turned her head, only to behold Bai, exuding a triumphant smile as he flexed his wrist. It had been a long time since he had felt such exhilaration. Gazing at the mangled beast before him, the heart within his white chest thudded violently. The cells within him clamored with excitement. This was akin to a battlefield of hunting, where all creatures were his prey, and he was the sole hunter. After reveling in his triumph, Bai's thoughts drifted to Liu Nian, who was trembling beneath the great tree. He initially intended to turn away and leave, convinced that her fate was of no concern to him. Yet his feet, seemingly of their own accord, retraced their steps. Bai stood before Liu Nian, her innocent eyes wide, drenched in the blood of the beast. Her thoughts consumed with the notion that perhaps she had returned because her body ached for sustenance. Bai knelt to wipe the blood from her face, aware that the blood of the Atlas beast could be lethal, uncertain if this was the same. Leaning closer to Liu Nian, he remarked that though it was distasteful, there was little choice in the matter. Startled, Liu Nian pondered the situation. "Get up," Bai urged. He wiped his hands on her clothing and then stood, seeking the way forward. They needed to find that accursed song. Liu Nian, genuinely frightened, nodded along to everything Bai said. As Bai stood to depart, Liu Nian, still dazed, rose and followed him. The two walked in tandem through the enigmatic forest. Exhausted, Liu Nian struggled to remain upright, her body colliding with yet another oblivious beast. Stumbling, she barely managed to hold her ground, glancing up to see Bai, arms crossed, observing her with a bemused expression. Wiping her mouth, she chuckled, "I'm so tired." Bai finally conceded that Liu Nian could rest for a moment. Disregarding any sense of propriety, she collapsed onto the ground and fell asleep. Bai settled beneath a great tree, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Grell wore a brooding expression, his brow furrowed, and the surrounding individuals held their breath in silence. Save for Ainley, Laura knelt, awaiting Grell's judgment. With a wave of his hand, Grell gestured for Laura to rise, exhaling deeply. The simultaneous disappearance of Liu Nian and the Light King was indeed peculiar. Grell turned his chair toward Ainley, inquiring whether they could ascertain their whereabouts. Ainley lightly tapped her fingers upon the crystal ball and replied that there was no trace of them near the Light King's palace. Grell instructed Laura to disperse their group and patrol the vicinity of the Light King's palace. Grell gazed out at the vibrant, illuminated night beyond the window. Concluding that Bai would not abduct Liu Nian, he had no motive to do so. Furthermore, Grell himself would never leave with another. Only one possibility remained: the song. Chapter 61. Peril. Ainley raised her gaze to Grell, whose icy eyes revealed nothing of her thoughts. Clad in purple silk, her smooth skin was partially exposed. Leaning against the sofa, the fabric slipped down her shoulder, revealing a petal-shaped birthmark. She adjusted her clothing and asked, "Do you suspect they have been taken to another world?" Grell nodded, recalling Bai's words about having heard a song. Laura had also mentioned that Liu Nian had gone missing in pursuit of its source. Grell looked at Ainley and queried whether she could locate them in that other realm. Ainley massaged her temples, her delicate fingers accentuating her graceful features. "I can," she affirmed. Just as Liu Nian fell into a deep slumber, a thunderous roar jolted her awake. Startled, she clamped her hands over her ears, realizing the sound was nothing like the harmless flatulence of Pavo. Frowning, she curled up beside the roots of the great tree, wishing fervently for the beasts to depart. Bai, in contrast, stood and stretched his limbs, preparing himself for another fierce battle. The beasts soon came into view, prompting Liu Nian to maneuver around the tree roots, striving to distance herself from the impending conflict. Bai positioned himself at the center, radiating light as he leapt to intercept the claws of the oncoming beast. The creature withdrew its claw, searing Bai's skin where the light had burned it black. Liu Nian, believing she had reached a safe haven, turned to witness the chaos, only to have a gust of wind sweep over her as a tree above her was cleaved in two. In a panic, Liu Nian searched for another hiding spot while Bai continued to engage the beasts with enthusiasm, each strike landing with great force. 3 beasts drew closer, intent on surrounding Bai. He landed back on the ground, sustaining various scratches from the beasts and branches, yet remained unfazed, reveling in the thrill. A sphere of light shot forth from his right hand, striking the first beast squarely on the head, causing a torrential downpour of blood. The remaining 2 beasts howled in agony, their claws thrashing more violently. Yet, Bai maintained his luminous shield, each approach met with excruciating burns. The two beasts signaled their intent to flee, but Bai denied them that opportunity, unleashing two beams of light that soared toward their heads, resulting in another cascade of blood. Liu Nian felt fortunate to be far enough away. Her clothing had become unbearably foul, and any additional blood would compel her to collide with a tree in disgust. Once the battle concluded, Bai stood amidst the wreckage, reinvigorated, while Liu Nian hesitated, her feet rooted in contemplation. The chaos around her was a testament to the relentless assault of beasts over the past half-day. Bai could not have escaped unscathed. Placing her hand upon the tree trunk, she leaned her head against it, reflecting on Bai's earlier words. Wouldn't approaching him only invite suffering, presenting herself as an easy target? Perhaps it was time to flee. Run? Can you even manage that? Bai's voice interrupted her thoughts, and before she could react, he had already taken hold of her clothing, observing her futile attempts to escape with amusement. What are you doing? His deep voice, tinged with a hint of breathlessness, reached her ears, and Liu Nian knew she had lost. Slowly turning, she mimicked a stretching exercise, as if attempting to invigorate her circulation. Noting Bai's impassive expression, she realized her predicament was dire, so she inched closer to him. Bai had not anticipated her proximity, waiting for her next move. Liu Nian rose on her toes, attempting to bring her neck nearer to Bai's lips. Go ahead, drink. Replenish yourself. Resigned to her fate, her mind whirled with countless escape plans, all of which seemed doomed to fail before they could even take form. Accepting her fate, she surrendered herself. Bai's gaze, profound and searching, settled upon her neck, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. He then lifted Liu Nian, extending her arms before setting her down, creating distance between them before releasing her shirt. Not yet. The two continued onward, guided by instinct, more specifically Bai's instincts, as his long strides belied a rapid pace despite their leisurely appearance. The uneven path posed no challenge for him. In stark contrast, Liu Nian struggled to keep up, stumbling over fallen branches that jabbed at her legs. Grateful that she had not drawn blood, fearing Bai's wrath if he were to turn around. Unbeknownst to them, the eerie song resurfaced, and Bai, drawn by its haunting melody, forgot Liu Nian's presence, moving with such speed that he nearly vanished into a blur, leaving Liu Nian to chase after him desperately. As the haunting melody resonated, Liu Nian found herself increasingly apprehensive. The song, steeped in an eerie lament, seemed akin to a ghostly tune from a horror film, sending shivers down her spine. Must we really uncover the source of this voice? She finally mustered the courage to inquire. Silence, Bai curtly commanded, effectively quelling any further questions Liu Nian might have had. Feeling a sense of injustice, Liu Nian fell silent, yet an inexplicable desire to seek out the source of the unsettling song lingered within her, as if the melody beckoned her toward an unknown peril. Perhaps it would be prudent to distance herself from the song? Liu Nian energetically leapt thrice, striving to keep pace with Bai, recalling countless tales of curiosity leading to demise. Could we be destined for the same fate? Are you afraid? Bai's voice broke the silence. Halting his steps, Liu Nian, unable to stop in time, collided with Bai's chest, tears streaming as she covered her nose. I am frightened. Her voice, laced with a quivering tone, was particularly soft. Bai, with a cold scoff, retorted, I will end you first, and then you shall no longer fear. Besides, I will be satiated. How does that sound? Liu Nian hastily silenced herself, realizing that as long as the topic of blood-sucking was avoided, all else could be discussed amicably. In the midst of their silence, the song resumed, though this time it was no longer sinister. Instead, it flowed with a melodious clarity. Before Liu Nian could comprehend, Bai had already taken flight in pursuit of the song's origin. Liu Nian could only muster her resolve to follow, scratching her neck as an unsettling chill crept upon her. Unbeknownst to her, a crimson serpent's tongue narrowly grazed her neck as she advanced. Time lost meaning as Bai surged ahead with unprecedented speed, and Liu Nian swiftly lost sight of him. Panic enveloped her, and her trembling legs buckled beneath her. I can't run anymore, she gasped, her voice dissipating into the depths of the forest. The melody persisted, and Liu Nian sought a momentary respite, convinced that Bai would not abandon her. Before long, she leaned against a tree and succumbed to slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, three adjectives sprang to mind: hard, cold, and comfortable. Yet soon after, a sensation of pressure rendered her breathless. As she continued to explore her surroundings, she found herself increasingly at ease, a feeling that only intensified her desire to touch. Suddenly, a force impeded her exploration, prompting Liu Nian to furrow her brow and gradually open her eyes. To her dismay, she found herself sprawled atop a colossal serpent. The resistance she felt stemming from its tail coiling around her hand. Panic surged within her as the serpent's head loomed closer, its crimson tongue flicking menacingly. "Mr. Snake?" she stammered, attempting to communicate, her voice trembling so much that her original tone was unrecognizable. "Can we talk?" The hissing sound it emitted was the sole reply. As its massive head inched closer, its mouth large enough to engulf her entire body, its fangs poised to strike. "I am but an ordinary human, and my blood is unwashed. I haven't bathed before bed." Liu Nian strained against the serpent's grip, but it tightened, causing her increasing pain. "You could feast upon the individual who fled before me. They possess great agility and strength." In Chapter 62, Liu Nian's desperate cry echoed around her, and even now, having narrowly escaped, she felt the reverberation of her own voice in her ears, causing her cheeks to flush. Stealthily, she followed by, her heart racing with anxiety, rendering even her breath tense. Bai moved ahead, his steps heavier and less agile than usual. Concerned, Liu Nian, despite her fear, resolved to inquire, "Are you all right?" She nervously fidgeted with her fingers, biting her lip. Bai remained silent, continuing onward, prompting her to ask again, "Are you unhurt? You lost a great deal of blood." Her voice dwindled to a whisper. Bai halted and turned, his deep crimson gaze locking onto Liu Nian. "I have matters to attend to." In an instant, he had her pinned against a tree, his raspy voice imbued with longing. Liu Nian felt an urge to distance herself from Bai, but the hard trunk behind her left no room for retreat. She gripped her clothing tightly, staring into his increasingly irrational eyes. "I saved you. A little recompense is only fair." His magnetic voice brushed against her face, and Liu Nian's heart raced violently, leaving her unsure if she felt fear or infatuation. A vision of Bai rescuing her flashed through her mind, and she surmised that perhaps it was indeed infatuation. The serpent disregarded Liu Nian's pleas, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. Its scarlet tongue approached, the stench from its maw assaulting her senses. Liu Nian held her breath, leaning back in a fervent prayer for salvation. "Please, someone save me. Ah, am I not more delectable? Should I thank you for your compliment?" In her peril, Liu Nian thought she heard those words. In a split second, the serpent's tongue was seared by a blinding light, and the pain caused Liu Nian to be unceremoniously cast aside. Bai whisked Liu Nian away from the serpent, setting her down before revealing a triumphant yet menacing grin. "I shall savor the unappetizing you later," he declared before turning back to engage in battle. The colossal serpent and Bai were locked in a fierce struggle. Its scales were impenetrable, rendering Bai's fiery onslaught ineffective. The serpent then exhaled a noxious cloud of white gas, catching Bai off guard as its tail struck him, sending him crashing against a tree. Liu Nian watched in alarm, desperate to reach him, but before she could move, the serpent lunged toward her. Liu Nian darted into a hollowed tree, narrowly avoiding the serpent's attack. However, her respite was fleeting as the serpent's tail smashed through the decayed wood, exposing her to its gaze. Its massive fangs lunged toward her, and a flash of crimson light illuminated the scene as Liu Nian collapsed, trembling, extending her hand. Blood dripped onto her face, and the world before her was engulfed in a haze of red. Bai stood protectively, a massive fang piercing through his shoulder. Yet he did not harm Liu Nian. Terrified by the blood mist before her, Liu Nian was paralyzed with fear. Bai winced in pain, reaching out to wipe the blood from her cheek. Utterly useless, he murmured, his voice faint, yet Liu Nian heard him clearly. Words failed her, and tears flowed uncontrollably. The overwhelming despair more intense than ever before. Bai severed the serpent's fangs with a radiant blade and charged straight into its gaping maw. Light encircled him, and the serpent's interior proved far less fortified than its exterior. With a piercing scream, the serpent succumbed to Bai's assault, and once again, he emerged victorious amidst a downpour of blood. Liu Nian, regaining her composure, scrambled toward Bai, who stood triumphantly over the serpent's lifeless body. The wounds on his form slowly mending. Bai glanced back at Liu Nian, unharmed, before continuing onward, albeit with a stagger, yet he marched forward with pride. Liu Nian, who should have felt pain, instead experienced a chilling softness, as his thoughts were pulled back to the present. The pale visage was mere inches away. Soft lips pressed against his own. A faint metallic taste spread within his mouth, and surprisingly, Liu Nian detected a hint of sweetness. Bai, with eyes closed, repeatedly pressed his lips against Liu Nian's, and in his astonishment, Liu Nian also shut his eyes. This was his first kiss, imbued with a coppery sweetness. Bai slightly lifted his lips, revealing Liu Nian's startled and bashful expression upon opening his eyes. With a soft chuckle, Bai remarked that the sweet treat was indeed soft and sweet, though the sound of his heartbeat was rather loud. After speaking, Bai shifted his lips to Liu Nian's neck. A slight sting emanated from his neck as Liu Nian silently endured it, lost in contemplation. The first time he had been forced by Golai, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The second time, during dinner with Golai, he felt resentment and unwillingness. The third time, when he believed Bai Heng was encroaching upon him, he felt confusion and unease. And what about this time? As Bai sucked gently, his cool lips grazed Liu Nian's skin. Liu Nian widened his eyes, fiercely pinching his thigh, barely suppressing a whimper. What had he been thinking moments ago? The sound of his heartbeat was deafening, and in a frenzy, he attempted to distract himself from the sensations at his neck. Yet the harder he tried to escape, the more his mind amplified the experience. Liu Nian furrowed his brow, two conflicting thoughts clashing within, causing his head to throb. No, it was not merely pain, it was also disorienting. As darkness enveloped him, Liu Nian fainted. Bai then released his lips, gently patting Liu Nian's cheek before lifting him up. He had not replenished much himself. Surely, he would not perish. Bai's furrowed brow and the strength with which he held Liu Nian conveyed a sense of unease rather than the ease he wished to project. The melodious song resumed, this time filling Bai with a sense of joy. Revitalized, he listened intently to the direction from which the song emanated, continuing to navigate through the forest while cradling Liu Nian. The melody was clearer than before and lingered longer. As the music grew more piercing, Bai surmised he must be nearing its source. Casting a glance at Liu Nian in his arms, Bai found himself torn. Bringing Liu Nian closer would be perilous. Yet leaving the unconscious Liu Nian behind was an even greater risk. After much deliberation, the typically headstrong Bai resolved to cautiously assess the situation. He carefully approached, prepared to investigate the source of the song before making a decision. The nearer he drew to the melody, the more he discerned not only the song, but also the voices of others. Bai listened intently, recognizing both male and female voices accompanied by the clashing of hard objects. Though he could not comprehend their words, he sensed they were reciting incantations for some ritual. Chapter 63. The Mermaid. As expected, when Bai finally caught sight of figures, they were kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed. Fascinating, it turned out to be giants. Bai swiftly ascended to a branch of a colossal tree, placing Liu Nian in a relatively safe spot before choosing to observe further. Before the giants lay a pool of water, to which they were offering their reverence. Bai's suspicions regarding the source of the melody solidified. The surface of the water began to reveal long, dark hair, followed by a woman's bare upper body. Indeed, it was a mermaid. Bai quickly returned to Liu Nian's side, finding him still in slumber. Bai took a moment to rest against a tree. The cacophony of voices faded, and upon standing to confirm, he found the giants had indeed departed. Silently, he approached the water's edge. If the mermaid's song could lure them, perhaps it could also guide them back. Peering into the pool, he noted its crystal-clear surface, utterly still without a ripple. Surrounding the bottom were piles of stark, white bones, each skeleton seemingly part of the landscape, as if naturally integrated into the scenery. A mermaid lay at the center of the pool, eyes closed, appearing lifeless. Her skin was a pale lavender, with a silvery tail that shimmered with iridescence in the water. I looked up to see a massive orb of light above the pool. This luminescent sphere must be the reason the forest was devoid of visible sky and light. Bai extended his hand to touch the water, which was warm to the touch, his fingers creating ripples across the surface. The moment his hand submerged, the mermaid opened her eyes. She surged upward, and with her emergence from the water, an ear-piercing song erupted once more. This time, the melody bore a fierce aggression. Bai covered his ears, but it was futile as blood trickled down beside them. He retreated 5 steps from the pool. The mermaid glared at him from the shore, her expression menacing. "Are you the deity of this place?" Bai inquired, uncertain if she would comprehend. The mermaid tilted her head, her shrill song diminishing significantly, morphing into a low murmuring. Then, as if successfully altering her tone, she raised her head. "Food, food, food, food." Her childlike voice echoed, and despite her garbled speech, Bai understood her words. Bai retreated cautiously and attempted to communicate further. "We are not from this other world. We arrived because of your song." Upon hearing this, the mermaid propped herself up on the shore, her silvery tail thrashing in the pool, no longer mechanically repeating the word food. Instead, she expressed curiosity about his song. "Because of my song?" Bai furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. "Can you help us return?" "Help you return?" The mermaid leaned forward, inching her arms closer, continuously mimicking Bai's words. Bai realized she was attempting to imitate his voice and was doing so quite accurately. The mermaid, akin to an infant learning to speak, echoed Bai's words. Yet, Bai sensed that this mermaid was far from the innocent appearance she projected. The two remained locked in a standoff, the mermaid gradually inching closer, her tail the only part submerged in the water. Suddenly, she tilted her head, her mouth distending grotesquely, sharp teeth glistening as she screeched, "Food! You're all my food! All my food!" With that, she lunged at him. Bai reacted swiftly, dodging her attack. But the piercing sound clouded his judgment. In a daze, he glimpsed several mermaid figures as they relentlessly pursued him. As he continued to evade, the surroundings faded into a blinding white, followed by utter nothingness. His vision vanished, and his hearing was compromised. Relying on memory, Bai dodged the mermaid's onslaught while retracing his steps to the path he had originally taken. The mermaid depended on her song to lure prey, indicating she could not stray far from the pool. As Bai's sense of smell began to fade, he managed to locate Liu Nian, placing his hand atop Liu Nian's. A flicker of solace washed over him. "What's wrong?" Liu Nian's panicked voice echoed faintly in Bai's ears, as if it were a mere hallucination. Liu Nian, groggy, sensed someone nearing him. A chill enveloped his hand, prompting him to open his eyes and behold Bai, blood streaming from his orifices. Liu Nian, alarmed, questioned Bai's condition. But Bai, seemingly oblivious, leaned against a tree, eyes closed in rest. Liu Nian attempted to withdraw his hand to shake Bai's shoulder, but Bai gripped Liu Nian's hand tightly. Refusing to let go, Liu Nian resorted to vigorously patting Bai, asking, "What's wrong?" After repeated confirmation, he finally accepted the grim reality that Bai could not hear him at that moment. Bai was acutely aware that Liu Nian had awakened, and he yearned to convey to her the importance of remaining calm and refraining from loud outbursts that might attract unwanted attention, as he felt utterly unable to protect her at that moment. However, he found himself voiceless, only able to grip Liu Nian's hand tightly. Gradually, Bai lost all sense of his surroundings, enveloped in a haze of numbness, with only his thoughts remaining under his control. Liu Nian, perched among the branches of a tree, sensed tremors and, upon surveying her surroundings, beheld a colossal figure approaching them, its head nearly the size of her torso. Shaking Bai, she realized he was unresponsive. In desperation, she pushed Bai towards the right, where she spotted a hollow in the tree. With immense effort, Liu Nian finally managed to shove Bai into the tree hollow. But in doing so, she was discovered by the giants. The giants seized Liu Nian from the branches of the giant tree, and she found herself held tightly by their massive hands, paralyzed with fear of being crushed if she dared to struggle. Jelly assisted Yin Liang to sit up, instructing the head maid to attend to her wounds. Though blood trickled from the corner of Yin Liang's mouth, her expression remained remarkably placid. "Do not overexert yourself," Jelly cautioned, his brow slightly furrowed. Yin Liang opened her eyes, her gaze settling on Jelly's furrowed brow. I can manage, she replied, unfurling a piece of parchment stained with her blood. Over the past few days, Yin Liang had finally discovered the means by which Liu Nian and her companions had entered the giant forest of the otherworld. Thus, each day, she endeavored to create a summoning array to bring them back. Jelly took the parchment from Yin Liang's hands, rolled it up, and placed it on his desk. You shall rest for the next few days, and then attempt once more, he instructed before signaling for the head, made to escort Yin Liang out. As Yin Liang exited, she glanced back at Jelly, who sat with his fingers pressed against his temples, his frown deepening. Returning to her room, Yin Liang sat by the window, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Meanwhile, Liu Nian found herself surrounded by a throng of giants who knelt before her, speaking in an incomprehensible tongue as they escorted her to the edge of a pond. Could it be that they recognize me as the goddess of dawn and have brought me here for reverent worship? She pondered. Yet despite her vocal pleas for them to rise, they remained unresponsive. Taking a few steps toward the pond, she was struck by the overwhelming stench of decaying beasts nearby. Preferring the fresher air by the water's edge, Liu Nian fanned her nose with her hand, searching for Bai's location, anxious about his well-being. Suddenly, she heard bubbling sounds and turned to see ripples in the water, her curiosity urging her to lean closer, though nothing was visible. What are you all doing? Do you wish for me to retrieve something from this water? Liu Nian shouted at the kneeling giants, who continued their incantations without pause. Looking back into the depths of the pond, she was startled to find a mermaid gazing at her with wide, round eyes. Liu Nian instinctively took a step back. The surface of the water remained still, and as she swallowed nervously, she was about to look again when the mermaid emerged from the depths, perhaps alerted by the disturbance. The giants began to chant even louder. Liu Nian discerned not only the giants' voices, but also the enchanting melody of the mermaid's song, which resonated with clarity and grace, eliciting an involuntary smile from her. The mermaid sprawled at the water's edge, her demeanor contrasting sharply with that towards Bai. Instead, she swayed gracefully, luring Liu Nian closer with her dulcet tones and captivating beauty. Shaking her head, Liu Nian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She took a few steps forward, closing the distance to the mermaid, who was becoming increasingly clearer in her vision, and Liu Nian couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful she was. Shaking her head again to dispel her wandering thoughts, she asked the mermaid, "Is it you who sings? Do you know how to return home?" The mermaid continued her serenade, beckoning Liu Nian with each step she took closer. Standing at the water's edge, the mermaid propped herself up, extending a hand to caress Liu Nian. Yet, just as she was about to make contact, the mermaid recoiled as if scorched, wisps of smoke rising from her hand, and the melody turned harsh and jarring. The mermaid dove back into the depths, causing Liu Nian, startled by the sudden shift, to slip and fall into the water. When Bai, having regained some sensation, reached the pond's edge, he witnessed Liu Nian's figure plummeting downward. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the water. Underwater, Bai grasped Liu Nian and pulled her upward. But the mermaid, having evaded Liu Nian, pressed herself against the bottom of the pond. Bai's arrival startled the mermaid, who, agitated, opened her gaping maw to bite at him. Liu Nian struggled in the water, her eyes unable to open, instinctively clinging to Bai's arm. In a moment of distraction, the mermaid bit Bai's foot, the metallic scent of blood spreading through the water. The mermaid's sharp teeth had severed a portion of Bai's leg. As Liu Nian caught the scent of blood, panic surged within her, and she cried out, desperate to protect Bai from harm. Just as Bai was preparing to unleash his powers beneath the water, Liu Nian grasped his hand, which suddenly radiated an even more blinding light. Bai, eyes shut tight, used the force to pull Liu Nian close and embrace her. "You cannot die," was Bai's most fervent thought. "You cannot be injured," was Liu Nian's most fervent thought. A flash of white light surged forth, swiftly draining the pond, leaving behind only a vast depression in the ground. Bai lay at the bottom, shielding Liu Nian with his body as she rested atop him, slipping into a deep slumber. The mermaid, grievously wounded by the white light, bore gaping wounds, her abdomen torn, yet a thin membrane seemed to protect something within. The sound of approaching footsteps from the giants grew louder. "What has transpired?" inquired one giant as they reached the empty pond's edge. "Look, Sailor has perished," exclaimed another giant, astonished by the sight at the bottom of the pond, turning to address the others. The leader among the giants stepped forward, carefully avoiding the unconscious Liu Nian, and the mermaid, leaping into the pond. The giant extended his hand to lift the unconscious Liu Nian and handing them to another giant, then cradled the mermaid in his palm for the others to assist in retrieving. The giants returned to their settlement, placing and Liu Nian in one of the rooms, while all the tribe members gathered around a central wooden post. The leader held aloft the lifeless body of the mermaid, Sailor, presenting her to an elderly giantess with flowing white hair. Suddenly, the membrane on Sailor's abdomen quivered, causing everyone to hold their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. A hand burst forth from the mermaid's belly. "It is the ancestor!" exclaimed the aged giantess. The giants erupted in cheers, while the elderly giantess hurried back to her dwelling, and the remaining giants stood guard at the entrance, awaiting the birth of the ancestor. When Liu Nian awoke, had already regained consciousness and stood at the door, observing the giants outside. Liu Nian called out. Upon hearing his name, turned sharply, instantly appearing before Liu Nian. "What is it?" Liu Nian asked, for she discerned disbelief and a hint of familiarity in Bai's gaze. Just as Liu Nian was about to speak, the clamor outside interrupted her. Bai positioned himself protectively behind Liu Nian, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance. A female giant entered, first bowing respectfully to Liu Nian and Bai, then extending one hand towards them while pointing with the other towards the door. Bai understood the giantess's intent, but was hesitant to act impulsively. Meanwhile, Liu Nian stood up, determined to approach. Bai obstructed Liu Nian, yet Liu Nian held an unwavering belief in them. Although she could not comprehend their words, they had successfully brought them to this place. If they harbored any malevolent intentions, they would have acted long ago. Liu Nian climbed up the arm of the female giant and settled upon her shoulder, convinced that they would not harm her. Bai, though somewhat skeptical of Liu Nian's reassurances, instantly moved to the other shoulder of the giant to ensure Liu Nian's safety. Outside, the giants were jubilantly exclaiming something, and the elder giant had emerged from the dwelling, cradling a small infant in his palm. If not for the proximity, Liu Nian would have thought there was nothing there at all. Liu Nian gestured to indicate the size of the infant. "This size is incorrect," she murmured. "Is this not similar to an infant from our world? Will it grow into a giant?" Liu Nian and Bai were invited into the dwelling of the venerable female giant. Upon entering, Liu Nian was enveloped by a faint, delightful fragrance. "This child is Yi-Erte, the incarnation of our ancestral deity." As the elder spoke, Liu Nian hurriedly approached him. "You speak our language?" "Of course." The elder responded. "Our clan's elders have inherited a merfolk bone necklace that enables us to understand a multitude of tongues." It became evident that this elder was a chieftain of the giant clan. Indeed, he wore a completely white necklace resembling a chain, which Liu Nian had noticed upon her first glance, for such adornments were rare in their world. Who would willingly wear shackles around their neck? "You have encountered the mermaid known as Sa-Lu-Er, the embodiment of allure and greed." "Oh." Liu Nian leaned forward slightly, intent on listening closely. It was clear that a tale was about to unfold. Her song can enchant passers-by and beasts alike, rendering them senseless before she devours them. The elder rose and unveiled the deceased Sa-Lu-Er. "What a delightful fragrance." "Indeed," the elder replied, resuming his seat. "Unlike other creatures, when a mermaid dies, she does not emit a foul odor, but rather a captivating aroma that possesses invigorating and healing properties." Liu Nian glanced at Bai, who had donned the garments provided by the giants. They were ill-fitting and bound tightly with ropes, rendering Bai's previous injuries invisible. It was unclear whether the healing was due to the Blood Clan's abilities or the effects of the mermaid's scent. The elder continued, "Approximately 150 years ago, when I was but a child, our ancestral deity, Yi-Erte, fell to her demise, entranced by the mermaid's voice. However, our deity is a being of rebirth, an immortal, and so we have always believed that by offering sufficient sacrifices to the mermaid, our deity could gain the energy to be reborn within her belly. Almost as if to validate the elder's words, the infant in swaddling cried out twice. 150 years. Liu Nian was once again astonished. How could the people of this world possess such longevity? After careful consideration, it made sense. Their guardian deity was one of rebirth and immortality. So it was not unreasonable for them to live for many years. We owe our gratitude to the saints for the rebirth of our ancestral deity. Whatever you desire, our clan shall spare no effort to fulfill it. Liu Nian had no desires of her own, as such tests of intellect usually rendered her voiceless. She decided to let Bai take the lead. However, she glanced at the corpse of Sa Lu'er, pondering how such a deity could simply fall. Sa Lu'er is merely a symbol of the mermaid. The true Sa Lu'er should reside in the sacred land of Enlai. This mermaid is but a fragment of Sa Lu'er. Liu Nian inadvertently voiced her thoughts, to which Bai responded, "How do you know this?" It is recorded in text that the goddess of allure, Sa Lu'er, was sealed within the divine pool of the sacred land of Enlai by the god of justice, Sai Miao Er. Liu Nian nodded in sudden realization, vaguely recalling a book titled Enlai in the Study of the Hall of the Light King. It had mentioned such matters, but at the time, she was solely focused on finding Bilai's heart and had completely forgotten the content of the book. It was not surprising to forget, as she had only skimmed a few pages. It was not due to her own ineptitude, certainly not. This youth possesses considerable knowledge. Liu Nian nodded vigorously, reflecting that in terms of time, this young man beside her was over 180 years older than the elder, who was still quite youthful. Naturally, such thoughts remained unvoiced, as Liu Nian dared not speak them aloud. "I see it in your eyes," the elder mused, affirming his suspicion. "You must belong to the Blood Clan." No sooner had the elder spoken than there was a knock at the door. "Elder, here is the fresh blood you requested." The elder rose to retrieve the blood from outside, leaving Liu Nian in a state of shock. The bowl was larger than her face, brimming with vibrant red blood. "Thank you." A simple expression of gratitude, and Bai exited with the bowl. "Why not drink it in front of us? Does he have an image to uphold?" Liu Nian whispered to the elder, who chuckled, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Once Bai had left, the silence deepened. Liu Nian lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. The pressure emanating from the giants was palpable, a presence that felt towering. Earlier, when Bai was beside her, she hardly felt it. Now, with just the two of them, one large and one small, accompanied by a fragrant corpse and a silent infant, the atmosphere was undeniably strange. Chapter 65. The rumored NPC suddenly. The elder inquired about the ring on Liu Nian's hand. Instinctively, she covered the ring, pondering why everyone felt compelled to ask her about it. Was it not said that only the witch clan could perceive the ring's significance? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to speak truthfully. "It belongs to the Earth Goddess of Atlas." The elder nodded. "The Earth Goddess governs bloodlines and talents. Upon observing the youth accompanying you, who is thirsting for blood and radiates light, I have my suspicions. The power of this ring is not overwhelming. Perhaps it is merely one of the Earth Goddess's lesser rings?" The elder continued. Observing the elder's curiosity, Liu Nian replied earnestly, hoping to uncover more about the ring. "I possess the saving ring, the darkest ring, the dawn ring, and the destruction ring." The elder's deep gaze held Liu Nian's as he slowly uttered, "Your journey has not yet concluded. I hope you can persevere to the end." Liu Nian nodded, her heart brimming with anticipation. This elder must surely be the legendary NPC, likely to bestow something upon her. She awaited it eagerly. However, after his inquiry, the elder simply requested her to summon Bai. Liu Nian was left bewildered. "Will you not grant me anything? A martial arts manual, a rare treasure, or a legendary artifact?" The elder, unable to comprehend her words, asked, "Is it inconvenient for you to leave?" "No. I merely thought you were going to give me something extraordinary after your mysterious questioning." Liu Nian stood, scratching her head in slight embarrassment. The elder chuckled softly. "The ancestral deity and the Earth Goddess are friends. Currently, the ancestral deity remains in a fragile state, and the elder merely hopes you can convey a message to the Dawn Goddess, inviting her to protect the ancestral deity until her divine consciousness takes form." "Ah, I see." Liu Nian awkwardly laughed. quickly departing to find Bai. By the way, Liu Nian turned to call the elder. I hope you will not share what we discuss with others. The elder readily nodded, swearing by the ancestral deity that he would not reveal a word, and Liu Nian thanked him before seeking out Bai. That night was finally devoid of trepidation. There was food to eat, clothes to wear, and a bed to sleep in. A truly splendid day. Indeed, to live in this world is to find joy in contentment. The following morning, as Liu Nian listened to the footsteps of giants, she reluctantly rose from her slumber. Yawning, she stepped out of her room, realizing Bai was no longer within sight, presumably having gone elsewhere to feed. A giant child placed a large basin of meat beside Liu Nian, who, upon glancing at it, felt no appetite and was satiated after consuming only a few leaves of vegetables. Liu Nian searched around for Bai, only to discover that Bai was not partaking in the meal, but had gone to consult the elder. When Liu Nian saw Bai emerging from the elder's chamber, he hurried over and asked, "Where have you been?" Bai cast a glance at Liu Nian and gently ruffled his hair, causing Liu Nian's heart to race as he bit his lip and clenched his fists. "I want to inquire about the way back." From the moment they set out, Bai had sought the elder's wisdom on how to traverse to other worlds. The elder informed him that only Argument, a giant residing on the other side of the forest, possessed the ability to tear through space. Argument, by nature a recluse, preferred solitude and had distanced himself from their kind. The elder fashioned a necklace from Sailor's tooth and bestowed it upon Bai, enabling them to communicate with Argument effectively. "Wait, is it just us?" Liu Nian pointed at the giants who were seeing them off. "Aren't we taking someone who knows the way with us?" Bai replied, "Argument dislikes others of his kind. I already know the direction. Let us proceed." Bai took Liu Nian's hand and led him forward. Liu Nian felt a change in Bai, recalling their previous kiss, which made him blush shyly. He pondered whether Bai's demeanor had shifted due to that incident. They walked intermittently, resting when weary, and instead of arriving within a day, they found themselves delayed until nightfall. Throughout the journey, Bai never released Liu Nian's hand, while Liu Nian clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the rapid beating of his heart. As night descended, Bai gently urged Liu Nian to sleep and lay down on a branch together. Liu Nian reveled in Bai's tenderness, pondering if this was what they refer to as true affection revealed through adversity. Inlan, observing that the night had fully enveloped the world, ambled to the grand courtyard before the Light King Palace, wielding a delicate knife in his left hand to make an incision on his finger, meticulously drawing a massive array. Suddenly, the scene before him brightened, and Inlan sat upon the ground, consuming a dark mass. Gradually, his pallid skin flushed with color, and the freshly made wound healed. The scent of blood drew the attention of the Blood Clan, but they were swiftly chased away by the arriving Greer, who wore a frown and loose silk attire. "Weren't you told to rest?" Greer stood over Inlan, his chiseled chest inciting thoughts of desire. Inlan, stationed at the center of the array, responded without lifting his head, "I can." Greer, confronted by Inlan's defiance, decided to take a more forceful approach, hoisting Inlan onto his shoulder and instantly returning to her room. Inlan was unceremoniously dropped onto the bed, but remained in a seated position, maintaining the array. Out of the corner of his eye, Inlan noticed Greer, who was nowhere to be seen, and he began to flee. He even secretly chanted a spell, conjuring a substitute to deceive Greer. When Greer sensed Inlan's presence returning to the square, he realized that what stood before him was merely a decoy. Greer, feeling exasperated, found Inlan steadfast as the array neared completion. The head nurse and Laura waited in the square, unfortunate witnesses to this cat-and-mouse game. Deprived of sleep while observing their masters at play, Greer once again lifted Inlan onto his shoulder, this time without teleportation, strolling back leisurely. Inlan's abdomen pressed painfully against Greer's shoulder, yet he remained silent. Greer had long lost count of how many times he had tossed Inlan onto the bed. "I told you to rest." "I can," Inlan retorted defiantly. "You've failed more than 10 times. Do you think this is a game of bloodletting?" Inlan touched the wound on his hand, dismissing it as trivial, assuring that it would heal soon. Greer, observing Inlan's smile, felt a shiver run through him. "Your smile is rather unsettling. Trust me." Inlan stood up from the bed, slightly unsteady due to anemia, but Greer coldly watched, showing no intention to assist. I surmise they must have been transported to a relatively powerful world. As long as my array is large enough, it will surely work. This was the first time Greer had heard Inlan speak so extensively, leaving him at a loss for words. Yet, Inlan's demeanor remained unchanged. Greer waved his hand dismissively, clicking his tongue. Another substitute. As dawn approached, Greer stood defiantly before Inlan, arms crossed, showing no intention of retreating from the array. Inlan, seated on the ground, exhibited no signs of rest either, and the two remained locked in their standoff until daybreak. Liu Nian, with a smile gracing his lips, wished to sleep, but found himself unable to do so. "Have you fallen asleep?" Liu Nian asked but received no response. Turning his head, he discovered Bai staring intently at him with those faintly reddish eyes. Liu Nian gazed into Bai's eyes, unreservedly placing his hand on Bai's face. "It must be difficult to endure," Liu Nian mused. Bai, in the palace, had indulged in food without restraint, and now his ability to hold back was a significant change. Liu Nian leaned closer to Bai, saying, "It's all right. You can drink." The chilling sensation of Bai's hand moved back and forth across his neck, soon transforming into a warm softness as Bai's lips grazed Liu Nian's skin, sending ripples of tremors through him. Liu Nian couldn't help but think that this sensation was oddly addictive. A soft glow flickered around them. Initially, Liu Nian mistook it for fireflies, but it was actually light emanating from Bai. The warm radiance illuminated their faces, enveloping them in an intimate ambience. Bai lifted his gaze to meet Liu Nian's. His expression slightly awkward. Liu Nian shifted his neck, which felt pleasantly tingly, and was about to say something when he froze in place. "Boheng?" Liu Nian's expression shifted from shyness to disbelief as he cupped Boheng's face, scrutinizing his eyes. Boheng's pale blue irises, bathed in the soft glow, no longer appeared cold. Liu Nian tentatively inquired, and Boheng responded calmly. Liu Nian, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Boheng, exclaiming, "You're back. You finally returned." No wonder he felt Bai's cool demeanor so familiar lately. No wonder he felt unafraid standing by Bai's side. He was now Boheng. "When did you come back?" Liu Nian clung to Boheng, his entire weight pressing against him. Boheng felt slightly awkward, but gently placed his hand on Liu Nian's back. "I regained consciousness while among the giants." Liu Nian released Boheng's shoulders, his face radiating with a brilliant smile. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" "Because I was in an unfamiliar place and faced unknown dangers. I needed to observe first." Boheng gently placed his hand on Liu Nian's waist, supporting him upright. "How did you recognize me?" Liu Nian understood Boheng's implication and instinctively shifted back. "Because you're different." "Different how?" This piqued Boheng's curiosity, as he had deliberately tried to imitate Bai's mannerisms and expressions. "Your eyes are not the same. Though both are pale blue and seemingly unchanged, I feel that Bai's eyes appear hazy, while yours are remarkably clear." Boheng's gaze fell on the hand still clasped with Liu Nian's. "I was unaware that we shared such a close relationship." Liu Nian quickly withdrew his hand as if burned. "I initially thought he would indiscriminately harm those around me, but it seems you two have a strong bond." When Boheng spoke those words, Liu Nian could not decipher his emotions, only sensing a brewing storm hidden within those pale blue eyes. Liu Nian recalled his past encounters with Bai, his cheeks flushing once more, unaware that Boheng was observing him intently. Liu Nian, biting his lip, found himself at a loss for words. Boheng leaned closer, gently stroking Liu Nian's head. "So, do you prefer him or the current me?" Liu Nian was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Boheng, with a triumphant smile, soon adopted a serious expression. "Since you are aware, the other brothers are also informed." Liu Nian nodded in acknowledgement. "Please tell me what transpired during this time." Throughout the night, Liu Nian recounted the events that had unfolded to Boheng, who listened intently, lost in thought, observing that Liu Nian was still awake. Boheng offered his shoulder for Liu Nian to rest upon. In his heart, Liu Nian contemplated that with Boheng's return, they could thwart Jelly's sinister plot. Furthermore, Leiwind and the others would surely be able to track their whereabouts. As for Exin, her prolonged absence in safeguarding her, the goddess of dawn, was indeed a dereliction of duty. They must assist the Snow Clan and avoid conflict at all costs. What about Bai? Would he no longer make an appearance? Bai bloodthirsty, cold, and domineering. Yet Liu Nian found himself subconsciously comparing Bo Hong and Bai, shaking his head to cast aside such thoughts. There was no point in pondering the unresolvable. At dawn, Liu Nian was still unaware that he had been sleeping on a branch, and suddenly, he fell off in a flurry. Bo Hong attempted to catch him, but Liu Nian vanished from sight, only to reappear in the Guangwangdian. With a thud, Liu Nian landed before him, sprawled on the ground. He let out a cry and opened his tightly shut eyes, momentarily blinded by the dazzling sunlight and the sight of a large white chicken. Jelly stood nearby, cradling the suddenly collapsed Liang. Liu Nian did not expect the first thing he would see upon returning was the deathly stare of the large white chicken. "Brother, you have returned." Bo Hong took a deep breath and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I shall rest now." Jelly, oblivious, continued to hold Liang tightly, while the headmaid attended to Bo Hong, leaving Liu Nian with only the large white chicken. Though Liu Nian felt indignant, he had no power or influence, and thus could only endure in silence. "Goddess of Dawn," Laura exclaimed, kneeling on the ground, bending to meet Liu Nian's gaze. "Oh, how I missed you. Your sudden disappearance caused me such worry." Liu Nian smiled satisfactorily. Despite their somewhat inferior status, Laura's loud voice effectively overshadowed everyone present, which pleased him immensely. "I will help you up," Laura insisted, gripping Liu Nian's arm firmly. "I do not wish to rise." Liu Nian struggled, resisting her touch. "Lying on the ground is uncomfortable. Let me assist you in bathing and changing. You should rest in bed." "I cannot rise. I have strained my back." Liu Nian pointed to his waist. "Oh," Laura replied cautiously, helping Liu Nian up while ensuring he clutched the large white chicken. "Be careful. I know you miss it, but it won't escape. Just let go for now." "Absolutely not." Liu Nian resolutely refused. "I have only this one chance. I cannot let it slip away." After washing up and changing clothes, Liu Nian dashed to the bed. "Laura." "Yes, what is it, goddess?" "I wish to sleep until tomorrow evening. Do not disturb me." "Understood, goddess." "Also," Liu Nian turned with a mischievous smile, "be sure to provide me with more nourishing food. The recent food reserves have become my main meals, and I can hardly keep up." Laura, puzzled yet smiling, agreed. "By the way, how long was I gone?" "You have been missing for 4 days." Liu Nian calculated. 4 days was not a significant time difference. Why then was he so fatigued? Was it Liang who helped bring us back? Liu Nian pondered, suspecting it was not Argument who had foreseen their return and sent them back early, but rather, it was indeed Liang who had found them this morning. Chapter 67. Finally returned Liu Nian reflected on Liang being held by Jelly, realizing she must have been overworked. "Indeed, during your 4-day absence, Madame Liang tirelessly calculated your location through the crystal ball and performed the spell to bring you back. This is not the first time the door to another world has been opened. It seems she finally succeeded in locating you." Liu Nian lay on the bed, deep in thought. He recalled Liang's frail appearance and Jelly's tight embrace around her, and then the pajamas Jelly had worn while holding her. Suddenly invigorated, Liu Nian sprang upright from the bed. "Quickly tell me how this affair between Liang and Jelly transpired." Laura, bewildered, replied, "I do not understand what you mean. Did something happen between the two lords?" Liu Nian playfully punched Laura's arm. "Do not feign ignorance. They spent the entire night together in pajamas. It's hard to believe nothing occurred." Yet no matter how Liu Nian pressed her, Laura remained perplexed, causing Liu Nian's spirits to plummet. He had hoped that Liang and Jelly had developed a harmonious relationship. Feeling despondent once more, Liu Nian, perhaps due to the emotional highs and lows, succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. Observing this, Laura quietly left the room. After returning to his chamber, Bo Hong swiftly contemplated the matters Liu Nian had just disclosed. He needed to digest the information he had just acquired. Lei Wind was preparing for war against the Snow Clan. Ji Dan and Xin were missing. Even the old butler Kia had been sent to the Witch Clan. This was a clear attempt to undermine the Guangwangdian. Although it was claimed to be in support of Bai's rights to seize control of Atlas, Jelly undoubtedly sought more than that. What could it be? Bo Hong had limited insight into Bai's nature, and was unaware of the discussions between Bai and Jelly. If Jelly delved deeper into their plans, it would surely expose him. He must locate AI.C before his personality was forcibly altered. Currently, he had no one he could rely upon. In the darkness, Bo-hung scattered glimmers of light, the radiance fluttering like fireflies, conveying the signals he wished to send. He hoped AI.C would see them and return to the Guangwangdian. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Bo-hung concluded that maintaining the status quo and waiting for Jelly to seek him out was the best course of action. Presently, the only person he could inquire with was Liu Nian, and he must not act hastily. He would find an opportunity to question her tomorrow. Sitting on the sofa, Bo-hung gazed toward the door, preparing to adopt Bai's demeanor to face Jelly, who was already waiting at the entrance. A knock echoed, and Bo-hung gestured for Jelly to enter. Jelly stepped inside, while Bo-hung reclined against the back of the sofa, legs crossed and eyes closed, appearing to rest. "Is there something you need?" Bo-hung was unsure of Bai's demeanor, but understood his characteristics, so he spoke as little as possible. Jelly took a seat opposite Bo-hung, remarking, "You must be quite weary after staying in the other world for so long. I know you have come to find me." Bo-hung replied without opening his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the leather of the sofa. Jelly set down his tea, his gaze never leaving Bo-hung's hands. "I came to chat with you, brother, to hear about what happened in the other world." The term brother stirred something within Bo-hung. It had been ages since he had heard it from Jelly. Bo-hung turned to fix a penetrating stare on Jelly, his eyes betraying a hint of menace, reminiscent of a beast poised to kill. Jelly slid the teacup toward Bo-hung. Bo-hung gazed at the tea, chuckling softly. "Since when did you start serving tea, Jelly? It is only proper. Now that you have returned, we should discuss our future plans." Bo-hung's eyes darkened as he took a sip of tea, maintaining a facade of calm. "You may proceed. Lei is currently restricted in the Beast Clan. There is no need to concern yourself with his resistance. With Liu Nian here, he will comply without question." Bo-hung remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jelly. "What is it?" Jelly inquired, casting another glance at Bo-hung's fingers. The Shatter Destruction ring still adorned Bo-hung's hand. "What is it?" Bo-hung countered. "He is also my brother. I cannot allow him to be mistreated in the Beast Clan." Jelly relaxed. Of course, they would not dare. In the distant Beast Clan, Prince Lei sat by the window, relishing the refreshing breeze. The guard at the door brought in a blood slave, announcing that it was time for your meal. Lei, without even glancing at the person at the door, simply ordered them to leave. Liu Nian had slept soundly, finally free from a state of unconsciousness. The scenery outside and the gurgling of her stomach harmonized, and, as expected, she awoke to find it was evening. Liu Nian rushed outside and immediately embraced her plump white chicken. Oh dear! After a few days of indulgence, she had become quite portly. Where was Laura? She had been vigilantly stationed at the door, ready to provide food the moment Liu Nian awakened. As she pinched her own flesh, Liu Nian sighed in relief. Thankfully, the weight she had gained previously was shed during her journey to another world. Just as she was about to seek out something to eat, a faint light led her to the room where Lai Wendy had previously resided. Bo-hung was waiting inside. "Bo-hung," Liu Nian exclaimed, her delight tempered by a quiet tone, unsure if Laura would return unexpectedly. "I am here," Bo-hung replied. Liu Nian smiled, realizing how reassuring this presence was. "I have received news regarding Lai Wendy." Bo-hung decided to share what he knew, likely to dilute the current power dynamics, estimating that she might be used as leverage. Liu Nian fell silent, pondering her next move. "You need not worry too much. I will bring them back. It's just..." Liu Nian anxiously awaited the continuation. "Just what?" "Just that I'm still not entirely stable. I can sense the emotions suppressed within me, and perhaps in the next moment, they may overpower me." Liu Nian covered her mouth, unsure of how to respond. "I share this with you to provide comfort, and I want you to treat me as Bai when you see me. If you encounter me, I will find a way to convey that it is him." Liu Nian nodded, clutching Bo-hung's garment. "I am foolish. Perhaps I will not react appropriately." Bo-hung gently touched Liu Nian's head, a gesture that conveyed understanding. Liu Nian obediently nodded, and then Bo-hung vanished from her sight. Bo-hung returned to the main hall and coincidentally spotted Laura exiting Jili's room, presumably after delivering a report. Without lingering, He brushed past Laura, who bowed respectfully. As Laura's footsteps faded, Bo-hung glanced back, frowning slightly. Why did he sense a faint murderous intent emanating from that individual? Meanwhile, Liu Nian was inside, so hungry that she could hardly keep her eyes open. Her ears perked up to catch any sound from outside. Curse Laura, just wait until I catch you. Laura stealthily entered the room, intending to check if Liu Nian had awakened. How dare you return? Liu Nian stood behind the door, arms crossed, observing Laura's sneaky entrance, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I thought you intended to let me starve. Laura chuckled. Do not worry, my lady. I shall bring you food right away. Liu Nian pressed. Where have you been for so long? She adopted an interrogative stance, leaving Laura no room to think. If you do not speak within 3 seconds, I shall kick you out. I was merely fetching food for you. Do not blame Laura. It would only upset you further. TSK, TSK, TSK. How her words echoed like a scheming character from a palace drama. Liu Nian mused, striking a théâtricale pause. Sister is furious. Does that not give her sister an advantage? Just as Laura prepared to step out, she hesitated. What is it, my lady? Please do not be angry with me. Seeing Laura's frightened expression, Liu Nian decided to stop joking. All right, go quickly. You are utterly uncooperative, lacking any talent for acting. With that, she lay back on the bed, feigning drooling as she pointed at the white chicken. I will wait here for you. You must return quickly, or when you come back, you shall not see it. Laura hurriedly agreed and left to fetch food for Liu Nian. Chapter 68. AC returns. Liu Nian lay in bed, reflecting on the fact that she had slept for an entire day without expressing her gratitude to Ineen. Let's find Ineen after we eat. Upon reaching the door, she felt a pang of regret. Although Ineen had saved her, she had also been a source of trouble. Tentatively, she touched the earring on her ear, which she could not remove. The relationship was rather awkward. Without giving Liu Nian a chance to reconsider, Ineen opened the door, and the two exchanged glances. Liu Nian spoke first. Are you all right? I heard we could return. You must have exerted a great deal of effort. I was merely exhausted. I am fine now, Ineen replied succinctly, seamlessly connecting the conversation. All right. Liu Nian awkwardly stood at the door, realizing they had little to say to one another. I shall take my leave then. Liu Nian waved goodbye and turned to walk away, but halfway through, she turned back. Put this earring on me. Have you ever regretted it? Ineen remained silent, but a questioning expression revealed that she perhaps did not comprehend what regret meant. Ineen closed the door, severing the final visual exchange between them. Until late at night, the last words Ineen spoke echoed in Liu Nian's mind. Have you ever regretted it? In the study of the Palace of Light, Geely was perusing a secret letter from the Beast Clan, which merely urged him to expedite his plans. A subordinate quietly appeared before Geely. Your Highness, AC has returned. AC? Geely burned the letter in his hand and instructed the soldier to bring AC in. AC stood before the desk, holding a crystal vial. Was this what you were tasked to find by the orders of a Light King? Geely crossed his arms, scrutinizing the crystal vial, and AC, manifestly skeptical. AC presented the vial to Geely. Indeed, it is the tears of Athos. What does brother Bo-hung want with this? AC lowered his head, remaining silent, only revealing that it was Bo-heng's orders not to disclose anything to anyone. Geely did not press further, nodding to allow AC to rest, assuring him he would deliver it to Bo-hung. After AC left, Geely summoned his subordinate, instructing him to keep a close watch on AC. AC was a close friend of Bo-hung. He would not easily allow AC to do anything, and the fact that he had not sought out Bo-hung directly after such a long absence was uncharacteristic of him. Geely shook the small vial on his desk, certain that it contained secrets he was unaware of. Taking the crystal vial, Geely made his way to the Blood Slave's side hall, where Bo-hung was fully embodying by S persona, lounging grandly on the sofa, surrounded by those who had been used by him. Brother, Geely surveyed the room. Why did you have AC fetch the tears of Athos? The tears of Athos? I did not send him to retrieve that. Bo-hung feigned contemplation. Now that you mention it, I have not seen AC for days. He must have been with me all along. He just returned. What of it? Bo-hung placed his hands on his knees, receiving the crystal vial from Geely with an air of indifference, not even glancing at it. He does not yet know you have emerged. What do you mean? Do you want me to impersonate that fellow? A radiant aura envelopped Bo-eng, causing those nearby to shrink back in trepidation. Bo-hung glared at Geely impatiently. No one can command me. No one is an exception. That is not it. Geely met Bo-hang's gaze fearlessly. The tears of Athos are drops of water that can only be melted from the ice crystals of the Snow Clan after a millennium, possessing the ability to illuminate and dispel fire. And so, what do you think Bo-hung needs the tears of Athos for? How could I know? That is the crux of the issue. Bo-hang's desire for the tears of Athos serves no purpose, yet he has sent his most trusted AC to seek it, indicating there must be a hidden secret. Thus, you wish for me to assume the guise of that individual and uncover the utility of this wretched object? Bo-hung shook the crystal vial in his hand, and an intense light immediately spread to Jelly's vicinity. Indeed, Jelly fixed his gaze upon Bo-hung's eyes, filled with scrutiny. I refuse. Bo-hung waved his hand dismissively, signaling Jelly to depart. That fellow is the bane of my existence, and there is no way I will impersonate him. Jelly had never anticipated that Bai would acquiesce to such a notion. It was only natural for him to resist. In recent days, Jelly had noticed an oddity in Bai since his return from that otherworldly realm, and he had been probing subtly, though perhaps he was merely overthinking it. After Jelly left, Bo-hung returned to his chamber, placing the crystal vial upon the table, contemplating how to present it to Liu Nian. As he pondered, a piercing headache struck him. Bai was about to emerge. In agony, Bo-hung swept everything off the table, collapsing to the ground. With his last vestiges of consciousness, he grasped a pen tightly in hand. Liu Nian was comfortably resting on his small bed, when suddenly the bed sank and something pressed down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Liu Nian assumed it was Bai Ji who had jumped on him, but was startled to open his bleary eyes and find Bo-hung's brooding face looming above him. Rubbing his eyes, Liu Nian thought he must be seeing things, yet no matter how he blinked, Bo-hung's handsome visage remained before him. Liu Nian wanted to inquire what was amiss with Bo-hung, but recalled his earlier words, thus tentatively asked, Bai, what brings you here? Bo-hung, perched atop Liu Nian, snorted coldly and leaned closer, remarking, you are fortunate to be alive. The icy breath brushed against Liu Nian's face, rousing him completely. The figure before him was indeed Bai. Bai observed the shifting expressions of Liu Nian, gripping his chin to ensure he looked him in the eye. I had intended to kill you immediately had you uttered that scoundrel's name. Liu Nian dared not breathe a word. What was happening? How had things changed so abruptly? Meanwhile, Laura sensed Bai's presence and burst through the door. Witnessing the scene before her, a chilling aura exuded from her, akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over her. Liu Nian raised his hand toward Laura, pleading, let me explain. However, upon witnessing the tableau, Laura turned on her heel and exited, the entire encounter unfolding in a mere 15 seconds, seamless as flowing water. As Liu Nian stared at the door that had slammed shut, he began to ponder the meaning of life. What could he possibly explain? When he kissed you, you had no such objections. Liu Nian's cheeks flushed crimson. Whatever happened to the ruthless persona? Who is this lecherous individual? What brings you here? Liu Nian stammered, flustered. Bai leaned closer, their faces nearly touching. You should be the one explaining. What did you and that waste do? Liu Nian spent considerable time clarifying that he and Bo-hung had done nothing, though he spoke with a hint of trepidation. After all, self-preservation was paramount. Bai, half convinced, eventually relented, yet insisted on residing in Liu Nian's bed. With no alternative, Liu Nian acquiesced. Uncertain of how Bai would sleep, Liu Nian himself could not find rest that night. Meanwhile, Jelly tossed and turned in his room, restless until Laura arrived to report that Bai had entered Liu Nian's chamber and was behaving intimately. Could it be that Bai had indeed been subdued by Bo-hung? On second thought, compared to Bai, it was far less likely that Bo-hung would engage in such conduct. Rising from his bed, Jelly gazed out the window, losing track of how many sleepless nights had passed. The next morning, Liu Nian awoke with dark circles under his eyes, while Bai appeared revitalized. Laura knocked on the door, and Liu Nian called for her to enter. Laura entered, bearing a sumptuous breakfast, which she quietly placed down before stepping aside. Liu Nian blinked in amusement at Laura. The usually lively child had been reduced to this state of fright. During breakfast, Bai remained, his gaze fixed on Liu Nian as he ate, rendering the meal tasteless for Liu Nian. There was a hint of sweetness, perhaps, but under Bai's unwavering stare, even the sweetest of moments turned sour, akin to a pepper that stung the eyes. Before long, jelly entered the room, and Liu Nian felt the food had become even less palatable. "What brings you here?" Jelly inquired upon his entrance, tension palpable in the air. Bai, arms crossed and legs crossed, glared at Jelly, visibly displeased. "Why should I care?" Jelly appeared intent on scrutinizing Bai. The two faced off for a moment, though it was Bai who remained indifferent while Jelly wrestled with himself. "Since you have just returned, I thought you might appreciate a tour," Jelly announced. Liu Nian's ears perked up at the prospect of an outing. Jelly nodded, confirming a trip to a scenic spot on the outskirts of the city. Liu Nian set down his food, wiping his mouth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Was there truly a tourist destination? Bai initially frowned, ready to dismiss the idea outright, but Liu Nian's gleaming eyes were impossible to ignore. Thus, he left a stern warning. "If you are late, I will have your heads," before vanishing from the room. The atmosphere in the room grew suddenly tense. Though Liu Nian delighted in outings, this plan was orchestrated by Jelly, which surely meant ill intentions. "I'd rather not go," he declared. Jelly ignored him, continuing toward the exit. "Your attendance is not required. Go if you wish." Liu Nian slammed the table and stood, shouting at Jelly's retreating figure, "I'm going." The grandeur of the Light King was evident, as dozens set forth in a grand procession. This tour included the Goddess of Dawn, attracting throngs of spectators eager to catch a glimpse of her. Yet, the Goddess of Dawn maintained her veil. Laura sat in the open carriage, constrained by her noble status to feign composure at the table, though her curiosity was piqued. Liu Nian, obscured by the veil, could see nothing, only hearing the commotion. "I implore you, Light King." A middle-aged couple knelt before the grand procession. Liu Nian strained to listen, for it was in a woman's nature to seek excitement. "Light King, I beg you, our Su Su has been a blood slave in your service for many years. Please return her to us." Bai lounged in the carriage, his posture relaxed, resting his head on his hand, coldly observing the kneeling couple below. "Su Su," upon hearing their daughter's name spoken by the Light King, the couple's faces broke into wide smiles. Little did they know, the next words would plunge them into despair. "She has already passed away." Bai's icy voice pierced their hearts, leaving them stunned and unable to react. With a wave of his hand, Bai signaled for the procession to continue. Liu Nian resisted the urge to lift his veil, urging Laura to escort the couple away from the front of the procession. The couple behind them screamed in anguish, hurling curses of hatred at Bai. Bai, with eyes closed and fingers drumming lightly on his thigh, was unfazed by the cries. The sudden wails had frightened Liu Nian, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Ignoring the warnings, Liu Nian stood, attempting to lift the veil to look back, but Laura firmly held him down. "You should not look, my lady. What happened to them?" Liu Nian grasped Laura's hand, but no matter how he tugged, her grip remained steady on his shoulder. Laura could only see those tasked with handling the bodies. "Nothing much. We merely subdued them for now. You need not worry, my lady." How could Liu Nian believe such words when the echoes of the previous screams still rang in his ears? The once tranquil street began to murmur, as Liu Nian caught snippets of hushed conversations around him. This distance rendered Liu Nian unable to hear clearly, yet she felt she had caught the cruel words of those around her. How could the Light King be so brutal, drinking the blood of their daughter and treating her family in such a manner? Was the Light King not like this before? It seemed that even the Goddess of Dawn had said nothing, perhaps tacitly approving of the Light King's actions. In Liu Nian's imagination, she had already heard these words. Nervously, she clenched her hands, suppressing her unease, for she sensed that this was merely the beginning and that it would not end here. Suddenly, a chill enveloped her hand. Bai Shun had arrived beside Liu Nian. What was there to fear? Liu Nian and Bai alighted from the carriage, brazenly holding hands, oblivious to the gazes of those around them. Bai led Liu Nian to sit on the lawn, and Liu Nian, adorned with her veil, managed to disregard the stares of others. However, no sooner had she settled than Bai abruptly yanked off her veil. Liu Nian panicked and covered her face, exclaiming, What are you doing? Bai casually tossed the veil aside, questioning, why cover up? It's not as if you're unpresentable. Liu Nian disagreed. She felt utterly humiliated. Jelly sat beside them, having remained silent and motionless throughout the journey, resembling an indifferent prince. As Liu Nian settled on the grass, servants began to bring forth food, and her appetite was piqued as she counted each dish. Having never been on a picnic in her previous life, she felt a sense of fulfillment. Initially, she had thought this excursion would simply consist of a meal on the lawn, yet to her surprise, there were entertainment activities as well. Bai, clearly uninterested in playing, had Laura accompany Liu Nian as they ran further across the grass. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted Bai awake. Unbeknownst to them, a throng of people had surged in, and Liu Nian had vanished from sight. Frowning, Bai clutched the collar of Jelly, demanding, "Where is she?" Jelly, equally anxious, scanned the crowd and replied, "I don't know." The crowd was tumultuous, and Bai could not discern their words. All he could see were their twisted faces, and in a daze, he thought he heard Liu Nian scream. Gritting his teeth, Bai covered his head and knelt on one knee. Jelly smirked, believing this to be the precursor to Bai's eruption. As expected, Bai raised his hand, unleashing beams of light upon the crowd, who had no time to evade the onslaught, accompanied by waves of anguished cries. Bai himself collapsed to the ground. When Liu Nian returned to her senses, she was met with a scene drenched in crimson. Those fortunate enough to escape were all kneeling, weeping, and imploring Liu Nian for an explanation. She could not comprehend how, after merely frolicking with Laura and straying a bit too far, she returned to such devastation. Liu Nian turned her gaze to Jelly, who was helping Bai, realizing that he must have orchestrated this chaos. Jelly showed no remorse, flashing a triumphant smile at Liu Nian. She attempted to rush towards him, but countless hands grasped at her skirt, rendering her immobile. Upon returning to the Light King's palace, news of the Light King's cruelty had already spread throughout AI-Lex. Liu Nian, gritting her teeth, seized Jelly by the collar while he sat comfortably, allowing her to vent her fury. What do you truly desire? To incite war? To sow discord among brothers? Are you still unsatisfied? Jelly pulled her hand away, instructing Laura to restrain Liu Nian. What do I want? I want them to pay the price they deserve. Liu Nian scoffed and exited the room, hoping it was not for some ridiculous reason that would cause you to disregard the bond of brotherhood forged over centuries. Upon hearing Liu Nian's words, Jelly was momentarily lost in thought, memories of his brother protecting him in their youth flooding his mind. As Liu Nian stepped outside the grand hall, she encountered Lian, who she stopped. It was you, wasn't it? You meddled with Bai. Lian regarded Liu Nian's hand blocking her path with indifference before shifting her gaze to Liu Nian's face. Rather than the anticipated fury, Liu Nian met her with a calm expression. In that moment, Lian's petite figure loomed large before Liu Nian. Truly, raised under the tutelage of Madame Solani, her demeanor resembled that of an imperious princess. In their current standoff, Liu Nian appeared akin to a defeated soldier. Chapter 70. The Dawn of Calamity, It Is I. I rendered him delirious. Upon hearing Lian's admission, Liu Nian immediately dropped her hand, calling for Laura as she walked away with a composed demeanor. Lian turned to watch Liu Nian's retreating figure, sensing with her innate shamanic talent that this girl would be the key to Jelly's downfall. Raising her hand, she removed the black lace glove and clasped her hands together, slowly uttering fragmented incantations. Liu Nian felt a sudden pang and turned abruptly, only to find that Lian had vanished from her previous spot. A sharp pain shot through the ring on Liu Nian's finger, and, as she rubbed her wrist, she continued toward the annex. You've arrived. Jelly was toying with a pen, and upon seeing Lian, his original smile widened. Observing Jelly's demeanor, Lian couldn't help but furrow her brow. Jelly noticed her expression, mistakenly assuming it was due to Lian's failure. Why the frown? Did something go awry? Lian did not respond but countered, and why are you smiling so brightly? Jelly set down the pen, stating, Isn't it obvious? The operation was a resounding success. Your spell has led everyone to believe that Bai was responsible for the massacre. Jelly smirked, recalling the scene on the lawn, finding the description of Bai as brutal and merciless to be most fitting. Lian approached Jelly, her 5 fingers outstretched to cover his entire face. The contrast between Lian's delicate, pale hand and Jelly's dark expression was striking. "You're clearly not happy." With a flick of her wrist, Lian caressed Jelly's face, her hand sliding down to rest over his heart. This place, it seems, is hesitant about something. Lian scrutinized Jelly's chest, attempting to discern something. Jelly evaded her gaze, pulling her upper body toward him and covering her eyes with his hand. "You act as if you can see right through me." Jelly's voice was muffled, yet carried a menacing undertone, his lips brushing against Lian's ear like a perilous temptation. Lian straightened, and Jelly instinctively released her. She stepped across the table, engaging him in conversation. "It is our shamanic nature. We possess the ability to see." Lian's unwavering retort caused Jelly's expression to falter. She continued, "You are clearly grieving over something. There is no need to feign such a hollow smile to deceive me." Having said this, she gracefully seated herself, folding her hands in her lap, awaiting Jelly's response. For a moment, Jelly felt disoriented. Her words struck a familiar chord. The floodgates of memory opened, but the anxious Jelly quickly shut them, admitting to himself that he feared his recollections would lead to regret in his present self. "How goes the task I entrusted to you?" Jelly shifted the topic, as it was the purpose of their meeting. "I can see it is the rescue ring," Lian replied. The spell she had just employed was one she had discovered in the shamanic archives, capable of discerning the ring's identity. "How could it be the rescue ring?" Jelly narrowed his eyes in contemplation. "Isn't that ring guarded by your kin?" Lian elegantly raised her hand, revealing her slender fingers to be devoid of any adornments. "The rescue ring has existed in prophecy since it was distributed by the Earth Goddess, and no one has ever laid eyes upon it." Jelly realized he must revise his plans. He had initially assumed that the ring Liu Nian possessed was the dark ring he had never encountered in the snowfields, only to discover it was a ring that had never before appeared. "Well, the Light King, have you discerned anything?" Galit sensed that the recent behavior of Bai was quite peculiar. Had something transpired during his time in the other world? Lian contemplated the Bai he had observed on the lawn today. There was no need for concern. The current Light King still resembled the figure you hoped for. "I no longer wish for that." Rising to his feet, Gulai prepared to deliver a proposal to the Beast Clan. "Are you confident in bringing back the original Bohong?" Leaning back in a chair, Lian appeared notably more relaxed than before. "Yes, I can do that." With Lian providing a definitive answer, Gulai felt no further reservations. After Liu Nian returned, he sent Laura out while he pondered in his room. What could Gulai be contemplating? Liu Nian reflected on Gulai's series of ostentatious actions, all of which had thrust the Light King into the eye of the storm, ostensibly aiding Bai in consolidating power, yet secretly driving him to the brink of madness. With public discontent rising, could this truly be Gulai's intent? Realizing this, Liu Nian found clarity in the situation. It was evident that Gulai, aware of Bai's volatile temperament, sought to force him into a position that would tarnish the Light King's reputation. What would follow the destruction of the Light King's name? Liu Nian pondered deeply, convinced that it was not simply a matter of dethroning Bai or Bohong. Such a request would be readily accepted by Bohong if brought forth by Gulai himself. Unable to make sense of it all, Liu Nian decided to consult Bai. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Laura standing resolutely at the entrance. "You have emerged?" Laura expressed her concern for you with a gentle smile. "What is there to worry about?" Liu Nian replied with a stern visage, frowning as he made his way toward the main hall of the Light King, with Laura trailing closely behind. Halfway there, a pillar of fire suddenly erupted nearby. Startled, Liu Nian instinctively searched for Laura. Laura swiftly positioned herself in front of Liu Nian, shifting into a combat stance to shield him. Within the enchanted forest, Isai Muir caressed the divine tree, his expression one of fury. "My dear friend, for these reckless beings, you would sacrifice your very life." Samuel Zyle stood nearby, his countenance impassive. Isai Muir, clad in his adorably pastel attire, bore a fierce expression, his words sharp and cutting. "If they insist on ceaseless conflict, rather than take your body, I shall assist them." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Samuel Zyle stepped forward to intervene. Ignoring him, Isai Muir emitted flickering flames, and simultaneously numerous pillars of fire erupted throughout the Atlas continent, reaching skyward. With a casual gesture, Isamur directed the flames outward into the forest, igniting everything in their path. Thus, calamity descended upon the land. Isamur materialized above the Atlas continent, surveying the expanse below. This is a punishment for your forgetfulness of reverence towards the divine. A voice echoed in Isamur's ear, Samulziles. Cease this at once. Isamur, undeterred, resolved to make these foolish beings comprehend the wrath of the god of calamity. Meanwhile, Samulziles sighed within the enchanted forest. The divine is selfish and ruthless. Without the prayers of mortals, he cannot assist them in evading this disaster. Chapter 71. The divine punishment. Laura whisked Liu Nian to the main hall of the Light King, where the once familiar scenery had transformed into a scene of blazing chaos. Inside the main hall of the Light King, scorched craters were evident, and the pair navigated their way to Gulai's door. Why seek Gulai? Shouldn't this be resolved with the Light King? Liu Nian suddenly realized that he and Gulai were no longer aligned. He needed to find Bai instead. However, Laura did not grant Liu Nian the chance to reconsider, pulling him directly into the room. Your Highness. The room was empty, cowhide papers strewn across the floor. Where could they have gone? Liu Nian picked up a piece of cowhide paper, only to find the writing unfamiliar, despite her ability to normally comprehend it. Laura tugged Liu Nian along, insisting that this was Gulai's chamber, and there must be things on the desk that should remain unseen. If Liu Nian were to glimpse them, it might create complications. They must have gone outside. Let us search for them. Outside? How easy it is to say. Liu Nian sat down, refusing to rise despite Laura's persistent tugging. The outside is vast. Where shall we search? Can we even find them? Laura, exasperated, comforted the pouting Liu Nian. Trust me, I will protect you. Liu Nian disagreed, stating, I will wait here. You go find them. It is too dangerous outside. What if I get scorched? Laura considered this and agreed to let Liu Nian stay. Be careful. I shall return shortly. The Blood Clan possesses a heightened sensitivity to blood and will quickly locate Prince Gulai. As Laura vanished in an instant, Liu Nian quickly stood. Unable to trust Laura, Liu Nian resolved to find Bai herself, stealthily making her way toward the exit, fearful of encountering another pillar of fire that could incinerate her. Upon arriving at Bai's room, she discovered he was also absent. What is this? Liu Nian noticed a small crystal vial on Bai's desk, labeled for you. After contemplating, she picked it up for inspection, but found nothing extraordinary. Just as she intended to set it down, she noticed something else and took a closer look. The note on the reverse read, "Drop in your eyes." After a moment's thought, Liu Nian opened the crystal vial and, almost involuntarily, dropped its contents in her eyes. Liu Nian exclaimed, feeling a cool, soothing sensation in her eyes. Rubbing them, she planned to return to her search, recalling that Bai might be in the study. Upon arriving at the study, Liu Nian searched layer by layer. Light King, are you there? After calling until her voice grew hoarse, Liu Nian feared that if Gulai and the others returned and could not find her, they would become suspicious. Ultimately, she abandoned her search for Bai and, upon turning, spotted a book that piqued her interest, The Sacred Land of Anlais. When Laura, Gulai, and Bai returned, they found Liu Nian reclining in Gulai's chair, sound asleep. She displayed no fear at all, even as they hurried back. Gulai gestured for Laura to awaken Liu Nian, who groggily stirred. You have returned? Liu Nian rubbed her eyes, and, upon meeting Bai's gaze, immediately recognized that the figure before her was Bo Hong. Though she was unsure of what had transpired, Liu Nian chose to remain silent, pretending not to be acquainted with Bo Hong. Bo Hong opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing. His silence was uncharacteristic of Bai. Yet conversely, speaking did not align with Bai's nature either. Better to say little than err. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Liu Nian wiped the moisture from her lips. I must have dozed off. Do you know what has happened outside? Have we been transported to another world? Gulai remained silent. Bo Hong said nothing, and Laura also refrained from speaking. Liu Nian awaited their responses. The four exchanged glances in silence. What is happening? Are we all mute? Liu Nian surveyed the three of them, seeking a reasonable explanation. Why do you not speak? Gulai glared at Laura. His brow furrowed as if she had committed a grave error. I thought you would speak, Laura said anxiously, looking back at Galai. Why did you not inform her? Bo-hung turned to Galai, directing the question back to him. Oh dear, you three are truly a handful. Liu Nian glanced around, suggesting, why not all speak together? Or perhaps I shall tell you. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Laura hastily sought to mediate. It is not that he does not wish to speak. It is simply that both the prince and the Light King are present, leaving little room for his voice. Now he realizes that he can indeed speak in the presence of both the prince and the Light King, as long as the goddess is also present. The unusual commotion was the sound of the earth rending, and the pillars of fire ascended as a divine punishment. Liu Nian instantly straightened her back. Pondering what divine punishment was at play, she had done nothing wrong. It was the god of calamity, inexplicably having arrived on the continent of the Telecii. Grell's gaze lingered on Liu Nian's eyes, sensing a hint of peculiarity. He leaned closer, scrutinizing her eyes intently. What are you doing? Liu Nian inched back, feeling uneasy. Indeed, upon gazing into Liu Nian's crystal-clear eyes, Grell merely smiled mysteriously before uttering 2 words and falling silent thereafter. Liu Nian, perplexed, dismissed it as another episode of Grell's eccentricity. However, after a moment's reflection, she wondered why this continent, which she believed to be free of floods, fires, and earthquakes, was facing such dire calamities. We will handle it. You need not worry, Bo-hung stated, immediately regretting his words, realizing they did not align with his usual demeanor. Yet Grell exhibited no significant reaction, which only heightened Bo-hung's unease. Then, what shall we do? The three harbored their own thoughts, with only Liu Nian earnestly contemplating how to counter the impending disaster. You are all so capable. Surely you could find someone skilled in reinforced concrete to seal it off. Liu Nian exclaimed, her eyes wide with a proud expression, feeling quite clever. After some contemplation, Grell remarked, the Light King's palace cannot be without its master. Brother, you shall guard the palace while I venture out to resolve this. Bo-hung smirked dismissively, exhibiting an air of nonchalance, clearly uninterested in the troublesome matter. Are you still lingering here? Take me to the Blood Slave Annex. I am parched. With this, Bo-hung engineered an opportunity for solitude with Liu Nian. Understanding his intent, she feigned reluctance, rising to follow him outside. Liu Nian contemplated how to dismiss Laura, but to her surprise, Laura was retained by Grell. Did you know it was me all along? Bo-hung slowed his pace to walk alongside Liu Nian, his voice laced with subtle anticipation. Upon seeing your eyes, I knew it was you, Liu Nian replied with a soft smile, lowering her gaze. Bo-hung discerned her pride in this acknowledgement. What are you looking down for? Are you secretly cursing me? Bo-hung jested, eliciting an unintentional agreement from Liu Nian. Realizing her response, she found Bo-hung's laughter infectious, and soon, she too was smiling. I never expected this, Liu Nian mused, tilting her head to observe Bo-hung. His appearance was not cold, unlike the sharpness of Lai Wendy. Rather, he possessed a gentle warmth, though his demeanor and icy gaze lent him an air of intensity. You are quite adorable when you smile, Liu Nian nudged Bo-hung playfully. Instantly, he composed himself, the smile fading as he adopted a serious expression. Liu Nian ceased her teasing. With no one around, they finally broached the main topic. I think I have begun to understand why Grell is undertaking these actions. Bo-hung gazed intently at Liu Nian, awaiting her next words. To incite public outrage and tarnish the Light King's reputation, thereby allowing himself a legitimate reason to eliminate you. In an unexpected gesture, Bo-hung ruffled Liu Nian's hair. Your little mind is quite the thinker. What? Liu Nian pouted, displeased, initially expecting praise. She brushed her hair, as if Bo-hung's hand still lingered atop her head. Now, for reasons unknown, I and I may intermittently exchange places. Chapter 72. The Fractured Ring. I sense something withdrawing from my consciousness. I would likely not remain conscious for long. Why the sudden declaration? Liu Nian's smile froze on her face, yet she could not discern her emotions, whether disappointment or relief. She was uncertain if she wished for this person to be Bo-hung or Bai. Did you use the small vial I left for you? Bo-hung, perceiving Liu Nian's melancholic mood, shifted the subject. I did. Liu Nian rubbed her eyes, but there hasn't been any change. She opened her eyes to look at Bo-hung, having anticipated that after using it, she would be able to emit lasers from her eyes and perceive objects clearly. But nothing had happened. Did you not feel anything? Bo Hong cradled Liu Nian's face, gazing deeply into her eyes. Liu Nian shook her head, genuinely unable to perceive any difference. Do you not feel your vision becoming clearer? Bo Hong released her face, encouraging her to gaze into the distance. Liu Nian squinted, then opened her eyes wide. When the distant scenery came sharply into focus, she joyfully tapped Bo Hong's arm. It's true. I just realized. That was merely a means to offer a reason for Ace's return, and fortuitously, you benefited as well. Bo Hong continued walking, with Liu Nian following closely, relishing a world that felt so vividly clear. Suddenly, she became aware that something was amiss. A reason for Ace's return? Liu Nian had not realized Ace had come back. Yes, to undermine the Light King's power, they separated my brothers. Presently, there is no one available, and we must summon Ace. Liu Nian nodded as if understanding. Ace's departure was ostensibly to assist Laura in finding some herbs to summon Bai's persona. After the war, Bo Hong had been with her, only to have his persona forcibly exchanged. How could she know Ace had left of his own accord, rather than being driven away like Lai Wendy and others? Had Ace contacted Bo Hong in advance? That seemed unlikely. Bo Hong had been conscious during the journey through the World Tree and had remained at the Light King's palace upon returning. How could Ace have known Bo Hong had reverted? There was only one explanation. Bo Hong had known in advance that Ace had quietly departed and was aware of the reasons for his departure. Upon arriving at the Blood Slave Annex, Bo Hong, with his aloof disposition, did not indulge in excessive feasting. In contrast, Bai reveled in such indulgences. To mimic Bai's persona, Bo Hong had been forcing himself to eat excessively these past few days despite feeling nauseous. The blood slaves trembled in the corners. What was once a room for a few had now become a cramped space for over 10 individuals. Liu Nian had seen many newcomers during her time as a maid. But now, there were even more unfamiliar faces, all exhibiting a uniform expression of fear. You have certainly endured much. Bo Hong remained silent, his expression shifting to Bai's bloodthirsty demeanor. Such delectable offerings were indeed irresistible. Liu Nian turned to exit, anticipating that Bo Hong would call her out for more than just discussing her newfound clarity of vision. Wake up, both of Liu Nian's shoulder. She had dozed off while waiting outside, having not enjoyed a good night's sleep in quite some time. Liu Nian wiped her mouth. I am awake. She rose groggily, swaying slightly. Bo Hong smiled, supporting her to grant her adequate time to regain her composure. As Liu Nian's vision gradually sharpened, the icy sensation on her lips caused her to widen her eyes in surprise. She licked her lips and stood at attention. Why are you standing so straight? Let us go. Yes. Liu Nian's voice boomed with the vigor of military training, quickly followed by an awkward smile as she pursed her lips to catch up with Bo Hong. He walked at a leisurely pace, allowing Liu Nian to match his stride. However, her cheeks were flushed, and regardless of how she licked her lips or wiped them with her hand, she could still feel the lingering coolness, as if Bo Hong's fingers were still caressing them. To prevent Bo Hong from noticing her discomfort, Liu Nian maintained a small distance behind him. I believe only you can resolve this calamity. What do you mean? Liu Nian's heart raced, her voice trembling. Are you unwell? Bo Hong halted, waiting for Liu Nian to bridge the distance between them. Yet, Liu Nian showed no inclination to approach, remaining rooted in place. No, I simply have not fully awakened. Go ahead and speak. Liu Nian stood resolutely upright. Bo Hong was aware that she was shy, so he maintained a respectful distance from Liu Nian. With a contemplative nod, he continued walking ahead. Your ring, is it a saving ring? Bo Hong's sudden inquiry startled Liu Nian, leaving her puzzled as to why he would pose such a question. She gently caressed her ring, a unique aspect of which only Madame C. Lant was privy. How could they possibly know? Did I guess incorrectly? Noticing Liu Nian's silence, Bo Hong repeated his question. How do you know? Your inquiry truly saddens me. Bo Hong raised his hand, revealing a dark, damaged ring that bore an uncanny resemblance to Liu Nian's, albeit in a state of disrepair while hers remained intact. Since I regained consciousness, this ring has been with me, and I discovered it resembles yours. Liu Nian, in disbelief, nodded and reached out to touch it, but was stopped by Bo Hung. Do not touch it. After some internal conflict, Liu Nian resolved to hear Bo Hung out first. The one you wear should be a saving ring. None of our generation has seen a ring left by the Earth Goddess, but I can feel that mine is one of them. Thus yours must be as well. But what is the difference? Each ring signifies something different, possessing unique energies. Bo Hung gazed once more at his ring. Mine could be the darkest ring found by Gulai in the snowy plains, or perhaps the destruction ring of the Beast Clan. Is that why you were compelled to turn white? Liu Nian suppressed her desire to touch the ring again. Bo Hung nodded, explaining that this calamity was orchestrated by the god of disaster, and if she refused to cease, there was nothing they could do. He took Liu Nian's hand, stating that if her injured ring could unleash its latent power, perhaps the calamity would come to an end. Just as Liu Nian was about to speak further, Bo Hung silenced her. Stretching lazily, he remarked, "It seems you have forgotten your previous role as a maid." Liu Nian quickly interjected, "I am merely the Light King?" Laura approached Liu Nian, blocking her from view, stating that Prince Gulai was looking for her and offered to escort her. "Do you think you are worthy of interrupting me?" Bo Hung's hand glowed with a soft white light, mere inches away from Laura. Liu Nian tugged at Laura's clothing, attempting to pull her back, but Laura remained steadfast. "I did not mean to interrupt your conversation. I simply thought your dear brother was searching for you, fearing you were unaware." Bo Hung scoffed and brushed past them, yet the glowing white light still scorched Laura's garment. Laura turned to check if Liu Nian was unharmed, but Liu Nian's focus was solely on Laura's singed attire. She laughed uncontrollably, regardless of Laura's attempts to be endearing, unable to suppress her amusement. "Your clothing is burnt with such artistic flair. It's utterly hilarious." Walking backward, Liu Nian glanced back at the doors of the Blood Slave wing, connected to a corridor, which suddenly triggered a memory. Ignoring all else, she seized Laura's hand and ran back frantically. "What is it, my lady?" "I previously saw a book in the study, Shungyan Anlies, which I recall contains records of the god of disaster." As she ran, memories flooded back, particularly the moment she had glanced back at the corridor upon leaving the Blood Slave wing, recalling the ominous figure she had encountered there. Undoubtedly him. Upon returning to her room, she retrieved the book she had previously taken out, only to find that it had been partially consumed by flames. She frantically flipped through the pages while Laura curiously peered over, puzzled by the book's secrets. "I found it," Liu Nian exclaimed, showing the book to Laura. This description, tall yet gaunt, with sharp features, dressed in black, eyes like the night. At this point, the text ended, the remainder having been burned away. "What does this mean?" Liu Nian recalled the figure she had spotted in the corridor. Noticing Liu Nian's silence, Laura queried, "Do you wish to know who he is?" "Unfortunately. The rest has been destroyed. Should I look for more in the study?" Liu Nian shook her head and waved her hands dismissively. "I just happened upon this. This is a section about the god of disaster and the god of hope. Such a dark description must undoubtedly refer to the god of disaster." Chapter 73. A game between two gods. Liu Nian grew increasingly convinced, while Laura attempted several times to inform her of the truth, only to be interrupted. Liu Nian was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Suddenly, she gasped, trembling as she touched her ear. "My lady, what is the matter?" Laura was thoroughly bewildered by Liu Nian's erratic behavior, unsure of how to address the situation. Today's report would be challenging to articulate. Laura tentatively placed her hand on Liu Nian's forehead, finding no fever, yet sensing something was amiss. Before Laura could await a response, Liu Nian abruptly sat down on the floor. "Laura, you must leave. I'm finished." "My lady, please do not frighten me. I heard Prince Gulai say that the craftsmen have arrived to repair the Light King's hall, and you shall soon be able to reside comfortably. There is no need for concern." As she spoke, Laura reached out to help Liu Nian, but Liu Nian persistently waved her hands, indicating not to touch her. No, you do not understand." Liu Nian appeared on the verge of tears. "The god of disaster descending upon this land is akin to a raging inferno. I spoke with him and pretended to be fierce. I might just explode right here." Listening to Liu Nian's illogical ramblings, Laura gradually pieced together that Liu Nian had indeed encountered the deity. Realizing the urgency, Laura concluded that this information should be promptly reported to Prince Gulai. Just as Laura attempted to leave, Liu Nian grasped her arm, pointing to her ear. Look here, he has touched this spot. It must be a mark. The next fiery pillar is surely aimed at me. Laura calmed Liu Nian before hastily making her way to Go-Lai's chambers. You have encountered the god of hope? Indeed. Laura stood before the desk to report to Go-Lai, stating that based on Liu Nian's description, she must have seen the god of hope, although she mistakenly believed it to be the god of disaster. Just as Go-Lai was about to reassess the extent of the calamity, Laura entered with her report. Why have both the god of disaster and the god of hope come to Atlas simultaneously? The Earth goddess, who created the continent of Atlas, is a primary deity and typically does not allow for the intrusion of other gods. Are these two deities targeting Liu Nian? What abilities does she possess that would warrant the personal attention of the god of hope? Recalling their first encounter, Liu Nian was not from this world. Initially thought to be from another realm, could it be that she hailed from Shingyan Anlais? Go-Lai instructed Laura to return and ensure Liu Nian's safety, feeling increasingly bewildered. In truth, they could simply permit the god of disaster to descend upon Atlas, leading to the continent's obliteration. In that case, he could consider his vengeance fulfilled. No. Go-Lai shook his head, donning his outer garment in preparation to depart. Bu hang misty by my haunt. If I were to open a passage for Bo Hung to go there, perhaps Luo Lin would follow through the portal. Thus, Atlas cannot meet its end. Upon Laura's return, she found Liu Nian seated cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, hands resting on her knees. Laura hurried forward. Are you all right? Liu Nian merely pushed Laura away, appearing as though she had come to terms with life and death. Liu Nian emulated the demeanor of the enlightened monk from the television series, asserting that he had transcended the mundane world and that life and death were merely fleeting clouds. Laura stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. She should have reported Liu Nian's unusual behavior to Prince Jelly immediately. Now she felt an overwhelming fear, one that surpassed even the thrill of gathering intelligence for an assassination target or facing a formidable opponent. Goddess, I have long wished to inform you that the figure you described must be the deity of blessings, Samolzile, Laura began. Liu Nian abruptly opened his eyes and crawled toward her. Laura half kneeled on the ground, leaning back to evade Liu Nian's sudden approach. You claim he is the deity of blessings? Liu Nian exclaimed in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend how the people of this world could be so contrary in their perceptions. That demeanor, he straightened, gesturing animatedly. You dare to suggest he is the deity of blessings with such a dark presence? Laura nodded, affirming that her readings depicted the deity in such a manner. Liu Nian collapsed onto the ground, relieved yet shaken. You should have told me sooner. I was breaking into a cold sweat. Liu Nian, ignoring Laura's explanations, began to resent her instead. Relaxed, he lay back on the bed. Tossing and turning, his thoughts swirled in his mind. He touched the earrings, a binding gift from Liu Nian. Tentatively, he reached to remove them and was astonished to find them easily come off. Elated, he sat up. Truly, the deity of blessings was grand, powerful, and composed. Laura rolled her eyes, reminding him that he had just described that deity as gloomy. Liu Nian quickly interrupted. Silence. Is he someone you can casually slander? He writhed beneath the covers, urging her to leave. Please go. I need a good night's sleep. Laura sighed, turning to exit. Once she was gone, Liu Nian opened his eyes, gazing toward the door with a profound expression. He recalled the night Bai unexpectedly entered his room, warning him that Laura was Jelly's informant, urging him to be cautious. Liu Nian committed this to memory, deciding to rest first and address the matters later. Awakening in the middle of the night, he felt an inexplicable call drawing him, and sleep eluded him as he rose to investigate the situation outside. Perhaps Bo Hong had arrived, he mused. Liu Nian cautiously descended from the bed and approached the door, carefully opening it to find Laura asleep at the threshold. Why was Laura sleeping here? Taking a step forward, he noticed Laura remained unresponsive, prompting him to hastily rush outside. It seemed she had sensed his wariness and decided to guard the door. Wandering outside, Liu Nian caught a glimpse of a pale blue skirt. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he pursued it. Soon, he found a woman in a pale blue dress adorned with bellflowers standing in the garden. The woman had noticed him as well. You have emerged, she stated. Liu Nian, gazing at her features, suddenly recalled their first meeting in this very spot. You are a fairy. How did you come to be here? Liu Nian had been curious about how this fairy had arrived unnoticed the last time they crossed paths. Samuel furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat vexed. I have already told you. I am Samuel. Oh, yes, I remember now. The fairy is named Samuel. Wait, Samuel? That name seems familiar. Suddenly, fragments of text from a book came to mind. If that man was the deity of blessings, then the figure appearing in the text must be. You are the deity of calamity. Liu Nian took 2 steps back to scrutinize her. Her exquisite dress, delicate features, and haughty demeanor seemed incompatible with a deity of misfortune. Fear not. I shall not blame your frailty. Samuel's expression twisted into a snarl, and Liu Nian's heart raced as she sensed herself reduced to the insignificance of an ant in the eyes of this formidable figure. Samuel raised her hand, prepared to snatch the ring from Liu Nian's finger, when the ring suddenly radiated a warm light. Samuel halted, stepping forward to grasp Liu Nian's hand, only to be obstructed by a towering shadow. What is your purpose? You are not as free as I am. Samuel stood protectively in front of Liu Nian, and though her vision was enveloped in darkness, a sense of peace enveloped Liu Nian, causing her to forget her fear. I have received your prayers. I am willing to assist her in averting this disaster. The warm light emanated from the ring, signifying its role in aiding Liu Nian's supplication for salvation from the deity of blessings. That is the essence of the ring, a message from the earth goddess. Cease your actions. Samuel, gritting her teeth in frustration, retreated, leaving Samuel and Liu Nian together. Liu Nian stood steadfast behind Samuel, hearing a whisper. You must be strong, and the world around her cleared. Chapter 74. Because of her goddess. At that moment, Liu Nian heard Laura's call. Liu Nian had no intention of acknowledging her. Upon hearing her name, Laura hurried back. Who would have thought she would witness 2 deities in confrontation? TSK, TSK, TSK. Liu Nian shook her head proudly as she returned, her posture straighter than usual. Goddess, how did you end up here? Laura inquired, her brow furrowed as she approached Liu Nian. After locating Liu Nian, Laura surveyed the surroundings for anything unusual or suspicious. After a prolonged sense of vigilance, she found nothing out of the ordinary. Laura heightened her guard toward Liu Nian. Had she underestimated her? How could Liu Nian have slipped away unnoticed? Goddess, I finally found you. Oh, I hardly wandered far, did I? You almost worried yourself to death. Why didn't you say anything when you came out? You were sleeping like a dead pig. Oh no, like a cute little piglet. I couldn't rouse you, Liu Nian replied, now adept at lying without a change in demeanor. Goddess, please don't deceive me. Laura suddenly began to act coy, leaving Liu Nian flustered. Clearly, Laura had not been asleep at all, although her eyes were closed. She hadn't truly been sleeping, and she had felt Liu Nian's absence immediately. Yet upon returning, she found Liu Nian not far from the house. Am I deceiving you? I was about to ask you, what is that on your ear? Liu Nian had noticed something green behind Laura's ear when she emerged. Laura wilted at the thought of explaining that it was sound-dampening grass to lessen Liu Nian's snoring, fearing she might be sent on her next mission. This is something we vampires occasionally apply to aid sleep. The first part of her statement was a little lie, but the latter was the absolute truth. Her sleep quality was impeccable, to the point that she had not even realized she had fallen asleep, allowing Liu Nian to escape unnoticed. Liu Nian regarded Laura with suspicion, but chose to trust her for the time being. By the way, Liu Nian tugged at Laura's arm, peeking left and right. Do you know whom I just saw? Who? Laura listened intently, as Liu Nian was inclined to share, perhaps because the individual was inconsequential, or perhaps to dispel Laura's doubts, believing that hearing the answer would help her gauge the situation. How come? Liu Nian suddenly looked at him in confusion, releasing his arm. Laura, puzzled, stared back at Liu Nian, instinctively extending her arm, wondering why he had stopped holding on. Liu Nian stepped back. Why are you speaking so roughly? Where's my sweet little Laura? Which monster has possessed you? Lao La was left in a state of bemusement, never having anticipated such a turn of events. She quickly donned a charmingly adorable demeanor, expressing concern that you might be abducted by some eccentric individual, hence her anxiety. Liu Nian, reveling in the mischief he had orchestrated, erupted into hearty laughter, leaving Lao La feeling somewhat disheveled amidst the wind. Despite this, her charm remained intact, and they vowed to continue as good sisters. The revelation that such an enchanting figure was, in fact, a boy left Liu Nian utterly astonished. Lao La, with a forced smile, urged him to speak more quickly, expressing her desire to understand the situation better. She implored him not to jest at her expense, for if she failed to protect him, it would truly sadden her. Liu Nian, with a sense of pride, patted Lao La on the shoulder, asserting that he only sought to report to Jelly. He had just encountered the deity Shiyu, and he proclaimed that all misfortunes were about to come to an end. Lao La could scarcely fathom such an answer. If it were indeed Shiyu, then Liu Nian's effortless exit from the room would not be surprising. If not, he would not resort to deceiving her with such a revered figure. Returning to her serious demeanor, Lao La insisted that they report to Prince Jelly together, deeming it a matter of utmost importance. Unable to judge the situation independently, she resolved to leave it to Prince Jelly's discretion. This was a significant occurrence, and if a divine being were to assist them, they would surely overcome this calamity. Eagerly, Lao La grasped Liu Nian's arm, disregarding the late hour, determined to report to Prince Jelly's chambers. Liu Nian felt a chill in her heart. Her words were merely to confirm Lao La's intentions, and indeed, it became evident that Prince Jelly was the one to whom she truly pledged her loyalty. Liu Nian obediently followed Lao La, who, though surprised, proceeded to the main hall of the Light King. Upon reaching the second floor, Liu Nian suddenly halted. "What is the matter, my lady?" Lao La inquired, waiting for Liu Nian to advance, suspecting she hesitated to meet Prince Jelly. However, Liu Nian cast a glance at the wall, her expression resolute yet questioning. "I've long harbored this doubt. Why do you always seek out Prince Jelly? Shouldn't he, the Light King, hold the highest authority here?" Lao La froze momentarily, but maintained her innocuous smile. "Of course, the Light King is the highest authority, but he has many matters to attend to, thus delegating some responsibilities to Prince Jelly, which is why I often seek him out." Liu Nian, however, offered a sardonic laugh. "Yet, as far as I know, all servants, regardless of gender, report to the headmaid, correct? Is Prince Jelly so affable that every servant can bypass the head made to approach him?" Her gaze was now filled with a sense of detachment. Seeing this, Lao La regained her composure. "As I was personally assigned by Lord Jelly to protect you, I always report to him first." Acknowledging the absence of any plausible excuse to evade suspicion, Lao La decided to openly admit her allegiance. Knowing she had never harmed Liu Nian and trusting that her loyalty to Prince Jelly would not lead to total mistrust. Yet unbeknownst to Lao La, Liu Nian had already taken precautions against her, and her resentment towards Jelly could overshadow her trust in anyone. "You are correct. Jelly is well-intentioned in sending a boy to protect me," Liu Nian retorted. "While women are meticulous in times of peril, Lao La can protect you better than any attentive woman." Liu Nian smiled radiantly. "Indeed, sending someone of high combat prowess alleviates my fears of fleeing at any moment. With such a candid rationale, there is no need to feign innocence to deceive me. It is truly commendable that Prince Jelly is so thoughtful." Liu Nian strode confidently past Lao La, who followed without protest, observing Liu Nian march directly to the Light King's chamber, remaining unfazed. Liu Nian confidently opened the door, only to find the room empty. "Where is the Light King?" she mused aloud. Lao La was equally perplexed, but was certain that Prince Jelly must be nearby. Just as Liu Nian began to yield her stubbornness and consider compromise, she glanced toward the two adjacent rooms. Lao La closed her eyes and sighed. Realizing they must first inform the Light King, Liu Nian hurriedly approached the room she had noted, knocking on the door, and was met with a sound from within. It was merely the clattering of a cup against the door. "How irritating," she muttered, recognizing Bohong's voice. A sense of satisfaction surged within her. She had never thought highly of Bohong, and certainly wouldn't he occupy a space he had previously used. How clever she felt. "It's me, Liu Nian." After a brief silence, the door opened, and Liu Nian feigned a timid demeanor. "I urgently need to speak with you." Bohong, sensing her presence even before she entered the Light King's palace, had not anticipated her direct visit. He cast a cold glance at the submissive Lao La behind her and called Jelly to come here. He then roughly pulled Liu Nian into the room, threatening, "If I find you standing there motionless, I'll ensure you can never move again." Lao La retreated in response, arriving at Jelly's door. Jelly awaited her entrance, already contemplating his next move. He and T intended to act at this juncture, but the situation could no longer be postponed. Regardless of who inhabited Bo Hung's body at present, he had lost his utility, and the plan needed to be expedited. "Come in," he instructed. Upon entering, Jelly immediately sensed the room's disarray. He instructed Lao La to find someone to replace the furniture. Liu Nian, biting her lip and clenching her fists, clearly displayed her anxiety. Yet, this was not the demeanor Jelly had anticipated from her. "Are you aware? The deity, Shiyu, has arrived here." With a glint of danger in his eyes, Bai felt a surge of excitement. It was easy to surmise the wild thoughts racing through his mind. Jelly nodded nonchalantly, indicating he was already aware of this development. While internally, he pondered whether the person before him was truly Bo Hung or an acting Bai. Liu Nian nodded in response, but Jelly's gaze suddenly fell upon a red, swollen handprint beneath her collar. It's impossible. Bo Hung would never strike Liu Nian so harshly. If this were an act, it would be too convincingly executed. Liu Nian had initially thought she would recount her encounter with the two deities once more. However, she soon realized that Jelly was not there for that purpose. "I have been informed," he remarked, glancing at Liu Nian. "The calamity has been resolved." Bai flung himself heavily onto the sofa. "What do you want now that this is settled?" "Now we need to address the situation with the Snow Clan." Jelly placed a stack of parchment on Bai's desk. "I hope you can personally lead the expedition against the Snow Clan." With Jelly's proclamation, the atmosphere in the room turned profoundly serene. Liu Nian bit her lip and closed her eyes, unwilling to hear Bai's response. In her mind, she anticipated that Bai would surely say, "All right." Indeed, Bai readily acquiesced to Jili's suggestion. A smirk appeared on Jili's lips, and when Liu Nian opened her eyes, she found his smile to be as sinister as a scheming courtier in a television drama. Liu Nian stared blankly at Jili. The sharp-tongued yet warm-hearted individual she once knew had vanished. While Bai and Jili conversed, Liu Nian stood up and walked toward the exit, step by step. She no longer wished to remain in that place, nor did she want to face this unfamiliar Jili or the bloodthirsty Bai. "Where are you going?" Bai called out to Liu Nian. "Stay right there before I become angry." Liu Nian bit her lip, her shoulders trembling, her face flushed. "You're to leave this place at once." Noticing that Liu Nian had stopped moving, Bai continued, "Prepare the carriage. I will take Liu Nian with me." This request was unexpected for Jili, yet he was not surprised. Liu Nian turned her head to see Bai's confident smile directed at her. "Why must you take me along?" she questioned. "What? Can you not accommodate this?" Bai fixed his gaze on Jili, his eyes piercing. Jili fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Of course, my dear brother." Jili turned and stepped outside, calling for Laura to assist in preparing for the next day's affairs. Only Liu Nian and Bai remained in the room. Bai opened his arms, beckoning her to come closer. Liu Nian remained stationary, still fuming over Bai's unreasonable treatment of the Shui tribe. Observing her sulky demeanor, Bai took the initiative to embrace Liu Nian. His hand brushed against her neck as he whispered, "Next time I switch with Bai, could you please keep your distance?" Bai's manner was tender and lingering. Liu Nian felt her resolve soften. Perhaps if this were the Bai of the present, she could persuade him not to attack the Shui tribe. Bai held Liu Nian closely, and she could not see his expression. At that moment, Bai's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light, fixed on the door. Outside the room were numerous Blood tribe warriors, striving to conceal their presence. Laura, with an unchanging expression, watched as the door closed. "Prince Jili? Tell them to return. Come with me." The remaining Blood tribe members vanished into the corridor as Jili and Laura returned to Jili's chamber. "Your Highness, what has transpired? Wasn't the plan supposed to commence earlier?" Laura had already stationed a group of warriors at the entrance, ready to seize Liu Nian and the Light King at Jili's command. Jili remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Based on recent observations, it was evident that Bo Hung had returned from the other world, and it was now almost certain that they were exchanging personalities. He recalled that Bo Hung always wore a ring during their encounters. How could the ring's effect have been nullified? Was there something in the other world that assisted them? Geely sat in his chair, hands clasped on the table, eyes fixed intently on the surface. Unable to contain her impatience, Laura spoke up. Your Highness, should we wait until the Light King confronts the Shui tribe to act? Geely looked up at her, and Laura flinched, kneeling in apology. It was uncertain whether Geely's frustration had dissipated due to Laura's submission, but he began to formulate a new plan. They could no longer afford to wait for Bai's notorious reputation to escalate. Bai was no longer the person he used to be. He had begun to defy Geely's arrangements. Reflecting on this, Geely smiled wryly. Yet he was also acutely aware of Bai's current vulnerabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Geely was no longer perplexed. The plan would proceed as scheduled. Messages would be disseminated outside, instructing the Beast Tribe to secure Hailwind. Once Liu Nian stepped outside Bai's protective sphere, she would be taken to that location. While Geely plotted a coup, it seemed that war had already broken out on Liu Nian's side, though the enemy had surrendered. Liu Nian knelt in place, hands raised high, recounting the details she had previously omitted. An hour earlier, when Geely had not yet arrived. Bo Hong, are you all right? No sooner had Bo Hong spoken than he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Liu Nian attempted to remove the ring from his hand, but to no avail. She could not touch it, and Bo Hong writhed in pain at its mere contact. I fear I must return. Trust me, I will treat you differently. With those final words, Bo Hong gritted his teeth, and Liu Nian watched as the person before her transformed their persona. Realizing she was out of her depth, Liu Nian stood hastily, only to be pulled back into Bai's embrace. She held her breath, afraid to move lest she provoke him, but for a long while, Bai remained unresponsive. Bai, although she secretly hoped that Bo Hong had not been forcibly reverted, she still called out to Bai for safety. Upon hearing Liu Nian's voice, Bai sighed in relief, having initially thought the illusion was conjured by Yin Liang. Are you hurt? Bai's inquiry seemed unnecessary, for he detected no overwhelming scent of blood on her, yet he still felt compelled to ask. Liu Nian took a moment to realize that Bai had been disturbed while they were out, leading him to believe she was injured during the persona switch. We have returned to the Light King's palace. Bai assessed the situation and nodded. How long have I been asleep? Liu Nian considered perhaps 1 or 2 days. Bai leaned closer, his gaze sharpening. Just as Liu Nian sensed something amiss, his icy hand gripped her throat. Chapter 76. Will you take off your pants? Speak. What were you discussing with that fool just now? Bai's grip was not forceful, but merely pressed against Liu Nian's skin. Yet she felt as though she were suffocating. I didn't say anything. Upon hearing Liu Nian's response, Bai tightened his grip. So late at night? You were just idling with this fool? Liu Nian found herself truly unable to breathe, struggling against Bai's hand. He leaned near her ear, whispering, I'll count to 3. If you don't tell the truth, you'll vanish. Liu Nian's mind was racing, though she understood she must speak and shout. As Bai slowly counted, Liu Nian began to lose consciousness. The moment he released her hand, she coughed violently, trying to speak between gasps. I was just cough. Bai's cold gaze bore into her, and as Liu Nian regained her composure, he made no further moves, merely observing her quietly. Liu Nian assumed Bai was giving her a chance to confess everything, so she hastily shared all she could think of. I came to report about a disaster in Atlas, and I thought I had a lead, but just as I was saying a couple of words, you appeared. What 2 sentences? Liu Nian realized that even a moment's hesitation could lead to her being choked again. This was the first time she was forced to think so quickly. I mentioned that I had seen the god of Shiyu, and he said to summon Geely for discussion. That's all. The more she spoke, the more she felt she might err. Sensing Bai's skepticism, she pressed on, I don't know if Geely is aware that Bo Hong has returned. Bai, now seated on the sofa, tilted his head to scrutinize Liu Nian. Previously, when switching personas, Bo Hong had left a note pleading with Bai to keep it hidden. I don't know. He probably doesn't. Liu Nian recalled Geely's demeanor, adding, but I didn't say anything. How can I trust you? Bai aimed to challenge Liu Nian, but she remained earnest. Although she was puzzled by the sudden change in his attitude, she had to fabricate a story to survive. We shared a bed. We kissed. What is there for you not to believe? Liu Nian desperately sought to close the gap, and upon hearing her words, Bai finally reacted. Since it's such a relationship, Bai leaned closer to Liu Nian, their faces merely inches apart. Kiss me. Um, um, um. Liu Nian doubted whether she had misheard. Before her suspicions could fully form, her lips had already uttered a denial. No. Very well, reject me. She thought as her mind began to conjure ways to render her breathless. The coldness in Liu Nian's gaze towards Bai intensified, and she could almost predict that her own lifeless body would be the next cold thing she encountered. Thus, she hastily sought to remedy the situation. What if I bit you and you got angry? Em afraid. Liu Nian pretended to tremble, feigning fear to elicit a smile from Bai. I want to be angry. You'll be angry. I truly want to be angry. Then what if you hit me? I'll count to 3, and if you don't move, it will only leave the what if. The countdown to death commenced. Liu Nian was unaware which angel had bestowed her with such audacity, but she closed her eyes and charged forward. However, Bai stepped back, evading her approach. Liu Nian found herself prostrate on ground. Too ashamed to face her ancestors from Jiangdong, she knew that this insufferable Bai was toying with her. She wanted to lift her head and scold him fiercely, but she lacked the courage to do so. Why aren't you getting up? Are you dazed, or are you still cursing me? I'm not. Liu Nian sat up, rubbing her arms. I feel disappointed. I didn't get to kiss your exquisite lips. Don't think I don't know you're cursing me indirectly. Bai remained indifferent to Liu Nian's current predicament, standing as if nailed in place. I can't. Liu Nian stood up, feeling wronged. What is the situation now? Is my life saved? Still grappling with her thoughts, a shadow loomed over her, and she once again felt the chilling sensation on her lips. Time seemed to freeze, transforming the adventure into a shoujo manga. When Liu Nian finally processed everything, she found herself seated on a chair, and Gulai had appeared before her. Now, it was just the two of them, and Liu Nian's previous bravado had evaporated. Why am I still here? It's late. I should be sleeping. Liu Nian spoke of leaving, but made no move to do so, for Bai was scrutinizing her every action, his gaze implying that should she make even the slightest movement, he would swiftly intervene. Didn't you tell me to pretend nothing happened? Why don't you share what has transpired during this time? Speak, go ahead. Liu Nian tentatively gestured towards the stool. Can I sit? Bai smiled gently. It seems you have indeed grown bolder, wishing to sit and converse with me. Liu Nian, realizing her position, knelt down. She had just been seated to speak with him earlier. Oh well, a daughter kneeling under her father's knee is akin to finding gold. She would kneel as if to gain fortune. All right, speak. Liu Nian imitated the appearance of someone confessing in a drama, raising her hands as if in submission, recounting everything. That's all. After finishing, she mustered the courage to look up at Bai, only to discover he was leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed. So, after all I've said, you're still asleep? Is this a lullaby, Lord Guangwang? Just call me Bai. Oh, so you weren't asleep. Liu Nian had never noticed before, but his scent had indeed become noticeably milder. Bai opened his eyes, a smile illuminating his face. Liu Nian raised her hands to inquire. There's no scent. This action elicited laughter from Bai, who was lounging on the sofa. What can you possibly smell? Perhaps it's because I took a shower? So the scent is weaker. Such a self-deprecating remark was splendid. Liu Nian felt she didn't need to maintain any facade before Bai. Bai remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Liu Nian followed his gaze and was surprised to see a rather soft-looking large bed. Shall I attend to your rest? Liu Nian promptly stood up, quite perceptive. Receiving an affirmative response, she eagerly trotted over to Bai, striking a pose of invitation. Bai stood up in kind and walked toward the bed, with Liu Nian trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the bedside, Liu Nian pulled back the covers and said, Please, get dressed to sleep. I'm uncomfortable. Bai raised his hands, mimicking the 6 set of radio calisthenics Liu Nian had once performed. Then oh no, you take off. Liu Nian held the sheet, exposing only her head, blinking innocently. I can manage on my own. What do I need you for? Bai swiftly snatched the blanket from Liu Nian's grasp and thrust it before her. Liu Nian's face flushed red as the warmth of his chest sent her breath cascading back upon her. Is it possible for me to escape into the earth now? Bai waved his hand in front of Liu Nian's eyes. What's wrong? Are you playing statue? Should I count? Liu Nian, realizing she could not evade, attempted to argue, but upon meeting Bai's gaze, she surrendered. I'll handle it. Do you prefer to take off the top or the bottom first? Liu Nian took a step back, awaiting Bai Ye's response. Oh dear, why didn't I think before speaking? Can I really say to take off the bottom? Liu Nian's hands, suspended like a ballet dancer's, flailed aimlessly. The bottom. If you have the time, just dive in. The bold shall prevail. Since Liu Nian had asked, Bai responded according to his preference. Liu Nian contemplated how to remove his trousers, but soon realized something was amiss. As a girl, this seemed inappropriate. Liu Nian quickly averted her gaze upwards, meeting Bai Ye's eyes. What exactly can you do if you can't even remove trousers? I've never removed anyone's trousers. I've only taken off my own. Well then, go ahead, I'll watch. What was happening? Liu Nian thought that perhaps Isimu had tampered with Bai Ye's mind before unleashing disaster. For why else would he behave in such a manner? I'm wearing a skirt. Liu Nian, fearing Bai wouldn't believe her, even tugged at her skirt to demonstrate. Then have you ever taken off a skirt? Bai crossed his arms, wearing an expression that indicated he was determined to tease her. I've never done it. It was always Laura who helped me. Upon hearing this, Bai narrowed his eyes dangerously, producing a mere inquisitivism, which made Liu Nian feel a swell of trepidation. The dangerous tone heightened Liu Nian's alertness, and she instantly forced a smile. Oh, I was just joking. Let me help you take off your clothes so you can have a lovely sleep. Chapter 77. Counting Down. Without considering whether she could actually remove clothing, Liu Nian boldly reached out. Although her methods were somewhat clumsy and she accidentally tugged at Bai Ye's skin several times, Bai did not display any signs of displeasure. Instead, Liu Nian became more composed and gradually assisted Bai in shedding his garments. Yay! The thrill of success made Liu Nian forget her earlier embarrassment. Is there more? No, I think that's enough. Liu Nian wrung her hands anxiously. If I take off more, you'll be left bare, for your reputation's sake. I think we should stop. Reputation? You've kissed me twice, and you're worried about reputation? Liu Nian rolled her eyes in her mind. Twice. Why does it feel like it's been many more times? Moreover, why have I suddenly become so brazen? Hadn't he promised to be ruthless? Upon further reflection, the matter of reputation shouldn't even be her concern. After all, it was he who had kissed her. Liu Nian was utterly confounded. Furthermore, with 2 wives already, the concept of reputation was certainly his own to discard. Though she thought this way, she found herself beneath the eaves, forced to bow her head out of necessity. With clarity, she realized that she must take care of the situation. Just before Bai could change his demeanor again, Liu Nian promptly grasped the last layer of his clothing. To ensure a restful sleep, we must be thorough. Let us proceed. By the time Liu Nian had successfully removed all but one of Bai Ye's garments, she had transitioned from embarrassment and shyness to drowsiness. Glancing outside, the sky was beginning to lighten. If she didn't sleep soon, she would be dressing for breakfast instead. You should rest. I'll take my leave for now. Laura must still be waiting outside for me. Liu Nian spoke accurately, for Laura was indeed outside, patiently awaiting Liu Nian's return. However, Bai had no intention of allowing Liu Nian to depart. Grasping her sleeve, he spun her around until, in her groggy state, Liu Nian found herself clad only in her undergarments, feeling a chill that prompted her to instinctively shield her chest. What are you planning to do? I shall not simply surrender. Bai disdainfully glanced at Liu Nian's figure, feeling weary and desiring sleep without a care. If you wish to sleep, please do so. I shall take my leave, Liu Nian declared, intent on throwing herself into her clothes and departing. 1. Bai ignored Liu Nian, sitting on the bed and beginning to count. Just as Liu Nian lunged for her garments, she heard Bai counting leisurely behind her. How does this insufferable vampire know how to count? Gritting her teeth, Liu Nian lay down atop her clothes. I understand. I ought to remain here. If you have any commands, please convey them, and I shall comply. Liu Nian then closed her eyes, feigning the sound of snoring. How could she speak so hastily without learning her lesson? What lesson? All Liu Nian comprehended was that she was doomed. Satisfy me, warm my bed. No, I'm already on the floor. With her eyes still shut, she repeated her simulated snoring. 2. Bai, growing impatient, crossed her arms, tapping her fingers on her arm. Climbing up was the only thought in Liu Nian's mind. With a few hurried movements, she ascended the bed, attempting to ingratiate herself. I feared I might encroach upon you. As long as you are not as fat as a pig, you shall not encroach upon me. Bai lay down, covering herself with the blanket. Bai seemed comfortable, while Liu Nian lay rigid, afraid to breathe. The light in the room faded, leaving only the gentle glow of the moonlight. Liu Nian reclined on the bed, while Bai stood beside it. Perhaps Liu Nian was excessively fatigued, for Bai's surroundings became less sharp and more gentle. Liu Nian recalled that clean-cut youth. Indeed, that visage was one she found utterly irresistible. Wiping away her drool, she remembered Bai's last words to her while lying in bed. Even if hell were beside her, Liu Nian slept soundly. The weather was unbearably hot, yet Bai felt cool to the touch, making her an ideal bedmate. Bai allowed Liu Nian to embrace her, only feeling anger when Liu Nian's drool brushed against her skin, prompting a desire to swat her away. Laura stood quietly outside, fully aware that she would be unable to reach Liu Nian today. Knowing she was outside, the Light King did not conceal his dialogue with Liu Nian, indicating that he had placed her under his protection. However, Liu Nian's trust in him had begun to falter. It was imperative that nothing went awry in the areas under his jurisdiction. Reflecting upon her shared experiences with Liu Nian, Laura felt a pang of emotion. The division of their factions was indeed a regrettable necessity. If given a choice, she harbored no desire to harm the girl. She owed Prince Grell a debt of gratitude that she could not ignore. Yet the Light King within was indeed her arch-nemesis, the one responsible for her parents' demise at the hands of beastly poison. It was due to this cowardly Light King's negligence in governance, cold and unfeeling, that her parents perished in battle. Had he taken to the battlefield himself to protect their homeland, they would not have fallen before her eyes. Had it not been for Prince Grell's mercy, she might have lost her will to fight and met a grim fate. Laura's eyes glinted with coldness as she fixed her gaze on the door, as if she wished to tear apart the one inside. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. Laura covered her eyes, but it proved futile as blood trickled down her fingers. She endeavored to steady her breathing, attempting to appear less pained. Bai slept soundly on the bed. Such heavy killing intent. Does she not know to restrain it? Bai murmured, unsure if Liu Nian heard. She stirred uneasily before sinking back into a deep slumber. When Liu Nian awoke, it was already afternoon, and she was astounded to find Bai still lying on the bed. My apologies. I simply fell asleep due to exhaustion, Liu Nian said while stretching. Bai was indifferent, pulling Liu Nian's arm to prevent her from leaving, forcing her to half-bow over the bed. Realizing escape was futile, Liu Nian could only speak the truth. Actually, I was deceiving you. Then you must have considered the consequences. A blatant threat. Liu Nian's words caught in her throat. It was all her own doing. I'm still quite tired. I have not yet awakened. With this, she turned over, burying her head in the pillow, unwilling to rise. Sleep, rest a little longer, and you will be able to eat dinner. Liu Nian dare not cry, yet her heart was already weeping. What was happening? Bai had changed too drastically. It was akin to the calm before a storm. No, calm was not the right term. It was simply a perverse shamelessness. Liu Nian attempted to feign sleep while concocting a plan to escape, but the grumbling of her stomach betrayed her. Stop pretending. Laura is waiting just outside the door to come in. Liu Nian had no choice but to rise, opening the door to find Laura standing obediently at the threshold. The two exchanged glances. Laura wore her usual cheerful smile, holding food meant for Liu Nian, yet an unseen change lingered in the air. Could suspicion and deception truly extinguish all feelings? What you brought today is precisely what I wish to eat, Liu Nian said with a cold expression. Laura beamed with delight. She spoke the same familiar phrases, as if nothing had altered. Bai yawned inside, awaiting Liu Nian's return from the door. Since the previous night, she had sensed the latent presence of the Blood Clan, as well as the palpable killing intent at the entrance. Bai reflected on the vulnerabilities in the plan Grell had previously mentioned. Perhaps the flaw lay in the fact that his scheme involved her. Liu Nian returned with the food, a smile on her face that failed to convey any joy. You appear to be sulking despite the food, Bai noted. Liu Nian recoiled slightly as Bai raised her hand, furrowing her brow as she gently stroked Liu Nian's head. Liu Nian's tense nerves relaxed, and she began to eat with a spoon. How could I be sulking? I am overjoyed, she protested, devouring the food as though she had never seen it before. Eat slowly, savor it. Once you are full, You can feed me as well. I have not had a hearty meal in ages." Upon hearing this, Liu Nian nearly choked on her food. "That would be quite inappropriate. I am too fishy." Liu Nian set down her spoon and took a napkin to wipe her mouth. "And what of being fishy? I like you, regardless of your scent." Bai's casual tone left Liu Nian momentarily speechless. What had she just heard? Was this a confession? Though their relationship was already steeped in ambiguity. Such bluntness left Liu Nian at a loss. She was flustered, unsure how to respond. Should she say, "I love you too"? Are you joking? That's rather frightening. I do not jest. Prepare yourself, and do not let me go hungry. Liu Nian fought back tears as she forced herself to continue eating, wondering why the food had lost its flavor. At that moment, Grell approached Bai to discuss matters concerning the Snow Clan. Bai refused to leave, insisting that Grell speak his mind there and then. Grell was unwilling, leading to a standoff, while Liu Nian found her meal tasteless. Chapter 78, The Playful Puppy. Unable to contain herself, Liu Nian shattered the silence. "It's fine. I will step outside for a while. You can finish your discussion without me. It won't take long." Bai cast a glance her way, and just as Liu Nian stood to leave, she sat back down. "You may return, but I fear someone may not allow you to." Bai's words left Liu Nian perplexed. Who would prevent her from returning? Unable to decipher the riddle between the two brothers, Liu Nian yearned to escape the current atmosphere. Had she known yesterday, she would not have spoken to Laura. Then she could have sought refuge with him. Why would you say such a thing? Grell's hand fidgeted behind his back. Was it not a question meant to be answered? The tension between Grell and Bai was thick enough for even the carefree Liu Nian to sense. Sitting in her chair, her spine instinctively straightened. What was happening? The atmosphere was laden with tension. At this juncture, it seemed you have lost control of the situation. I do not require dominion over the entirety. It suffices that you cannot govern me. The two exchanged glances, and Liu Nian, caught in the middle, felt a profound trepidation. Geely did not linger for long, and after a brief exchange of gazes, he departed the room. Once Geely left, Bai's attention shifted to Liu Nian. "Have you eaten enough?" "Wutsu." As Kia descended the stairs, he beheld Madame Salanti, battered and bruised, far from her usual elegance. Madame Salanti, upon hearing a voice that was not Inlan's, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Who are you?" Her voice was hoarse as she slightly raised her head, her disheveled hair clinging to her face. "Kia." Kia asserted his identity and took a step forward. "Kia?" The murky gaze of Madame Salanti revealed her blindness. "I can assist you in escaping this place. Let us depart while we can." Madame Salanti shook her head. "Inlan will not allow me to leave easily. If she discovers your presence here, she will surely harm you. You must leave quickly." Kia remained resolute, determined to help Madame Salanti escape. Inlan had already set off for AI Likes due to the affairs concerning the Light King and had not returned for several days. Madame Salanti continued to shake her head, gesturing to the shackles on her wrists. "These shackles bear her mark. If they are removed, she will be alerted. If you require my assistance, please speak plainly." After a long silence, Kia finally spoke again, his voice now tinged with hoarseness. Unable to see, Madame Salanti sensed the redness in Kia's eyes, feeling sorrow for her plight. "You know the ring in Liu Nian's possession, do you not?" Madame Salanti reacted more noticeably this time, the chains she gripped clinking loudly. "Listen to me. Geely has come prepared this time, and with your daughter's assistance. He will soon have control over the Atlas continent. The only thing that can prevent the destruction of Atlas is the ring Liu Nian holds." Madame Salanti trembled as she gestured for Kia to come closer. Kia retrieved a piece of paper from Madame Salanti's hair. "The secret of the ring is known only to Lord Isin, and he alone knows how to wield it." Madame Salanti pointed to the parchment in Kia's hand. Having been confined underground for an extended period, her skin had nearly turned translucent, her nails sharp and uncleaned. "This is Lord Isin's reincarnation spell. To save us." Isin willingly gouged out his eyes and severed his tongue, venturing into an unknown world. Only the reincarnation spell can save him, and he alone can contend with Inlan. This paper was hidden in her hair when Madame Salanti believed Inlan could no longer exert control. She intended to directly bring Isin back, but had not found the opportunity until now. "Rest assured, I shall rescue Lord Isin." Kia clutched the paper tightly, wishing to embrace Madame Salanti, but unsure how to proceed. After much contemplation, he resolved to leave at once. Wait, there's one more thing. Kia softly urged Madame Salanti to speak, assuring her that he would remain nearby. The reincarnation spell requires a sacrifice, one whose age must not exceed 20, the younger, the greater the chance of success. Kia took note of this and turned to exit the room. Madame Salanti gasped for air, then sighed deeply, slowly beginning to speak. Though it was unclear to whom she addressed her words, perhaps to Kia, yet the utterance remained unvoiced. Our clan is the closest to the divine, and thus we are ensnared by curses. Madame Salanti recounted to the departing figure of Kia. For millennia, our lineage has battled against these curses, growing weary. The daughter of Liege, the one who will lead my clan to ruin, I discovered through my calculations is my own daughter. I once contemplated ending her life, but she is my daughter after all. Hence, I spared her. I named her Inlan so that she would not forget her heritage. The footsteps faded away, and even though Madame Salanti could not see, she felt the solitary light gradually extinguishing. I once believed she would destroy the Wu clan due to her indulgence and ignorance. Thus, I resolved to be strict with her, incessantly reminding her of her identity. Little did I know, this monstrous being was born of my own meticulous nurturing. If there was still a chance, please do not harm my daughter. The sound of the door closing echoed in the empty room, which once again filled with the foul stench of beasts. Then silence enveloped the room, and Madame Salanti's tears fell like pearls upon the ground. The Wu clan. Perhaps it is I who have brought about its demise. Liu Nian clutched her neck, wearing an expression of despair, while I lay on the bed, appearing sated. You do not seem to mind my scent at this moment. Liu Nian began to sulk, not understanding why I would not permit her to leave this room. Even to use the restroom, he insisted on accompanying her. Liu Nian had once pondered in frustration. Could this be the troubles of love? It is indeed pungent. Sitting upright like a carp leaping from the water, harbored a glint of danger in his eyes. Thus something sweet is required. Upon seeing rise, Liu Nian sensed that matters were turning dire, but there was no time to evade as swiftly appeared before her and captured her lips in a kiss. Liu Nian winced at the mere touch of her lips, the pain too much to bear, and she dared not express her anger. To kiss is one thing, but why bite? It has swollen. Liu Nian fumed in silence while I appeared to be in high spirits. Liu Nian gazed out the window at the darkened scenery. Yet her yearning for fresh air remained unquenched, a longing to breathe in the outside world. Are you not bored? Do you wish to go out for a stroll? Upon seeing I raise an eyebrow, Liu Nian felt hopeful and dashed forward. Let us venture outside for a stroll. The flames have ceased. Surely the god of Shiyu has resolved matters for us. Let us enjoy the fresh air. I glanced at Liu Nian as she pounded her legs beside him, then at the now darkened sky. I had no desire to go out earlier, and now that it is dark, you wish to go? Liu Nian rolled her eyes internally, fully aware it was he who had restricted her from going out. Yes, I want to go out. We can only go to the rooftop. I finally relented, and Liu Nian sprinted out like an exuberant puppy. As she hopped to the door, Laura stood guard outside, and Liu Nian found her presence somewhat pleasant, a sign that she had indeed been confined for too long. Just as Liu Nian prepared to shut the door, she felt a force resisting her. Turning back, she saw Bai with a sullen expression, blocking the door with his hand. Are you not leaving? Playing with the door? Do you wish to stroll as well? I am exceedingly fond of you. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Bai leaned close to Liu Nian's face, causing her to blush and avoid his gaze, mistakenly believing he was looking at her. However, at that moment, Bai's eyes were fixed intently on Laura behind Liu Nian. Chapter 79. When did you realize your feelings? Bai stared intently at Laura, speaking to Liu Nian. Take your little servant with you. Let us depart. Although they could not escape alone, leaving this room, which they had occupied since waking, was a welcome change. Liu Nian frolicked ahead, while Bai and Laura followed with unspoken tension. Ensure your people remain cautious and hidden. I will eliminate anyone I catch. Bai radiated an aura of menace, causing Laura's hands to tremble. Laura fought to suppress her inner fear and retorted, If you harbor such murderous intent, why not simply kill me? You should have died in my hands last night. However, I spared you because Liu Nian mentioned in her sleep that Laura wanted to eat meat. Bai's pace remained steady, while Laura faltered. Liu Nian's silhouette gradually faded from Laura's view, prompting her to shake her head, her brow furrowed in determination. As the evening breeze blew, Liu Nian exhaled deeply, the surroundings unchanged as ever. The splendid Guangwangdian beneath the terrace gleamed as always. Could one have witnessed such disarray here before? I stood beside, disdainfully smiling. The first time I visited this place was in March, when the biting cold wind still prevailed. Liu Nian extended her hand, savoring the coolness of the evening breeze. Now, summer had arrived, bringing with it the sweltering heat. I remained silent, quietly accompanying Liu Nian, vigilant for any lurking threat in the darkness. Liu Nian, you must stay by my side always. Liu Nian turned to glance at Bai, whose face was concealed by the night. As Liu Nian gazed at Bai, she slowly reached out her hand. Long ago, Liu Nian had pondered why, despite Bai's apparent cruelty and bloodthirstiness, his visage appeared softer compared to Bohong. Liu Nian's fingers brushed against Bai's face, feeling its chill. Bai mirrored the action, but instead of a gentle caress, he tugged. Your face is rather warm. Liu Nian cried out in pain, pleading for Bai to release her. Yet, how peculiar was that he suddenly took a liking to her. If he could comprehend her actions, would that not render her existence futile? Liu Nian fell silent, attempting to divert the topic. The evening breeze feels so refreshing, doesn't it? Bai also looked into the distance. Despite the disheveled scenery of the terrace, the presence of a chattering companion was still quite pleasant. As he observed Liu Nian's silhouette, he wondered when he first became aware of this affection. Was it during moments of curiosity regarding Liu Nian's close bond with his brothers? Was it when he found Liu Nian's antics amusing? Was it when Liu Nian hurried out to seek help upon seeing him unwell? Was it when Liu Nian leaned on him after they inadvertently entered another world? Was it when Liu Nian rushed to his aid during a fierce struggle with a giant python? Was it when he felt anxious upon discovering Liu Nian's absence? Was it when he saw Liu Nian being dragged into a pool, prompting him to leap in recklessly? In any case, this sudden emotion had rendered his typically cold heart flustered. What has captured your attention so completely? Liu Nian tugged at Bai's sleeve, drawing him back to reality. Liu Nian felt somewhat chilly and desired to return, but Bai remained fixated on a particular spot, unresponsive even when she called to him. It's nothing. Let us head back. Laura, having heard the commotion outside, opened the door. Throughout the journey, Laura wore a heavy heart, her head bowed like a defeated soldier. What should she do? Remembering the moments spent protecting Liu Nian, she reflected on her virtues as a good girl, while she herself felt like a coward, too afraid to confront true enemies, venting all her frustrations onto Guangwang. But what could she do? If she did not think this way, how could she live with a clear conscience? I am sorry, my lady. Liu Nian aimed to return to her quarters, but Bai saw through her intentions, directly grasping the collar of her attire and pulling her back into his room. Have you forgotten your duties as a maid? Reflect on this, and you shall serve me henceforth. Bai reclined on the sofa, propping his feet on the coffee table, exuding an air of expectation for service that irked Liu Nian. In a place where Bai could not see her, Liu Nian pouted and grumbled, while presenting a flattering demeanor in front of Bai. Very well, I shall assist you with changing. It is getting late, we ought to sleep. Liu Nian's smile was forced, yet Bai appeared quite pleased. I did not expect you to be so eager. Before Liu Nian could approach, Bai had already torn off his shirt. Liu Nian's hand, outstretched, retracted instinctively upon touching Bai's icy skin, as if electrified. Bai mistook Liu Nian's reaction for shyness and pondered how to provoke her further. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Nian felt a surge of joy within. There is a saying, if one cannot escape it, then one should embrace it. Furthermore, it must be admitted that sleeping at night was indeed quite refreshing. Do you know how loud your snoring is? When it echoes in my ears. I thought a disaster was commencing. Liu Nian halted her actions, her face instantly flushing crimson. Bai reveled in Liu Nian's embarrassment, choosing to remain silent and simply admire her. How could that be? I have never heard anyone mention my snoring. Do you sleep with others? Liu Nian confessed that throughout her life, she had always slept alone. Well, Laura and Xian sleep next door, and they have never mentioned it. Liu Nian, hands on her hips, glared, her eyes darting as she contemplated what else could prove she did not snore. Yes, I was excessively fatigued yesterday, and hurried over to report to you at night. Which is why I snored. I nodded. Ah, I see. Very well, continue. Liu Nian bit her lip, striving to think of more. I did not mean for you to continue that. Bai waved his arm before Liu Nian, urging her to resume removing her clothing. Liu Nian's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Your face is so flushed now. It makes me feel hungry. Bai leaned closer to Liu Nian. It seemed as though smoke was rising from her cheeks. Liu Nian hastily retreated, only to find the bed behind her. And before she could cover herself with the blanket, Bai doused her with a bucket of cold water. Ah, right, you will sleep on the sofa tonight. What? Liu Nian gasped, springing up from under the blanket. But I slept here last time. Now you are not shy. How delightful it is to sleep next to a man. That is not the case. Liu Nian slowly descended from the bed, wondering how her feelings could shift so abruptly. This would surely be a sweltering night. As Liu Nian glanced back 3 times, she finally collapsed onto the sofa, while Bai settled onto the bed. Once you stop drooling in your sleep, you may return to sleep with me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the lights in the room extinguished. Even in the darkness, I could discern Liu Nian's mournful little head peeking out from the sofa, her eyes fixed on the bed. Sleep. The little head instantly retreated, and though Bai closed his eyes, all his senses heightened at that moment. Liu Nian lay on the sofa, questioning her life. In less than 10 minutes. What had she heard? Snoring? Drooling? Or perhaps her irritated huffs had been felt by Bai. Oh, right, you also talk in your sleep. Will you never cease? Before Liu Nian could finish her retort, her survival instinct kicked in, stifling her words. No matter how much he changed, he was still a towering beast capable of pinning her down, not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 80. Not a good person. Grell had remained in the study from morning until night. The war with the Shui tribe was gearing up, and Lavinda had repeatedly provoked the borders, but the king of the Shui tribe remained steadfast, never once emerging. Jidan's whereabouts remained unknown, though some claimed to have seen him lurking in small towns within the Beast Tribe's territory, possibly biding his time to rescue Lavinda. Once Lavinda was freed, he would no longer be under control. He sent his subordinates to inform the Beast King Pavo to keep a close watch on Lavinda. Lian sat opposite Grell, who noticed her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. What is it? Lian placed her hand on her lips, gently wiping your lips. Grell mirrored her actions, cleaning the corners of his mouth. Bai had already deviated from a plan. You must find an opportunity to control Bai, and then we will suppress Liu Nian. Lian obediently agreed. For some reason, Lian's sudden compliance irked Grell. Do you not have your own thoughts? Lian remained expressionless. Implementing this rebellious plan with you is precisely what I wish to do. Grell's head suddenly throbbed, and in his daze, he felt as though a shadow was always lurking beside Lian, yearning to merge with her. Golier recognized the individual, yet feigned ignorance. Lian stood up, pressing her fingers against the space between Jili's brows, and Jili gradually calmed down. Why did you choose to follow me? I'm not a good person. Scheming against your elder brother, imprisoning your younger brother, conspiring with outsiders for rebellion. You are indeed not a good man. Jili's gaze intensified, and his expression grew complex as he regarded Lian. Unfazed, she withdrew her hand from his brow and straightened her posture. Do not tamper excessively with the ring of destruction. With that, Lian began to exit. As she reached the doorway, Jili called out to her, I am quite curious. Why are you willing to collaborate with me? Lian did not respond, pausing briefly before continuing her departure, her gaze drifting toward the far end of the long corridor. Why had she agreed to collaborate with Jili? Perhaps it was because it was the first time she could dictate her own fate. After escorting Liu Nian, Lian walked through the darkness, acutely aware of someone following her. Come out. Jili emerged from the shadows, his face adorned with a confident smile. Saintess of the Witch Clan, Miss Lian. Who are you? Lian's gaze remained fixed on the man before her, scrutinizing him intently to discern his intentions. You are of the Blood Clan, yet you did not arrive with the Light King. Indeed, Jili halted, positioning himself directly in front of the diminutive girl. Looking down at her, are you interested in participating in a rebellious plan? Me? Lian raised her head, her chest rising and falling rapidly, perplexed by her own reaction. Join your rebellious plan? Jili nodded, his right hand brushing against her head, which Luan did not reject. Geely bent down to meet her gaze, step by step seducing this young girl before him. Girls should embrace a little rebellion. They remained silent for a long while, neither speaking, until Luan met Geely's eyes once more. What can I gain from this rebellion? In your rebellion, you can earn more love from your mother. Suddenly, the darkness of Luan's eyes illuminated with hope as Geely continued to entice her. Do you wish to control your mother? Her emotions began to fluctuate. What do you want me to do? Receiving the earrings Geely offered, Luan returned to her room. She gazed at the moon until dawn, experiencing for the first time a restless night in tranquil darkness. Thus, in a single night, Luan took the reins of her own destiny, making decisions for herself. Rebellion was better than she had imagined. Returning to the present, Liu Nian accompanied Bai for a meal. The metallic scent of blood made her head throb. Yet for reasons unknown, Bai would not allow her to step away from him. I truly fear Bai has gone overboard, she mused, contemplating whether to indulge. Just as boredom set in, Liu Nian was jarred by Bai's arm crashing beside her head. She stared blankly at the seemingly dazed Bai, pondering if this was the legendary sofa push. Has he truly drunk too much? Liu Nian hastily waved her hands. I want to join you, go ahead. Bai exhaled, his chest heaving, and Liu Nian sensed something was amiss, hastily cradling his face. What is wrong? Bai groaned in anguish, golden patterns emerging across his body. Liu Nian grasped one side of the collapsed blood slave. What did you do? Did you consume Shuang Sheng grass? The blood slave, eyes wide with terror, shook his head, unable to utter a word. Liu Nian called for Laura to fetch help, clinging to Bai, attempting to soothe him on the brink of madness. Yet Laura stood still, not moving. Laura? Liu Nian suddenly recalled that Laura was Geely's ally. Perhaps this was Geely's doing. Geely and Luan entered from outside, and Liu Nian tightened her grip on Bai, refusing to let go despite his feverish body. What do you intend to do? What has Bo Hong and Bai done to you that warrants such hatred, even dragging your entire clan into it? Geely's eyes glinted coldly, revealing none of the previously awkward kindness he had shown. Liu Nian repeatedly called Bai's name, tried to rouse him, but to no avail. Bai's eyes had turned golden, and he lost consciousness. Laura forcibly pulled Liu Nian away, her grip like a vice, dragging her toward the Light King's hall. Upon entering, Liu Nian saw a multitude of people gathered. She allowed Laura to guide her toward the throne of the time totem, remaining silent, for Laura whispered in her ear, "These are the nobles of various clans. I am sure the esteemed goddess would not want to be unmasked." Throughout the journey, Liu Nian forced a smile in response to those who bowed to her. What are you plotting? Why are they here? With calamities arising frequently, they have naturally come to discuss matters together. Laura stood expressionless beside Liu Nian, monitoring her every move. The calamity has already been resolved, Liu Nian retorted, turning back in agitation. But Laura's eyes glimmered ominously. That calamity was brought forth by the Light King. How could it easily be resolved? Liu Nian had yet to grasp Laura's meaning when the crowd stirred again. Geely had arrived, followed closely by the frenzied Bai. Liu Nian rose, attempting to rush toward Bai, but Laura seized her hand first. Liu Nian could only watch as Geely deliberately lured Bai toward himself, witnessing helplessly as, at the moment Laura released her grip, Bai's hand penetrated her abdomen. Liu Nian fell to the ground, blood staining her milky white gown. As she collapsed, she saw the guards who had arrived late. Subduing the crazed Bai, saw the purple vines entwining around him, and watched as Bai looked up at her. Liu Nian wished to utter something, but only blood poured from her mouth. Before losing consciousness, the last thing Liu Nian heard was Geely's deceitful lies. The Light King is brutal and heartless, indifferent to governance, instructing the Witch Clan leader to slay numerous nobles of my clan, igniting the war between the Snow Clan and my clan, and is the root cause of the calamity God entering the continent of Atlas, now openly slaying the Dawn Goddess, imprisoning her in the dungeon, and when the time is ripe, locking her in the eternal night prison. Chapter 81, Imprisonment. When Liu Nian awoke again, she found herself lying on the cold floor. The wound on her abdomen had vanished. Liu Nian knew that within the Light King's palace, Only the head maid could heal her so swiftly. Liu Nian climbed to her feet and rushed to the door, tugging at the sturdy iron door before shouting, "Let me out. What are you imprisoning me here for? Where's Geely? I want to see Geely." Her cries echoed through the empty dungeon, and when her voice finally faded, no one responded. Weary, Liu Nian leaned against the wall, nearly slipping back into unconsciousness. In her half-conscious state, she heard movement near the wall. Leaning closer, she hoarsely inquired, "Is anyone there?" A knocking sound resonated from the wall again, bringing her joy. "Hello, do you know where this is?" Liu Nian anxiously questioned the person beside her. A frail voice responded for the other side. "Do you remember coming here before? Last time, you thought you were watching a show." "Bye." Liu Nian recognized the voice. "Bye. How are you? Are you okay?" The voice from the other side fell silent for a moment. "Yes, it's me." Tears streamed down Liu Nian's face uncontrollably as she pounded on the wall, as if this could shatter the barrier between them. "I'm perfectly fine. But how is your voice? Shouting so loudly has disturbed my sleep." Liu Nian had no mood for jesting, but knowing that Bai was with her and that he was well was enough. She sighed deeply, sliding down the wall in exhaustion. "Are we going to die?" "Yes." "I didn't expect things to escalate so quickly." Liu Nian raised her hand, noticing that her ring was still there, along with the colorful bracelet. She touched her ear, realizing that the useless earring had vanished. "You should rest a bit." Liu Nian surveyed her surroundings and noticed a pile of dry straw, commonly seen in prison dramas. Before lying down upon it, the person nearby fell silent. The following day, Liu Nian awakened in a daze, her throat painfully swollen. "Bai?" She managed to emit a faint sound. Due to her loud cries from the previous day, her throat had become inflamed and painful. "What is wrong?" At last, the other person responded, bringing her some relief. "When can we leave?" After uttering this, Liu Nian rubbed her throat. "I am waiting for AC to rescue me. I had long anticipated Jelly's rebellion, so I conferred with AC to seek out Jidan. Once he receives the news, he will come to our rescue." Liu Nian rubbed her face, attempting to awaken her senses, gazing in the direction of the wall. "So, you've kept me by your side these past few days to protect me?" Liu Nian awaited a reply, but silence enveloped the other person. Just when she thought he would not respond, he spoke again. "The letter states that AC has been sent to rendezvous with Jidan, and he is likely to come for our rescue soon." Liu Nian wished to ask more, yet Bai declared that he was tired and needed to sleep for a while, urging Liu Nian to rest as well. Liu Nian, however, felt no fatigue. She faced the wall and repeatedly inquired, "Bai, are you asleep?" The other side offered no further response. Meanwhile, after confining Liu Nian and Bai, Jelly was appointed as the acting clan leader by the nobles. He attributed the wrath of the disaster deity Isimur and the sorcery killings of Inluan to Bai. There was no need to dwell on Inluan's actions, as she had merely followed the pact with her allies to assist the Light King in slaughtering the nobles. Now that she had surrendered to him, there was nothing left to discuss. Jelly sat upon the main seat, which had been replaced with a chair emblazoned with a flame totem. "Is it true that Prince Jelly intends to imprison the Light King in the Eternal Night Prison?" This was a question that all the nobles were eager to know. However, the Eternal Night Prison could not simply be opened at will. The last time it was opened was during the Light King's sealing of Caden. Another person posed a question. Jelly clasped his hands together, raising an eyebrow dangerously. He was tempted to silence these raucous individuals. The Eternal Night Prison required the combined strength of 4 bloodline princes. Missing even one would be impossible. Yet, to retrieve Luo Lin from the prison, he had to unlock its gates. Liu Nian lingered in the dungeon, lost in time, aware only that Bai had spoken to her less and less, and on this day, he seemed to have fallen completely silent. The head maid had been delivering meals. Initially, Liu Nian clung to the hope of enduring hunger, but since Bai had ceased to converse, she too had begun to fast. Liu Nian had contemplated the worst scenarios, but these thoughts were fleeting. She knew the Blood Clan did not perish, but merely fell into slumber. Leaning against the wall, Liu Nian's head tilted as she felt as though she were resting against Bai, who was on the other side. With her eyes closed and parched throat, she whispered, "Are you listening?" She tapped the wall, but there was no echo. Pausing, she continued to quietly confide in the unresponsive presence. fearing that if she ceased to speak, she might lose her chance forever. I am truly just an ordinary girl, unaware of why I have come to this world. She recalled the vast, snowy plains, the starting point of her journey. Initially, everything was fresh and exhilarating. Encountering diverse cultures filled her with insatiable curiosity. Liu Nian then thought of the green-skinned beings with pointed ears, who now seemed somewhat endearing in retrospect. As her memories deepened, her expression darkened. I believed I had made a friend, despite his constant intimidation, bullying, and exploitation. Yet, he would also risk everything to save me, introducing me to delectable treats I had never encountered before. Even when he thought I had failed my mission, he did not carry out the execution he had previously threatened. She felt that his cruelty and sarcasm were merely facades, as he had once shown her his fragile side. Liu Nian spoke at length until her throat felt raw. Yet she yearned to continue. But I never expected that when I joyfully informed him I had brought back what he needed, he would mercilessly end my life. Unconsciously, Liu Nian placed her hand over her heart, as if that spot still held a gaping wound. That was my first death. Little did I know I would experience a second. After speaking so much, she began to cough, resting momentarily before continuing. At this moment, I am already quite content. I do like you. This is the truth. Perhaps I am enamored with the aloof Bo Hong, or perhaps it is the self-centered by that captures my affection. Yet I feel they are all part of you. The response remained absent. My first death was heart-wrenching, lonely, and sorrowful, yet this time with you by my side. It feels comforting, serene, and liberating. My first death was so overwhelming that I could not think. The world plunged into darkness in an instant. However, this time, it has allowed me to reflect upon my life slowly. Is this what they call a lantern procession? Liu Nian wished to smile, but found herself unable to produce sound, only managing a few dry coughs. Her vision blurred, her voice dried to the point of silence, her breath escaping her body. I hear it. I hear the sound of rain. I don't think I ever mentioned it, but I adore rainy days, just as I love you. Just before closing her eyes, she seemed to glimpse a pair of leather shoes. Liu Nian strained to look up, as if she could see the one she had once feared immensely. What was his name again? Liu Nian closed her eyes, feeling an immense void approaching her. She remembered. That person was the god of prophecy, Samuel. Chapter 82. Hatred. After arranging various clan affairs, Jelly spread rumors about the Light King's cruelty and his murder of the goddess of dawn. This news, once released, would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the various peoples of the Atlas continent. At that point, even if Lavanda and Lavinda did not wish to open the Eternal Night prison, they would be compelled to do so. The headmaid reported that Liu Nian had recently refused to eat. Initially, it was thought that starving her for a few days would compel her, given Liu Nian's instinct for self-preservation, to eat. However, after 3 days of persuasion, Liu Nian remained obstinate. Coincidentally, Jelly intended to visit his brother, but held no significance for him, and he would surely seek an opportunity to draw Bo Hong out, allowing him to taste the anguish he had once sought in vain. At this moment, Jelly stood at the dungeon's entrance, listening intently to Liu Nian's every word. His fists clenched tightly, his mind filled with visions of Luo Lin smiles, a means to mask his guilt towards Liu Nian. By the time he finally mustered the courage to take a step forward, Liu Nian had long since fallen silent. He hurriedly moved to Liu Nian's side, checking her breath. Thankfully, she was still alive. Just as Jelly prepared to leave, Liu Nian awoke, gripping his arm tightly. "You're awake? I thought you'd starve to death after days without food." Liu Nian was still in shock. She had indeed seen the god of prophecy. Yet how could it be Jelly? Jelly assumed Liu Nian was glaring at him, when in fact, she was scrutinizing him closely. No, it can't be Jelly. Gritting her teeth, she recalled that she could barely lift her hand from hunger. Why did she now feel invigorated instead? Had she truly not been mistaken? Was it really the god of prophecy, Samuel? What is wrong? Are you seeking my favor? She scoffed sarcastically, releasing Jelly's arm. Is you who should be pleading with me? Last time, I nearly died and became the goddess of dawn. This time, I wonder what identity I will return with. Jelly cast a fleeting glance at Liu Nian's ring. He had once attempted to remove it while Liu Nian was in a state of unconsciousness. Yet the ring resisted his every effort, protecting her fingers from even the slightest harm. I could sever your fingers. Let's see how you would resurrect then. Liu Nian's complexion shifted, but she soon managed a nonchalant smile. I've already told you, I am not of this world. If you kill me, I merely return to my own realm, a fate I would welcome. Her defiance remained undeterred. Jelly stepped back, asserting, it is not I who seeks your demise. It is you who courts death. He kicked aside the food the head maid had brought for Liu Nian, declaring, since you refuse to eat, I shall not summon anyone to deliver it again. As he scrutinized Liu Nian's ring, a thought struck him. Oh, by the way, do you know where Isen is gone? True to form, Liu Nian, who had just closed her eyes to avoid his gaze, immediately opened them wide. You are no match for Isen. You cannot harm him. His departure was not orchestrated by me, but Jelly crouched down to meet her gaze, his expression betraying an uncontainable excitement, akin to a mischievous child reveling in a successful prank, as he taunted the beleaguered girl. But I know the reason for his disappearance. Jelly's earlier words echoed in Liu Nian's mind, nearly suffocating her. The Wu clan's Inji Ascension ritual demanded that dissenters endure the gruesome punishment of having their eyes gouged out and tongues severed. Upon learning this, Isen rushed to the Wu clan to intervene, though Inji had already established barriers around the clan. However, Isen's abilities surpassed those of Inji, rendering those barriers ineffective against him. Yet, despite his power, Isen could not prevent the unfolding tragedy. Liu Nian clenched her mouth tightly, struggling to breathe, forcing herself to rise. I will kill her. Her voice emerged hoarse, as if squeezed from her throat, and the earlier stubbornness morphed into sheer rage. Upon hearing her declaration, Jelly vanished from her sight, leaving Liu Nian once again alone in the desolate dungeon, her vulnerability laid bare. His words reverberated in her ears. I have threatened Isen with your life. After enduring torment, he has found himself trapped in another realm, the destination of which remains unknown to us. Oh, and I also severed his hands, rendering him incapable of casting spells. Liu Nian stifled her cries, crouched on the ground, her hands clutching her chest tightly. Just a moment ago, she had felt exhausted by this world, contemplating release. Yet now she resolved to survive. The one who had bestowed upon her kindness, patience, and protection, she would avenge him. Approaching the food that Jelly had overturned, she mechanically brought it to her lips, her face ashen. She could not perish. She must not perish. Isen, do you know Isen? Liu Nian struggled to contain her emotions. But the dam broke, and she sought solace in speaking to Bai. He is a cheerful boy, just my age, merely 20. As Liu Nian stared at the dust-covered food, she continued to feed herself, recalling how he had always aided her, cared for her, without a hint of complaint. The silent dungeon echoed only with her voice. It is all my fault. Had I not appeared in the coffin meant for the goddess of dawn, had I not assisted Jelly in locating the heart, had I not come to this world, he would not have perished. He was merely a boy who would have remained foolishly guarding the temple of the goddess of dawn. At last, Liu Nian succumbed to her despair, weeping uncontrollably. It is all because of me. I would willingly sever my tongue, gouge out my eyes. Why harm him? I am not worthy. She pounded her chest in anguish, lamenting her worthlessness. Throughout the night, Liu Nian oscillated between laughter and tears, resembling a distraught young girl. Do not be disheartened, came Bai's gentle voice. Once we escape, I will help you exact your revenge. Liu Nian's expression remained devoid of emotion, her hands tracing bloodied lines on the wall. Bai's voice faded, leaving only Liu Nian, wide-eyed, fixated on the doorway. Even if no one came to her rescue, she would escape, even at the cost of her own life, ensuring Inji paid for her transgressions. Liu Nian was plotting, contemplating in the abyss of the dungeon, listening to the soothing sound of rain, envisioning the most vengeful thoughts of her life. The head maid felt a sense of satisfaction over the past few days. Despite Liu Nian's constant, resentful glares, she at least seemed willing to eat. Once all is concluded, Prince Jelly will release you, for outside the world proclaims you dead. Hence your confinement here. Liu Nian's gaze pierced the head maid's heart, who had never expected that the once naive girl would regard her with such venomous eyes. In here, I am not even living as a person. I have truly died. Must you torment yourself so? After cleaning up the dishes, the head maid observed Liu Nian, who remained unresponsive, staring blankly at the floor. With a deep sigh, the head maid added, "If you escape, do not return. You will not be able to exact your revenge." Yet, Liu Nian exhibited no reaction, resembling a mere automaton, focused solely on eating and staring vacantly. A creaking sound echoed as the iron door swung open once more. Mr. Lange's silhouette appeared before Liu Nian. She stared at him in astonishment. "Why are you here?" Chapter 83. Mr. Lange smiled faintly, not immediately freeing Liu Nian, but instead heading to the chamber where the Light King was imprisoned. Upon seeing the scene, he nearly crumpled to the ground. Bai's body lay on the floor, skin wrinkled, mouth ajar, resembling a desiccated corpse. The gaping void in his chest was a harrowing sight. Mr. Lange exerted considerable effort to steady himself. "Liu Nian," he called as she approached the iron bars. Mr. Lange gazed at her, then opened the cell door and stepped inside. Liu Nian took a moment to regain her composure. Tears, thought to have dried, surged anew. Mr. Lange raised his arm, using a small knife to cut into his skin, allowing several drops of blood to fall onto the Light King's lips. The radiant figure began to visibly recover. Bo slightly stirred his lips, his withered skin regaining some plumpness. As Bo lay in slumber, he sensed the revitalizing essence of blood, gradually regaining awareness. First moving a few fingers, then opening his eyes. Everything around him appeared crimson, and in that moment, Bo could only think of feeding. His gaunt body, coupled with his unervingly large eyes, fixated on the newly arrived Mr. Lange, his slightly parted mouth trembling, as if he were craving the flow of Mr. Lange's blood. Despite the terrifying appearance of the Light King, Mr. Lange sat up straight. He wished to speak, but ultimately remained silent, closing his eyes and surrendering himself. Bai lunged at Mr. Lange, biting into his shoulder. Fresh blood coursed down his throat, nourishing the desiccated form. Mr. Lange noticed Liu Nian lying on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Whether from pain or fear, he could not discern. Mr. Lange was willing to offer himself, for the Light King was also tied to Liu Nian. In the palace of the Light King, he was treated as a being inferior to even a servant. Despite serving the Light King himself, he was merely a desperate soul seeking honor through blood. Coming from a humble background, Mr. Lange had become a blood servant to the Light King at the tender age of 7, giving all his gains to his family. 2 years ago, his family succumbed to influenza, eliminating the need for him to serve as a blood slave. Mr. Lange left the palace of the Light King, seeking to engage and work within his capabilities, content to sustain himself. Having entered the palace at 7, he remained unaware of the terrors and rules of the outside world. Due solely to having served the Radiant King, the outside Blood Clan relentlessly demanded from him, sometimes to the brink of despair. As a servant of the divine race, although humans held a lowly status, they remained prideful, looking down upon and even ostracizing those who willingly offered their blood. Mr. Lange faced repeated setbacks and, in desperation, returned to the palace of the Radiant King with a bold demeanor. Having been drained by other blood clans, he was cast aside, only to fortuitously encounter the returning Radiant King. The king chose to keep him by his side, despite the unfeeling nature of his guards and the tastelessness of his meals. Mr. Lange bore no complaints, knowing the king cherished tranquility and cleanliness. Regardless of whether it was his turn to serve, he would ensure he was impeccably clean. While the king dined, he would stifle his own pain, refusing to utter a sound. Mr. Lange believed that as a human, one should be grateful and repay kindness. And that was all he could do. Time passed swiftly, and a maid named Liu Nian appeared among the servants, responsible for overseeing blood slaves like him. She would take him to play in the small garden and would lament the king's actions to him. At that time, he also realized that the king had changed, perhaps due to the additional ring on his hand. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for in that moment, another who wished for his survival had entered his life. Liu Nian would secretly add some oil to their meals, increase the hot water during their baths, and after their service, she would bring ointment and bandages to tend to their wounds, inquiring about their pain and shedding tears for them. This was something Mr. Lange had never witnessed anyone do for them, even though he knew he was not the exceptional one. He secretly regarded Liu Nian as the special person in his life. Later, the maid Liu Nian disappeared, only to reappear as the goddess of dawn, now addressed with reverence throughout the palace. Mr. Lanja was overjoyed, realizing that the goodness he had received was bestowed upon him by the goddess. Subsequently, he encountered the former radiant king again. He had returned, yet bore a heavy heart, still adorned with that ring. Mr. Lanja suddenly recognized that the ring was identical to the one worn by the goddess. In due course, Mr. Lanja had not served the king for a long time, and he heard rumors that the king had slain the goddess of dawn and was imprisoned. He could hardly believe it. Despite his lowly status and the disdain he faced, he relentlessly sought the truth. A Blood Clan warrior informed him that the goddess was not dead. The king was imprisoned with her. The warrior also warned him that calamity had not yet concluded, and should it return, Prince Grell would mobilize forces from Irakis for the safety of the Blood Clan territory. Mr. Lanja committed this to memory, waiting and hoping, even beginning to pray for the arrival of calamity. One day, he encountered a woman who told him that she had come to see him because his call had been too compelling. She inquired about his desires, and Mr. Lanja expressed his wish to save Liu Nian and to summon calamity. Thus, calamity once again unfolded. On the day calamity struck, he arrived. He came to rescue his benefactor and his goddess. Mr. Lanja collapsed to the ground, tears soaking the earth. In his eyes was the gradually awakening radiant king. Bohong had absorbed enough blood and finally regained his senses, just as Mr. Lanja fell, pallid and breathless. Bohong recognized him. He was a blood slave, typically quiet. Grell would not send a slave at such a moment. Thus, this man's appearance was either to kill him or to save him, and it was evidently the latter. Time was of the essence. Lanja gently laid Mr. Lanja on the ground, then stepped out of the cell. Liu Nian heard a heavy thud. In her heart, she knew it was Mr. Lanja's body. Within half a minute, the one she had longed for appeared before her. Chapter 84. Arrival at the fishing village. Upon Grell's return to Irakis, he was informed by the guards at the dungeon that the Radiant King had escaped, taking the goddess of dawn with him. All that remained in the dungeon was the corpse of a blood slave named Lanja. Grell was furious, ordering that Lanja's body be dismembered. It was my negligence. I will capture both of them immediately. Laura stood before the main table, lowering her head in acknowledgement of her guilt. Grell did not direct his anger towards her. A citywide manhunt was launched for the Radiant King and Liu Nian. After Laura acknowledged the order, she hurried to take action. Grell pondered where they might hide. Both Bai and Bohong were formidable adversaries. A mere fraction of his forces would be insufficient to contend with them. Should they ally with other princes, they would undoubtedly return. Much like last time when Caden was imprisoned in the Eternal Night dungeon. Instruct Laura to focus on the beast clans of Cheong, Jiereich, and Kuluo Li. The doorkeeper complied and went to inform Laura, leaving Grell alone in the room to contemplate. Now the Radiant King was the target of universal scorn. He could not possibly remain exposed to public scrutiny. Even with Liu Nian by his side, he could not turn the tide. Xan was absent, and Liu Nian was not the true goddess of dawn. Bohong brought Liu Nian to a small town on the outskirts of Irakis, near the Sea of Time. The closest location to the Tower of Time, populated predominantly by the elderly who resided there in retirement. Due to its remote location, few recognized him as the Radiant King or Liu Nian. Recently, it seemed that many Blood Clan members had come to Irakis. Two elderly men by the seaside were chatting while fanning themselves, discussing how the Radiant King had murdered the goddess of dawn and that a human named Liu Nian had aided his escape. Of course, I am aware. However, the influx of Blood Clan members makes me quite uncomfortable. The fall of the goddess, once more, and the frequent calamities signify divine retribution. The other elder echoed this sentiment, expressing his disdain for the Radiant King. Look at the Tower of Time over there. Ever since the first fall of the goddess of dawn, her second son, Ai Boga Fu has guarded this tower. It was anticipated that upon the goddess' awakening, he would make an appearance, but alas, with her second fall, he remains absent. The two elders continued their idle conversation by the sea, oblivious to the young newcomer silently observing them from behind. Bohong did not linger long. He returned home with the freshly caught fish. Though the dwelling was humble, it was adequately equipped. "You're back," Liu Nian exclaimed. rising from her chair to greet Bo Hang's return, deftly taking the fish from his hands and proceeding to the kitchen. The only advantage of fleeing was the necessity to learn more survival skills. I've been able to eat my fill with fish these past few days. How about you? How have you been faring? You need not worry about me. Just take care of yourself, Bo Hang replied coldly, stealing a glance at Liu Nian's reaction. Liu Nian set down the fish she was preparing, leaning against the table to gaze at Bo Hang. He averted his eyes, about to step outside, when Liu Nian sighed, returning to her task of preparing the fish. You need not pretend. I know you are Bo Hang. I am not, he stubbornly replied. Why so defensive? Liu Nian asked, still focused on removing the fish scales. Why defensive? Because in prison, you thought to buy first. After finishing their meal, Liu Nian went to the market to sell the remaining fish, while Bai lay on the bed, deep in thought. The places where Lei Wind and Lai Winda were situated must be crawling with Grell's spies, for if it were Liu Nian, she would have sought them out immediately. The only entity currently not under Jelly's control is Jidan. AC must have already joined forces with Jidan, and now they simply need to proceed. What? Liu Nian has been killed? Jidan took refuge in a small town within the territory of the Shui tribe after being injured during a surprise attack on Bai. Upon his arrival, Wang Qianxian of the Shui tribe immediately offered assistance for his recovery and permitted him to bring his forces into the tribe. When Jidan learned that Kelluo Li intended to wage war against the Shui tribe, he sought out Lai Winda, aware of Jidan's whereabouts in the Shui tribe. Lai Winda instructed him to relay a message to Wang Qianxian, indicating that he could not avoid conflict with the Shui tribe. However, as long as the warriors of the Shui tribe cooperated, they could feign a war without losing a single soldier. Wang Qianxian consented, and both tribes publicly announced preparations for battle. Only those involved knew they were merely playing roles, while the warriors along the border even engaged in long discussions together through the night. Upon receiving news from AC, Jidan refrained from rushing to consult with Lai Winda, as Jelly's spies were likely everywhere. He could not reveal his whereabouts, and he was currently preparing to infiltrate Xiong Reich as a messenger between Lai Winda and Lai Windy. The Beast tribe was observing the conflict, hoping to benefit from the chaos, and they would undoubtedly relax their vigilance along the borders. If Bai managed to escape to the Beast tribe, he would be trapped. So Pa would certainly look forward to Bai entering Xiong Reich, where he could be ensnared and hunted. Thus, during a moment of laxity in Xiong Reich, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to send AC in as an informant. However, Liu Nian, Jidan sighed deeply and instructed those outside not to inform Wang Qianxian about this matter, as it was preferable to keep it concealed for the time being. Liu Nian, I hope you are born under the blessings of the gods at the sacred site of Anlais. Lai Winda polished his teacup, lost in thought, so much so that even the butler could not bear to witness his distraction. Your Highness, are you all right? Lai Winda did not respond, continuing to polish the cup, oblivious to his own thoughts. Your Highness? You have been polishing that cup for an entire afternoon. After several calls, Lai Winda finally snapped back to reality. Oh, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Is it because of the goddess of dawn? Please accept my condolences. If the goddess has awakened once, perhaps she can awaken a second time. Accepting the butler's comfort, Lai Winda instructed him to carry on with his duties and set aside the cup in his hand. Liu Nian's death is simply impossible. Reflecting on past memories, he was certain that the individual who had appeared in his and Lai Windy's past was indeed Liu Nian. Perhaps Liu Nian was not dead. This could all be a pretext for rallying the clans against the Light King. As a prince, if the clans unanimously demanded the confinement of the Light King within the Eternal Night prison, then even if he were reluctant, he would have no means of evasion. Jelly wished to imprison Bo Hang in the Eternal Night prison. The Eternal Night prison required the strength of 4 princes to unlock, apart from Bo Hang. Or, as he should now be called by, all the prince's assistance would be needed. Lai Windy was a stubborn individual. He kept Liu Nian to persuade Lai Windy to assist. But what of Jidan? Jidan would not easily forgive betrayal of friends and kin, even when the clans might blame Jidan. He would not aid Jelly in unlocking the Eternal Night prison. Jidan must be closely monitored, for Jelly's next step would surely be to employ any means necessary to compel Jidan to act on his behalf. Chapter 85. Already married, Jelly had just dealt with a disaster in a town and returned to the Light King Palace utterly exhausted. There was still no news of Bai and Liu Nian. However, it mattered not, for the anger of the clans had reached its zenith. And many events he managed were in agreement to imprison the Light King in the Eternal Night Prison. After much contemplation, Jelly opened a drawer, revealing a fragmented ring within. The ring, even in the light, emitted a faint dark mist that slowly swirled, nearly wrapping around Jelly's fingers. He swiftly closed the drawer, vigorously rubbing his hands. "I apologize. Since you are unwilling, I shall have to control you." Jelly spoke ominously, his thoughts unclear as to which individual he referred. At this moment, in the hall of the witch tribe, Lian performed witchcraft before flower. With a wave of her hand, the flower bloomed and withered repeatedly. The nearby servant, Lin Lang, was puzzled yet dared not inquire. Since Lian became the tribe leader, he had served her faithfully, witnessing her prowess. He recalled those whom Lian had slain, causing a shiver to run through him. "Are you afraid?" Lian's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Lang quickly knelt, stammering, "I'm just a bit cold." "Then why are you kneeling?" Lian inquired, perplexed. Lin Lang hastily stood. "No, it's just, you are still afraid." Lin Lang knelt again, seeking mercy. "Why not speak the truth?" "Because I fear you may become angry." "Why would I be angry?" Lian clenched her fists. "The flower that blooms and withers ultimately still fades away." Since becoming tribe leader and confronting tribal matters, Lian had often found herself in confusion. She did not understand why lies existed, nor why disputes arose. The only thing she comprehended was that regardless of who it was, they would tremble in fear upon seeing her. Lian remained indifferent, perhaps even a little pleased. She had now learned the meaning of the word cruel. "Madam Lian, news has arrived from the Blood Tribe regarding the wanted notices for the Light King and Liu Nian." After conveying the message, the messenger was dismissed. Indeed, they had managed to escape. "Madam Lian, did you anticipate their escape?" "I did not know, yet I have always been aware," Lian replied, grasping the flower tightly in her hand. The petals transformed into black powder that seeped through her fingertips, commanding all that had transpired. After Lin Lang departed, Lian remained alone in the room, sitting vacantly in a chair, resembling a marionette bereft of commands, hollow and lifeless. The Beast Tribe also received news, and Pa joyfully drank wine. Although the Light King had fled, he had become a pariah, reviled by all, and the day to unlock the Eternal Night Prison was drawing near. As long as the Eternal Night Prison was opened, the continent of Italas would transform into a veritable hell on earth. Humming a tune, Pa celebrated exuberantly in his chamber, while those below ensured no one approached. Despite the distance, the imprisoned Lai Wendy sensed the merriment. "Is there good news from the Beast King today? You sound quite cheerful." The guard remained silent, for he himself was unaware. He felt quite frustrated. How long had this blood prince been confined, and how long had he stood vigil? The time for rest was scarce, while the prisoner within enjoyed rich feasts. It was unclear whether they were imprisoning the prince or torturing the guards. "Hold back your tears. The beast warriors never yield." Lai Wendy knew these individuals would not respond to him, yet he voiced his concern, sensing an ominous premonition. Liu Nian and Bai had long resided in this small town, where the elderly warmly welcomed the two newcomers. "Your name is Chun Chun, right? Little Chun Chun, you appear quite capable of enduring hardship." Chun Chun was Liu Nian's childhood name. Fearing exposure, he had chosen to escape under this alias. "MHM," Liu Nian nodded in response, quietly sitting by his fish stall. "By the way, do you have a boyfriend?" A vegetable vendor dragged a little stool beside Liu Nian, chattering away. "Just by looking at you, I could tell you'll bear sons. My boy is exceptionally tall and has a good temperament. Would you like to marry into my family?" "Oh, Ms. Huang, please don't say that." Another elder woman appraised Liu Nian and remarked, "This girl is so thin. She looks like she can only give birth to daughters. You should save your son for my daughter." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Liu Nian remained unfazed. The market was inherently lively, and thanks to her exceptional fishing skills, she was able to sell her surplus catch for other provisions, as well as for healing potions and food. Bo Hung, however, was stubbornly suppressing his hunger, his complexion growing increasingly pallid and his eyes reddening. Although he feigned rest with his eyes closed, Liu Nian noticed his condition. This child consistently purchased healing tonics, and Liu Nian pondered whether it was due to his unwillingness to eat properly, leaving him weak. Another elder woman settled beside Liu Nian, and upon hearing their conversation, she sighed in relief and joined in their laughter. As the day progressed, and Liu Nian prepared to leave with her nearly sold-out fish, another lady approached her with interest. This lady, fanning herself, was none other than the well-known matron of Lan's town, Madame Luo-Qing. Since Liu Nian's first day at the market, Madame Luo-Qing had purchased her fish, hoping to entice Liu Nian to return and become her daughter-in-law. Madame Luo-Qing is back again. Perhaps she truly wishes for you to be her daughter-in-law, the elder woman jested. Madame Luo-Qing simply smiled, her heart content with the remarks made by the woman. What brings you all here? Mr. Wang, one of the elderly men Liu Nian had conversed with by the seaside a few days prior, appeared, accompanied by his wife. Liu Nian greeted Mr. Wang and continued to tidy her stall. Madame Luo-Qing called out to Liu Nian, "Wait, Chun, I'll take all your fish today." Once more, she sought to win over the young maiden with her wealth. Mrs. Huang teased Mr. Wang. "What? You can't possibly believe that. What do you mean by that? What are you doing here today?" As Mrs. Huang gathered fruits from her stall, she beckoned Mr. Wang, who stood dumbfounded, to assist her. "Are you all trying to take Chun home as your daughter-in-law? I suggest you abandon that notion," Mr. Wang advised as he helped his wife with the vegetables. Glancing at the ladies, eyeing Liu Nian. "And what of you? Isn't your own daughter-in-law wishing for Chun to wed her son?" Mrs. Huang retorted, playfully pinching Mrs. Li, a fruit vendor nearby. "What? Chun? Haven't you told them?" Mr. Wang put down the vegetable bag, hands on his hips. Liu Nian, puzzled by the ongoing banter while packing fish for Madame Luo-Qing, queried, "What are you discussing? That you are already married?" Upon hearing this, the ladies immediately began to whisper amongst themselves. Madame Luo-Qing grasped Liu Nian's hand as she packed fish, exclaiming, "You are married?" Liu Nian stammered, unable to provide a clear answer. Her curiosity piqued. Perhaps Chun is too shy to say. All the fish she buys are caught by her husband from the Thames. Mr. Wang speculated more enthusiastically. "In my opinion, Chun's husband is far superior to your sons and grandsons. He is robust and handsome, though he seldom speaks. He possesses a commanding presence. Chun is fortunate to be wed." Liu Nian reflected that he must be referring to Bo Hong. After Bo Hong learned that Liu Nian had sold the fish he caught, he had been quite upset, and no amount of soothing could remedy his mood until Liu Nian's frequent fish consumption turned his face green, leading him to reluctantly accept her selling fish at the market. Liu Nian forced a laugh to alleviate the tension, awkwardly smiling amidst the skeptical gazes of the ladies. Yes, indeed. "Is he truly your husband?" Madame Luo-Qing inquired, her brow furrowing, displaying a look of disappointment akin to losing a treasured possession. "Isn't that so?" Liu Nian found herself conflicted. Should she affirm it? Bo Hong might deny it later, leaving her in an awkward position. Conversely, if she denied it, she would have to endure endless introductions and clarify her relationship with Bo Hong. Perhaps I should refer to him as my brother? Just as Liu Nian contemplated this, her hands, which were about to lift her burden, were intercepted, and her load was transferred to another shoulder. "Why are you here?" Bo Hong asked, his expression impassive. His hat pulled low, revealing only his mouth. The appearance of the subject of gossip drew attention, not just from Madame Luo, but from several other ladies who bent to catch a glimpse beneath the brim of his hat. Chapter 86. Life in the town. Liu Nian grasped Bo Hong's hand. "My husband is shy. We should take our leave now." Together, Liu Nian and Bo Hong hastily departed the market. The ladies were convinced that the capable and business-savvy girl they had their eyes on was now someone else's wife. Madame Luo-Qing, she commanded her servant to collect the fish, sighing as she exited the market. "Why didn't you mention that Chun has a husband earlier?" "Madame Luo-Qing must be heartbroken," another lady remarked. "And you mock her? You must feel disheartened yourself." A few women began to tease one another, and the market buzzed with life once more. Liu Nian took Bo Hong to a pharmacy where she purchased some herbs. Bo Hong found the scent of the herbs overwhelming and chose to wait outside. Upon returning home, Liu Nian prepared the herbs, grimacing as she consumed them. The ingredients included angelica, cooked romania, white peony, donkey hide gelatin, FOTI, and longan. For dinner, they had pumpkin and carrot. Are you trying to transform into a blood person with all this nourishment? Bo Hong inquired as Liu Nian chewed her food, barely swallowing before responding. This is all for you. Enjoy it, and keep your joy a secret. Bo Hong ruffled Liu Nian's hair, but remained silent, aware that he hadn't eaten in quite some time. After finishing her meal, Liu Nian wiped her mouth and sidled up to Bo Hong, swaying left and right. What are you up to? Bo Hong's gaze followed Liu Nian, causing him to feel dizzy. I'm not doing anything. I just wanted to stroll after eating. Bo Hong pulled Liu Nian to sit beside him, stopped fooling around. Liu Nian ignored him, even hanging on to Bo Hong, refusing to let go. Rather than forcefully pull her away, Bo Hong allowed her to cling to him. Compared to the brightness outside, Bo Hong was like a tranquil spring, serene and beautiful. Liu Nian embraced Bo Hong, closing her eyes to relish this moment of contentment. Bo Hong gently wrapped his arms around Liu Nian's waist. In this moment, they cherished each other, enveloped in tranquility and sweetness, a moment of blissful serenity. That night, Liu Nian fell asleep, tossing and turning as if troubled by dreams. Bo Hong cradled her in his arms, soothing her by gently stroking her back until she finally settled into a peaceful slumber. Liu Nian sat by the seaside, waiting for Bo Hong to return from fishing. Bo Hong was currently with Mr. Wang, searching for fishing spots, while Liu Nian sat alone on the rocks, appreciating the tranquility of time. Amidst the vastness of the sea, Liu Nian felt overwhelmed, just as she could no longer contain her urge to leave. She thought she heard someone calling her name. A youthful, cheerful voice emerged from beneath the rocks. Liu Nian leaned over to look down, spotting a young man who appeared to be around her age. Hello, I'm Chris. What is your name? Hello, Liu Nian replied cautiously. I'm Chun Chun. Kun Kun, Chris exclaimed, clearly surprised, and swiftly climbed up the rocks with ease. Liu Nian found it puzzling that he reacted so astonished upon hearing her name, and her desire to leave momentarily waned. Chris beamed at Liu Nian, his radiant smile akin to the blinding sun, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Squinting, Liu Nian asked, What do you want with me? So you are Chun Chun, Chris exclaimed, brushing dirt from his clothes as he attempted to approach Liu Nian, who instinctively stepped back. Chris awkwardly halted his advance. Do you know me? You called my name with such surprise just now. Of course I know you. At the market, Chun Chun, who sells fish, caught Chris's attention as he noticed Liu Nian's puzzled expression. You know Ms. Luo Qing, right? Chris inquired. Yes, Liu Nian thought to herself. Could it be? Yet it was indeed that very possibility. I am Ms. Luo Qing's son, Chris proclaimed with a radiant smile, which only intensified Liu Nian's embarrassment. I have hardly seen the outside world since childhood, especially not outside Ms. Luo's home. Meeting you today feels like fate, Chris said, stepping closer to Liu Nian with excitement. I already have a husband. Liu Nian quickly distanced herself, thinking, you mustn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts. However, Chris did not mean it that way. No, I did not intend that. I simply lack friends and wish to make one, he clarified. I do not need that, Liu Nian responded, astonished by the abruptness of her refusal. Chris paused, his outstretched hand hovering in the air. Turning around, Liu Nian saw Bo Hong standing behind them. Bo Hong waved at Liu Nian, who promptly ran into his embrace. He nodded at Chris and left with Liu Nian in tow. Wait, Chris called out to them. You are outsiders, right? Liu Nian and Bo Hong's hearts sank, and Bo Hong slightly turned his head, a faint white light already shimmering in his hand, though it appeared less distinct in the daylight. Do you wish to settle here, or will you leave again? Chris asked. Why do you want to know that? Bo Hong's voice was icy, reminiscent of the aloof Guang Wang Liu Nian had first encountered. After a moment's contemplation, Chris replied, If you leave, could you take me with you? I wish to escape this place. And why is that? Bo Hong inquired, the light in his hand dimming slightly. I yearn to see the outside world, but Ms. Luo Qing is always reluctant to let me go. Chris glanced around, taking a few steps forward, whispering, I know who you are. I can help you cross the town's checkpoint. If you can leave, why not go by yourself? Liu Nian remained wary of Chris, pondering why he, knowing their identities, would not betray them, yet still want to accompany them. I wish to go to the Wu tribe, but I do not know the way. As long as you take me to the Wu tribe, I promise not to report you. Liu Nian was about to say something more when Bo Hung gently grasped her arm, silencing her. All right, we will meet at the checkpoint in 3 days. Chris expressed his gratitude profusely, while Bo Hung and Liu Nian walked away without looking back. Why did you agree to him? Liu Nian questioned. He did not threaten me. Bo Hung replied, looking visibly uncomfortable as he rubbed his temples, veins protruding from his neck. Liu Nian had seen him like this more than once. Are you changing? Bo Hung nodded as he leaned against the wall, and Liu Nian helped him lie down on the bed. Bo Hung curled up in pain, the blanket crumpled around him. All Liu Nian could do was watch. Before long, Bo Hung fell silent. Liu Nian tidied the bed and adjusted Bo Hung's position. Suddenly, her hand was seized, and she found herself pulled into Bai's embrace. Oh, you're still alive, Bai said, holding Liu Nian tightly, allowing her to feel his slight tremor. Yes, not yet. Releasing Liu Nian, Bai sat up abruptly, surveying the surroundings. Where's this? A small fishing village, Liu Nian replied, stretching lazily and preparing for sleep. Noticing that there was only one bed in the room, Bai frowned discontentedly. You share a bed with that useless one? Liu Nian pondered how to respond. Bai stared at her for a long time, while Liu Nian gazed at the floor, deep in thought. Not hearing an answer, Bai did not press further. Let me hold you while you sleep, and I will forgive you. Chapter 87. We call this a door. Upon returning home, Chris listened intently for sounds, moving as quietly as a shadow. Where have you been? Did you not know I was worried? Indeed, Ms. Luo Qing had discovered him. Mother, your health is frail. What would happen if you encountered danger outside? Ms. Luo Qing approached Chris angrily, delivering a reprimand as he lowered his head in silence. Taking a deep breath, she softened. As long as you return safely, just promise me you will not leave without informing me again. I worry for you. Chris felt a surge of emotion and guilt. Yet he was determined to leave. He could not live this way forever. Mother, trust me, I will heal myself. Enough with the foolishness. Do not think about it. Liu Nian and Bai waited near the checkpoint for an extended period, from noon until the afternoon. Bai's expression grew increasingly grim as he suppressed his frustration. Liu Nian tugged at Bai's arm, continually offering reassurances. Perhaps they encountered some trouble on the way. Don't be angry, she said with a smile, soothing him gently. After a while, they finally heard Chris's voice. Hey, I'm here. Aware of his tardiness, Chris knelt on the ground, leaving Liu Nian and Bai bewildered, who had been on the verge of scolding him. Chris crawled a few steps forward. I'm sorry, I don't know why, but Ms. Luo Qing was particularly vigilant today, and I had to wait for an opportune moment to escape. I truly apologize. Bai scoffed, preparing to kick him. But Liu Nian intervened, just in time, patting Bai's back while glaring at the kneeling Chris. You don't know why? Liu Nian gestured to the large luggage behind Chris. Your load is bigger than you. Tell me why I would not notice it. Chris appeared to suddenly understand. I genuinely did not realize. I merely thought it was all useful. Bai shot a piercing glance at Chris, causing him to kneel once more as he attempted to explain his actions. Chris sensed that today, Guang Wang was different from their previous encounters. The earlier figure had been reserved and mysterious. Now, the Guang Wang radiated an aura of lethal intent. Enough with the needless chatter. Just get us out of here, Liu Nian urged Chris. Chris glanced at the guard stationed at the checkpoint and motioned for Bai and Liu Nian to follow him. When I escaped and wandered around, I discovered a hole on the far right of this checkpoint. So you want us to crawl through a dog hole? Liu Nian exhaled deeply, trying to suppress her temper. It's not that, Chris replied, his gaze evasive and his speech stammering. Such a large hole could not have been dug by a dog. Eventually, they stealthily arrived at the location Chris had mentioned, and after searching, he finally located the large hole. You call this a hole? Liu Nian approached the entrance, measuring it against her height. We all refer to this as a door. As Liu Nian stepped out of the town, she frequently glanced back, unable to believe she had truly crossed the checkpoint. Chris rummaged through his oversized bag and produced a map. Come look, where shall we go next? Helgala. Helgala is a small place in Bulgia, reputed to be bustling with merchants. Liu Nian had passed through there once while serving as the goddess of dawn. Bai, however, used his light to incinerate the map in Chris's hands, reducing it to ash. Chris raised his hands, bewildered. What need is there for a map? Bai dismissed him, urging Chris to keep up. Chris had never been outside before and likely had never traveled such a long distance. However, Liu Nian was utterly exhausted, and even Bai was beginning to feel fatigued, while Chris remained energetic and sprightly. "Wait for me," Liu Nian gasped, squatting on the ground, furrowing her brow. "What's wrong? Are you too tired?" Chris walked back to offer her water. "We have already rested many times. Chun, your stamina is truly lacking," Liu Nian protested. "We've only taken 3 breaks, haven't we?" 3 breaks? After such a long journey, resting 3 times is quite excessive, don't you think? Chris retorted, clearly unimpressed. "Such a short distance? Have you asked how long Bai has been walking?" Liu Nian, panting heavily, took a gulp of water that nearly choked her. Bai quickly interjected, "It has been 5 hours. Regaining her breath, she pointed at Bai and addressed Chris. "Listen, it has already been 5 hours. Are you made of iron? Aren't you tired?" Liu Nian rubbed her ankle, realizing that while the path could be deemed easy, it was fraught with countless small pebbles. There were no large pits, yet each step seemed to encounter a tiny dip, causing her to stagger as if she were just learning to walk. She had already stumbled several times due to her weak legs. "Aren't you going to take a break?" she asked, massaging her legs. Bai approached and sat beside her, hesitating to reach out. Chris, carrying a large backpack, showed no signs of fatigue, exclaiming, "No, I thought we had only been walking for a few minutes." Liu Nian nearly leaped up to confront him. "What nonsense is that? A few minutes?" Chris looked genuinely aggrieved, insisting that was how he felt. After a brief rest, as Liu Nian struggled to rise, the sky had darkened. Chun, look at you, resting for so long, and it's already dark," Bai observed. She scanned their surroundings and decided, "Let's rest here for the night. This place is relatively secluded compared to others and may help us evade the pursuit of the Nightwalker Blood Clan." Upon hearing that they would be resting, Chris rummaged through his 1-meter-80 backpack and produced a blanket and a quilt. Liu Nian stared at him in astonishment, as if he had moved his entire home with him. "You packed so much and aren't tired at all?" Chris nodded, affirming his lack of fatigue. Noticing Liu Nian's barren surroundings, Chris, out of sympathy, offered her a quilt. However, the moment the quilt reached Liu Nian's hands, Bai suddenly appeared between them, arms crossed and silent. Though his intentions were unmistakable, he too wanted a quilt. Chris blinked innocently at Liu Nian, signaling her frantically. Liu Nian, feigning ignorance, turned and dashed away, flinging the quilt onto a flat spot before lying down. Just as she was about to make a face to annoy Chris, she noticed Bai standing beside her quilt. Liu Nian tightened her grip on the quilt discreetly. Yet Bai effortlessly lifted Liu Nian, then nestled himself beneath the quilt. "How could you not find them?" Greg scolded Laura vehemently. "You said they were in Lancy Town, and now you can't locate them? They might have already fled. Some say 2 outsiders did indeed come, but they've since left. Then why did you come back to find me? Go pursue them." Laura nodded and departed, leaving Greg to collect his thoughts in the chair. "I must capture you and avenge Roland." Time passed, and in a hazy slumber, Liu Nian felt Bai embrace her. She grunted for a while, unable to sleep, and turned to gaze at the night sky, realizing Bai was also awake. "Can't you sleep? I never slept during my time on the run." "A sad past, perhaps?" Liu Nian pondered before asking. "When did you first appear? During your time on the run? Why were you fleeing?" Expecting Bai to refuse to answer or become angry, she was surprised when he responded without hesitation. "I appeared amidst despair, guilt, and fear." Chapter 88. The birth of Bai was a brutal war. Brothers turned against each other, and public discontent surged. As the eldest son, the impetuous Bo Hung ventured to the battlefield in search of the Light King, hoping to quell the conflict, but was captured due to his inadequacies. His uncles, devoid of familial affection, bound him with wisteria. To save his son, the Light King chose to sacrifice himself. "My dear nephew, are you unable to strike?" The Light King knelt, bloodied and battered. "If you kill your father, I shall set you free and promise not to harm your brother." Bo Hung trembled, clutching the wolf fang. "Kill me, for I am a worthless son." The Light King weakly raised his head. "You are my proudest son. The fault is not yours. Kill me to protect your mother and brother." Tears soaked Bo Hang's garment, and the wounds inflicted by the wisteria had yet to fade. He knelt before his uncles, begging for mercy. "Please kill me. I am willing to die in place of my father." The Light King attempted to intervene, but was kicked to the ground, rendered immobile. "Oh, my dear nephew, how pitifully you cry. It truly breaks my heart." Bohang's uncle, Liu Nian, forcibly turned Bohang's face toward the Light King. "Look at what your incompetence has done to your proud father. And now look at yourself. Tears and snot all over your face. Where's the dignity of a prince?" Bohang painfully grasped Luodan's hand, but Liu Nian hurled him to the ground. "Open your eyes and see this battlefield. Look at the one opposite you. Will your cries and pleas be heeded?" The Light King shouted, trying to motivate his son. "Bohang, in the name of your father, I command you to kill me." A nerve in Bohang's mind snapped entirely as he witnessed his father lunging forward, impaling himself upon the wolf fawn. The sound of Luodan's laughter echoed in his ears, and Bohang's eyes lost focus. "This is how I escaped." Bai recounted the moment of despair with a calm demeanor. He was merely a coward. It was not a matter of ability, but of compassion that led to his capture. Liu Nian remained silent, aching in her heart. Bai continued, "I nearly lost my life escaping from there. Once the Light King was dead, how could Bohang possibly survive?" His uncle simply did not wish to bear the stigma of having murdered the Light King to ascend. The stars twinkled in the sky, reflecting the fleeting clarity in Bai's blue eyes. After escaping, I instinctively sought out Greg. I paused, seemingly recalling that moment. He called me brother. Liu Nian sensed the infinite tenderness in Bai's voice as he spoke. Then I vanished, and when I awoke, I was still being pursued, caught in an endless cycle of sleep, awakening, and fleeing. Later, life on the run became somewhat stable. Bohang, now more composed, learned to control his emotions. And I did not resurface. Liu Nian grasped Bai's hand, offering silent comfort. "Greg must know by now." "What?" Liu Nian was puzzled. Had Greg not always been aware of Bai's existence? In truth, it was I who imprisoned Roland in the Eternal Night prison. Liu Nian was further bewildered. At that time, Ruoya sought the position of Light Queen, but Bohang, due to the circumstances, was unwilling to enter the battlefield. He always felt he was overreaching. Even if he couldn't defeat Caden, he only wished for his brother to be happy. As long as Bohang was present, neither Greg nor the girl he liked would be harmed. Thus, Ruoya scoured the Atlas continent for medicinal texts and discovered the Shuang Sheng herb, forcibly altering Bai and Bohang's personalities. Bai, unlike Bohang, had always declared his ambition to become the king of the Blood Clan, to dominate the Atlas continent. Hence, Ruoya exploited the ambitious Bai, mercilessly imprisoning Roland and Caden in the Eternal Night prison. Then, realizing she could not control Bai, Ruoya once again employed the Shuang Sheng herb, retrieving Bohang and threatening him with the revelation of the truth to Greg, informing him that the girl he liked, Roland, was actually a scheming spy, one who loved another man and was willing to die alongside him. To prevent Greg from being hurt, Bohang agreed to marry Ruoya as the Light King. The wisteria in Gulai's hand was crushed, and his own hand was injured, with blood trickling down his arm onto the ground. Yet Gulai felt no pain. Luoya was shackled to the wall, laughing maniacally. After Bai fled, Gulai interrogated Luoya, whom Bai had forbade anyone from approaching. Luoya screamed frantically, declaring that she would make Gulai suffer as he had never known before, and then revealed all the truths to him. Gulai was filled with rage for having loathed the wrong person, and his anger intensified at Luoya's deceit. He disregarded whether Luoya could withstand the torment from the wisteria and struck her fiercely. "Let us go." On the side, Lian silently observed every move Gulai made. He was enraged, sorrowful, and hysterical. Lian took note of all this, analyzing Gulai's emotions bit by bit. Perplexed by the depth of his fury, thus she sought to comprehend it. 3 days prior, Gulai summoned Lian to the Guangwang Dian, instructing her to divine the whereabouts of Bai and Liu Nian, which indicated a location near a water source. Laura went to confirm, but they had already departed. Lian remained at the Guangwang Dian to continue tracking Bai and Liu Nian, additionally assisting the head maid in treating Luoya. Why not simply kill her? By the time Lian arrived, Luoya had already endured Gulai's relentless fury. Madame Lian, it seemed Gulai wished for her to suffer worse than death. Suffer worse than death? Lian was baffled. It meant endless torment, more cruel than mere death. She recalled Kia's words. questioning whether her own cruelty towards her mother was indeed cruel. Yet, she had been loved since childhood. Liu Nian clung to Bai tightly, perhaps because of the cold. Liu Nian sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. I haven't cried myself, so why are you? Because you and Bo Hong are equally gentle. I could hardly believe her ears. Mentioning that good-for-nothing would send me into a rage. Liu Nian tightened her grip on Bai, evidently still somewhat frightened. You have ambition, claiming you wish to become king, but it is truly to protect your brothers. It? Only by becoming the strongest can you safeguard those you wish to protect. That is your thought. It? Moreover, your desire to become Guangwang is also for Bo Hong. I did not deny this, listening intently to Liu Nian's words. Bo Hong had once taken to the battlefield to end the war, filled with aspirations and ideals, yet fled after killing his own father. Thus, your ambition to become Guangwang also stems from Bo Hong. Bai laughed, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Indeed, all that Bo Hong feared must now be shouldered by her. Protecting her brothers, bearing the responsibilities of Guangwang. All of it was an indelible mark etched upon her soul since birth. You're quite perceptive. Flattered by the compliment, Liu Nian's mood lightened, and she chuckled softly. However, Bai's expression turned serious. Let us talk about you. What troubles you? Liu Nian did not understand Bai's inquiry, but Bai grasped Liu Nian's hand, gazing into her eyes. You have changed. You no longer radiate the same cheerfulness, have you? Chapter 89. An ailment of that nature. Upon hearing this, Liu Nian fell silent, burying her face in Bai's embrace. Did you all notice? I patted her back. I believe so. Liu Nian released Bai's hand, shifting to wrap her arms around Bai's waist, her entire body leaning against Bai. I could feel warm tears streaming onto her. Liu Nian continued to sob quietly. That night, Liu Nian said nothing, and Bai refrained from asking further, merely offering comfort by patting Liu Nian's back. The following morning, the three set off towards Helgala. Chris noticed Liu Nian's eyes were swollen and wanted to inquire, but was met with a glare from Bai. Pouting, Chris felt wronged, unsure of what he had done wrong. By the way, why are we heading to that hell-something place? Chris pondered, switching to a different question. Helgala, Liu Nian corrected him. Right. Why are we going to that Helgala? Oh, my little temper, it is Helgala, Liu Nian shouted at Chris. I got it, Chris replied, startled by Liu Nian's outburst. I was merely asking why we were going to that place. Helgala is a marketplace bustling with merchants and a dense population. And while there is a risk of being recognized, it is the best town to successfully blend in with the traders heading to It. After Gulai once again vented his pent-up anger, he summoned Lian. What news? Gulai closed his eyes briefly, his rising and falling chest gradually calming, finally achieving tranquility. The wounds have been treated. The head maid is attending to the rest, and it will heal within a day, Lian replied dutifully. I didn't mean that. Gulai frowned. I meant have you divine their whereabouts? Where are they now? Lian nodded leisurely. There are results. They are likely not alone, as a third party seems to have joined them. Who? AC or Jidan? I am unsure, but it is certain they are in Bo Ergia. In Bo Ergia? Gulai's fingers drummed impatiently on the table. They must be there to seek Lai Wanda. He called for Laura and Lian, instructing them. They will likely head to Helgala, where although the crowd is thick and the eyes many, the merchants passing through are numerous and unfamiliar faces are common. Thus no one will pay attention. Lian, you return to It and intercept them. You will reach faster from Misty Village near the secret forest to Fan Air Town than they will from the coastal merchants. Laura, you pursue them along the merchant's path directly to Helgala. The two departed to carry out his orders, while Gulai's emotions began to rise once more, fire flickering in his eyes as he angrily shattered items on the table. Lying back in his chair, he suddenly recognized the impulsiveness of his previous actions. Opening the drawer again, he gazed at the ring nestled within. Though incomplete and dull, it seemed to beckon him to observe it more closely, encouraging Gulai to touch it. Just as he was about to grasp the ring of destruction, Lian approached and called out to him, Prince Gulai. With a resounding thud, Gulai slammed the drawer shut. What is it? Why haven't you left? Feeling the aura of the ring, he turned to see Gulai, on the brink of being tempted by it. Gulai rubbed his temples, feeling utterly fatigued. This ring was indeed perilous, ensnaring anyone with even the slightest wicked thought. I will keep it at a distance. You need not worry. Gather yourself and go pursue Guangwang. Lian did not leave, but instead moved closer to the drawer. Opening it, Gulai had been suffering from severe headache, constantly rubbing his head, even as Lian began to toy with the ring in her hand. He remained oblivious. Lian's eyes, dark and devoid of any light, mirrored the ring's ominous allure. Setting the ring down, the sound of closing the drawer jolted Gulai awake. He frowned, disallowing Lian to touch the ring. Unfazed, Lian advised him to be cautious and not to be beguiled by the ring. Chris, stroking his little mustache, laughed brilliantly. I didn't expect there to be such a legendary fake mustache. Chris examined himself in the mirror, thoroughly pleased. The merchants, greedy and numerous, received all the money Bai had brought, readily agreeing to travel with them. Liu Nian and her companions followed the merchant caravan, swiftly navigating through one small town after another. When I, the goddess, come a tour, I had no idea Bo-Erjia had so many places. How much longer until we can blend in with the Wu clan? Soon, Chris replied, laden with a massive backpack. Upon hearing his voice, Liu Nian turned and was taken aback. I think you alone could support the entire caravan. Your backpack is dragging on the ground, larger than you. Aren't you tired? I'm not tired. It's just how we are in my clan. How can one be so vigorous, yet frail and sickly? Where lies the weakness? With a lightness in his step, Chris, burdened by a hefty pack on his back, might easily be mistaken for someone who has just returned from a successful lunar expedition, as if gravity had lessened. Liu Nian pondered for a moment, then took a few steps back to align himself with Chris. Brother, after much contemplation, I believe your condition is anything but ordinary. Are you feigning it? I am not feigning, Chris replied, somewhat agitated. Why would I lie about something like this? I yearn for freedom. Why would I confine myself? Then there is but one explanation, Liu Nian said, his gaze gradually lowering. As he approached a crucial point, he quickly averted his eyes, patting Chris on the shoulder with a serious tone. There is nothing I can do. Although I once held the title of Goddess of Dawn for a time, I doubt even a goddess could cure your affliction. Chris became even more animated. What are you saying? Where are your eyes looking? Unable to endure Liu Nian's pitying gaze, Chris ran off to complain about. Brother, did you hear that? This woman is violating me with her eyes. She is being lewd towards me. With a look of feigned innocence, Liu Nian wished he could snatch an Oscar statuette to award Chris for his performance. Upon hearing Chris's words, Bai turned to Liu Nian with a piercing glare. What did you do to him? Chris, behind Bai, made a face at Liu Nian, his tail of triumph wagging high. Liu Nian, however, remained unfazed, already prepared with a counter. I haven't done anything to him. I merely lament his condition. At such a young age, afflicted with such ailments, yet you are the best of us, strong and valiant. Chris did not anticipate Liu Nian's retort. Bai had already overheard their banter and was merely indulging them to alleviate his own boredom on the journey. You know about this? Well, it's quite evident, Liu Nian replied, his tone overly dramatic, prompting Bai to feel an itch to slap him, yet he decided retreating from the fray was wiser. With that thought, Bai approached Chris, insisting that he resolve his own issues. He too glanced at a certain part of Chris's anatomy, much to Chris's embarrassment, reddening his face as he shot a glance at Liu Nian that seemed to say, "You win this round." Liu Nian mischievously stuck out his tongue at Chris, returning a look that said, "Sister is unafraid. Come challenge me." The electric tension between them was palpable until Bai suddenly appeared behind Liu Nian, lifting her and kicking Chris far away. Before Liu Nian could react, several fiery projectiles flew past her, crashing into their previous location. The merchants scattered in panic, the owner risking his life to salvage his goods. Forget it, Bai said, setting Liu Nian down in a concealed spot. You're immune. I'll check on Chris. Liu Nian nodded, and Bai vanished in an instant. She focused her gaze towards the source of the flames and was startled to discover Laura's figure. How had Laura tracked them down so accurately? Bai materialized beside Chris, whose back was already stained with blood. Did I kick that hard? It's fine, it's fine. Chris replied, his face ashen. This is my condition. A mere bump can cause excessive bleeding. Don't worry about me. Go protect Liu Nian. Bai led Chris to a shadowy area. Though he knew this would not be effective, the vampires could track him through his blood scent. It would buy some time, preventing them from discovering Chris. Stay here. I'll be back shortly. Chris nodded slowly. Truth be told, the wound on his back was excruciating. Yet he couldn't afford to be a hindrance at such a crucial moment. Chapter 90. Pursuit. Several individuals had set out to find Liu Nian. Aware of her limitations, Liu Nian nonetheless picked up nearby objects, hurling them at her pursuers, hoping to delay them. Ah! The surrounding crowd screamed as they fled the scene, some even stealing a few goods from the merchant cart as they escaped. Laura and her team located them and spotted Chris. However, Laura did not recognize him, mistaking him for an injured merchant merely passing by. She turned her attention back towards Liu Nian. Bai constructed a luminous barrier to shield Liu Nian, calmly assessing the situation. Upon seeing the number of adversaries, he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. His brother was either too confident or underestimated his own capabilities. The group found themselves separated by the light barrier. One wind user attempted to cleave through it with a wind blade, but to no avail. The earth-powered vampires soon arrived, raising rocks at the barrier's location to break through. Before they could enter, Bai had already dashed out through the opening he had created, catching them off guard. The earth-powered vampire managed to block Bai's attack, but several others wielding water and wind abilities met a grim fate. Bai's eyes glowed a blood red as he wore a long-forgotten, bloodthirsty grin. Just when I was getting bored, you decided to show up. Laura's strength was enhancement. She could not penetrate Bai's defenses. Bai unleashed several light blades towards the remaining vampires, who retreated to shield themselves from the onslaught. Unbeknownst to them, Bai had erected another light barrier behind them, causing several to perish in searing agony. Laura, disregarding everything else, dodged the light orbs and blades Bai hurled, while keeping a watchful eye on Liu Nian's position and Bai's intent to erect another barrier. With a few leaps, she closed the gap to Bai, delivering a punch that connected. Confident she had landed the blow, Laura was stunned to find Bai seemingly unaffected. Stepping back in shock while remaining on guard, she realized she had exerted all her strength, yet her strike bore no consequence. Bai, aware of Laura's confusion, feigned retreat. Suddenly, Laura understood the reason. Liu Nian was behind Bai. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "Damn that 3-meter distance," realizing she could only engage in close combat. And as long as Bai remained near Liu Nian, her abilities would be rendered useless, while Bai could attack her from a distance, leaving her at a distinct disadvantage. The two were locked in a stalemate. Laura reflected on her punch. It had landed squarely on Bai, yet he had not used his light to defend, which was impossible if he had not reacted in time. The absence of a burning sensation indicated her hand had also been within the range of his immunity. With this revelation, Laura displayed a victorious smile and swiftly closed the distance between them, standing face to face with Bai. Bai did not retreat. He had expected Laura to approach him, knowing he could not evade her due to Liu Nian's presence behind him. Laura lunged again, aiming a punch at Bai's face, which he caught before delivering a kick that sent her sprawling. Undeterred, Laura persistently charged at him. Yet she was no match for the Light King. Laura collapsed to the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration. She had assumed that with both of them stripped of their powers, she would prevail, only to find herself bested in a fair fight. Bai effortlessly dealt with Laura, showing no signs of injury, while Laura lay bloodied and defeated. Bai urged Liu Nian to distance herself from him, intent on obliterating Laura, but Liu Nian refused. "Let her go. Let us leave." Bai was riding high on excitement and dismissed Liu Nian's plea. "Is your heart swelling with compassion? He showed no mercy when he attacked me. What if he were jelly?" "He is not," Bai replied, pausing momentarily. "For Yexion's sake, I will undoubtedly seek vengeance against Lan and Jelly." Liu Nian's eyes burned with hatred as she gazed resolutely at Bai, asking, "What will you do then?" Bai stood firm, meeting her gaze. "I will absolutely stop you. Then let us spare her this time. She was once my friend." Bai turned his neck with a furrowed brow, clearly feeling troubled. "Go find Chris. We shall depart shortly." Seeing that Bai had decided to spare Laura, Liu Nian felt reassured and went off in search of Chris. Bai grasped Laura's hair, forcing her to meet his gaze while she lay on the ground. "I have never shown mercy to those who pursued me. You are not an exception. Liu Nian is." Releasing his grip on Laura's hair, Bai returned to speak with Jelly. I acknowledge my own sins, but has he forgotten that Bei Hong resides within my body? Although he loathed to admit it. Sharing a body with such a worthless individual was a bitter pill to swallow, yet he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. He did not wish to turn against his own brother. Laura, consumed by resentment and humiliation, staggered to her feet and struck Bai with a punch, which he did not evade. Her feeble fist connected with him, and despite her weakening legs, Laura stood resolutely. It is all your fault. If you could shoulder your responsibilities, my parents would not have perished. Laura's voice was a desperate scream, condemning Bei Heng's heartlessness and ineptitude. Bai endured Laura's blow, but refused to accept any baseless accusations. You are not angry with me. Clarify your target next time. He departed without a backward glance. Laura knelt on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of her comrades, as if she had been transported back to that hellish battlefield, an indelible nightmare. Liu Nian had located Chris, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Liu Nian lifted Chris and rummaged through a large bag he had discarded, finding bandages and medicine. The bag contained an array of tools and remedies for treating wounds. Was there truly some hidden ailment? Why so many medicines? The numerous bottles and jars were overwhelming, and Liu Nian hurriedly searched for medications he could comprehend. The area was desolate, devoid of others, when Bai appeared like a savior. Why does the scent of blood not seem so potent? Bai sensed that Chris was on the brink of bleeding out, yet he was not overwhelmed by the corresponding odor. Chris has fainted. Come quickly and see what can help him. Bai was also uncertain about the purpose of these medicines, which had a pungent and unpleasant smell. He instructed Liu Nian to be silent, focusing intently on locating something, and at last he determined the correct course of action and swiftly moved. Liu Nian noticed Bai returning with someone, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was the caravan owner who had remained behind to protect his goods rather than flee. If you cannot heal him, I shall have you killed. The caravan owner trembled as he located the medicine for Chris and assisted in staunching the bleeding. Resembling a professional doctor, our caravan inevitably encounters injuries while traveling. This is a necessity forced upon us. Liu Nian, seeing that Chris was beyond the point of walking, anxiously asked Bai what their next step would be. Surely, there are more pursuers. Each town will surely hear the news, and only you will be able to escape. Bai unloaded one of the goods from a cart, allowing Chris to lie upon it. We shall continue towards the Wu tribe. If we proceed at full speed, we shall arrive in 3 to 4 hours. The doctors of the Wu tribe are plentiful, but we have already been exposed. How shall we pass? That depends on the caravan owner. The owner, distraught, leaned against his abandoned goods, and upon hearing the dreaded call from Bai, turned around, his expression one of willing compliance. The caravan owner personally drove the vehicle at a galloping pace to the border of the Wu tribe. Just as they had anticipated, there were 3 times the usual number of guards surrounding the area, with many hidden among the trees. Upon reaching the checkpoint, the caravan owner did not wait for the guards to inspect, but lay down on the ground, pointing in terror towards the direction of Borgia. Help! Help! The guards rushed to inquire what was amiss, and the caravan owner, employing every ounce of his acting skills, vividly recounted the battle they had faced in Borgia. Then that person turned to look at me, and realizing I had been discovered, I abandoned 2 carts of goods and ran for my life. He grasped the guard's hand fervently. Quickly, save me. They must be right behind me. The caravan owner's commotion caused the guards to completely forget about checking the contents of the cart. I shall report this. The caravan owner fervently stirred the pot. What is there to report? We are at your doorstep. Hurry and save the people. Yet no one heeded him. After the guard went inside to report, they bypassed the caravan to set up an ambush, while another group advanced. Seizing the opportunity, the caravan owner slipped through, urging the guards who were laying out formations to hurry, insisting, "He is almost here. I must flee. You must protect me." The naive soldiers nodded earnestly. Liu Nian could hardly believe how easily they had entered the territory of the Wu tribe. The caravan owner wiped his brow, saying, "You all should remain hidden in the cart. I am utterly exhausted." Chapter 91. Meeting Kia, the caravan owner brought them into the city and summoned a physician to examine Chris before returning to the cart, eager to take credit. This act is truly no easy feat. The caravan owner chuckled sheepishly. You have worked hard. Bai remained vigilant, not relaxing his guard, unwilling to disappoint the caravan owner, who was exuding an air of self-congratulation. Liu Nian timely echoed the owner. How did you so vividly portray fear, anxiety, and urgency? The caravan owner glanced back and forth between Bai and Liu Nian, replying with a knowing smile. Ah, you will understand once you are married. He raised an eyebrow at Liu Nian, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What does this mean? Is it that he fears his wife? Suddenly, Bai sensed the approach of a Blood Clan member, a presence he had vaguely detected at the checkpoint. The caravan owner hurriedly exited the cart to investigate, and Liu Nian overheard him speaking to someone before abruptly falling silent. Bai remained on high alert for some time before finally relaxing, lowering his hand that he had placed protectively in front of Liu Nian. She felt a sudden loss of security, quickly raising Bai's hand back in front of her. It was Kia. A figure entered the cart. It was none other than Kia, the steward of the Light King's palace. It is I. You have discovered me. Liu Nian observed that Kia did not appear entirely at ease. Although he was the steward of the Light King, he recognized that the current Light King was Bai. Liu Nian cleared her throat, remarking, It has been quite a while since we last encountered Steward Kia. Both Kia and Bai were taken aback. Bai noticed Liu Nian's eyes nearly bulging in surprise, and, with a mix of resignation and disdain, withdrew his hand. I see. You are Mr. Bai and Miss Liu Nian, correct? Kia inquired, aware of the situation. This old man has been aiding Bei Heng in keeping me suppressed. Otherwise, do you think that worthless individual could truly hold me in check after ascending to the throne? Upon hearing this, Liu Nian gazed at Kia with newfound respect. To have such an indomitable spirit that even Bai felt powerless. How rare indeed. This was nothing short of miraculous. He had aided Bei Heng without incurring Bai's wrath, and even maintained a semblance of familiarity. Why were you at the checkpoint? I was dispatched to monitor Yin Lian's every move. That is the official story, but in truth, I was meant to be controlled by her, effectively undermining your influence within the Light King's palace. However, Kia smiled mysteriously. Yin Lian, inexperienced in the ways of the world, misunderstood Jelly's intentions, believing I was merely sent to observe her, and thus she did not restrict my movements. Liu Nian nodded seriously, applauding passionately. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Did you think you could evade scrutiny with such astonishing acting skills? Just then, Chris, who had regained consciousness, was preparing to board the cart when he noticed an unfamiliar person inside. Is it really acceptable to crowd so many people into such a small cart? You are awake? Ready to depart so soon? You may rest for a while. Liu Nian was deeply concerned about Chris's well-being. Chris, however, refused to rest, asserting that he had already reached the Wu tribe and would no longer accompany Liu Nian and the others. The medical expertise of the Wu tribe was indeed remarkable. Now that he had arrived, he intended to seek out what he desired. He bid farewell, urging them to take care of themselves. Liu Nian descended to see Chris off, leaving Bai and Kuya in the vehicle. You must take good care of yourself. With your condition, even minor injuries could prove fatal if you're not cautious. Liu Nian admonished. It's nothing to worry about, Chris replied, glancing at the darkening sky. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Please look after yourselves. Once I find what I seek, I will return along the same path. After parting ways with Liu Nian and Bai, Chris set off alone. Inside the vehicle, Bai remarked, You truly are an unrelenting spirit. Now that you have emerged, I see no way to eliminate you. Isn't it preferable to coexist harmoniously? Your goal, is it not? To remain among us and find an opportunity to extract that useless individual? Bai tightened the aura around Kuya's neck, stating, with a mere flick of my finger, I could end your life. Unfazed, Kuya replied, I lack such power and do not share your intentions. You intend to seek out Lai Winda, do you not? Bai fell silent, clearly displeased at being seen through. Are you upset that I see through you? Bai scoffed and resumed his silence. I am here to assist you in reaching Guluali and finding Lai Winda. No need for thanks, Kuya offered, each of his words seemingly irritating Bai. Despite his outward complaints, wore a pleased smile. No intention of thanks here. If you can devise a plan to masquerade as merchants to breach the checkpoint, Grelly will surely conceive the same. If you think to find Lai Winda, Grelly will also consider it, so we must act swiftly. Kuya's expression turned serious as they deliberated on how to evade the Wu tribe's defenses. At that moment, the caravan leader clutched his small notebook, carefully inspecting each item, occasionally rubbing his chest in distress. Laura, wounded, reported to Grelly about their failed pursuit. Grelly rubbed his forehead, displaying a predictable demeanor. To send such a small group was tantamount to sending them to their demise. The fact that you return alive is a surprise to me. Laura remained silent, enduring the pain and standing resolutely before Grelly. I sent you to pursue solely to buy time for Yinling. They must be seeking Liu Nian. Currently, he is engaged in battle with a formidable force. If Liu Nian joins them, they will no longer need to hide and may even find an opportunity to turn against me. Grelly fixed his gaze on Laura, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain, adding, if Liu Nian wishes to assist them, he must consider how his dear brother fares among the beast tribe. He stood up, preparing to lead the expedition to It personally. You stay here, recuperate, and manage the sentiments of the nobles and the populace. Ensure they fervently denounce the Light King. Understood. Yinling hastened back to It, only to find Kuya absent upon reaching the main hall. Inquiring with a servant, he learned that Kuya had left under the pretense of pursuing the Light King towards the border. Prepare the men near Guluali. I have just returned from Fan Air Town and have arranged our forces there. We will proceed to the other locations. Upon arriving at the Wu tribe's Great Hall, Yinling commanded the approaching servant, yes, anyone attempting to leave the checkpoint must be eliminated. Yinling, unhurried, sat in a chair, tidying himself of the dust accumulated from his hasty return. The servant, momentarily taken aback, asked, what about our people? Yinling shifted his gaze from the mirror to the hesitant servant, enunciating each word. Anyone attempting to leave the checkpoint must be killed. Understood. As the servant departed, Yinling examined himself in the mirror, ensuring his composure before rising. After taking but 2 steps, Yinling paused. I cannot see them, he murmured, then gracefully made his way to a long-missed place. Mother, I have returned. Chapter 92. Luring the tiger away from its mountain. Can we remain hidden here? In the cramped space, Liu Nian whispered into Bai's ear. Just 2 hours prior, Kuya had stealthily brought them to Yinling's residence, avoiding detection. Liu Nian nearly believed that Kuya had betrayed them and was preparing to flee when Kuya instructed them to hide in his room while he quietly returned to the checkpoint, allowing Yinling to think he had assisted their escape. Liu Nian worried for Kuya's safety, but Kuya reassured him that there was no cause for alarm. With Grelly's orders in place, she will not easily suspect me. Even if she does, she lacks evidence to prove my assistance. When she reports her failure to Grelly, you and Bai can make a swift exit. What if Yinling suddenly enters? Bai adjusted Liu Nian's head and whispered, as long as you remain silent, there will be no issue. Liu Nian nodded, though his expression was conflicted. It's not that I want to speak. I'm just so hungry. At that moment, Liu Nian's stomach growled in protest. You should go to sleep, Bai suggested, exasperated. Liu Nian pouted, clearly reluctant. As he quietly moved to the edge of Kuya's bed, Bai gestured for him to stop. Liu Nian dared not make too much noise, instead mouthing, "What's wrong?" Bai approached Liu Nian slowly, stating, "You cannot sleep." "But you told me to sleep." "I've changed my mind. You absolutely must not sleep." "Why not?" "You snore and talk in your sleep. You would surely be discovered." The air grew tense, and Liu Nian's face flushed with embarrassment. "I can't control the sounds from my stomach either." With no other choice, Bai resolved to help Liu Nian find food, taking cautious steps toward the door, pausing intermittently. Liu Nian, growing anxious, quietly moved next to Bai, pressing a hand on his shoulder, saying, "If you don't want to go, then don't. You're acting like a stuck record, just stuttering along." Bai, however, remained silent, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Liu Nian felt a chill run down his spine. This was a sign. Bai suppressed any sound, his clothes soaked with perspiration. Liu Nian gently stroked Bai's back, offering comfort. At moments like these, Liu Nian felt utterly powerless, watching others suffer while she could do nothing. Suddenly, Bai collapsed to the ground with a thud, and hurried footsteps approached. Liu Nian clenched her teeth, attempting to hide Bai, but found herself unable to move his weight. Scanning the surroundings, she seized a vase from the table, preparing to strike the intruder. As she concealed herself by the door, it swung open and Liu Nian swung the vase down, only for it to be caught firmly by the intruder. With the creaking sound of the door closing, silence enveloped the room. It turned out to be Kuya returning. Kuya rushed to assess Bai's condition, forgetting the vase still in hand. What happened? Liu Nian asked, kneeling beside Bai. Yes, about to transform. Transform? Kuya inquired, astonished, for he had never witnessed Bai and Bo Heng's transformation causing such distress. Ever since our trip to the other world, it has been like this. There was no time for further explanation. Kuya dashed out once more, appearing beside the servant who had been monitoring them. You saw me enter the room and have not seen me leave since. The servant, caught off guard, could only gaze at Kuya, who had already ensnared him. Dazed, he muttered agreement before turning to report to Yinling. Yinling regarded the reporting servant with calm indifference. Is that all you witnessed? Yes. Yinling lowered his gaze to the floor, cracking his knuckles. With a swift motion, he signaled a nearby boy, who promptly severed the servant's eyes. The servant's anguished cries echoed to Liu Nian. The servant, now devoid of sight, finally regained his clarity and trembled as he recounted all that he had witnessed. Yin Liao hastened to Kia's chamber, but upon arrival, he found only Kia within. The lady Yin Cheng had returned. Yin Liao's gaze was fixed intently on Kia, who stood by the doorway, without searching elsewhere, her poise remarkably elegant. Kia straightened her posture, aware that without evidence, mere hearsay could jeopardize the peace between their clans. Kia was not surprised to see Yin Liao frown. If one wished to take action against her, it would be more prudent to first report to Prince Gorel. Instead of displaying anger, Yin Liao smiled, having finally uncovered a flaw in Kia's words. If you claim innocence, then what need is there for your disposition? No longer lingering at the threshold, Yin Liao stepped into the room, her flowing purple gown brushing against the threshold. With a smirk, she warned Kia not to engage in any actions warranting discipline, for the cruelty she spoke of was a lesson well learned. Unfazed by Yin Liao's threat, Kia remained composed, and thus they faced each other in a stalemate. Unbeknownst to them, Bo Heng and Liu Nian had already arrived at the Wu Clan's Grand Hall, which indeed mirrored Kia's description, devoid of any presence. Liu Nian supported the still unwell Bo Heng as they moved forward. Noticing the emptiness, Bo Heng paused to rest. With a piercing scream, Bo Heng jolted awake, still disoriented, as Kia, informed by that Yin Liao, would surely lead people to this location. They should circumvent the main hall through the western chamber. The western chamber was where Madame C. Lant was imprisoned, a place Yin Liao never permitted entry. By navigating from the western chamber to the main hall, they could perfectly avoid Yin Liao's path. After a brief respite, Bo Heng and Liu Nian dashed outside toward the gate. Liu Nian questioned why they didn't just head directly to the gate, pondering the need for such elaborate maneuvers. If they went straight to the gate, they would inevitably encounter Yin Liao returning to Ao Lai Sai. By diverting Yin Liao's attention, they could buy themselves time. Though freshly awakened, Bo Heng pieced together their location and surmised the situation. Liu Nian, partly understanding, nodded in agreement, urging them to proceed swiftly. There was no need to hurry. They had already arrived. What? Liu Nian was taken aback, astonished at their rapid arrival, and inquiring why they had hidden for so long. They had not yet reached the gate, but rather a rendezvous point. Liu Nian, still somewhat dazed, acknowledged that Bo Heng seemed to possess more knowledge than himself, despite having just awakened. Was it that group of individuals? Liu Nian noticed a crowd approaching from a distance and suggested they should hide if they weren't allies. You're here. The leader of the group greeted Bo Heng and Liu Nian first. We are a faction opposing Yin Liao. There is no need for wariness. An elder among them bowed respectfully to the two, who returned the gesture. We are about to be dispatched to Kuluo Li to assist Prince Lei Winda in attacking the Shui clan. You two will blend in and pass through the gate to rendezvous with Lei Winda. This plan is quite astute, befitting a man capable of commanding by obedience. Yin Liao had been in a standoff with Kia for quite some time. Outside, nearly all the servants had gathered, reporting no sighting of suspicious individuals. Yin Liao could not help but crack her fingers in a sound of frustration. A diversion? Kia smiled enigmatically, watching Yin Liao depart. The door was firmly shut, leaving a small boy standing at the entrance, gazing at Kia. Kia gradually lowered her smile, her mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 93. The etiquette of guests. Liu Nian and by don the robes of the Wu clan, blending in with the warriors heading to Li for support. Fortunately, the Wu clan's meals were adequate, allowing Liu Nian to fare well over the past few days. After a 5-day journey, Liu Nian and by finally reached Li. Currently, Lei Winda was on the battlefield, so they proceeded directly to the prince's hall. Was it this smooth? Liu Nian frowned, sensing something amiss. Bo Hong took Liu Nian's hand, offering a semblance of comfort. Trust in Lei Winda. Initially, Liu Nian had expected the surroundings of Li to be teeming with Grell's men, necessitating stealthy maneuvers to reach the prince's hall. To his surprise, upon arrival, the steward of the prince's hall came forth to greet them. The steward explained that they had been awaiting their arrival daily, as Prince Lei Winda had instructed that they must be well guarded upon their arrival. Following the attendant to the room where Liu Nian had once resided as the goddess of dawn, he collapsed onto the soft bed, overwhelmed with fatigue. Lying there, Liu Nian fell asleep without even touching the evening meal brought by the attendant. Lei Winda was amidst laughter with the Shui clan soldiers when someone reported that the Light King had arrived at the Grand Hall. Lei Winda hurriedly set aside his affairs and rushed back to the prince's hall, where he found Bo Hong waiting at the entrance. Embracing Bo Hong, Lei Winda sought to provide a touch of brotherly warmth. I heard from AC that you have returned. How do you feel? Lei Winda poured Bo Hong a cup of his favorite tea, the comfort of which thawed even the most frigid of hearts. It is unstable. We shall exchange words from time to time. Lei Winda's hand faltered as he poured the tea, sighing as he placed the steaming cup before Bo Hong. Drink first. Liu Nian descended, yawning, and upon seeing Lei Winda, found herself at a loss for the nature of her emotions. Lei Winda. The three sat in silence, sipping tea in the hall. Liu Nian recalled the last time they had sat together, filled with laughter as they reminisced about Lei Winda's childhood antics. Setting down her cup, Liu Nian gazed at the deer head adorned with a pink ribbon. Where is he? Ultimately, Liu Nian voiced her thoughts, her voice hoarse, unlike one who had just sipped tea to soothe their throat. Bo Hong and Lei Winda exchanged glances. He is fine. Lei Winda took a sip of tea, leaving the details unspoken. Liu Nian sensed the underlying ambiguity. Her mind raced back to the menacing visage of Grell, as he had informed her of Xian's whereabouts while imprisoned. Clenching her fists, she refrained from further inquiry, fearing the answers might be unbearable. Yet, the growing unease within her made avoidance impossible. Without accurate answers, Liu Nian felt she might suffocate. Where is he? Liu Nian's eyes reddened, her voice thick with emotion. Bo Hong and Lei Winda were taken aback by her sensitivity. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lei Winda reluctantly replied, He is with the Beast Clan, but he is doing well. Liu Nian's tightly clenched fists finally began to relax. The atmosphere turned silent, thick with unspoken tension. Bo Hong heard Lei Winda's inquiry about Liu Nian's distress, yet he found himself unable to respond. He had sensed that since their escape from the prison, Liu Nian had spoken less and had lost the sunny innocence she once possessed. Feeling stifled, Liu Nian expressed a desire to spend some time atop the tower. As she stood on the tower, feeling the evening breeze, she reminisced about Lei Winda. He was a determined soul, always trailing behind her, offering a sense of security without uttering a word. Had they truly met? Liu Nian murmured, recalling their first encounter. She gazed towards the direction of the Beast Clan, wondering how he fared now, hoping he would remain unscathed despite his formidable prowess. Suddenly, a rustling noise in the quiet night caught Liu Nian's attention. She moved toward the sound, only to remember the adage about curiosity killing the cat, and instinctively turned to flee. Yet, she was seized before she could escape, as several figures emerged from the darkness, rendering her unconscious. Lady, we have successfully captured the target. Hidden in the shadows, Yin Liao glanced at the unconscious Liu Nian, ordering the carriage to proceed to Ilikusu, no matter what transpired. In the stillness of the night, a few individuals shrouded in secrecy accompanied Liu Nian towards Likusi. Yinji adjusted her skirt and boldly strode into the prince's hall. Bo Hong and Lei Winda were engrossed in conversation when they suddenly sensed something amiss and rushed towards the tower, only to discover Liu Nian's absence. Without hesitation, Liu entrusted a letter to one of his subordinates, instructing them to ensure it reached Jidan. Before the messenger could depart, Liu issued another command. Urging caution, someone is coming. Wait until everything calms down before you leave. Understood. As the subordinate vanished in an instant, an unexpected guest appeared at the entrance. A rare visitor, Liu remarked nonchalantly, filling a teacup. Inji cast a brief glance before taking a new cup as a gesture of hospitality. This is indeed new. Liu feigned ignorance. Inji chose not to expose him, settling onto the sofa. Hand over the Light King, Inji demanded directly, eliciting a hint of surprise from Liu. I have always been responsible for the conflicts with the Shui tribe, and am completely unaware of this. Liu continued to play the fool, while Inji refrained from further argument. She had come fully prepared for battle, her hands already forming seals, ready to chant spells at any moment. With a wave of his hand, Liu caused a cup of tea to levitate from the table and float towards Inji. Let's not make our relationship so tense over a cup of tea. Seeing Inji's lack of reaction, he raised an eyebrow, remarking, "This is a new cup." The teacup hung suspended in the air, while Inji's hands remained steady, not daring to lower her guard against Liu, knowing any lapse could lead to her thoughts being invaded and manipulated. I can guess what you have done to me, can't I? Inji did not conceal her awareness. I know your ability is thought control. Hence, I began to conceal my presence upon entering Li, setting up formations to disrupt your senses. Liu Nian was taken by us, and you had no reaction, did you? It was indeed impossible for him to be completely unaware unless someone had interfered. Madame Inji is indeed astute. Liu's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, tinged with malice. Let us cease the pleasantries, deliver the Light King. Inji produced a black cloth and laid it on the table. It is not that I refuse to hand him over. It is simply that he is not here. Liu eyed Inji warily, uncertain of her intentions. With an impassive expression, Inji struck the black cloth, chanting incantations. Gradually, white patterns emerged on the cloth, transforming into an image. This place represents your Light King's Hall. One could say it encompasses my Light King's Hall. Liu examined the painting. It depicted not only the hall, but also the scenery surrounding it within a 2,000-meter radius, did it not? A subtle smile crept onto his face. Come fort. The steward, bowing his head, responded here. Find someone capable to assist Madame Inji in thoroughly searching for the Light King. Yes, arrangements have been made. Then I shall begin my search from here. Gulai informed me that to persuade you to comply, it would suffice to utter a single phrase. Inji's voice was calm, yet laced with threat. No need for words. Feel free to search. Inji signaled for those outside to commence their search. The initial search team returned, yet they bore no news. Liu smiled, exuding confidence. It was my oversight. I did not expect the Thought Prince to live up to their reputation. I too believed Madame Inji would forego pleasantries. Inji stood, surveying her companions, all standing rigidly, their eyes vacant like puppets. When did this happen? Liu raised his head slightly, his blood-red eyes obscuring the once clear green, having lost himself in the search. What can I do? Inji raised her hand and struck the nearest individual. The person jolted awake, staring at Inji in fear. Indeed, large-scale thought control is fragile. A mere slap can rouse one from it. Liu remained unimpressed, suggesting that Madame Inji could strike them all. No need. Assistance has already arrived. No sooner had she spoken than an explosion erupted from the east, near the Shui tribe's territory. It is indeed a clever strategy to have your people control the witch tribe engaged in formation. Liu maintained a gentlemanly smile, warm as spring, though his heart was a tumult of emotions. The sound of the explosion likely signified a clash between Bo Hung and Inji's allies. It was said that thought-controlling blood tribes are rare. It appears they are all concentrated in your prince's hall. Mutual reinforcement through equal power. Liu fixed his gaze on Inji. In their standoff, Inji, who had never met Liu's gaze before, inadvertently locked eyes with him. Seizing the opportunity, Liu delved into Inji's mind. Chapter 94. Escape Inji's world was engulfed in darkness, filled with repetitive phrases, a realm bordering on obsession. When suddenly a surge of black energy expelled Liu Nian from her consciousness. "You are prying into my thoughts?" Inji's anger flared, recalling memories she wished to keep hidden. Liu Nian furrowed his brow, incredulous that he had been ejected. "Curious, why could you not control me?" Inji unfastened the first button of her garment, revealing a necklace around her neck for Liu Nian to see. A ring? Indeed. The destruction ring lay quietly against Inji's neck. At that moment, she had sensed an unusual aura upon returning to Golai's study, and had intervened just as Golai was nearly entranced by the ring. Inji carefully examined the ring as she opened the drawer, discreetly pricking her finger with her nail, inscribing a spell in blood upon the ring she wore. She then swapped the destruction ring with her own. Golai had only seen the ring's exterior. "This must be Golai's ring. He truly trusts you." Liu Nian reflected, recalling that Boheng's ring had vanished moments ago. "I stole it. If the commander were to be enchanted, we would stand no chance." "You seem pleased." Liu Nian sensed Inji's delight at the mention of the stolen ring. "Why you feel joy?" "Because this is the second time I have quietly made a decision." Inji smiled, a smile that momentarily stunned Liu Nian. "To be honest, do you wish to learn from me?" "Learn what?" "To smile." Inji resumed her stern demeanor, no longer entangled with Liu Nian, directing those still alert to assist her in the search. "What shall we do with these individuals?" the steward inquired of Liu Nian. His eyes gradually returned to their green hue. "No need to harm them. Arrange them together, and when Madame Inji returns, she may take them with her." "Understood. Now dispatch a group to scour the quickest route to Ai Li Kasi. Upon sighting Liu Nian, bring her back at any cost." The steward complied and vanished from the room, while Liu Nian bit his lip, contemplating future developments. Boheng's golden markings began to glow, a sign of his full power being unleashed. His eyes shifted from blood red to gold as he entered a state of rage. When Inji arrived, the battle had already moved to the outskirts. Maintaining a distance, she began to cast spells. The abilities of the Blood Tribe countered the Witch Tribe's powers. They could only prevail through sheer numbers. Curses would only serve as temporary measures against the current Boheng, merely delaying his response and mobility, unable to impose any substantial limitations. Many of her kin had fallen to the ground, while those who accompanied Inji dispersed, preparing to cast a vast net to ensnare Boheng. He sensed Inji's approach, feeling an increasing weight upon his body. Indeed, those trained from youth were distinctly formidable. Inji recognized that Boheng's continual search for his position through the dispersal of light orbs necessitated her sealing his movements, allowing her kin to set the net as quickly as possible while ensuring Boheng could not locate her. Boheng's speed in evading the ball had diminished, and the weight of his body rendered him immobile. Suddenly, he found himself completely bound, unable to move. A group of incantation-chanting individuals emerged around him, drawing closer with each passing moment, causing him increasing discomfort and immobilization. At that moment, Yinlong appeared before Boheng. His golden patterns had already dulled, signaling the exhaustion of his energy. "Seize him! Take him away!" Yinlong commanded, instinctively positioning his hands in a defensive manner. Though he had apprehended Boheng, he felt an unsettling sense that this was not yet the conclusion. Indeed, in that fleeting instant of turning, Yinlong heard Boheng emit a faint, indifferent chuckle. "You have caught me." Instantly, a blinding light erupted from Boheng, and Yinlong, in that moment, chanted a spell to mitigate some of the ensuing damage. Propelled backward by the force of the impact for several dozen meters, Boheng shook his hands, surveyed his surroundings, and vanished into the night. He needed to locate Liu Nian swiftly. Liu Nian awoke groggily in a swaying carriage, blinking in confusion. Once accustomed to her surroundings, she cautiously peered outside, only to find an expanse of darkness, discernible only as a multitude of shadowy figures. There were certainly a considerable number of them. Liu Nian could not ascertain her location, but she sensed that at least a dozen members of the Wu tribe surrounded her. When the carriage came to a halt, someone lifted the curtain, delivering a meal to Liu Nian. She could not see the face of the visitor, as if no one existed beneath the hooded cloak. Refusing to accept the meal, she feigned frustration expressing a desire to disembark. To her surprise, the individual readily acquiesced. As Liu Nian exited the carriage, the surrounding figures ceased their activities, observing her intently. Why was there such a silence? Pretending to be indifferent, she picked up the food and scanned her surroundings, truly assessing her position and the number of adversaries present. After a careful inspection, she realized her earlier judgment had been flawed. There were indeed only 8 individuals. Moreover, to her astonishment, she discovered that she was situated adjacent to the Mijing Senlin. She recalled that Jelly's steward, Siwot, had mentioned that entry into the Mijing Senlin was not permitted for just anyone. Although not particularly close, with a frenzied sprint, she could surely evade these individuals. As she approached one of the figures, she inquired, "I have a question for you. Could it be that Jelly forbids you from speaking to me?" All 8 figures were clad in black robes, their faces obscured beneath their hoods, even in broad daylight. Liu Nian noted that they were cooking, suggesting they were not of the Blood tribe, but rather the Wu tribe. Reflecting on her memories, she concluded that the Wu tribe should be incapable of flight, which simplified her escape. As long as she maintained sufficient distance, she could run. "That smells delightful," Liu Nian exclaimed, even though no one responded. She continued to speak to herself. She noted the absence of any female figures among the 8, which she considered fortuitous. Except for the 2 who were cooking, the others fixated their gazes on her, causing her a sense of unease. Suddenly, she staggered a couple of steps toward the Mijing Senlin, clutching her abdomen and kneeling on the ground. The nearest individual approached her side. "What troubles you?" "Ah, my stomach hurts. I need to relieve myself." Liu Nian rolled on the ground in feigned agony, attempting to inch her way toward the Mijing Senlin. "Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. I must go over there for a moment, but I'll be right back." The individual exchanged glances with another, and they watched as Liu Nian moved forward. Closer, just a bit closer, she thought, employing all her acting skills. This would do. Liu Nian gauged the distance with her eyes. It was promising. As they were distracted, she mustered her strength to flee. She pretended to adjust her clothing, but the 2 figures remained unmoved. Embarrassed, she stood up. "What do you mean by this? Are you intending to watch me in a restroom? I am a young lady. Is this appropriate?" The 2 exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to turn their backs to her. Liu Nian squatted once more before rising. "Not to criticize you, but look at that person over there, staring at me. I deserve to have some privacy, don't I? As a virtuous young woman, I cannot be subjected to such scrutiny. What do you want then? Could you shield me with your cloaks?" One individual raised their arm to block her view, while the other did the same, effectively obscuring everyone's line of sight. Liu Nian made a show of changing her clothes, producing various sounds, and while pretending to be stationary, she stealthily began to retreat. Noticing that the 2 had not perceived her ruse, she turned and sprinted away, regardless of whether her movements were heard, driven solely by the instinct to escape. Indeed, after only 4 or 5 steps, she heard the sounds of pursuit behind her. Having not exercised in quite some time, Liu Nian ran with all her might, striving with a fervor that surpassed even that of a physical fitness test. The world around her spun, and she felt as though her hips were loosening. The sounds of pursuit grew ever closer, yet she could also sense that she was nearing the Mijing Senlin. Finally, just as she felt a hand grasp her shoulder, she dashed into the sanctuary of the Mijing Senlin. The pursuers, unable to grasp her, collided with the invisible barrier surrounding the Mijing Senlin, being hurled backward by the force of impact. Gasping for breath, the 2 were left bewildered. "Why did you not cast a spell to detain her?" They reproached the stationary figures. "I cast my spell the moment you began running. I do not understand why it failed." The others lamented, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, having just evaded capture, Liu Nian found herself pursued by the soldiers dispatched by Lai Winda. The soldiers observed the situation discreetly from a distance, realizing that Liu Nian was not among them and, after a brief respite, prepared to return. To avoid detection, they gradually retreated, yet they had already crossed into Keluoli territory without discovering any trace of Liu Nian. Reluctantly, they returned to report their findings. Chapter 95. Mission failed what? Liu Nian is missing? Lai Winda could hardly believe it, based on Yinlong's reaction and his own reconnaissance. He was certain that Yinlong had promptly transported Liu Nian to AI like S, and she could not possibly linger in Keluoli. Yes, when we found them. Miss Liu Nian was not in the carriage. A subordinate knelt on the ground, truthfully responding. Have you investigated the possibility of other teams transporting Liu Nian? Upon discovering the first team, 3 teams had already been dispatched. 2 continued the search while 1 remained behind. And the 2 teams? They did not signal having found Miss Liu Nian, leading us to believe that she may have already escaped. Lai Winda furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Continue searching along all routes for any trace of Liu Nian. Understood. Lai Winda's sensing range was limited, and within the confines of his perception, both Liu Nian and Bo Hung had vanished. What Madame Yinlong? Lai Winda inquired of the steward. She has already regained consciousness, the steward replied, bowing as he led Lai Winda to Yinlong's chamber. Upon reaching the prince's palace the previous day, Lai Winda had only encountered Yinlong and a few of her subordinates. He had brought the unconscious Yinlong back to the prince's palace for treatment. As Lai Winda entered Yinlong's room, he heard the servants attempting to dissuade her. You sustained such severe injuries even while unharmed. Seeking him out now would be tantamount to courting death. This is my mission. Yinlong, looking at Lai Winda, held a gaze that was not one of desolation, but rather one of resolute determination. Lai Winda, somewhat taken aback, recalled his initial encounter with the legendary and merciless Yinlong. Recognizing that the rumors were indeed true, her gaze was devoid of fear of death. Yet now, the tranquil waters of her spirit had begun to ripple. Then it appears the mission has failed. Lai Winda was curious about what made her so obsessed with this task. Failure was not an option. But why? It was undoubtedly because it was her responsibility. Ever since her childhood, Madame Salanti had instilled in her the notion that her tasks must be accomplished. Since it was a task, it had to be fulfilled. Lai Winda did not receive a definitive answer. Or perhaps this obsession was the answer itself. A task could either be completed or fail, and it was permissible to falter this time. Yinlong, feeling somewhat bewildered, blurted out that if she failed, her mother would be angry. Surprisingly, this response ignited a long-buried curiosity in Lai Winda about Yinlong's world. So, is your task assigned by Madame Salanti? Lai Winda gently probed, aiming to deter Yinlong from pursuing the matter further. It is Prince Grell, Yinlong replied honestly, which caught Lai Winda off guard. You might as well ask Grell if it's permissible for your task to fail, Lai Winda suggested, fixing her gaze on Yinlong's eyes. Just as she contemplated using some subtle hypnotic gesture, she suddenly sensed that it was unnecessary. At that moment, Grell arrived. As Lai Winda was about to hypnotize Yinlong, she felt Grell's presence. Both Yinlong and Lai Winda descended to greet Grell, who was already seated on the sofa awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing this, Grell surmised that the task must have indeed failed. He had already visited the location where Yinlong had confronted Bo Hung and realized the extent of her efforts to evade him. Lai Winda swiftly took her place on the sofa, offering Grell a polite smile before sipping her bitter tea. How is the battle faring? Grell did not inquire about Liu Nian and Bo Hung, but instead initiated a discussion about the conflict with the Shui tribe. The exchanges were fierce, marked by tactical maneuvers. Lai Winda responded adeptly. You, as the commander, seem rather relaxed. Grell recognized that Lai Winda was engaging in subtle manipulations, but chose not to expose her. They were engaged in an invisible game of wits. For some reason, seeing Grell in such a state made Lai Winda want to laugh. It was likely a rare sight for her, as the eldest sibling to witness a younger brother, who often acted spoiled, suddenly assuming a commanding demeanor. What brings this leisure? I heard the Light King has fled to Keluoli, so I am here to assist in his capture. Lai Winda continued to feign loyalty towards Grell. With an elder brother like you in action, yet still no success, is it due to a considerable disparity in strength, or is someone holding back? Grell suddenly referred to their brotherly bond. His intention was merely to remind Lai Winda that his younger brother remained in his grasp. Indeed, Lai Winda's expression shifted. You ought to inquire with Madame Yinlong about that. After uttering these words, Lai Winda donned her cloak and boarded the carriage that the butler had prepared in advance, heading for the battlefield of the Shui tribe. Amidst their charged dialogue, Yinlong approached, head bowed, her lips trembling as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. What is it? Yinlong attempted to speak several times, but could not utter the word failure. Raising her gaze to meet Grell's frowning expression, the image of Madame Salanti, worn and desperate, flashed in her mind. You must not allow failure. I will pursue him now. Based on the direction he fled, it should be toward the Shwe tribe. Before Inlan could finish her sentence, Grell interrupted. Are you injured? Inlan, caught off guard, inadvertently mentioned the Shwe tribe. I asked if you're injured. Not where he has gone. Grell's demeanor grew increasingly somber, and Inlan assumed his frustration stemmed from her failure. I am injured. Where? In the suburbs. I asked where you were injured. Grell gradually raised his voice, revealing his impatience. There are significant bruises on my abdomen, minor fractures in my leg, and extensive abrasions on my back. Inlan could not respond, as the butler, who had returned, provided the answer. I have already received treatment. I can continue to fight. Inlan dismissed her injuries, seemingly unconcerned. I will pursue the Light King. You should rest here and recuperate. Grell stood up, disregarding Inlan's reaction, focused solely on swiftly locating the Light King. Observing Grell's calm demeanor, Inlan finally managed to voice the words she had been holding back. I have failed my task. I understand, Grell replied, displaying little reaction as he donned his coat and instructed the butler to take good care of Inlan before preparing to depart. This is the leader of the Wu clan, an ally of the Blood tribe. She cannot return injured. Ensure her well-being. Yes, the butler replied obediently. Gather the troops. I am heading to the battlefield now. Grell had reached the door. Bohung, I will capture you. Do you not wish to wait for Madame Inlan to recover a bit before leaving? The butler inquired, his head lowered, appearing somewhat troubled. All of our skilled healers have gone to the battlefield. Those remaining are inexperienced, and should anything happen, we would not know how to manage it in your absence. The butler's words unexpectedly caused Grell to halt. By an inexplicable twist of fate, Grell decided to stay. Chapter 96. Am I sleepwalking? Liu Nian dashed into the secret forest, not stopping until she was breathless. Bewildered, she looked around, surrounded by towering trees. Where am I? Liu Nian panicked as she realized she had successfully lost her way in the forest. This direction should be right, she murmured, striving to recall the little cabin that Lei Winda had shown her while wandering aimlessly. Uncertain of how long she had been wandering, Liu Nian grew weary and sat down on a rock, utterly exhausted and hungry. Lying back on the stone, she gazed at the sky, which was already nearing dusk. When would she be able to find her way out? Liu Nian, lulled by the tranquility of the forest, drifted into slumber. You cannot do this. A familiar voice cried out, filled with anguish. I'm sorry, I truly am. In her daze, Liu Nian furrowed her brow. That voice was her own. It's all right, my child. I will help you. A woman's voice resonated gently in her ear. You will be punished, mother. The same familiar voice echoed. If she could not recall who it belonged to. Child, I am doing this for you. Was that gentle voice crying? Why was she crying? Liu Nian seemed to see a woman standing quietly in the forest, smiling tenderly beneath a massive tree, as if beckoning her to come closer. Suddenly, a jolt of realization snapped Liu Nian awake from her ethereal dream. As usual, she forgot what she had dreamed about, only knowing that this time the dream was profoundly sorrowful. Sitting up, she intended to continue her exploration, but found herself waking up in a small house. Covered with a light blanket, Liu Nian hurriedly rolled out of bed and dashed out of the house. Indeed, she stood outside, illuminated by the moonlight, surveying the entire structure. It was the same house Lei Winda had brought her to in the forest. How had she suddenly arrived here? Liu Nian circled the house, but found no one. She recalled the butler Swote mentioning that some humans could enter. Could it be that someone was inside? Liu Nian returned to the room, preparing to search the house. The house was a two-story duplex, and as Liu Nian cautiously approached the staircase, she decided to investigate further. Lost in thought, she ascended the stairs. The upper floor contained only 2 bedrooms, both unoccupied. Gathering her courage, Liu Nian checked the wardrobe and beneath the bed but found no one. How peculiar. Was it possible that she not only talked in her sleep, but also sleepwalked? With her curiosity piqued, Liu Nian returned to the previous room, leaning against the bed and staying awake throughout the night. After a night filled with nothingness, Liu Nian felt as if she had seen a ghost. Having ruled out all possibilities, the least likely explanation remained. She must have arrived here in a state of sleepwalking. Indeed, Her dreaming mind was far more clever than her waking one, managing to locate the elusive house she had been searching for. Liu Nian struggled to rise from her slumber, determined to continue her journey, hoping to encounter some edible fruits along the way, for her hunger was becoming unbearable. Upon reaching the main hall, she was pleasantly surprised to discover an array of fruits laid out on the table, both familiar and unfamiliar, resembling a charming maiden brimming with temptation. Liu Nian swallowed hard, inching closer, pondering how she had overlooked this feast the previous night. Could it have been a late hour in darkness that obscured her vision? Grabbing a familiar apple, she devoured it without washing, relishing its sweetness. Happiness, it seemed, was a simple affair, having sweet fruits to enjoy while alone in the forest. Reluctant to leave this delightful scene, she repeatedly glanced back at the distant little cabin. If only she had remained there for the day, where would she have resided? Before long, Liu Nian realized she had lost her way. Completely disoriented, she found everything around her indistinguishable. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. Surely this morning it must be the east. With a feeble sense of direction, she began to walk straight toward the sun, surrendering to fate wherever it might lead her. Levin, confined within his little abode, found solace in the tranquility, though his thoughts drifted to the one he longed for. "Your blood slave has arrived," came a voice. "Let him in," Levin replied with a self-deprecating smile, reflecting on his life of eating and sleeping. The blood slave greeted Levin and obediently stood by, awaiting his command. At that moment, Levin stared blankly at the ceiling. "Is the prince not going to dine?" Levin was taken aback. The blood slaves assigned to him by the beast tribe, particularly by Gray, were usually silent after a brief greeting, only to bid farewell afterward. It was indeed unusual for one to initiate conversation. "What is it?" Levin inquired. "Nothing. Merely concerned that you might go hungry," the blood slave replied, casting furtive glances at the few individuals surveilling him. Levin speculated that the blood slave had something clandestine to convey. He preferred solitude while dining, hence, even among the beast tribe, he sought privacy, though the number of onlookers outside had increased, wary of his escape. "Indeed, I am somewhat famished. You may leave now. I shall begin my meal." The onlookers promptly exited, leaving Levin alone with the blood slave. "What is your name?" "Zhu Yi. Do you have anything to say?" Zhu Yi had no words to share, only concern for Levin's hunger. Had he misjudged? Levin pondered, then leaned closer to Zhu Yi's neck. "The beast tribe possesses keen senses. I can only converse with you in hushed tones." Levin understood. They were wary of eavesdroppers from the beast tribe. "Recently, I encountered Mr. AIC, who informed me that Lord Guang Wang Boheng has returned, and that a young lady named Liu Nian escaped with him." Upon hearing this, Levin sprang to his feet. Liu Nian had escaped Gray's clutches? Brother Boheng had returned? What reason did he have to remain here? Just as Levin's impulse to unleash his fury surged, Zhu Yi boldly grasped his hand. "Your Highness?" Zhu Yi halted Levin's urge to charge forth. Noticing Zhu Yi had more to say, Levin leaned in once more to listen. "Mr. AIC has advised you to endure this humiliation for a while longer. Soon, Prince Jidan will send aid to the beast tribe, and they will assist you in your escape." Levin comprehended. The time for retaliation was nigh. As long as Liu Nian was unharmed, he harbored no further concerns. "Very well. You may leave. I implore you to dine first, Your Highness." Zhu Yi, bearing such significant news, had moved Levin, whose heart sank upon seeing the tears on Zhu Yi's face. Zhu Yi understood the precarious situation of the prince, and, fearing for his own safety, sought only for Levin to care for his parents. Levin was perplexed by Zhu Yi's sudden plea. Why did he mention this? Zhu Yi had once been Gray's blood slave, now a traitor, willing to sacrifice himself for his family's safety. Levin halted Zhu Yi's self-destructive intent. There is no need for such drastic measures. No one seeks your demise. Levin lowered his voice, suppressing his anger. Betrayal may warrant death, yet Zhu Yi believed Gray's path was misguided, pleading for Levin to guide him back to righteousness. With a smile, Zhu Yi broke free from Levin's grasp and dashed toward a wall, ending his life before Levin's eyes. When those outside heard the commotion and rushed in, Zhu Yi had already succumbed before Levin. This act was not merely a penance for Gray, but also a means to safeguard secrets. Zhu Yi, gentle and deeply emotional, understood that if his betrayal became known, and if he were to be tortured for information, he would reveal nothing. However, were his family threatened, he would divulge everything. Thus, to ensure Mr. AIC and Prince Ji Dan's rescue plan succeeded, he resolved to keep his lips sealed. After tidying up the tragic scene, the Beast tribe tightened their vigilance over Levent. Leaning against the window, a gentle breeze caressed him as he extended his hand, feeling the wind brush past. Through this sensation, Levent could perceive the world beyond. He had sensed the characters and paths within this place via the wind, and his escape plan was slowly taking shape in his mind. Chapter 97. The guardian of the mystic forest Gray fixated on the hands of the apothecary as he administered medicine to Luan. The apothecary was drenched in sweat, a result of the pressure exerted by Gray. Finally finishing the task, he exhaled in relief. Prince Gray, the medicine has been prepared. I shall take my leave. The apothecary dared not raise his eyes, bowing as he exited. Gray didn't even glance at him, turning to Luan. Are you ready? His voice was cold, yet a hint of concern lingered. Yes. Both Gray and Luan spoke in a similar tone, prompting the apothecary, waiting at the door, to feel they were a fitting pair. Very well, I shall take my leave. Gray rose to his feet. Though he had refrained from visiting Bohong due to Luan's injury, he couldn't help but worry. Upon hearing their exchange, the apothecary rushed back, exclaiming, She is not yet well, even though no one had summoned him. Madame Luan's injury requires several more days of rest. She claims she is fine. Gray grew impatient, starting to question whether the apothecary was indeed the finest in Keluoli. If we wish to avoid lasting repercussions, she truly cannot undertake further actions at this time. The apothecary spoke earnestly, even producing the medical records to elaborate. Standing a short distance away, the steward silently gave the apothecary a thumbs up. Keep it up. Stall him as long as you can. Gray, uninterested in the apothecary's ramblings, impatiently addressed the steward. I instructed you to summon a few of the bloodkin with healing abilities from the battlefield. Why is there still no news? The steward recognized it was time for him to intervene, hastily making excuses. I have dispatched messengers to urge them, sending 3 or 4 each day. Perhaps the situation on the battlefield is dire, and the injured soldiers are too preoccupied to respond. Those incapable of self-healing are indeed troublesome, Gray retorted, turning to retreat to his chamber. Suddenly, he paused and turned back to Luan. Why are you dressed so heavily on such a warm day? Luan instinctively raised her hand, about to touch the necklace around her neck. Because there is something beneath my clothing that you must not discover. Expecting Gray to press for details, she was taken aback when he fell silent for a long moment, frowning as he exited her chamber. On the way back to the room, Lian's words echoed incessantly in his mind. There is something beneath your clothes that you must not discover. Gradually, Lian's voice morphed into that of another woman, intertwining and tormenting Jelly's thoughts. A distant yet profound memory surged forth, and despite Jelly's efforts to suppress it, he cannot prevent it. Luolin, let's go out for a stroll. It's suffocating to hide here all day. Luolin smiled serenely. If you go out, your brother will scold you. It's fine. I just checked, and today it's Bohong. He dotes on me and surely won't reprimand me. After a moment of contemplation, Luolin acquiesced to Jelly's request. Jelly, holding Luolina's hand, radiated happiness, while Luolin merely gazed ahead, as silent as a motionless doll. Jelly, donning a hat that concealed his face, inquired, Can you tell who I am? Receiving Luolin's affirmative reply, Jelly led her out the door. This is for you. He held 2 ice creams, extending one toward Luolin, who declined. I don't need it. Keep them all. That one tea do. It's sweltering, and you're dressed so warmly. You must have something cool. Jelly took Luolin's hand and placed the ice cream in her palm. By the way, you and Luoya always dress so warmly. It's fine in winter, but isn't it hot in summer? Indeed. Then why not take some off? Noticing Luolin's silence, Jelly quickly clarified, I meant to wear lighter dresses. At that time, Luolin and Luoya bore the unique mark of Caden. There is something beneath your clothes that you must not discover. Recalling this, even with Luoya's madness revealing the truth, he still found it hard to believe. Such beauty and gentleness were merely illusions. Indeed, it resembles her greatly. The steward of Lai one day stood outside, observing the tranquil figure of Yin Lian, who leaned against the bed, lost in thought. Whether it was her ethereal demeanor or her striking resemblance, Yin Lian now appeared even more lifeless than the original Luolin, like a silent doll devoid of a soul. Liu Nian had completely surrendered, surrounded by trees and stones. Once more, he sought a stone that seemed safe, lay down upon it, and closed his eyes, wishing to drift off, hoping to awaken in that familiar room. Though he uttered these words, his eyes remained open. During this time, whenever stillness enveloped him, Liu Nian recalled Jelly's words, as well as the one who both scorned and protected him, Yixin, lost in thought. An unfamiliar voice intruded upon Liu Nian's ears. "Where exactly do you wish to go?" Liu Nian smiled sarcastically. "Am I so tired that I can sleep, even with my eyes wide open? I can hear someone speaking in my dreams already. If you wish to leave, I can take you." The voice seemed to whisper directly into Liu Nian's ear, heightening his vigilance. Rising to investigate, he found no one. The surroundings were empty, yet the voice felt strikingly real. "Because I am indeed real." "What? Are you responding to me? Did I speak just now?" "You did not." Panic surged within Liu Nian as he suddenly looked up to see a figure standing atop a boulder, gazing intently at him. "Who are you?" "I am a guardian of the secret forest, Jean." "Guardian?" Liu Nian had never heard of a guardian existing within the secret forest. "Hello." He managed an awkward smile. "Hello." The visitor's expression remained neutral, his dark eyes fixed upon Liu Nian. Despite this, Liu Nian felt no fear. Instead, he found the individual rather endearing in a clumsy manner. "What does clumsy mean?" Jean inquired. "How did you know what I was about to say?" Liu Nian recognized that many unspoken thoughts had been answered by him before. "I can hear them." Swallowing hard, Liu Nian attempted to clear his mind, realizing that being able to hear thoughts was quite an invasion of privacy. The atmosphere fell silent as Liu Nian studied the figure before him, estimating his height at approximately 174 meters, appearing to be in his 20s. "So, you say you could take me out?" Liu Nian cautiously asked. "Indeed, you seem quite unwilling to stay here." Jean leaped down from the boulder and stood beside Liu Nian. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Liu Nian. "You brought me to the cabin, didn't you?" "Yes." "And you gave me fruit to eat?" "Yes." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Once again, the atmosphere grew awkward as Liu Nian nervously fidgeted with his hands. "Is it convenient to take me out now?" "It is." After a moment, Liu Nian pressed. "If so, why aren't we moving?" "But you haven't told me where you wish to go." "Oh, my mistake, my mistake." It turned out their prolonged, awkward conversation stemmed from Liu Nian's failure to specify his destination. He contemplated mentioning Kaluali, but the thought of Yin Lian perhaps waiting to capture him in front of the secret forest dissuaded him. Returning to Ali Kasi was not an option. Should I seek refuge with Steward Sitawa? No, although Steward Sitawa was kind, he was still associated with Jelly. After much deliberation, Liu Nian boldly decided to head towards the beast tribe. Coincidentally, Jean remarked that this place was nearest to the beast tribe. "Did you read my thoughts?" Jean shook his head, having already begun to lead the way. Liu Nian followed Jean step by step, initially expecting to be transported directly, but it seemed he would have to rely on his own legs. "How long have you been here?" Growing bored along the way, Liu Nian initiated small talk. "Since my birth." Jean responded earnestly to Liu Nian's inquiries. "You were this big at birth?" "Indeed." "Are you like a little sprite?" "Almost." "I am a river of the secret forest." "Then why are you named Jean instead of Water?" Liu Nian jested. "That was the name given to me by Madame Nalin." Jean, unable to discern the jest, continued to respond seriously to Liu Nian's questions. "Is Madame Nalin also a sprite?" Liu Nian pondered, considering that as a madam, she must hold a significant position in this forest. "No, she was the previous guardian." "Oh, I see they have successors." "We have arrived." As they spoke, they had already reached the forest's edge. "So soon?" Liu Nian exclaimed, surprised that the conversation had made time pass so swiftly. "Indeed, it is quite close." Upon turning around, Liu Nian noticed Jean had vanished. And while he wished to express gratitude, he held back, ultimately calling out a soft thank you before slowly stepping out. Chapter 98. A familiar scent Liu Nian could already see the glow of lights, cautiously lingering at the forest's edge, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. Suddenly, a pair of hands rested upon his shoulder. Startled, Liu Nian swatted the hands away and fled towards the forest. "It's me." The deep voice caused Liu Nian a halt. Turning back, he was astonished to see a familiar face. "I see, what brings you here?" Reunited with someone he knew, especially a trusted friend of Bohong, brought Liu Nian great comfort. "I came ahead to scout. Once Prince Yi sends someone, I will go to rescue Prince Lai one day." Liu Nian and navigated through the dark alleys towards I's secret dwelling. As they journeyed, Liu Nian furrowed his brow. This place had changed significantly since her last visit. While it had been dark and oppressive before, the current atmosphere was thick with darkness, and the beast tribe's inhabitants were becoming increasingly unruly. Throughout their passage, skillfully guided Liu Nian away from several tumultuous crowds. The streets are filthy, and even in the secluded alleys, one can sense the ferocious gazes of the beast folk. AC has boldly chosen to reside in close proximity to the Beast King's palace. Liu Nian can see the palace from his window. At this moment, Lei Wendy suddenly opens his eyes, the dark red hue indicating that he is harnessing the power of wind. He feels the messages carried by the breeze. Could it be an illusion? Why does he momentarily sense Liu Nian's presence? Meanwhile, Liu Nian has arrived at the beast folk's Qiong while Bohong has come to the snow tribe's Aoluan in search of Liu Nian. As Ji Dan sees the familiar face before him, he is momentarily dazed, trying to discern whether it is Bohong or Bai. Bohong can clearly sense Ji Dan's wariness. He steps forward and simply states, "It's me." Those two understated words unmistakably reveal it is Bohong. Ji Dan excitedly rushes to Bohong, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Brother." Bohong raises his hand and gently pats Ji Dan's back. Ji Dan straightens up, eagerly inquiring about the situation. Bohong finds it difficult to explain everything at once and urges Ji Dan to send someone to search for Liu Nian's whereabouts. Before long, a messenger arrives. "Your Highness Ji Dan, Prince Lei Wendy has sent word." The messenger advises Ji Dan to pause, as the situation is already precarious, and Ji Dan, frustrated, obliges. What did he say? Ji Dan picks up the letter from Lei Wendy, which reveals that he is currently at the Kaluri battlefield, and that Liu Nian is missing. Rescuing Lei Wendy is the priority. After reading the letter, the two begin to discuss plans for Lei Wendy's rescue. Yet throughout the conversation, Bohong seems distracted. "Brother." Upon hearing Ji Dan call out, Bohong initially thinks Ji Dan has devised a new plan. "What is it?" Ji Dan, straightforward as ever, expresses, "I know you're worried about Liu Nian, but right now, saving Lei Wendy is our utmost concern." Bohong sighs, although he verbally agrees. His heart is still filled with unease. "Your Highness Ji Dan, news has arrived." A soldier dispatched by Ji Dan reports that Kaluri has sent another message, indicating that Liu Nian seems to have escaped from Lian's control and is now untraceable. Bohong finally feels relieved. As long as Liu Nian has evaded Jelly's grasp, it is a promising sign, regardless of his whereabouts. Reinvigorated, they continue to strategize on how to infiltrate Qiong. In my observations over the past few days, most of the beast folk warriors are stationed at the checkpoints, leaving the interior in a somewhat vacant state. Thus, breaching the checkpoint should allow us to rescue Lei Wendy successfully. "Let us break through directly," Bohong suggests, tracing the border map with his finger. However, Ji Dan counters, "But there are numerous beast folk. The snow tribe cannot provide us with support, including myself. We have only about 20 blood warriors. How will we possibly break through head-on?" He is skeptical of this proposal. The checkpoints are heavily guarded, and the beast folk have acute senses. It is impossible to infiltrate undetected. Ji Dan acknowledges this, but questions then why the direct assault. A frontal provocation will confuse the beast folk senses. You will provoke them within their detection range while I lie in ambush at the checkpoint. When they dispatch someone to apprehend you, there will surely be an opening for me to slip through. Ji Dan ponders, sensing flaws in the plan. Bohong continues to persuade him. Our only advantage against the beast folk lies in our speed. We must provoke them from a distance where they can see us but cannot reach us. That is our only chance of escape. Once you reach the Snow Tribe's checkpoint, they will be unable to harm you. After careful consideration, Dan concedes, as long as it is merely distant provocation, my brother should remain unharmed. But what about you, brother? Do not worry about me. Prepare swiftly. Ideally, we should act by tomorrow, as Liu Nian's whereabouts remain unknown. We must find him before Jelly does, correct? At that moment, Liu Nian is with AC, awaiting news from Dan. Liu Nian wrinkles his nose. Why do you smell so strange? AC, just returned from reconnaissance, explains, it's likely the beast blood I applied to mask my scent as a Blood Clan member. Liu Nian sniffs more closely, shaking his head. No, that's not it. I'm certain I've encountered this scent before, and not just once. Ah, Liu Nian exclaims, I remember now. He leans closer to AC, inhaling deeply, and states with conviction, this is the scent of the Beast King's pet. AC sniffs, but detects nothing. I circled around the Beast King's palace today. I must have picked it up then. AC dismisses it. It's no big deal to have scent on me. Liu Nian recalls, I remember a maid at the Beast King's palace mentioning that the Beast King's pets are ferocious and that he confines prisoners with them. This means Lei Wendy must be there. AC nods, now serious. If that's the case, we don't need to assault the entire palace. We can concentrate our efforts on the southern side. Just as they come to this realization, a commotion erupts outside. AC instructs Liu Nian to stay put while he investigates. But after a long wait, Liu Nian becomes anxious. Despite his urge to venture out, he holds back. However, as the chaos outside quiets down, AC still has not returned, prompting Liu Nian to make up his mind and step outside. Chapter 99. Rescuing Lei Wendy. The streets outside remain chaotic as Liu Nian swiftly scans for AC's figure. Suddenly, he feels a familiar hand on his shoulder and turns nervously to find AC, who has been absent for quite some time. Shoo! AC gestures for Liu Nian to be silent, leading him through a winding path to a more concealed grove adjacent to the southern side of the Beast King's palace. While I was scouting, I happened to see the Beast King leave. As you said, this should be the closest place to Prince Lei Wendy. Liu Nian leans forward to observe, noticing that the patrol here is no different from elsewhere, making it difficult to detect any flaws. Suddenly, Liu Nian hears a whoosh, an arrow striking the tree behind him and AC. We've been discovered. AC urges Liu Nian to flee, but the overwhelming number of enemies constricts their escape routes with arrows. Liu Nian grips AC's hand, saying, let us not run. Let us rescue Lei Wendy. Meanwhile, Lei Wendy abruptly sits up, his watchers alert and intensely focused on him. Unmoved, he strains to discern the source, fearing he might misidentify it. This presence truly resembles Liu Nian's scent, carried by the wind, with arrows slicing through the air. Lei Wendy senses that a battle has erupted outside and decides to break through. The wisteria, which can restrain Blood Clan members, swirls around him. Lei Wendy dodges the vines, a powerful gust scattering the crowd as he leaps through the window. Upon emerging, he spots the battered figures of AC and Liu Nian, who are now surrounded. In a moment of desperation, AC had gambled everything, charging into the wall with Liu Nian despite the enemy's attacks, resulting in numerous injuries. Fortunately, Lei Wendy has managed to break free. He conjures a fierce wind to hinder the advancing foes. In this tempest, arrows become ineffective. Thus, Lei Wendy reaches the two. With no time for pleasantries, the trio steels themselves against the multitude of adversaries. I am an immunizer. As long as you are within 3 meters of me, you can resist their ranged capabilities. This instilled confidence in the 3 individuals. The few others, unable to engage from a distance, summoned 2 colossal monsters. Flanking Lei Wendy were these towering beasts, relentlessly crashing into him, their mouths ablaze with roaring flames. The creatures advanced menacingly, while other members of the beast tribe transformed into feral forms, poised to strike. The monster on the left was the first to attack, attempting to disrupt the closely knit formation of the 3. Lei Wendy countered with a strong gust, revealing a vulnerable gap. Seizing the moment, a purple vine ensnared Lei Wendy's thigh. Dragged down to a kneeling position, his strength diminished significantly. Suddenly, the vine tightened, crushing his leg, causing him to collapse in agony. The beast tribe's vine bird launched its spiked tendrils, aiming to capture Lai Wendy and Liu Nian, yet the tendrils passed harmlessly through them. Liu Nian rushed to Lai Wendy's side, grasping the vine regardless of the potential for injury. With Liu Nian's efforts, the vine relinquished its hold on Lai Wendy's leg. The vine bird glanced at the flame hawk, stationed nearby, to guard Lai Wendy, questioning the absence of the Beast King. The Beast King had long since departed for the gate upon hearing of the Blood Clan's provocation. With Liu Nian beside him, distant attacks were futile, leaving only close combat as an option. As the beast soldiers were called to attack, a sudden flurry of snowflakes falling from the sky captured everyone's attention. How could there be snowflakes? The vine bird pondered curiously, attempting to reach out, only to be halted by the flame hawk. This is a power unique to the Snow Clan. Do not touch it. However, the flame hawk's warning could not dissuade everyone. The snowflakes exploded one after another, generating even more in a seemingly endless cycle. Amidst this barrage of explosions, the three managed to escape. AC knelt on the ground, urging them to flee while his abilities could still buy them time. Liu Nian was unwilling to leave AC behind, but if AC departed, the snowflakes would lose their potency. Lai Wendy had no choice but to pull Liu Nian away, allowing AC to cover their retreat. At that moment, the Beast King furrowed his brow, straining his eyes to discern the number of Blood Clan members in the distance. Surely there were only around 20. Why the urgency in summoning me? The gatekeeper, chastised, felt aggrieved, as suddenly the guard dogs reported a strong scent of Blood Clan members. However, upon ascending the city wall, they could not ascertain the exact numbers. Hence the report, a pack of useless fools. The Beast King flexed his wrists, deciding it was time to stretch his muscles after a long period of inactivity. He commanded a contingent to engage them, eager to determine whether their wolf poison was more formidable than the provocation of the Blood Clan. The gatekeeper received the order and prepared accordingly, just as Bo-hung stealthily approached the gate. The Beast King caught a whiff of a potent odor. These ruffians hadn't bathed in days, their combined scent overwhelming. Soon, a squad of beast soldiers set off, and from afar. Jidan noticed this and instructed everyone to maintain their distance during their retreat, ensuring Bo-hung could successfully infiltrate the beast tribe. True to his reputation, Bo-hung entered the gate, dispatching a few individuals he encountered with swift precision. Time was of the essence. This gate was still far from the Beast King's palace, and it was uncertain if Lai Wendy was confined within. He had to remain concealed and exercise caution. Jidan and his comrades maintained a safe distance from the Beast King's pursuit. The brothers of the Beast tribe must be feeling quite vexed, unable to catch us. How infuriating it must be for them. Jidan disdainfully mocked the Beast King as the two squads continued their relentless chase. Nearing the border of the Snow Clan when the Beast King came to a halt. This brat, is he attempting to delay us? After some contemplation, Beast King Pa decided to return to Cheongjieruko. Let us depart. Ahead lies the Snow Clan. Since we cannot capture them, we shall not pursue. We still hold one card. The Beast King issued the command, and thus the Beast Army retreated. Jidan, sensing the growing distance, halted his companions. What's wrong? Have you conceded so soon? Was it the newly appointed Beast King, supposed to be fierce and vigorous? Yet, the Beast tribe ignored the provocations. Just as Jidan sought to regain some distance to rekindle their desire to pursue, he found himself surrounded by an unexpected group. My dear brother, long time no see. In such a hurry to go where? Chapter 100, The Secret Gathering. Lai Wendy and Liu Nian had already fled, while the vine birds struggled to rise and pursue them, only to be halted by the concealed poison lizard. Do not worry, I have poisoned his blood slave daily. As long as the antidote is not administered, the toxin will eventually take effect, causing immense suffering. The vine birds still wished to chase after them, but the flame hawk intervened. Heed the poison lizard. Besides, the snowflake bombs are still active. Your involvement will only lead to injury. Liu Nian and Lai Wendy fled towards the Snow Clan's border, which signified their arrival at a safe haven, where everyone would converge. Suddenly, the sound of a horn caused them a halt. We cannot go that way. Lai Wendy pulled Liu Nian in another direction. What's wrong? Liu Nian questioned as Lai Wendy urged him to run. Can we find somewhere to hide? Did you not hear the horn just now? Liu Nian nodded, recalling the sound echoing from ahead. That signifies the Beast King's return. Wherever the Beast King goes, the horn must be sounded, meaning he must be nearby. Liu Nian grew anxious. What should we do? Lai Wendy was still injured, and the Beast King would undoubtedly be far more formidable than the previous group. Even with my presence, our chances of victory were slim. Moreover, the Beast King has a keen sense of smell. Even if we hide, we will be quickly discovered. Sensing Liu Nian's slowing pace, Lai Wendy embraced him and quickened their escape. After some deliberation, they concluded that there was no better place to hide than the secret realm forest. By the time Bo Hong reached the Beast King's palace, Lai Wendy and Liu Nian had already entered the secret realm forest. AC lay amidst a pool of blood. AC. Bo Hong rushed to support AC, who was barely conscious. The sound of the horn grew nearer, leaving Bo Hong with no choice but to flee with AC. AC's injuries were severe, and Bo Hong had to threaten a beast physician to tend to AC's wounds. They were far from the Beast King's palace, so the danger of being discovered was temporarily alleviated. By observing from the shadows, noted the overwhelming scent of the beastmen, making it impossible to ascertain whether Lai Wendy remained there. After much deliberation, Bo Hong decided to remain within a safe distance from the Beast King's palace, ensuring that Beast King Pa did not discover him while determining whether Lai Wendy had successfully escaped. If the city showed no signs of a massive manhunt, it likely meant Lai Wendy had not escaped. If after 3 days there was still no movement, he would personally infiltrate the Beast King's palace to seek information and ascertain whether there were other clues indicating Lai Wendy was not imprisoned within. Now that he was alone, he needed to proceed with utmost caution. Kuya remained in the witch tribe. Out of respect for Golai, Kuya had not been imprisoned, yet movement was restricted, and all exits were monitored. In recent days, Kuya suspected that the plan to capture Liu Nian and Bai had failed, for otherwise there would have been news by now. Kuya smiled politely at the guards. I require your assistance. What do you intend to do? I wish for you to take a brief rest. No sooner had Kuya spoken than the guard collapsed. Kia directly teleported to the main hall of the witch clan. The faces of the people on the street were grim. Every household had its doors shut tight. The methods employed by Lan to suppress dissent were formidable, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace. Even those who harbored doubts about Lan dared not voice their concerns. The once vibrant streets were now desolate and lifeless. Kia hastened his steps, becoming increasingly inconspicuous, and vanished into a narrow alley at the turn. You have arrived, Kia remarked, shedding his cloak. This was a clandestine gathering place for the opposition. He surveyed the room. Most of the individuals present had lost their tongues and hands, while only a few who had feigned allegiance remained intact. A week had passed, and still, Lan had not returned, likely trapped in Kuluali due to a failed plan. Kia took a seat, and the others exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves, until an elder spoke up first. Are you suggesting that now is the time? Indeed, Kia replied, unrolling the parchment he had brought. I have discovered a method to resurrect Lord Isin through Lady Solani. They are currently entangled with the matters concerning Liu Nian and Bai, which presents us an opportunity to save Lord Isin. Although you informed us earlier, I regret to say that we have been unable to find a suitable vessel for Lord Isin. Several individuals murmured, bowing their heads in shame. This is indeed a dilemma. Kia furrowed his brow, nervously rubbing his fingers together. Such anxiety was rare for him after all these years. The vessel for Lord Isin's rebirth must be a young body under 20. Perhaps Lan had already anticipated this, as such individuals had likely been taken to Kuluali. Kia pondered, while the others fell silent. A young sorcerer interjected. Typically, the next successor's vessel is cultivated when Lord Isin approaches a century. Yet he has only recently been reborn, and we have not trained a new body. The assembly began to discuss the matter of Lord Isin's new vessel. Kia called for silence. Are there any other requirements for the new vessel? The elder responded. As long as they are under 20 and in good health, it suffices. What their willingness? The crowd fell silent, and the elder too became quiet. Their consent was unnecessary. The atmosphere grew tense as several sorcerers, having endured severe punishment, shed tears. Lord Isin was the most wise and capable representative of their clan. How could they make such a choice? I shall seek this individual. You all deliberate on how to initiate the rebirth, Kia declared. This presents a second challenge, the elder confessed, feeling increasingly ashamed. The art of rebirth likely requires the assistance of Lady Salanti. Now, they had encountered a significant problem. Although Kia could retrieve Lady Salanti, she was currently blind, and it was uncertain whether she could successfully perform the rebirth ceremony. Furthermore, the situation was precarious, with no knowledge of when Inlan might return. If Kia were to extract Lady Salanti just as Inlan returned, it would spell disaster. After all this, what use are you old men? A youthful voice suddenly interjected. Kia was startled, immediately preparing for a confrontation, realizing that this individual had managed to lurk unnoticed. Who is it? As the voice faded, Chris revealed himself to the group. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. He awkwardly scratched his head, feeling regretful for inadvertently eavesdropping. He had intended to leave, but a sudden influx of people had forced him to hide, and in a moment of carelessness, he had spoken his thoughts aloud. Seeing that the others remained wary of him, Chris quickly revealed his identity. My name is Chris, and I'm already over 20, so please do not look at me like that. Kia recognized him as the young man who had previously been with Liu Nian. What brings you here? Kia inquired, moving closer to Chris, noticing he was empty-handed. I came here to find something, but before I could leave, you all arrived, Chris replied truthfully, as he had indeed been wandering the streets of the Witch Clan in search of something. Kia pondered this, then why did you hide? Chris stammered, unable to articulate a clear response. We cannot let him go. One sorcerer rose in agitation, ready to cast a spell. If he reveals what has transpired today, our lives will be forfeit. How can we rescue Lady Salanti or facilitate Lord Isin's rebirth? No one opposed this sentiment. All agreed with the speaker. Hey, you. Chris stepped back a few paces. Are you afraid I won't understand? Must you repeat it? A dark mist began to emanate from the sorcerer, swiftly approaching Chris. Noticing Kia deep in thought and offering no assistance, Chris realized he had to divulge his purpose. I can explain everything, just don't do this. I'm a friend of Liu Nian. Clearly, Liu Nian's reputation did not carry enough weight to convince them of Chris's harmlessness. I am of the Phil clan, a relative of Prince Taozong. You cannot kill me. Upon hearing this, the sorcerer immediately ceased his incantation. Chapter 101. Conspiracy. The crowd encircled Chris, who felt uncomfortable sitting amidst them. What do you intend to do? He asked, clutching himself as the collective gaze felt unsettling. Since you are of the Phil clan, capable of traversing the Thames Sea, why not summon Prince Taozong? A voice from the crowd articulated the thoughts of many. Kia finally comprehended why he had not sensed Chris's presence before. It was because he was a Phil clan member. The Phil clan, not residing in the Tower of Time, seemed out of place here. Kia raised his hand to quell the agitation among the sorcerers. I have already stated that I am here to find something. Chris's bravado waned in the face of so many adversaries. His fragile nature could not withstand a direct confrontation. Did Prince Taozong send you? Kia queried. Chris hesitated, reluctant to divulge further, yet realizing that his life depended on it. He spoke. I came on my own accord. However, I have a good relationship with Prince Taozong. If you kill me and he finds out, he will surely seek revenge. Words alone bear no weight. How can we trust someone who enjoys eavesdropping? Kia challenged, fully aware that Chris's presence here was of considerable importance. Chris felt exasperated, having already stated that he had not intended to eavesdrop. What are you searching for? Kia pressed. Chris contemplated, realizing that since he could not find the item himself, perhaps the sorcerers could assist him. Reluctantly, he produced a parchment from his sleeve. I am seeking the feather of the goddess. Chris decided to share the purpose of his visit. As a member of the Phil clan, they had always lived on the island across the Thames Sea. It was not until the Dawn Goddess constructed the Tower of Time there that other clans became aware of them. The Thames Sea was imbued with divine power. Only divine beings could traverse it, rendering it a realm of mystery to others. Yet, the Phil clan was the only group capable of crossing the Thames Sea with ease. Having grown up on the island, Chris served Prince Taozong at the Tower of Time. However, during a mischievous attempt to fly across the Thames Sea, he suffered an injury that caused him to lose his wings. Without them, the Phil clan members became exceedingly fragile, and returning to the Tower of Time was no longer an option. Thus, Chris fell near Lancy Town and was discovered by Ms. Luo Qing's mother. At that time, Ms. Luo Qing was merely 10 years old, and now she has reached the venerable age of 70. 60 years have passed, and while Chris has only matured slightly, Ms. Luo Qing has entered her twilight years. You might wonder how the girl who once called him brother now wishes to assume the role of a mother. At this point, Chris, with hands on hips, gazed excitedly at the crowd, yet their expressions remained apathetic, showing no interest or desire to empathize. Can you please get to the point? We are not particularly curious about your life story. Perhaps sensing that time was of the essence, and that the person he had rendered unconscious would soon awaken. Kia urged Chris to hasten his words. The crux of the matter is that I currently lack my wings, and my body has grown fragile. Therefore, I must seek the feathers of the goddess, which are said to possess the power to restore my wings. Ms. Luo Qing has dispatched people several times to search for them, yet to no avail. This time, I have come personally. You have not found them either. Kia deftly struck at Chris's sore spot, prompting Chris to shout in frustration, "I have not found them." To vent his anger, Chris felt on the verge of tears. After bidding farewell to Liu Nian and others, he had begun searching for the goddess's feathers according to the markings on the map. Although he had learned to read the map from Bo Hong during the journey, he found himself utterly lost when it came to practical application. Chris encountered a wizard who was quick to brand him a rebel and threatened to sever his hand over a disagreement. Another wizard who could not discern his true identity and wished to take him back for study, and yet another wizard who led him in convoluted paths to strange locations, claiming ignorance of the destination. Eventually, Chris discovered that the last wizard had been intoxicated. After much effort, he finally arrived at the marked location, expecting to find a cave or an ancient tree concealing the feathers, only to uncover a desolate-looking house. After a thorough investigation, he found nothing and, exhausted, lay down on the ground for a brief rest. To his surprise, mere minutes later, he encountered them. "You only wish to recover a wing to return to the Time Tower?" An elderly man, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Precisely," Chris replied eagerly. "We of the Phil clan must possess wings." "I know of someone who can assist you." The old man, unable to stand due to the loss of his legs, piqued Chris's curiosity. "Who is it?" Chris exclaimed, hastily kneeling before the elder. The old man smiled mysteriously. "The guardian of our clan, Lord Isin." At this declaration, no one in the gathering dared to refute him. If it truly was Lord Isin, perhaps he could indeed restore Chris's wings. Then this Lord Isin. Chris turned to Kia. "I heard you mention something about reincarnation earlier. Currently, I should not be able to meet him, correct?" Chris's expression turned grave, hope flickering momentarily before being extinguished again. He recalled the earlier mention of rebirth. Compared to the elusive feathers, rebirth offered a greater glimmer of hope. Chris gazed resolutely at Kia. "How can I meet him? I would sacrifice anything." Wings are the pride of the Phil clan, deeply etched in their souls. The absence of wings is a suffering more profound than death itself. Return with me to the Witches' Clan's main hall. If you wish to meet Lord Isin, you must come and assist. Upon meeting Chris, Isin contemplated a method to bring Lady Slanty out. On the way back, Kia mused that since he could not perceive Chris's presence, the witches surely could not either. By coordinating with Chris, they could easily extricate Lady Slanty from the main hall. Upon arriving at the Witches' Clan, Kia found the guard still asleep, which brought him relief. He concealed Chris in a cupboard and gently roused the guard. When the guard noticed Kia calmly sipping tea and glanced around, he simply walked out. "Did you two see Kia leave?" "No," replied the two guards at the door, thinking it impossible that he could have inexplicably fallen asleep, so they inquired of the guard outside. Expecting to glean some clue, they found that Kia indeed appeared not to have left at all. Though suspicious, lacking sufficient evidence, they returned inside to continue guarding Kia. The boy watching Kia was a close attendant of Yin Liang, effectively the second in command of the Witches' Clan, to whom Yin Liang often entrusted important matters. The tightly closed window nearby raised the boy's suspicions. He distinctly remembered it being open before he fell asleep. Kia sensed the boy's thoughts and casually remarked, "I was worried you might catch a chill, so I closed the window." The boy, expressionless, remained silent despite his doubts. Kia knew he was still suspicious, but it mattered little. It was already dusk, and he intended to rest. Kia stood, glanced at the sky, and signaled to the boy that he could leave. "When you are ready for a good rest, I shall not disturb you." The boy remained cold and impassive, adhering strictly to Lady Yin Liang's orders. Resembling a miniature version of her, Kia nodded, then busied himself with his routine, washing up and loosening his clothing. At this moment, clad in only a single garment, Kia signaled discreetly to the boy. Seeing this, the boy exited. Kia did not rush to call Chris out, but instead lay down on the bed and promptly fell asleep. The boy, who had been observing from the crack in the door, felt reassured and left the room. "You two keep watch. I will return first thing in the morning." "Yes." Once the sounds outside ceased, Kia cautiously beckoned Chris out. Chris, having been hiding in the cupboard, was so bored that he had fallen asleep. When Kia approached him, Chris groggily mumbled not to disturb him. "It's time to get up. Do you still want your wings?" Upon hearing the mention of wings, Chris instantly perked up, asking, "What must I do?" Currently, Kia had no knowledge of the news from Yin Liang. To prevent any unexpected return from her, the plan to bring Lady Slanty out must be executed swiftly, starting immediately. Chapter 102. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fortunately, since the last encounter between Yin Liang and Lady Slanty, she had commanded all those in the Witches' Clan's main hall to stay clear, fearing punishment from Yin Liang. So everyone kept their distance. Kia poured out water and sketched on the table how to reach the location where Lady Slanty was imprisoned. The route was complex, and the tea would soon run out. So Kia patiently drew several times until Chris nodded in understanding. Kia then taught Chris how to open the mechanism. Thankfully, the steps were few, and Chris learned quickly this time. Standing behind the cupboard, Chris carefully stepped out as Kia opened the door. "Why are you out?" The two guards behind the door immediately snapped to attention, and one said, "I couldn't sleep and wanted to take a walk." The two exchanged glances, and one replied, "Then we will accompany you." Timing it just right, Chris cautiously stepped out. He moved carefully, fearful of encountering any night patrols, and finally arrived at the designated location. When the mechanism opened, Chris was stunned, frozen in place. "This is too high. Why are there so many stairs?" He complained while rapidly descending the stairs, skipping steps. "Who are you?" Lady Slanty sensed immediately that this person was neither Yin Liang nor Kia, who had visited once before. Had Chris not made a sound, Lady Slanty would not have noticed anyone's presence at all. While descending, Chris seemed to hear Lady Slanty speaking, and though he could not catch her words, he responded, "Are you the one speaking? My name is Khaleesi, and I have come to rescue you." Khaleesi finally arrived at the base of the staircase, ready to untie the ropes binding Madame Silanta. "Why won't it come loose?" Khaleesi tugged and pulled for a long time, yet the ropes remained stubbornly fastened. "Who sent you? And for what purpose do you seek to rescue me?" Madame Silanta remained on guard, feeling utterly vulnerable at that moment. "I was sent by Kia to rescue you. They said without you, Yishin Darin cannot be reincarnated." "What? That is impossible. Any of those seasoned elders could replace me." Madame Silanta's voice rang out, perhaps due to her long silence. After a loud exclamation, she began to cough incessantly. Khaleesi continued to strain against the ropes while addressing her concerns. "You must first check which of those seasoned elders is still in good health, with limbs intact." Madame Silanta was astonished at the severity of the situation, and her coughing intensified as she gasped for breath. "I heard no one has come to see you. Are you not hungry?" Even at this moment, this person can still ponder such matters. Someone will come to deliver meals regularly. This is far too tight. I should have brought a knife. Sweat poured from Khaleesi, who recalled Kia's urgent instruction to act swiftly. Inlan had placed a spell on the ropes. Even a knife would not suffice. Khaleesi released his grip on the ropes. "Why didn't you say so sooner? I have been struggling for ages. And only now do you mention it? How am I to save you?" Outside, Mr. Kia is stalling for time. A crowd awaits your return. Madame Silanta clenched her fists and proposed a solution that left Khaleesi both astonished and impressed. "Simply break the column behind me, and take me with you." Khaleesi wore a perplexed expression. "What use is that spell?" "Very well. Fortunately, I possess great strength. This task truly falls to me." While grumbling, he kicked the column behind Madame Silanta repeatedly, nearly straining his leg. At that moment, she remarked, "There should be bones and teeth of beasts on the ground. Would it not be faster to use those?" Khaleesi applauded her ingenuity once more. "If I had known of such a clever trick, could you not have mentioned it earlier? I am on the verge of laming myself. Do you have any idea how fragile I am?" The sharp fangs of the beasts made quick work of the column, and with a few swift motions, Khaleesi severed it. As the column lost its support, Madame Ceylon nearly collapsed to the ground, but Khaleesi swiftly caught her. "All right, let's depart." Khaleesi successfully followed Madame Ceylon's guidance and led her to a secluded area without being noticed, climbing over a wall to escape. "I did not expect you to be so light on your feet at such a young age. Naturally, those of the Feyre tribe are all thus." Khaleesi proudly spoke, only to realize he had let slip a secret he had held for too long. "You are of the Feyre tribe. How did you end up here?" "I have heard that the Feyre tribe has always guarded the Time Tower alongside the Blood Clan's prince of the royal family. It is a long story. I cannot return now and require Ishindaran's assistance." By the time Khaleesi brought Madame Ceylon to safety, dawn was breaking. Several elders knelt in reverence to Madame Ceylon, with Khaleesi bowing alongside them. Khaleesi raised an eyebrow in pride, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Allow me to untie your ropes." One of the wizards attempted to release Madame Ceylon's hands, but she halted him. "This spell contains Inlan's magic. Once untied, she would immediately sense it and return. Therefore, wait until the critical moment to release me. We still have some time before that child realizes I am missing and comes looking for me." With that, Madame Ceylon, too, was led to the most crucial position of the formation. "However, we still lack a candidate for reincarnation. Mr. Kaya has promised to assist in finding one." Someone voiced their concerns about the candidate. "I know who it is." Madame Ceylon and Khaleesi spoke in unison. "It must be that individual who has been observing Kaya's movements." Khaleesi had secretly peeked from the cupboard and recognized the youth standing at the door, appearing to be no older than a teenager. "Indeed, that was the rival I introduced to Inlan when he was younger, a few years his junior. That child possesses remarkable talent and has always looked up to Inlan as a role model. Thus Inlan has kept him close. He is also the one who brings me meals daily. Is this not serendipitous for us? To be the reincarnation vessel for Dahran Inlan among your clan must be a great honor." Khaleesi blinked his innocent eyes, scanning the surroundings. Yet no one acknowledged him. Under Madame Ceylon's direction, everyone began to draw the reincarnation formation, and within a short while, a rudimentary shape emerged. Khaleesi waved his hand before Madame Ceylon's eyes, marveling at her unwavering focus despite her blindness. She commanded with such order, a testament to her status as the previous leader, which he greatly admired. The formation was now complete, and all awaited Kya to bring that child. May everything proceed smoothly, and may Shindaran feel their summons and abandon that body. Chapter 103. Personal desires. Now two individuals had entered the secret realm forest, Liu Nian and Lai Wendy, hastening toward the cabin within the woods. However, as they continued, Lai Wendy's body grew increasingly heavy. "What is wrong with you?" Liu Nian anxiously supported Lai Wendy, who clutched his chest, his vision blurring, before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Liu Nian called out for the guardian of the secret realm forest, Jean, but despite straining his voice, Jean did not appear. Panting heavily, Liu Nian laid Lai Wendy flat on the ground to make him more comfortable. The night had fallen, and the forest was eerily silent, heightening Liu Nian's sense of unease. He drew closer to Lai Wendy for comfort. "Sleep now. Perhaps upon waking, we will find ourselves back in that little cabin." However, Liu Nian awoke in the dark to find himself still in place, while Lai Wendy remained in a deep slumber. "What is happening?" Liu Nian checked Lai Wendy's body once more. The previous injuries had healed, and there were no visible wounds. Why had he suddenly collapsed and lost consciousness? When Liu Nian attempted to speak, he found his voice had gone hoarse. Thus, caught between sleep and wakefulness, Liu Nian welcomed the dawn. "Oh, my voice still fails me." After contemplating, Liu Nian realized that leaving Lai Wendy here was not a solution, so he mustered all his strength to carry Lai Wendy on his back, relying solely on instinct to find a direction and inch forward. Days passed, and at last, Liu Nian spotted the little cabin. His lips were chapped, his eyes vacant. and his hair disheveled as he dragged Liu Nian to the cabin, nearly bursting into tears. After resting for a while on the bed within the cabin, Liu Nian returned to Liu Nian's side, sitting on the floor against the bed, wiping away his tears, struggling to suppress the urge to cry out loud. He realized that it had been 3 days since he had carried Liu Nian's body, and in order to find food, he had forced himself to learn to climb trees. Liu Nian had yet to awaken. Liu Nian wiped his tears once more and gazed at Liu Nian's peaceful face, repeatedly pondering the phrase, "The Blood Clan does not die. They merely slumber." So now, what has caused you to fall into this deep sleep? Liu Nian instinctively reached out to touch Liu Nian's cheek, his eyes brimming with sorrow. At that moment, Zhidong was bound by wisteria, his face smeared with blood, though no visible wounds marred his body. "You would do well to kill me now. Otherwise, even if I were to be bitten to death by the beast tribe, I would not assist you in opening the eternal night prison." Zhidong roared, his eyes devoid of brotherly affection and filled with rage. Why must it come to this between brothers? Glade, aloof and imperious, did not deign to glance at Zhidong. A scornful laugh escaped Zhidong's lips. "Do you still consider us brothers? Everything you have done is severing our bond of brotherhood." Yinling, outside the prison, surveyed the disheveled Zhidong, dressed in a dark green gown with her hands gracefully clasped together. In this eerie and foreboding dungeon, she remained as a proud rose, elegant and dignified. Without uttering a word, the lake signaled to Yinling, who understood and began to chant incantations while holding a string of beads, deepening the surrounding spells. Zhidong was isolated within the prison, unable to see or hear the outside world, and the same applied to those outside as well. "I shall make a brief return to Urasu. You stay here and keep watch over Zhidong." Gula and Yinling exited, having exchanged only this remark. Gurlate, eager not to delay, resolved to depart immediately, yet he sensed something amiss in Yinling. "What troubles you?" At the door, he voiced his concern, having noticed that Yinling had placed her hand over her heart since he mentioned returning to Urasu. Despite her expression remaining unchanged, he could feel the emotional turmoil within her. She was hesitating. "Why are you acting so unusually today?" After steadying herself, Yinling met Gula's gaze directly. "Are you going back to Urasu to retrieve the destruction ring?" The moment she spoke, Gate, caught off guard, avoided her eyes and stepped forward. What is it?" "You need not return." Gulir furrowed his brow, turning back to look at Yinling, puzzled by her statement. "There are things beneath this clothing that you must not see. I shall return them to you now." Gate's tightly knit brows suddenly relaxed, yet a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. It was only when Yinling fully revealed the necklace adorned with the ring that Gulir truly believed she had stolen his ring. A wave of betrayal washed over him. Just as Yinling reached to remove the ring from around her neck, it seized her hand, preventing her from doing so. Yinling froze, mistakenly believing that Gulir was merely angered by her theft. Gulir held her hand tightly, leaving marks from his grip. Yinling bore the pain in silence. It was not until the butler approached, reminding her it was time to depart, that they finally released their grip. Yinling quickly placed her hand behind her back, but Gulir still caught sight of the bruises on her hand. "I acted on my own accord. I should not have taken the ring. I merely," Yinling attempted to explain, but Gulir interrupted, acknowledging her self-initiative was enough. "Do you understand the consequences of touching that ring?" Gulate unconsciously raised his voice, then forcefully yanked the ring from Yinling's neck, despite the burning pain it inflicted upon him. "It is precisely because I understood that I took it." Yinling's eyes were clear, as if the thief standing before him was Gulia himself. "You should not touch it again. It will soon consume your mind." Yinling's words left Gulate without a retort, for he had already come to the same realization. "Now that I possess the ring, I shall confront Zhidong." The perceptive butler had already summoned the guards waiting outside to return to their posts. From the silent exchange between the two, the butler discerned that the prince would not leave just yet. Within mere hours, Gulir found himself back in the dungeon. Yinling dispelled the barrier, revealing Zhidong, who was on the verge of blood loss from the relentless vines. Gulir promptly removed the vines, and despite his weakened state, Zhidong's gaze remained sharp. "What's the matter? Dear brother, do you miss me so soon?" At that moment, Git had regained his composure, embodying the role of a rebellious prince who recognized no ties. Wrapped in Yinling's handkerchief, the ring hesitated as it encountered Dragon, causing Galir to falter. If his previous actions against Bohung stemmed from hatred, what of Dragon now? Do not dwell on unrealistic thoughts. Regardless of how different present emotions are from the past, they are merely born from selfish desires and bear no noble titles. Galir heard Yinling's voice. Dragon's insults intertwined with Yinling's seduction, and all Galir could discern were the words selfish desires. How ironic, and yet how accurate. Perhaps the ring seized upon its wavering heart, exerting its influence. Filled with determination, declared, "My dear brother, I truly have wronged you. You wish to control me?" Dragon smirked, but it remains to be seen whether that will succeed. Indeed, if the straightforward and righteous Dragon had no dark side, there would be no means to contend with him. A dark side? I certainly possess one. I wish to shred your mind and awaken you to the reality of your actions. Do you believe you control the situation? Dragon spat, directing saliva at Galit's trousers. Look around. Once we are gone, you will be the lamb led to slaughter. Do you care nothing for why the Beast Clan aids you? Engaging Dragon in his ramblings. Galit was deaf to his words, unsure whether it was the ring's voice or Yinling's that echoed in his mind. Do you not wish to see Liline again? At the mention of Liline, fleeting images of someone who did not belong to her flashed in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Crouching down to face the Pronjan, Yinling discreetly exited the cell to observe from outside, wary of the ring. Galit spoke to Dragon, and his brother's eyes began to shift. Dragon erupted in curses once more, but it was futile. The more agitated he became, the brighter the ring's glow shone. Finally finding a suitable vessel, the ring trembled within the handkerchief as they seized the moment to place it on Dragon's hand. The dark mist seeped into Dragon's body, causing him to gasp for air, his gaze oscillating between clarity and confusion. At last, Dragon collapsed unconscious. Witnessing Dragon's surrender to the ring's control, exhaled in relief. Once this is over, I shall assist you in removing it. Outside, Yinling had already summoned others to escort Dragon to the prepared chamber. In the emptiness of the dungeon, he knelt for what felt like an eternity before finally emerging. With matters having reached this point, there was no turning back. He would not cease until he achieved his goal. Yinling was right. It was merely his own selfish desires. Chapter 104. A bold invasion. Upon returning to his chamber, a report arrived stating that Liu Nian intended to hasten back to Li. Galir commanded that he be stopped. For as long as remained his grasp, Liu Nian would not dare oppose him. Galir ordered his troops to join the war. Liu Nian merely sought to prolong a stalemate to placate him by inserting his own forces. Any harm to the Shidu would ensure that even if Liu Nian did not wish for war, the Shidu would not relent. After this matter was settled, news arrived from the Beast Clan that Liu Nian had escaped, aided by a woman with immunity and a member of the Shidu, and they were now being pursued. Galit immediately instructed to bolster the ranks near the Shidu and summon Lala from Ikura Su. The only counterbalance to Liu Nian was Liu. The message of his escape must not reach the Shidu or fall into Liu Nian's ears. Inform everyone to seal the information. What shall I do now? Yinling perceived that Galit was now in a passive position. Alternatively, I could assist you in watching over the Shidu's border. No. The two of them possess unique traits that allow them to traverse the Beijing Senlin. They are likely within the depths of the forest now. Galit contemplated for a moment and instructed Yinling to station individuals at the intersection of Li and the secret forest. At this juncture, they should be unaware that they have arrived at Li and would likely seek to find Lai Wenda directly. I will assign Laura to guard the area where the Snow Tribe meets the secret forest. However, that lies within the Snow Tribe's territory. Yinling expressed a differing opinion, asserting that Lai Wenda is an astute individual. If we reinforce our presence at the Snow Tribe's entrance under the pretext of watching over the Light King, while simultaneously dispatching troops to keep Laura vigilant of the secret forest, Lai Wenda might deduce that Laura is tasked with guarding Liu Nian and Lai Wenda, who are capable of traversing the secret forest. Galit acknowledged the validity of Yinling's argument. thus deciding to adhere to the original plan and let Laura guard the entrance. He mused that Liu Nian and Liu were not fully aware of the current situation and would not think to go to the Snow Tribe. They would undoubtedly avoid the territory of the Witch Tribe, especially knowing that with Alexis present, they would not dare to venture there. As for Bo-Ergia, he could be entrusted to guard once Ji-Dan awakens. Orders have already been dispatched, and Guli resolved to visit the Beast Tribe, both to gauge the Beast King's stance and because he had an instinct that Bo-Hung had already infiltrated the Beast Tribe. Liu was just seeking an excuse to return to Koluo-Li, as Ji-Dan had yet to return from his infiltration of the Beast Tribe with Bo-Hung. The lure alone should not have delayed his return unless unforeseen events had transpired. Without the luxury of carrying too many belongings, Liu set forth towards Koluo-Li, but after traversing only a third of the distance, he encountered those who sought to impede his progress. "Do you dare to obstruct me?" Liu, usually composed, now displayed a hint of anger. The group blocking his path was from Guli, sent by Alexis. The urgency of war loomed heavy. The leader dismounted and knelt before Liu, answering his inquiries. "His Highness Guli has commanded us to come and assist you." "As a commander, how can you leave at will?" Were they so unwilling to let him leave that they would risk their lives? At this moment, Liu began to piece together the reason behind Ji-Dan's disappearance. Indeed, the group that had been mounted now all dismounted and knelt on the ground. Liu pondered the implications of Guli sending a contingent. If Ji-Dan had been captured by them, returning home would merely ensure Ji-Dan's safety. Guli would never allow Ji-Dan to fall into a deep slumber to unlock the eternal night prison. Yet according to Ji-Dan's temperament, Liu suddenly recalled the destruction ring around Yinling's neck. Alarmed, Liu's eyes turned crimson as he prepared for battle. This time, he must return. Sensing the change in Prince Liu's aura, the group silently braced for combat. "Prince Guli wishes to inform you that currently, your primary task is to seize the Snow Tribe's territory. Please do not concern yourself with other matters. You cannot stop me. I will not trust Guli now." Liu gestured, sending a massive stone hurtling toward those who obstructed him, and thus the battle commenced. He had already dispatched a contingent to intercept, yet he did not expect Liu to remain intent on returning to Koluo-Li. The once graceful Liu now bore a fierce expression, his eyes glowing blood red, adorned with golden patterns, his garments stained with blood, vivid evidence of a recent struggle. "What is the urgency in returning to Koluo-Li? Are you afraid I will steal something from you?" Liu sensed the presence of individuals and objects within the prince's palace, but found no trace of Ji-Dan. Seizing a servant, he compelled the individual to disclose Ji-Dan's whereabouts, but the servant claimed to have never seen Prince Ji-Dan. "Exerting your power in such a manner will only lead to your exhaustion. If there is something to discuss, we might as well sit down and converse calmly." Guli lounged, legs crossed, feigning nonchalance, yet his fists were clenched tightly. If Liu were to strike, he would have no choice but to retaliate. Casting the servant aside, Liu reined in his power and sat down with Guli in a calm demeanor. "I wish to know," before Guli could finish, Liu began a series of inquiries. "Where has Yinling gone?" Liu did not immediately inquire about Ji-Dan, for he suspected that Guli had anticipated this. "She has been assigned to guard the Witch Tribe. She should still be within your Koluo-Li territory. Is there a matter for which you seek her?" Despite the unexpected nature of the inquiry, Guli answered Liu directly. "Why do you obstruct my return?" Liu's expression turned grave, devoid of his usual gentle demeanor. "Because our valiant prince is leading troops against the Snow Tribe, yet no achievements have been observed. Is it unreasonable for you to remain focused?" Guli was eloquent, presenting an array of justifications that left Liu with little room for objection. "Where's my steward? Why is he not here? I have sent him to escort Madame Yinling. Such decorum must be maintained. Do you not agree?" Observing that Guli remained unflappable despite his inquiries, Liu directly addressed the crux of his visit. "Where is Ji-Dan?" Liu gazed intently at Guli, scrutinizing every minutiae of his demeanor for any signs of discomfort. Guli understood that Liu excelled in mind control and possessed remarkable insight. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, He maintained his composure and replied, I have not seen Jidan for quite some time. Ever since he dashed out of the Light King's palace, I have not encountered him again. Liu Nian meticulously observed Li, leaving no detail unexamined. What do you seek Jidan for? Have you seen him? The tables had turned, with Li now interrogating Liu Nian. Li pondered the reasons behind Liu Nian's insistence on returning to Koluo Li and his fury directed at him. Starting by seizing a servant to inquire about Jidan's whereabouts elucidated Liu Nian's motivations. He was certain his subordinates had not leaked any information. Otherwise, Liu Nian would have engaged directly rather than question him. Since he was asking, it implied uncertainty. Previously, Liu Nian must have been in contact with Jidan, but now that contact had severed, and he had commanded his men to block Liu Nian. Thus, he surmised that Liu Nian suspected that he had captured Jidan. Observing Li's fingers rhythmically tapping against the back of the sofa, Liu Nian's heart sank as he grasped that Li was lying. I heard there were signs of Jidan's presence in this vicinity, which is why I have come. Liu Nian seized a teacup from the table, neglecting to savor it as he usually would, and gulped it down. I have received no such news here, and I am preparing to visit the Beast Tribe shortly. Indeed, upon mentioning the Beast Tribe, Liu Nian's expression shifted. I intend to ascertain how Liu Nian is faring. Li's tone turned harsh, laced with menace. You would do well to forever treat your brother as a bargaining chip. Liu Nian replied coolly, refusing to look at Li. What you have done to Jidan will haunt you for a lifetime. Liu Nian, unwilling to linger, rose to depart, but not before leaving one final remark before vanishing from Li's view, preparing to return to the borders of the Snow Tribe. Do not harm your brother further due to your obsessions. What you desire can never be reclaimed. After hearing Liu Nian's words, Li pondered for a considerable time. Yet, the moment he recalled the scene of Luo Lin being drawn into the eternal night prison, his calm shattered. He had already sent Jidan back to Bo Erjia, rendering Bo Hong and Liu Nian virtually trapped. Even if they remained hidden in the secret forest, it would spare him the distraction of pursuing Bo Hong while also seeking them. With preparations underway, Li promptly set off for Cheongjiereich. Chapter 105. An encounter after long absence had been in Cheongjiereich for 5 days. Upon awakening, he beheld the battered form of AIC and the terrified countenance of the physician. AIC was utterly astonished by Bai's appearance. Yet he had no choice but to accept this reality. Bai gazed out at the soldiers patrolling outside the window, rolling his eyes in displeasure. That incompetent fool had indeed lost Liu Nian. AIC lay in bed, struggling to comprehend that his friend possessed a dual personality. Bai sensed that AIC was watching him intently, so he turned to look at him. Are you certain that Liu Wendy and Liu Winda have ventured into the secret forest? They undoubtedly have, AIC replied, struggling to rise, but unable to do so due to the severity of his injuries. Bai offered him some water, remarking, Why are you still in such a state? Are you made of paper? Faced with Bai's cold words, AIC gazed at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to his dear friend, his brow furrowed in silence. Bai mocked him for his lack of enthusiasm. To quell the urge to rush outside, he continued to observe the scenery. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the crowd. Bai quickly concealed himself, keenly observing the source of the disturbance, only to be taken aback by the sight of Li. To avoid detection, Bai had no choice but to lead AIC away from the area. What brought Li here? Was it in response to Liu Nian's escape? Li sensed a fleeting presence amidst the crowd and was convinced his instincts were not mistaken. He scanned the surroundings discreetly, but found no trace of Bai. However, Li remained unfazed. With Bai here, capturing Liu Nian would set everything back on course. A smile crept upon his lips, for the end was drawing near. Beast King Pa awaited Li's arrival in the main hall. Yet when Li stood before him, Pa's expression was far from joyful. The familiar aura of the ring he sensed from Li was not as potent as he had anticipated. Do not tell me that the ring still resides with the Light King. Of course not. It is firmly within my grasp, Li retorted. Sensing something amiss, Pa inquired, What is the allure of the ring so profound that you cannot conceal your unease? Pa did not hide his intentions. Indeed, this ring possesses an immense appeal for me. So you wish to open the eternal night prison to summon my Caden, in hopes of obtaining the other half of the ring? Gulai probed without reservation. Pawa smirked slightly. You come here to discuss matters we have already deliberated countless times. It would be more prudent for you to seek out the Light King. Recalling Lai Winda's words to Ji Dan, Gulai could not help but harbor doubts about the Beast King. Did Lai Windy escape under your watch without a word of explanation? The explanation has already been conveyed. You are well aware of Prince Lai Windy's strength. And at that time, Ji Dan's provocation of my clan left no room for refusal. Pawa replied, his deep-set eyes giving Gulai an entirely different impression. Having always viewed the Beast King as a brutish figure, outwardly shrewd yet impulsive in action, Gulai now suspected that Pawa was someone adept at concealing his true self. The Beast King's unyielding demeanor had caused Gulai to overlook those piercing black eyes that contradicted his image. Jidan's provocation is likely a ruse. I suspect the Light King is currently within the Beast Clan's territory. Gulai observed Pawa's reaction. If his assumption was correct, then the Beast King must also be aware that Bo Hung was indeed within the Beast Clan's domain. Oh, Pawa's reaction was subdued, devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Oh, Gulai pressed for clarification. Pawa did not deny it, ordering more food to be brought forth so they could converse while dining. In response to Gulai's inquiries, the Beast King simply savored a piece of beef. It is all within my grasp, is it not? On the day of his return, Pawa had sensed something amiss. He secretly commanded his subordinates to remain vigilant for any outsiders lingering around the Beast King's hall or inquiring about such matters. Upon receiving confirmation, he instructed his men to act discreetly. Now that he was aware the prey was within his domain, he could choose the timing of the hunt at his discretion. He had grown weary of the charade of playing dumb. Once the Eternal Night Prison was opened, he would obtain the complete destruction ring, transforming the entire Atlas continent into his hunting ground. While Gulai and Beast King Pa were engaged in a psychological battle, he sensed that something was amiss. Madame E, what troubles you? Suddenly, the white cord in Yi's hand snapped, indicating that someone had severed the bonds of Madame Silante. E turned abruptly towards the direction of the Witch Clan, her subordinates sensing the tension and questioning her. E wished to return to A.O. Lycite, but Gulai's orders held her in place. If you wish to return to A.O. Lycite, you are free to do so. Prince Gulai has instructed that should any changes occur, you are permitted to act independently. Another of Gulai's subordinates remarked. With those words, E hurried off towards A.O. Lycite without a backward glance. Mother, how can you flee on your own? Kia finally found an opportunity to bring the boy who had been guarding him into the formation. Everyone examined the boy's physique, which perfectly met the criteria of a reincarnator. Now, I ask you both to stand guard outside. My restraints have been removed. You must have sensed something. We must prevent her from causing any disruptions. Thus, Kia and Chris were ushered outside. What is this? Why the hurry to send us away? You could have simply said you didn't want us here. Clearly irked by being dismissed, Chris grumbled. Kia remained silent, though his mind was filled with thoughts. You seem burdened by something. Do you feel guilty? Chris assumed that Kia viewed the boy as the vessel for Xander Run, thus feeling remorseful. And he prepared to console Kia. Do not blame yourself too much. After all, our factions are different. Moreover, becoming the vessel for Xander Run is a privilege for them, is it not? Initially annoyed by Chris's chatter, Kia suddenly saw a familiar youth in him. You remind me of someone. Who? Chris, intrigued, welcomed the conversation to alleviate the monotony. Kia silently observed Chris, his thoughts drifting back to a long-forgotten past. He had watched Bo Hung and Gulai grow up. Gulai, in his youth, was as straightforward and unafraid as Chris, a mischievous child. Spoiled and oblivious to the world's gravity, he was kind to everyone, and despite the disdain directed at his impure lineage, he defied the odds to befriend his brother, enduring many punishments for it. People called him foolish, yet he always told me, Uncle Kia, I am not foolish. I simply believe the world can be better. Chris fell silent. Even if he lacked a string to pluck, he could sense the current somber atmosphere. Unsure how to confront the situation, he quietly approached Kia, offering silent comfort. Later, a change befell him. His brother grew despondent and fragile. yet he remained as radiant as ever, holding onto a love that matched his brother's fluctuating moods. Such a child ultimately caused harm to all because of his obsessions. Chris remained mute, and after listening, he gently patted Kia's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Perhaps he still harbored hopes for a better world. Chapter 106. Poison Liu Nian waited in the secret forest for Lai Wendy to awaken, venturing out each day in search of a way out. Not only was the Kilioli direction a vast expanse of trees, but every direction seemed to lead to an endless forest with no visible escape. She had not given up calling for Jean, yet he had yet to appear. That night, as usual, Liu Nian sat at the entrance, gazing at the twinkling stars, pondering the state of the outside world. She could not remain inside indefinitely. Returning to her room, she continued to guard the slumbering Lai Wendy, murmuring, "If you do not awaken tonight, I may have to venture out alone." She tucked the blanket around Lai Wendy, promising, "Once I leave, I will find someone to rescue you." Still sitting by the bedside, she had already kept vigil for 5 consecutive days, fearing that if Lai Wendy awoke, she might miss the moment. Slowly closing her eyes, Liu Nian hugged herself tightly, seeking warmth. Suddenly, she sat upright, her gaze fixed intently on Lai Wendy's bed. "Not long ago, I helped Lai Wendy with his blanket, which raises an intriguing question. How could it have slipped off if he remained motionless?" With a spirit of experimentation, Liu Nian called out to Jean several times, and to her surprise, she received a response. "What's wrong?" Jean appeared at the doorway, cradling a large bundle of wild fruits. Liu Nian rushed forward and embraced Jean tightly. "I've been calling for ages. Why did you take so long? Does the Guardian still have vacation days?" In an instant, Jean appeared at Lai Wendy's bedside, leaving Liu Nian soaked from the water splashed upon her. "If you didn't want a hug, you could have just said so. Why drench me?" Jean placed the fruits on a nearby table. "It's not that I didn't want to come. My duty is to protect the divine tree, and I can only leave occasionally." Liu Nian, disregarding her wet clothes, fervently hoped that Jean could save Lai Wendy. "I checked on him this morning. He seems to be poisoned." "Poisoned?" Liu Nian pondered, recalling the battle where no poison was used. "How can we detoxify him? Can you help? This kind of poison is beyond my ability to cure. But there's a flower that can." "What flower?" "The Wu Li Hua, which only blooms in Boergia at night, producing sound as it sways in the wind, hence its name." Liu Nian considered the location of Boergia. Currently, Galai should be in Ai Li Kusi, and In Lian and the others are likely in Kaluo Li, so Boergia might be relatively safe. "Do you know where it grows in Boergia?" "In the wild." "That's true. Unexpectedly making noise in the middle of the night can be quite startling, so it cannot be domesticated." "Then I'll go. Please tell me the direction to Boergia. I'll return with the flower to see him. I can only leave the divine tree for a short while. When you return from Boergia, I won't be able to guide you back. Can you find your way here on your own?" Liu Nian began to panic. "What should we do then? You could just bring him along, can't you?" "That is a good point, but I can't carry him." The difficulty remains the same. Bringing Lai Wendy back from outside had already taken all her strength, and carrying him back out would be a formidable challenge. "That's no problem. I can assist you." With a wave of Jean's hand, Lai Wendy floated effortlessly into the air. "I will help you exit the forest. The Wu Li Hua is about to bloom, so we mustn't delay." As they began to move forward, Lai Wendy floated behind Jean, creating a rather eerie scene. Liu Nian quickly grabbed a few fruits from the table and followed. With Jin's presence, the forest no longer felt so mysterious or terrifying. Although it was nighttime, the water on Jin's body emitted a soft glow, illuminating the path ahead. "I thought you might have trouble walking." Jean initiated a rare conversation. "Of course. Have you never talked to anyone? Your conversation is so stiff. Perhaps it's due to my previous experiences in another world. I've wandered around seeking fruits these past few days. Overall, I have had some training," Liu Nian replied, glancing at the sky. "How much longer until we arrive?" "About a day's journey." "What?" Liu Nian felt as if struck by lightning. "A day?" "Yes, it's not far from Kaluo Li. It takes approximately a day and a half to reach." Hearing that it would take another day extinguished Liu Nian's determination. Her legs began to ache, her stomach grumbled, and her vision blurred. "Wait, didn't you say this is the perfect time for the flowers to bloom? I thought we would arrive shortly." Liu Nian complained. By the time you reach Borgia, it will be around this time. But I got back from that little house in Luo so quickly. Liu Nian, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Didn't he lie when he teleport you? Plus, the little house is close to Luo. Fine, Liu Nian conceded, unable to argue further, and stumbled, falling to the ground. Ouch! Struggling to get up, she dusted herself off. Jean stood ahead waiting for her, with Lai Wendy floating nearby. Hey, could you let me float, like Lai Wendy? Wouldn't tea that speed things up? After a few moments of silence, Jean responded, of course. As Liu Nian joyfully munched on the wild fruits in her pocket, it seemed that Jean had finally shed her restraints. Moving like flowing water, Liu Nian barely had time to react as her head spun. Traveling at high speed, she adjusted and continued to calmly eat her fruits. Jidan stood atop the prince's palace, surveying everything below. The familiar children who often appeared near the Light King's palace had vanished. A misty shadow enveloped Borgia. Butler increased the number of guards at the border between Borgia and the secret forest. If you see Liu Nian and Lai Wendy, bring them directly to me. The butler complied, while dark clouds loomed overhead, intermittently flashing with purple lightning. Jidan settled down, swinging his legs, humming a tune from his childhood. His gaze deepened, and his crimson eyes grew more profound. We're the sons of rebels. What is wrong with being a little wicked? What is wrong with being a little unruly? I still wish to destroy this place. A childish yet chilling voice echoed repeatedly in Jidan's mind. Indeed, what is wrong with being a little unruly? I've always been this wicked. Why pretend to be a good person? Jidan laughed recklessly, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, revealing that it came from his eyes. As his vision gradually returned, Jidan wiped the blood from his face, the stark contrast of red and white creating a striking image. The steady breathing of Liu Nian reassured Jean, who found herself fortunate to witness Liu Nian's peaceful slumber without snoring. Jean splashed water to wake Liu Nian. Liu Nian slowly opened her eyes, but before she could react, she was roughly thrown to the ground. What is wrong? Did you suddenly go mad? Do you have a grudge against me? Liu Nian, having just enjoyed a good sleep, was awakened abruptly and felt quite displeased. We've arrived. Couldn't you have gently called me? I have a light sleep, you know. Jean rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. I sensed a significant disturbance in Borgia. You all should be careful. Once you exit, there should be Wulahua. Liu Nian responded affirmatively, but it's already bright. Don't the flowers bloom at night? After Liu Nian finished complaining and turned around, she realized Jean had vanished. Liu Nian rolled up her sleeves and dragged Lai Wendy, gritting her teeth as she walked outside. Gradually, she felt the light around her intensifying, and the trees began to fade from view. As Liu Nian stumbled backward, ready to relax, she suddenly felt something pressing against her back. Not daring to release Lai Wendy, she cautiously looked back, only to find a stern-faced individual, or rather, a group of stern-faced individuals. Before Liu Nian could make her next move, she was swiftly knocked unconscious. Chapter 107. Captured. I am a mere soldier. Assigned here under Prince Jidan's orders to stand guard. Although I am uncertain how long this duty will last, or whether they will emerge from here, everyone remains vigilant, unwilling to relax even for a moment, especially since Prince Lai Wendy is not an easy opponent and is a renowned warrior among the Blood Clan. As dawn approached, soldiers from the Witch Clan began casting spells, allowing us lowly Blood Clan members to stand in the sunlight. Little did I expect that after guarding here all night, I would actually witness a woman dragging the body of Prince Lai Wendy out of the forest. Upon witnessing this scene, none dared to move. What if it were a trap? It was prudent to maintain the most advantageous formation, if only to await the arrival of Wang Jidan. Little did I expect that the woman, seemingly unguarded, would retreat directly towards me, inadvertently colliding with my form. Such an extraordinary opportunity to capture Wang Lei without incurring any losses is indeed rare. Thus, in the midst of the terror reflected in her eyes, she must be Liu Nian, as Wang Jidan had indicated. I swiftly rendered her unconscious with a decisive slap. Splendid. I had accomplished yet another arduous task today. Tomorrow, I shall be even more jubilant. With a proud smile adorning my visage, I presented Liu Nian and Wang Lei before Wang Jidan. He appeared quite pleased, Although his laughter was exaggerated, he seemed weary. My assignment had concluded. Yet, it was not entirely finished. Wang Zhidan summoned me to inform Xiong Jiereich that Prince Gu Lai had been located. Very well. I must now proceed to execute my next task. Wang Zhidan instructed his men to notify Gu Lai of the find, then ordered Liu Nian to be imprisoned and Wang Lei to be bound with wisteria. Following the completion of this sequence of events, Wang Zhidan exhibited signs of irritation. He had presumed Liu Nian deceased, only to discover she was very much alive. Her tenacity was remarkable. His smile broadened. Was her fate truly so resilient as to defy death? Should I confirm this? Contemplating what actions to take against Liu Nian, Wang Zhidan became increasingly exhilarated. Despite the profound darkness enveloping his eyes, sleep was the furthest from his mind. Should I prepare a feast, or is it better to commence with the slicing? Wang Zhidan's thoughts grew ever more frenzied, and his head pounded in response to the turmoil. Cursed ring, it always restrains me. When the news reached the Beast Clan, Gu Lai was engaged in discussions with Beast King.Pa regarding how to lure Bo Hung out. Having already captured Liu Nian, the remaining tasks would be significantly easier. Indeed, in stark contrast to Beast King.Pa was excitement. Gu Lai felt an unsettling sense of weightlessness. The conclusion was imminent. The murmurs of Gu Lai were overheard by the Beast King. Merely one Liu Nian can restrain a considerable number of the Blood Clan's princes, the Beast King smirked. She is indeed a curious and remarkable woman. So how shall we entice Bai out? Returning to the matter at hand, it was time to deliberate on how to extract Bo Hung from the Beast Clan. No need. Gu Lai rose, instructing his servant to prepare for departure. It was time to return to Ai Li Kusi. There are matters transpiring here that you are unaware of. As long as we secure Liu Nian, Bo Hung will inevitably appear, and further discussion is unnecessary. The Beast King smiled knowingly. It appears that intriguing events are indeed unfolding. I shall now disseminate the news. Please take your leave. Will you not accompany me? The Beast King was taken aback by Gu Lai's inquiry. When the eternal night prison opens, I will appear before you instantly. For now, I shall bid you farewell. The Beast King's refined demeanor belied his ambitions. Through these past 2 days of probing, Gu Lai resolved to keep a card close to his chest upon returning. For the Beast King indeed harbored conspiracies unbeknownst to him. Liu Nian gradually roused within the confines of the prison, where specialized guards now stood watch outside. Liu Nian tapped against the iron bars, imploring, "Are you Gu Lai's men? Let me see Wang Lei one. He is in grave danger, and Gu Lai would not wish for his brother to be harmed. Please allow me to exit." Despite her earnest pleas, the guards paid her no heed. One immediately went to report to Wang Zhidan upon Liu Nian's awakening. "Oh, she has awakened," Wang Zhidan remarked, his hands stained with blood, both on his face and clothing, though all the blood was his own. He severed his own finger with a flash. Watching as it regenerated, remnants of fingers, ears, and tongues scattered across the floor. This cursed ring always hinders my actions. Once his fingers had fully regrown, he caressed the face of the guard who had come to report. Had you not intervened, you would now be proclaiming that Liu Nian has perished. Wang Zhidan's fingers traced the guard's lips. Would you care to bite my finger and see? The guard trembled, paralyzed by fear, as Wang Zhidan forcefully thrust his hand into the guard's mouth. Bite down. The guard, incredulous, gazed at Wang Zhidan. Madness glimmered in Wang Zhidan's eyes. If you hesitate, I shall simply rip out your tongue. With no alternative, the guard closed his eyes and bit down with all his might. Accompanied by Wang Zhidan's maniacal laughter, the guard led him to the chamber where Liu Nian was confined. Another guard gazed in astonishment at the bloodstains on his face, too afraid to speak. "You are awake," Wang Zhidan said, and Liu Nian stared in shock for an extended moment until he stood merely inches away from her. Only then did she instinctively seek to evade him. The current scenario mirrored their first encounter, with Wang Zhidan close to Liu Nian, his haughty expression from that day still vivid in her memory. Though the distance remained unchanged, their expressions were now altogether different. Trembling, Liu Nian inquired, "What has happened to you?" "What has happened?" "Merely the transformation of thoughts into reality. It is nothing of consequence," Wang Zhidan replied, wiping the blood from his face before reaching out to touch Liu Nian's cheek, smearing his blood upon her face. It was as though he believed that in doing so, he could enact the fatality he envisioned for her. Now speak. What has happened to Wang Leiwen? Liu Nian's lips quivered, unable to fathom that after a 2 or 3 month absence, Wang Zhidan had metamorphosed into this version of himself. Wang Leiwen is injured. They say he must use the Wu Lu Hua as an antidote to awaken. Ah, I see. Wang Zhidan gestured for the guard behind him to hasten. His gaze fixated on the ring adorning Liu Nian's finger. Both rings, yet their significance diverged so greatly. Wang Zhidan reached out to touch it, but Liu Nian recoiled. I wonder if anyone has ever attempted to sever your finger to see what would happen. Wang Zhidan rose, towering over Liu Nian, who sat on the ground. What do you think? Would that not remove your ring? His laughter echoed with madness. I doubt it would work. Wang Zhidan examined his own finger. Adorned with the ring, I have severed it many times, yet this accursed ring remains. Liu Nian slumped against the ground. Initially, upon seeing Wang Zhidan, she had hoped for a turn of events, believing she would be rescued. However, she was taken aback to find that he had transformed into someone entirely different. As Wang Zhidan crouched to observe her, she noticed the ring on his finger. Gulai, it seems you are truly the most unhinged. Liu Nian clenched her fists. Fixated on the prison door, I will find my way out. I wandered through the Beast Clan, occasionally checking at the borders, searching for a means of escape. After a day of vigilance, I suddenly lamented, when did I begin to subject myself to such indignities? Was I not once one to fight my way through? With newfound determination, I stretched his limbs, preparing to charge forth with AIC. Liu Nian and Wang Leiwen's whereabouts were unknown. I cannot afford to squander time. A golden light flickered at his fingertips. In an instant, I withdrew his hand, having overheard discussions regarding Liu Nian's capture. He approached, grasping a man by the shoulder, turning him to face him. Who are you? The man, bewildered by Bai's grip and force, was about to protest when he caught sight of Bai's eyes glowing with dangerous crimson. Repeat what you just said. Realizing he stood no chance against Bai, the man reluctantly recounted the topic of discussion with his companions. The woman who had fled with the Light King had been captured by Wang Zhidan, who threatened that if the Light King did not appear within 3 days, she would be executed. Bai tightened his grip on the man's throat. Where did you hear this? Who told you? The man struggled against Bai's hold, his eyes bloodshot. It was announced within our clan. After hearing the news, Bai cast aside the man and turned directly towards the notice board he had previously seen. As expected, he found the corresponding announcement there. How could Zhidan have captured Liu Nian? What had transpired? Was Zhidan's prolonged silence due to this? Zhidan could not possibly betray them. If he had any reason to align with Jelly, it could only be due to coercion. Bai stood before the notice board, motionless for a long time, contemplating the veracity of this situation. Of course, it was true, a nearby man remarked. Did Jelly not yearn to open the Eternal Night prison? If Lai Wendy and Liu Nian were together, what use would it be to deceive Bai? With Lai Wendy involved, the prison could not be breached, could it? Bai did not turn his head, still fixated on the notice board. So, you came to tell me this, did you? Certainly, the man replied, his face devoid of the previously feigned, gentle smile, replaced by a wild and sinister grin. Truly, the Beast King was fearless, Bai thought, tilting his head. Upon reopening his eyes, they shone with golden light. The Beast King smirked disdainfully. Of course, that was not the case. I know I am no match for you. But with Liu Nian in my grasp, the world is mine, is it not? Bai exhaled slowly. Today, Liu Nian cannot save you. Chapter 108. Escape soon. The news spread across the Atlas continent that the Beast King had been fatally attacked by the Light King, followed by the report of the Light King surrendering to AI Liku Si, which even reached Liu Nian in prison, as well as the now-recovered Lai Wendy. Zhidan, please regain your senses. Do you even realize what you are doing? Looking at Zhidan's tear-streaked face, Lai Wendy could only feel a pang of heartache. Zhidan, with a face full of tears, merely covered his face and wept in response to Lai Wendy's inquiries. Where's Liu Nian? Lai Wendy demanded, gripping Zhidan's collar and lifting him up. Zhidan, voice trembling with sobs, replied, I don't know, don't kill me, I truly don't know. After saying this, Lai Wendy threw Zhidan to the ground, where he lay, his crying slowly transforming into laughter, wild and unrestrained. Who are you? Do you wish to play a game with me? Lai Wendy ignored him, continuing his search for Liu Nian, unaware that Liu Nian had long been relocated to the hidden dungeon of Bo-Er-Jia, far from the prince's palace. Stop struggling, Jidan sang out, as if in a melody. Come with me to Ai-Li-Ku-Si. Once the prison is opened, you will find Liu Nian. Observing Jidan now, Lai Wendy felt a surge of pain. In anger, he attempted to remove the ring from Jidan's hand, but each time he touched it, he was met with searing flames, and the ring remained securely on Jidan's finger, who continued to exhibit this mad demeanor. Brother, Lai Wendy embraced Jidan, who did not resist, but instead clung to Lai Wendy's waist like a child. I surrender, Lai Wendy has surrendered, let us go. Let us go to Ai-Li-Ku-Si. Jidan's voice was childishly sharp. Tears filled Lai Wendy's eyes as Jidan broke free from his embrace. Don't cry, ha ha ha. I heard Lai Wendy has arrived. We can't keep him waiting, ha ha ha. Never had Lai Wendy felt as helpless as he did now. What more could he do? Bai lay entwined in wisteria, a gaping hole in his chest, bleeding profusely. Cough. Is that all you can manage? For a woman, you exploit another? Jelly, why can't you ever grow up? Jelly, with a serious countenance, coldly regarded the disheveled Bai before him. Shut your mouth. I will drain your blood drop by drop, and in 5 days, I will send your lifeless body to the eternal night prison. Ha! You childish fool, are you afraid now? Bai's previously carefree expression hardened as he regarded Jelly coldly. Reflect on what you have done for that woman, the harm you have caused. Bai shouted, his voice resonating far beyond what his frail body should be capable of. Jelly turned and struck Bai's face with the wisteria, splitting it open. I said, be silent. He then departed the cell without a backward glance. Only 5 days remain. Wait for me, Luo Lin. Lai Wendy stood with his back to the door, awaiting Jelly's emergence. Once Jelly appeared, he beckoned Lai Wendy to accompany him. Lai Wendy glanced back at Bai, who had lost his heart and was recovering slowly, before turning away in silence. Because Bai killed Luo Lin, do you wish for Bo Hong to never return? Lai Wendy softly remarked from behind, his voice barely audible, as if he did not want Jelly to hear. Jelly, exuding impatience, showed a slight change in expression. When you bask in happiness without a care, who stands in front of you, shielding you from harm? Who, despite feeling heavily burdened by guilt and self-loathing, still willingly sacrifices their own redemption for you? Lai Wendy raised his voice, is not too late, Jelly. Jelly averted his gaze, fists clenched, remaining silent. Unable to contain himself, Lai Wendy pushed Jelly against the wall, exerting his mental force to restrain him. Jelly did not resist. Coldly observing Lai Wendy, whose gentlemanly facade had vanished, now a picture of madness. Do you truly believe the ring's power is merely to control others? To draw out their dark sides? Jelly scoffed at Lai Wendy's inquiry. And what else could it be? To transform someone into a compliant person? Huh? Lai Wendy mocked with a laugh. You still think you're not dark enough? Is that why Yin Ling secretly stole the ring from you? Lai Wendy had sensed something amiss when Yin Ling took the ring without permission. Thus, he dispatched someone to the ancient peak of Ao-Li-Site for inquiries. But none returned. Although Lai Wendy did not obtain answers, he was certain the ring's powers extended far beyond this. What exactly do you wish to convey? Jelly broke free from Lai Wendy's grasp, stretching his body and glaring at him with fury. Lai Wendy could not provide a clear answer. Go ask for yourself. See what you have done to Jidan. But he was certain the ring possessed an even darker power. Enraged, Lai Wendy departed, leaving Jelly alone, lost in contemplation. In 2 days, Bai would be imprisoned in the eternal night prison. Liu Nian lay despondently on the cell floor, staring at the ceiling, her eyes dry and painful. Yet she did not close them. She turned her head to observe the 10 marks drawn upon the wall beside her. 3 meals a day, and it had already been 2 days. The guard outside the door now fixed an unwavering gaze upon Liu Nian, leaving no hope for escape. Still the same, she thought. She had not changed at all, devoid of any power. Over the past few days, Liu Nian sought ways to flee, even resorting to self-harm, only to awaken unscathed after fainting. No matter how she schemed to escape, the guards always dragged her back. Bloodstains adorned her fingers where the ring lay. and Liu Nian stared at them for a long while before turning to pry the ring again. What did it save? What did it rescue? If you can do nothing, why do you remain on my finger? The blood that had yet to dry began to flow again from her hand. The guard watched impassively as Liu Nian lost her mind. Ever since learning of the Light King's execution time, she had been like this, sometimes screaming to be released, other times staring blankly, and, at other moments like now, incessantly prying at the ring on her finger. It is time for food. Another guard brought in a meal, and Liu Nian stood to scratch a line on the wall with her fork. Then she burst into tears, crying with such sorrow, such despair. The guard placed the food on the table, glancing at her. Liu Nian smiled again, then moved her lips. It seemed she was saying something, until the guard collapsed to the ground, realizing she had uttered, "I'm sorry." Liu Nian plunged the fork into the guard on the ground. Before the guard could react, she leaped onto his neck, and, with a sharp crack, his expression froze in place. Liu Nian contemplated that as long as she could eliminate one of the guards before he recovered, her chance of escape would improve. The other guard, realizing the situation, swiftly positioned himself before Liu Nian, pinning her against the wall. The immense disparity in physical strength rendered Liu Nian even more powerless. With no other option available, she resolved to risk everything and flee, feeling utterly helpless. Desperately, she bit into the guard's ear, then freed her pinned arm and forcefully pressed it against his neck. As the guard staggered back from the blow, Liu Nian tightened her grip on the fork and thrust it forward once more. A non-lethal wound would still leave him capable of action. It had to be fatal. The first guard had begun to cough, signaling his imminent awakening. Upon hearing the cough, Liu Nian felt as if she had been infused with strength. The word "no" exploded in her mind, and she pierced the neck of the guard before her. Quickly, Liu Nian stood up and ran outside. She was uncertain of what awaited her beyond, where she was, or if the entrance would be locked. Perhaps the other guard had already regained consciousness, but there was no turning back, was there? If she didn't escape, she would never be free. There was only one path forward, and Liu Nian ran along it tirelessly, her ears ringing and nausea becoming increasingly pronounced. Even more alarmingly, she sensed a hand reaching out for her from behind. Was this the end? Liu Nian did not give up, even as the hand grasped her shoulder. She pushed forward with all her might. With a crash, the wall at the end of the corridor crumbled, and light flooded in. As Liu Nian was pulled back, she fell, the blinding light forcing her to shut her eyes, intensifying the pain in her head. Was it truly over? Was escape impossible? Under the overwhelming pressure of both her mind and body, Liu Nian fainted. When she awoke again, she found herself in a swaying carriage, gazing at a face that was both familiar and foreign. The unfamiliarity stemmed from having never seen this face before, while the familiarity came from its playful and reassuring smile. "Goddess, I have returned." The individual smiled and helped Liu Nian sit up. It took her a moment to realize she was finally outside. "Who are you? Are you taking me there?" Liu Nian questioned warily, avoiding the person's outstretched hand. "You may not believe it, but I am EXN, my lady," the person replied. The name EXN gripped Liu Nian's throat so tightly that she could scarcely breathe. After a prolonged moment of choking back tears, she cautiously leaned forward to scrutinize the figure before her. EXIN? Chapter 109. XN has returned. Upon uttering the name, Liu Nian furrowed her brow and stepped back. "You are not." Clearly, this was someone she didn't recognize. "Liu Nian, have you awakened?" The carriage halted, revealing a small head at the door. It was Chris. "Chris, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing someone she knew, Liu Nian hurriedly ran past EXIN to Chris. Chris was taken aback by Liu Nian's warmth upon their reunion. "We heard you had been captured and rushed to rescue you. Kia is also here," he explained, stepping aside to allow Kia to greet Liu Nian with a gentlemanly bow. "It's truly me, EXIN." Liu Nian shook her head in disbelief. "You cannot be EXIN. EXIN," she choked out. "EXIN is not coming back. It's all my fault." Liu Nian's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. "EXIN, he was pleading for you." Liu Nian broke into tears, her words fragmented and incoherent. Seeing this, EXN embraced Liu Nian, gently soothing her back. "It's all right. You must remember that you are a goddess, and you must embody the essence of a goddess." EXIN spoke slowly, reassuring Liu Nian piece by piece. You are the mightiest in the continent of Atlas, remember? I personally brought you back from the coffin. Do you recall? Gradually, Liu Nian's emotions calmed. Are you truly Exin? The figure before her, a young child exuding a nurturing aura, comforted Liu Nian as he stroked her head. Of course, it is I. Remembering this, Liu Nian's chest began to rise and fall rapidly, tears threatening to spill once more. Don't cry. I am unharmed. I am a guardian of the Dawn Goddess. Am I so easily defeated? Exin spoke with bright eyes, hoping his cheerful demeanor would provide Liu Nian with some comfort. Liu Nian remained silent, tranquil for a moment, before quietly asking, does it hurt? Exin patted Liu Nian's back, contemplating before eventually deciding to tell the truth. Yes, it does. My lady. Isn't that an obvious question? I am sorry. Liu Nian buried her head in Exin's shoulder, causing it to grow damp once again. With a heavy sigh, Exin gently pulled Liu Nian away to look in her eyes. You need to get used to my current appearance. You mustn't mistake me for someone else. How have you changed so much? Liu Nian wiped her nose with her sleeve, prompting Exin to express mild disdain. Exin produced a tissue to wipe Liu Nian's nose. What? Do you like it? I believe I look rather handsome this time. Indeed, Exin's new form appeared younger, with refined features and a pair of charming dimples that made his smile even warmer. Liu Nian scrutinized him closely, nodding in agreement. Sniffling, she took the tissue Chris had just handed her to wipe her face. How did you come to be like this? Have you been living this way all along? After eavesdropping for some time, Chris entered and proudly declared, this is all thanks to me. Outside the carriage, Kia's cough could be heard, prompting Chris to scratch his nose and add, all right, I suppose Kia deserves some credit as well. The coughing outside ceased, and the carriage began to sway as if preparing to depart. Miss Liu Nian, let us set off now. We can discuss everything on the way. Depart? Liu Nian momentarily felt dazed, unsure of their destination, but then realization dawned on her. Ah, yes, we must go. To rescue Bo Hong. Liu Nian's excitement surged, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Exin grasped Liu Nian's hand gently, offering reassurance. All right, we shall go rescue the Light King, shall we? Liu Nian composed herself. You haven't explained what is happening. How did you end up with Chris? It's a long story. I will tell you slowly. Lady Slant's hands were freed, and as she could not see, she was assisted to her rightful place. The ritual commenced when everyone was positioned correctly. They placed the boy in the center, his body adorned with intricate seals. Lady Slant began to chant the incantation, with others joining in one by one, the volume of their voices swelling. The sacrifice lying quietly in the center began to stir as the seals came to life. The boy gradually ascended, the seals glowing brightly before dimming. The chanting grew louder, and suddenly, the figure fell heavily. Lady Slant called for Kia and Chris to enter, urging them to quickly take Exin, who had yet to awaken, away. The sound of footsteps indicated that Yin Liang would soon pursue them. Kia and Chris exchanged parting words, wishing each other well as they fled with the Exin's still form. Knowing that Yin Liang was likely approaching from the direction of Kuluali, they decided to head towards Bo Erjia. On the way, they learned of Liu Nian and the Light King's capture, prompting them to strategize how to rescue Liu Nian. Just then, Exin awoke. You're awake? Chris exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Exin rising. You? Oh. Exin stammered, unsure of how to express himself, marking Chris's first failure in familiarizing himself. Whose body is this? Exin adapted to his new body, which felt light and possessed commendable attributes. He was a retainer who had been by Injun's side since childhood. Kuya remarked. Exin closed his eyes and contemplated. It turned out to be that boy. Stretching his limbs, he drew back the curtain of the carriage to gaze at the sky outside. It is indeed a great fortune that you have successfully been reincarnated. Chris finally interjected. Although it sounded somewhat sycophantic, that was precisely his intention. I was supposed to die. It was a world filled with serpents and insects. Exin gazed up at the azure sky. Although the color of the sky here resembled that of the other world, the current view felt far more comforting. Chris glanced between them, puzzled. What do you mean? He asked. If Exin dies, the reincarnation will fail, Kuya replied. Why have I never heard of this? Chris's eyes widened at Kuya's response. Because everyone avoids contemplating such possibilities, Xian answered, fully aware of how challenging his reincarnation was. Chris patted Xian's shoulder. It's all right. Everything is fine now. Xian revealed the first smile since inhabiting this body. Thank you for your concern. I feel much better now. Having lost his eyes, tongue, and hands, Xian had lost all hope of surviving in the other world. The sounds of writhing serpents and insects grew ever closer. He believed he could not escape. Yet, rather than feeling sorrow, Xian laughed, realizing that surviving in this world for 10 days exceeded his expectations. However, in that moment of despair, he heard the voice of a man. Xian. The man called out his name, and oddly, as the man's voice emerged, all other sounds faded away. Unable to speak, he could only nod. He felt the man's hand upon his eyes, and when the hand withdrew, he was astonished to see light once more. The man before him was the god of prophecy, Samuel. I bless you. No serpent or insect shall harm you. On the day you can produce sound, you shall possess a new body. Then the god of prophecy vanished. Each day, Xian endeavored to make a sound, and after 15 days, he finally managed to do so upon awakening one morning. He also heard the call of the reincarnation ritual. Liu Nian and his companion sat in the carriage. Xian was still adjusting to his new body, and his abilities were significantly diminished. They prepared to secretly rescue the Light King from AI likes. Along the way, Chris incessantly recounted how he had bravely rescued Lady Solani, displaying his wit and valor, while Liu Nian, distracted, merely responded absent-mindedly, preoccupied with thoughts of how to save Bohong. Chapter 110. I cannot hear, although Xian had returned. Could the collective strength of the few of them truly rival other princes? He wondered if Leiwind and Liwinda would support him. The distance from Boergia to AI likes was not far, but they had to evade various pursuers and searches along the way. With Kuya's hypnosis aiding them, they managed to proceed with relative speed. The group stopped at an inn, gathering to discuss strategies. Tomorrow was the day of execution. Mentioning this brought a slight sense of suffocation to Liu Nian. However, it was the most urgent matter at hand and could not be avoided. Tomorrow morning, the execution is likely to take place. My current strength is insufficient to contend with Grell, who possesses the destruction ring. Liu Nian rubbed his ring, feeling the gazes of the others fixed upon it. How could this ring's power be manifested? Xian remained silent for a moment before responding softly. The Salvation Ring was originally known as the Sacrifice Ring. The others looked on in astonishment. Sacrifice. Indeed, just as you surmised, to unleash its power, something must be sacrificed. It could be emotion, body, or even life. Liu Nian nodded nonchalantly. But how does one sacrifice when you truly desire something? What you yearn for most is what you will sacrifice. That is no different from saying nothing. Liu Nian scoffed. You always enjoy being so cryptic. Liu Nian stood and walked outside. Prepare for tomorrow's operation. I shall take my leave to rest. He was the first to exit the room, leaving Chris, Kuya, and Xian behind. What you said isn't true, is it? Kuya asked Xian. Xian was not surprised that Kuya had discerned the truth. It's half true. It does indeed require sacrifice, but a spell is also needed. Chris, concerned about Liu Nian, wanted to check on him. Liu Nian seems a bit down. Perhaps I should go comfort him. You stay. We need to discuss our plan for later, Chris replied, leaving Kuya confused. Didn't we just talk about tomorrow's operation? What do you mean by a plan for later? A multitude of people had gathered in AI likes, all eager to witness the execution of the Light King. The streets reverberated with calls for the Light King's downfall, as they were resolute in their belief regarding the Light King's alleged murder of the Goddess of Dawn and harbored intense hatred towards him. Leiwind returned to the small house where he had previously stayed next to Liu Nian, gazing into the yard for a long while before turning back inside. Could he truly choose one over the other, his brother or Liu Nian? Gradually, he closed his eyelids. Tomorrow would surely bring a fierce battle. Suddenly, sound of a struggle caught Leiwind's attention. He swiftly teleported to the source of the noise. Purple lightning crackled as Kuya lay fallen to the side, and an unfamiliar man was fiercely battling Jidan. Jidan struck violently at the individual before him. Although Liu Nian had mentioned that Jidan had been consumed by the ring, he did not expect him to unleash such tremendous power. Upon seeing Leiwind, Exian shouted his identity. However, the crackling of the purple lightning completely drowned out Exian's voice. Liu could only vaguely catch the words save and bull. He prepared to intervene in Dan's battle to inquire about the man's identity, but Kuya's sudden convulsions distracted him. Kuya had been someone he watched grow up. He could not stand by idly. Ignoring Exian's cries, Liu took Kuya to find the headmaid. Exian, realizing he could not contend with the situation, shielded his own vital points and bore the brunt of Dan's attacks. Coming to the scene were Liu and Grell, who appeared even more fierce, his brows furrowed tightly. Liu halted Dan's assault, sensing a familiar aura from the man. However, at this moment, Exian had lost the ability to speak and lay unconscious on the ground. Before losing consciousness, Exian pondered Grell's current mindset as he was on the verge of rescuing his beloved. Yet why did he not seem happy? Secondly, the plan was already half successful. Meanwhile, Chris was stealthily avoiding others, quietly searching for the location where Bai was imprisoned. Their plan was for Exian and Kuya to draw attention, allowing the imperceptible Chris to locate the Light King's position and facilitate his escape from the Light King's palace. However, the sounds of fighting had ceased, and Chris had searched 2 dungeons without finding a trace of Bai. Liu Nian forced himself to sleep, but found it impossible, sitting on the bed until dawn before heading out to find Kuya and the others, ready to depart. To his dismay, knocking on doors yielded no response. Upon entering, he discovered all 3 rooms were completely empty. A sense of unease gripped him as Liu Nian burst out the door, racing towards the Light King's palace. Although dawn had just broken, the streets were bustling with people, flowing towards the Light King's palace, and Liu Nian's hasty figure fell out of place among the crowd. It has been found. A hushed voice spoke from a concealed location. Liu Nian approached the vicinity of the Guangwang Dian, only to be struck unconscious. Beneath the cloak, Laura's expression was devoid of emotion as she cradled the already unconscious Liu Nian. Internally, Laura was far from the calm demeanor she projected, having been dispatched the previous night to find Liu Nian's hiding place. She was acutely aware that Liu Nian would inevitably head straight for the Guangwang Dian upon realizing she was lost. Thus, Laura lay in ambush and, as expected, spotted Liu Nian's silhouette. After a prolonged absence, the goddess appeared significantly thinner and more haggard. Her once gentle and non-aggressive visage now bore harsh angles from emaciation. Liu Nian seemed to sense something and glanced in Laura's direction, prompting Laura to momentarily hide before returning to her original position, whereupon Liu Nian hurriedly continued on her way. Reflecting on the cold, guarded gaze Liu Nian had cast her way moments ago, a look that had never before graced the goddess's features. Laura mused whether such a look had indeed been absent in the past. In a swift motion, Laura positioned herself behind Liu Nian, who remained blissfully unaware. Surely, she must have encountered this before. To render Liu Nian unconscious and catch her as she fell, Laura scrutinized Liu Nian's face closely, a fleeting scene flashing through her mind. Indeed, she had seen it before. On that fateful day in the corridor, when Liu Nian had turned to look at her with the same expression after discovering that she had been sent by Jelly to monitor her. Tasked with observing Liu Nian, the sound from outside grew increasingly raucous. The ritual must have commenced. Liu Nian? What is that sound? Liu Nian, someone is calling me? Liu Nian, wake up. The Guangwang is about to be imprisoned. Liu Nian struggled to open her eyes and discern the identity of the voice calling her, but despite her efforts, darkness persisted before her. Liu Nian. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and beheld her surroundings, an eerily familiar yet strange cell, enveloped in silence. Liu Nian pressed her forehead, desperately trying to recall her previous actions of walking, only to be struck by someone. You're awake? Looking up, she saw Laura standing outside the prison. Eat something. Fuming, Liu Nian stormed forward, overturning the food Laura had brought and seizing the collar of Laura's attire. Let me out. What can you accomplish by going out now? Laura's eyes cast downwards, resembling a child who had erred. Listen to the clamorous voices outside condemning the Guangwang, growing louder by the moment, and time is running short. Jelly is intent on executing the Guangwang without a moment's delay. After a moment of silence, Liu Nian struck Laura's face with a fist, yet Laura remained unfazed. her expression unchanged. Are you out of your mind? Do I possess your acute hearing? In Liu Nian's ears, besides the sound of their breathing, there was nothing else. An awkward silence settled between Laura and Liu Nian. Enough of this nonsense. Let me out. Liu Nian's voice was resolute, commanding. Even if the goddess were to exit, it would serve no purpose. The ritual has already begun. Why? Liu Nian gazed at Laura with indignation. What benefits has Jelly bestowed upon you? What benefits? Laura replied with a sardonic smile. It is simply a matter of placing all blame on the Guangwang to conveniently evade reality. Had it not been for the Guangwang's selfish avoidance of war, my parents would not have perished. Should he then perish? Did he personally slay them? Did he instigate the war? Liu Nian once more grasped Laura's collar. You, in your cowardice, refuse to confront the true enemy. Yet you can freely vent your rage upon others? In that moment, Liu Nian's eyes held no anger, only disappointment. The Laura I have always depended upon. Even if I sense your approach was driven by ulterior motives, I never imagined you to be a cowardly and despicable person. Each word Liu Nian uttered pierced through Laura's heart. Laura's gaze grew distant, clearly confronted with a reality she was reluctant to face. I beg you. Liu Nian's plea further shattered the last vestiges of Laura's facade. That voice resonated with the memory of her parents, kneeling and pleading for salvation, evoking a sense of despair long forgotten. Shut up, Laura screamed in terror. Liu Nian released her grip on Laura's collar and slid to the ground. I beg you. With that utterance, all pretenses crumbled. Laura gasped deeply, unable to close her eyes, her mind flooded with images of her parents being savagely slain by beasts. Clenching her fists tightly, she gazed at Liu Nian, who sat stunned on the floor, and the sight mirrored her own past self, a suffocating sensation rising within her, a metallic sweetness flooding her palate. After a prolonged moment of steadiness, Laura managed to regain her composure. With a swift motion, the door lock slid open, and the door creaked ajar. Liu Nian was taken aback to find that Laura had indeed opened the door. Momentarily, she was at a loss for how to respond. Go, Laura said, staring vacantly at Liu Nian, or perhaps at her former self. Go save him. You must succeed. Liu Nian hastily scrambled to her feet and dashed outside. Yet halfway there, she turned back. Take me with you. Panting, she grasped Laura's hand. Seeing Liu Nian's urgency, Laura instinctively nodded. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding the Guangwang Dian had grown increasingly dense, witnessing the former serene Guangwang's now withered body, devoid of sound. They had followed Jelly's forces to the execution site. The people shouted fervently to imprison the god-slaying Guangwang in the eternal night prison, while Jelly and the other princes were engulfed in heavy thoughts. Lai Wendy closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene outside, let alone the current appearance of Bai. For after all, this was his brother, and how could he manage to turn a blind eye? Jidan remained unchanged, bloodied and disheveled, cracking his fingers, gouging out his eyes, tearing the skin from his body, seemingly impervious to pain. Let's begin. Upon arriving at the location, Jelly wished to waste no time. After all, this moment had arrived, whether it be Bai or Bo Hung. One had taken away his beloved, the other had carved out his heart. Regardless, he felt no guilt towards anyone. Stop, not yet. Lai Benda interrupted Gelly. What do you intend to do? The throngs are surging. If even one person remains loyal to the Guangwang and disrupts our formation, all will be in vain. Jelly, without further thought, simply wished to conclude everything swiftly. He did not want regret to erode his will. Have them step back. Jelly commanded his subordinates to create space among the surrounding crowd and then turned to Lai Wendy. Is this sufficient? Where is Laura? Lai Wendy inquired again. Who cares? No matter how you delay the time, it is futile. Whatever you say, we must commence immediately. Jelly had already taken his position. Lai Wendy scanned the surroundings and silently moved into position, while only Lai Wendy remained on horseback, immobile. Jelly impatiently urged. Are the two brothers taking turns to delay? Grasping Lai Wendy's throat, Jelly sneered. I instructed Laura, if I have not returned by 10 o'clock, she will sever a finger from Liu Nian every minute. Lai Wendy instantly teleported and struck Jelly with a punch, which Jelly did not evade, taking the blow squarely. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jelly remained unfazed. Now, can we begin? Lai Wendy held back. suppressing his voice to ask once more the question he had posed to Jelly countless times. At this juncture, brother, do you truly not regret it? Liu Nian's use of brother struck deeply at Jelly's heart. Yet he had no path of retreat. Amidst the shouts from the outraged crowd, demanding the execution to commence, those from the beast folk were particularly agitated, for the Guangwang had not only slain the goddess of dawn, but had also brutally murdered the Beast King in broad daylight, leaving the beast folk no choice but to seek vengeance. Liu Nian's hands bled profusely, yet he received no response from Gulai. Enraged, he returned to his position and unleashed his power. Then there were Gulai, Jidan, and Liu Nian, who wore a smile, exuding confidence. The four powers of the Blood Clan gradually intertwined, forming a colossal vortex in the sky, the gateway to the Eternal Night Prison. Chapter 112. The Devil in the Eternal Night Prison. The vortex expanded slowly, while Bai found himself powerless at its center. The surrounding crowd fell silent, quietly anticipating the opening of the gate to the Eternal Night Prison. At that moment, a figure appeared near the four princes. Due to the overwhelming power of the princes, the Light King was trapped in the center, and Laura could not approach. "Do not worry, I shall take care of the rest," Liu Nian declared, leaping from Laura's back and resolutely advancing forward. Laura was perplexed. Liu Nian, uninterested in Laura's unspoken words, forged ahead without looking back. Yet, Laura's voice echoed in Liu Nian's ears. "The Light King is indifferent and cold, having never cared for the lives of his kin. Since your return from the tour, he has changed drastically, becoming cruel and merciless. He has failed in his duties as a king, hesitating, while his brother bears the burdens of worry and heartache. Why must you strive to save such a person?" Liu Nian ran forward, seemingly oblivious. Even when Gulai and the others noticed her, it was futile. They were helpless, bound by the demand of the Eternal Night Prison, unable to move, while others were likewise unable to approach due to their unleashed powers. Only Liu Nian, possessing immunity, moved with ease. She raced toward Bai, whose eyes were barely open, as the gate of the Eternal Night Prison stood half ajar. As Liu Nian ran, she pondered Laura's question. Indeed, what was it all for? Reflecting on the moment spent with Bo Hung or Bai, he might indeed be an inept king. Yet he also aided her when in peril, tacitly accepting her false identity, awkwardly caring for his brother. He was a cold man in need of warmth. He was undoubtedly a tyrannical ruler, but he also protected her in times of crisis, accompanying her through darkness and granting her a sweetness she had never known. Even if he wronged every one of his kin, even if he failed in his position, he had done right by me, Liu Nian. With a blade taken from Laura, Liu Nian slashed her own neck, feeling the blood flow more painfully than any before. Yet this outpouring held greater significance than any prior. She collapsed on a Bai, her blood staining his pallid lips. Bai instinctively began to draw sustenance from her. Liu Nian clutched him tightly, with all her strength. It was a faint taste, reminiscent of an elusive fragrance. She felt the sting of pain, wondering if this time she would truly perish. Liu Nian sensed the strength at her waist. It was by embracing her, had he regained his power? Yet she found herself gradually losing her grip on him. Could my idol from my world be you? If I could return, would I dare to pursue him? Regardless of whether you are Bai, Bo Hung, or my idol, I hope you can live well in my stead. Why is the vortex above so dark that I can scarcely see? Liu Nian's arms fell limply. Why? Why has the strength at my waist vanished? Why do I feel as if not only blood, but something else has been drawn away? Was it the vortex above? Though I lack the strength to stand, why am I still upright? Liu Nian's consciousness began to fade, and in the midst of darkness, she glimpsed a familiar smile. Was it Bai or Bo Hung? Liu Nian's world sank into endless darkness once more, this time the experience stretching infinitely long. It was a darkness she willingly embraced. No one anticipated Liu Nian's sudden appearance. The moment she appeared, Gulai felt an inexplicable premonition. As Liu Nian dashed toward Bai, Gulai could no longer deceive himself. The scene of Liu Nian recklessly rushing to Bai mirrored that of Luo Lin rushing to Kai Dan long ago. Gulai could no longer lie to himself. Luo Yu was right. Luo Lin did not love him. Gulai attempted to retract his power, only to find it futile. Forced to watch Liu Nian lunge toward Bai, struggling with all his might, The gate of the eternal night prison was about to open, and he could not bear to let Bai and Liu Nian enter, consumed by the pain of history repeating itself. However, all efforts were in vain. He could only watch Liu Nian rush toward Bai, witnessing history repeat itself and the sudden turn of events. Liu Nian collapsed to the ground, yet Bai remained unresponsive, still in that desiccated state. A third figure emerged between them. How long has it been? The figure said, moving with a body stained in crimson. If a sacrifice is to be made, at least let it have a better flavor. This is revolting. The person had long hair that reached the waist, a tall yet seemingly fragile frame, with half-hidden eyes glimmering in a seductive red. He laughed gleefully, then turned to Ji Dan, who stood frozen. Long time no see. My dear brother. Kai Dan had expected Ji Dan to tremble at his presence, but was taken aback when Ji Dan merely stared blankly for a moment before laughing unabashedly. Kai Dan scrutinized the changed Ji Dan, raising a bony hand to caress his cheek. My dear brother, you seem different. That hand bore a ring identical to Ji Dan's. The gate of the eternal night prison had entirely vanished, and Bai remained still, eyes closed, lost in slumber, while Liu Nian lay lifeless on the ground. In that instant, the princes felt an unprecedented shock. Lai Wenda's smile froze on his face, yet before anyone could react, Lai Wendy dashed to Liu Nian's side. Liu Nian's body still held some warmth as Lai Wendy cradled her, shouting desperately. Liu Nian! Liu Nian! The breathless Liu Nian could not respond to Lai Wendy's frantic calls. Suddenly, Lai Wendy fell silent. What? Is this the one you love? Why did you not tell your brother sooner? Kai Dan asked innocently, squatting down and resting a hand on Lai Wendy's shoulder. Brother, how much longer can I live? Kai Dan's hand froze on Lai Wendy's shoulder, and not just him, everyone stood in shock. Lai Wenda stumbled forward, unable to believe what he saw. At that moment, the heart in Lai Wendy's hand had transformed into a smooth crystal orb, which he unhesitatingly fed into Liu Nian's mouth. Lai Wendy and Liu Nian's wounds began to heal, leaving only the blood still flowing from Lai Wendy's hand. Why are you doing this? Lai Wenda gazed incredulously at Lai Wendy, who had gouged out his own heart to feed it to Liu Nian. Lai Wendy smiled. As long as she could live, that was enough. He then teleported beside the stunned Gulai, delivering a punch that knocked him to the ground. Is this what you wish to see? Your so-called revenge? His furious voice reverberated in Gulai's mind. Ji Dan clapped from the side, reveling in the spectacle. Kai Dan cast a meaningful glance at the figure cradled by Lai Wendy before rising to his feet. Who allowed you to ignore me? The black aura enveloped Caden, who swiftly appeared before Ji Dan, who was frowning in displeasure at being obstructed from watching the unfolding drama. In the next moment, Caden snatched the fragments of a ring from Ji Dan's hand. Indeed, my brother has captured my heart. Chaos erupted among the crowd as the beastmen began indiscriminately attacking the other races. A familiar face emerged from the throng of beastmen. It was their king, Pa. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Pa's gaze was fixated on the ring in Caden's hand. At last, the ring was complete. This damned world should have long bowed beneath my feet. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and the crowd began to flee, only to be mercilessly slain by the beastmen. Caden fused the ring, restoring it to its pristine state, while Lai Wenda, accompanied by Lai Wendy and Liu Nian, departed the scene as Caden completed the fusion. The day's grell was also taken away by the newly arrived Inlun. The black aura radiated from Caden, and at the moment the ring was unified. Ji Dan was struck by a splitting headache and collapsed. Witnessing this scene, the blood tribesmen fell to their knees, their once diverse eye colors morphing into an uncontrollable crimson. Not far away, a man and a woman observed the unfolding chaos with impassive expressions. Initially sensing the ring's aura, they had expected a grand wish to materialize. Issa Myo pouted, her cheeks puffed, resembling a petulant child. Let us go back, Issa Myo, she said. This is no longer our concern. Chapter 113. The face of hell, the beastmen roared, while the blood tribesmen submitted. Caden stood at the center of it all, a grotesque smile etched upon his face. This place is now my paradise. Caden's laughter resonated with a frenzied tone. After the Beast King led his people to slaughter the surrounding populace, he approached Caden, showing no regard for Dan's prostrate form, and walked straight to Caden's side. "O Dark King, I have long awaited your return." The Beast King knelt, his eyes betraying uncontainable excitement. Caden chuckled and turned to Bai. "I have returned, and the reign of the Light King is drawing to a close. The Eternal Night Prison can no longer contain Barang, a pure blood of the blood race, who remains invincible. This pitiful sight is truly a feast for the eyes. As the former Light King, he ought to slumber with dignity. Let us prepare him a fine coffin, so he may rest eternally within." The Beast King gazed at Caden with an almost obsessive admiration. This was the visage of the deity he had envisioned. He approached Grell, offering him the ring, inciting him to exact revenge by sealing the Light King within the Eternal Night Prison, all to rescue Caden, complete the ring, and trample this world beneath his feet. How could a life of comfort and tranquility be deemed truly living? Pain and screams are what truly reflect the value of existence. Ha ha ha. The Beast King erupted into uncontrollable laughter, which even Caden found somewhat displeasing. "What are you laughing at?" The Beast King calmed himself, replying, "It is my greatest honor to witness your return." Caden dismissed it as mere flattery. "In that case, how long have you been trapped in there without sustenance? You must be famished." The Beast King smiled faintly. "I have already prepared for you. Should it not meet your approval, I shall end your life immediately." Caden's voice, unlike that of other men, bore a soft, almost delicate quality, rendering his words chilling. In less than half a day, the populace was engulfed by a thick shroud of darkness, descending into despair, irritability, and madness. Caden commanded his men to locate Grell and the others, sealing the prince's palace of Boergia as the new Blood King's palace, reorganizing its affairs. Now, the restoration was nearly complete. Caden reclined in a blood pool, surrounded by the bodies of countless blood slaves. Rising, he stepped over the corpses, his garments hanging loosely, revealing a gaunt chest. Caden was not of a robust physique. Rather, he appeared remarkably emaciated, with prominent ribs that could evoke a shudder. His enchanting crimson pupils shimmered with lethargy and desolation, his steps somewhat unsteady, as if intoxicated. Since the restoration was nearly complete, it was time to commence the game. Caden's voice retained its delicate tone, laced with a hint of weakness and a trace of coldness. The Beast King dispersed his forces across various locations to facilitate the search for Grell and Liwenda. He recklessly indulged Caden's desires, seeking out one delectable victim after another for him. "You have emerged." Caden shot him a glance. "Why speak so loudly? Shall I have your tongue removed?" The Beast King lowered his voice in apology, and Caden smiled gently. "It's quite all right," caressing the Beast King's head. Caden locked his gaze onto the Beast King's amber eyes. "The moment you've long awaited is about to begin." As the Beast King was rendered speechless by excitement, Caden leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The slaughter commences." Just as the Beast King was about to act, Caden halted him. "I am the Blood King, and I cannot indulge in indiscriminate murder unless there exists a damned reason." The Beast King acknowledged his understanding and promptly summoned a map, preparing to satisfy his bloodlust one location at a time. "Reason? I deem your existence sufficient cause for death." Caden basked in the sunlight in the courtyard, while those around him cautiously catered to this devil. The scent of light is utterly repugnant. The ring upon his hand, once dull and lifeless, now shone with clarity and brilliance. Caden closed his eyes, caressing the ring. "In the world I govern, none shall define me, nor shall anyone dare to gaze upon me." Abruptly opening his eyes, he noticed a trembling little maid who had been stealing glances at him, causing Caden to chuckle. "What a delightful child! Why do you gaze at me?" Caden's voice dripped with seduction. He was indeed a perilous being. The maid, quivering, cautiously replied, because you—" Before she could finish her sentence, her voice faltered entirely. "I detest stammerers. Why must you vex me so?" Caden's expression shifted from feigned gentleness to a chilling, irritable demeanor. The surrounding individuals silently dealt with the remnants of the maid's existence, having grown numb to the event. Caden instantaneously transported himself to the rooftop, caressing the ring as he gazed into the distance. As he surveyed the myriad streets and buildings, the unseen places in the far distance were precisely where Caden longed to behold. The urge to destroy was overwhelming. Ha ha ha. Caden laughed, but his mirth morphed into a cold expression. He twirled the ring vigorously, his heart ablaze with impatience. Just a little longer, Uncle Wong. Once you vanish, there will be no one left in this world who can contend with me. Appearing before the Beast King, who wore a bloodthirsty smile and radiated euphoria, Caden turned away at the sight of his madness. As expected, he beheld a landscape strewn with crimson corpses, prompting Caden to wrinkle his nose. This frenzied, ravenous display resembled a rabid dog. Caden's voice provoked the Beast King, as if his very existence brought the Beast King joy, even when confronted with such remarks. The Beast King remained blissfully content. Caden rotated his neck, opening his cold eyes. Look closely and learn what true artistry is. As Caden's voice faded, several fleeing souls met their demise. All the Beastmen warriors ceased their actions. Caden stood leisurely, yet inexplicably, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Although Caden appeared motionless, he had traversed to each individual's side. When all around him had vanished, Caden finally revealed a satisfied smile. Returning to the Blood King's palace, Caden instructed his men to bring forth images of Lai Wendy and Lai Wenda. However, despite his mental image of their faces, he still could not transport himself to their side. Caden's power lay in instantaneous movement, enabling him to reach any place he desired. Kaidan sat with his legs crossed, vigorously spinning the ring in his hand. Who could have possibly placed a barrier around them? Luan slowly rotated her wrist and delivered a sharp slap to Golai's face. However, Golai remained unresponsive, still with his eyes closed. Lai Wenda stood beside Luan, arms crossed, insisting, "Step aside, I will eliminate him directly. It would be much simpler." Luan abruptly turned to Lai Wenda, exclaiming, "That is out of the question." Chapter 114. The Illusion, Liu Nian. Wake up! The sound jolted Liu Nian from his slumber, and he awkwardly stood, wishing he could vanish into the ground. "Why do you always sleep in my class? This is a specialized course. Do you still want to earn credits?" The teacher on stage was visibly frustrated, repeatedly tapping the podium with his hand. "If you lack the motivation, then do not engage in actions that disrupt the class. If you want to sleep, take a seat in the back row." With his head bowed, Liu Nian listened to the teacher's admonition, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. "Why must you sit in the front row to obstruct my view? And you snore as well?" The teacher, seemingly incensed, directed all his ire towards Liu Nian, who immediately lifted his head. "What do you mean, what?" The teacher swiftly interrupted Liu Nian, leaving no room for explanation. Liu Nian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This day had been exceedingly uncomfortable. His childhood friend nearby nearly burst out laughing, and Liu Nian could feel the tremors of the desk. "I'm sorry, teacher," Liu Nian muttered, feeling the weight of the entire class's gaze upon him. "All right, you may go to the back row and sleep." The teacher, having vented his frustration, returned to lecturing, waving Liu Nian toward the back. Liu Nian quickly shuffled to the last row, head down. Once the teacher resumed his normal lecture, Liu Nian cautiously lifted his head. How utterly embarrassing. After class, his childhood friend approached him. "You are truly remarkable. Your snoring was deafening. Are you that tired?" Liu Nian, while packing his things, complained, "It's strange. I feel as though I haven't fully awakened." The teacher appears somewhat hazy. "You must have an issue with your eyesight. Did you lose your contact lenses?" His friend examined Liu Nian's face closely. It was then that Liu Nian realized, brushing off his friend's hand, he pulled out a mirror and checked his own reflection. Indeed, his glasses were missing. "Oh dear, I haven't worn glasses in so long that I've forgotten I am nearsighted." Liu Nian rubbed his eyes, confirming that everything around him appeared blurred. "How can you say you haven't worn them in a while? You have never stopped wearing them." His friend picked up Liu Nian's backpack, waiting at the door. Once Liu Nian finished organizing his belongings and slung the bag over his shoulder, he sighed, "Right, let's not dwell on that. I'm feeling rather down today." As they walked back, his friend kept staring at Liu Nian in silence. "What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. You are not just feeling down. You seem to have transformed into an entirely different person." "How so?" "It's clearly you who is acting strangely today." His friend pointed ahead. "Look at that person in front. Don't you have any reaction?" Liu Nian followed the direction of the finger and froze in place. An uncontrollable urge to run towards the person surged within him. Bye. The individual turned upon hearing the sound, remaining indifferent as Liu Nian approached. Liu Nian's friend stood behind in shock, repeating incredulously, "Bye? What is happening? I don't understand." But if Liu Nian rushes over, it will certainly end badly. Liu Nian. His friend quickly closed the distance, grabbing Liu Nian's hand and pulling him back, causing Liu Nian to stumble. Noticing the gaze directed towards them, his friend quickly covered for him. "Why are you calling me so loudly?" "Haha, I'm right here." Liu Nian finally regained composure and signaled to his friend with his eyes. "What should I do?" "Haha, it's fine, just follow me." "He isn't looking at me oddly, is he?" Liu Nian desperately tried to communicate his concern through his expressions. "Let's go." His friend found Liu Nian's exaggerated expressions amusing, ultimately dragging him away from the scene. Once out of the person's line of sight, Liu Nian could finally breathe freely, feeling as if he'd been holding his breath, his face flushed. What reckless behavior did I just display? Liu Nian shook his friend's arm repeatedly. His friend, feeling uncomfortable, tried to pull away but found Liu Nian's grip surprisingly strong. "Have you been sneaking spinach from Popeye? You're so strong." Liu Nian straightened himself, looking seriously at his friend. "Please check if something is wrong with me." His friend scrutinized him, but could not discern anything unusual. "What makes you think something is amiss?" Liu Nian murmured to himself, feeling that everything was indeed out of place. "Where's the issue?" His friend examined Liu Nian again, finding nothing wrong. He still appeared to be his usual silly self. "Everything is wrong. My presence here is the problem." "Then where do you want to go?" Liu Nian pondered deeply, but found his mind blank. "Forget it. Let us just head back." Liu Nian conceded. Perhaps he simply hadn't rested well the previous night. "Where are we going back to? Have you lost your mind? We have the club's team-building event today." His friend tugged at Liu Nian's collar, turning him in a new direction. "Are we going to eat? Where to?" Liu Nian recalled there was indeed something planned. "Fuing restaurant, how about that? They've really gone all out this time." "Fuing?" Liu Nian exclaimed. "Fuing is in the south of the city. It will take us 8 hours by horse cart to get there." "What old-fashioned thinking is this? A horse cart? Do you still want to ride one?" Liu Nian faced his friend's wary expression, feeling like a monster. "I was just joking." Liu Nian's smile became increasingly stiff. He wondered what was happening to him. The two arrived at the entrance, waiting for the coach rented for the team-building event. On the bus, everyone organized games, while Liu Nian, claiming to feel unwell, secluded himself in a corner, gazing out at the passing scenery. Why did everything seem so surreal? The more he looked, the more misplaced he felt. Why did he believe he should not be here? Perhaps he had dreamt something during class? Not wanting to dwell on it further, Liu Nian decided to simply close his eyes and sleep. If all else failed, he could return to the dream and discover what he had forgotten. Before long, the bus arrived at their destination, and the president organized the group to disembark. By the way, one of the highlights of Fu Ying restaurant is that the ingredients are always fresh. His friend rambled on about the information he had gathered. "I heard that customers choose their own live ingredients after ordering." "That sounds truly fresh," Liu Nian agreed. Noticing that his friend had left the group of girls surrounding him to check on Liu Nian, who was still in a gloomy mood, his friend insisted on pulling Liu Nian to choose ingredients instead of allowing him to wait at the table. "Wow, do they select the pigs live?" Liu Nian was genuinely astonished. This was too intense. Of course, that's the rule. Each table of guests selects their own ingredients, and any remaining meat is sold at market price for guests to take home. His friend puffed out his chest proudly, as if it were his own restaurant. Liu Nian unconsciously applauded. "Impressive. What should we select next?" "Chicken." "Chicken?" Liu Nian felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, and sure enough, big white chicken. Upon seeing the proud head of the chicken, Liu Nian uncontrollably shouted. The big white chicken strutted in the restaurant's backyard, its head held high, walking with a confident gait. The echoes of big white chicken resounded in Liu Nian's mind and reverberated through his world, finally awakening him to what he had forgotten and why he felt he did not belong in this world. The scene before him, his friend's face, and the people around began to distort, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. Liu Nian was suddenly awakened, finding herself lying on a soft, large bed. She surveyed her surroundings and then fixated on the ring given to her by her childhood friend for a while. Could it be true? After death, I can be revived. Was the last occurrence not merely a coincidence? Liu Nian recalled the ring that had been in the coffin and began to search around. Surely there must be another ring nearby this time. She flipped the bedding but found nothing, then got off the bed and rummaged through drawers and cabinets. The scene that greeted Lei Wen upon his arrival was Liu Nian with her backside raised, digging beneath the bed. "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice startled Liu Nian, and her head bumped against the edge of the bed. Turning around, she saw Lei Wen and quickly stood up. "I'm not dead." Liu Nian's face broke into a radiant smile. "Where is Bai? Or Bohong? Where are they? Did Gulai make a mistake? What about Xin? How is everyone?" Facing Liu Nian's barrage of questions, Lei Wen chuckled and suddenly suggested, "How about we live like a normal family?" Liu Nian's smile froze. "Why? What has happened?" Chapter 115, The Bougainvillea Blooms. Tears welled in Liu Nian's eyes, but she stubbornly held them back, for if she cried, it would mean she accepted the grim reality that she had changed nothing. Covering her warm chest with her hands, Liu Nian could scarcely believe it. "Don't do this," she murmured to herself while sitting on the bed. "Don't do this." The smile had vanished from her face, resembling a doll devoid of life. Yingji stood by the door, frowning. This expression felt oddly familiar. Lei Wen, with a cold demeanor, remarked at the door, "Either you are thinking of you, or you are thinking of the current Gulai." Yingji rubbed her temples, having thought she was trapped in a maze upon entering. Pointing towards Gulai's room, she frowned slightly, wondering how these two rooms could share the same atmosphere. Lei Wen was less curious about Yingji's question and more intrigued by her as a person. "You've changed," he noted. "Yes, I've noticed too." After saying this, she left, returning to her own room. Lei Wen watched Yingji's retreating figure, pondering what had transpired since her return from It. Liu Nian gazed out the window. Lei Wen had been visiting Liu Nian these past few days, keeping her company with conversation. Yet Liu Nian remained unresponsive. Watching the two of them in their forlorn state only deepened Lei Wen's unease. The Light King was missing. Gulai was ensnared in a loop of guilt, and Liu Nian remained silent, unwilling to speak. Lei Wen, having lost his heart, was wholly devoted to Liu Nian, while Yingji, although somewhat more human, did not significantly enhance their combat prowess. This team was indeed challenging to lead. "I want to return your heart to you." This was the first time Liu Nian had spoken in days. Yet, Lei Wen did not wish to respond. Liu Nian's lips were cracked and bleeding, her eyes dull and weary, a far cry from a girl in her 20s. Lei Wen choked back emotions as he said, "I want you to live." Liu Nian smiled, yet with her smile, the cracks in her lips widened, the bloodstains becoming more pronounced. "I've already lived for a long time." She pointed to the bougainvillea blooming outside. "I waited for the flowers to bloom." Lei Wen followed her gaze, seeing the bougainvillea in full bloom. "These are the flowers that my beloved cherishes. They're also the flowers that my first friend in this world adores." Liu Nian curled her legs under her, tilting her head back and closing her eyes, taking a deep breath as if inhaling the fragrance of the bougainvillea. "Being able to see them bloom is already enough for me." Exhaling deeply, she added, "Heart, I truly no longer need it." Lei Wen feigned ignorance regarding the matter of the heart and silently exited Liu Nian's room. Liu Nian opened her eyes only when she heard Lei Wen's footsteps, her eyes brimming with tears. In the adjacent room, Gulai was also gazing out the window at the sea of flowers. Yingji stood quietly beside him. "Do you like these flowers?" Gulai pressed his hand against the window. "My brother likes them." Yingji sighed with closed eyes and left the room. Gulai stared at the blooming flowers, his left fist clenched tightly, blood seeping through. No matter how much he regretted, it was too late to make amends. He glanced toward the next room, listening intently for Liu Nian's steady breathing. Yet he lacked the courage to face her. Lei Wen had not sought out Liu Nian for a long time. When Liu Nian sensed something amiss and went to search for him, she found Lei Wen frail and lying on the bed. Lei Wen sat at the edge of the bed, brow furrowed, suppressing his anger. If Gulai had lost his heart, the frozen snowfield allowed him to live longer, and his mother's power sustained him, granting him freedom of movement. But Lei Wen had nothing. His complexion was pale, and his lips lacked color, resembling a long-sick patient. When Liu Nian came looking for Lei Wen, Gulai was also present. All of Gulai's blood felt frozen, immobilized to the point where he could barely breathe. Yet Liu Nian, as if oblivious, walked straight towards Lei Wen, who wished to stand and let Liu Nian sit closer. He understood his brother's deep affection for Liu Nian. However, when Liu Nian approached, she placed her hand on Lei Wen's shoulder, halting his movement. "You can do this, right?" Lei Wen, being a bright individual, immediately grasped Liu Nian's intention. With an expression devoid of emotional fluctuation, she said, "Return his heart to him." A silence enveloped them, and it was Gulai who finally spoke. "Give him my heart." Liu Nian turned her gaze towards Gulai, expecting to see hatred in her eyes, but instead, they were empty, which only intensified Gulai's fear. He stepped forward anxiously. Before he could finish, Inji grasped Gulai's arm, interrupting him. "Do you think this will atone for your sins and earn everyone's forgiveness?" Gulai hung his head in silence, indeed avoiding the truth, yet he genuinely wished to save Lei Wen. "Your hearts are not mere trinkets to be exchanged at will." Liu Nian's expression softened slightly, as Inji noticed the change in her demeanor. Inji pulled Gulai back to meet her gaze. "Your priority now is to find the Light King and save Atlas. That is how you can atone." The atmosphere fell into another silence. Lei Wen gradually regained consciousness, seeing Liu Nian, and slowly took her hand. In a dazed manner, he murmured, "It's good that you are here." Liu Nian felt the icy touch of Lei Wen's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lei Wen fell back into unconsciousness, and Liu Nian steeled her resolve. Return his heart to him. At that moment, Lei Wen was unwilling to relent. Since his brother valued Liu Nian's life more than his own, he would continue to protect her. Liu Nian sat on the bed, placing Lei Wen's hand back under the covers, then reached out to stroke his cheek. "Can the witchcraft of the Wu clan weave dreams?" Yingxi Yentlu Pulid Ye Li, who seemed about to speak and nodded slightly. Lei Wen wanted to stop Liu Nian, but she smiled gently. "After all, in the grand scheme, my life is fleeting, and I cannot accompany him forever." Liu Nian's expression lightened, as if she had let go of a heavy burden. "Let us be together in dreams without regrets." And then return his heart to him. Lei Wen was at a loss, turning to Inji and Gulai. Gulai lowered his head, frowning, unable to utter a single word before Liu Nian. Yinling displayed an expression of readiness, as if he could arrange anything at any moment. Luanda sighed and placed his hand on Nin's shoulder. "Thank you." In Chapter 116, titled A Dream, a soldier rushed into his main hall, urgently reporting a matter of great importance. Kaidan was deep in thought, observing his delirious brother, when he was rudely interrupted. Without uttering a word, Kaidan silenced the intruder permanently. "Who has turned you into this?" Jordan toyed with his newly grown fingers and pointed at the ring on Kaidan's hand. "Could you give me that damned ring?" As Jordan's hand brushed against the ring, it burned him, turning his skin bright red. "It is the very thing I wish to destroy." "Why?" Before Adon could inquire further, another soldier burst into the room. "Blood King, we have discovered that that sinner seems to be awakening." The soldier waited silently for the new Blood King to express anger or issue orders, but received nothing. Summoning his courage, he looked up, only to find that gun had vanished, while Jordan swayed precariously, bouncing towards the soldier. "Is it strange? His ability is instantaneous movement. He can go wherever he pleases." After saying this, Kaidan began to murmur to himself, "If it were me, where would I wish to go?" Upon returning to his chamber, he smiled slightly at a certain spot. "You're still here." Kaidan instantly transported himself before Buff's coffin, which had already been opened, revealing Buff's body lying within. Kaidan was incredulous. How is this possible? Bloodline creatures fall into slumber without blood, and unless someone feeds them, they cannot awaken. At that moment, Buff's body was covered in intricate golden patterns that shimmered with dazzling light, causing Kaidan to frown involuntarily. The inability to kill purebloods was certainly advantageous to himself, but it was exasperating when it concerned a wretched individual. As Kaidan paced in front of the coffin, the golden patterns extended to the ground. Once they enveloped his entire body, Wuheng should awaken, right? Damn it! Why is this happening? Clearly, Wuheng should have been drawn into the Eternal Night prison. Why is he not only still here, but also on the verge of awakening? Uncertain how to suppress the peculiar bone, Kaidan contemplated the chances of overpowering an awakened bone while fiddling with the ring on his finger. Damn it! If he awakens, those few individuals will surely come rushing here. At that point, I would not stand a chance against them. After much hesitation, Kaidan placed the destruction ring on his right hand, causing the golden patterns on his skin to dim and vanish. Kaidan felt his empty hand. Regardless of the situation, his objective had been achieved, rendering the existence of the ring inconsequential in his possession. As long as he could defeat them one by one, none would be his match. At that moment, Clear gazed out the window at the blooming remaining silent, while Yinming, who had been quietly divining nearby, slowly opened his eyes. I can feel it. Gurley stood up excitedly. Where? The two immediately set off, but after only a few steps, Yinling suddenly convulsed and spat blood, a dark aura emanating from his mouth. What is wrong? Gurley supported the kneeling Yinling, anxiously inquiring. After expelling the remaining blood from his mouth, Yinling responded with slight disappointment. I can no longer sense the location of Gongwang. How could this be? Yinling was equally perplexed. Not only could he not sense it, but the general direction had also vanished from his mind. At that moment, rushed into the room, and upon seeing Yinling being assisted by her to the bed, he understood that Yinling had failed. Please rest well. Without uttering another word, exited the room, for at this moment, the two individuals within the dream were of greater importance to him. Liu Nian returned to Linda's chamber, guarding the two who were deep in slumber. In the dream, Liu Nian smiled, a smile that pierced Liu's heart with pain. How could he possibly explain everything to his brother upon awakening? The very person his brother fought to protect was someone he had failed to safeguard. Seated in a small wooden cabin in the forest, Liu Nian stood with her hands on her hips, observing a patch of open ground before the cabin. Let's plant something here. Rushing to Liu Nian's side, she exclaimed, I love spinach. Even Popeye loves it. Liu Nian chuckled, ruffling Liu's hair. Of course we can. After planning that area, Liu Nian began to devise schemes for other locations. Having not returned for a long time, as the light in the forest gradually dimmed, stood to search for it. After calling for a while without a response, he began to grow anxious. Suddenly, a multitude of fireflies appeared around him. Following the fireflies in confusion, he noticed they had formed a shape, and upon closer inspection, it was the shape of a heart. The fireflies scattered and emerged from the side, clutching a handful of wild grass. What is this? Linda accepted the wild grass from Lin, gently ruffling her hair. What brings you here? Lin opened her hands to show him all that she had meticulously prepared. What else could it be? I have been planning this for quite a while. This is my carefully arranged proposal site. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Everything felt so beautiful. Liu Nian embraced Liu Nian, playfully shaking the wild grass she had gathered. And what about these? Are these wild grasses a substitute for wedding flowers? Liu Nian felt a bit wronged at the mention. I searched for so long. Is there not a single flower in this forest? She animatedly recounted her experience searching for flowers. So, since I couldn't find any flowers, I had to use this as a substitute. Liu Nian pushed away from Liu's embrace, preparing to kneel for the proposal, but was stopped by Liu Nian. If anyone is to propose, it should be me. Liu Nian smiled mysteriously. Of course, I have been waiting for you to say that. In the secretive forest, Liu Nian lived a tranquil yet blissful life. Each day, Liu Nian found new ways to amuse Liu Nian, while he doted upon her energetic antics. As Liu Nian observed Liu Nian examining the spinach seedlings, he felt an inexplicable sense of disharmony. When Liu Nian reached out to pull a seedling, Liu Nian intervened. What are you doing? I'm trying to help it grow faster. Liu Nian grinned, mischievously, playfully tugging at Let me pull one. At that moment, as Liu Nian stroked Liu's hair and gazed into her sparkling eyes, he suddenly lost his ability to smile. Thank you. This unexpected gratitude puzzled Liu Nian. Liu Nian took his hand and reached for her ring. Why is it that your ring no longer resists me? In that instant, Liu's expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. Liu Nian felt no strangeness. He had noticed since that day during the firefly wedding that Liu's eyes did not reflect his image. Is this the dream you have given me? In chapter 117, titled The Dream Shattered, the dreams of Liu Nian fragmented. Everything they had experienced within the dream turned to shards, racing through Liu Nian's mind. They had just moved into the secluded forest, living a life free from worldly concerns. Together, they picked wild fruits, played hide and seek, washed clothes, planted vegetables, and proposed. Liu could even envision Ning tenderly cradling a large white chicken, stroking it repeatedly. The bamboo-woven rocking chair swayed gently. Liu Nian gazed skyward, though the view was unclear. It brought a sense of tranquility. With her head tilted back and eyes closed, Liu Nian unknowingly drifted off to sleep, her hand still fondling the large white chicken. Suddenly, the chicken hopped down from Liu Nian's lap. Liu Nian remained in a state of slumber, her mouth agape and her head tilted back, presenting a rather amusing sight. Various images intertwined before Liu, fading slowly like a revolving lantern. While Liu was ensnared within the secret realm, Liu Nian had already awakened. Liu was astonished that Liu Nian could emerge from her dream so swiftly. Liu Nian's expression was remarkably serene, as if she had prepared for everything. Liu extended a hand, and at the moment his fingers pierced Liu Nian's skin, she was reminded of Grell's mercilessness towards her. Reflecting upon the passage of time, she realized a year had elapsed, and the swiftness of time took her by surprise. Her heart began to tremble, and her vision blurred. Just then, a warm force enveloped Liu Nian's entire being. Liu was unable to extract her heart. Both were taken aback, and as Liu Nian touched her chest, she found no trace of injury. Ingji appeared at the doorway, announcing the arrival of Lord Isin. In the living room, everyone was gathered around the sofa. Liu inquired, "Lord Isin, how did you manage to locate us?" Isin took a slow sip of tea before responding. "Previously, we were confined in a dungeon underground. After recuperating for several days, I have successfully regained my strength. However, I could not sense your presence at all, so I escaped the Light King's palace with Chris. Not long ago, I sensed the aura of the Light King. At that moment, Ingji was probing for the Light King's location when she was attacked by the ring, which allowed me to follow the ring's dark energy to find you." Liu pondered for a moment. "Attacked by the ring?" "Indeed," Isin nodded. "I can feel that the Light King possesses the purest bloodline of the Blood Clan and is a descendant of the divine. Thus, when the Light King's blood runs low and the bloodline suppressing divine power fails, the divine blood will seize control of the Light King's body. Therefore, if Caden does not use the ring to suppress the Light King will surely awaken." Ingji pressed her hand against her throat, where a bruise remained from the ring's attack. Grell furrowed his brow and looked at Isin. "Caden is currently without the ring. With your strength, we can certainly defeat him together." Isin nodded. "However, I will be gravely weakened, and at that point, we may lose either Liu or Liu Nian." The group fell into silence once more, realizing that they could not save both Liu and Liu Nian simultaneously. Ingji frowned. "Does this mean that if we do not confront Caden, there is still a chance to rescue both?" "Precisely," Isin affirmed. At that moment, Chris, who had remained silent, boastfully shook his head. "This is all thanks to me." Isin clarified, "In truth, even with your abilities combined, we may not be able to defeat Caden, as after escaping, I exhausted my strength to aid Chris in healing his damaged wings." "Damaged wings?" Liu gasped. "Are you implying that you intend to fly over the Tame Sea?" "Indeed. We are returning to our clan to seek the last individual stationed at the Time Tower who can oppose Caden. That individual is Prince Fuda, the second-generation clan member." The group unanimously decided to send Liu Nian and Chris to the Time Tower to request Prince Fuda's assistance in punishing Caden. At that moment, Liu Nian sat in the room, gazing out at the scenery. Logically, Liu should have awakened by now, yet due to her frailty, she remained in a deep slumber after her dream. The door creaked open, and Liu Nian turned to see Isin entering. A long-awaited smile blossomed on Liu Nian's face. "Isin, you're alive. How wonderful." Isin playfully tapped Liu Nian on the head. "Humph. How could someone as formidable as I perish?" Isin held a meal in her hands, treating Liu Nian as if she were the goddess of dawn, as though nothing had changed. Liu Nian took a bite, finding it tasteless. Isin grasped Liu Nian's hand. "Goddess." Liu Nian scoffed. "No need to call me that. I am unworthy." Isin did not conceal anything from Liu Nian. "I have come to save you and Liu." Liu Nian furrowed her brow, contemplating, "How we do that?" "We have discussed it and decided to seek Prince Fuda at the Time Tower." "Prince Fuda?" Isin continued without delay, stating that in order to save Liu, they would need a branch from the divine tree located within the secret forest. Liu Nian inhaled sharply. A branch from the divine tree? Indeed, Isin opened a book for Liu Nian to see. It detailed how the divine tree could save all beings, and a single branch could exchange for a life. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Nian stood up, determined to venture into the secret forest. Isin caught Liu Nian's arm. "Do not go. You will not find the divine tree now, and Jin will not allow you to find it. To locate it, you must persuade Fuda to let you return to the past." Liu Nian froze. The sudden surge of hope followed by overwhelming despair caused her to burst into tears. Her choked sobs echoed within the dim room. Isin reached out, gently patting Liu Nian's shoulder. "It will be all right," as Chris's wings remained fragile. Inji was assisting Isin in further repairs. Consequently, they would not be able to set off for another week. Liu Nian now walked along the path in the secret forest, having spent 3 days there, reflecting on the dream that felt indistinguishable from reality. She felt an indescribable attachment to this place. With 4 days remaining until departure, even if her efforts seemed futile, Liu Nian was determined to search. "Why must you torment yourself so?" Jin stood atop a tree, observing the stubborn Liu Nian with a sigh. He could not defy the divine tree's command. Even if Liu Nian stood beside it at that moment, she would remain oblivious. Liu Nian offered a weak smile. "What can I do? In this world filled with blood clans and beast clans, what can a defenseless person like me accomplish? I cannot fight or protect. All I can do is these seemingly futile efforts. If you're willing to help me, please tell me where the divine tree is." After Liu Nian spoke, she looked up, but Jin was no longer on the tree. Chapter 118. There is still hope. Meanwhile, Caden had appeared in the town closest to the time tower, Borgia. Standing upon the rocky outcrop, Caden's gaze was fixed intently on the time tower, shrouded in mist. Is it time to venture there once more? He traced his fingers over his right arm, where the scars of an irremovable burn lingered. The bodies of the Blood Clan bore no scars. However, the individual within the time tower could inflict burns with a mere wave of their hand, leaving behind marks that could never be erased. In an instant, Caden returned to his room. It would be best to wait until the ring had completely consumed Boheng's power before making his move. The Beast King knocked on the door, and upon receiving Caden's consent, strode into the room. "Why haven't you come to see me these days?" The Beast King sat directly in Caden's chair, and Caden did not protest. The Beast King's body was reeking of blood, and for the Blood Clan, who were more sensitive to the scent of blood than the Beast Clan, the mingling of aromas was distinctly apparent. Caden approached, his slender fingers tracing the patterns of armor on the Beast King's body. Old, youthful, and juvenile, truly a suit of armor steeped in sin. The Beast King remained motionless in his chair, allowing Caden's fingers to roam freely over his attire. Caden's fondness for the garment permitted him to tolerate the Beast King's infatuated gaze. Removing his fingers from the clothing, Caden examined the bloodstains on his fingers, tasting the unique combination of flavors. "Why do you gaze at me so?" Caden placed his hand on the table, leaning forward. He favored loose clothing, and this bend made his garments sag further, revealing his gaunt chest. The Beast King was captivated by Caden, entranced by the aura that emanated from him, the aura of the Annihilation Ring. In the eyes of Shou Wang, Kai Dan epitomized the divine, his essence, his fragrance. His demeanor all resonated with the heavenly. However, the aura surrounding Kai Dan had somewhat diminished. Unable to resist the urge, Shou Wang lifted his hand, yearning to caress the deity before him. Yet he felt too insignificant, fearing he would be scorched by the touch, and thus his arm hung suspended in rapture. Kai Dan straightened up, crossing his arms and gazing down upon Shou Wang. "I remained standing. Who granted you permission to sit?" Startled, Shou Wang fell to his knees in apology. "My deranged brother, in need of torment, would find joy in your formidable recovery. Why not amuse him?" In response to Kai Dan's command, Shou Wang maintained an unwavering posture of submission. Rising from the ground, he inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the divine essence, as if under a spell. He did not linger, obediently seeking out Ji Dan, who was confined below. Ji Dan played in the courtyard. His ears perked to the anguished cries outside, giggling with satisfaction. Reclining on a chair, he waved his hand through the dim air, exclaiming, "Such delightful sounds! At that moment, Shou Wang approached Ji Dan, who, upon seeing him, sprang forth like an exuberant child. Wow, the killer has arrived. Ji Dan bounced eagerly before Shou Wang. The latter felt no affinity towards Ji Dan, regarding him with disdain. Had it not been for Kai Dan's directive, he would not have sought out a madman. Ji Dan seemed to perceive Shou Wang's thoughts. Did my brother send you? Are you prepared? Shou Wang, confronted by the frenzied Ji Dan, involuntarily shuddered. Jin sat quietly beneath the divine tree, where those sheltered by it lived in serene contentment. The tree radiated a gentle green light. Jin turned slowly, listening intently to the tree's whispers. After a moment, as the glow began to fade, Jin lowered his head and murmured, I understand. Standing 2 meters away from the tree, he maintained a respectful distance. Gazing at the tree's luminous splendor, waves of emotion stirred within his eyes. He took a step forward, then another, until he could advance no further. With trepidation, he reached out to touch the sacred tree he had guarded from afar for centuries, whispering, You have suffered. Liu Nian's calls went unheeded by Jin, as she tirelessly searched for traces of the divine tree within the woods. Over the past week, she had traversed every corner of the forest, emerging once more from the small cabin. As she surveyed her surroundings, vibrant ribbons adorned each tree, symbolizing her diverse search routes. Yet no sign of the tree emerged. Exhausted, Liu Nian rested on a large stone, sipping water as her confidence waned. Time had passed. She had tied ribbons in every nook of the forest, yet the divine tree remained elusive. Slowly, she closed her eyes, drowsiness enveloping her as she drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Liu Nian perceived a woman clad in azure, silk approaching her. She attempted to wave, but found herself immobilized. Are you well? The figure extended a delicate hand, its porcelain skin coming into view. Liu Nian yearned to grasp the hand, stretching towards it, yet she could only faintly discern the woman's silent words. Straining to observe the movement of her lips, Liu Nian unconsciously vocalized the sound. As her vision blurred further, the hand before her became indistinct. Suddenly, with a jolt, Liu Nian awoke, clutching her head, only to find Jin standing before her. Surprised to see Jin, Liu Nian was momentarily dazed. She had believed that even if she failed to find the divine tree, Jin would not appear. Jin? She questioned in disbelief. He nodded. You need not continue your search. Instead, spend time with Lai Wendy. Anticipating Jin's advice, Liu Nian wiped the cold sweat from her brow, resolutely replying, As long as there is hope, I shall search endlessly. Jin maintained his impassive gaze upon her, stating, Though the divine tree resides within the secret forest, it exists in a different realm. Only powerful witches may enter without my consent. At that moment, Liu Nian recalled Exin, believing he could assist her. But Jin's next words doused her hopes like cold water. The one you seek is not of the human race. They cannot enter. Despair washed over Liu Nian as she trembled, nodding in resignation. Very well. She forced back her emotions, assuring herself that even if she could not find it now, she could return to the past. Approaching the edge of the secret forest, she glanced back, observing the trees adorned with colorful ribbons. Just as she was about to step forward, a pair of elongated hands appeared on her shoulder, sharp and unsettling. Strangely, Liu Nian did not feel fear. Turning around, she encountered the frightening yet revered figure of Shiyu. Sama-Ed-Zidu? Chapter 119. The gift of a celestial being Samuel Zhalu wordlessly removed the earrings from Liu Nian's ears and replaced them with his own gift. Then, he vanished from her sight. Liu Nian touched her earlobe, silently exiting the secret forest. Outside the forest, everyone was prepared to depart. Liu Nian smiled. Let us go. Exin, having sensed the divine presence, looked towards the direction Liu Nian had emerged from. He glanced at Yin Lan, who was praying with her eyes closed, indicating she too had sensed it. A week prior, after sensing Yin Lan's location, the god of Shiyu had appeared before Exin, revealing a method that would allow Liu Nian and Lai Wendy to coexist. The last words of the god of Shiyu were, This is her adventure. She must embark on it, or rather, she has returned. Returning to the present, Exin picked up a book which, despite its title, contained only a few pages. Curious, Chris took the book, but as he did so, several pages fell out. Exin stared in shock at the remnants of the Book of Hell. gripping Chris by the collar. Given Exin's youthful stature, it resembled a middle schooler challenging an adult. Liu Nian could not help but smile. Chris, looking innocent, asked, "What's wrong?" Exin, irately releasing Chris, exclaimed, "Do you know what you just knocked down? That is the Book of Hell." Quickly, Exin retrieved the book from the ground, explaining, "It is the only book capable of spatial transformation. I specifically snuck into the temple of the Dawn Goddess to steal it." It turned out Exin intended to use the Book of Hell to teleport directly to a seaside town, allowing Chris to fly to the Tower of Time. Chris, eager to please, brushed off the dust from the book, saying, "I didn't know. We can tidy it up and still use it. Let us head straight to the Tower of Time." Exin snatched the book back from Chris, observing the few remaining pages, wishing for a spell to send Chris directly to rest. "This book can only transport one person per page. Look, we only have 3 pages left. How will we return?" Despite Exin's relentless admonishments, Chris pouted in a playful manner. Yet, for Exin, this was of no consequence. He snapped the book shut. "Let us just head to the Tower of Time. Reaching a nearby fishing village will suffice." Exin opened the book again, reciting the incantation. The book floated in midair, and the 3 of them closed their eyes, suspended by its power. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Grell stood in his room, gazing out the window, desperate to see Liu Nian off, but afraid to confront her. Inlan elegantly placed her hands before her. "Why not see her off?" Grell averted his gaze. "I lack the right." Clenching his fists, he lamented, "All these years, I have clung to the wrong beliefs, misplacing blame, and trusting the untrustworthy. I attributed all my faults to Bai, yet it holds no significance." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Jelly's face, and Inlan rose to help him dry them. "So what?" Jelly lifted his gaze, his calm black eyes marred with scars. "So I must atone. I cannot allow good to sleep forever, nor can I let Caden unleash slaughter upon the innocent." Inlan glanced at the still wet tears on her hands. "What about Jidan? What about Leywind?" The questions from Inlan compelled Jelly to meet her gaze. She could not fathom the turmoil within him and continued, "Do they not require your atonement?" Her words pierced Jelly's heart like a sharp dagger, forcing him to confront the absurdity of his hatred and the harm he had inflicted upon the innocent, many of whom were his own kin. It felt as though an invisible hand was choking him. Jelly could not utter a word. Had he not already wielded the power of the ring against Jidan, obliterating his personality? Leywind, without a heart, would inevitably perish. And what difference did the absence of a Light King make? If he had acted, why was there regret? It was merely a quest for personal solace. If he did not care, then why should it matter? Inlan's words were like knives, cutting into Jelly's body and soul. She did not understand his feelings at that moment. In her world, losing anyone was the same. "Wait." As Inlan turned to leave, Jelly called out to her. Suddenly recalling Leywind's words, he trembled as he asked Inlan, "What is the true power of the destruction ring?" Rather than being controlled by the ring, it was more accurate to say that it had replaced him with someone who could be controlled. Jelly furrowed his attractive brows, his eyes tightly shut. It required immense courage to voice the question and to hear the answer. The destruction of one's personality, utilizing the darkness within to reshape a new identity. In simpler terms, it meant killing him and finding an obedient replacement. Inlan's words felt torturous to Jelly. After she finished speaking, Jelly felt as if the world had turned upside down. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Inlan remained unmoved, turning to leave the room. He was unable to bear the weight of his own transgressions, and it was not her concern. Moments later, Leywind entered the room and lifted Jelly onto the bed. Gazing at Jelly's handsome face, Leywind was reminded of their childhood, a time when Jelly was the one who shared both joys and hardships among them. Whenever they brothers made mistakes and faced punishment, Jelly stubbornly stood by them, impervious to any commands. The Light King cherished this son and admired his loyal character, allowing him to act as he pleased. Because Jelly was always included in their punishments, the Light King's penalties were somewhat alleviated each time. Leywind sighed. It was tragic that a misunderstanding had led to such conflict among brothers. Leywind furrowed his brow, pondering how he should perceive Jelly. For several days, Jelly isolated himself in his room, with only Lei permitted to enter. When Lei entered at noon, he found the room shrouded in darkness, the scent of something burnt lingering in the air. Jelly had been like this for days, awakening only to set himself ablaze with his powers, sleeping when fatigued, and refusing to eat. Lei opened the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the room. Perhaps the warmth of the sun was too intense, for Jelly frowned and lifted his head towards its direction. Yeah. Jelly finally uttered a word, having spent days sitting vacantly in a chair. He looked at Lei. Did I truly kill Zidane? After a moment of contemplation, Lei replied, just like now, never forget the mistakes you have made. Atone for them, even if it costs you your life. Seeing Jelly silent, Lei spoke again. What should I do? Jelly immediately responded, fine by. For reasons unknown, according to Isin and Inlan, I had not been absorbed into the Eternal Night prison. Chapter 120. Arrival at the Time Tower. Liu Nian closed her eyes, feeling the instantaneous shift of space. Indeed, remarkable, she marveled, experiencing the unique sensation of this extraordinary power. She could feel the howling wind, the ocean's waves surging beneath her, and the heart-wrenching screams of someone nearby. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Liu Nian opened her eyes, realizing she was plummeting rapidly above the sea. Soon, the agonizing cries multiplied with another voice. Chris, nearly hoarse from shouting, suddenly recalled that he could fly, reflecting on the days of soaring through the skies. Chris gradually steadied himself, his modest wings unfurled, spreading his attire wide. Though he swayed unsteadily, approaching the ground, he finally regained the sensation of gliding through the air. With both feet firmly planted, Chris envisioned the cheers of those around him, reveling in the moment. The resounding thud of a heavy object hitting the ground startled him. Turning around, he saw Liu Nian crash land, face first. With a kind heart, Chris chuckled for a long while before flipping Liu Nian over. Ha ha ha, how foolish can you be? Liu Nian's eyes blazed as she spat the dirt from her mouth. What about Isin? I took care of him. Here I am. Isin waved to them from a short distance away, having landed gracefully, unlike Liu Nian's tumble. Liu Nian abruptly sat up, brushing off the dirt from her face. How did you land so safely? Chris waved his hand dismissively. No, you should ask why he is so far from us. Liu Nian stood, signaling Chris to help her dust off. I don't need to ask. I know he let me fall so hard. If he were closer, I would have slapped him. Isin slowly made his way over, and Liu Nian crossed her arms, glaring at him. Isin pulled out a book, repeatedly pointing at it, declaring it's all his fault. All his fault. Liu Nian, not caring much anymore since she and T died, recalled the terrifying moment of her fall, which had been extremely painful. At that moment, she thought she might just cease to exist. Perhaps due to possessing Leiwen's heart, Liu Nian had not perished. Had we arrived? Liu Nian turned to see the waves crashing against the rocks. On the horizon, where sea met sky, she could vaguely see a small island. Once we cross the Thames Sea, we'll reach the Time Tower, Chris exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. That's where my parents are. Liu Nian squinted, examining the site closely. If we can get past here, we can save Leiwen. In truth, Liu Nian thought the sea was not all that different. Did they not have the concept of a boat? After some reflection, she realized that was not the case, as she had definitely seen fishing boats in Lansdowne. Without squinting any longer, Liu Nian climbed onto Chris. Chris, puzzled, stood still, and Liu Nian struggled to climb up. Bend down a bit. Liu Nian slapped Chris's back. Chris, finally understanding, bent down, allowing Liu Nian to clamber onto his back. Isin observed them without moving or speaking, still bearing the weight of his own sins. Once Liu Nian was on Chris's back, she instructed him to hold her legs. Haven't you carried anyone before? Do I have to teach you step by step? Chris hesitantly asked. Are you sure you want me to carry you? Liu Nian smacked Chris on the head. You're such a fool. What else would we do to get across? Chris nodded. Are you ready? Ready. Watching from the side, Isin shifted slightly. Chris suddenly spread his wings wide, sending Liu Nian flying far away, and the shock of hitting the ground left her in disbelief. Isin silently gave herself a thumbs up, having anticipated such an outcome. She had preemptively cleared Liu Nian's flight path, as she could not be a hindrance. Liu Nian, in an act of defiance, sprawled on the ground. declaring her refusal to go. Once she adjusted her posture, Liu Nian found herself cradled in Chris's arms, lying back indulgently, neglecting to hold on to Chris for added security. "What are you doing?" Chris inquired. With a mischievous smile, Liu Nian brushed aside the gravity of life and death, thinking that since they were bound to fall, she might as well seize the opportunity to make a stylish descent. Isin appeared somewhat distracted. Once Liu Nian and Chris were prepared, she urged them to depart quickly. "Hurry back. I will wait for you here." Liu Nian had initially assumed they would travel together. "Aren't we going together?" "Rest assured, this is a private vehicle." She patted Chris, feeling that the overall experience was quite comfortable. Isin smiled. "You two should go ahead. I still have matters to discuss with Liu Nian." As they neared takeoff, Chris felt a wave of anxiety, having not flown in quite some time. By the time they vanished from Isin's sight, they had dallied for quite a while. Isin quietly turned back, drawing sigils on the ground while murmuring incantations. She sensed that Caden had already discovered their presence. Meanwhile, Caden had arrived at Lansdowne, gazing at the endless expanse of the lake. He chuckled lightly before suddenly perceiving 3 distinct auras. One of these auras was reminiscent of what he had felt years ago upon his arrival. With a wicked grin, Caden mused, "At last, I have found them. It seems these little mice are here." Liu Nian and Chris soared over the seaside, unaware that Chris's wings had only just formed and were at their most delicate state, making it a considerable burden to carry Liu Nian aloft. Liu Nian sensed that Chris was struggling. "Are you all right?" she asked. Chris feigned ease, "Of course. Don't you know how strong I am, especially when it comes to lifting things?" Though Liu Nian remained unconvinced, she felt powerless. As they were over the ocean and she could do nothing, blood had begun to seep from Chris's back, yet he gritted his teeth to endure it. Just as Liu Nian felt herself becoming faint, she seemed to hear Chris utter, "We've arrived." Lying on the lush green grass, she heard a rustling sound nearby. "Look, those are people from the main road," chirped a lively young girl's voice. Liu Nian caught snippets of conversation from a short distance away, the fragrance of fresh grass wafting through the air. "These are the people Chris brought back. He's injured and receiving treatment. Once he recovers, he will head to the Time Tower to see Prince Futazong," explained another girl with a relatively mature tone. Liu Nian, dazed, grasped that they had likely reached their destination upon hearing Chris's name and the mention of the Time Tower. "Is Chris hurt?" She attempted to open her eyes, but a splitting headache prevented her from doing so. "Has the black mist been drifting over the sea these past few days? Did she come for that reason?" asked the lively girl again, her voice trembling slightly, hinting at fear. Liu Nian's headache finally began to ease, and she slowly opened her eyes to see 2 youthful faces. "You're awake?" The slightly older girl approached Liu Nian, helping her sit up. "Where's Chris?" Liu Nian inquired, recalling their earlier conversation. "Chris has been taken back by his brother to recuperate," the lively girl, hiding behind the older one, answered softly. "Taken back to recuperate?" Liu Nian surveyed her surroundings. The scenery was delightful, with verdant trees and vibrant flowers. She pondered, "So you just left me here while taking Chris back to heal?" Chapter 121. Prince Futazong. Liu Nian rubbed her throbbing head, astonished that Chris had suddenly fallen and abandoned her here. "So you just left me behind?" The girl nodded, explaining that before Liu Nian lost consciousness, Chris had instructed them not to touch her, and they had obediently complied. "Why did he say that?" Liu Nian questioned, perplexed by Chris's reasoning. The bold girl pointed at Liu Nian's head, "Because when you and Chris fell from the sky, your head hit the ground. And Chris said if we woke you, he would be in trouble." Enraged, Liu Nian pinched her acupoint for self-relief, feeling the dried blood caked in her hair. Though the wound seemed to have healed, she pushed herself up and declared, "Forget that for now. Could you get me something to eat and let me take a bath?" The 2 young girls bounced with excitement, leading Liu Nian to a small village, where the villagers gazed at her with curiosity. Liu Nian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After washing up, Liu Nian followed the 2 girls to where Chris was recuperating. "Come out," she demanded, standing in the center of the room with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. As she entered, Chris sensed her presence, springing up from the bed and diving into the wardrobe. Peeking through a small crack, Chris's eyes met Liu Nian's fiery gaze. "I will only come out if you promise not to hit me," he squeaked from his hiding place. Liu Nian cracked her knuckles, assuring him, "Rest easy. I certainly won't harm you." Gathering his courage, Chris emerged from the wardrobe, limping toward Liu Nian in a pitiful manner. "Oh, my leg." Liu Nian ignored him, and he continued, "Oh, my back." Still, she paid no heed. Chris, seeking a new tactic, puffed out his chest and glared at Liu Nian. "You're so full of yourself. Do you realize how heavy you are? You squashed me when you fell, and yet you don't care about me or treat me with tenderness. And here you are glaring at me." Liu Nian seized Chris by the ear. "Oh, so you thought I wouldn't find out?" Pointing outside, she added, "Those two little girls told me they saw you drop me on the ground and then land gracefully on my back." Realizing he had been discovered, Chris dropped to his knees. Even when Liu Nian urged him to rise, he remained on the floor. "You truly are something else," Liu Nian said, sitting down with a drink of water. "You can stomp on my back and still not sprain your ankle and then faint? You must be joking." Chris pleaded for mercy, claiming he had no choice. If he had trembled, Liu Nian would have fallen. Sighing, Liu Nian motioned for Chris to stand, then turned to inspect his back. Without a shirt, the two protrusions on Chris's back were clearly the roots of his wings, swollen and bruised, sending a shiver down Liu Nian's spine. "You've endured so much," she remarked, retrieving ointment she had concealed in her clothing to tend to his wounds. Chris, blushing, scratched his head. "It's nothing. It's all for Lai Winda and the Atlas continent." The cool ointment applied to his skin immediately alleviated the burning sensation. Liu Nian mused that if the maid had been present, Chris would not have suffered so. After several days of rest, Chris's injuries had nearly healed. Liu Nian had initially intended to ascend the Time Tower herself, but upon reaching its base, the towering structure with no apparent entrance dissuaded her from that thought. One might assume that a princess with long hair resided within. Indeed, Liu Nian had softly uttered the words, "Quick, let your hair down beneath the tower." Yet the surrounding gazes filled with judgment were too intense for her to persist. Aware that she could not ascend the Time Tower, Liu Nian contemplated seeking assistance from the Feyre tribe, but despite her prolonged entreaties, no one was willing to aid her. "Could you escort me to the Time Tower? I wish to find someone." Upon hearing this, the individual immediately fled, leaving her disheartened. Liu Nian was puzzled by the pervasive fear of ascending the Time Tower among the others. Standing at the base of the tower, Chris inquired, "Are you prepared?" He unfurled his pristine wings, eager to take flight. "Aren't you afraid?" Liu Nian retorted. "Afraid of what?" Chris glanced up at the towering structure. "Afraid of falling? No worries. You needn't fret. I'm well prepared, and this height is hardly painful." Liu Nian shook her head. "That's not what I meant. It seems your kin are quite fearful of ascending the Time Tower." After a moment of reflection, Chris realized, it is due to that person at the top of the Time Tower. He gestured his head. "There's something amiss here," hence the fear. Liu Nian was taken aback. Awkwardly nodding and understanding, she signaled Chris to lift her. "Let's ascend. We must go for the sake of saving Lai Winda." Chris soared with Liu Nian into the heights of the Time Tower, and as she embraced his neck, her curiosity was piqued by the ever-changing scenes of the tower. Suddenly, a large face startled her, causing her to shudder. Fu Tao had long anticipated Liu Nian's arrival, gazing downward from his window daily. He had been waiting for an indeterminate duration, growing weary as the two finally ascended. With an expression of disdain, he rested his chin on the window ledge. Listening to the two fools converse below, lifting an eyebrow, he declared, "If you don't come up soon, I shall simply close the door at the top of the tower." Upon reaching the pinnacle, Chris brought Liu Nian to a small door leading inside. As Liu Nian touched her racing heart, she wondered, what was that? "Do you have a preference for decorative human heads here?" Chris rotated his arms. "That individual is Prince Fu Tao." They ventured into the Time Tower, descending 2 levels to find Fu Tao lounging on a grand sofa, legs crossed, observing them. Liu Nian took a moment to calm her nerves. "Greetings, Your Highness. I am Liu Nian." She bowed respectfully. Fu Tao responded with an ambiguous grunt. "Your bracelet is rather exquisite," he remarked, licking his lips as he extended his hand toward her bracelet. Liu Nian glanced down, recognizing it as the 7-colored bead bracelet gifted by Madame Sealant. With a swift roll of her eyes, she removed the bracelet. "If you like it, it's yours." However, just as she reached out, Fu Tao abruptly withdrew his hand, his attention shifting to the quietly standing Chris. "You are indeed a rebellious child," he mused, beckoning Chris closer with a crooked finger. Step by step, Chris approached Fu Tao, who immediately leaped onto him. Liu Nian stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Fu Tao perched on Chris, his large hand stretching towards Chris's back, seizing something. As Chris cried out in pain, Fu Tao held up a feather stained with a hint of crimson. Liu Nian swallowed hard, recalling Madame C. Lance's mention of the destruction ring having lingered in the Time Tower. Could it be that this Prince Fu Tao had been assimilated by the ring during that time? With a grin, Fu Tao departed with the ring, leaving Liu Nian uncertain about whether to follow. What is happening? It seems something is amiss with him, she remarked, discreetly mouthing her thoughts to Chris, aware of the heightened hearing of the Blood Kin. Chris pouted, shaking his head at Liu Nian. You needn't fear. That's just his nature. Liu Nian patted her chest. I could hardly breathe just now. She gazed in the direction Fu Tao had gone. Where did he retreat to? Chris shook his wings, ensuring all was well. He had only just regained their strength and wished to avoid further mishaps. Confirming the condition of his wings, he looked towards Liu Nian. He must be heading to his collection room. Chris hastened a few steps, casually sitting in the chair Fu Tao had just vacated. To Liu Nian's astonishment, he even invited her to sit. Why do you stand? Come, rest for a while. Liu Nian declined, hesitant to sit. No, I haven't done any laborious tasks. Chris assured her that Prince Fu Tao would not return anytime soon, encouraging her to sit comfortably. He is quite the eccentric. Every time a tribe member visits, he tends to take something. Recalling his compliment about her bracelet, Liu Nian leaped onto Chris to retrieve the feather, acknowledging the truth in Chris's words about Fu Tao's peculiarities. This is precisely why we all fear him, Chris elaborated. He's off to his collection room to admire my feather, and he won't return for quite a while. Finally at ease, Liu Nian settled on Fu Tao's sofa, yet before she could fully sit, he appeared before them in an instant. Liu Nian found herself in an awkward position, unsure whether to sit or stand. Fu Tao regarded her peculiar stance with amusement, laughing heartily. This is delightful. I shall collect it. Liu Nian silently pleaded with Chris for assistance, but he promptly fetched a sketchpad and pencil for Fu Tao, as if he were accustomed to this routine. With little choice, Liu Nian maintained her pose until Fu Tao completed his drawing. Afterward, Chris assisted Liu Nian to bed, where she leaned against her waist, stiff from the ordeal. I never anticipated he would draw for an entire afternoon, only to produce a twisted stick figure. Chris tucked her in, urging her to rest well, but Liu Nian called out to him. I have a question that has troubled me for quite some time. Chris yawned, gesturing for her to proceed. Why do they refer to him as Prince? Liu Nian queried, surprised by Chris's incredulous expression. Because he is a second-generation blood prince. Hence the title. Chris looked at her as if she were simple-minded. Are you not from this continent? Ignoring Chris's sarcasm, Liu Nian's mind raced with calculations. Noticing her stillness, Chris approached to inquire, only to be startled by Liu Nian's exclamation, Wait. He is over 550 years old? Chris was taken aback by her astonishment. What's wrong? Liu Nian gave a thumbs up. The lifespan of the Blood Kin is indeed enviable. Chris pondered. The prince is roughly equivalent to a human in their 50s or 60s. Reflecting on Fu Tao's actions earlier, Liu Nian mused, is this behavior typical of a man in his 50s or 60s? I had thought him to be merely 3 years old. With a sigh, she lay down, eyes closed, waving her hand for Chris to leave. Tomorrow, she would officially request Prince Fu Tao's assistance regarding the matter of saving Lai Wendy. As she contemplated how to persuade the immature prince to help, a thought struck her. Lai Wendy is a third-generation prince, and he is a second-generation prince, so... Liu Nian turned over, resting her head on her arm, and drifted into slumber. It is possible that they share a familial bond, which would facilitate Liu Nian's request for that naive soul to rescue Lai Wendy. Liu Nian displayed a confident smile and peacefully drifted into slumber. The following morning, Liu Nian hurried to the main hall, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed Prince Fu Tao. However, by the time Liu Nian had completed his midday nap, the prince had yet to make an appearance. Once again, as Liu Nian dozed off and inadvertently bumped his head against the table, he could no longer contain his impatience. He brought a piece of pastry to his lips, only to discard it back onto the plate. Had the prince truly succumbed to slumber? Liu Nian rose and paced back and forth, pondering the brief wait he had endured for Lai Wendy. Just as he was about to disregard Chris's objections and charge into Fu Tao's chamber. The prince finally emerged, yawning. What is all this commotion? Upon noticing the pastries on the table, Fu Tao swiftly approached and began to indulge. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Nian placed more pastries before him. Your Highness, please eat more, and when you finish, enlighten me on how to rescue Lai Wendy. As Fu Tao munched away, his words were muffled. You came without knowing this. What if it leads to death? Liu Nian chuckled. I have plenty of life to spare. I'm not afraid. He stood up and playfully patted Fu Tao on the shoulder, causing the prince to cough, crumbs scattering from his mouth. Yet Liu Nian remained oblivious, continuing to pat him vigorously. I know you are Lai Wendy's uncle. You cannot simply stand by while he lies helpless in the secret forest. Chris, unable to suppress a laugh, was silenced by Fu Tao's glare. He quickly stepped in to restrain Liu Nian. Hold on, you might just knock the prince out. Liu Nian ceased his antics and, alongside Chris, waited for Fu Tao to finish coughing. Once the prince regained his composure, Liu Nian dared not breathe, anticipating his words. Fu Tao, holding his belly in laughter, remarked, You truly are amusing. He then flopped onto his small sofa, shielding himself from the sunlight. I never assist others. What entertaining offer do you have for me? Liu Nian promptly removed a 7-colored bead bracelet from his wrist. This is for you. Fu Tao glanced at it dismissively. I don't want that. Do you have something more intriguing? Liu Nian rummaged through his possessions, but found nothing of interest. Then he raised his hand and spotted his ring. Tentatively, he offered it to Fu Tao. This ring I give to you. Upon seeing the ring in Liu Nian's hand, Fu Tao furrowed his brow and quickly approached for a closer inspection. This ring looks exactly like the one I lost. Did you steal it? Liu Nian shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Fu Tao chuckled. If you wish to help Lai Wendy, you must travel back to the time when the divine tree did not yet reject humanity. Liu Nian nodded, leaning forward in eagerness to hear more clearly. Fu Tao continued. That would require traversing time. I cannot assist you. Liu Nian grasped Fu Tao's arm. I know you can help me. What is there to fear about time travel? I have done it before. Liu Nian's urgency increased, and he began to cough. I can manage. His chest heaved, and his eyes were filled with yearning as they fixated on Fu Tao. The prince appeared momentarily taken aback, having seldom encountered such earnestness. He shook off Liu Nian's grip and vanished, his voice echoing in the room. I don't like you, and I am unwilling to help. Liu Nian looked up at Chris, who, unable to bear Liu Nian's despair, patted his back. I will speak on your behalf. Chris approached Fu Tao, who was seated by the window, swinging his legs and gazing outside. As Chris entered, Fu Tao made a comical face, startling Chris. What are you doing? Helping Liu Nian won't cost you anything. Fu Tao clicked his tongue, deeming Chris unamusing. I do not want to help. I simply refuse. Fu Tao began to roll his head back and forth on the chair. Shall we not entertain ourselves? Go find me something new. Chris narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms and silently observing Fu Tao. Rolling his eyes, Fu Tao remarked, Is it too much to ask for a different person to help? Chris placed his hands on his hips, scoffing. Change people? Only humans can enter the secret forest, regardless of the past. How can we do that? Chris moved closer to Fu Tao. Stop being so slippery. You're not a child anymore. Fu Tao retorted. Come and fight me. Even if you had a year, you couldn't land a hit. Fu Tao's spirits lifted, entering a playful mood. Chris shook his head. Do not evade the topic. Why are you unwilling to assist Liu Nian? That girl has been sitting on the ground for quite some time. Fu Tao shrugged. Simply put, if she goes back, she will undoubtedly die. Do you still want to persuade me? Chris struggled to accept Fu Tao's words, but he recognized that Fu Tao would not jest about such matters. Why? Chris asked, his voice trembling. Fu Tao's eyes turned crimson, shimmering with starlight. Through Chris, he gazed at the despondent Liu Nian sitting on the ground. This is not her first time traveling through time. If she insists on doing it again, it will lead to her demise. Her heart now belongs to Lai Wendy, which means she will not die instantly, but will gradually lose her life. Fu Tao's eyes returned to their azure hue. If she travels back, she will have only 2 months left. Chris fell silent. Understanding Fu Tao's implication, Liu Nian was willing to sacrifice her life to save Lai Wendy, something Lai Wendy would not wish for. Liu Nian perched atop the tower, her legs swinging over the edge. Chris approached, but Liu Nian ignored him. She was indeed a peculiar individual. Chris sat beside Liu Nian, attempting to offer comfort, but the melancholic expression on her face rendered his words feeble. Liu Nian gazed into the distance. This was the only spot atop the lofty tower that offered a clear view. Tell me, if I were beside Lai Wendy now, would I feel sorrow or joy? Liu Nian's hair danced with a caress of the wind, drifting gently. The stronger the breeze blew, the more vacant her gaze became. Chris was frightened by the emptiness in Liu Nian's eyes, terrified she might act on a whim. He grasped her arm and soared to the center of the tower's pinnacle. What are you thinking? This is not your fault. Chris's brow furrowed in worry, completely unaware that he was gripping Liu Nian's arm so tightly it left a mark. Liu Nian gently tapped Chris's shoulder, signaling him to release her. What are you thinking? Liu Nian rubbed her arm and patted the head of the Fei La people. You need not apologize. I am not so sensitive. Upon noticing the bruises on Liu Nian's arm, Chris immediately wilted, hanging his head in silence. When Liu Nian realized Chris was finally paying attention to her, she felt a sense of relief and turned to walk back inside the tower. I am determined to return to the past, no matter the cost. Liu Nian turned her head, her gaze resolute. I must save Lai Wendy. Below, Fu Tao reclined in his chair, his eyes reddened. He had been watching Liu Nian while she sat atop the tower. No matter the cost, Fu Tao murmured to himself. When Liu Nian and Chris descended, they encountered Fu Tao resting on the sofa with his eyes closed. Liu Nian put on a charming smile once more. Your Highness, what else do you desire? I will bring you anything you wish. Fu Tao waved his hand, brushing aside Liu Nian's offer to massage his legs. Is returning to the past what you truly want? Liu Nian eagerly nodded. Of course. You would be willing to pay any price, even death? Fu Tao's expression turned serious, reminiscent of someone who had endured the trials of time. Seeing Fu Tao's demeanor, Chris understood that he had likely made the decision to assist Liu Nian in her quest to return to the past. Chris raised his left foot, intending to halt. Yet the resolute gaze of Liu Nian atop the tower lingered in his mind, ultimately preventing him from taking that step. When it came to the subject of death, Liu Nian displayed hesitation, for it was indeed for the sake of his own survival that Lai Wendy had acted thus. Observing Liu Nian's reluctance, Fu Tao abruptly rose from the sofa, preparing to depart. Liu Nian half-knelt on the ground and instinctively grasped Fu Tao's pant leg. With a determined gaze, she asserted, I can do it. Fu Tao scoffed, suggesting she should get a good night's sleep, acknowledging that while the colorful bracelet was appealing, there comes a time when it must be severed. With that, he departed, leaving Liu Nian and Chris enveloped in silence. After much contemplation, Chris resolved to treat Liu Nian as he always had. Go to sleep, he mused, for he was indeed a peculiar individual. Perhaps by tomorrow, he would be willing to assist her. Liu Nian nodded, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Fu Tao had vanished. Lying in bed, Liu Nian fell into a deep slumber, a rarity since her arrival in this land. In a fleeting dream, she found herself lying upon a stone, surrounded by a mesmerizing expanse of emerald green. How familiar! Liu Nian thought, reminiscent of the scenery she had encountered in the Mijing Sunlin, which instilled a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, her breath quickened, escalating to the point of suffocation. The buzzing in her ears became overwhelming as she struggled to open her hands. After a brief moment of agony, her senses gradually returned, revealing a woman before her. Chapter 124, Madame Na Lin. The woman bent down, extending her hand towards Liu Nian. Are you all right? Upon hearing the woman's words, Liu Nian became fully alert. She felt herself reclined upon a massive stone, and as she raised her hand to grasp the woman's, she sat up. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, adorned in a delicate pink dress that suited her exquisitely. Her hair was elegantly styled atop her head, radiating an aura of cleanliness and grace. The woman smiled, and Liu Nian found herself captivated by her beautiful eyes, which transformed into crescent moons when she smiled. What is your name? The woman inquired. I am Liu Nian, Liu Nian replied. The woman maintained her hold on Liu Nian's hand, carefully pulling her up and leading her to a small wooden cabin nestled within the woods, a place Liu Nian found strikingly familiar. She was the mother of Lai Wendy, the original guardian of the Mijing Sunlin. Please do not take offense, the woman said as she entered the cabin and began preparing breakfast. There are only these to eat in the forest. Liu Nian watched as the woman presented her with fruits and vegetables, smiling contentedly. No need, I quite enjoy these. After finishing her tasks, the woman sat down to watch Liu Nian eat. You are human, yet possess a ring that requires the protection of the witch clan, she remarked, observing Liu Nian's flustered reaction with a playful smile. Are you a thief? Liu Nian hurriedly protested, I am not. The woman rested her chin on her hand, feigning contemplation. Is that so? After scrutinizing Liu Nian for a few seconds, she finally broke into laughter as Liu Nian's first bead of sweat fell. I was merely teasing you. Liu Nian sighed in relief, though her appetite had waned. I am Na Lin, the guardian of this forest. Are you from another realm? Liu Nian suddenly recalled what Gu Li had previously taught her and hurriedly explained, I am the daughter of a baker from Luo Lin town. I became separated from my parents and accidentally stepped into a formation which led me here. Having spoken in one breath, Liu Nian awaited Madame Na Lin's response. Na Lin nodded, but furrowed her brow. Well, how long do you intend to stay? Finally addressing the matter at hand, Liu Nian leaned forward eagerly, thinking, I can't directly say I wish to pluck a branch from the divine tree. I would like to pay a visit to the divine tree. Na Lin feigned realization. That would be wonderful. Liu Nian's heart leaped with joy. Can you take me there? Na Lin shook her head. I cannot take you there. The divine tree only appears before those it wishes to meet. You may stay here and search for it. Liu Nian felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped that meeting the guardian of the divine tree would expedite her journey. Rising to her feet, she declared, Then I shall go now. Na Lin did not impede her, smiling as she saw Liu Nian off. Suddenly, Liu Nian recalled something and turned back. By the way, is there someone here named Jean? Madame Na Lin pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed. No, there isn't. Liu Nian nodded and walked into the depths of the forest. Madame Na Lin's eyes sparkled as she remembered the small stream beside the divine tree in the Mijing Sinlin. Under the tree's watchful care, the stream would soon gain consciousness and transform into a spirit. She had intended to name it Jean. Observing Liu Nian's nimble strides through the thicket, Na Lin leaned back against the trunk of the divine tree, the scenery around her shifting. The human servants beside the divine tree greeted her. Before Madame Na Lin stood Liu Nian's ethereal form as she watched Liu Nian's every move. Why do you think she wishes to pluck your branch? Is there still a place called Luo Lin? Liu Nian returned empty-handed, finding little difference in the forest compared to before. The only constant was her continued inability to locate the divine tree. Exhausted, she entered the small wooden cabin, only to unexpectedly spot a man's silhouette. The man turned, revealing the familiar face of Lai Wendy, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lai Wendy was dressed in a lantern-sleeve shirt, his hair tousled as if he had just awakened. Liu Nian couldn't help but smile. He truly resembled a prince, the prince of the forest. Taking a small step forward, she reached out towards Lai Wendy. You look so lively. That is wonderful. Lai Wendy regarded the unfamiliar woman with surprise, recalling that humans were typically found serving beside the divine tree. Before he could voice his thoughts, Madame Na Lin descended from upstairs. You are back, she exclaimed, rushing down the stairs with her hands clasped together to welcome the weary Liu Nian. Liu Nian regained her composure and softly replied, I have returned. Madame Na Lin quickly approached, introducing Lai Wendy to Liu Nian. This is my son, Lai Wendy. She placed a hand on Lai Wendy's shoulder. This is Liu Nian, from Luo Lin. Luo Lin? Lai Wendy sensed something amiss, but refrained from commenting, since his mother showed no concern. He felt there was no need for him to worry either. Liu Nian thought that this should be a time for mother and son to reunite, yet unexpectedly, Madame Na Lin insisted that she accompany them. Thus ensued the current scenario of the three of them exchanging bewildered glances. Son, how are things over there? Madame Na Lin poured tea into cups for everyone. Liu Nian kept her eyes downcast, nervously fidgeting with her hands beneath the table. Of course, Lai Wendy's crescent moon glimmered in response to Madame Na Lin. Madame Na Lin gently stroked Lai Wendy's hair. What do you think of Liu Nian? Both Lai Wendy and Liu Nian were perplexed, unable to comprehend Madame Na Lin's meaning. With a mysterious smile, Madame Na Lin declared, Liu Nian is all alone, without a place to stay. Why not let her stay with you? Both Lai Wendy and Liu Nian were taken aback. Liu Nian hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "I would be better off in the forest. I still need to seek the divine tree for prayers." Lai, when he fervently nodded in agreement, "Yes, mother. I already have enough people on my side." Madame Na, undeterred, turned her head with an air of insistence, commanding Lai Wendy to take Liu Nian with him the following day. That night, Lai Wendy did not return to the small wooden cabin, but went back to Li. As Liu Nian lay in bed, contemplating how she might remain, Madame Na knocked on her door. "Are you asleep?" Liu Nian rose from her bed, and Madame Na gestured for her to relax. "In truth, I wish for you to stay. It is nothing personal." Madame Na held Liu Nian's hand, and at that moment, Liu Nian felt an unsettling premonition that emotions were about to run high. Sure enough, tears cascaded down Madame Nalin's cheeks. "Lai Wendy has grown up by my side, and now he is with his father. I am deeply concerned." Madame Na wiped away her tears, lamenting that he was not receiving the treatment befitting a prince. Instead, he lived each day like a servant, which filled me with dread. Liu Nian widened her eyes in disbelief. How could Lai Wendy be a servant? In Chapter 125, Liu Nian introduced herself. Madame Na nodded, feeling aggrieved. "Indeed, it is because I am human that they discriminate against Lai Wendy's lineage, forcing him into servitude." Seeing Madame Nalin's sorrowful tears tightened Liu Nian's heart. How could this be? Clearly, Lai Wendy was destined to be a prince of the same bloodline as them. Furthermore, Madame Nalin was the guardian of the divine tree, a position of unparalleled honor. Liu Nian pondered this while Madame Nalin listened intently. After a prolonged, feigned cry, Madame Nalin beseeched Liu Nian to assist Lai Wendy and to relay any injustices he faced upon his return. Liu Nian, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. Noticing Liu Nian's evident hesitation, Madame Nalin said before departing, "If you can help me, I will pray to the divine tree for you to meet it." This invigorated Liu Nian, dispelling any lingering doubts. Upon returning to her chamber, as soon as Madame Nalin stepped inside, she found herself beside the divine tree. Who exactly was Liu Nian, and how did she possess knowledge of Lai Wendy's future? Madame Nalin caressed the trunk of the divine tree, questioning why it remained silent and dormant in this world it had created. The following morning, under Madame Nalin's guidance, Liu Nian exited the forest to find Lai Wendy waiting outside the secret forest, still clad in the princely attire from the previous day. Liu Nian sighed quietly. Perhaps it was the only decent outfit he owned. Reluctantly, the two proceeded to the Blood King's palace in Li. As they walked, Lai Wendy took several breaths, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "What do you wish to say?" Liu Nian inquired, sensing his hesitation. Finally, Lai Wendy spoke. "I am not a prince, merely a servant. You should follow me and perform the same tasks." His words were soft and slow, causing a pang of sorrow in Liu Nian's heart. Turning to glance at the current Lai Wendy, he appeared timid, lacking the confidence and boldness of his future self. What had he endured? Liu Nian replied, "I understand. I too worked as a maid for a time." Just as those words left her lips, Lai Wendy suddenly grasped Liu Nian's hand and pulled her behind a stone hill. Liu Nian wanted to ask what was happening, but his anxious demeanor silenced her. She tiptoed, trying to peek around him to see whom Lai Wendy was hiding from. Before she could catch a glimpse, a sharp female voice pierced through the air. "Lai Wendy, where have you gone?" The shrillness of the voice sent a shiver down Liu Nian's spine. Lai Wendy hurriedly glanced around, then leaned close to Liu Nian's ear. Liu Nian's face flushed. After their marriage, all physical contact had been to care for Lai Wendy. Now, with a healthy Lai Wendy suddenly so close, it made her feel bashful. "Do not be afraid. I will teleport us away," he assured her. Thus, they successfully evaded the woman. Before Liu Nian could ask, Lai Wendy began explaining the situation. "That was the head maid, responsible for overseeing me." There was a hint of grievance in his tone, which Liu Nian found endearing. She reached out to smooth the pout on Lai Wendy's lips, thinking how childlike he seemed. Unbeknownst to her, her affectionate gesture was unprecedented for Lai Wendy, creating a subtle atmosphere of intimacy that was only apparent to one of them. At the Blood King's palace, Lai Wendy's duties consisted merely of tending to the flowers, watering, picking, and arranging them. When he took Liu Nian to confront the haughty head maid, She scrutinized Liu Nian for an extended moment, her face contorted in disdain. How can someone so foul accompany you? She remarked to Lai Wendy. Consequently, Liu Nian naturally assisted Lai Wendy in his floral tasks. Believing her time would not be too lengthy, Liu Nian eagerly reported Lai Wendy's activities to Madame Na. Each time, she would say that Liu Nian was just a step away from meeting the divine tree, which heightened Liu Nian's anxiety. Why do you keep running to my mother? Lai Wendy inquired as he arranged a bouquet. This scene delighted Liu Nian, who had always been fond of flowers. As they worked together, Liu Nian contemplated whether to disclose her desire to seek a branch from the divine tree. What are you thinking? Lai Wendy stood still, watching as Liu Nian collided with him. She stepped back, immediately checking to ensure their flowers were unscathed. After all, the head maid was indeed quite intimidating. Known for her harsh words. Well, Liu Nian hesitated, yet resolved to ask, you are clearly a prince. Why do you willingly endure such treatment? Lai Wendy's gaze flickered, and he replied, it is my fault. He lowered his head and continued walking. Liu Nian swallowed her words. Lai Wendy appeared profoundly saddened. It is my fault, she echoed, recalling Madame Nalin's words about him being a good child. Liu Nian sighed, reluctant to accept that it was his mother's influence. Lai Wendy, hearing Liu Nian's murmurs, did not turn back. However, when he heard her refer to him as a good child, an inexplicable warmth filled him. One morning, Liu Nian arose early and ventured into the garden in search of Lai Wendy, eager to boast about her early rising. Stretching lazily, she entered the garden and spotted a familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouette. Lai Wendy, she exclaimed, but before she could finish, Lai Wendy turned around, smiling warmly. You are the human who often spends time with my brother? Liu Nian nodded vigorously, lowering her hand. What is your name? Lai Wendy. I am Liu Nian. In chapter 126, you are a thief. Lai Wendy scrutinized Liu Nian, finding nothing particularly remarkable about her, save for an unpleasant odor. However, a gentleman must not show any aversion. Wrinkling his nose, he approached Liu Nian, his eyes reddening as he prepared to use his abilities. Tell me, what is your purpose in getting close to Lai Wendy? Lai Wendy fixed his gaze intently on Liu Nian's eyes. Liu Nian silently mocked. She never anticipated that Lai Wendy's protective nature towards his brother was innate, existing even in this moment. Given the profound affection for your brother, why then would you compel him to undertake this task? Liu Nian's response was evasive. Lai Wendy stepped back, maintaining a wary disposition. You are an immunizer. Indeed, Liu Nian replied, shrugging lightly. I harbor no ulterior motives. You may place your trust in me. The immunizer must report to father. As Lai Wendy prepared to depart, Liu Nian hurriedly called out, if your father detains me, your brother shall be lost. Indeed, upon the mere mention of Lai Wendy halted abruptly, swiftly moving to Liu Nian's side, momentarily disregarding any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Lai Wendy glared at Liu Nian, demanding, what have you done to Lai Wendy? Liu Nian's eyes darted around. It is Madame Na. Upon the mention of Madame Na, Lai Wendy's demeanor softened somewhat, signaling Liu Nian to continue. Liu Nian swallowed nervously. Madame Na is concerned for Lai Wendy. She has instructed me to act as a small undercover agent at his side. And what do you mean by Lai Wendy is doomed? Lai Wendy remained tense, his grip tightening around Liu Nian's neck, clearly dissatisfied with the prior answer. If I do not say this, you shall ignore me. Liu Nian's voice was muffled as Lai Wendy's grip grew firmer. At that moment, Lai Wendy arrived, unaware of the situation and instinctively standing beside Liu Nian. Brother, Lai Wendy called out, then after a moment's thought, lowered his head and muttered, Prince Lai Wendy. She said your mother summoned her. Is that true? Lai Wendy injured it, his grip loosening slightly, as he did not wish to appear brutal in front of his brother. It is true. Lai Wendy took the opportunity to pull Lai Wendy's hand down. Prince, what brings you here? I merely wish to see you. Lai Wendy observed the situation between the two and furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the matter. However, before Lai Wendy could articulate his thoughts, he was called away by an unknown individual. Lai Wendy cast a sympathetic glance at Liu Nian's neck, but Liu Nian appeared unfazed. The two tidied up before resuming their flower picking. Must we gather this many today? Liu Nian asked, arms laden with flowers, obscuring his view of the path ahead. Unbeknownst to them, they had made several trips to the main hall with flowers. "Today marks the birthday of the father prince," Lai Wendy remarked casually, assisting Liu Nian in arranging the flowers. "When is your birthday?" Liu Nian asked, shaking his arms and naturally leaning against Lai Wendy, linking his arm. Lai Wendy's cheeks flushed, momentarily rendered speechless. Noticing Lai Wendy's silence, Liu Nian turned to him, inquiring, "What is it?" Lai Wendy pointed at Liu Nian's hand upon his arm. "Why are you holding on to me?" Liu Nian's action had been instinctive. Having cared for Lai Wendy for so long, she had grown accustomed to such gestures. Unable to articulate a justification, Liu Nian sheepishly smiled. "My family has this habit." Lai Wendy suggested Liu Nian wait there while he fetched more flowers. Liu Nian agreed, eager to escape the awkward atmosphere. Seated on a chair, Liu Nian gazed at Lai Wendy's retreating figure, furrowing her brow. She touched her heart and murmured to herself, "Despite having lived together for so long, I do not even know when Lai Wendy's birthday is." Closing her eyes and resting her head on the table. Perhaps due to rising too early that day, Liu Nian drifted into a daze. Upon awakening, Liu Nian found a little girl staring intently at her. "Why do you wear a ring of my clan?" The girl's icy gaze reminded Liu Nian of Liu Nian. Before Liu Nian could respond, the girl placed her hand upon Liu Nian's chest. "Your heart should not belong to you. Who are you?" Liu Nian, distracted by the girl's words, noticed the colorful bracelet on the girl's wrist. "Your bracelet is identical to mine." Clearly, the girl had also noticed, scrutinizing Liu Nian with unrestrained curiosity. "Who are you?" "That bracelet is a treasure bestowed upon our witch clan by the Lady of Dawn. It possesses the power to reverse time." Upon hearing the girl's declaration, Liu Nian understood the words of the royal relative, realizing that breaking the bracelet could indeed return them to their own time. Liu Nian proudly shook her hand. "I did not steal it. A highly esteemed individual from the witch clan gifted it to me." The girl, puffed up with pride, retorted, "Impossible. Can anyone from the witch clan hold a higher status than me?" "You little thief." "High status?" Liu Nian mused, pondering that this girl might indeed be a pampered little princess. She couldn't help but think of Liu Nian, the child who had to practice even her smiles. Seeing that Liu Nian was ignoring her, the girl pinched Liu Nian's cheek. "I'm speaking to you. Why do you not respond, you lowly human?" Liu Nian winced, pulling the girl's hand away. "What are you doing? Such a young child, yet you lack manners." Liu Nian playfully pinched the girl's cheek in return. "Tell me, does it hurt?" The girl, clearly taken aback, stepped back, a dark mist swirling around her as she chanted incantations. Liu Nian crossed her arms, amused. "What are you mumbling about?" Hearing Liu Nian's voice, the girl opened her eyes wide with fear, realizing this person was immune to her witchcraft. Aware of her immunity, Liu Nian boldly lifted the girl into her arms. "What now? You are powerless against me. What can you possibly do?" The girl grew agitated, struggling to escape Liu Nian's grasp. Reluctantly, Liu Nian set her down. The girl circled Liu Nian, demanding, "Speak. Where did you acquire that bracelet? And why does my clan's ring rest upon your finger?" Liu Nian unconsciously touched the ring on her hand, realizing the girl had indeed discovered it. Eager to concoct an excuse, she thought that anyone present must belong to a prominent family, and if she upset them, escaping would be difficult. "This was given to me by Lord Yisin." Recalling a prior encounter at the inn, Liu Nian remembered Yisin's youthful and unfamiliar visage. "You claimed you possess the art of eternal life. Does that mean you have never truly died?" Yisin sighed. "It is the art of reincarnation, and I have actually died many times." Liu Nian's curiosity piqued. "Do all members of your witch clan possess this ability?" Yisin replied, "Certainly not. Only the guardians of the Lady of Dawn are endowed with the power of reincarnation. It is a blessing from the Lady of Dawn." When Yisin mentioned the Lady of Dawn, her entire demeanor softened. Liu Nian nodded. "When did you begin serving as a guardian of the Lady of Dawn?" Yisin pondered. "Around the year 200 of the original century." Liu Nian raised a finger. "And what year is it now?" "It is the year 786 of the original century." Liu Nian found it impossible to keep track of the years. "You are over 500 years old." Returning to the present moment, Liu Nian mused that since Yisin had lived so long, if she had not changed her name, perhaps she could impress the little girl before her. Chapter 127, Prophecy. At this moment, Liu Nian sat in a chair. The little girl sprawled across her lap, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The girl's voice, no longer sharp, had transformed into the sweet tone typical of young girls. "So you are a person sent by Lord Isin." Liu Nian smiled. Realizing the little girl was indeed quite naive, she believed her immediately without needing further proof, indicating her fondness for Isin. Liu Nian's mind raced. "Of course. We're very close. Otherwise, why would he entrust me with the ring? He wishes to safeguard its location, which is why he entrusted it to me." The girl nodded, somewhat understanding. At that moment, a servant arrived. "Madame Mona, the banquet is about to commence." Liu Nian pondered for a moment, wondering how someone so young could be addressed as Madame. Standing tall, Na regained her previous sharp and domineering demeanor. With a pointed finger, Na declared, "I want this woman." Consequently, Liu Nian found herself positioned beside Na as they entered the main hall of the longevity banquet. Just as Liu Nian was filled with curiosity about Na's lineage, she watched in astonishment as Na calmly took her seat at the position reserved for the leader of the Wu clan, drawing the attention of those around her. Liu Nian's jaw nearly dropped. Could this girl truly be the leader of the Wu clan? Na looked up at Liu Nian with a proud expression that seemed to say, "Didn't he expect this, did you?" She pointed to a plate on the table and commanded, "Feed me pastries." With a resigned sigh, Liu Nian broke off small pieces of the pastry and fed them to Na. The banquet soon commenced, accompanied by the gentle flow of music. Liu Nian had initially been curious about the nature of the longevity banquet in this world, only to find it surprisingly similar to those she had encountered before. Before long, the music ceased, and representatives from various clans began to present gifts to the prince. This process was exceedingly lengthy, and at an uncertain moment, someone humorously remarked, "I wonder if your little beast has bothered to prepare a gift for you." Upon hearing this voice, Liu Nian instantly recognized it as the tone of a malicious individual. Indeed, in the grand hall, the flower arranger, Lai Wendy, stiffened his back, remaining silent. Soon, others chimed in, and with no other choice, Lai Wendy reluctantly stepped into the center of the hall, clutching a small bouquet. The attendees erupted in mocking laughter, with no one holding any hope for this illegitimate child. Anger surged within Liu Nian. How could these individuals treat a child so cruelly? As long as the prince remained silent, Lai Wendy could not rise. Observing Lai Wendy's helplessness, Liu Nian found courage from an unknown source. She shoved a sweet cake into Na's mouth and boldly approached, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Lai Wendy stared at Liu Nian in shock, while Lai Wenda, seated beside the prince, watched anxiously. "Please do not act recklessly and cause Lai Wendy to suffer." Liu Nian took a deep breath and implored, "Your Highness, may I ask why you treat your own son in such a manner?" After a long silence, the prince finally spoke. "He is not my son." Voices of disdain echoed once more. His veins flow with human blood. Humans are so base that they do not deserve to become bloodkin. One wonders why he was even transformed into a bloodkin. Liu Nian clenched her teeth and retorted, "So, esteemed nobles, do you mean to imply that your bloodkin are merely subservient to our human race?" Upon uttering these words, even the imperious Na gaped in disbelief, while Lai Wenda felt utterly despondent. How could this audacious woman utter such blasphemy? What if their father became enraged and punished Lai Wendy? Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Liu Nian continued, "If you truly believe yourselves to be noble, why do you first regard Lai Wendy through the lens of human blood? If you truly reverence the ancestral prince upon seeing Lai Wendy, your first thought should be of the prince's name." Liu Nian's heart raced with trepidation, yet she pressed on, "I admire you. Everything associated with you, the prince, should embody nobility. In my view, regardless of the blood coursing through Lai Wendy's veins, as long as he bears a fragment of yours, that makes him extraordinarily noble." The hall fell silent. Moments later, the prince erupted in hearty laughter. "Excellent. You speak wisely." With a grand gesture, he commanded, "Come forth. Bestow a seat upon Lai Wendy. From this day forth, he shall be my son." The nobles were thrown into disarray, grinding their teeth in outrage. Even so, this woman has disrupted the banquet and deserves punishment. No sooner had the words left their lips than Na sprang to her feet, planting a foot on the table. What do you mean by that? This is my Mo.Na's guest. How dare you act as you please? Do you wish to provoke a war between our clans? Witnessing Mo.Na's fierce demeanor, Liu Nian felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Truly, the nobles dared not speak further, and this tumult gradually subsided. After the banquet, Lai Wendy approached Liu Nian. Thank you. The youth's eyes glistened with emotion, reminiscent of budding affection. Liu Nian, recalling the moment Lai Wendy had confessed to her, sighed and admitted, Lai Wendy, I like you. This declaration was intended for the future Lai Wendy. Perhaps upon her return, she would lose her life. So it was better to speak now. Lai Wendy's eyes widened in delight. Liu Nian had not intended to do this, but for the sake of Lai Wendy's future, she grasped his hand and earnestly requested, could you persuade Lady Na Lin to help me meet the sacred tree? Lai Wendy, puzzled by Liu Nian's words, could not contain his budding feelings and joyfully took her hand, leading her away. Just as they were about to depart, Lady Mo.Na approached. Liu Nian, recalling the moment when Mo.Na had stepped on the table, remarked, you truly are adorable. Lady Mo.Na huffed with pride and pulled Liu Nian aside. In our Wu clan, we possess the ability to see into souls. Even if I cannot use sorcery on you, I can perceive your essence. You do not belong to this time, do you? Liu Nian, having been seen through, could only nod foolishly. Mo.Na instructed Liu Nian to lower her head and gently stroked her hair. When I was young, my mother comforted me this way. Now I extend the same comfort to you. Regardless of what happens, Mo.Na wishes you peace and health. Amused, Liu Nian embraced Mo.Na. Thank you. As Mo.Na gazed at Liu Nian's retreating figure, she murmured, your soul is already worn and fragile. Not much time remains. I hope you can safely navigate the days ahead. Mo.Na's attendant arrived, prompting her to sigh. Convey this. I have deduced the location of the ring. Tell everyone to cease their search. Additionally, I have foreseen events over 700 years into the future. Just then, as Liu Nian turned, Mo.Na glimpsed the future. This was the unique prophetic ability of the Wu clan. Chapter 128. A mood of sorrow. Ling finished the last piece of apple before turning to Glai, who had been gazing out of the window. What are you doing? Glai did not respond. Ling's slender fingers intertwined as she softly chanted something, causing a basin of water to pour down from above Glai. Lost in thought and unprepared, Glai was drenched. What are you doing? He exclaimed, wiping his face with his hands, glaring at Ling. What are you thinking about? Ling did not answer Glai's question, but instead countered with her own. Glai had initially planned to retreat to his room for a change of clothes, but upon hearing Ling's inquiry, he hesitated. Water dripped from his cheeks onto his clothing, then onto the floor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Glai replied, she should be doing well. At least she is living without worries now. I wonder if she has seen me. If she has, perhaps she could give me a punch to prevent me from making such mistakes. Oh, Ling approached Glai, leaning in to observe his water-drenched face. If she is doing well, why the sorrow on your face? Glai and Ling's faces were mere inches apart, their gazes locking as they sought to unearth each other's deepest secrets, determined to see through one another. How can you see my sorrow? After a few moments of eye contact, Glai shifted backward. Why retreat? Ling pressed forward, leaving Glai with no escape. Am I mistaken? Having recently sipped fragrant tea, the aroma enveloped Glai's senses, masking the scent of blood. Glai could not help but wrinkle his nose. I am not retreating. Ling tilted her head and smirked. I have been practicing my smile lately. What do you think? Galit stared for quite a while. The corners of Ling's mouth curled slightly. Yet her eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Practice a bit more, akin to weeping, she remarked. Is that so? Ling suppressed her smile, straightened up, and uttered a statement that left Geely momentarily stunned. I am clearly learning from you. With that, she turned and walked away, glancing back at the door to add, hurry and change your clothes. You appear to be the one who should be crying. In an instant, Geely sank into the sofa. His former composure utterly vanished. He pondered whether he truly understood Liu Nian. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Geely closed his eyes, allowing his drenched clothing to cling to him. If I could, I would truly wish to escort you home. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated around him, causing Geely to frown in alarm. only to discover that Xin had fallen from the sky. Xin was covered in wounds, coughing up blood as he spoke. In a desperate bid to shield against the impending attack, he had exerted all his strength, ultimately using the magic of a book to teleport back. A few individuals laid Xin on the bed, and shortly thereafter, he regained consciousness. In Xin's room, a solemn atmosphere enveloped everyone. Liu Nian expressed his concern. I wonder if Liu Nian has succeeded. Caden has grown immensely powerful, and now Xin is injured. Inlan, sipping tea as if the situation bore no relevance to her, observed the group's tension and spoke coolly. Currently, Ji Dan still possesses the power of the ring. To confront him, we must have the destruction ring recognize a new master, and the Light King is the most suitable choice. Inlan continued, I may have an inkling as to why the Light King has not been imprisoned. It is due to the power of the ring. Jili asked, the power of the ring? On the day of the execution, she had hurried there, sensing a gentle force, and upon chanting a spell, discovered the source of power beneath the eternal night prison, emanating from Liu Nian. Liu Nian surely could not wield such strength. It must be the ring in her possession. Could Liu Nian use the ring? Liu Nian pondered, momentarily countering his own thought. If Liu Nian could indeed use the ring, she would not have neglected Bo Heng's body, nor would she have allowed Liu Nian to face a dwindling lifespan. Inlan's delicate, fair fingers tapped thoughtfully on the table. I do not believe Liu Nian has mastered the ring's abilities. Everyone turned their gazes to Xin, who could only nod in agreement. Indeed, Liu Nian had not grasped the power of the ring. If she had mastered it, she could have rescued the Light King without needing to venture into the vortex beneath the eternal night prison. The group deliberated on how Caden might handle Bo Heng's body and where he would conceal it. Inlan interjected, in truth, I know how to locate him. Lord Xin is aware of this as well. Xin bowed his head in silence, tacitly affirming Inlan's claim. Inlan placed her hands back on her knees, her fingers elegantly intertwined. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, Liu Nian leaned towards Inlan, recognizing that this was indeed the crux of their discussion. This would require the sacrifice of a person. Inlan discreetly cast a glance at Jili, who was now intently focused on her, eager to learn of her proposed solution. Among the 4 rings, only the Salvation Ring possessed the ability to connect the 3 rings. Yet the method was not recorded even in the most ancient tomes of our witch clan. Inlan paused before continuing, until I discovered that Liu Nian emerged from the coffin of the Dawn Goddess, which is precisely where the Dawn Ring resides. Prior to that, both Liu Nian and Inlan simultaneously looked at Jili, who lowered his gaze in contemplation. Moments later, Jili released his tightly clenched fists and softly uttered, I will kill her. The light in Jili's eyes had nearly faded. Having committed so many heinous acts, he preferred to perish quietly in the snowfield. Indeed, without granting Jili much time to grieve, Inlan stood abruptly, her black skirt cascading from the chair, brushing against her elegantly long legs. Moreover, Liu Nian initially arrived here from the snowfield. It is speculated that the first Blood King, having succumbed to madness in a quest to slay the gods, discovered the weapon of god-slaying, the ice crystal of the snowfield, and exchanged it for the darkest ring within the snowfield. Given this, it cannot possibly be mere coincidence. Liu Nian must die to access the location of the next ring. Jili rose, asserting, I disagree. Liu Nian has not yet returned. All decisions must await her return before we act. After Jili departed, silence enveloped the group. Liu Nian was a cherished friend, and now, with only conjecture to rely upon, no one wished to condemn her to death. Inlan picked up her tea only to set it back down, unaware that it had gone cold, before letting out a soft sigh. In that moment, Inlan froze, surprised by her own feelings of sorrow. Placing the teacup down, she slowly exited the room, reflecting, I have learned yet another emotion. Chapter 129, White Moonlight. Vermilion birthmark and indebtedness. Liu Nian and Liu Nian arrived at the Mystic Forest. The moment they stepped into the Mystic Forest, Liu Nian had already formulated her words. For Liu Nian's sake, should Madame Nalin disagree, she would directly reveal her intention to rescue Liu Nian. Upon reaching the cabin, Madame Nalin had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting their arrival. She placed a small plate on the table and rushed to Liu Nian, exclaiming, "My dear son, you are here?" Liu Nian, taken aback by his mother's unusual warmth, responded, "Mom, I'm here." Madame Nalin urged Liu Nian to eat, watching him and Liu Nian with tender yet mournful eyes. Sensing his mother's unusual demeanor, Liu Nian was about to speak when Madame Nalin kissed his forehead, saying, "My dear son, remember to take care of yourself." With that, she vanished from before Liu Nian. Liu Nian stood in shock, uncertain of what to do. Meanwhile, Liu Nian knelt before the colossal divine tree, unable to comprehend the sight before her. In truth, all that Liu Nian had thought upon entering the mystic forest had been sensed by Madame Nalin. Madame Nalin gazed at the divine tree, asking, "You will aid me, won't you?" She then stepped forward and forcefully tore off a branch from the divine tree. Suddenly, the tree rapidly withered, and all the protected humans felt an immense force, causing them to be violently expelled from the forest. Liu Nian could hardly believe her eyes as Madame Nalin handed her the branch, saying, "Thank you." Upon speaking, a gentle green light enveloped Madame Nalin, and she transformed into a beam of light, soaring towards the divine tree, which then sprouted new branches and leaves as if nothing had changed. Madame Nalin had sacrificed herself to save Liu Nian. Liu Nian choked back tears, unable to utter a word. She then tugged at the colorful bracelet, which shattered, and the surrounding scenery morphed rapidly, resembling a film. Finally, Liu Nian inhaled deeply, and upon exhaling, she returned to the Time Tower. The sound of Fu Tao's curses reached her ears. "Damn it! How dare you come here?" As tears fell from Liu Nian's eyes, she realized that traversing time was an instantaneous affair, too swift for her to feel sorrow, bid farewell, or express gratitude. Liu Nian rose, nearly stumbling over the chaos around her. After a moment, she hoarsely inquired what happened. Fu Tao displayed no surprise at Liu Nian's arrival and, with irritation, remarked, "It was my disobedient nephew, who dared to strike his uncle." Fu Tao gritted his teeth in frustration. "I just drove him off. It's nothing now. I must check on my collection." Casting a glance at the branch Liu Nian had brought back, he added, "And you, stop standing there foolishly. Hurry and find Chris to take you back." With a furrowed brow, Fu Tao cursed as he made his way to the storage room. Liu Nian approached the window, and outside, the small town lay in disarray, with Chris soothing the children. Liu Nian shouted, prompting Chris to realize that Liu Nian had returned. With a slight shake of his shoulders, Chris unfurled his wings. Without further ado, he grasped Liu Nian's hand and soared towards the edge of Time High. On their way, they encountered the children rushing towards them, inquiring if Chris was leaving again. The children clearly did not want Chris to depart. Chris reassured them, stating that he would return swiftly. Silently, he carried Liu Nian towards Lan's town, where she marveled at how Chris seemed to have matured overnight, both of them tacitly refraining from asking questions. Perhaps silence was the only comfort he could offer her. Upon their arrival in Lan's town, they waited in vain for EXIT, and for reasons unknown, the town appeared ravaged. Chris dashed towards Madame Luo Qing's residence. Upon confirming her safety, he finally broke down in tears. As Madame Luo Qing comforted Chris, she greeted Liu Nian, calling her Chun Chun, a name Liu Nian had not heard in ages, as if it were just yesterday. Chris and Liu Nian waited for EXIT there. A week later, two figures appeared near the house, Glai and Yinling. Yinling merely offered a slight nod to Liu Nian, while Glai avoided her gaze. Liu Nian approached Glai without hesitation and slapped him. Glai remained silent, accepting the blow. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered an apology. Tears streamed down Liu Nian's face, bewildered by how their relationship had deteriorated. Once, Glai was her sole pillar of support in this world, but now that support felt like 1,000 needles piercing her heart. Glai and Liu Nian spoke throughout the night, and as dawn broke, they finally reconciled. Yinling waited at the door, and upon seeing Glai emerge, he nodded slightly before entering. Glai grasped Yinling's hand, preventing him from advancing, pleading, "Kill me, take the ring, and end my life." His voice trembled. "I finally managed to say sorry to her. I don't want to lose her like this." Yinling replied coolly, "She will not die." Glai responded, "Perhaps she will not die." Yinling continued, "But if we do not act, no one will find the Light King, and no one can defeat Caden." Glai asserted, Now that Liu Nian has found the ring, Lei Wen can also live. Yin countered, even so, can you defeat Caden, who possesses the destruction ring? Can you contend with his legion of beast warriors? Despite this, Glai still refused to relinquish his grip on Yin inside the house. Liu Nian slowly curled her lips in realization. It dawned upon her that her heart belonged to Lei Wen, granting her a portion of the Blood Clan's abilities. Her hearing mirrored that of the Blood Clan. She picked up a fruit knife resting on the table. After all, death was merely a matter of course for her, having faced it several times before. Now that her heart belonged to Lei Wen, if she were to perish, she would have to extract it. Liu Nian positioned the knife against her heart, contemplating her intended action. Unbeknownst to her, while she felt emotionally numb towards death, her body reacted otherwise. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down the knife's handle, creating ripples before she plunged the blade into her heart. Yin and Glai were still locked in confrontation when a sudden metallic scent wafted into Glai's nostrils. Yin sensed something amiss. Rushing into the room, they were met with the shocking sight of Liu Nian lying in a pool of blood. Neither could fathom the scene before them. Liu Nian's posture was delicate, cradling Lei Wen's heart. To Liu Nian, Ba was her vermilion mole, Bo hung her white moonlight, and Lei Wen was her lifelong debt. Chapter 130. She is the beginning and the end upon reopening her eyes. Liu Nian found herself enveloped in darkness once more. As she reached out to touch her surroundings, she chuckled, surprised to find it eerily similar to her previous experience. Contemplating her circumstances, she gradually opened her mouth and bit down on her hand until blood flowed. The scent of blood caught the attention of those beneath her, and she sensed their arms and heads moving slowly. Suddenly, pain shot through her neck, reminiscent of a familiar bite. Liu Nian gradually closed her eyes in the darkness. Not far away, Caden sensed a peculiar shift in the Light King, as did Xin and Yin. 5 days had passed since Liu Nian made her choice. For those 5 days, Glai had vigilantly remained by Yinling's side, yearning to hear him acknowledge Liu Nian's presence. 5 days prior, they had buried Liu Nian, bidding farewell to Chris before returning to this place. Upon seeing the branches in their hands, Lei Wen fell to his knees, relieved that there was still hope. Yet, as he remained silent for a long time, he could not bring himself to inquire about Liu Nian's whereabouts. He already understood her choice the moment they returned. Yin placed the branches beside Lei Wen, saying, "If only I had deciphered the ring's secret sooner, we could have avoided this ordeal." Moments later, the branches vanished, replaced by Lei Wen's labored breathing. Lei Wen slowly opened his eyes. As reality dawned upon him, tears streamed down his face. He had awakened, which meant Liu Nian had perished. Despite Lei Wen's attempts to explain to Lei Wen that Liu Nian's sacrifice would lead to rebirth, he remained in a state of despair. Only Yin and Lei Wen could maintain their composure. Lei Wen asked, "Did you act?" Yin replied, "It was her doing." Lei Wen frowned, questioning how Glai could be involved. Yin clarified, "You are mistaken. She refers to Liu Nian." Lei Wen seemed to have anticipated this, as he showed little reaction to Yinling's words. He inquired, "Will she awaken?" Yinling assured him, "I can guarantee that she will indeed awaken." Lei Wen looked at Yinling, his fingers clenched tightly. What did that mean? Yinling calmly retrieved a book from the shelf, stating, "This contains the language of our ancestors." He opened a page for Lei Wen, explaining, "It details the powers of the most brilliant chieftain of our tribe, Madame Mona, whose words declare that the power of destruction befuddles the mind, vanishing into the storm. When the dawn no longer ignites hope, flames will ravage the earth, and calamity shall follow." Lei Wen glanced at the book and replied, "I am aware of this." What does it have to do with Liu Nian? Yin speculated, "I surmise that the power of destruction refers to the destruction ring, while the darkest corresponds to the darkest ring. The dawn signifies the goddess of dawn, and flame pertains to Glai. This language suggests that the power of the destruction ring can shatter minds. When the darkest ring disappears into the snow, the goddess of dawn falls, and Glai's flames ignite the snowfield, calamity will descend." Lei Wen closed the book, asking, "And Liu Nian?" Yin gazed thoughtfully at the distant sky, recalling, "On the day Liu Nian perished, I glimpsed something through her. I saw a young girl clad in the attire of a tribal chieftain, murmuring to a silhouette, proclaiming, "When the crimson flame is about to extinguish, salvation will quietly emerge. She is both the beginning and the end. This is a prophecy, a unique ability of our tribe. In my lifetime, I have witnessed it only once, and my mother has never seen it." Lei Wind pondered deeply, finally grasping Yinling's words. "You mean? This language has a second half." Yin Lian nodded. "Indeed, I surmise that Qi Yan's impending demise in the snowfield will herald a quiet salvation, with Liu Nian emerging just in time to rescue Golai. She embodies both the beginning and the conclusion of this narrative. While I remain uncertain about my deductions, perhaps it can be viewed from another angle. Liu Nian's end signifies a new beginning, suggesting that her death is also a form of rebirth. Lei Winda is finally able to set his mind at ease. This matter should remain undisclosed for now. We must wait a little longer. Subsequently, Yin Lian was called away by Exin. Upon entering Exin's quarters, Yin Lian observed that Exin had regained much of her strength after days of recuperation. Exin summoned Yin Lian. "You must have noticed as well." The moment Liu Nian and Chris emerged from Taimu High, both Exin and Yin Lian sensed it immediately, recognizing that Kai Dan, who had dispersed his power throughout the corners of Atlas Continent, must be aware of their presence. However, he chose not to seek them out, but instead allowed Yin Lian and Golai to find him. This can only imply one condition. Kai Dan is injured. Previously, I encountered Kai Dan in Landstown after a skirmish, and I suspect he intends to head to the Time Tower. Kai Dan possesses the ability of instantaneous movement, surpassing any magical tome in strength. Years ago, he utilized his powers to steal the Ice Crystal and the Ring of Destruction from the Time Tower. Yet due to sustaining severe injuries and being besieged by Bo Hong and others, he was confined to the Eternal Night Prison. Now that he has escaped, it is most likely he seeks vengeance at the Time Tower. Exin coughed lightly and continued. Yet he did not anticipate that even with divine power within the Time Tower, he would never triumph over Fu Tao. Yin Lian pondered for a moment. Thus, this presents the optimal opportunity for an offensive. Exin nodded. Currently, they are all disinclined to engage in battle. You must ignite their fighting spirit, for without it, they cannot breach the defenses of the numerous beast warriors and easily locate Kai Dan. Yin Lian agreed and rose to leave the room when suddenly she sensed something. Yin Lian and Exin exchanged a glance, both sharing an unprecedented mutual smile. It seems that the catalyst for igniting their fighting spirit has arrived. Yin Lian opened the door and found Lei Winda. I was not mistaken. With this simple statement, Lei Winda immediately understood, nodding to inform Lei Windy, while Yin Lian sought out Golai. At that moment, Golai was drowning his sorrows in drink. Upon seeing Yin Lian, he hastily stood up, the stench of alcohol overwhelming her senses. "Why are you so intoxicated?" Golai exclaimed. "You've come? Don't leave. You must tell me about Liu Nian." Yin Lian nodded. "I sensed it. I sensed the location of the Dawn Ring." Chapter 131. Finally concluded, Liu Nian awoke in a haze, her eyes met by blinding light and a pair of pale blue irises. Still not fully conscious, she smiled foolishly. "It is truly wonderful that you are alive." Bo Hong embraced Liu Nian, the sunlight radiant, illuminating his domain. With closed eyes, Bo Hong savored the moment, searching for a familiar visage among the brilliance. "Found you." He transported Liu Nian instantaneously, only to discover that Kai Dan had led him to the territory of the Snow Clan, where the chill of their bodies and lack of sensory perception provided an excellent hiding place. Bo Hong, tireless in his movement, suddenly encountered a solitary figure. It was Ji Dan. Bo Hong halted, and Ji Dan giggled. "Why, if it I sent my brother. Who is this you bring?" Ji Dan squinted to discern Liu Nian's face. "It is her." Ji Dan's tone sharpened. "She is the prisoner who should have been confined by me. I cannot allow her to escape this time." Ji Dan crackled with purple lightning, the sound of electricity startling Liu Nian fully awake. "Zidan?" Upon hearing Liu Nian call his name, Ji Dan laughed like a child. "You called my name? This doll called my name?" Ji Dan's gaze turned fierce, a bolt of lightning striking towards Bo Hong, who barely evaded the attack. One after another, Ji Dan unleashed his fury, and while Bo Hong wished to avoid harming him, He had no choice but to retaliate. Suddenly, Ji Dan began to contort in agony, frantically clutching his head. Bo Hong glanced behind Ji Dan and saw Lei Winda. Lei Winda and Lei Windy had appeared. It was Xin and Liu Nian who had combined their powers to create a formation, allowing them to arrive swiftly. Lei Winda restrained Ji Dan, who was internally battling against his true self, yearning to break free. However, the power of the ring was formidable, nearly overwhelming Lei Winda. In his effort to allow Bo Hong and the others to escape, he had to exert every ounce of his strength to suppress Ji Dan. Bo Hong and Lei Windy exchanged glances, wordlessly understanding one another. As Bo Hong and Liu Nian prepared to step into the formation, when a surge of dark energy descended from above, Kai Dan mocked their audacity. You think you can escape? The Ring of Destruction had recognized its master, now firmly in Bo Hong's possession, causing him excruciating pain as he attempted to withdraw it. Gritting his teeth through the agony, he carefully set Liu Nian down, instructing Lei Windy to protect her. Bo Hong faced Kai Dan. Bo Hong, in our childhood competitions, you were always the victor. This time it is my turn. Bo Hong's blue eyes were distant. This time, I will still win. The pressure of the ring on Bo Hong suppressed his true strength, while Kai Dan, having sustained injuries, was also unable to fight at full capacity. They stood locked in a stalemate until beast soldiers arrived, and the sounds of Lei Windy clashing with them distracted Bo Hong. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Dan snatched the Ring of Destruction from Bo Hong's hand. In the moment it adorned his finger, Kai Dan's power surged. Helplessly, Lei Winda released Ji Dan to assist Bo Hong. Yet even with their combined efforts, they struggled to gain the upper hand. After Lei Windy dispatched the beast soldiers, he reluctantly joined the fray at Liu Nian's insistence. Kai Dan teleported beside Lei Winda. A surge of dark energy penetrating the back of Lei Winda's neck, causing him to collapse, writhing in pain. Despite the protective whirlwind surrounding Lei Windy, it could not withstand Kai Dan's dark energy. A beam of light shot towards Kai Dan, who retreated a step, narrowly avoiding a strike aimed at Lei Winda. Kai Dan's sinister grin, accentuated by the darkening hue of his skin, was chilling. Alas, Gulai is absent. He must be safeguarding those two, maintaining the formation. Or else the four of you could summon the Eternal Night prison together. Kai Dan had long anticipated this, secretly dispatching the Beast King to follow Liu Nian and Gulai, and indeed, he had discovered their hideaway. The Beast King was currently engaged in battle there. Bo Hong strained to unleash his power, attempting to summon the Eternal Night prison directly, joined by Lei Winda and Lei Windy. Regrettably, even with their combined might, they could not glimpse a trace of the Eternal Night prison. Kai Dan advanced step by step towards the trio. Surrender. You are no match for me. Before he could finish his sentence, Kai Dan found himself immobilized, slowly looking upwards as dark clouds gathered in the sky, a vortex forming above his head. Kai Dan, in disbelief, scanned his surroundings. How could it be possible for them to summon the Eternal Night prison? Could it be that Gulai has arrived? Kai Dan heard a cackling laughter from behind him and stiffly turned to see Ji Dan on the ground, laughing uproariously, his eyes shimmering with purple light, a testament to his unleashed power. United, the four of them formed a massive vortex, and, as Kai Dan was drawn into it, he gazed at Ji Dan in disbelief. You have betrayed me? Ji Dan, exhausted of his strength, collapsed on the ground, the remnants of Kai Dan's last words echoing in his ears. Ji Dan laughed maniacally. When did I ever say I would help you? Thus, Kai Dan could finally no longer pose a threat to the Atlas continent. The group returned through the teleportation array to Gulai. The scene was one of devastation, remnants of their recent battle evident. Upon witnessing their return, Gulai rushed towards them, yet halted in his tracks as he approached, pondering which of them he had not harmed. Bo Hong was the first to approach Gulai, stating, "Everything you have done is unforgivable to anyone. Yet out of brotherly concern, I hope you can find it within yourself to forgive your own transgressions and allow yourself a measure of comfort." Ye Li, struggling to hold back tears, trembled as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly uttering apologies. Xin informed Bo Hong that the Beast King was approaching. But just as victory seemed imminent, the dark energy in the air suddenly dissipated, causing the Beast King to flee in madness. Shortly thereafter, Bo Hung and the others returned. Bo Hung nodded, acknowledging the situation. Lai Wanda suggested, "Let us take Liu Nian to the Time Tower." The group exchanged glances, and Lai Wanda concurred. As long as the Beast King remains, this war cannot be deemed over. Sending Liu Nian to the Time Tower is prudent. At that moment, Liu Nian was nestled in Bo Hung's embrace, sleeping soundly, perhaps for the first time in months. As Bo Hung attempted to lay Liu Nian on the bed, she clutched his sleeve tightly, pleading, "Don't go." Bo Hung gently took her hand and replied softly, "All right." With that, Liu Nian drifted into a deeper sleep, unaware that she had been asleep for 3 days. When she finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by the furrowed brow of Prince Fu Tao. "Why are you awake? If you don't wake up soon, I might just take you to my collection room. Consider yourself fortunate." Liu Nian, still dazed, believed this to be a dream. "I still need to find a branch." Fu Tao shook his head in disbelief. What a fool. Chapter 132. The end in the days that followed, Liu Nian's spirits were high as she donned a little white dress, swinging her feet at the Time Tower. Chris had been flitting across the Thames Sea, delivering letters to Liu Nian. At that moment, an opened envelope lay beside her, inscribed with the words, "Liu Nian, I have learned how to smile. I hope to show you soon. Liu Nian, how are you? Please take care of yourself on that side. I will keep an eye on Lai Wanda and the others. Liu Nian, I am sorry. Liu Nian, we will soon eradicate the Beast Clan's minions, and I will come to fetch you. Liu Nian, thank you and I like you." These sentiments were a staple in the letters she received weekly, but recently, a new letter had arrived. Liu Nian couldn't help but laugh as she read, "Sister, rest assured, your brother is about to lead the troops into battle." The clan members argued there was no reason to fight, but I dismissed their claims. This is to protect my sister. What better reason could there be? Liu Nian could vividly imagine Qian Xian's silly expression as he penned that letter. It had been a month and a half since Liu Nian began living in the Time Tower with Fu Tao. Though Prince Fu Tao had an eccentric temperament, he treated Liu Nian well. Just as she was lost in thought, Fu Tao bellowed, "Liu Nian, where are you? Hurry and help me." Liu Nian descended from the eaves. "Coming." It was merely a call for her assistance in organizing his collection. As she hurried, her foot suddenly gave way, and she tumbled down the stairs. Before she could even cry out in pain, Fu Tao was already at her side. "What were you thinking?" He helped her to her feet. "You always find trouble for yourself. Go rest. Don't linger here to vex me." Liu Nian nodded obediently. All right. Then she returned to her room. During the past month, Fu Tao had been engrossed in his research, neglecting even his favorite collectibles, merely shouting for Liu Nian to assist him in cleaning. Liu Nian understood that her time was limited. Fu Tao was likely preparing medicine for her. Yet, as another half-month passed, Fu Tao entered her room with a heavy sigh, only to exit with the same air of melancholy. Liu Nian knew her time was coming to an end. Today was another bright, sunny day. Liu Nian sat, as usual, atop the tower, awaiting Chris's arrival with letters. Chris had brought several clan members today, so there should be many letters. Liu Nian pondered the contents of the day's correspondence when her vision blurred. In a daze, she thought she saw Chris returning. But instead of letters, it was Bo Hung. The name slipped from her lips, and as she looked further, she seemed to see Lai Wanda and the others. Liu Nian stood, wishing to wave to them. Surely they had returned in triumph. However, just as she stood up, her vision faded, and she fell straight from the Time Tower. The sound of time ticking echoed in her ears, and as she opened her eyes in a daze, her childhood friend's face loomed before her. Upon seeing Liu Nian awake, her friend burst into tears. "I thought you were dead." Liu Nian had endured so much and struggled to comprehend why she found herself in a modern hospital room. Seeing her friend's familiar, infectious face, she too began to weep. "I thought I had died as well." Her friend, momentarily taken aback by Liu Nian's sorrowful outburst, was at a loss for words. Liu Nian cried, her nose running and tears flowing, her lips murmuring unintelligible words. Days passed in the hospital, as her friend's family had supported her since her parents' early passing. "Where are uncle and aunt?" Liu Nian inquired, as her friend munched on fruit meant for Liu Nian. "They went to pick up my great-grandfather, who is coming over for dinner today," her friend recalled. "Oh, And he came with that distant relative who gave you the ring. He only just notified us. Liu Nian nodded, uncertain if her previous experiences had been a mere dream. Regardless, her friend often mocked her for falling into a well, claiming he had to exert great effort to rescue her, the odor nearly making him vomit. Each time Liu Nian heard this, she rolled her eyes and told him to leave her alone. Oh, by the way, her friend wiped his mouth. Aren't you being discharged this afternoon and starting school tomorrow? My mom wants you to join us for dinner after school. That sounds wonderful. I was hoping to enjoy a meal prepared by Auntie. Liu Nian thought, but isn't it inappropriate with your great-grandfather around? Would it be all right for me to go? Her friend crossed his arms, amused. When did you become shy? You fell into a well and emerged unscathed. Liu Nian turned to chase after him. The next day, Liu Nian took a deep breath and stepped onto the campus, where everything remained unchanged, and she realized she had only slept for a week due to falling into the well. Her friend watched her from behind. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you being so cautious. I've already checked. I've covered every well within a 10-mile radius. So what are you afraid of? Liu Nian pretended to strike him, causing her friend to flee in haste. As they passed the flower bed on campus, Liu Nian paused to admire the flowers dancing in the breeze, unable to resist reaching out to touch them. Is my idol just a figment of my imagination? Just as she extended her hand, it was seized, startling her. She quickly withdrew her hand, puzzled by how cold it felt. When she lifted her gaze, she froze, trembling, unable to articulate her thoughts. Before her stood none other than her idol. He looked at Liu Nian with the same fondness Bo Hong had, his lips parting softly. Plucking flowers diminishes their beauty. Liu Nian instinctively nodded, eager to escape this overwhelming moment, her heart pounding as it had not in a long time. Just as she turned to leave, her hand was grasped. Why are you running so fast? Don't you want to introduce yourself? Liu Nian's mind was in a whirl. Introduce herself? The idol chuckled lightly. I knew you would have this silly reaction. Liu Nian looked up in confusion, meeting his pale blue eyes. He rubbed his eyes and remarked, no wonder Go-Lai dislikes contact lenses. They could be a bit uncomfortable. At that moment, Liu Nian was unsure how to express her feelings. An incredulous thought exploded in her mind. He smiled gently. Hello, I'm Bo Hong. Liu Nian's tears flowed uncontrollably, her heart heavy with grievances as she cried. She still believed that all of this was but a dream. Bo Hong held Liu Nian gently, offering quiet comfort. Liu Nian, I have returned, and I still cherish you. A gentle breeze caressed Liu Nian's hair, and she thought that even the spring wind rejoiced for her. Not far away, in the teaching building, Lai Wendy gazed down at the two embracing figures. In the end, you chose him. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and a playful girl with a ponytail entered. Professor, I have organized my thesis materials. Could you please take a look? Of course. The young girl blushed, and the mere praise from this refined man made her feel as if she were basking in spring sunshine, her heart fluttering. After Liu Nian met Bo Hong, the two unabashedly flaunted their uniqueness while holding hands. Bo Hong led Liu Nian to the grand clock in the heart of the city. Liu Nian gazed at their intertwined hands, reflecting, in that world, I would never have dared to imagine such a thing. That world? Bo Hong gently tapped her shoulder. Silly. It is this world. You have not traversed space-time, but time itself. Bo Hong embraced Liu Nian, saying, you have crossed a millennium to reunite with me, and I have waited 1,000 years for this moment. Fortunately, I have finally met you again. He turned Liu Nian around to admire the scenery beyond the railing. How does it feel? Does it evoke any familiarity? Leaning over the railing, Bo Hong's sharp haircut added a touch of determination to his soft features. Liu Nian scrutinized the view closely. This is the rooftop. She couldn't help but marvel that everything remained unchanged. What about them? Bo Hong gestured towards the distant landscape. They are here too. Liu Nian nodded thoughtfully and asked, what about Bai? Bo Hong turned his gaze back to Liu Nian, his light blue eyes as clear and indifferent as they had been in the past. Yet Liu Nian sensed an added depth. Bo Hong leaned closer to Liu Nian's ear. If you do not recognize me, it seems I must tease you a bit more, foolish girl. Startled, Liu Nian stepped back, only to be securely pulled into Bo Hong's embrace. I have accepted Bai, and Bai has accepted me. Liu Nian and Bo Hong held each other tightly. How wonderful it was. Her moonlight and vermilion beauty were both present. The end.